Hello everyone, it's Lucy here. I'm delighted to meet you all again. I'll try my best to review new stories, from the bad ones to the good ones, from heart-wrenching ones to hilarious ones. If you find them enjoyable, remember to like and subscribe to support me. It's the motivation for me to produce more videos for you to watch. The story begins with a great power from the early period of the ancient Honghuang era, a man named Yi Changqing, who is also the male lead of this story. When he reached the peak of martial arts, he realized that he had forgotten the essence of life due to his single-minded focus on cultivation. He decided to seal his cultivation and experience the mortal world through reincarnation. From modern times on the foundation of human civilization, he crossed over to a world of cultivating immortals that he could only read about in novels. He didn't have any system, golden finger, nor was he born into a prominent family. He didn't have any extraordinary encounters to be accepted as a direct disciple by any major sect. In this world of cultivating immortals, he didn't have spiritual roots, couldn't cultivate, and no sect would accept him. Yet, he didn't know how strong he really was. Every object in his house contained Tao energy. The willow tree in his courtyard turned out to be demon old tree that had been there for thousands of years since ancient times. Even the dog he raised managed to break through to become a demon king. His leisurely painted paintings even helped senior immortal elders break through their cultivation bottlenecks. The chess games he played could destroy entire domains with each move, but he considered himself just a useless person with no spiritual roots, opening a small grocery store to make ends meet while waiting for destiny to come knocking and deliver him into the arms of powerful elders. And now, let's get into the main content of this story. In another world, different from the present, divided into 3 realms, mortals could attain immortality through cultivation, possessing extraordinary magic. Additionally, there were demonic beasts specialized in disrupting the peaceful lives of the people, with the demon tribe at their head, dwelling in the depths of the mountains and valleys, not seeing a ray of light for thousands of years. Next were magic tribe, possessing greater intelligence than humans, living in the magic valley. They were ferocious and had repeatedly invaded the human world, but the resistance from the various realms was too strong, resulting in many failures. And in this world of cultivating immortals, there exists an extraordinary ability, the potential for boundless achievement. This supernatural ability allows people to become fairy godmothers or choose to become bullfrog masters possessing immense physical strength. Moreover, cultivating immortals can choose their evolutionary species, each with different strengths, supporting their masters in battle. Not only that, but this supernatural ability also has another dark side. People can choose to become despised outcasts, opting for the path of the atavist. Transitioning scenes, there is a clear blue sky without a single cloud in sight. The sunlight shines through the gates of Shaoqi town. In the distance, a group of idle people gathers to watch a performance of acrobatics. A man sitting near the crowd, wearing leisurely black sunglasses, spits out a few watermelon seeds from his mouth. He sits with crossed legs, leaning back in his chair, one hand behind his head and the other holding a large slice of watermelon. There is a red mark on his forehead, indicating that he is not an ordinary person. He introduces himself, saying, "My name is Yi Changqing." Existence placed in any story cultivating immortals genre is quite unlucky. Yi Changqing reminisced about the time when he first arrived in this world, everything starting 5 years ago. Back then, he stood like a lone figure amidst the desolate mountains and forests, surrounded only by tall trees and towering cliffs. Yi Changqing tightly clenched his fists, his face dripping with a cold sweat. With a slight quiver of his lips, he muttered, "So I've crossed over." It was precisely because of this that Yi Changqing immediately imagined a successful future for himself, a future in art, with both hands embracing beautiful women for his enjoyment, and his eyes shining brightly enough to make drool flow from his mouth. He shouted, next to the system could be golden fingers, heavenly protection, freely trampling the laws of the world, and 7 or 8 Taoists without shame. Next, Yi Changqing raised his hand to the sky, his other hand resting on his hip like the strong male protagonists in other cultivating immortal stories. He called out loudly, "System." He maintained this pose for so long that his arm began to tremble uncontrollably. Despite his faint will, Yi Changqing's determination was unwavering. He continued to command, "Golden fingers, magic weapons, where is my master? Show yourself." He kept calling out, but nothing appeared. Yi Changqing knelt on the ground, weeping pitifully, and said, "Is anyone there? Don't hide from me anymore." Some time later, Yi Changqing appeared emaciated and haggard, dressed in tattered clothes and leaning on a cane as he shuffled along the road. Suddenly, a voice beside him rang out, "Check your spiritual roots, check your spiritual roots, 1 penny each." Yi Changqing looked towards the old man sitting nearby, and on the table in front of him was a green glass sphere. Yi Changqing said to the old man, "I want to check." Then he reached out towards the sphere, and in the next moment, a small bolt of lightning shot out around it. The old man, with his silver hair and beard, looked at the sphere's reaction as if he couldn't believe his eyes. He exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Seeing the expression on the old man's face, Yi Changqing was ecstatic, believing himself to be a once-in-a-millennium genius. He asked eagerly, "Quickly tell me, am I a genius with excellent roots and bones?" However, the response he received was like a bucket of cold water. The old man couldn't hide his astonishment as he said, "How could someone not have spiritual roots?" People around quickly gathered around to eavesdrop on the conversation. They whispered and murmured behind Yi Changqing, "Can you believe someone doesn't have spiritual roots? I've never met anyone without spiritual roots before." From then on, Yi Changqing's life turned a different page. He recounted how, because he lacked spiritual roots, no sect was willing to accept him as a disciple. He went to many sects, pleading at their doors, "Please accept me," but as soon as they heard he had no spiritual roots, they all wanted to quickly send him away, saying, "Go away, we don't need a useless person without spiritual roots here." In the days that followed, he could only wander alone on deserted roads, feeling lost and abandoned. Eventually, he made a decision out of necessity, for the sake of survival. "I'll have to find a small town to settle in," and the place Yi Changqing chose was none other than Shaoqi town. His life quickly picked up pace as he opened a grocery store along the roadside, earning some money for meals. In addition, he relied on his teaching knowledge from his past life to support his family, standing in front of a classroom teaching the children in the town. In the classroom, there was only his voice speaking. Despite the initial hardship, Yi Changqing found life to be surprisingly gentle as time passed. He was indeed a dreamy person. While lecturing, his mind often wandered to various matters. He wondered, could it be that the peaceful life, without any struggles, makes me feel happy? Recently, I've noticed a sudden surge in my artistic abilities. With a pen in hand, he traced a few lines, and in an instant, a magnificent painting appeared. Even the calligraphy was flawless. Not only painting but also calligraphy, craftsmanship, all seemed to improve rapidly. Yi Changqing pondered each newfound talent, wondering, could this be my golden finger? But then, he snapped back to reality, hurling the pen onto the desk, breaking it in half. With frustration, he cursed, "What the hell?" Clenching his fists, he bitterly asked himself, in this world of cultivating immortals overrun by demons and spirits, where can I find a future in art? Finishing his sentence, one of his students let out a sigh. "Mr. Yi is daydreaming again." The child's words hit Yi Changqing like a bolt of lightning. He quickly regained his composure, hiding his embarrassment, and returned to his usual demeanor. Calmly, he picked up a wooden ruler and pointed to the board, saying, "Today's lesson is about the postnatal psychology of pigs." Despite Yi Changqing's lecture, the children below seemed disinterested, some were fighting, others chatting. Seeing this, he felt a surge of frustration, his blood boiling. He shouted, "Hey, we're still having a class here." Immediately, one child retorted, "What are we learning? Immortals are coming to recruit disciples. My mom told me to go cultivate immortals." Another naive child chimed in, "That's right, my dad said the same. Reading books won't save mortals. The ultimate goal of the universe is cultivating immortals. Cultivating immortals is everything. Another little guy added, Mr. Yi, you don't have spiritual roots, so you wouldn't understand. A girl with upright hair also innocently spoke up. Mr. Yi, are you also interested in cultivating immortals? Yi Changqing was so angry he trembled, asking, how can you defile such purity without any basis? The kids quickly responded, don't worry, gentlemen, we won't do that. Hearing the comforting words, Yi Changqing breathed a sigh of relief, silently thinking, so they still know to respect their teachers. Just as he had this thought, the next words from the student slapped Yi Changqing in the face like a stinging blow, we're just mocking you to your face. Yi Changqing's eyes widened, grinding his teeth with frustration, wishing he could slap the kid silly right then and there. Suddenly, from outside came the words. The immortals are here. Seeing the immortals arrive, the disrespectful children quickly left, their faces beaming. They said, goodbye, Mr. Yi, go take the sect exam. Finally, I don't have to go to school anymore. Yi Changqing lay helplessly on the ground, the imprint of black shoes still visible behind him. He shouted at them, if you could be chosen, I would stand on a handstand and wash my hair. On the street, people poured out excitedly, eager to meet the immortals, wanting to see if their children could cultivate immortals. The group of immortal beings indeed lived up to their reputation, each one adorned with immortal weapons, exuding an otherworldly aura. Among them were two individuals who arrived in Shaoqi town this time. One was Lu Wushuang, a disciple of the Yuan Jian sect of the Tai Xian Holy Land, wielding his original sword. The other is Tai Xian Holy Land disciple Ji Junior sister. It seems we have arrived in full force. They exchanged words as they lined up together in perfect synchronization. Greetings to the esteemed immortals. Lu Wushuang, with his graceful demeanor, turned to his attendants and commanded, begin the disciple selection for Tai Xian. The attendant promptly obeyed. Holding a ledger as he addressed the commoners, briskly announcing, those participating in the selection, please line up one by one. He glanced at a woman leading a young son, arrogantly asking for their names. The woman, holding her son's hand, smiled and replied, we are called the Li Goqing family. Hearing this name, the other person seemed somewhat disdainful and asked, no prestigious title? He furrowed his brows at the child, silently criticizing, every kid in this town is just ordinary. It seems this trip is turning out to be useless again. The woman chuckled in response to the question, then hurriedly added, oh, but it is. My son's prestigious title is Li Chunfeng. The three words, Li Chunfeng, rang in Lu Wushuang's ears, and she turned her head in astonishment to look at the woman. Seeing the woman staring at her so intently, she appeared puzzled and asked, what's wrong, fairy? Is there something wrong with my son? Sensing her own awkwardness, Lu Wushuang quickly explained, no, it's just that the name doesn't sound bad. Hearing this, the woman's face lit up, and she didn't hesitate to inform Lu Wushuang that the name was chosen by Yi Gentleman, who was the most knowledgeable person in their community. Lu Wushuang smiled gently. Before coming here, she had never considered this possibility. She didn't expect that there would be such a scholarly figure in this town. Perhaps he was even a cultivator. After noting down the child's prestigious title, the man accompanying Lu Wushuang instructed, place your hand on the spirit stones. The boy followed his command, gently placing his hand on the surface of the spirit stones. The moment his hand touched the stones, an unceasing stream of power emanated, and the spirit stones changed from green to yellow. Seeing this spectacle, the junior disciple was horrified. Senior sister, look at this. It turned yellow as soon as he touched it. These are top-grade golden attribute spiritual roots. Upon hearing this, Lu Wushuang turned back, somewhat surprised, and asked, what's going on? Why are you so alarmed? You must know that golden attribute spiritual roots are extremely rare. Even ordinary ones are considered talents, but these top-grade golden attribute roots are even rarer in the world, explained the disciple. Seeing this, Lu Wushuang smiled with satisfaction. This is a good start. Quickly accelerate your testing, she urged. The young disciples then each stated their names, Zhao Kuang Yi, Wei Zhongxian, Fan Zhongyan, and finally Wu Sangui. Each name reflected the high level of intelligence of the namers. As the junior disciple recorded their names in the sacred book, the book began to emit a brilliant golden light. He was deeply shocked by this sight because these names carried extremely powerful qi. Just by writing their names in the book, they had already caused such a commotion. Lu Wushuang noticed something unusual about the names of these kids. She then asked, "Who named these children?" The kids all replied in unison, they were all named by Yi gentleman. When Ye's name was mentioned, the kids immediately expressed their pride and joy. Meanwhile, Yi Changqing was quietly observing the examination. Seeing the radiant light emanating from the main hall, he felt a bit surprised because this was the golden light only obtained by those with top-grade spiritual roots. Remembering how he had told the parents of these kids before that their children had no chance of cultivating immortals, he now felt as dark as the bottom of a pot. He realized he was the true clown in this ironic tale. After the examination, Lu Wushuang and Ji Junior Sister leisurely strolled through the town. It was Ji Junior Sister's first time walking around the small town, and she was ecstatic. "This lotus seed candy is delicious. No wonder it's a place with so many talents," she exclaimed. Lu Wushuang, meanwhile, was still thinking about the examination they had just conducted. The young lady exclaimed, "I've never been here before. I can feel the spiritual energy surrounding this place. It might really be a good place." Ji Junior Sister responded, "Exactly, Senior Sister. Look at these sandalwood trees, they're all so exquisite." Unable to resist, Lu Wushuang had to accompany her junior sister into the sandalwood hairpin shop. As soon as they stepped inside, Lu Wushuang felt that something was off. In an instant, she felt a surge of power surrounding her. It was as if she was stepping into some kind of formation. She stood before a giant divine sword, bound by chains, emitting an aura of tremendous power that seemed to oppress the heavens and earth. It was only when Ji Junior Sister called her name repeatedly that Lu Wushuang snapped out of her trance. Seeing her senior sister in such a state, Ji Junior Sister was alarmed. Even Lu Wushuang herself was shaken by her own condition. Sensing a breakthrough inside, Lu Wushuang joyfully informed her junior sister that she had just entered the sixth realm of the Jin Yuan Sword Sutra. Ji Junior Sister, upon hearing this, expressed her astonishment. Lu Wushuang had only recently entered the fifth realm, so reaching the sixth realm typically required at least 7 years. She pondered silently to herself that merely reading the characters on the shop sign had caused her cultivation to advance significantly. The person who engraved this sign must be a powerful swordsman from a great sect. Realizing that everything seemed to be connected to the shop in front of her, Lu Wushuang promptly pulled Ji Junior Sister inside. As soon as they entered, intending to inquire a bit, she was startled and shaken. At that moment, Yi brother also noticed someone arriving and quietly rejoiced that they finally had a customer. Seeing Yi Changqing, Lu Wushuang was immediately struck by the thunderbolt of love at first sight, drawn to his expert-like demeanor. However, she quickly became disappointed because she couldn't sense any cultivator aura from Yi Changqing. Observing the two guests before him, Yi Changqing knew that his opportunity to make wealth had arrived. With their refined appearance and beautiful attire, they were undoubtedly disciples of the Tai Xian Holy Land. He was certain that they wouldn't care about the prices of the items. Thinking so, he enthusiastically introduced the goods in the shop to the two of them. "Feel free to look around, esteemed guests. The items in the shop are definitely beautiful, affordable, and especially not overpriced," Yi Changqing assured. As Lu Wushuang wandered around, she noticed a meticulously painted portrait of a swordsman emanating immense power. Instantly, she was alarmed by this power and quickly drew her own sword to defend herself. The potent force within the painting was overwhelming, and Lu Wushuang couldn't resist it. This might be the legendary Supreme Sword Technique. As she spoke, she felt the sword intent penetrate her meridians, causing her spiritual apertures to undergo a powerful breakthrough. After a while, she felt shaky but sensed something extraordinary had happened. She had broken through to the seventh realm of the Jin Yuan Sword Sutra. Immediately, Lu Wushuang eagerly grabbed Yi Changqing's hand and asked, "Who is the artist behind this painting?" Seeing the excitement in her eyes, Yi Changqing assumed she was genuinely interested in purchasing the painting and felt delighted, thinking, "It seems like this painting could fetch a high price today." Then, Yi brother confessed, "It's embarrassing to admit, but the artist and the person in the painting are both me, Yi Changqing." After introducing the painting, he also said, "This painting is just a self-portrait, nothing more. It's just a rough work done during my usual practice." Hearing this, both of them were stunned for a moment. Then Lu Wushuang expressed her amazement when she heard the words self-portrait and rough work. She could sense the sword intent in the painting, the essence of fire, which ordinary cultivators could not easily grasp. Seeing Lu Wushuang's overly excited expression, Yi Changqing modestly said, "I'm being laughed at by two fairies," but secretly he thought, "Who doesn't have illusions in this world? I exaggerated a bit, and these two ladies took it too seriously." Ji junior sister bluntly commented, "It's quite rough indeed, and this hairstyle and clothing style are just not appealing." Those words felt like a dagger piercing through Yi Changqing's heart, causing him to internally panic. Behind him, he couldn't help but exclaim in distress, "Ouch! Ouch!" while trembling. Seeing junior sister criticizing the masterpiece like that, Lu Wushuang became furious. She sternly lectured, "Your cultivation is shallow, and you don't understand the meaning behind it. It's best not to speak nonsense." These words were like a second dagger piercing through the protagonist. Saying her cultivation was low was akin to criticizing Yi Changqing, implying he lacked even spiritual roots. Yi Changqing had no idea he held such importance in Lu Wushuang's heart. To her, he was young but possessed an extraordinary aura, shining brightly with talent and potential. Why does the painting exude such unparalleled sword intent? Lu Wushuang pondered. She also thought, "I can't sense his cultivation aura. Could it be because his cultivation surpasses mine by far, or perhaps he's deliberately concealing it? Otherwise, how could there be such strong qi in this grocery store? A simple self-portrait can induce a breakthrough in cultivation." Thinking along these lines, Lu Wushuang bowed respectfully to Yi Changqing. "I, Lu Wushuang, a disciple of the Tai Xian Holy Land, pay my respects to the senior." Yi brother was taken aback and responded, "I am just a humble mortal. I cannot accept the title of senior." In Yi Changqing's heart, there was a profound sense of fear at Lu Wushuang's gesture, fearing she was bargaining for the goods. "Stop trying to get acquainted, I won't give you a chance to negotiate," he firmly declared. Lu Wushuang was astonished by Yi Changqing's humility. She heard him call himself a mortal, but in a place with so many spiritual traditions, to refer to oneself as a mere mortal was unusual. Seconds later, she understood. This senior must have an extraordinary cultivation level, so his seclusion must have a hidden purpose. If I speak carelessly and disrupt his intentions, it will displease the expert, she realized. Lu Wushuang's face turned pale as she continued to bow and apologize. Seeing her humble demeanor, Yi Changqing grew increasingly concerned, fearing she might rob his store. On the other hand, Lu Wushuang was even more anxious. She resolved to speak carefully with the senior to avoid offending him. Each had their own concerns. Moments later, Lu Wushuang stood up straight and revised her earlier statement. "Senior, you may not know, but since childhood, I have loved calligraphy in painting. Your masterpiece has inspired me greatly." Of course, he received the title senior with enthusiasm. Yi Changqing was exhilarated. When it came to spiritual roots, he could hold his own against anyone, but in terms of artistry, those cultivating immortals were no match for him. In a moment, Yi Changqing casually remarked, "You can take your time browsing. Besides paintings, there are also many everyday items in the store." Then, Ji junior sister asked curiously, "Gentlemen, why are dried branches banned in the flower vase?" He replied, "Those are bonsai trees for meditation." Next, she pointed to a box and inquired, "Why are these fruits so sticky?" He cheerfully responded, "That's homemade fruit preserves." Moving on to a Roman sculpture in the shop. Ji junior sister wondered why the sculpture had no arms and was not wearing clothes. Yi Changqing explained, "Because she is the most beautiful woman in the world." Lu Wushuang quickly noticed this peculiar statue, feeling a bit embarrassed. Initially, she thought the statue was too unconventional, lacking limbs yet seemingly containing sensuality. After a while, she sensed an aura emanating from within the statue. Lu Wushuang immediately changed her way of thinking. Even with the loss of both arms, if compensated for properly, they can still achieve perfection. This is the enlightenment of an expert from beyond the mortal realm. Unbeknownst to the two young women, they had become a thorn in Yi Changqing's side by now because they had only been asking questions without making any purchases. Behind the scenes, Lu Wushuang had also figured out one thing: there were no household items in this shop. Everything here was of celestial quality. Even a single item could cause a fierce competition among cultivating immortals. Suddenly, Ji junior sister picked up a wooden hairpin and asked, "How much is this hairpin?" Yi Changqing immediately raised 3 fingers. A gesture that held a hidden meaning. Yi Changqing thought to himself, "Whether it's 3 taels of silver or 3 spirit stones, I'll profit." The male lead didn't think much of it, but Lu Wushuang, on the other hand, had a much more complex interpretation. She believed that Yi Changqing was a mysterious and profound figure, likely experiencing life before cultivation. Therefore, if she were to exchange treasures from the cultivation world, it would seem like an insult to him. The shape of Yi Changqing's hand just now made Lu Wushuang secretly think, this seemingly simple hand actually contains infinite laws. The 3 fingers standing straight represent the 3 lives of all things, while the thumb and index finger form a circle, representing perfection and also the form of a coin. Because of this thought, she immediately understood that the senior was indicating the need for a perfect offering, symbolized by the coin. So she took out 3 coins and handed them to Yi Changqing, a move even he couldn't anticipate. He froze on the spot, his face no different from someone who had just eaten a washing marrow pill, his expression turning bloodless at the sight of the 3 coins in his hand. Lu Wushuang, at this moment, looked at Yi brother with admiration in her eyes, silently marveling, "Luckily, I reacted in time earlier. If junior sister had used spirit stones and made the expert unhappy, the consequences would have been unpredictable. It's fortunate nothing happened. One wrong move and we would have offended an expert." Little did she know that after receiving the 3 coins, Yi brother was silently crying, his anger building up into a clenched fist as he thought. The cultivator of immortals is even more miserly than that shopkeeper Wei. This month, I might as well go northwest and catch some wind. After a while, Lu Wushuang enthusiastically pointed at the painting on the wall, expressing a desire to buy it. Upon hearing this, he forced a stiff smile that couldn't possibly look cheerful. He glanced at the 3 coins in his hand, feeling angry and trembling inside, silently cursing, "I painted such a beautiful picture and only got 3 coins for it. And she still says she really likes painting. Clearly, she knows nothing about art." Though he was very angry, he had no choice but to endure it because he wanted to maintain a good relationship with the cultivating immortals. He still hoped that this big thigh can be a little more willing to let he hug it. Later, Yi brother could only endure and hand the painting over to Lu Wushuang. After receiving the painting, Lu Wushuang's eyes sparkled as she looked at Yi brother and asked, "I wonder if Wushuang can come and consult you on some painting-related matters tomorrow." She secretly thought that if she could receive guidance from an expert a few times, she would have no regrets even if she died. Hearing this, the corners of Yi brother's mouth twitched. However, he still politely replied, "Fairy, you can come anytime you want." Yi brother muttered to himself, "Damn it. If all these ants keep coming like this, I'll have to sleep on the streets." After leaving the shop for a while, Lu Wushuang's mood soared. Seeing her rushing, her junior sister asked, "Lu, senior sister, why are you so happy?" Upon hearing this, Lu Wushuang stopped and replied, "Just now, senior sister achieved a breakthrough to the 7th realm of the Jin Yuan Sword Sutra." Hearing this, Ji junior sister was shocked and couldn't believe it. "Senior sister, you're not joking, are you? It's only been a moment and you've already achieved a breakthrough. It takes at least 7 to 10 years to advance from the 5th level to the 6th. To break through to the 7th level, it would take at least 20 years. Could it be because of that young and handsome shopkeeper?" Lu Wushuang had no intention of hiding it, so she admitted, "Yes, that senior is an extremely profound and unpredictable figure." Saying this, Lu Wushuang seemed to remember something and sighed. Then she patted Ji junior sister's head and said, "Today's events show how profound the expertise of that individual is. I still don't know if he hinted at me whether it was a blessing or a curse," she said. Then she displayed her skills and returned with Ji junior sister. On the way, she also mentioned, "We should bring the new disciples to the Holy Land first to participate in the celestial body trial. I have to investigate this carefully before deciding to discuss it with the master and other elders." Meanwhile, Yi brother walked down the street with a sense of sadness, feeling hopeless because he had just sold his goods at a loss to the 2 young ladies, and now he was bankrupt. Ugly disciples were favored by the gods, selling a painting only earned him a few pennies. Yi brother, your life is as good as over. You'll have to live until when to end this scene of not having enough food and warmth." In the late afternoon, Yi brother arrived at an inn. As soon as the little second saw him, he happily asked, "Yi gentleman is here, is dinner tonight the same as before?" Yi brother, with a sad face, replied, "Today, I haven't earned much, just 2 small dishes and a bottle of wine will do." In the midst of his extreme sadness, suddenly an old man appeared. The old man enthusiastically draped his arm over Yi brother's shoulder and said, "The Wei family owes today's success to you." Yi brother, with a modest demeanor, replied, "Wei shopkeeper is too kind with his words." Through Wei shopkeeper's words, he learned that all the children in the town have already left, and the immortals even praise the children of our town, especially our Erlang. Wei shopkeeper was extremely pleased with Yi brother at this moment. He said, "The immortals of the Tai Xian Holy Land were amazed as soon as they heard the name Wei Zhong Xian from our family." Upon hearing this, Yi brother inflated his ego, saying, "I've put a lot of effort into the name Wei Zhong Xian, which contains a lot of auspiciousness." Wei shopkeeper, in his excitement, lightly slapped Yi brother on the lung cage, saying, "Although you don't have spiritual roots, you still have some culture." Yi brother's mouth twitched continuously at this heart-wrenching remark, but he quickly expressed his gratitude to the old man for the praise, though in a tone that sounded like he wanted to throttle him on the spot. Because his son was accepted by the sect, the old man was so happy that he specially gave Yi brother a chicken thigh, which was the chicken thigh he exchanged using his own identity. Looking at the chicken thigh in front of him, Yi brother couldn't help but salivate. Just as he brought the chicken thigh to his mouth, something suddenly rushed at him, causing him to lose balance and drop the chicken thigh. Seeing this scene, the onlookers exclaimed, "Oh my, that black dog's tail is so big," Once he regained his composure, Yi brother was shocked for 5 seconds. A black dog was gnawing on his chicken thigh while wagging its tail incessantly. At that moment, he also recognized it as He Huang, a dog he had once raised. He Huang happily licked him in a familiar manner. Just then, 2 others approached and asked, "Yi gentlemen, is this the dog you lost many years ago?" Yi brother let He Huang continue licking his face as he replied, "Yes, that's him." Immediately after, he stretched out his leg to push He Huang away and said, "You got it, don't lick it anymore." Going back 2 years, Yi brother had taken in a black dog of unknown breed and named it He Huang. At the time, it was sitting under a tree in the rain, shivering uncontrollably. Feeling sorry for the helpless creature, he decided to bring it home. Every day, he would cook rice for it to eat, but it was strange. The bowl of rice looked poisonous, and He Huang would cry and hide behind the tree, afraid to come out. After raising it for a while, He Huang disappeared, and the wall turned into a large hole. At that time, he thought it had become prey for wild animals. Now, upon returning, Yi brother's feet were soaked with He Huang's saliva. He was somewhat annoyed and said, "So, your dog's breed is a licking dog, right?" Hearing this, He Huang stuck out his tongue, indicating, whatever the master says is true. After a while, He Huang barked once, then he immediately did something that puzzled Yi brother. He sat in front of the painting hanging on the wall. Wagging his tail incessantly, observing He Huang's behavior, Yi brother was a bit puzzled, thinking, our dog seems to be frightened, yet he kept staring at the painting intently. Seeing his pet's unyielding behavior, he sighed and thought, you're truly stubborn. You're so scared you almost wet yourself, yet you still insist on sitting and watching. Then he indicated he would go to bed, also telling He Huang, your bed is still in the same place. And you shouldn't stare at that painting. As soon as Yi brother left, He Huang immediately revealed his true form as a powerful and majestic dog. He tensed his body and exclaimed, I didn't expect that I could return to my master's side. I shouldn't have been enchanted by that fox and left my master in the first place, otherwise, I wouldn't have strayed into the state of this bereaved dog. At this point, he became extremely angry and cursed the Red Fire Demon King, that shameless and despicable creature who dared to collude with several great demon kings to transform him. He vowed, when I return to my master's side and cultivate for a few days, I will make you all pay with blood for what you've done. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the door, which startled He Huang. He thought it might be the Nanling demon coming to the door, but fortunately, it was just Yi brother. He had come to bring food for He Huang and said, the chicken thigh from earlier probably wasn't enough, right? Here, there's still some leftover rice and soup. Eat up and then go to sleep, comma. Seeing this scene, He Huang was so moved that tears fell. It whispered to itself, a year ago, I shouldn't have left my master. I'm such a foolish dog. I want to be your loyal dog forever. He Huang, I swear I will never leave my master again. Ahoo. Lying on the bed, Yi brother thought about He Huang. I wonder what He Huang has been through outside for a year. Despite its large and imposing appearance, its coward remains unchanged. It's fortunate that I used its form to create the painting of He Huang. I hope it can become a demon king so I can embrace it, but the reality is too heartbreaking. It turned into a licking dog instead. At that moment, He Huang outside was happily devouring the food Yi brother had given. It pondered, with the protection of my master, even if the demon emperor of Nanling were to appear, it would only be like an ant in front of my master. He Huang, I exist today may be all thanks to the painting my master drew for me. It's because of that I could awaken my bloodline. While licking the bowl clean, He Huang planned to give his master a surprise gift. After finishing speaking, he also disappeared, while Yi brother continued to sleep soundly. The next morning, Yi brother woke up feeling extremely uncomfortable. He instinctively felt that the bed today was unusually small and felt somewhat cramped. Then he felt a strange sensation on his palm. At this moment, Yi brother woke up completely upon realizing that someone was lying beside him. A beautiful blonde girl was sound asleep beside him. He startled and asked, who is this? The girl, deeply asleep, moved freely, causing Yi brother to react impulsively. Seeing the girl in front of him, he thought he was dreaming, so he decided to pat the girl's thigh on his own. As soon as I finished patting, I happily exclaimed, thinking this feeling was extremely real. At that moment, because of the patting sound, the girl woke up from her sleep. She felt strange sensing someone patting her, and she realized that it was someone intruding into her sect. She was Princess Yen Bing Xian of the De Yen Kingdom. As soon as she saw the man on the bed, Yen Bing Xian's face immediately turned dark. Yi brother, feeling frozen, quickly raised his hand to greet her good morning, while a hand was moving at lightning speed. The girl directly slapped Yi brother, then yelled loudly, interrogating, "Strange man, where did you come from? Who are you, and why are you on my bed? Do you know who I am?" Yi brother, after receiving the slap, lay on the floor, holding his swollen cheek, and said, then Yen Bing Xin shouted loudly, "Guards, quickly catch this person for me." Yi brother, now standing up from the floor, patiently explained to Yen Bing Xin, "Please calm down. Firstly, this is my house, secondly, this is my bed, and lastly, why should your status concern me?" But Yen Bing Xin didn't listen to what he said. She shouted from inside the room to outside, "Someone, take this guy out and kill him." However, outside, there was only He Huang. With no doubt, Yen Bing Xin was the surprise gift that He Huang had prepared for his master. Poor Yi brother was kicked out by her. The kick was so strong that he fell to the ground, unaware of what was happening and where this girl came from. Behind him, He Huang kept barking, "Woof woof," wanting to ask his master if he liked the gift or not. As soon as he saw He Huang, Yi brother immediately guessed that this had something to do with his dog. He angrily criticized, "How could you let someone in like that?" He Huang barked, "Woof woof," while trying to explain to his master that it didn't let strangers in randomly but rather brought them back for its master. Meanwhile, Yen Bing Xin in the room was suspiciously pondering, "Last night, I was clearly sleeping in the inn. How could I appear here? Is it because of the guy from earlier? But his clumsy and unrefined appearance doesn't seem like someone with deep cultivation. Can he avoid the countless talismans?" Thinking this, Yen Bing Xin made a decision. She planned to extract information from Yi brother. If he had ill intentions, she would report him to her father for punishment. Upon stepping outside, Yen Bing Xin adopted an authoritative stance, calling for Yi brother. Seeing no response from him, she swiftly walked ahead. Spotting Yi brother playing chess, she scolded, "Hey, I'm calling you. Why aren't you coming over?" Seeing him still ignoring her, she walked briskly towards him. Yen Bing Xin sneered with disdain, "A little thief like you, pretending to be elegant and playing chess here." Just as she was about to reach out to overturn the chessboard, her arms suddenly lost control. She panicked, not understanding what was happening and why it was so terrifying. In an instant, she felt the breath of the chess formation enveloping her, accompanied by a terrifying aura. The force seemed to crack her head open, and she desperately thought, "Is there anyone to rescue me?" Meanwhile, Yi brother noticed the figure before him. Seeing Yen Bing Xin's shriveled appearance like a soulless body, he suspected that she had transformed into this horrifying state after waking up. Could it be that she's planning to stage a robbery on me? He Huang, beside him, also sensed that something was wrong. It knew that its master's chess formation contained countless celestial principles and energies. A mere foundation establishment cultivator like her, whether in the strong divinity or void realm, wouldn't be able to withstand it. Then, He Huang thought, "Forget it, because this is the gift I prepared for my master, So I had no choice but to intervene and save her once." He Huang entered the dream realm where Yen Bing Xin was trapped. Upon seeing He Huang rushing in, she recognized, "That's the black dog from outside. It's able to break the illusion realm of the chess world and help me." Before she could think further, she was overwhelmed by the power, unable to comprehend what was happening anymore. She began to fall deeper into the dream realm. He Huang sensed that something was amiss. Yen Bing Xin's foundation establishment cultivation stage was too weak, and she was being pressured by the vast avenue, causing her soul to separate. He Huang then followed the direction of Yen Bing Xin's descent. Suddenly, within the chessboard, the figure of Yi brother appeared. He seemed like a great power determining the fate of the world, preparing to make a decisive move representing the ultimate chess principle. Below the chessboard were black and white chess pieces, along with the soul of Yen Bing Xin descending. After making the white move, the game was over. Yi brother chuckled and said triumphantly, "Little He Zi showed off her chicken feet, right? This end game has finally been resolved by me." After a while, she regained consciousness but didn't understand why she was kneeling on the ground. Yen Bing Xian was startled and trembling, thinking to herself, just now, I felt my soul drifting, like I just took a stroll through the gate of hell. It's terrifying. Thinking this, Yen Bing Xian glanced at He Huang, pondering, he might have broken the illusion realm of the chess world to help me. Perhaps this black dog already has the cultivation of a demon king. He Huang's appearance was just like an ordinary black dog, no one would have guessed it was a demon king. Reflecting on Yi brother's intervention, she was still frightened, thinking, if it wasn't for him breaking the soul separation, I might have perished many lifetimes ago. Meanwhile, He Huang also displayed a hint of disdain, relieved that his master was powerful enough to prevent her from being wiped out in this vast secret realm of the chess world. Seeing Yen Bing Xian looking at him with a fearful expression, he inquired about her well-being, but she didn't bother to listen. Yen Bing Xian always believed that someone capable of playing the chess game containing such terrifying power, where a single move could decide life or death, could also tame a demon king black dog as a pet. Suddenly, she thought of something that made her blush with excitement. Could this be the hidden great power mentioned in the ancient book? Because of this thought, she felt a chill down her spine. Earlier, she had taken action and knocked him out. Not only that, but I've been rude and disrespectful, I might have angered this expert. Seeing her silent with her expression changing constantly, he couldn't wait any longer and gently reminded, Miss, you've been staring at the chessboard for so long, you must be skilled at chess, right? Would you like to have a match with me? At this question, she was startled and her body trembled. Yen Bing Xian knelt on the ground, her mind filled with the words of her ancestor. Because the old patriarch once said that the temperament of great power is extremely ancient and peculiar. Just now, I unintentionally offended him and bore the consequences in the chess world. I should bow while it's still early. She stood up, clasped her hands respectfully, and said, No, no, how dare a junior show an axe to a worker in front of a senior, comma. As she uttered these words, she cried all her tears and thought, I wonder if the senior is satisfied with this answer. Suddenly, he laughed and said, It's okay, for many years I haven't had anything to do, just researching these little tricks. Although he said so, in his heart, he had different thoughts. Why suddenly call me senior? Do I really seem that old? Why does everyone call me that? Hearing his words, Yen Bing Xian froze, nothing to do. Could it be that this senior's cultivation has reached its peak, practiced to the point where there's nothing left to cultivate? While she was lost in her thoughts, Yi brother asked, What's your name? And where are you from? Why did you appear in my house? His actions now had the grace of an expert, with gestures and movements that seemed to exude a charming aura. Upon hearing his question, she promptly replied, I'm Yen Bing Xian, a knight from the imperial capital Yen Kingdom. She answered before knowing anything about this person's background. Then it's still better not to reveal your true identity to avoid causing trouble for the emperor. Hearing this, he picked up another black chess piece and continued, I see your attire is quite beautiful. Are you also someone cultivating immortals? Have you joined any sect, comma, she replied, Not yet. I have a few masters at home who guide me. Upon hearing this, he responded, I see. But in Yi brother's heart, he felt incredibly bitter and wanted to kick this little girl out onto the street. What are you guys? And that's it, can a normal family invite a few cultivating immortals? Damn, this life is really a bitch, poor people are miserable, rich people are rich, damn it. Yi brother and Yen Bing Xian played chess together. As Yi brother made a move with his white chess piece, he asked, Yen, how should the black pieces escape now? Yen Bing Xian pondered, and as the black pieces were surrounded, she suddenly fell into an illusion realm, drifting in a strange space. Her body enveloped by a thin stream of qi, she thought, I can feel a vast avenue rolling like an ocean covering the entire world, still the aura of Tianji Dao, unlike the aggressive inner intent last time, Tianji Dao this time seems much friendlier to a foundation establishment like me. Yen Bing Xian breathed heavily, her face flushing for a short while. she had broken through Foundation establishment just like that. In the midst of the tranquil space, a voice echoed, "Yen Mississippi." At the sound of the call, Yen Bing Xian also regained consciousness. Breathing heavily, she saw Yi brother waving his hands frantically in front of her, calling, "Yen Mississippi." Yi brother felt helpless, thinking. Forget it, these cultivating immortals seem to be seriously ill. Yen Bing Xian suddenly asked, "May I ask, Senior, what kind of chess are you playing?" Yi brother stood up, turned around, and said, "It's just something to pass the time when bored." Then he said, "It's the 5-element chess." Yen Bing Xian exclaimed, "5-element chess," while the little Hazy behind her tugged on her dress. "Little girl, don't let it encroach on you. If you fall in, I won't save you anymore." Yen Bing Xian still took the opportunity to say, "Let me take a look, just one look." At the same time, on the holy land of Tai Xian, in the main hall of the master's residence, Yuan Jian pointed and exclaimed loudly, "Shaoqi town should have been wiped out by now." At this moment, the holy master Tai Xian Chang Xian Zhenren spoke up, "Senior Yuan Jian, please calm down." The master of spirit sword peak, Yuan Jian Zhenren, continued, "My sword peak has also been plagued by many useless individuals with depleted spiritual power, so for hundreds of years, we haven't been able to select any good candidates. Wandering to this last step is now the weakest place among the peaks of Tai Xian, the master of the management peak." Zhu Jiu Zhenren also couldn't remain silent. "How could we abandon it? Senior Yuan Jian, please refrain from speaking recklessly. Shaoqi town is where our founding ancestor ascended, Yun Feng stroked his beard mockingly. "Indeed, sometimes one should look for problems within oneself. Are you seriously cultivating? Is your realm approved? You and senior disciple Lu Wushuang have been stuck in the middle stage for many years. What else do you expect in choosing a good candidate?" Yuan Jian, extremely angry, exclaimed, "You little monkey. It's been over half a year since I assumed the position of overseeing cultivation, The holy master intervened, "Senior Yuan Jian, we are all cultured individuals here, there's no need for such violence." While Yuan Jian was still very angry, a voice called out, "Master, a disciple has come to report on the situation of the newly admitted disciples." The holy master placed a hand on Yuan Jian's shoulder and advised, "Listen to the report on this year's new admissions first, then speak." With permission granted, the disciple from outside stepped in, looking very lively. He clasped his hands together and said, "Dual spiritual roots, an extremely rare attribute in 1,000 years for the holy land of Tai Xian. For 30 consecutive years, the most handsome holy son of the holy land of Tai Xian, Li Changming, pays respects to the esteemed masters." Yuan Jian chuckled, "Changming, there's no need for such formalities with us." Chang Xian also chimed in, "That's right, we've all seen the look of our children pulling their crotch pants. Listen to 3 words that pull your pants." Li Changming blushed a bit. He coughed a few times to regain his composure and then said, "This time, the holy land of Tai Xian has accepted 180 new disciples, with 100 disciples having low-grade spiritual roots from Changyang, Dong Lai, and Anyi." Upon hearing this, Zhu Jiu Zhenren cheered happily, "They all belong to our sect's jurisdiction." Li Changming continued to read, 72 disciples with mid-grade spiritual roots from Jinyang, Sotang, and Huiyan. Upon hearing this result, Yun Feng Zhenren was extremely pleased. "That's fantastic, Yuan Jian brother, it's been over 5 years since we were there. How is it that even with Shaoqi town under your control, you don't have any mid-grade spiritual roots?" Mocked by Yun Feng, Yuan Jian was filled with anger, causing his body to tremble. Unable to contain himself, he angrily drew his sword. "What kind of nonsense is this about the ascended heritage of our sect's founder? I must level Shaoqi town to the ground." In the midst of Yuan Jian's agitation, Li Changming spoke again, 1 disciple with high-grade spiritual roots, and 7 disciples with top-grade spiritual roots are from Shaoqi town. His expression changed abruptly as he asked in disbelief, "What did you say? 7 top-grade spiritual roots disciples from Shaoqi town? Li Changming responded calmly, "Congratulations, Uncle Yuan Jian and Holy Land Tai Xian, for accepting such talented disciples." Zhu Jiuzhenren seemed very surprised by this turn of events, exclaiming loudly, "This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Why did so many Tao geniuses suddenly appear in Shaoqi town? In nearly 300 years, Shaoqi town only had one disciple with mid-grade spiritual roots." Yuan Jian asked angrily, "Why is that? Do you only allow yourselves to accept 3,000 disciples? Do you only allow disciples with top-grade spiritual roots?" Zhu Jiu quickly replied, "Holy Master, who knows if the disciples were audited and reported false data just to maintain appearances? Holy Master, please investigate." The Holy Master paid some attention to this matter and said, "Wait a moment." He personally held the list in his hand and examined it, while Yunfeng and Yuan Jian also leaned in to take a look. Yuan Jian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he scanned the list. And the Holy Master, looking at the list, seemed incredulous as he said, "The disciples who entered the sect before all had names like a cat or a dog, but after coming to the mountain and learning letters, they changed their names. But look at this, all 7 of them have remarkably distinguished names." Everyone looked over and murmured, "Wei Zhongxian has a hint of Confucianism in his name, perhaps he was enlightened by some Confucian master. Li Qingzhao sounds resolute and transcendent. Wu Sangui sounds quite heroic. Li Chunfeng's name has a touch of elegance of a Taoist." Holy Master, Yuan Jian and Yunfeng both share the same thought. Could it be that the expert who enlightened these disciples is also a supreme figure of the twin star Confucianism? Yuan Jian suddenly raised the list high and exclaimed, "This is the heaven's blessing, the benevolent spirits of our ancestors." Yunfeng asked, "Holy Master, senior brother doesn't say anything. Senior brother also finds it strange, right?" The Holy Master, with a somewhat stern expression, began to ponder, why would Shaoqi town have so many talented individuals in just a few short years? Upon reflection, there seems to be only one possibility, the founder. Could it be that the founder who ascended at Shaoqi town in our sect has returned to enlighten these children? At this moment, Yuan Jian was still jubilant, cheering, "My spirit sword peak is saved." Yunfeng, upon hearing the good news about Yuan Jian's Shaoqi town, seemed less pleased and said, "It's still too early to draw conclusions. Let's wait for the results of the trials before determining anything." Chang Xian pondered for a moment and added, "Indeed, since ancient times, the trials have been the test of the aptitude of new disciples entering the sect. Even if Changming had top-grade dual attribute spiritual roots, it would still take 7 hours to reach the peak." Li Changming, hearing this, quickly corrected, "It's actually 6 hours and 3 minutes, but Yi Yun and Yuan Jian resumed their argument. Yunfeng Zhenren raised his voice, "Yuan Jian, if your disciples can't even reach the foot of the mountain, then even if their spiritual roots are top grade, it's just wishful thinking." Yuan Jian vehemently protested, "I wonder who's feeling jealous." At that moment, a loud voice suddenly echoed outside the main gate, prompting the elders and the Holy Master to step out. They discovered Lu Wushuang and the children waiting outside. Lu Wushuang bowed and said, "Disciple Lu Wushuang has brought 7 new disciples to pay respects to the venerable masters." The Holy Master sternly asked, "Eldest niece Wushuang, how dare you intervene in the latter trial?" Lu Wushuang replied, "Disciple dares not. Disciple just arrived and found that these 7 disciples had already passed the latter trial and were waiting here." The Holy Master and the 2 elders were stunned to hear this. They've been waiting here from before. At the summit of a mountain sits a sect, where a group of young disciples are bowing to their master to join the sect. Each disciple bows and addresses the master. Disciple Li Go, Li Chun Feng, pays respects to master, followed by disciple Fan Zhong Yan, disciple Wu Sangui, bows to master, and the last one, Wei Zhong Xian, pays respects to master. When Holy Master Tai Xian sees his 3 obedient disciples, tears well up in his eyes as he says, good children, rebuilding the glory of our spirit sword peak, I cannot refuse." Holy Master then extends his hand towards Chun Feng and calls him over. Chun Feng, come here. He then places his hand on Chun Feng's head and continues. Let me check your spiritual roots. Chun Feng obediently stands still for the master to examine his spiritual roots. After inspecting Chun Feng's spiritual roots, Holy Master Tai Xian is astonished and exclaims, these are celestial-grade spiritual roots nurtured by the southern heavenly qi. Lu Wushuang, observing from outside, hears the master's reaction and approaches to ask, Holy Master, what is southern heavenly qi? What are celestial-grade spiritual roots? Seeing that his disciple doesn't understand, the master explains, when cultivating to a very high realm, one can resonate with the vast avenue and open up the spiritual avenue. It's called the southern heavenly qi, he continued, and the celestial-grade spiritual roots, as the name suggests, have been nurtured by the southern heavenly qi since childhood. He added, only then can one obtain such supreme attribute spiritual roots. Holy Master stroked his beard and furrowed his brow, saying, 1,000 years ago, our 5 great holy lands once joined forces, intending to create a place with the southern heavenly qi, but after several attempts, all failed. He looked at the group of young disciples bowing to him, wondering, where did Shaoqi town's leader with the southern heavenly qi come from? Moreover, how did they already produce 7 celestial-grade spiritual roots like this? The 3 senior figures standing outside watching the disciples bowing to the master echoed each other's thoughts. Yunfeng Zhenren chuckled, if what you say is true, then the cultivation of the individuals in Shaoqi town is truly formidable. Following Yunfeng's words, Jiu Zhenren added, if I could witness their demeanor once, I'd have no regrets in this lifetime. Yuan Jian Zhenren, listening to their conversation, burst into laughter, without coming to our Tai Xian holy land, they probably wouldn't even consider us. Lu Wushuang, standing outside, seemed to have sensed something. She quietly thought, it seems I've underestimated the senior's cultivation as too conservative, unexpectedly causing even the Holy Master to feel apprehensive. The Holy Master turned to Yuan Jian and said, Yuan Jian, you and Wushuang lead these 7 disciples who have joined the sect back to Spirit Sword Peak. Upon hearing this, Yuan Jian grinned and replied with a sure to the Holy Master. He then cheerfully turned and said, let's go. At Spirit Sword Peak, Yuan Jian, the master of the peak, sat enjoying tea and remarked, Wushuang, I sense a lot of sword qi around you. You've harvested quite a bit from this trip to Shaoqi town, haven't you? Wushuang quickly bowed and reported. Yes, master, I dare not hide anything. I've broken through to the 7th level of the Jin Yuan Sword Sutra. One simple statement left the old master astonished beyond words. He couldn't believe what he had just heard from Wushuang and immediately asked, what in the world? The 7th level? His eyes widened, and he leaned forward, placing his hand on her shoulder. You had just recently broken through to the 5th level, and now you've advanced 2 levels so quickly. Seeing the panic in her eyes upon hearing this news, she quickly calmed herself and said, Master. The person shouldn't get too excited after hearing what the disciple said, the Holy Master said calmly after hearing her words, then sat down and cleared his throat a few times. He stood up decisively, turned around, stroked his beard, and said, could it be that you encountered that esteemed person in Shaoqi town? Wushuang raised her hand to her forehead and replied, your guess is correct. Both I and junior sister accidentally found the hiding place of Senior Yi. She then took out a scroll of paper from her sleeve and continued, furthermore, we also found Senior's signature. Wushuang respectfully presented the scroll of paper to her master again and said, it was precisely after admiring this painting that I was able to make a breakthrough. Her words startled the old master, who turned to look at her. He took the scroll of paper from Wushuang's hand and said, let the Grand Master take a look. Unrolling the painting revealed a striking young man. As the old master examined the scroll closely, it emitted a dazzling light, leaving him to exclaim, this is. He scrutinized the painting carefully, visibly shocked and stunned. In the tranquil morning garden, Yi Changqing was leisurely playing chess while Yan Bing Xian watched him intently. As she observed the chess pieces on the board, her eyes sparkled brightly. Yi Changqing noticed her staring at him and snapped, "Why are you staring at me, Yan Bing Xian?" Yan Bing Xian clasped her hands together and replied with a cheerful smile, "Oh, nothing at all, senior. Just carry on with your business." "I'm just looking." Seeing her gaze at the chessboard with enthusiasm, he silently wondered, "What's going on?" Ever since Yan Bing Xian started looking at my chessboard, her attitude towards me seems to have done a complete 360-degree turn. Every morning when she woke up, Yan Bing Xian would see him and greet, "Mr. Yi, up so early?" He would reply, "Seems like you're up even earlier than me, always treating me with such respect like a senior." One day, Yi Changqing even saw Yan Bing Xian sweeping the courtyard, and he said, "You don't need to do that." But she replied, "It's okay, I'm not tired." Seeing her diligently cleaning, he said, "Yan Bing Xian, take a rest," but her response was always, "It's okay, I'm not tired." Watching her pour tea for him, he silently harbored a sense of unease, thinking, something's not right. There must be something suspicious going on. Could she also be trying to buy my equipment at a low price? Yan Bing Xian happily poured tea for him and invited, "Please, Mr. Yi, have some tea." Suddenly, he assumed that she was fond of his handsome appearance, and his body, hungry and thirsty, couldn't resist. He silently congratulated himself, "I mustn't treat others poorly." Yi Changqing moved the chess pieces on the board and called out, "Miss Yan," then raised his finger with a smile, "How about we go out and buy some food? Today, I'll cook a special braised pork dish that I've just researched." At the bustling marketplace, where traders and buyers swarmed, everyone waved and greeted Yi Changqing warmly. Yan Bing Xian followed behind, admiring him silently. Indeed a senior, his graceful gestures and noble demeanor shine wherever he goes. Receiving warm greetings from everyone, when they reached the vegetable stall, Yi Changqing pointed and remarked, "You dare to sell these wilted vegetables for 8 penny per half kilogram? Are the leaves made of gold or is the stem made of gold?" The vendor glared at him and retorted, "If you think it's expensive, don't buy it." Then she continued, "Are you buying or not?" Seeing Yi Changqing negotiating with the stall owner, Yan Bing Xian felt happy inside. Clearly, he is an outstanding strong individual. But I didn't expect him to be so modest and amiable. The two continued to the meat counter, where the meat seller warmly welcomed them. "Mr. Yi, what are you buying today?" Yi happily replied to the stall owner, 1 kilogram of premium pork belly. The meat seller cheerfully responded, "Sure thing," then handed him a neatly cut piece of meat. After giving the change back to Yi Changqing, the meat seller asked, "Is Mrs. Yi accompanying you today?" This remark made Yan Bing Xian blush and stand in a corner, feeling embarrassed. When teased by the meat seller, she covered her red face and silently thought, "Mrs. Yi, is he talking about me?" Yi Changqing hugged the bundle of vegetables, waved his hand, and chuckled, "You're thinking too much. Yan Bing Xian is my guest." The meat seller exclaimed loudly, "I heard Mrs. Wang next door say a few days ago that there was a lot of noise from your house. Take care of your health." Seeing Yan Bing Xian's embarrassment at the meat counter, Yi Changqing scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Yan Bing Xian, the people of Shaoqi town are straightforward. Yi brother knows you want to go to the imperial capital. I hope you don't keep it in your heart." Yan Bing Xian waved her hand shyly and said, "No, no." Yi Changqing turned around with a grimace and said, "Hurry back to the imperial capital, Mississippi. Our small sect and family really can't afford to keep you." She smiled happily and quietly muttered the words, "Mrs." under her breath. Suddenly, the crowd in the market panicked when they saw a group of armed people. Everyone shouted, "Run! Get out of the way!" The group of bandits brandished their swords, and one of them sniffed the air, pointing to a spot and said, "Boss, I smell He Huang's breath. He must be in there." Another person shouted loudly, "Good. Just bring that shameless He Huang back to the Red Fire King, and we'll surely be rewarded." The crowd laughed and cheered. "He Huang is badly injured, and now he's back to his original form. Our luck has turned," one of the bandits kicked the door open and shouted, "Little He Huang, come out here." He glared at He Huang angrily and shouted, "Today, I'll make sure you have nowhere to bury your body." He Huang looked disdainful and said, "You foolish pigs, your guts aren't small, huh? Daring to chase me here." The crowd saw little He Huang and rushed forward. "You've been beaten to a pulp and you still act tough. Get your little disciples over here." The little He Huang manifested his fierce soul and said, "Even if the Red Fire himself were to come in person, it wouldn't be enough to intimidate our master's Taoist sect. I didn't intend to kill you all, but you just broke into our master's place. It's truly annoying." Suddenly, cries of pain from the pig demons echoed in the sect. "What's going on? Boss, help. My demon pill is shattered." At the same time, in the Tai Xian Holy Land main hall, the elder Holy Master said to Li Chongming, "Chongming, you're the holy son I've nurtured with great effort. I really hope you'll take on the position of the next Holy Master. How do you see this great power appearing in Shaoqi town?" Li Chongming respectfully replied with folded hands, "Yes, Holy Master. From the actions of this expert, it seems there's no hostile intention towards our Tai Xian Holy Land. I speculate it's just passing through or coincidentally taking refuge here." The Holy Master responded indifferently, "If it's truly our lower world ancestor, then the Tai Xian Holy Land will surely prosper for 10,000 years. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud cry, "Holy Master, Senior Brother." The person excitedly rushing in was Yuan Jian, the junior brother of the Holy Master, with Lu Wushuang following behind, sighing softly. The Holy Master turned and asked, "Junior brother Yuan Jian, have you brought the disciples back to the sect?" But as the Holy Master looked closely, he suddenly exclaimed, "No, that's not it. You've had a breakthrough." A surge of energy emanated from Yuan Jian, causing the Holy Master's eyes to widen in astonishment. Rushing forward eagerly, the Holy Master asked, "You've been at this realm for 2,000 years, why the sudden breakthrough?" But Yuan Jian disregarded his senior brother's words, hastily presenting a painting drawn by Yi Changqing, saying, "Whether there's a breakthrough or not is not important. Look at this." The Holy Master looked at the painting, puzzled. "It's just a painting. What's so special about it?" However, as the Holy Master leaned in closer, the painting suddenly emitted a brilliant light, illuminating the surroundings. The image of Yi Changqing sitting cross-legged appeared. The Holy Master was greatly surprised. "What is this situation?" Surrounding Yi Changqing were countless swords poised to strike, the light blindingly bright. Along with that, countless sword chi appeared, leaving everyone astonished. "What's happening? Where is this sword chi coming from?" Wu Shuang quickly reminded, "Holy Master, please close the painting." The intensity of this light made it difficult for Lu Wushuang to keep her eyes open. The Holy Master promptly reacted, closing the painting, his breath quickening as he tightly held it in his hand, but after a brief moment, the entire mansion was filled with swords scattered everywhere. The Holy Master looked at these swords, but in the blink of an eye, they gradually vanished. The Holy Master, filled with excitement, placed his hand on Yuan Jian's shoulder and asked, "Junior brother Yuan Jian, where did you obtain this painting? The sword chi contained within it surpasses my understanding." Yuan Jian glanced at Lu Wushuang behind him and said, "Let Wushuang explain." Lu Wushuang, upon being mentioned, quickly bowed and replied, "Yes, Holy Master. This painting was gifted by a senior expert in Shaoqi town, who also allowed me to learn from them at any time." Hearing this, Li Chongming hurriedly asked, "Junior sister Lu, is what you're saying true?" Lu Wushuang solemnly affirmed, "Absolutely no falsehood, junior sister, and I can testify to that." Upon hearing this, the Holy Master suddenly burst into laughter. Yuan Jian and Li Chongming asked in confusion, "Why is the Holy Master laughing?" Pausing, the Holy Master joyfully exclaimed, "Tai Xian Holy Land is blessed now. Eldest niece Wushuang, a painting from such a great power, can lead your master to break through realms and allows you to learn anytime. Do you know what this proves? Modestly, Lu Wushuang asked. I am ignorant, please enlighten me, Holy Master. The Holy Master continued, it proves that the expert you encountered is likely our ancestor who ascended to the upper world years ago. Being able to learn any time is evidence that he won't leave Shaoqi town temporarily. The Holy Master was ecstatic, saying, Tai Xian Holy Land is about to soar once again. Pointing at Lu Wushuang, he declared, Wushuang, from today onwards, you are the holy girl of Tai Xian Holy Land, just like Holy Son Li Changming. Lu Wushuang was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face as she exclaimed. At the same time, Li Changming wore an incredulous expression, and both exclaimed, what? Tai Xian Holy Land was bustling with disciples, and the news spread quickly, becoming a topic of discussion. I heard that Lu's senior sister of Spirit Sword Peak has been appointed as a holy girl. Is this action by the Holy Master too rash? Ji junior sister paid attention to those gossips, and Lu Wushuang could clearly hear them too. However, they continued their discussion. We originally thought that Li's senior brother was the designated successor of the Holy Master, but now it's hard to say. Li's senior brother is so self-absorbed, he might be furious this time, Ji junior sister curiously asked. Senior sister, does the Holy Master really intend to replace Changming's senior brother with you? Lu Wushuang replied coldly, although I have a talent for cultivating immortals, my spiritual roots are only of single attribute, so I don't have the qualifications to become a holy girl. This time, the Holy Master's appointment is definitely based on the promise that Senior Yi made to me. Ji junior sister was astonished, is that so? Even the Holy Master finds that handsome shopkeeper formidable. Lu Wushuang clenched her fists and said. Although my current abilities are not enough, as long as I seek guidance from Senior Yi a few times, I will definitely have the strength and qualifications to become a true holy girl. Somewhere else, Li Changming sighed heavily, why? He hugged a dry tree trunk and cried out in frustration, why did Master appoint Wushuang junior sister as the holy girl? Seeing Li Changming's distressed appearance, a junior sister hurriedly ran over to console him, senior brother, don't worry. Surely this time, Lu Wushuang has recruited some outstanding disciples with extraordinary spiritual roots in Shaoqi town. The Holy Master wants to reward her, so he appointed her. The words of the junior sister enlightened Li Changming. He stopped his weak demeanor and thought to himself, Shaoqi town. That's right, it must be because Wushuang junior sister encountered the lower world master in Shaoqi town and had a fortuitous encounter. Then, he suddenly stood up and laughed loudly, a sinister smile on his face. Li Changming waved his hand to summon his sword, and the strong wind nearly blew the junior sister away. He quickly wielded the sword with an excited expression and said, as someone with extraordinary talents and dual spiritual roots, the master will surely reward me. If he agrees to instruct me on a few things, then Wushuang junior sister won't have anything to threaten me with, and then he quickly walked away. Meanwhile, in Shaoqi town, Yi Changqing was walking with Yan Bing Xian, casually whistling as he walked. Suddenly, Yi Changqing turned and asked, by the way, Yan miss, you still haven't told me why you were sleeping on my bed that day. Yan Bing Xian looked flustered and replied, I don't know either. I was sleeping and felt a bit itchy. Yan Bing Xian hesitated, recalling, when I opened my eyes, I saw Mr. Yi touching me. Yi Changqing blushed and quickly waved his hand, stop, don't talk nonsense. I haven't done anything, but Yan Bing Xian grabbed his hand, which was waving in confusion, and said, I understand someone like Mr. Yi, of course, you're not interested in such trivial matters. Our meeting must have been guided by fate. Yi Changqing's embarrassed face made him think, what misunderstanding is she having? I'm actually very interested in those matters. Turns out his inner thoughts weren't very consistent. But he suddenly shed tears, feeling warm and aggrieved as 2 lines of tears flowed down, thinking, it's just a pity that I don't have cultivation. Facing the noble daughter of the capital, I really dare not act. Suddenly, Yi Changqing's gaze collided with something, and before him was a trembling Li Changming. He wondered, who is that? Li Chongming trembled and said, why is it like this? Suddenly, he couldn't control himself and shouted, why does Shaoqi Town have a monster like this? Going back a moment earlier, Li Chongming had already entered Shaoqi Town with his sword drawn. Observing the area, he thought to himself, indeed, as my master said, the spiritual veins beneath Shaoqi Town have surged again. He quickly made his way with his sword. Now, at Yi Changqing's general store, Li Chongming didn't hesitate to come down. I found it. This is the place with the most intense aura, he thought to himself. Li Chongming looked up and suddenly saw a sign emitting a powerful light. He quickly realized something and shouted, this is not good. Immediately after, a sword appeared and rushed towards him, aiming straight at Li Chongming and piercing through him. Li Chongming bent over, panting, thinking, although I don't cultivate sword Dao, I can still sense the immense power contained within it. Wu Shuang Jr. sister must have received her fate here. I have indeed arrived at the right place. With that, Li Chongming clasped his hands over his chest and sincerely bowed, saying, Li Chongming, holy son of Tai Xian Holy Land, pays respects to the ancestral master, but all he received in return was a gust of wind and silence. Seeing the wide-open door, he wondered, could it be that the ancestral master has already left? Then Li Chongming decided to step inside, thinking, although it's not appropriate to suddenly enter the ancestral master's residence. I have hidden from my master to come out. There isn't much time to stay here, so I must gain something this time. Li Chongming entered the room, standing before something covered in fur and foliage, and said, I am Li Chongming, disciple of Tai Xian Holy Land, but before he could finish his sentence, the body of the giant beast emitted a powerful aura, surrounded by the carcasses of wild animals. It turned its head, its wolf-like eyes glaring at Li Chongming, then the giant wolf rushed towards him without any hesitation. This sight frightened Li Chongming to the point where his eyes widened and he screamed silently. Damn of Demon King! He exclaimed in fear, collapsing to the floor, his body trembling uncontrollably as he wondered, why would a Demon King-level beast appear in such a small town? Suddenly, a hand rested on Li Chongming's shoulder, and then Yi Changqing appeared, his presence ominous, causing Li Chongming to scream out loud. Yi Changqing reverted to his gentle demeanor and asked, what happened to you, young master? Li Chongming, shivering, pointed inside and stammered, there's. His incomplete words piqued Yi Changqing's curiosity about his own store. What's in my shop? He inquired. Learning of Li Chongming's shock, he exclaimed, in your shop. Yi Changqing bent down to pick up the bag of vegetables and replied, yes, I am the owner of this grocery store. He hugged the bag of vegetables and began to approach, asking, is there something strange in the room? Li Chongming, kneeling helplessly on the ground, tried to stop him. Wait, it's dangerous. Yi Changqing stepped into the house, inspecting it thoroughly. Let me see, he muttered. However, the scene inside the house left him utterly astonished. There were numerous wild boars in the room. He wondered, why are there so many wild boars here? Then he clapped his hands, exclaiming, ah! I understand now. Yi Changqing handed the basket of vegetables to Yan Bing Xian, saying, Miss Yan, could you please take these items to the kitchen for me? Then he turned to Li Chongming and said, young master, I believe you've misunderstood something. Li Chongming, bewildered, asked, misunderstood? Misunderstood what? Still at Yi Changqing's shop, he carefully explained, while my shop occasionally buys some items from the mountains, we don't buy wild boars. Li Chongming, once again puzzled, asked, what do you mean? Not buying wild boars? Li Chongming looked horrified at the beast's corpse, thinking, does he want me to clean up the demon corpses in the room for him? Big Dog ran up to Yi Changqing, barking a few times. Li Chongming's gaze stopped on the dog, and as soon as he saw it, he quickly stepped back 3 meters, trembling, pointing and unable to speak. It. Yi Changqing lifted up De Hei's head and introduced, this is the pet that I raise. Though a bit silly, don't find it too strange, but while Yi Changqing wasn't paying attention, De He looked at Li Changming with a fierce expression. Li Changming was terrified to the point his face drained of color, silently thinking, could he be turning a demon king-level monster into a pet? Could this person be? Taking a deep breath, Li Changming quickly bowed and said, Li Changming, disciple of Tai Xian Holy Land, pays respects to senior. I purposely came here today to seek guidance. Yi Changqing was taken aback, blurting out, huh? His face turned pale as he thought, another person from Tai Xian Holy Land, calling me senior. It's definitely not a good sign. Yi Changqing was furious and trembling, thinking, last time, that girl exchanged my painting for 3 coins. This time, they didn't even bring money and wanted to use wild boars as payment. Are cultivators all so extravagant? But Yi Changqing carefully considered, these pigs are quite fat. Selling one to Zhang the butcher could fetch 7 or 8 liang. Li Changming was bewildered, thinking, why isn't senior saying anything? Is it because I barged into his house, so he's thinking of how to punish me? He became even more shocked, thinking, I must have annoyed senior. But at this moment, Yi Changqing was carefully calculating the price of the wild boars. 1 pig is worth 8 liang, 4 pigs make 32, at least 30 liang. His eyes lit up at the prospect of a profit, then Yi Changqing changed his attitude, patting Li Changming on the shoulder and helping him up, saying, no need to rush, my guest. Please, take your time. He smiled, silently thinking, it seems even cultivators speak reason. Then he cheerfully asked, are you also here to seek calligraphy and painting? Li Changming, bewildered, thought, calligraphy and painting. Could it be that extraordinary holy object that Wu Shuang Jr.'s sister showed to master? Excitedly, Li Changming quickly grabbed Yi Changqing's hand and replied, you're absolutely right, sir. I've come precisely for that reason. Yi Changqing smiled and led the way, saying, then, please follow me. He chuckled as he whispered to himself, if someone has given so many wild boars, we must take it seriously. But this young man doesn't know those wild boars are demon beasts that De He killed fresh this afternoon. At that moment, Li Changming chuckled silently. Little did I expect the master to be so easygoing. Not surprising that he guessed my identity as the Holy Son. He must have noticed my rare dual spiritual roots and attributes, the most handsome in 30 years of the Tai Xian Holy Land. He was extremely self-conceited, frolicking under the sunset of the Tai Xian Holy Land, in the prime of his youth. Li Changming even imagined playing chase with Yi Changqing under the gentle sunlight. Yi Changqing asked Li Changming, young master, is there anything you'd like to write? Smooth sailing. Heaven rewards the diligent. Family harmony brings prosperity. But Li Changming was lost in laughter, leaving Yi Changqing suspicious. What's wrong with this little guy? Even Yi Changqing's pet secretly judged. I was worried he'd see through me, but turns out he's just a bit simple-minded. Then it aggressively lunged forward, biting Li Changming. No disrespect in front of the master, its small mouth clamped tightly onto Li Changming's arm. Yi Changqing heard the noise and turned to ask, are you okay? The scene returned to normal, and Li Changming scratched his head, replying, I'm fine, I'm fine. Please continue, sir. I'm looking forward to it. Meanwhile, De He acted as if nothing happened and continued whistling casually. Yi Changqing raised the pen enthusiastically, saying, in that case, I'll just have to show a little more. Just then, Yan Bing Xin entered, announcing that our senior had finished storing the items. Her expression became serious, thinking, is senior planning to write something? Yan Bing Xin quickly rushed back, saying, senior, let me sharpen the ink for you. Yi Changqing replied, then please. Yan, do it for me. Yan Bing Xin even intentionally pushed Li Changming away, approaching to sharpen the ink. Yan Bing Xin thought to herself, before, I only saw the surface of Yi Senior's chessboard, but if it's calligraphy, I wonder how profound the legal principles contained within will be. Yi Changqing started dipping the ink, outlining the flowing lines on the paper. At that moment, the pen was only 0.01 millimeters away from the paper, but after a quarter of a candle's burning, everyone who had seen this calligraphy would be completely enamored. Yan Bing Xian silently pondered. Mr. Yi has completely immersed himself in it, Li Changming observed with intense focus on Yi Changqing's movements. This might be a once-in-a-lifetime creation for me, he thought, while Yi Changqing casually added another stroke of the brush. Li Changming inadvertently glimpsed the illusion realm and couldn't help but be astonished. Before Li Changming and Yan Bing Xian lay a scene of majestic mountains and flowing rivers, accompanied by a gentle breeze and a flock of cranes soaring. Yan Bing Xian remarked, "The atmosphere is magnificent when Yi Senior wields his brush, as if one can see and touch it firsthand." Li Changming stood atop a mountain and said, "I can feel it," tears welling in his eyes. "I can feel the moment Yi Senior lifts his brush, sets it down with intention and inspiration," he exclaimed, probing the aura around him and confirming, "This is not mere coincidence, this is destiny." Li Changming raised his head, his face filled with awe. The painting of the majestic mountains revealed the words, "Manifestations change with time, but the wonder remains constant." Yi Changqing set down his brush, feeling a slight fatigue in his arms. He silently assessed, "Not bad." Hearing a strange sound nearby, he turned to look. Yi Changqing noticed that Yan Bing Xian and Li Changming were in a peculiar state, so he asked, "What's wrong with you two?" When he didn't receive a response, he gently placed his hand on their shoulders and said, "You too," prompting Yan Bing Xian and Li Changming to regain consciousness. Yi brother kindly reminded Li Changming, "Li Gongzi, you've had a few episodes of madness today. If you're unwell, you should seek treatment promptly." Li Changming quickly bowed respectfully and said, "In the transcendent realm of Senior, Junior has learned a great deal." Yi brother modestly replied, "It's just a trivial skill, nothing worthy of meeting you." But internally, he felt elated. Expressing all his joy, "Haha, finally, there's someone with an eye for quality." Yi brother rolled up the calligraphy he had just drawn and handed it to Li Changming, saying, "Here, I give this to you." Li Changming cautiously reached out with both hands to accept it and responded, "Thank you, Senior. Please give this calligraphy a name." Yi brother pondered for a moment and then said, slightly bowing his head, "It's only meant as a token of appreciation for your hospitality." Then, he was enlightened and exclaimed, "So let's call it gratitude afterward," Yi brother suggested. However, Li Changming was a thoughtful person. After hearing the simple name Yi brother had given, he couldn't stop pondering. Gratitude implies respect for virtues and treasures, while afterward symbolizes future blessings. Senior is truly a great power sect master who ascended to the upper world. To be able to articulate such a mystical phrase, Li Changming began to worry, but I follow the holy master on the path of immortality Tao. Yet, this painting contains the supreme sword aura. Could it be that the patriarch is hinting that I've been mistaken in my cultivation? No wonder my cultivation has not progressed in recent years. Perhaps my true goal is the path of the sword." Yi brother waved his hand and said in a cold tone, "I won't assist you any further with these matters. Take it and figure it out for yourself." Feeling alarmed, Li Changming thought, "The patriarch is reminding me to quickly discern my true nature and carefully consider the path I'm on." Then, Li Changming hastily sheathed his sword and departed with tears in his eyes, saying, "But abandoning the path of immortality Tao also means renouncing the position of Holy Son. I apologize, Senior, I need to think carefully." Watching the strange figure depart, Yi brother wondered, what is he talking about? "I just told him to take it home and decorate it." The scene shifts to the Holy Land Tai Xian, where the Holy Master is sipping tea when a voice calls out to him, "Holy Master." Li Changming quickly stomps his feet and rushes into the hall. Meeting the Holy Master, he immediately falls to his knees, weeping, "Master, I've been unfilial." This causes the Holy Master to spit out his tea in surprise. With tears streaming down his face, Li Changming pitifully asks, "Master, have you realized that your disciple cannot compete for the position of holy son? The old master, unaware of what shock his disciple has experienced, sheds a tear, thinking, since childhood, Changming has been trained as the holy son. Now suddenly, with the addition of a holy girl, his heart must be in turmoil. Li Changming remains kneeling, looking extremely despondent. The holy master approaches him, holding his disciple's shoulders with a solemn expression, saying, Changming, don't dwell on it. Your master won't hide anything from you anymore. Li Changming listens, startled. Li Changming frantically waved his hands in futile explanation, no, master, I didn't mean that. But the holy master continued, you don't know that the senior hidden in Shaoqi town values Wushuang and has agreed to guide her cultivation at any time. Despite Li Changming gesturing behind his back, the holy master continued earnestly, the cultivation of that senior is profound and unfathomable, causing fear in people. The Holy Land Tai Xian may have been monitored by him for a long time, and your master had to make this decision. Li Changming interrupted, please listen to me. The holy master turned away, placing his hand on his disciple's shoulder, saying, I hope you understand your master's inner turmoil. Li Changming tried to explain helplessly, Master, I understand, but I wish you had listened to me first. The master, tears streaming down his face, urged, speak. Li Changming's face lit up with excitement as he boasted, actually, today I met that senior outside. But instead of a response, there was silence. In less than 3 seconds, the holy master delivered a slap that made Li Changming's jaw almost dislocate, saying, nonsense. Li Changming held his face in frustration, Master, why did you hit me? The holy master's face turned grim. If the ancestor has secluded himself, then it's obvious he doesn't want to be disturbed. Your thoughtless and sudden visit might have provoked him, causing disaster for our sect, Li Changming hurriedly explained, but, Master, the senior showed no signs of anger. In fact, he even gave me a calligraphy painting as a gift. The holy master exclaimed, what? Quickly, show it to me. Li Changming complied, presenting the calligraphy painting he had received. Master, the senior's gesture in the painting seems to imply that I've chosen the wrong path of cultivation, he added. The holy master examined the painting carefully. Just an ordinary scroll. Nothing special. It's not as exquisite as the calligraphy of the young girl Wushuang, he remarked. He was merely recounting the judgment from above. This foolish Changming truly believes it, he continued, then solemnly stated, Changming, remember that I chose you as the holy son because you can only accompany your master in cultivating the immortality Tao of our sect. Li Changming wanted to say more, but the holy master interrupted, no buts. He took the scroll from his disciple's hand and said, the painting bestowed upon Wushuang by the ancestor is exquisitely beautiful, within which truly contains the sword qi of the vast avenue that Wushuang cultivates. He unrolled the scroll disdainfully, this one of yours is merely a proclamation on paper, obviously the ancestor saw. But before he could finish the sentence, the painting immediately illuminated upon opening, and as Holy Master read through the words in the painting, he seemed to experience enlightenment. Tears welled up in his eyes, moved by the brilliant radiance of the painting. He thought, the ancestor truly is a supreme figure, borrowing this profound verse to impart the essence of sword qi to Changming in such depth. The painting bestowed upon Changming by Senior cannot be compared to even that of Wushuang's, despite its profound realm. Holy Master suddenly trembled, his face pale with doubt. Could it be that Changming is truly more suited for the cultivation of sword Dao? Li Changming, feeling frustrated, remained silent, tears streaming down his face. Holy Master paced anxiously, ignoring the calls from elsewhere until, finally, after a loud call from Li Changming, he jolted back to awareness. Turning back, Li Changming asked, Master, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, Holy Master trembled and grasped his disciple's hand. Changming, what you said just now was not wrong. Senior is indeed bestowing upon you a level of swordsmanship higher than that of the young Wushuang. Li Changming, looking puzzled, asked, so, what does Master mean? Holy Master sincerely replied, as the Holy Master and Holy Son of Tai Xian, we cannot go against the will of Senior. Holy Master firmly instructed, starting from today, you will use the motto the unpredictable is unchangeable, the symbol witnesses the limit, to cultivate sword Tao. Li Chongming's eyes immediately lit up in response, and he promptly obeyed Master's command, stamping his foot once before swiftly mounting his sword and flying off. Tears streamed down Holy Master's face, feeling a bit reluctant. You must remember Senior's expectations for you, Li Chongming replied from above, I understand, Master. Shortly after, the elders of Tai Xian were quickly summoned to the main hall. One of them inquired, Holy Master Senior Brother, why have you hastily called us here? Is there something urgent? But all they saw was a Holy Master weeping for his disciple, my only disciple, the sole seat of immortality Tao of Tai Xian Holy Land. They couldn't understand and began to speculate, what's wrong with Senior Brother? Maybe he had a mishap while practicing alchemy last night. Suddenly, Holy Master raised his voice and immediately regained his composure. All right, quiet down. Today, I have two matters to discuss with you all. Firstly, 2 days ago, I mentioned appointing Wu Shuang as the holy girl of our Tai Xian sect, without deposing the Holy Son, but rather to strengthen ties with the senior in Shaoqi town. Secondly, a month after the biennial martial arts gathering of Tai Xian and Ziqing Holy Lands will begin. The outstanding talents of Ziqing Holy Land will accompany Holy Master Su Ji Tian to our Tai Xian mountain for a competition. During this time, ensure that disciples train diligently without laziness. An elder spoke up, Holy Master Senior Brother, in previous martial arts gatherings, the disciples have always seen it as win or lose, but strangely, neither you nor Su Ji Tian have ever won. Upon hearing this, Holy Master felt like a dagger had been thrust into his head. Even Yuan Jian chimed in, that's right, Senior Brother, you should be the one focusing on cultivation. Ignoring Holy Master's anger, they continued their lively discussion. Losing once means a mid-grade spiritual treasure in 10,000-year herbs, always at the bottom, aren't you? Someone bluntly suggested, perhaps during the martial arts gathering, Senior Brother should stay hidden, and we'll say he's in seclusion. Holy Master, furious, erupted in frustration, what are you saying? Am I afraid of losing spiritual treasures and herbs? Then, trying to regain composure, he said, I only see Su Ji Tian's 4 dragons spouting water formation as extraordinary. It's truly rare, and it requires further observation, but the elders beside him couldn't contain their laughter. Even as Holy Master explained, you wouldn't understand since you're not the ones being challenged. Internally, he was screaming, I can't break through it, fundamentally, I can't break through it. Yuan Jian crossed his arms and hinted, perhaps the senior in Shaoqi town has a way to break the formation. Holy Master, skeptical yet intrigued, asked, is that so? Yuan Jian stepped forward to explain, think about it, Senior Brother. That senior is deeply involved in creation, probably living for countless years. His knowledge likely surpasses our imagination. What may seem like a complex strategy to you might just be child's play to him. Holy Master's mind was enlightened, but he tried to conceal his emotions as he said, Yuan Jian Jr. Brother makes a valid point. At the level of expertise that senior possesses, cultivating the mind through chess is one of the best methods. Internally, Holy Master had made a decision, I must seize this opportunity to visit and seek guidance from this senior. On the summit of a high mountain, Lu Wu Shuang was practicing diligently. She wielded her sword with decisive movements, relentlessly striking down. After severing the trunk of a large tree, she finally paused. She sheathed her sword and closed her eyes, sensing the essence of energy. Suddenly, applause echoed. Lu Wu Shuang opened her eyes to see Holy Master standing there. He had witnessed it all and offered her praise, not bad at all. I didn't expect your mastery of the Jin Yuan Sword Sutra's 7th level to be so proficient. Lu Wu Shuang quickly bowed respectfully, I am honored to receive your praise, Holy Master. It is all thanks to Senior Ye's guidance that I have been able to gain new insights on the path of swordsmanship. Holy Master gently said, Wu Shuang. I have just discussed with the elders, and we have decided that after the martial arts competition between the two holy lands, Ziqing and Taixuan, concludes, we will officially hold the grand ceremony to appoint the holy girl. Lu Wushuang's expression remained unchanged as she replied. Your disciple will follow the arrangements of Holy Master. He then turned around and pretended to cough a few times, signaling an end to the conversation. What do you think of the temperament of the senior residing in Shaoqi town? Lu Wushuang answered without hesitation, Senior Ye's cultivation is profound and mysterious, yet he treats others with kindness, gentleness, and approachability. Holy Master, at a loss for words, chuckled wryly, young lady, you are still young and may not understand the intentions of an expert. Perhaps Senior Yi saw potential in you and valued you for it. As hearing this, Lu Wushuang was both moved and delighted, asking eagerly, do you value me? Is it true? The Holy Master expressed frankly, I have prepared gifts to visit that senior in Shaoqi town. To make things smoother, I want you to be the one to introduce me and accompany me. Lu Wushuang bowed obediently, blushing as she thought to herself, I didn't expect to meet Senior Yi again so soon. The Holy Master reminded, remember, in front of Senior, don't call me Holy Master to avoid disrespecting the sect. Just say I'm an elder from your family. Switching scenes, Yi brother was sitting in his small courtyard while Yen Bing Xian began cleaning. Yi brother, holding a feather duster pen. Limbs started trembling. As Yen Bing Xian swept the courtyard, raising clouds of dust, it seemed like Yi brother was the only one affected by it. Helpless, he turned to Yen Bing Xian and said, Miss Yen, take a break. Yen Bing Xian cheerfully replied, I'm fine, Senior Yi, I'm not tired. Yi brother took the broom from Yen Bing Xian's hand, insisting, please rest for a while. There are so many hardships in Yi brother's heart, up and down. He had already inhaled all the dust. But Yen Bing Xian misunderstood Yi brother's kindness and said, then I'll go mend clothes and cook. Her words froze Yi brother. He hastily stopped her, no, please sit down. Yen Bing Xian looked puzzled, while Yi brother's face seemed to have encountered a cat's feces. He thought to himself, indeed, the little princess fell from the sky, useless in everything except eating. He was extremely frustrated, shedding tears, unfortunately, I can't do anything for her. When I'm angry, all I can do is be angry. Holding the feather pen, he angrily slammed it on the table, clearly indicating his anger. Yen Bing Xian said she would leave in a few days. But she hasn't left yet, and our house doesn't have spare food. Outside Shaoqi town, a group of unfamiliar people arrived. The girl at the back raised a jade talisman and announced, Lord Mansion, Jade Spirit Talisman said the 9th princess is in this town. Lu Chang he urged the people behind him, and they quickly passed through the gate into Shaoqi town. The girl was startled because the Jade Spirit Talisman suddenly stopped glowing. Lu Chang he observed the surroundings and said, originally, Shaoqi town is the spiritual land of the holy land of Taixuan. 8 parts has some sort of restriction. We can feel the abundant spiritual vast avenue energy here. Another young man disagreed, that's not right. I remember the spiritual energy of Shaoqi town dried up hundreds of years ago. Why isn't it over now, but on the contrary, it's even more intense? Lu Chang he remained emotionless, saying, I'm not sure. I don't have time to pay attention to these things now. The 9th princess has been missing for over half a month, finding her is urgent. He warned seriously, otherwise, both you and I will lose our heads. Lu Chang he suddenly took a deep breath, clasping his hands and summoning energy. He gathered his magical power in his hands, summoning a stream of yellow energy. The stream of air quickly flew away, instantly brightening his eyes as Yen Bing Xian's trace was detected. Lu Chang he hurriedly followed the energy stream and stood in front of Yi brother's shop. Lu Chang he suddenly stopped and said, this is where the spiritual energy of the town emanates. As Lu Chang he tried to step in, he sensed something wrong. He quickly jumped to avoid a deadly blow, Lu Changhe lands back on the ground, he retreated, his body recoiling. When he looked up, Lu Changhe saw the Holy Master and Lu Wushuang approaching. As soon as he met them, the Holy Master spoke up, "If I remember correctly, you must be Lu Changhe from the Lu Lord Mansion of the De Yen royal family, right?" Lu Changhe respectfully saluted, saying, "Yes, I am. I didn't expect to meet the Holy Master of Tai Xian here. I have been rude." The Holy Master Tai Xian tense, asked. "Today, when you enter the territory of the Holy Land of Tai Xian, have you forgotten the agreement of non-interference between the Holy Land of Tai Xian and the royal family of De Yen?" Lu Changhe hurriedly explained, "I didn't mean to violate it. It's just that our 9th princess has been missing for many days, so I had no choice but to come here." Hearing this, the Holy Master was not sympathetic. Instead, he thought the other party was using excuses to invade and became angrily, "How dare you bring your 9th princess here?" Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, "Lu Lao." Lu Changhe and the Holy Master quickly turned to look, only to see Yan Bing Xian wielding a broom at their eyes. Yan Bing Xian gleefully asked, "Why have you come here?" Lu Changhe, taken aback by the princess's appearance, exclaimed, "9th princess, why are you dressed like this?" Even the Holy Master Tai Xian was bewildered. "Isn't this a cleaner's attire? Is she really your 9th princess?" Lu Changhe, enraged, shouted, "After all, who would dare to keep Royal Highness imprisoned here, doing these hard jobs? I must make him taste the bravery power of our knights," declared the Holy Master, stroking his beard. Wondered, could it be that the senior is in seclusion here? Lu Wushuang silently pondered, the princess, as precious as she is, dressed as a cleaner. Could this be Yi senior's peculiar taste? Lu Changhe seized Yan Bing Xian's wrist and said, "9th princess, this is the territory of Holy Land Tai Xian. We must leave immediately. After returning, we will dispatch someone to pursue him. Rest assured, he will be torn to shreds." Hearing this, the Holy Master Tai Xian became furious. "How dare you disrespect our senior? If not for the Emperor's sake, De Yen would certainly discipline you." Yan Bing Xian jerked her hand away from Lu Changhe. He called out, "9th princess," in panic. Without saying anything, Yan Bing Xian even swung her hand to give him a slap. She angrily shouted, "Shut your mouth for me." The Holy Master once again stood bewildered before the De Yen princess. Yan Bing Xian picked up the broom from the ground and pointed it imposingly, saying, speaking so arrogantly, "Do you want to sever the inheritance of our De Yen nation?" Lu Changhe explained with frustration. "9th princess, our nation's fate De Yen is protected by our emperor and our ancestors. Your cultivation is still low, you may have been enchanted by some wild cultivator, enraged, the Holy Master interjected, "A wild cultivator? The arrogance of Lu Lord Mansion truly knows no bounds. Do you even know who you're speaking to?" Lu Changhe, without hesitation, replied, "Could it be the founder of Holy Land Tai Xian?" Meanwhile, inside the shop, Xiao He struggled to sleep amidst the commotion, muttering irritably, "So noisy." Xiao He sat up wearily and glanced towards the door, asking, "Who's there?" "It's still early in the morning." Xiao He steps outside, he immediately sensed hostility. Both the Holy Master and Lu Changhe ceased their argument and looked towards him. Xiao He appeared in a fierce appearance, even his true body was clearly visible. He said, "Woof woof," a few times, meaning to ask, "Who's making such a fuss at the door, disturbing my beautiful dream?" Lu Changhe tensed up, exclaiming, "The Demon King. Why is the Demon King here?" The Holy Master, equally alarmed, suppressed his anger and gestured with his hand. "Lu Lord Mansion, let's set aside our dispute for now and deal with this Demon King first." Lu Changhe swiftly prepared for battle, declaring, "Certainly. We cannot allow this Demon King to harm the peace of our town." Xiao He, in his menacing form, sneered, "So you too want to take me on? Then I'll show you the true power of your king." Xiao He with a burst of energy, it became even more aggressive. Both the Holy Master Tai Xian and Lu Changhe focused all their efforts. Suddenly, a fist appeared, Yi brother's punch fell on Xiao Hei's head, reverting him to a docile puppy. Yi brother intervened questioned, Hey Huang, you have itchy skin and itchy flesh, right? Yi brother angrily threatened, if a dog bites a sick person, it will be treated immorally. Xiao Hei too, now in a pitiful state, shed tears, no longer displaying his earlier ferocity. This sight left both masters astonished and suspicious. Daring to strike the Demon King, who is this young man? I don't sense any trace of cultivator aura from him. I can't even tell when he arrived. Yi brother figure stepped forward and apologized. I'm sorry, gentlemen. I'm the owner of this shop, and this is my pet. It didn't mean to scare you. Hearing this, both the Holy Master Tai Xian and Lu Changhe were shocked. A pet? Can the Demon King be a pet? Seeing Yi brother, Lu Wushuang greeted him respectfully. Junior Wushuang pays respects to Senior Yi. Yi brother warmly responded, Fairy Wushuang. It's been a while. Why have you come here today? Lu Wushuang introduced the Holy Master, saying, Senior, this is an elder from our house. Seeing the painting you sold to us before, I felt great admiration, so I came here to visit. Although the Holy Master was older, he still paid his respects first, saying, I, He Zhenren, pay my respects to Senior Yi. Yi brother, feeling awkward, said, Old gentleman, please rise. At this moment, Changqing thought, Elder of the Fairy, does that mean he's also a cultivator? So Yi brother immediately opened the fan and began to act like an elegant and proud gentleman, even though I don't have spiritual roots. My artistic talent is worthy of such a pioneering elder calling me senior. He looked at Yan Bing Xian again and saw a stranger, Lu Changhe, and asked, Miss Yan, who is it? Lu Changhe coughed a few times and wanted to say his identity, cough cough, this old man is. But before he could finish his sentence, Yan Bing Xian stopped him by his neck. She defended, Mr. Chen, he is Mr. Chen's manager, in my house, come and find me. As Yan Bing Xian finished speaking, Yi brother rushed forward, tears in his eyes as he grabbed Lu Changhe's arm. It's so good to finally see you here, the protagonist exclaimed joyfully, delighted at the prospect of a meal. He approached Lu Changhe and asked softly, Are you here to take your young lady home? Lu Changhe, his face full of confusion, replied, Yes, yes, that's right. Yi brother warmly welcomed Lu Changhe's presence. Moments later, he regained his composure, opened his fan, and said, Please come inside and have a cup of tea. The old Holy Master was extremely happy and replied, Thank you, Senior. He thinks, my opportunity has finally arrived. Yi brother opened the large door and invited everyone inside. Yan Bing Xian and Lu Wushuang followed, but when Lu Changhe and the Holy Master tried to enter, they were stopped by a barrier. The Holy Master exclaimed, Could it be, is this a protection restriction? Only the purest Taoist aura could create such a thing. Lu Changhe pressed against the translucent barrier and said, Such intense restrictions can only be created by ancient holy objects. The Holy Master spoke up, Supreme cultivation and the ninth princess are not hindered by the barrier, whereas both your and my powers are being obstructed from the outside. Seeing the two still hesitant to enter and behaving oddly, Yi brother said, Why are you two like this? Come inside quickly. A gentle breeze caused bamboo leaves to fall, with one leaf gently passing through the barrier. Suddenly, the Holy Master and Lu Changhe were pushed inside. Yi brother looked helplessly as the two fell in front of his house and said, What's wrong with you guys? Lu Changhe awkwardly explained, We're just old and have shaky legs. Under the golden sunlight and white clouds, stepping into Yi brother's courtyard. Lu Changhe and the Holy Master were amazed. What are these? Looking at the foolish dog wagging its tail, greeted them as Demon King. Looking at the large willow tree, he said, Demon tree ancient, and at the glowing chairs, he exclaimed, Even the chairs are enveloped in Tao aura. The two looked at the objects in Yi brother's yard and exclaimed to each other, It seems we've come to a very wonderful place. Yi brother stood back and waved, calling out to them, Just sit down naturally, I'll go get some tea. The four sat down and waited for Yi brother to fetch the tea. Lu Chang he nervously asked the Holy Master Zhenren, what do you think of this young senior? The old Holy Master, sitting beside him, tremblingly replied, I knew the senior was an expert, but I never thought his level would be so terrifying. Looking at the willow tree behind him that was swaying in the wind, Lu Chang he said, that's right, that kind of demon tree only exists in the ancient land, hiding a great opportunity for thousands of years, and now it's casually planted in a small garden like this. Lu Chang he hugged his chest and trembled and said, just sitting under this tree, I'm about to be oppressed and can't breathe anymore. The Holy Master, who trembled, encouraged himself, trying to get up here will definitely be senior's challenge for me. The old Holy Master suddenly turned around, surprised to see the glowing chairs. He sat down abruptly, and upon seeing the chessboard with Yi brother, he happily stepped forward and said, indeed, as expected. The old Holy Master approached the chessboard and said, Yi senior must have studied chess. Yen Bing Xin quickly tried to stop him. Old gentleman, be careful, but the old Holy Master paid no attention to her words. Looking at the glowing chessboard in front of him, the old Holy Master was sweating profusely. He reached out his hand tremblingly and said, this. He was captivated by the shining chessboard. The old Holy Master said, it seems like this chessboard is teaching something to this old man. A knight riding to defeat the enemy troops, the boundless sea of love like a painting, the warm sun shining as a scene of life, and finally, the beautiful moon in the quiet night scene is the birth of life, the old Holy Master, looking at those fleeting scenes, suddenly had 2 tears streaming down and exclaimed. I understand now. Yi brother came out from inside with the tea and said, sorry for keeping you waiting for so long. Seeing them engrossed in observing their chessboard, he asked, what are you two doing? The old Holy Master saw him rushing over and quickly bowed, asking, Senior, may I ask what tactics this chessboard has? This took him aback, and he calmly replied, tactics? This is just a draw chessboard. Hearing the words, a draw chessboard, the 2 old men were shocked speechless. The gentle winter breeze blew, and Lu Chang he closed his eyes to remember the moves, silently praising, draw, a very good name. It looks like black and white confronting each other, but it contains the principles of movement and stillness, yin and yang, conflict and harmony, creation and destruction. On the other hand, the old Holy Master observed each move, remembering the places for tranquility, beautiful like a painting, and added praises, the opposition is also harmony. A chessboard with such deep meaning is truly rare. Seeing the 2 men observing the chessboard and praising it, Yi brother felt embarrassed and didn't know what to say. What are these old men talking about? Isn't a draw chessboard when neither side wins? What's there to analyze? He put the tea set on the table and said, I'm sorry, there's nothing good here. Please try the tea I brewed myself. Upon hearing Yi brother's words, the 2 old men joined their hands and said, it's okay, guests follow the host. The old Holy Master observed the tea set brought out and thought to himself, such a magnificent character like Yi Senior can even brew his own tea. It seems he also studies the Tao of tea. The old Holy Master stroked his beard, smiling gently to himself, there's still some tea left from the ancient sect, brewed from scraps of enlightenment leaves. Perhaps I can give it to Senior. Enlightenment leaves are Tao treasures, even if they're scraps, they are as precious as gold. Maybe it can bring us closer to Senior. As the container was gently opened, it emitted light so bright that the old Holy Master had to shield his eyes. Astonished, he said, what is this? Watching Yi brother pick a leaf from the box, the 2 old men were shocked to see the enlightenment leaf. Seeing him put the whole leaf in a cup, they observed in horror, thinking, this is the first time I've seen a piece of enlightenment leaf in my life. Extravagant, too extravagant. Is this the legacy of an expert? Seeing Yi brother skillfully brew the tea, the 2 men were surprised. The first infusion of the enlightenment leaf water, all the energy on the surface of the leaf would merge into the water. At this point, the tea smelled fresh and pure. Excitedly, they exclaimed, "Rich and extremely pure." However, the next second, the two old men were shocked and they saw him knocking over the glass of water. Seeing the two old men shocked, he innocently asked, "What's wrong?" Seeing them pointing at the cup of water, he turned away indifferently, saying, "That's tea rinse water, not good enough, so I poured it out." After brewing the delicious tea, he invited everyone to enjoy. "Now you can taste it." Seeing the tea in their hands, the two old men broke out in a cold sweat, hesitating to lift the tea cups. Yan Bing Xian and Wu Shuang, holding their tea cups, whispered to each other, "Just the aroma alone seems to relax the realm a bit. If we drink." Seeing everyone hesitating to drink the tea, Yi Brother realized that there might be an issue with this tea. He thought to himself, "I forgot. These elders all come from prestigious backgrounds, so the tea they usually drink must be top-notch. They probably wouldn't pay attention to this homemade tea of mine." Yi Brother awkwardly said, "If it's difficult to drink, then forget it." The old holy master, in a panic, held the tea cup and said, "No, I just smelled the tea fragrance first." Then he took a sip and drank it all. After drinking the tea, everyone felt ecstatic. Lu Chang he couldn't help but exclaim, "Extremely refreshing, Yi Brother, how do you feel now?" The old holy master, after finishing his tea, happily replied, "As expected, tea is steeped from enlightenment leaves." Then he imagined himself traveling on a boat in the charming landscape of mountains and water, reciting poetry. The small boat had passed through thousands of mountains. Seeing everyone in their sect enjoying the tea, Yi Brother helplessly watched them in one place, thinking to himself after they drank the tea, "Why does drinking tea feel like taking an elixir?" Suddenly, the two old men felt something, realizing that their cultivation had greatly increased. Lu Changhe, seeing his abdomen glowing, exclaimed in surprise, "My cultivation has increased." The old holy master, beside him, uncomfortably held his head, murmuring, "I feel like my cultivation has been surpassed by someone by thousands of years." Yi Brother, oblivious to everything, scratched his head and asked foolishly, "How does the taste of my tea?" The two old men hesitated and looked at each other. The old holy master looked at Lu Changhe beside him and said awkwardly, "How should we respond? Is senior testing our cultivation potential?" The old holy master reluctantly raised his thumb in tension and replied, "Senior, the tea is very sweet, the taste is excellent, it feels like immersing oneself in a warm spring, transforming one's mental scene, extremely mysterious." Lu Changhe, also tense, raised two trembling thumbs and continued, "That's right, this is definitely the best tea I've ever tasted in my life." Yi Brother scratched his chin, suspiciously looking at the two old men, thinking to himself, "Just one cup of tea can evoke so many feelings, why do I feel like these two are trying to deceive me?" Wu Shuang and Yan Bing Xian suddenly became alert after drinking the tea, facing each other and involuntarily laughing. Lu Changhe bowed and took out a wooden box from his pocket, saying, "Mr. Yi, this item is a family heirloom. If you like it, consider it a token of appreciation for taking care of our young lady for the past few days." Yi Brother, seeing the wooden box, was surprised and thought to himself, "It seems he knows your lady has been eating and drinking at my place for a long time, so he feels embarrassed." Yi Brother hesitantly reached out and said, "If it's here, then it's here, why bring a gift?" He took the box from Lu Changhe's hand and said, "Then I won't be a stranger anymore." The old holy master stood outside, arms crossed, angrily saying, "This time, you didn't bring anything out, and this old man already claimed it first." Wu Shuang stood outside, looking at them, thinking to herself, "If I could also give a gift to senior, that would be great." He gently opened the box, and a blue light appeared. He eagerly looked through the crack of the box and said, "Let me see what good thing this is." When the box opened, the old holy master and Wu Shuang were stunned to see it was the Xian ice pearl. Yi Brother looked at the ice pearl in the box curiously and asked, "What is this?" The old holy master stroked his beard and explained to him. The Xian ice pearl is a treasure from the polar region for thousands of years. A pellet the size of a fingertip can contain enormous energy. This one, as big as an apple, must have cost Mr. Lu all his fortune. Wu Shuang worriedly said, although it can enhance cultivation for cultivators with spiritual roots, those with different attributes who touch the Xian ice pearl will suffer severe cultivation damage because of the cold energy infusion. Severe cases may even become crippled. Yan Bing Xian stood listening, trembling, and thought. Just standing next to it makes me feel bone-chilling. Seeing Yi brother about to hold the ice pearl, Wu Shuang and Yan Bing Xian quickly stopped him, warning that it was dangerous. Yi brother eagerly held up the ice pearl and said, "It's so cool, seems like it will automatically cool." He enthusiastically tossed the ice pearl up, saying, "Not bad, in summer, using this ice to cool fruits will definitely sell well." When everyone heard him, they were stunned, standing there with their mouths agape in shock. Seeing Yi Changqing so carefree, the two elders were almost depressed. "Lu Chang," he said, "we dare not touch that thing, but in Senior's hands, it seems like a toy." The old holy master also couldn't deny. Senior's power is indeed profound. Lu Chang he clasped his hands and bowed, saying, "Mr. Yi, recently our young lady has troubled Senior. Today, I decided to take her away from here." Yan Bing Xian, upon hearing this, was shocked. It was finally time, so Yi brother immediately ran up and grabbed Lu's hand, his eyes and facial expressions extremely sincere as he asked, "Really?" This particular expression left Lu Chang he somewhat bewildered as he replied, "Is that so?" Yi brother suddenly turned away, leaving old Lu somewhat puzzled. At this moment, he was feeling immensely joyful, thinking, receiving a gift and bidding farewell to a great Buddha, truly a mixed feeling. Although Yi brother was indeed happy, he still pretended to shed crocodile tears, saying, "Miss Yan, I never expected that we would soon have to part ways." Yan Bing Xian, choked with emotion, responded, "Mr. Yi, rest assured that Bing Xian will never betray your trust." Witnessing this scene, those unaware of the situation, like the holy master, thought that Yi brother was paying extraordinary attention to Yan Bing Xian. This ninth princess must have something special to receive such praise from Senior Yi, he pondered. Suddenly, Yan Bing Xian planted her hands on her hips and declared, "This young lady is not going anymore," causing the old Lu behind her to disbelief. Yi brother, upon hearing this, froze in place. Yan Bing Xian, with utmost sincerity, reiterated, "Mr. Yi, rest assured, Bing Xian will never betray your trust." Then she turned and pointed her finger at Lu Changhe's face, instructing, "You go back and tell my parents that they don't need to worry about me anymore." This particular expression left Lu Changhe somewhat bewildered as he replied, "Is that so?" Yi brother suddenly turned away, leaving old Lu somewhat puzzled. At this moment, he was feeling immensely joyful, thinking, receiving a gift and bidding farewell to a great Buddha, truly a mixed feeling. Although Yi brother was indeed happy, he still pretended to shed crocodile tears, saying, "Miss Yan, I never expected that we would soon have to part ways." Yan Bing Xian, choked with emotion, responded, "Mr. Yi, rest assured that Bing Xian will never betray your trust." Witnessing this scene, those unaware of the situation, like the holy master, thought that Yi brother was paying extraordinary attention to Yan Bing Xian. This ninth princess must have something special to receive such praise from Senior Yi, he pondered. Suddenly, Yan Bing Xian planted her hands on her hips and declared, "This young lady is not going anymore," causing the old Lu behind her to disbelief. Yi brother, upon hearing this, froze in place. Yan Bing Xian, with utmost sincerity, reiterated, "Mr. Yi, rest assured, Bing Xian will never betray your trust." Then she turned and pointed her finger at Lu Changhe's face, instructing, "You go back and tell my parents that they don't need to worry about me anymore." He began to sketch out the lines of dragons flying and phoenixes dancing, creating an incredibly vivid and dazzling illusion. Mystical herbs give birth to pathways, travelers walk through celestial realms, from the body leaning against the door, never seeing the mystical flowers. With just a few simple verses brimming with sentiment, Yi Changqing easily brought tears to the eyes of the three individuals, Lu Changhe, the Holy Master, and Lu Wushuang. They were all moved to tears by the overwhelming sentimentality, only now realizing the familial bond portrayed in Yi Brother's scene. Yen Bing Xin suddenly rushed over to him, saying, "Mr. Yi, I understand your intentions now. I'll go back now." Yi Brother looked at her and then handed her a rolled-up scroll, saying, "We have a destined encounter." He gently handed her the scroll and said, "This calligraphy is for you." The two old men standing nearby were moved to tears at the scene unfolding before them. Lu Changhe wiped his tears away with a sigh and said, "It's just a verse, yet it can evoke memories covered in dust for me. Yi Senior, you truly are a master of creation." The old holy master standing beside him also shed tears and responded, "When Yi Senior speaks in verse, it's as if the sages of Zhengzhou themselves are looking down in admiration." The courtyard enjoyed the cool breeze, and Yen Bing Xian bid farewell to him with Lu Changhe to return home. "Mr. Yi, I'll heed your advice and head home before a journey. After some time, I'll come back to visit you," she said. Yi Brother outwardly bid the two a leisurely farewell, but inwardly, he felt a sense of discomfort and muttered to himself, "It's best if they don't come back. I really can't bear to support you anymore." As he watched their figures gradually disappear, Yi Brother silently reminded himself, "It's been 5 years since I came to this world. The farthest place is the foot of Tai Xian Mountain." Tears fell from his eyes as he thought to himself, "If only I could. I really want to travel outside." The old holy master watched Yi Brother bid farewell to the two departing figures and remarked to Wu Shuang, "I didn't expect Yi Senior to be so gentle and friendly." He stroked his beard in admiration, saying, "He has reached a realm that we cannot imagine, yet he still willingly sees off the two juniors." Wu Shuang nodded in agreement, adding, "Holy Master, perhaps this is the true demeanor of a genuine expert." Suddenly, the old holy master sensed something and hurried away, leaving Wu Shuang puzzled. Approaching the table, he was astonished, unable to utter a word as he gazed at the painting. "It's correct, indeed it's correct," the old holy master said as he reached out to the painting. He was surprised to see the mystical bowl appearing and slowly entering the painting. Stepping into the painting, he stood on the water's surface and said, "This is the Holy Land Tai Xian." Looking around at the scenery, the old holy master couldn't hide his astonishment as he exclaimed, "Is that in the far distance the Master Peak, the location of our Tai Xian temple?" Seeing everything depicted with meticulous detail and vividness, he marveled. Yi Senior used the heavens and earth as his canvas and the myriad of elements as his ink, giving our Tai Xian Holy Land countless auspicious energies. Reflecting on it, the old holy master realized, "No wonder we've recruited so many talents this time, and Yuan Jian Jr. Brother has ascended to divinity ahead of schedule." The radiant power in his hands also left the old holy master astonished, thinking, "Even I, as a holy master, have hopes of ascending." Seeing the unease in the holy master's demeanor, Wu Shuang asked, "Holy master, what's wrong?" The old holy master trembled as he spoke, his voice shaky. As Wu Shuang stood observing, she revealed a worried expression, "So it's true, then, definitely." He exclaimed joyfully, "Mr. Yi is indeed that patriarch." Upon hearing this from the holy master, Wu Shuang stepped forward and whispered softly, "Holy master, the one you mentioned as Yi Senior is indeed our patriarch in Holy Land Tai Xian." Upon recalling the figure, the holy master promptly replied, "You're absolutely right. Yi Senior is undoubtedly the ascended patriarch of the upper world." Wu Shuang clasped her hands and bowed, saying, "I am ignorant. Please enlighten me, Holy Master." The Holy Master turned to look at the painting and said, "Just now, when I entered the painting, I saw a sky filled with colorful clouds." He then pointed to it and added, "This is the aura that Yi Senior bestowed upon our Holy Land Tai Xian." Hearing this, Wu Shuang asked inquisitively, "Aura transformed into colorful clouds?" She looked at the Holy Master and asked, "I have never seen aura materialize into a form before." The Holy Master calmly explained to Wu Shuang, "It's quite normal. Aura is a mysterious and unpredictable existence, and it's rarely controlled. Even a slight oversight can cause it to be swallowed and bring about countless disasters. The Holy Master stroked his beard and continued. Who else could use the supreme divine power to increase the aura for our holy land Tai Xian? Only someone daring enough to defy the heavens would dare to do so. The future holds great promise to protect our disciples and our sect. With that, the Holy Master pointed his finger and transformed into a solemn detective, saying, "There's only one truth, Yi Senior, who descended from the upper world, has been serving our holy land Tai Xian for countless years." He laughed heartily, shouting, "Patriarch," leaving Wu Shuang bewildered and perplexed. When Yi brother entered and saw the two gazing at the painting, he asked, "Are you two looking at the Tai Xian Changqing I painted? What do you think of the painting?" The Holy Master stepped forward solemnly and asked. "May I ask, Yi Senior, is this painting depicting Mount Tai Xian?" Yi brother felt as if thunder had struck him, immediately bowing his head and admitting, "So I've been found out." He turned slightly embarrassed and continued, 5 years ago, I unexpectedly wanted to visit Mount Tai Xian. 5 years ago, in the autumn sky, there was a famous plea from a young man in front of a farmer's house. Yi brother sobbed as he clung to the man's legs, pleading for mercy. "Old man, I will definitely have spiritual roots. Take me in." The man looked at him and decisively replied, "Step aside, we won't take you in." Reflecting on the scene of him climbing over the wall into the house, startling the man, he recounted how he had no idea that Tai Xian was the residence of immortals. At that time, he was always trying to find a way to get in, sometimes getting stuck while crawling through a dog hole and having to seek help from the people inside. Unable to enter, he could only wander around the foot of the mountain. After returning, he thought about it and decided to paint this picture of Tai Xian Changqing. When he was painting, his face was beaten so badly that he couldn't recognize himself. He exclaimed in frustration, "If they didn't let me in, why did they have to beat me?" Back to reality, he looked at the painting and said, "Today, seeing this old painting again, it seems like it's missing some scenes, so I made some changes to it." Hearing Yi brother's story, the old holy master was somewhat surprised, thinking, Yi Senior was here 5 years ago. Yi brother turned and asked, "I wonder if you two drink?" "I'd like to have a few drinks with you." Hearing Yi brother's proposal, the old holy master paused and then displayed a spell, saying, "Yi Senior, what a coincidence, I happen to have a bottle of snow spirit, extremely precious." Seeing the good wine, Yi brother turned and ran inside, saying, "If old he has such good wine, then wait a moment, I'll prepare some dishes to go with the wine." Seeing old he take out the precious wine, Wu Shuang was somewhat surprised. Snow spirit is fermented from snow lotus flowers, rare for thousands of years in the snowy mountains. It blooms once every 1,000 years, and even 1,000 gold can't buy it. The old holy master blinked and raised 3 fingers. "That's right, but this snow spirit is not ordinary and can't be digested easily. With my current realm, I can only drink 3 cups at most. If it weren't for Yi Senior's interest, I wouldn't have taken it out." Yi brother excitedly ran from the kitchen with various dishes, saying, "The soup ribs are here." The dishes were laid out on the table. Yi brother introduced the name of each dish. "This plate is spicy wild boar liver, this one is smoked pork, and this is braised pork thigh." After introducing each dish, he didn't forget to invite them to taste his cooking skills. "These are all my specialties. Please try them." Looking at the table full of food, the two couldn't hide their surprise. The old holy master looked at the enticing dish in front of him and couldn't help but praise it. Wu Shuang lifted the bowl and unexpectedly said, "Could there also be demonic aura?" Taking a piece of meat, he continued to marvel, "This is clearly demon chi, such essence must belong to a peak-level demon." "Yes, that's it." Seeing the two hesitating to eat, Yi brother stood helplessly outside, silently muttering, "What are they looking at? Are they going to eat or not?" Surprised by how much they seemed to enjoy his food, Yi brother doubted his existence. As the old holy master enjoyed the delicious meat and wine, he silently thought, the blood and flesh of a great peak demon can even compare to pills. Especially combined with this snow spirit. Wu Shuang took a sip and lazily praised, "Delicious wine, before collapsing, leaving ye brother bewildered outside, 1 cup and already drunk. Don't hog all the food, please. Seeing Wu Shuang lying unconscious under the table, the old holy master chuckled triumphantly, little girl, whether it's food paired with wine or snow spirit, it's not something a small cultivator at the golden pill stage like you can endure. The old holy master turned to invite ye brother, saying, come, senior, let's continue drinking regardless of this young lady. They both drank together. After finishing his glass, ye brother asked, hey, old master, this wine seems to have a hint of herbal aroma, it must have some health benefits, right? The old holy master drank his glass and cheerfully replied, senior is indeed astute. Putting down his glass, ye brother looked at the old holy master seriously and said, it's said that if there's no business, don't knock on the door. Since you've brought health wine as a gift, feel free to make your request. In his heart, he thought, as long as it's not about money, everything is easy to discuss. Internally, the old holy master was surprised by his statement, thinking that he might have seen through him. He calmly responded, so, Junior won't conceal it anymore. Ye senior's painting Tran Tai Xian Chang Qing is truly exquisite. Observing ye brother's attitude, the old holy master felt somewhat puzzled. Should I ask directly or use borrowed words? Will using borrowed words make senior happy? Ye brother held the wine cup in his hand and thought to himself, if I've drunk someone else's health wine, I must show respect. Seeing ye brother's lack of reaction, the old holy master raised his hand and said, may I ask, sir? Before he could finish, ye brother interjected, then I shall gift you that painting. With a bit of alcohol in his system, ye brother eagerly continued, that painting could be considered one of my prized works. If you like it, it's yours. Feeling a bit puzzled upon hearing about the gift of the painting, the old holy master thought to himself, given senior's previous status, he might not understand the significance of this painting to the Holy Land Tai Xian. If he insists on giving me this painting. At that moment, tears welled up in the old holy master's eyes. Indeed, it seems senior has recognized my status as the holy master of the Holy Land Tai Xian. With sparkling eyes, he silently thanked ye brother in his heart, grateful for the protection of the ancestors. As a disciple, I will surely fulfill the mission to ensure the prosperity of Tai Xian for 10,000 years. Seeing him in such a state, ye brother felt helpless and muttered to himself, what madness has possessed him that I fail to understand? Please, senior, return to your cultivating immortals madness, far away from my life. Under the dim moonlight, within the majestic De Yen Palace, sparkling lights illuminated the scene as voices from outside transmitted inward. 9th Princess arrives, Sir Lu from the Lord Mansion's knights arrives. As the man turned around, a subordinate quickly bowed and reported, this time, Sir Lu has used teleportation to return to the palace. There must be an urgent matter to report. In the distance, the figure of Yen Bing Xin waved enthusiastically and said, daughter pays respects to the emperor, while Lu Changhe respectfully said, Lu Changhe pays respects to the emperor. Yen Yang Yen stood on the grand hall and said, finally, you've all returned. It seems little Ninth's cultivation has progressed considerably. Yen Bing Xin happily ran to hug her father's hand, saying, Father, it's been so long. I've missed you dearly. Seeing his daughter after a long time, Yen Yang Yen continued. Really? Don't cause any trouble outside, and remember to use teleportation to return here. Hearing her father tease her like that, she coyly replied, of course not, father. Seeing his daughter's lack of conviction, Yen Yang Yen asked, you met an expert, you say? How tall was this expert? Yen Bing Xin pointed towards Lu Changhe and said, Father, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, ask Lord Lu Mansion. Lu Changhe, standing nearby, quickly confirmed Yen Bing Xin's words, Your Majesty, this humble one can testify for 9th Princess. Indeed, she was not mistaken in her words. That's also why I used teleportation to bring 9th Princess back. Lu Changhe looked at the emperor with an uneasy expression and reported, not only does 9th Princess miss you, but this humble one also wishes to report this matter to your majesty as quickly as possible." Sensing the gravity of the situation, Yan Yang Nian also wanted to hear more, so he said, "Lu Changhe, please provide more details." In the main chamber, listening to Lu Changhe's account, Yan Yang Nian clasped his hands and pondered, saying, "I didn't expect that within the Yan, we would have such a hidden strength." Yan Yang Nian turned to Lu and asked, "According to you, what kind of cultivation does this senior actually possess?" Lu Changhe swallowed nervously and decisively affirmed, "Profound and unfathomable." He went on to describe, the senior's small residence, although modestly arranged on the outside, holds natural formations throughout. There's a demon tree tens of thousands of years old and even a tea leaf of enlightenment. He also mentioned that Yi brother could wield the Xian ice pearl with his bare hands and even kept a demon king-level dog. Lu Changhe wiped his sweat and continued speaking to Yan Yang Nian. But this humble one couldn't sense even a hint of cultivation aura from him, he pointed out, affirming, "If this humble one's speculation is correct, then this Yi senior has either reached the pinnacle of cultivation or descended from the upper world." Hearing Lu Changhe's words, both Yan Yang Nian and his son found it hard to believe and exclaimed, "Descended from the upper world." Yan Yang Nian began to imagine, silently thinking, if such a formidable existence exists within the Yan, it would undoubtedly become a closely guarded secret. Because no one would be able to bear the consequences if this were to be revealed. Yan Bing Xian, upon hearing this, also pondered with concern. "I initially thought Mr. Yi was a great hidden power, but I never expected him to be an immortal from the upper world." Suddenly, she blushed as she imagined, if Mr. Yi is an immortal, then the relationship between him and me. Standing behind her father, Yan Bing Xian smirked cunningly to herself, whispering, "Father might not even know that the immortal has cooked meals for his daughter." Thinking about it, she hugged herself, feeling shy but secretly happy. If an immortal high above cooks for me, does that mean Mr. Yi doesn't really like me? Still not believing that Yi brother could be like that, Yan Yang Nian asked, "Lu elder, you said Bing Xian appeared at the senior's place after one night at the inn. So, the senior wouldn't want to turn Bing Xian into his pawn, would he?" Suddenly startled, Lu Changhe denied, "Turning her into a pawn is not out of the realm of possibility." Seeing his beloved daughter in danger, Yan Yang Nian worriedly thought, "This senior intends to use my dearest daughter to control all of the Yan, regardless of his intentions." Yan Bing Xian quickly waved her hand to defend Yi brother, "No, absolutely not, father. You've never met Mr. Yi. He is gentle and friendly, he certainly isn't that kind of person." Hearing his daughter's defense of Yi brother, Yan Yang Nian reminded her, "You're still young and inexperienced. Many cultivators may appear benevolent on the outside but are cold-blooded killers inside, especially someone with the realm like Yi senior." After giving the order for his horse to be prepared, Yan Yang Nian commanded his subordinates, "Take me and ninth princess to meet the old ancestors," leaving both of them astonished. The moonlight illuminated the entire courtyard as Yan Bing Xian used all her words to advise her father, "Mr. Yi is not that kind of person." Seeing his daughter stubbornly defending Yi brother, Yan Yang Nian, with restraint, said, "Bing Xian, I do not intend to belittle Mr. Yi. Bringing you to meet the old ancestors is only to ensure your safety." Upon hearing her father's words, Bing Xian angrily asked him, "Is that really true?" Yan Yang Nian reluctantly replied, "Yes, it is." Deep in her heart, Yan Bing Xian silently vowed, "I know I am not worthy of Mr. Yi, but I cannot allow anyone to doubt him, not even father." Yan Yang Nian enthusiastically recounted the story of her birth. "I remember that when you were born, you had extremely keen spiritual roots. Old ancestors, for your sake, made a rare appearance after 100 years, causing a stir in the entire palace. Old ancestors lifted her up and proclaimed before the thousands of people, 'This child is extraordinary and will surely bring prosperity to the Yan. I shall name her Bing Xian.'" The crowd below erupted into cheers and excitement, chanting, "May old ancestors bless us for 10,000 years, may the Yan prosper for 10,000 years." Yan Yang Nian gently stroked his daughter's head and said, You are the only the princes, the one esteemed highest by old ancestors. Your father must ensure your safety, echoed old ancestors from within. Bing Xian, you're back. Come in, they added. Father and daughter entered, bowing respectfully and folding their hands in greeting. Yan Yang Nian stood before them, hands folded, saying, Yan Yang Nian pays respects to old ancestors. Then Yan Bing Xian, also with folded hands, said, Yan Bing Xian pays respects to old ancestors. Seeing his granddaughter return after so long, Yan Tianshan jokingly teased her. It seems Bing Xian's departure from the imperial capital this time has brought her great fortune and blessings. Yan Bing Xian tensely looked at old ancestors and reported. I respectfully inform old ancestors that I have met a senior from the Holy Land Tai Xian who has guided me in everything. Yan Tianshan, intrigued, stroked his beard and asked, Bing Xian, what kind of senior is this? Yan Bing Xian slowly recounted everything for old ancestors. It's hard to imagine. His specialty is painting, and I haven't seen anything else from him. Seeing his granddaughter struggling to speak, Yan Tianshan chuckled and replied, hard to imagine, you say? Yan Bing Xian hurriedly responded, not like that, it's just that this senior hasn't revealed anything to me. All I know is that his surname is Yi and his name is Chongqing. Hearing the surname Yi and the name Chongqing, Yan Tianshan became somewhat vague and curious, murmuring the name for a while. Old ancestors, astonished to see Yan Bing Xian surrounded by sparkling lights, Yan Tianshan stroked his beard a few times and said, I've never heard of this name before, but I can sense some complex energy around Little Ninth here. Perhaps due to their long association, this person must have some real power. After listening for a while, Yan Yang Yen stepped forward anxiously and said to old ancestors, both the knight from Lu Mansion and Bing Xian have met this senior. Upon hearing this, old ancestors requested further clarification to assess this person's capabilities. Yan Yang Yen explained to Yan Tianshan, it is said that he resides in Shaoqi town, and he has countless connections and even raises a black dog demon king. Through Yan Yang Yen's account, old ancestors could somewhat discern the nature of Yi brother. Yan Tianshan looked at the father and son and said, to have such a figure in the Holy Land Tai Xian. Yan Yang Yen replied to old ancestors, that's why I'm worried. He left Bing Xian for many days intending to use her to control all of the Yan, to control even your ancestors. Yan Yang Yen stepped forward, clasping his hands, and implored old ancestors, I beg old ancestors to inspect Bing Xian to ensure her safety. Yan Tianshan agreed upon hearing this, then called out to Yan Bing Xian, Little Ninth, come here. Yan Tianshan performed a spell on Bing Xian, and a stream of power illuminated the room. Astonishing Bing Xian. Sensing something amiss, Yan Yang Yen looked anxiously at Yan Tianshan and said, why are there two streams of energy? Old ancestors, is Bing Xian okay? Yan Tianshan, also surprised, exclaimed, she possesses the extreme water attribute, yet she has dual spiritual roots. Could it be because of that person? Bing Xian also gazed confusedly at the power surrounding her. Yan Tianshan marveled, yet it could enable Bing Xian to have an additional spiritual root. Feeling uncertain about having dual spiritual roots herself, Bing Xian hesitated upon realizing this fact. Seeing her two spiritual roots, Yan Tianshan quickly urged her to provide details about that person. Bing Xian hesitantly replied, old ancestors, Mr. Yi is indeed a wise and magnanimous figure, as father said. But it's impossible for him to intend to use me to control all of the Yan. Yan Yang Yen, standing outside, overheard but couldn't help but angrily rebuke Bing Xian, why do you keep speaking up for outsiders? Bing Xian, with a stiff throat, countered Yan Yang Yen's words, I'm not speaking up for anyone. When Mr. Yi kept me there, I had no idea about my identity, nor about receiving knowledge in painting. Bing Xian recalled moments at Yi brother's home, saying, now thinking back, the spiritual aura at that little courtyard must have been intense, coupled with Mr. Ye's enlightenment, which led to me gaining a second spiritual root. Listening to Bing Xian's account, Yen Tian Shan quickly stopped her. Little ninth, you must not speak recklessly. Do you know how difficult it is to create spiritual roots through external forces? Let alone a second one. Yan Yang Yen echoed old ancestors' reprimand towards Bing Xian. That's right. If what you're saying is true, then merely playing chess and painting should be enough for enlightenment. Wouldn't that mean anyone could have dual spiritual roots? If you can prove that this senior has truly attained the principles of art in his cultivation, Yen Bing Xian, seeing that her father and old ancestors didn't believe her, said, I can prove that Mr. Yi gave me a scroll of calligraphy. Now, I'll fetch it for you to see. Under the moonlight illuminating a corner of Yi Brother's courtyard, the three individuals, the old holy master, Yi Brother, and Lu Wushuang, were drinking together. Lu Wushuang had already slumped over the table, but Yi Brother was still going strong. He lifted the wine jug, preparing to refill the old holy master's cup. Come on, let me pour for you. Chang Zuan Zhenren was already heavily intoxicated, replying, I can't drink anymore. If I do, I'll be completely drunk. Yi Brother raised his glass, saying, all right then, I'll finish this one. You just relax. In his heart, he thought somewhat disparagingly, he's already half drunk after just a few sips. This person really can't handle alcohol. The holy master applauded and inquired, Senior, I noticed a particular chessboard in your courtyard that seemed incredibly mystical. What's the story behind it? Your chess skills must have reached their peak, haven't they? Yi Brother, resting his chin on his hand, casually poured himself another glass of wine before replying, I know a little. Upon hearing this, the holy master seemed slightly surprised. He turned to Yi Brother and said, Senior, I have an exquisite chess puzzle. Would you be interested? Yi Brother replied, oh. Let me see. The old holy master quickly retrieved a scroll of paper from his robe and swiftly unfurled it in front of Yi Brother. This puzzle is called, For Dragons Spouting Water, he explained. As Yi Brother examined the scroll, the holy master felt a hint of confidence, thinking to himself, the old man in Ziqing Holy Land used this puzzle to challenge me for hundreds of years. I wonder if my master can solve it. Under the beautiful moonlit night, Yi Brother continued to study the scroll handed to him by the old holy master. He then spoke up, please guide me, Senior. At that moment, Yi Brother's expression suddenly changed. Although for a moment it seemed as if he was taken aback, his face soon morphed into one of disdain as he asked, is this puzzle all there is to your so-called exquisite challenge? The holy master replied honestly, yes, indeed. For decades, I have yet to solve it. Yi Brother's expression turned into one of extreme disdain, thinking to himself. This isn't a typical example for beginners learning Go, is it? Cultivating immortals, they call this a dead end. What do you usually play? Flying chess. The holy master sincerely asked, can the senior show a way to break it? Yi Brother, with no interest, thought, I understand now. It seems there are indeed no chess masters among the world of cultivating immortals. With a dangerous look, Yi Brother licked his lips and said, then it's my turn to show off. He suddenly stood up, placed the paper on the table, then turned and walked away, waving his hand signaling, follow me. Yi Brother led the holy master to the chessboard, which emitted a faint golden light, the celestial board. The old holy master was immediately startled, the celestial board, an embodiment of celestial principles. This chessboard is 8 parts way celestial chi, as in the legends. Yi Brother glanced at the tactical setup on the paper and said, regarding this chess formation, there are about 12 ways to solve it, but I'll only impart to you the 4 most refined methods. As for the remaining 8. Before he could finish, the holy master's excitement reached a level. I understand ye senior's intention, and I humbly request guidance, said the holy master. Outside, Yi Brother nodded with a dignified demeanor, but he thought, it's all made up by me. Otherwise, it would make me look very ignorant. At the same time, in the imperial court of Dayen, old ancestors held the talisman in hand, reading the meaning within it, seeking the path of transcendence, traversing the celestial realms, relying on the Tao to transcend, yet never seeing the transcendental flower. The emperor silently pondered, "This time, I've come to pay respects to old ancestors, firstly for Bing Xian's safety, and secondly, to borrow old ancestors' cultivation to assess the skills of this individual." To respond in the best possible way, Yan Yang observed the trembling hand of old ancestors due to excitement and thought, now it's just a talisman from that senior, yet it's made old ancestors react as if receiving a treasure. After reading a few lines of the talisman, old ancestors couldn't hold back tears. "I have cultivated for thousands of years, always longing for immortality in blessing Dayen, yet neglecting those around me. The senior has imparted the essence of cultivation into each character to guide me to the core of cultivation. Cultivation, it's about cultivating the self, more important than anything else." The emperor dared not mutter, "It's done, old ancestors are too engrossed." Yen Tianshan handed the painting to Yen Bing Xian and said, "Little ninth, if you have the chance, thank that senior for helping us. This talisman has shattered my heart realm. If not for this surprise, I might not have made a breakthrough soon." Yen Yang asked in astonishment, "Is old ancestors telling the truth?" Yen Bing Xian asked happily, "If old ancestors already intend to do so, why don't you go meet Yi Senior yourself?" Hearing this, he was stirred and asked, "Little ninth, what did you say?" Yen Bing Xian raised a finger cheerfully and said, "Before I left, Yi Senior agreed to let me visit him there." Yen Tianshan asked again, "Is that true?" Yen Bing Xian nodded as if confirming. Hearing this, the emperor couldn't remain calm. "Old ancestors, you can't do this. Junior sees a problem with this. This person indeed has cultivation, but hardly anything good like this happens in this world. Not only granting Bing Xian a second spiritual route but also allowing the girl to return to visit at any time. People often say that those with great power use mortals as pawns for their schemes. I'm worried this person might use Bing Xian to lure old ancestors into a trap." With these words, old ancestors became extremely angry and scolded, "Enough. You, as the emperor of the Dayen Old Kingdom, are so narrow-minded. That senior has bestowed upon our Dayen Old Kingdom an extraordinary genius, and yet you dare to doubt the sincerity of that senior. It's truly laughable." Seeing the situation becoming tense, Yen Bing Xian quickly stepped forward to intervene. "Old ancestors, the emperor is not like that. He is also concerned about our Dayen." Yen Tianshan solemnly cautioned, "If not for that, then the emperor like him wouldn't need to exist." Yen Yang trembled and remained silent. Old ancestors continued, "Yang, you haven't reached that realm yet, so you still don't understand. Using weaklings as pawns is just a method used by those who have been trapped in the same situation for thousands or even tens of thousands of years without breakthroughs. It's just a choice. As for this senior, whether in heart realm or cultivation, they have already reached the highest peak. A senior who has reached such a level is called a great hidden expert. Compared to their schemes, they prefer to smile and watch the mortal world from afar." Upon hearing a series of principles, Yen Yang immediately knelt down and bowed his head in apology. "Old ancestors, Yang knows his mistake. If old ancestors have decided to meet that senior, I will make preparations for the ceremony." Yen Tianshan turned away and replied, "Knowing your mistake is enough, but a figure like that senior probably doesn't care about any treasures anymore. Therefore, I decree that you stay in the imperial capital because Yi Senior is building a shrine, establishing a gold body, and receiving the worship of the people." Later, in the crowded streets, a soldier held up a paper and announced, "By the decree of His Majesty, 3 days from now, on the 6th of September, all the people of Dayen must come to Dongshan to offer congratulations." Upon hearing this, the people began to chatter, "What day is the 6th of September? Dongshan is the royal feng shui site, who are we congratulating? I heard recently the whole city has been building a temple within 3 days, it's called Chongqing Temple. A dark-robed figure lurking behind the wall heard everything and thought, this is strange. I must report back to His Majesty. The scene then shifts to Xia Chao Old Kingdom. The emperor sat on his golden throne, looking over the offerings being presented, and said, I heard that the country of Deyan has built a Chongqing temple. Do you know what Chongqing means? The high officials below exchanged a few words. Doesn't Chongqing mean hoping for national prosperity and longevity? What is Yan Yangnian up to again? 8 parts of it are probably something that old Yan Tianshan is planning to do. Yan Yangnian is deliberately releasing smokescreens to deceive us, a senior official remarked. Your Majesty, I suggest sending someone to Deyan to investigate thoroughly. At the same time, in the Guqin kingdom, the elderly emperor slammed his fist down on the table in anger, causing it to crack. He shouted, what are those spies doing? They don't even investigate the news properly. What's the use of keeping them around? A senior official spoke up, Your Majesty, please calm down. Although we don't know the identity of Yi Senior, building a temple, forging a gold body, and receiving the worship of the people, these are not things that ordinary cultivators can achieve. It's either someone who has ascended to the upper world or a supreme figure. I suggest sending a group of skilled spies to investigate this matter thoroughly. Time passed swiftly like a running dog in the fields, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Yan Yangnian personally arrived at the palace gates, bowing deeply in respect. The construction of the temple for Yi Senior has been completed. I invite old ancestors to inspect. Then, a palace maid stepped forward and announced, reporting to Your Majesty, old ancestors are about to break through. They instructed you to be cautious and not to be careless. Yan Yangnian responded with few words, Junior understands. Meanwhile, several spies lurking on the rooftop were diligently eavesdropping on the news. One of them turned to speak, brothers, have you heard? Yan Tianshan is about to break through. His Majesty's guess was indeed correct. At that moment, another spy corrected the statement, wasn't His Majesty suspecting Yan Yangnian's plot? Confused, the one beside him asked, what are you talking about? Which sect do you belong to? The spy didn't conceal his identity, I'm Yan Kan's envoy from the Xia Chao kingdom. Realizing that they were not the only one spying, the spies exclaimed, I'll kill you. The crowd began to stir, you're all brothers, why resort to violence? Who are your brothers? How dare you infiltrate the ranks of Guqin Kingdom's detectives? Hit him out for me. At this moment, Yan Yangnian remained unaware and simply turned, instructing, proceed to Dongshan. Transitioning to Dongshan, in front of the royal palace of Deyan, the divine beings gathered densely. All eyes were on the solemnly draped red cloth, murmuring speculations, who could be under that red cloth? Some guessed, someone of great contribution to our Deyan kingdom, surely. Others questioned, could it be someone from the Knights Guild? Then came the announcement, His Majesty arrives, followed by the 9th princess. Upon hearing this, everyone knelt in reverence, we pay our respects to His Majesty, and to the 9th princess. Yan Yangnian, resolute, commanded, rise, all of you. I know you find it hard to understand why I've made such grand constructions in the imperial capital, building temples, honoring Yi Chongqing Senior, this is of utmost importance. The only thing I can tell you is that Yi Chongqing Senior has bestowed great kindness upon our Deyan, and this kindness will influence the destiny of our kingdom for tens of thousands of years to come. Upon hearing this, everyone exclaimed, tens of thousands of years. Heavens, who exactly is this senior? Could this Yi Senior be an immortal? The shady figures in black attire, not resembling virtuous individuals, also engaged in murmurs. One of them turned to say, have you all heard? Deyan might have the protection of an immortal. Another replied, indeed, and not to mention the orders to construct temples, along with the elder in the royal court. This proves, interrupting, a dark figure exclaimed, proves that the elder in the court is still alive. Another eagerly rubbed his hands, saying, we must quickly return to report this to the lord of the kingdom, and spread this news to the court. The emperor spoke to the person beside him, Huang, begin your journey. Immediately, Huang acted, holding a scroll and reading aloud, on the 6th of September, at noon, everything proceeds favorably, with no omens of misfortune or prohibitions on expressing affection. Then he loudly proclaimed, today marks the construction of the Chongqing Temple in the royal palace. The emperor of De Yen stepped forward and personally removed the red cloth covering the statue. A golden statue of Yi Chongqing, exquisitely carved, immediately appeared, dazzlingly radiant. The statue struck a provocative pose, revealing every bulging muscle, and from its armpit, a stream of light emanated. This astonished everyone, eliciting cries of, "What's happening? What is this? Quick, protect the emperor." The stream of energy roamed through the crowd, making everyone feel as comfortable as if they were on a cloud. Yan Yang Nian exclaimed in alarm, so this is Taoism. Even the venerable statues of the past have never experienced such a situation. Could it be that even though Yi Senior is made of stone, he embodies the peak existence within the realm of immortality? The golden aura covered the sky above the imperial palace of De Yen, radiating an extremely brilliant light. The marvelous energy spread everywhere, leaving everyone in awe, saying, the statue of Yi Senior brings auspiciousness to us. In the clear sky, suddenly turned gloomy, a bolt of lightning struck down, causing a stir among the onlookers. It was normal just now, why did lightning suddenly appear? Such ominous signs. Yan Bing Xian suggested, Father, this abnormality has never been heard of before. Should we summon Master Lu? The emperor replied, no need to hurry, let's observe further. Just then, the dark clouds dispersed, and brilliant light appeared. After the clouds dissipated, a rainbow of light and colorful clouds emerged, creating a dazzling and miraculous scene that left everyone in awe. Accompanying the colorful clouds were celestial beings appearing above, playing enchanting music. Yan Yang Nian was amazed, could such magic be due to Yi Senior's temple and gold body? A guard ran up to report, Your Majesty, even deep within the imperial palace, there are signs of unusual phenomena, with the vast avenue aura in chaos. If not unexpected, old ancestors is also about to break through. The emperor was overjoyed. Old ancestors is breaking through, does this mean we're closer to ascension? The emperor and Yan Bing Xian bowed in gratitude, thank you, Yi Senior, for your guidance. If one day Senior can protect our imperial ancestors as they step into the upper world, then our De Yen can enjoy eternal peace. Several days later in the Guqin kingdom, another emperor was extremely angry. Indeed, that old man is still alive, he said. Is there any other news? The black-robed individuals eagerly recounted, the other matters are all trivial. For instance, De Yen has an extraordinary great power backing them. When constructing the temple and gold body for this individual, there were also strange phenomena. It said that even the old ancestor of De Yen received guidance from this person. He nodded once, so it is, but immediately after, he jolted, and each of those black-robed individuals received a blow from him. He shouted furiously, what small matters are these? Get out, all of you. Leave now. In the imperial palace of the Xia Chao kingdom, the emperor was quietly calculating, it seems that this Yan Yang Nian has stumbled upon some incredible luck. The court officials commented, Your Majesty, it seems that De Yen will surely become stronger. If the old ancestor in the imperial palace of De Yen succeeds in his breakthrough, our three nations will have to bow to them. The urgent matter now is to quickly determine which deity Yi Senior belongs to, argued two other grand ministers heatedly. The urgent matter now is to decide on an alliance with whom. Of course, it's Guqin kingdom. The enemy of our enemy is our friend, one insisted. That old man seems to have a poor judgment. Quickly show goodwill towards De Yen, urged one. What about De Chu? Can anyone establish contact? If Shengzhou trembles, history might repeat itself once again. Upon hearing this, the expression on the emperor's face turned pale. He recalled from historical records, 10,000 years ago, the vast land of Zhengzhou was divided into 7 nations, and heroes rose, shaking the land for 100 years. At that time, a remarkable figure emerged, boldly stepping forward to unify the world, eventually giving rise to the 4 great old kingdoms. The ancestors of the 4 great old kingdoms wanted to build temples, erect a gold body for this extraordinary figure, and honor him with a millennium of incense. But for some reason, it never came to fruition, and the hero suddenly disappeared. At this moment, Ye's brother suddenly woke up in a panic, his face pale as he exclaimed, "Hey! Stop!" He gasped for breath, trying to calm down as he said, "That dream was too beautiful. I dreamt someone was building a temple and offering incense to me, praising me as an extraordinary figure." Ye's brother got out of bed with a yawn. That dream was too much. If I didn't lack spiritual roots, I might have believed it was real. He pushed open the door, but since having recurring dreams like this, every time, then the quality of his sleep seemed to have improved significantly. He stepped outside, gazing at the simple scenery in the courtyard, pondering, it's been a month since the old man Hajin Ren left. I wonder if he has understood the concept of the 4 dragons spouting water yet. Ye's brother casually sat down on a chair in the courtyard, counting on his fingers. I've taught him all 4 methods of solving it. Ye's brother sighed, massaging his forehead. He casually picked up a stone and a wooden plaque from the table, wondering, what level of cultivation does this elder cultivating immortals have to give me these gifts? Ye's brother toyed with the 2 items in his hands. Isn't it risky to use both a stone and a wooden plaque? He remembered how meticulously he had taught the old man back then. You have to do it like this first, then like this, and finally like this. Do you understand? Ye's brother felt a chill at the thought, but even understanding simple examples like joining a sect in Go required effort. He sighed softly, feeling bored. These elders from the Holy Land Tai Xian are truly unlucky. Yet, Ye's brother remained extremely confident. If I had spiritual roots, combined with my intelligence and insight, I would surely have become an extraordinary genius in no time. And it will shake the entire cultivation world. Ye's brother casually threw the wooden plaque behind him, saying, forget it, I'll just use you as a coaster, before placing the stone back on the table. He whistled nonchalantly as he walked back into the house, oblivious to the cracked stone emitting a faint golden light. Back to pen and paper, showcasing Ye's brother's talent, he picked up the quill to start a little, early morning calligraphy practice. Ye's brother placed the pen on the paper and drew a long stroke. When he noticed the phenomenon occurring as he wrote, he was both surprised and skeptical. There's nothing wrong with the pen, and nothing wrong with the paper. Ye's brother examined his sheet of paper closely and discovered a significant find. The writing emitted a faint golden smoke. Ye's brother was stunned for a moment. He raised the pen again to write another stroke, then continued writing continuously until the entire sheet of paper began to glow. Seeing the faint golden aura, Ye's brother exclaimed joyfully, the golden smoke has appeared again. He pondered on the meaning of life. Could it be that my golden finger touch has awakened? Little He, outside, hearing his master's enthusiastic voice, felt a sense of resignation, thinking, Master is really powerful, even his hands can turn into gold. Completing the painting, Ye's brother's face was filled with immense satisfaction. This piece is. Suddenly, 3 large characters appeared, sparkling throughout the painting. Ye's brother rubbed his shoulder and decided to redo it. He began to write with the sentiments of a lovesick fool, loving her in the lonely alley. Suddenly, thunder rumbled outside, and the wind blew fiercely. Ye's brother looked up, noticing the strange phenomenon through the window. Upon witnessing this, he wondered, could it be the phenomenon I caused? He decided to try again, diligently writing a few more words. Who says standing in the light makes you a hero? A bolt of lightning struck from the sky as Ye's brother stepped outside. The lightning seemed to split the sky, hitting his small courtyard. At that moment, the sky gradually brightened, and a faint golden light began to appear. Ye's brother looked up and chuckled, finally, the heavens haven't forsaken me. The legendary strength, as long as there's a hint of stillness, will summon a phenomenon. A single thought can soar across the heavens and earth, roaming the 8 realms. Ye's brother pointed to the sky enthusiastically, saying, "Control space." Ye's brother was puzzled as nothing seemed to happen. He couldn't help but doubt himself and looked at his hand. "Do I need an incantation?" he wondered. Ye's brother took the pen and began reciting the incantation, as desired, according to my will, fly for me." Suddenly, thunder roared again, and a bolt of lightning struck directly at Ye's brother's pen. The tip of the feather pen stored countless electric charges before ultimately transferring them to Ye's brother's body, causing a slight shock that left his whole body numb. Ye's brother was enveloped in smoke, and lightning emanated from his body. He wondered, "What is happening? I can summon a phenomenon, but why do I still lack any real power? Give me a card to experience the effect. How am I supposed to play?" Suddenly, Ye's brother woke up, realizing, "No, there's another possibility. Could this be a reminder that I already have spiritual roots?" Days passed, and flying ships hovered above the town. People marveled at the sight. "Look, it's the ship from the Ziqing Holy Land. It seems it's time for the martial arts competition between the 2 holy lands," they exclaimed. Amidst the praise, those above looked down with disdain. "Laughable, is the Holy Land a place they can just enter if they want?" agreed someone nearby. "Indeed, the most important thing in cultivation is the foundation, and if one's spiritual roots are poor, then nothing else matters," another added. Junior brother heard this and asked, "Lu's senior brother, if I remember correctly, you also didn't come from a cultivating immortals noble family, right?" The person named Lu frowned and asked, "What's your point?" Behind them, there were many disciples of the Lu family. The junior brother adjusted his glasses and chuckled, saying, "It's nothing, I'm just reminding senior brother that in the eyes of people like Dan Tai's senior sister, you're just like an ant." Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Su junior brother, it seems you've gained quite some understanding recently." The Su family turned to see who it was, and all the disciples bowed in greeting to the newcomer, who was none other than the holy son of the Ziqing Holy Land, Yin Changfeng. Holding a fan in his hand, he asked, "How do you appear in the eyes of someone like Dan Tai Ching Shui?" The Lu family rejoiced inwardly, thinking, "You're done for, daring to praise Dan Tai's senior sister in front of senior brother. You've made a mistake." Yin Changfeng concealed his anger and continued speaking. "On the contrary, as the holy son, I still rank below others," Su junior brother hurriedly replied. "Both the holy son and the holy girl are strong members of the sect," Yin Changfeng said coldly, lifting his head. "It's good that you know," he warned, turning away. "Even though you may have extraordinary talent, in the end, your status still falls short compared to Lu junior brother. Don't mistake the difference between seniority and age," he cautioned, while Su clenched his teeth in response, saying, "Junior brother understands his mistake." As soon as his words ended, another voice echoed, "Changfeng senior brother, please wait a moment." Su junior brother was extremely happy to hear that, as if he had been saved. The person who spoke was Dan Tai's senior sister that he had just mentioned, and holy son Yin Changfeng was surprised as he turned around to see what was happening. Dan Tai Ching Shui, in her white dress, walked over and said, "May I ask where Su junior brother went wrong, that senior brother threatened him like that?" As she approached, she was welcomed enthusiastically by the disciples, even the men were moved. "It's Dan Tai's senior sister, truly like a fairy out of this world, so incredibly beautiful." Another person glanced and said, "I'm not blind, you take a second look. Dan Tai's senior sister is my idol, I only love her, I will never change." Yin Changfeng also blushed a bit, but tried to remain calm as he explained, "Su junior brother has committed the offense of disrespecting senior brother, how can he not be at fault?" Qing Shui, with her curvaceous figure, carried a musical instrument and tilted her head with her captivating beauty, opening her mouth to speak. "Is it disrespectful to mention Qing Shui's name that way?" Qing Shui asked with a pleading look on her face. "Every day, the Holy Master calls Qing Shui many times, can this be considered disrespectful?" "And who is being disrespectful, senior brother?" The disciples saw Qing Shui's adorable behavior and lost their rationality, each one opening their arms wide and releasing their hearts, constantly thinking, "Oh God, save me, that tilt of Dan Tai's senior sister's head is truly a weapon that moves people's hearts, I cannot resist it." Upon hearing this, Chang Feng immediately softened towards the girl and angrily said, You are trying to manipulate me." Then he showed a sly smile and said to Qing Shui, "So, dare to make a bet with me? In this martial arts meeting with Tai Xian Holy Land, whoever loses must give up the position of future Holy Master." Hearing this, the girl replied, "Didn't the Holy Master already promise that whoever reaches Yuaning before the age of 40 will be the next Holy Master of Ziqing Holy Land?" After that, Qing Shui hugged the guitar again and looked adorable, but her words hit Chang Feng's heart. "Chang Feng, senior brother, are you in a rush?" Chang Feng, with a purple face, said, "Don't talk nonsense." Suddenly, there was a sound in Qing Shui's ear. She was extremely surprised to hear this music and turned around. Some disciples also heard the sound and said, "Where is the music coming from? It sounds so good, but compared to Dan Tai's senior sister, it's still far behind." Yes, Dan Tai's senior sister is a genius in the field of music. These disciples had a chance to take advantage of the situation. While they were discussing, Qing Shui was listening quietly. She quickly ran out to look down. And also told them to shut up. But their scolding was like a slap in the face for these disciples. "Ouch, I've been scolded by senior sister, it really hurts. I've been scolded by senior sister too, it's so touching, boo-hoo." While these disciples were still daydreaming, Dan Tai jumped out of the boat, which made them panic and ask, "Dan Tai, senior sister, where are you going?" The girl leaped from mid-air downwards at a very fast speed, accompanied by a glowing blue aura. As she descended, Qing Shui silently recalled the melody she had just heard. "In the prime of youth, like a little Q Li Tui, in the prime of youth, like Chao Sun Fai Bok." Such music must come from an extraordinary expert with extremely high musical skills, or perhaps it is my destiny. If this journey can help me understand the ancient piano books that I couldn't comprehend before, then it's great. Yin Chang Feng also found Qing Shui's behavior strange. He thought to himself, Dan Tai Qing Shui has always pursued the path of sound, could there be something peculiar about the music she just heard? However, a moment later, he furrowed his brows in frustration because he didn't understand anything about sound. The scene where Qing Shui arrived was filled with a strong spiritual aura and Tao energy enveloping a spiritual weapon. A little town resembling a hidden paradise of an expert. As she was about to land, a barrier suddenly blocked her path. Then, Qing Shui was struck by a beam of lightning, covering her but causing no harm. That made Qing Shui confused and self-questioning, what is this? The crack on the barrier suddenly opened up, causing Qing Shui to fall like a bird with broken wings. Behind the mountain, where Yi brother was, suddenly there was a thunderous aura and dark clouds swirling incessantly. Lightning struck down like the sky roaring and the earth collapsing, and the reason for the dark clouds and thunder was because of Yi brother's music. He played music with his own heart, causing even the natural world to follow his emotions. When the music ended, the sky returned to its original brightness. Yi brother opened his eyes, puzzled and asked, "Is there thunder again?" while he was puzzled. On the other side, there was screaming and shouting, "AAA help me." A graceful figure fell endlessly from above with Qing Shui's sorrowful landing. The hen was so surprised that it dropped its eggs and ran away in a panic. The poor chickens were scared of losing their treats and ran in chaos. Qing Shui raised her hand tremblingly and kept saying, "It hurts so much." The chickens also stopped being scared and turned back to look at Qing Shui. Where Qing Shui fell created a small cracked hole, and the flock of chickens gathered around to peck at it. Surely the place where she landed was Yi brother's chicken coop. Qing Shui thought to herself, I didn't expect this place to have such strong restrictions. It's true, after all, it's the residence of an expert, and having some ways of protection is quite normal. While Qing Shui was still in awe, suddenly the sound of a zither rang out. Qing Shui looked to another direction where the zither sound was melodious and amazing. Without waiting for a second longer, she ran straight to that place. Why did she have to run so fast? It's because flying was forbidden in this place. The people in the town saw her and exclaimed, "It's an immortal over there." Others asked, "How do you know that?" "Oh, so you don't know? Haven't you seen the creative hairstyle of that lady? How could an ordinary person do that? She even stuck some chicken feathers on her head. It creates an immortal aura, can't you see?" After walking for a while, Qing Shui finally arrived at her brother Ye's grocery store. At that moment, He Huang was asleep drunk in front of the door. Qing Shui looked inside and saw the terrifying aura of Tao still emanating, just as she had predicted. This was definitely the hidden place of an expert. This sound of the piano must certainly come from a great power, with supernatural abilities on the path of the dark law. Surprisingly, she looked at where He Huang was sleeping, seeing him sleeping soundly, must have stayed up all night last night to guard. But the one scared was Qing Shui. She stood up with her hair standing on end, shouted, "Oh my God, the Demon King is lying here in a pile." Qing Shui's voice was quite loud, so He Huang also woke up. It looked at her and thought, another practitioner of the human race. Could it be because of the fame of its master that she came here? Qing Shui saw him raising his head. She was afraid of revealing her identity, so she stepped back, afraid of making him angry and losing the chance to become a future holy master. But He Huang suddenly had a bolder thought, "I have to assist the master a little bit." Thinking immediately, it stood up and approached Qing Shui. He Huang also did not forget to emanate its own intimidating aura. Qing Shui was so frightened that she clung to herself. He Huang burst out with the aura of a demon king, revealing his true body and said, "Little girl, if you truly want to ask, then I will speak with great compassion." Before he could finish speaking, a hand suddenly grabbed his neck, causing him to only make a barking sound like a house dog. He Huang was sweating profusely because he knew who it was. Only his owner could touch him and turn him from a demon king into a house dog. Yi brother grabbed him by the neck and threw him out, saying, "Go play in the backyard, stop intimidating others here." Yi brother walked up with a bright smile, and also said, "Do you want to buy something? Come inside and take a look." "We have everything inside," Qing Shui exclaimed in shock. "This is..." Qing Shui came here to consult an expert, not to buy things, but another thought straightened out in her mind. Qing Shui gasped and thought about every detail. The Demon King has always had a haughty and unpredictable temperament, an existence that is relentless and uncompromising. Now this young person is cursing like a dog again, but obediently listens. The sound of the piano also emanates from inside this house. All of these signs prove a fact: he is the extraordinary expert who plays the piano. Qing Shui's eyes shone bright with the words, "extraordinary expert," imprinted in them, and she continued to affirm, "That's how it is." Yi brother looked puzzled as he glanced at the girl. "I don't know what happened to her, but she seems so agitated." Qing Shui, with a fascinated look, asked him, "Excuse me, just now you played the piano, didn't you?" Yi brother looked at her, not understanding why she was so excited like that. Qing Shui knew she had encountered a great opportunity. So in her eyes, there was only an expert. Yi brother was startled to see her looking so creepy. He replied, "Yes, that's me." After the answer was a fearful reaction from him, because the world of cultivating immortals is full of strange people. Qing Shui smiled coldly and said, "That's great." Then she took out her own piano, its aura also emitting a mysterious musical sound. Yi brother, seeing this action, thought, "What does she want to do? Why are you playing the piano with me to ruin my reputation? Do you want to teach me how to be a better person or something?" He smirked, looking cold and disdainful. "Well then, come on, humph." Yi brother's attitude at this moment exuded a terrifying aura, like a great power holding the fate of a realm in his hands, so formidable that no one could defeat him in this field of music. But everything changed when Qing Shui smiled brightly and spoke up, "Great master, I have some questions related to music theory that I would like to consult you about." He froze for a moment, standing still for a few seconds. "So she came not to disrupt my shop, but to seek guidance, making my pointless agitation earlier." He realized that she referred to him as a great master, surprised but also pleased. Qing Shui was very clever, thinking to herself, Senior said to treat me like a passerby in the shop, but if I directly call him great master, he definitely won't be able to refuse. Just as she thought, Yi brother was in a very cheerful mood and laughing as if he had won the lottery. Haha, I can't accept the title of great master, too embarrassed, he said, refusing the title with his mouth but his body showing sincerity. His ears turned red, his nose pointed up as if he was starving to death. After 3 seconds, he started to cough, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yi brother regained his composure and introduced himself, I am Yi Changqing, before suggesting, it's not convenient to talk about music and art here, let's go to the backyard for more details. Qing Shui was thrilled with the fulfillment of her wish. Yes, Yi great master. I understand, he led her inside and said, this is my modest little residence, where I usually sit to practice music and paint. As he finished speaking, Yi brother slowly opened the door, and a strong light burst in, causing Qing Shui to cry out in surprise at its brightness. The scene before her eyes looked like a fairyland, with a thick aura of Taoism. In ancient times, the divine beast and divine tree had almost everything. Qing Shui was shocked by what she saw before her eyes. This is clearly a holy land with miraculous powers, there can be no trace of a simple residence here. Here, one day is surely worth more than 1,000 days of cultivation elsewhere, she thought, unable to contain her excitement. I only dare to hope to stay here forever. Yi, seeing Qing Shui's thoughts, confidently thought to himself, these cultivators behave strangely every day, everyone who comes here becomes mysterious and unusual. He then introduced Qing Shui to his place of residence. This is my writing desk, where I write and draw every day. This is a chessboard, which I often play in my spare time. Qing Shui was also surprised to see a stone on the table and asked about it. Hearing her question, Yi responded, that stone is a tea pet, if you like it, I can give it to you. Feeling overwhelmed, she hesitantly replied, thank you for your kindness, Yi great master, but I cannot accept it, thank you. She was too excited, leaving Yi puzzled as to why. Because, to me, a beautiful stone is just a decorative item, not a rare and precious treasure, so why not accept it? Qing Shui sweated profusely while thinking to herself, using ordinary stones as precious treasures for making tea, and casually giving them to others. A man who doesn't care about fame and fortune like that, I want to learn more from him. Her bold thoughts and eager aura were clearly visible on her face. After a while, the two of them stood in front of his zither in the small courtyard. Qing Shui looked a bit puzzled, she was horrified and thought to herself, that is. She gasped when she realized it was the legendary immortal weapon Tianyu. She was still not calm because of these two words, Tianyu. Her forehead was sweaty, her eyes seemed to see something incredible. Could this be the immortal weapon known as the Heavenly Spirit Scholar, the embodiment of righteousness and honesty in legends? While she was still lost in her thoughts, he approached and said, Miss, if you want to learn about music from me, then play a piece for me to listen to. But when he looked back, he saw her drooling over her wooden zither. He couldn't help but be amazed by Qing Shui's actions and took a step back. Yi brother continued to adjust his guitar and said, if you don't mind, you can use my guitar. Those words echoed sweetly in Qing Shui's ears, making her quickly run over and ask, use your Tianyu guitar. Can I really do it? Do I have your permission? Qing Shui's attitude made him fearful, but he emphasized, of course you can, just be yourself. Then, Yi brother looked at the guitar and reminisced. The body of the guitar was made from rare wood from Haiji Chou, reminding him of a cold winter. He remembered when he had only a few pieces of wood left to burn, he used a hatchet and his last bit of strength to split the wood. The sound of the hatchet hitting the wood, creating small pieces, echoed in his memory. One could even see sparks flying up and coming back down. He hit me in the mouth, causing me to look up to the sky and spit out blood, feeling a sharp pain that made Yi brother fall back. He remembered that he could detect it relying on his keen eyesight. The head of this wooden stick had the words Tian Yu carved on it, resembling a musical instrument, so Yi brother decided to go to the music district to find a suitable string for it. After a while of examination, he chose a very delicate silk string. Yi brother took it to the shopkeeper to pay, and the old man said, "This is a silk string, priced at 6 silver coins." Yi brother was shocked and said, "Why don't you just rob me?" Then the old man leaned in close and said, "Without spiritual roots. This is the price." Hearing this, Yi brother became furious, regretting that he couldn't slap the old man and dunk his head in the pond. He stormed out in anger. Before leaving the door, Yi brother, still angry, turned back and shouted, "Wait for me, remember my face." The old shopkeeper waved goodbye in a friendly manner and said, "Go in peace, no need for farewells. Remember to come back and support us next time." Yi brother was still very angry when he got home. He took a piece of red silk and tied it to his forehead, showing determination. Yi brother held a bundle of cabbage with a serious expression on his face and said, "It's not just a silk thread, why is it so tight? If we don't have it, we can start raising silkworms, and one day we will have silk. But to make a perfect instrument, to play magical melodies, we need the right time and place, all those factors are indispensable." Back to reality, Yi brother reached out his hand to Qing Shui and said, "Music theory comes from the heart, so fairy can just follow your heart." Qing Shui nodded in agreement. With Yi brother's permission, Qing Shui gently touched the instrument, then sat down. Thinking to herself, the divine weapons of this world are divided into different categories: immortal weapons, Tao artifacts, ancient treasures, spirit treasures, and many others. A sect usually has a Tao artifact, considered a precious treasure, while immortal weapons are rare and only exist in ancient legends. Such rare and precious treasures are very scarce in this world. Things that can be encountered but not sought. It's unexpected to find an immortal weapon in this legendary place, and the Tao energy on this string instrument of the Great Master is truly dense, surpassing even ordinary immortal weapons. As Qing Shui played a note, the Tao energy danced along with the sound of the strings, causing her small delicate hands to tremble with excitement. Yi brother, watching this scene, found it difficult to understand and tilted his head in question. After playing the instrument, Qing Shui turned to Yi brother and respectfully said, "Junior's name is Dan Tai Qing Shui, if you don't mind, you can just call me Qing Shui." Seeing this, Yi brother smiled with satisfaction and gestured as if opening a poem. The leaves rustle outside the Taishao gate, flowers bloom along the river under the moonlight. Yi brother, impressed by the name, praised it and expressed himself in front of her, hoping to captivate her with his gentlemanly demeanor. But reality struck quickly, as she turned to him and said, "Excuse me, senior, can I start now?" Yi brother's face turned gray as he couldn't understand anything. "She doesn't care about anything," he said, then politely invited Qing Shui to play the music. Qing Shui started playing the first notes, the sound came out gentle and lingering. Each melody performed by Qing Shui smoothly, reaching the chorus, she sang along with the music, expressing lively emotions. After finishing playing, Qing Shui excitedly asked, "Senior, how was that?" But his response was just a chin-scratching gesture and saying, "Not bad, just okay." His straightforward answer made Qing Shui's face turn pale as if she had just been slapped with a cold splash of water. She sarcastically said, "Just okay? Then I will use 10 times the effort to see how the senior's feedback is." With 10 times the effort, Qing Shui started spinning her hands wildly with a new piece of music. The more she played, the faster her movements became as if she was remixing the music. Seeing the change in her playing, Yi brother felt surprised and started applauding and praising her. Qing Shui was playing the piano with great pleasure, her body seemed to merge into the music. When she finished, she thought to herself, "I wonder if the great master has recognized my talent yet, hee. As Qing Shui's performance ended, Yi also applauded and praised her, saying, "The music was graceful, it touched people's hearts." However, there were some imperfections, but the performance was rare. Upon receiving the praise, she was so angry that she felt blood boiling. Afterwards, Yi told Qing Shui another terrifying story, describing it as a nightmare. He said, "I once knew a girl who claimed to be a pianist, but the music she played terrified me. The fear was truly horrifying. The image of the princess playing the piano was like a musical disaster." Yi looked at Qing Shui and pointed his finger up, saying, "Compared to Qing Shui, that girl was much more skilled," making her shiver all over. Thinking to herself, "How dare he compare me to someone as crude in music as him?" she had to restrain herself or she would have slapped him. After that, Qing Shui shook her head vigorously and calmly said, "No, that's not right. The great master's words must have some deeper meaning." It was because of this thought that she approached and asked, "Qing Shui's knowledge is limited, so there may be shortcomings. I hope you can guide me more." She presented herself respectfully and eagerly to Yi brother, with gestures that were equally respectful and polite, saying, "I hope Yi great master can guide me." Before Yi brother could respond, she remembered the advice from her holy master, who had once warned her, "Qing Shui, the master is someone with a lot of experience, and almost everything in this world I have experienced. You must remember this on the path of cultivating sound magic, you must make it through, unless you don't." However, she did not know that her master had been labeled by her peers as a nonsense great master of literature. The expert spoke in such obscure language to show off, and the disciples didn't understand, so they thought it was profound and meaningful. Qing Shui on one side secretly thought, "I wonder if Yi great master can speak words of wisdom that surpass holy master. At this moment, Yi brother also hesitated and replied, "Teaching is not for me to judge. But everyone's understanding of music is different, so the insights gained in music are also very different." The words Yi brother spoke made Qing Shui fall silent and mutter, "Yi great master, he can speak words that even surpass holy master. The words of master are like a small pond, while Yi great master's words are like majestic mountains, a vast and profound feeling that cannot be reached." Yi brother saw that she was not normal and cleared his throat. Then he told her that he had remembered her music piece in his heart. After saying that, he walked towards his own instrument, and after sitting down, he said, "Next, let me play a piece for Qing Shui to hear, so that she can see the difference between me and her." Upon hearing these words, Qing Shui quickly and respectfully responded, "Yes, great master." Qing Shui humbly requests to listen with her ears. Inside her, there was a feeling akin to a violent volcanic eruption, indescribable. "You entrust the initiative of interpretation into my hands. Is this the special way of the enlightened great master Yi?" Yi brother's hands were now resting on the strings of the instrument. The first note that Yi brother plucked caused the Tao's vigorous energy to transform into form. Witnessing this scene, Qing Shui seemed to sense something. The strings of the instrument vibrated in harmony with the vast avenue, each sound generating Tao's energy, the music making the hearts of those listening quiet and tranquil, as if they were in the clouds. Riding on a crane flying into the sky, after Yi brother finished playing a piece, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and exclaimed, "This piece is more challenging than I imagined." When he looked at Qing Shui, he saw her reaching out her hand. This scene was not unfamiliar to him, as those who came here were not much different from this lady. Their enlightenment was truly terrifying. Seeing this, he said, "That's enough. Having insight is good, it can be considered as being able to teach. Time flies like a dog running in the field. Just a moment ago, a cent has passed." At this moment Qing Shui also woke up. She was amazed that she had gained insight, her experience points therefore increased dramatically. She immediately noticed Yi brother sitting drinking tea on the other side. Her face at this moment also had a hint of fear, because of Yi brother's level in the aspect of sound laws. For her, it was like the difference between heaven and earth, deep and unpredictable. Then Qing Shui pondered, "Perhaps he can help me solve the biggest mystery in my heart." Since childhood, Qing Shui has joined the Holy Land Zi Qing and started the path of practicing sound laws. That scene always remains unforgettable for her, the guidance of the master, and studying with senior brothers in the Holy Land. At that time everyone praised me as a genius with extraordinary talent on this path. Everyone praised, admired for their talents, but one day my enlightenment came. Qing Shui held a piano book named Hoa Fan in her hand. She had found it in a cave of a great power who had passed away. Every time she starts performing, she cannot bear the Tao's rule contained in that piano book. She has tried countless times but has not succeeded. If she were to take out this piece of Hoa Fan, Qing Shui had a bolder intention. She thought to herself, I wonder how Great Master Yi would react if he saw this music sheet. With that thought in mind, Qing Shui decided to act right away. She approached her brother Yi and said, Yi Great Master, this piano book has been causing Junior trouble for years. Can I ask for your guidance? Upon hearing her plea, Yi brother did not hesitate to take the piano book and asked, Is this piece of Hoa Fan really that difficult? While Yi brother was pondering about the piano book, Qing Shui showed seriousness. Those who understand music theory can comprehend the score, but when it comes to performing, even a tutor cannot do it. Especially, he will be swallowed, with a very powerful attack within, because the score contains the terrifying Tao's rule. When it came to this point, Qing Shui's body couldn't help but tremble. Hearing Qing Shui's words, Yi brother understood the meaning behind them, and he wasn't surprised. Yi brother turned to Qing Shui and said, If I'm not mistaken, the author of this Hoa Fan book is indeed a woman. Qing Shui was horrified and replied, Yes, the person who lived in that cave is indeed a fairy. After answering Yi brother, Qing Shui thought excitedly, Indeed, Yi Great Master just needs a glance to guess that the author is a woman, truly my idol. After a while, Yi brother looked at the book cover and sighed, thinking, How can a man write such beautiful characters? Then, Yi brother said to Qing Shui, I will play this piece for you then. Qing Shui was startled, making Yi brother lightly shake his head at her. Qing Shui gently said, Then trouble the Great Master. At this point, Yi brother was about to break the strings and thought to himself, Although this piece is complex, it can't be difficult for me. Because in this field, we are champions. Then he started with the first melody. Immediately after that Yi brother entered the scene in the music piece. The flowing energy revolves around him. Qing Shui behind him also felt the pressure of this vast avenue. She was stunned by the overwhelming power, just playing but with such great power. At this moment, Yi brother entered another scene of the piece. He constantly changed scenes, making the energy even more vivid. Qing Shui felt the energy rays carrying the melody, also had a sense of enlightenment for herself. A moment later, she panicked because she realized the change in herself when listening to this music. Her feet can no longer stand firm. Her body resonates with the sound of the strings trembling constantly. Qing Shui's face also turned red and she breathed heavily. Her body condition was not stable, making her think that Yi Great Master wanted to pass on the vast avenue music energy to her through this piece. At this moment, that feeling became even more intense. Qing Shui felt something surging in her body. She couldn't hold it in anymore, let out a loud scream, and immediately, a dazzling yellow lotus flower appeared. This lotus flower shone brighter and contained the essence of the Tao. From within the flower, something began to slowly unfold. After a few seconds, in the center of the flower, something materialized, taking the form of a small child, like a newborn baby, emitting a dark Tao light. Qing Shui was horrified to realize that the little child was her initial Yuaning. She couldn't contain her emotions, remembering how just by hearing Yi Great Master play the zither, she was able to condense her Yuaning and enter the Yuaning realm abruptly. Seeing the figure of Yi brother, Qing Shui couldn't help but fear this overwhelming power. Transitioning to the Bei Huang Glacier, the land of the magic clan, the music from Yi brother's zither could still be heard echoing across the northern part of the continent. Suddenly, a weapon appeared and struck the members of the magic clan who had been hunting the demon beasts. Excited to catch their prey, they were shocked to hear the sound of a harp coming from somewhere. Some recognized the sound of the harp but did not know where it was coming from. Suddenly, a violent wave of energy spread across the vast sky of the ice plain, causing the ground to shake. The magic clan were terrified as the ground shook and lightning struck a pile of bones, causing the demons to cry out, "That is the direction of the Holy Land." The elder of the demons said that it seems like the demon emperor has finally awakened after many years of silence, possibly due to the harp sound they just heard. A member of the magic clan pointed to the lightning strike and asked, "What just happened, elder?" The other members did not understand the chief's meaning, and the elder recalled the legend of the most terrifying demon emperor sleeping deep at the end of the ice plain. When she woke up, the magic clan army would once again occupy Zhongzhou to unify the world. The old man knelt down in surprise, causing the little demon next to him to panic. The elder clasped his hands sincerely and expressed his thoughts. As long as the demon emperor wakes up, the thousands of years of suffering of the magic clan will come to an end. In the picturesque place of Dashan where the Yao tribe lived, the sound of a zither drifted through the valley with the wind. The melodious music reached the dark cave where a mysterious Yao tribe member sat. Hearing the zither, he turned around and asked himself, "Who is playing the zither?" A figure as swift as the wind rushed before the cave, answering forcefully. A group of Yao tribe members gathered, respectfully clasping their hands and bowing before the figure. Some Yao tribe members respectfully knelt down to greet the demon supreme, and as they stood watching them perform the ritual, the demon supreme gently said, "Just get up." The woman with wolf ears stepped forward and clasped her hands. "Demon supreme, you have been asleep for 1,000 years, why did you suddenly wake up?" He looked up at the clear blue sky and replied, "Didn't you all just hear something?" The young lady, who had just broken out in a sweat, said, "Junior indeed heard the sound of music, but thought it was just a normal song." Upon hearing her speak, Demon Supreme calmly continued, "Normal. This song is the legendary Flower Fan song." The words he spoke made her shudder on the spot. The man with bear-like hands stepped forward indignantly and said, "Demon Supreme, what exactly is this Flower Fan song? And how could it disturb you so?" Demon Supreme sat down on a rock and explained to everyone, the Flower Fan song was composed by a magical woman from a clan with power equal to the Demon Emperor's. She composed it for her lover from 1,000 years ago. Upon hearing this, the three fell silent, bewildered, and said, "A magical woman who can rival the Demon Emperor, why would she have a lover from a mortal race?" As they listened, the little demons couldn't believe it and whispered, "How can humans and demons love each other?" 1,000 years ago, the world was led by demons, moreover this demon woman had such powerful magic. Demon Supreme explained that hundreds of thousands of years ago, the two demon realms divided the world, with humans being the only remaining existence. Later, the humble human race found a suitable way to cultivate in the vast avenue of the world. They quickly rose and, along with the two demon realms, divided the world into three, leading to an unintended alliance between the two. The realm of this woman was almost ascended, but was destroyed by the cultivation supreme of the other human sect. Not only did she have to bear the price of being destroyed and swallowed by the heavens, but she was also sealed deeply by her lover in the mysterious coffin in Bei Huang. Everything seemed to end with a faint mist in the Demon Supreme's hand. He continued, "Legend has it that a human sect practitioner left behind a piece of Manhwa. Only when this piece is played correctly, can the seal on the mysterious coffin of this female demon emperor be broken. The legend also mentions that only when the human sect practitioner transcends, can they touch that Manhwa. A little demon spoke up, "Demon Supreme, if you have heard the flower fan, then surely you can also hear it on the Bei Huang plain. The seal on the coffin of that demoness will also be opened. The future is indeed something to look forward to." Demon Supreme chuckled wickedly. "Yes, it won't be long before the magic clan rises again and declares war on the human race." The demons were also resolute, and the two nodded firmly, saying, "The junior understands, we will immediately send someone. Once the human race launches an attack, we can wait for the opportunity to strike and attack Zhongzhou." A gentle breeze carried a few leaves. At the same time, on the Ziqing Holy Land, a large ship floated in the air and began to move towards the Tai Xian Holy Land. The person on the ship exclaimed, "I see the Tai Xian Holy Land." A young man stepped out, standing in front of the majestic landscape. He assessed, "Indeed, it is the demeanor of the Tai Xian Holy Land. It seems we have arrived earlier than expected." Suddenly, the ship was hit by a violent tremor, and the people on board struggled to stand. The howling wind of Changfeng couldn't keep its balance, he yelled and fell headfirst into the boat, his face grimacing. He raised his head and wondered, what's going on? The boat hit a barrier, causing a strong shock. The people on the boat shouted, "Help, the boat is shaking," and, "What's wrong with the Holy Land Tai-Hsien?" The angry crowd exclaimed, "We knew we would come, why didn't we unblock the mountain defense formation, and, how do we get off the boat?" On the journey to pick up the people of the Holy Land Zi Qing from the Holy Master Tai-Hsien, Qing Xian expressed his uneasiness. "Chang Xian senior brother, are you sure you can break Su Ji Tian's four-dragon water spouting formation?" Hearing this cold remark, it was truly the whisper of a demon. He Chang Xian confidently replied, "I have received the true teachings of our ancestor, breaking that old man Su's formation is as easy as eating and drinking. Just wait, this time I will definitely win everything for the Holy Land Tai-Hsien." The elders, upon hearing this, immediately cheered and rallied. Suddenly, the ship was hit by a violent tremor, and the people on board struggled to stand. "Yes, Holy Master senior brother, a true man must be strong, a true man of integrity does not know the word fear." He Chang Xian raised his finger and said, "Junior brothers, wait a moment to meet the old man Su Ji Tian, you should still be modest." They all responded in unison, "Yes, Holy Master senior brother." He Chang Xian, with a sweaty face, said, "Old man Su has always been very suspicious, if he changes tactics at that time, then this year his efforts will be in vain." At this moment, someone approached, greeted them, and said, "Long time no see, he brother." He Chang Xian awkwardly smiled and replied, "Long time no see, Elder Su, I heard that your cultivation level has made a breakthrough in the past 10 years. Su Ji Tian laughed arrogantly and replied, "Haha, the four dragons spraying water formation that you have not been able to dispel for decades, why would I need to make a breakthrough? Collecting so many treasures from Tai-Hsien Holy Land like that is a bit embarrassing." The elders were furious and speechless. Qi De Long, an elder from Zi Qing Holy Land, spoke up, "You reap what you sow, losing face is not a big deal." An elder from Tai-Hsien Holy Land could not take it anymore, he drew his sword and pointed it towards Qi, speaking loudly. Mr. Qi De Long, from Su Town, was just joking around. "What's the big deal with you talking now?" Qi De Long, without any fear, smiled and replied, "Brother Yuan Jian, is your temper still so bad? If not, then next time we can have a little spar." He was so angry and said, "I bet you still remember the old man's sword." At that moment, Qi De Long suddenly remembered, "Wait, have you had a breakthrough?" He compared in dissatisfaction in his heart, 10 years ago, this old man said it would take more than 2,000 years for a breakthrough. Yuan Jian exuded a strong aura and replied, "Not bad, Qi De Long, did you expect this? This old man has successfully reached the divinity realm." He Chang Xian didn't say anything but thought, "Didn't the old man tell you guys to speak less, to be more humble?" He Chang Xian placed his hand on Yuan Jian's shoulder, not saying much, and directly pulled him back. The Holy Master chuckled and said, "It's embarrassing, making Su brother laugh." At this point, Yuan Jian was still angrily muttering, "Senior brother, don't stop me." He Chang Xian heard the sound of beating drums. "Su junior brother, although Yuan Jian has broken through the normal realm, but I'm afraid that the talent of this old man will always be inferior to you in the realm of Tao." Someone behind spoke up, "Holy Master senior brother, there is no need to appear weaker, the junior brothers behind are cheering for you. Today is different from the past, Holy Master senior brother. We are no longer afraid of you, as men, we must be firm. It's not just about playing chess, let me play, increase the bet for me." He Chang Xian's whole body felt as if it was made of stone, he was speechless with his ignorant younger brothers. "Didn't I tell you guys how to behave? But then why did each of you open your mouths and say, 'My master is the best'? Enough of that." Hello everyone. We have reached part 2, episodes 53 and 54 of this series. Within the compound, the arguing and commotion caused Holy Master Tai-Hsien to intervene and advise them not to agitate, as the issues will be resolved later. However, no one listened. The elders standing behind Holy Master could only helplessly look at the tumultuous crowd. The three elders whispered to each other about the unruly group over there. The elder with a strong body looked at them and asked, "Are these the same old men who lose at chess and cry?" The elder in black helplessly replied, "So arrogant." The elder in purple stroked his beard and said, "It's not like before." Seeing the commotion caused by the three elders, along with the gossip of the other elders, Suji Tian began to suspect in his heart, things seem normal, but there must be something unusual. It seems that the people from Holy Land Tai Xian must have an expert guiding them from behind. Inside the magnificent and luxurious palace, with swallows soaring in the blue sky. In the distance, Chang Feng leisurely held a fan in his hand. He softly called his master, Suji Tian, to report the situation. "Master, all the disciples of our Ziqing Holy Land have been arranged properly." Upon hearing this, Suji Tian turned to look at Yin Chang Feng and continued walking towards the main hall. Suddenly, Yin Chang Feng was a bit surprised to see three elders of the Tai Xian Holy Land in front of him. He quickly bowed to the elders in front of him. "Junior Yin Chang Feng, greetings to the seniors of the Tai Xian Holy Land." Seeing Yin Chang Feng's respectful gesture, the Holy Master stroked his beard and praised, "No need for excessive courtesy, it seems that the Holy Son of Ziqing Holy Land has made quite some progress." Upon hearing the praise from the Holy Master, Suji Tian happily extended his hand and approached him, saying, "It's just a small achievement." In response to the praise from the Holy Master, Suji Tian gently stood next to him and patted him on the shoulder, praising his accomplishments. The Holy Master looked at Suji Tian and subtly said, "I heard that your holy son Li Changming has been practicing the longevity technique for 10 years, and has also made rapid progress." Seeing that the Holy Master was not responding to him, he continued, "This time, please give us some guidance." Yin Chang Feng stood outside listening to his master speaking and smirked disdainfully. Arrogantly, he added, "Why has senior brother Li still not shown up? Is it because he knows he can't compare to me so he deliberately avoids me?" Hearing these words from his disciple, Suji Tian raised his eyebrows and pointed his finger to scold, "Chang Feng, that's disrespectful." Seeing his master scold him, Yin Chang Feng turned his face away in anger. The Holy Master standing beside watched as Suji Tian lectured his disciple. Yin Chang Feng casually fanned himself, showing indifference to his master's words. He replied with tears in his eyes, "Yes, yes, Junior has overstepped." The Holy Master heard the exchange between Suji Tian and his disciples and then answered Chang Feng's question, "At this time, Chang Ming is in seclusion, so you haven't seen my disciple, which is correct." This response surprised Yin Chang Feng, thinking of his disciple studying day and night with a book in hand, murmuring, "The strange is ever-changing, the variable is fixed, the sign is visible but the limit is unknown." The Holy Master couldn't help but feel sorry. Intentionally, he told Yin Chang Feng, "Chang Ming has now abandoned the path of spiritual cultivation and turned to the path of sword cultivation." Listening to Chang Ming switch to the path of swordsmanship, Master Suji Tian and his disciple were surprised to see the Holy Master and asked, "Why the sudden change?" Yin Chang Feng quickly fanned himself in shock and asked curiously, "Are you really switching to the path of swordsmanship?" The Holy Master sighed heavily, showing a sad expression, and said to the two, "Young people who have not experienced the hardships of society are even more prone to impetuosity." Suddenly, the Holy Master's face lit up with joy, scratching his head a few times, then happily told the two, "It is a coincidence to meet a renowned teacher for guidance, so I have completely awakened." Seeing the dizzying changes in the Holy Master's expression, Master Suji Tian and his disciple could only respond with a nod, looking puzzled at him. The Holy Master turned to look at his junior brother, raised his thumb with a proud expression, and said to himself, "See this is what humility looks like, junior brother, remember to learn from this." When the junior brothers saw the signal from the Holy Master, they also raised their thumbs, secretly happy and thinking, "Senior brother is truly amazing." The elders stood by watching the antics of the two, then he bowed respectfully with his hands behind his back and approached to scold them, "Are you not?" The two foolish people watched as Qin Yi stood scolding the old crooked man, then took the opportunity to gather together and whisper to each other, "Let's make a deal, this old man is planning to deceive someone." The elder with a sturdy body approached Su Ji Tian and interrogated him. "He is a disciple, how could he easily give up like that?" Su Ji Tian heard him and had some doubts, so he chin-stroked and said his own thoughts, "If what he said is true, then we must be careful." Su Ji Tian said firmly, "This martial arts gathering is getting interesting." The elder walked up to Su Ji Tian, stroked his beard, and suddenly said, "It seems like He Chang Xian said something just now." "Master," which made Su Ji Tian a bit confused. Suddenly the elder broke out in a cold sweat, turned around in shock and said to Su Ji Tian, "Could it be that Li Changming has received the sword transmission from the expert?" This statement caught Su Ji Tian's attention, but he quickly regained his composure and turned away. Before leaving, he also said to the two elders behind him, "Let's go, thinking too much now is useless. Before the martial arts gathering, I still have to play chess with Yi Chang Xian, so when the time comes, you guys think of a way to persuade him." Seeing that Su Ji Tian was still in the mood for chess, the two elders behind foolishly looked at each other and divided their tasks. Su Ji Tian looked at the crowd in front of him and challenged, "Let this old man see which great figure can make you confident because you have such a backing. After all, he is a holy figure. In which direction?" The scene then shifted to a peaceful and calm sky, with the gentle sunlight slowly melting and spreading over the ground, painting it in a strange, warm golden color. Yi Changqing was sitting quietly at the familiar small wooden table in the courtyard, enjoying the music too. Explained to Qing Shui, when suddenly he sneezed. The young man absent-mindedly looked up at the clouds, at the sky, his eyes seeming indifferent and unconcerned, his finger raised to scratch his nose as he wondered to himself, "Who could possibly be thinking of me?" Qing Shui noticed Yi Changqing's expression clearly, unable to help but raise her eyebrows with a bit of worry, her cheeks blushing delicately as she asked, "Great Master Yi, what's wrong?" Yi Changqing's face was extremely indifferent, his finger still at his nose, looking up at her. Later, Yi Changqing extended his finger, his eyes looking down at his hand. His finger gently stroked and casually replied, "Oh, no problem." Then, Yi Changqing conveniently threw that precious thing far away. He smiled brightly like fireworks and asked, "Qing Shui lady passing by here, did?" Upon hearing his question, Qing Shui's face lit up with joy and a little radiance. She replied, "Yes, Yi great master." Yi Changqing's smile became stiff and forced. He reminded, "It's not early anymore." His heart at this moment was filled with how many dark thoughts, the deep dark showing a fierce, wild and untamed appearance. He silently expressed, "Can you think about leaving here? It's hard for a young and single man like me to restrain himself." Qing Shui seemed enlightened, the quiet candle suddenly lit up. She realized the reason and clapped her hands together, saying, "Ah. You're right." Yi Changqing did not show a clear attitude, but in his heart he silently thought, "It's good to hear you understand, in case I really can't control myself." However, people like Qing Shui were as if shrouded in fog, overshadowed by the talent of Yi Changqing. She ignored the usual reasoning, disregarding how Yi Changqing might feel, and in the blink of an eye said, "So Qing Shui will temporarily stay at Yi Great Master's place for one night." Disregarding the dignity of a young lady, the tranquility of a cultivator she should have, she hastily got up and ran back to the main room. Qing Shui felt delighted in her heart. If she stayed here, she could continue to meet Yi Changqing tomorrow and learn from him about music and art. Yi Changqing was astonished, as if this was no longer his home. He reached out in confusion, trying to stop her. "Didn't you ask for my opinion?" But the other person insisted stubbornly, not hearing what he said. Yi Changqing couldn't stop her, his hand hanging helplessly in the air, his face showing both helplessness and silent anger as he cursed in his mind, "These cultivating immortals are truly..." Yi Changqing disappointedly slumped down, his hand on the guqin, feeling anxious and sighing at the strange behavior of these cultivating immortals. Yi Changqing furrowed his brows irritably, muttering words full of contempt. Cultivating immortals, what can they possibly want to do? After days of continuous interaction with people cultivating immortals, not only were they eccentric, but also annoyingly disobedient. It was evident that Yi Changqing was already fed up. Placing his hand on the guitar string, Yi Changqing pondered. Suddenly, the taut string emitted faint golden rays of light. Yi Changqing thought to himself, don't add effects to me anymore. Seeing this phenomenon, Yi Changqing abruptly froze, like a bolt of lightning striking in broad daylight. He suddenly realized something and thought to himself, wait and see. Yi Changqing carefully thought about cultivators like Yan Bing Xian, Qing Shui, the holy master He Changxian, or Lu Changhe. He began to piece together each detail meticulously and reasoned, although everyone in this world has spiritual roots, their level and understanding of the realm of calligraphy can be described as a disaster, so after seeing my work, they will worship me. Yi Changqing raised his brows, crossed his hands in front of his chest, and thought as his eyes darted back and forth, realizing the obvious. Yi Changqing's eyes suddenly lit up, he clapped his hands together, thinking, if that's the case, then all I need is more people to like my work. Yi Changqing reached out, his hands stiffening and shaking, he clenched his fist tightly thinking about the future, his spirit soaring. Then I want to be famous in this world, it's not a problem anymore. Yi Changqing's face turned pale, he lifted his leg and kicked the table in frustration. If you live without a dream, you're no different from a miserable fish, Yi Changqing growled, each word firm, his eyes determined, filled with enthusiasm. He pointed his finger to the sky, tightly closing his eyes, setting his goal firmly. Take my work to the capital city of Dayan. The sky was blue with white clouds. As Yi Changqing spoke, he suddenly stopped, his finger pointing aimlessly in the air, contemplating. But outside this world are all spirit beasts, wild beasts. Yi Changqing suddenly thought of himself facing a giant demon beast, sending shivers down his spine. His face turned pale, sweat constantly pouring down as he thought, a handsome young man, without any spiritual roots, unable to defeat anyone, how can I safely reach the capital city? Yet in reality, he was the most domineering youth in this server. Thinking about the fighting style of the cultivating immortals that he had encountered before, Yi Changqing felt anxious and sweaty. Do I have to beg those immortals for help? After exchanging blows and arguing for a while, both sides paused and gathered in a tea house to continue their discussion. He Changxian also did not neglect his guest, warmly offering tea. Su Lao, try this exceptional enlightenment tea. The aroma of the tea filled the room. Everyone present could almost feel it. Su Ji Tian delicately touched the teacup and immediately recognized it, exclaiming in surprise, oh, this tea is brewed from extremely rare enlightenment leaves. He Changxian casually replied, it's nothing special, just some enlightenment leaves. It was clear that this tea was incredibly rare, and even though it was just a small amount, Su Ji Tian was delighted to savor its flavor, lifting his head to enjoy the taste of the tea. He Changxian joyfully added, in the past, I used to drink tea made from fully refined tea leaves. His following statement made Su Ji Tian snap out of his enjoyment. Yin Changfeng only saw the master tightly gripping the hot tea cup in his hand and asked, Master, are you okay? Su Ji Tian was extremely irritated, perhaps jealous that He Changxian had once drunk authentic refined tea, while he could only enjoy leftover tea. Feeling a mix of anger and jealousy, he suppressed his emotions and replied to his disciple, it's nothing, just a sudden rise in blood pressure. But just as everyone was peacefully enjoying the delicious tea, a sudden tremor shook the ground. This phenomenon immediately startled Su Ji Tian, who jumped up and asked loudly, what's happening? The elder looked towards the main entrance, a hint of pride on his face as he said, it seems that Changming has successfully broken through. He sighed, looking at everyone, and deliberately emphasized, in just 1 month, he has achieved such levels of proficiency. At the same time, Yuan Jian ran ahead of Su Ji Tian and poured oil in front of his 2 disciples. Changming really has a talent for swordsmanship. Hearing everything clearly, Yin Chang Feng couldn't help but be surprised. His face tense, only been practicing for a month. Seeing his expression, Yuan Jian pretended to be innocent and asked, Yin Chang Feng, why are you shaking? He was so angry that he felt the people from the Holy Land Tai Xian. Trying to suppress it, Chang Feng looked for a reason to cover up, it's nothing. Just my blood pressure suddenly got a bit high. Yin Chang Feng frowned, silently thinking, how can he have such powerful sword qi after only practicing for a month? Li Changming. You can deceive others, but you can't deceive someone who has practiced swordsmanship for nearly 100 years like me. Chang Feng pressed his hand against his forehead, a light purple aura gently swirling in the air gradually condensing in front of him. The power increasing every moment. With suspicion, envy, and jealousy, Yin Chang Feng used his power to unleash a move. He growled angrily, dream on. His attack quickly surged from the main hall to the tall tower opposite. At this time, the tower was emitting a large dark green aura surrounding it. It demonstrates an extraordinary power, with the spiritual weapon condensing into a spirit sword on top of the tower. Yin Chang Feng's attack rushed forward, but it looked so small compared to that aura. As predicted beforehand, his strike seemed formidable, but in reality, it could not pierce through the thin layer of the tower, even on the verge of dissipation. Seeing this scene clearly, Yin Chang Feng's hair stood on end, he was both bewildered and amazed, muttering, impossible, yet the scene still displayed a dazzling power before his eyes, not decreasing in the slightest, but growing stronger with each moment. The source of the spiritual weapon abundant and soft moving in the air. Yin Chang Feng began to feel dizzy, he had been sweating since who knows when, unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, this is the pure essence of swordsmanship, yet Li Changming managed to surpass it in just a month with physical training. He seemed to be falling into despair, his pride seemed to be trampled mercilessly. Yin Chang Feng's face darkened, full of anger, only regretting not being able to immediately regain his prestige, he cursed under his breath, detestable. This Yin Chang Feng's ego is truly too big, he is just like the master. Zi Qing, the pride of the Holy Land, is not easily extinguished. Unable to accept it for a moment, he didn't hesitate and started to gather his inner qi. Seconds later, his aura gathered, summoning his treasured sword. The clear treasured sword appeared with anger and envy, as he firmly stated, I must see it with my own eyes. Chang Feng wielded his sword and swiftly flew away, leaving behind a lingering aura in the room. Although arrogant, Su Ji Tian knew this time it would be difficult. Worried for his beloved disciple, he quickly raised his hand to try to chase after and stop the commotion. He shouted, Chang Feng, don't be too impulsive. But before Su Ji Tian could do anything, he was restrained by a hand. He Chang Xian stood behind the old friend and gently reminded, if you're not impulsive, then you're not young anymore. Su Ji Tian had no choice but to stop in his tracks. He frowned in anger, gritting his teeth, I'm sure the most confident side now is he Chang Xian and the elders of the Holy Land Tai Xian. After so many years hidden in society, they finally have the opportunity to show themselves. Chang Feng rode his sword towards the towering mountains, majestic and imposing, with misty fog floating around and birds circling in the sky, his spiritual weapon truly powerful. As he looked down below, Chang Feng suddenly stopped when he spotted his target, sneering, found you. He continued flying towards Shan Feng, where Li Changming was meditating. Li Changming was still cultivating, fingers forming seals in front of him, softly chanting, the sword of the wise circles endlessly. A bright and powerful formation surrounded him, fierce winds swirling around, thunder roaring, wind shaking, the unpredictable changing, the magic controlling the heavens and the earth, filled with anger. Li Changming's eyes widened as he shouted, sword open, his large sword above seeming to stir, the energy growing stronger with each passing moment, the fierce winds and lightning becoming terrifying. Chang Feng was unable to open his eyes due to this powerful force. He reflexively raised his hand to shield himself, gritting his teeth in frustration as the sword qi of Li Changming shattered everything in its path. Standing in the midst of the awe-inspiring battle formation, looking exceptionally powerful. Chang Feng could not escape the shock when he opened his eyes wide and saw the surprising scene in front of him. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel confused when he exclaimed, "I can't believe this guy has trained to become the ultimate swordsman." Chang Feng was not a patient person. As soon as he saw the scene, he couldn't wait and his sword rushed forward. Wanting to see the situation clearly, he was still astonished when he said, "It can't be." Li Changming stood in a perfect formation at this moment, seeming more alert than ever. In just less than 3 seconds, he heard a distant noise and closed his eyes tightly to sense every bit. Finally, he detected an evil energy. In the reaction of a cultivator, Li Changming did not hesitate to make a sneak attack. The sword immediately flew under his control. On Chang Feng's face, a ray of light appeared as he saw the sword rushing towards him. He quickly sweated and furrowed his brows, quickly saying, "Not good." The sword came closer and he hurriedly dodged, but not in time. The sword passed through and chopped off his handsome hair, revealing his unprotected forehead. It was precisely because of this sudden ambush that Chang Feng stood unsteadily, his body swaying and falling off the sword. Li Changming stopped practicing his skills, gently landing, the aura lingering around his body. Li Changming opened his eyes, the mark of the spirit sword appearing on his forehead. No one noticed something falling and preparing to hit the ground, as Li Changming was the center of attention at that moment. He raised his hand, a small spiritual ball existing in the palm of his hand, symbolizing his power. Li Changming joyfully said, "The realm has stabilized, truly worthy of the teachings of the master." The junior brothers beside him continued to applaud joyfully, saying in unison, "Congratulations, senior Li brother, congratulations, holy son." But in that peaceful moment, the sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking behind them suddenly erupted loudly, causing them to pause their actions and look back. Yin Chang Feng was knocked unconscious and lying on the ground, his face also dented into the earth. Soon, the others gathered around to look, all wearing puzzled and curious expressions. Li Changming spoke up, "Doesn't he look a lot like Yin Chang Feng from the Ziqing Holy Land?" The junior brothers were stunned and observed, some daring to make conjectures based on Yin Chang Feng's appearance. "The hair of this senior brother is quite thin, he looks older than Yin's senior brother." Junior brother realized a moment later. He turned to Li Changming and said, "Holy son, senior brother, this is Yin holy son." Li Changming was still puzzled about what was happening. He didn't even realize he was the culprit, saying, "What happened to him? Quickly, take him to the room." Cut to later, when Li Changming brought Yin Chang Feng inside, he poured a cup of hot tea for Yin Chang Feng. Li Changming handed the tea over and said, "Yin brother, drink tea and calm down." At this moment, Yin Chang Feng was still scared. He kept trembling, hugging himself like a frightened little puppy. Yin Chang Feng took the cup of tea in his hand. He drank it to calm down. Li Changming also asked, "Yin brother, do you remember now?" After finishing the tea, Chang Feng still didn't understand Li Changming's question. "What does he want me to remember?" "He is the one who practices swordsmanship, and he is the one who doesn't attack." Li Changming pointed and said, "Just now, you fell from the sky, we saw it and brought you here." Li Changming smiled and said, "But now you are fine." Chang Feng's mood improved as well. He smiled and touched his head. "That's good then." However, when he touched his hair, he panicked because Li Changming had cut his bangs with a sword. His forehead was clearly visible now, and when he touched it, he let out a confused and angry yell, "Where is my bangs?" Chang Feng lost his composure, slammed the teacup on the table, and grabbed Li Changming's collar, demanding, "Li Changming, why did you switch to sword cultivation? And how did you merge sword and person in just a short month?" Li Changming was grabbed by the collar. He didn't resist and awkwardly replied, "I received guidance from a noble person, who advised me to switch to sword cultivation." Yin Chang Feng suddenly stopped, his face pondering silently in his mind, who could change the cultivation path of the Holy Sun. A moment later, Yin Chang Feng also let go of Li Changming's collar. He began to consider deeply. What if he could also be guided by that expert? How would it be? In a short time, Li Changming could become powerful, but he couldn't. Why? So Yin Changfeng weighed the pros and cons. He pretended to scratch his head and said, I was too happy for Li Junior brother just now, I was rude. But who is this noble person that Junior brother mentioned? Li Changming leaned close to Yin Changfeng's ear, looking mysterious and whispered, let me tell you. That person is. Li Changming opened his mouth near Yin Changfeng's ear and uttered a decisive word, secret. All of Yin Changfeng's expectations were shattered in an instant, his face filled with confusion and incomprehension. Li Changming shook his head and shrugged, his face filled with regret as he explained, it's not because of my selfishness, but because the Holy Master has ordered everyone not to mention this expert. Then Li Changming also illustrated the severity of the issue. He laughed with a sinister and ferocious expression and said, anyone who violates the rules will be immediately expelled from Tai Xian Holy Land. Time passed like a dog running across a field, just like that, a day went by. The next day, the martial arts tournament that everyone was eagerly anticipating began. The sky was exceptionally beautiful today, with the gentle sunlight like a fairy covering the earth and warming humanity. At Tai Xian Holy Land, a large number of people had gathered in the courtyard to watch the events. Everyone enthusiastically shouted, Tai Xian Holy Land is strong, Tai Xian Holy Land is full of hope. On the viewing platform, an elder stepped forward. He glanced around and then asked Qin Yi, where is the Holy Master Senior Brother? Sitting down right next to him, Qin Yi, while leisurely enjoying hot tea, replied, he has gone to compete in a chess match with Su Ji Tian. The elder sighed with concern, I hope there is some potential this year. At the same time, He Changxian, who was feeling a bit itchy, sneezed. At that moment, Su Ji Tian and He Changxian were sitting in a small pavilion in a green bamboo forest. After sneezing, He Changxian wondered, why do I have the feeling someone is talking about me behind my back? Su Ji Tian was very excited. He reached towards the chess box and said, hey brother, let's play a quick game this time, one game to determine the winner. Su Ji Tian took out a chess piece and asked, can we increase the stakes in the middle, how about that? He Changxian, very confident, calmly responded, sure. Su Ji Tian calmly reached out towards He Changxian and said with a smile, please, on the wooden chessboard. He Changxian gently placed the black chess piece, admitting softly, Brother Su, your four dragons spouting water formation is truly powerful, I have not been able to break it for years. He Changxian furrowed his brow and asked, has someone taught you this technique? Su Ji Tian calmly picked up a white chess piece. His face darkening as he asked, have you heard of the renowned master Nan Gong before? He Changxian, who was initially calm, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, are you talking about Nan Gong Xian Su, who is considered the top expert in Zhongzhou now? Su Ji Tian smirked, his face full of satisfaction, and replied, yes, I have received guidance from him. He Changxian's face showed no emotion as he said, so that's how it is, I didn't expect you to receive the help of the Holy One. He Changxian then had a smug look on his face as he asked, to be honest, it seems like you still think you can win this battle. Su Ji Tian replied in a mocking tone, not really, I'm just not as petty as you, keeping secrets like a baby about your senior, refusing to reveal any information. Su Ji Tian glanced disdainfully at He Changxian, the two old men staring at each other like enemies, their eyes seeming to shoot lightning bolts across the sky. Feeling insulted by Su Ji Tian, He Changxian couldn't help but laugh coldly, ha, am I petty? He then showed his generosity. Letting others see how magnanimous he could be, making it clear he was not someone to be underestimated, He Changxian summoned glittering treasures with a flashy spell, adding to the bet confidently saying, I'll bet 5 more spiritual treasures. Su Ji Tian was surprised by He Changxian's confidence, as it was the first time he had seen him put such a high price, gaping and exclaiming, are you out of your mind? I have the support of Nan Gong Sr. He Changxian was not only unshaken by the status of the Nan Gong family, but he also confidently replied, don't worry, Senior Su, I don't need any special treatment. If you have the skill, just use it. With the knowledge that Yi Changqing had imparted, Yi Changxian lifted a chess piece, preparing to make a cunning move. As Yi Changxian's hand moved forward with determination, the chess piece touched the wooden board, emitting a dazzling sparkle. This caused Su Zhitian to be shocked and unable to believe that he couldn't see through any of Yi Changxian's moves until now. Su Zhitian was astounded. What? It's impossible, I can't believe he could find a way out in the water-spouting four-dragon formation. In just a stick of incense later, following the teachings of Yi Changqing, Yi Changxian successfully broke through all the exits in Su Zhitian's water-spouting four-dragon formation. The mysterious gaze of Yi Changxian whispered to himself, compared to Master Yi, this so-called genius is just a child. The scent of lily wafted gently, carried by the breeze, mingling with Su Zhitian's denial as he was about to lose. Su Zhitian was still bewildered, angry and frustrated, his breath quickened with anger, his eyes widened as he questioned, who taught you this technique? Yi Changxian stroked his beard with a pleasant smile, but deep down he felt a sense of satisfaction that only he knew. Brother Su, do not ask any more, I will not say, questioning is useless. The mouth of this He family elder was sealed tight. Su Zhitian was at a loss, he seemed to think helplessly. Did you play fair? His hand under the table, he took out a spirit stone, the block of spirit stone emitted a faint light. Su Zhitian felt as if he had found a lifeline, he smirked evilly thinking, then don't blame me. Outside, the soft light still shone down on the bamboo forest. Su Zhitian held the stone discreetly, transmitting his energy to it, as if he had reached a dead end, determined not to lose. Su Zhitian thought to himself, Yi Changxian, you forced me into this, luckily I have given Master Nan Gong a sample of the spirit stone. Su Zhitian seized the opportunity to strike when the time was right. The green light stone quickly flew away, through the forest, through the layers of dense mountains. With this stone, even if they were at the ends of the earth, he and Nan Gong could still communicate. Nan Gong Xian Su could easily buff him. At this moment, in a secluded room, Nan Gong Xian Su was sitting quietly, cultivating. Su Zhitian's voice transmitted from the communication stone, Mr. Nan Gong, Mr. Nan Gong. Nan Gong Xian Su received the communication stone, which continuously emitted Su Zhitian's hurried voice. Nan Gong Sr., Nan Gong Xian Su frowned as he observed the stone. He finally spoke, Su Holy Master, what business do you have with this old man? Su Zhitian was in a dilemma. Hastily conveying the news to Nan Gong Xian Su, your fourth dragon's water technique is about to be unraveled. Upon hearing this, Nan Gong Xian Su was startled. Oh, the technique that took me more than 1,000 years to create, how could someone unravel it? Quickly tell me his method. Nan Gong Xian Su raised his hand, the image of the extremely high-level chessboard that Su Zhitian sent into the model stone appeared incredibly sharp. Nan Gong Xian Su put his hand on the image, looking at this delicate chessboard, he couldn't help but praise, the miracle is truly a miracle. A look of interest appeared on his face, and he said, I didn't realize there were so many possibilities in this situation. Just hearing this, Su Zhitian felt like thunderstruck, startled. Nan Gong Sr., are you also at a loss? Nan Gong Xian Su smiled confidently and replied, at a loss. After all, I have cultivated the Tao my whole life, how could I be easily defeated by others? Nan Gong Xian Su also pointed out a new path for Su Zhitian, I believe that only by breaking and rebuilding can we win in danger. Su Zhitian clenched the model stone tightly, full of confidence. His face beamed with satisfaction. Nan Gong Sr. said, Yi Changxian is surely losing. With that thought in mind, Su Zhitian proposed, brother, why don't we make a big bet? Yi Changxian immediately agreed, all right, what do you want to bet on? Without much thought, Su Zhitian quickly replied, it's simple, on Yi Changxian's person, he carries two ancient treasures, one is intermediate grade and the other is superior grade. How about we bet on this? Yi Changxian, deep in thought, silently evaluated, two ancient treasures. Without much hesitation, He Changxian closed his eyes and thought, but why does he brother feel like something is not right? Hearing that his opponent had figured it out, Su Ji Tian smiled and replied, exactly, I am willing to bet 2 ancient treasures not only to play a game, but also to bet on who the expert in your mouth really is. And so the 2 old men were extremely bloodthirsty, one making a move and the other immediately countering, one attacking while the other blocked every move, their fierce and excited auras emanating in all directions in the bamboo forest. After a short period of time, the result seemed clear. Nan Gongxian Su personally entered the battle, and He Changxian gradually lost his initial momentum. He Changxian looked at the chessboard at this moment and sweat dripped down, whispering to himself, this is not right, why did Su Ji Tian's chessboard suddenly change? Su Ji Tian still held the block of jade in his hand, seeing his opponent in a weak position, he spoke up, He Xian, why are you so tense? He Changxian felt trapped and his anger rose, but he suppressed his emotions, stood up and said, I have urgent matters to attend to, please wait a moment, Su Elder. Su Ji Tian was leading the game and did not pay attention to the fact that his opponent might play dirty like him. After He Changxian left, he silently praised, indeed, Nan Gong Sr. is formidable. The opponent no longer has the strength to fight back. He Changxian quickly walked out, clasping his hands together, preparing to flee. In his mind, he calculated, I will run first and then seek guidance from Master Yi for a few moves. With that, he made plans to meet again in the next practice session. In the bright summer sun, the scene shifted at Chongqing's convenience store, marking the beginning of a new day. Yi Chongqing was leisurely sweeping the front yard when he noticed some movement in the garbage pile. After a moment's observation, he saw a wooden card peeking out, still trembling in fear. Approaching the garbage pile, Yi Chongqing bent down, picked up the card, and wondered to himself, is this the wooden card that Master He gave me? What's going on? Suddenly, the wooden card in his hand jumped up, emitting a panicked voice, Yi Senior. Startled by the sound, Yi Chongqing's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the card, hearing He Changxian's panicked and pleading voice. Yi Senior, please save me. Shocked and puzzled, Yi Chongqing opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, is this a video calling tool for cultivating immortals? Seeing He Changxian's desperate expression, with tears in his eyes, pleading, Yi Senior, I'm in trouble, you must help me, Yi Chongqing was extremely surprised. Yi Chongqing couldn't help but step back in surprise and said, you speak first, sir. He Changxian didn't hesitate, immediately projecting a chessboard image for Yi Chongqing to see. The scene of him being bullied by others was displayed very vividly, with clear images that were no less inferior to Su Ji Tian's screen. He Changxian eagerly asked, Sir, please quickly see how the black pieces should move to escape the encirclement. Looking at the difficult situation on the chessboard, Yi Chongqing's face was very stern, his eyebrows furrowed impatiently. He scornfully asked, is that all you can do? However, Mr. He seemed truly desperate, crying and pleading for his help. This sight gave Yi Chongqing chills, and he reached out helplessly to support his forehead. In the end, he decided to help him, saying, forget it, just do as I say. With Yi Chongqing's consent, Yi Changxian felt relieved and gratefully said, yes, thank you, Yi Senior. Yi Changxian glanced inside, his eyes filled with confidence and cunning, silently smiling to himself, Master personally enters the battle, this time it will be fine. Not long after, Yi Changxian also entered and sat down in his seat, smiling as he said, Brother Su, have you been waiting long? Su Ji Tian impatiently curled his lip and replied, seeing Brother He so relaxed, have you perhaps found a way to break the siege? He Changxian did not respond, his eyes tightly closed. He reached out to pick up a black chess piece, focusing on Yi Chongqing's instructions, placed the black piece at the 8th position, breaking the connection between 2 pieces. He Changxian immediately followed the directions, found his target, and then placed his piece down. Seeing He Changxian's move, Su Ji Tian's expression became unpleasant, thinking, this move was unexpected. Nan Gongxian Su, observing the game, understood the situation and would not let Su Ji Tian suffer a disadvantage, so he advised, White to 9, reinforce. Su Ji Tian quickly realized this and promptly made the move to turn the situation around. Yi Changqing, without hesitation, instructed he, Black to 10, connect heaven and earth. He Changxian, remaining calm, made the move as directed. Nan Gongxian Su seemed to become anxious, forcefully saying. The saying goes, 33 white stones, 33 black stones. Su Ji Tian immediately lowered his white flag. This was not just a battle between Su Ji Tian and He Changxian, but could be said to be an indirect battle between Nan Gongxian Su and Yi Changqing. Seeing Su Ji Tian lower his flag, Nan Gongxian Su on the other side regained some confidence, saying, Let's see how you respond. But Yi Changqing, on the other side, did not pay much attention to this move, saying, Don't struggle anymore. Yi Changqing saw that the current chess situation was no longer difficult. The talented opponent has been resolved. Although the white pieces are strong, it is time to exhaust them. Yi Changqing unleashed his energy, shouting out his final move. On the other side, He Changxian was also tense, imitating Yi Changqing's posture, raising his hand high to make a move. Su Ji Tian and Nan Gongxian Su on the other side saw the scene in front of them and were stunned. It seemed like a large and majestic dragon, emitting a dazzling golden light. The dragon's path was wherever it wanted, powerful and with an incredibly imposing presence. With just a small move called Dragon Breaking Stone, Yi Changqing created a magnificent scene. Su Ji Tian and Nan Gongxian Su were both utterly stunned. Nan Gongxian Su's face was drenched in sweat as he exclaimed, How can this be? Su Ji Tian's scalp tightened, his eyes widened in disbelief. Senior Nan Gong has actually lost. Looking at the exceedingly simple position before him, Yi Changqing's face showed an extremely displeased expression, thinking to himself, This old man treats me like a bug to exploit hacks. With victory leaning towards him, He Changxian was overjoyed, his heart blooming with happiness. Holding the wooden token in his hand, he raised his fist to cover his mouth as he laughed quietly, thinking, Thank you, Senior Yi, thank you, Senior Yi, at this moment. Su Ji Tian was petrified, he still couldn't believe that after years of pride in his victories, he would lose so unexpectedly today. Yi Changqing on the other side responded, If there's nothing else, I'll be logging off now. Meanwhile, Nan Gongxian Su, clutching a stone in his hand, was so furious at this defeat that he felt like coughing up blood. His body trembled uncontrollably, and his voice quivered involuntarily. I have been cultivating the way of chess for nearly 3,000 years, and Nan Gongxian Su still cannot believe what just transpired before his eyes. His body continued to tremble as he acknowledged that he had once considered himself the unparalleled champion in the realm of chess. Now, not only had someone broken his strategy, but they had also defeated him in the art of chess. Nan Gongxian Su was tense, a slight sheen of sweat forming on his forehead, his brows furrowed deeply in concentration, and his eyes bloodshot as he shouted into the stone, Su Holy Master, where exactly are you right now? Determined to uncover the identity of the opponent who had managed to defeat a chess genius like him, Nan Gongxian Su was resolute. Su Ji Tian, still bewildered by his loss, was startled by another question from Nan Gongxian Su. Who are you playing against? Su Ji Tian, on the verge of tears, replied, Holy Master Tai Xian, in the northern De Yen Kingdom. With teary eyes, Su Ji Tian looked up and said, The person I was playing against is Holy Master Chang Xian Zhenren of Holy Land Tai Xian, but behind him is a mysterious expert, even I don't know who it is. Who could have imagined that the imposing Holy Master He Changxian, the figure of authority, was actually backed by the owner of a simple grocery store, someone without even spiritual roots, yet truly the most formidable individual on this entire server? Upon hearing this, Nan Gongxian Su immediately recognized the situation and interrupted, I understand. Unable to wait any longer, he flew at an extremely fast speed towards the northern Holy Land Tai Xian, riding his sword. Passing over numerous mountains, soaring through skies filled with blue clouds, gliding through the early morning mist of the hills, and alongside birds in flight, Nan Gong Xian Su could hardly contain his agitation. Driven by curiosity and ambition, he pushed himself to the limit, his eyes resolute, his teeth clenched, thinking, I must meet this expert. If not, my cultivation will stagnate here forever. In truth, every cultivator desires to become stronger. Even though Nan Gong Xian Su was over 3,000 years old, he still wanted to advance further. His determined eyes and attitude clearly showed this. Meanwhile, at Yi Changqing's small house, he had just ended the call with Yi Changxian. Still holding the wooden token, he let out a heavy sigh, thinking to himself, I haven't played this kind of chess since middle school. He walked into the courtyard, reflecting on the simplicity of the game he had just helped with compared to his current skills. At this moment, Qing Shui was still sitting there, focused on practicing with the guzheng. Her eyes were closed tightly, trying to produce the most gentle, wonderful, and elegant sounds. Meanwhile, Yi Changqing was still pondering over the simple chessboard in his heart, thinking, next time, increase the difficulty a little bit. Qing Shui's hand suddenly stopped on the guzheng, realizing that the piece she had just played perfectly broke off. She smiled brightly and asked, Yi great master, is there any problem with the piece I just played? Yi Changqing approached the table, poured a cup of tea, and leisurely drank it without any hurry. After finishing the cup of tea, he decisively placed the empty cup down. Yi Changqing contemplated and commented, overall, this piece is quite good, but it lacks a certain feeling. Qing Shui immediately showed a mix of confusion and worry on her beautiful face. A feeling? Is this a new teaching method? Curiously, she tilted her head and asked, what exactly is the feeling you're talking about? Yi Changqing racked his brain to find the most suitable phrase, then he raised his head, clapped his hands together, and said, it depends on desire. He then embraced himself, expressing a sense of urgency as he explained. In your playing, you have focused too much on technique and neglected the emotions of the music. Yi Changqing expressed his feelings through his actions, raising his arm high as he sighed, you must learn to follow your heart's desires and unleash your true nature. Qing Shui lowered her head, her eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. She looked at her fair hands and silently repeated these words to herself, follow your heart's desires, unleash your true nature. Standing still for a moment, she used her extremely intelligent mind to analyze and ponder the meaning until she finally grasped the concept. Could this be what the Holy Master once spoke of, the highest meaning of the Tao of music? The Immaculate Heart Realm. Yi Changqing closed his eyes and, with a hint of frustration, placed his hands on his hips and said, all right, let me play this piece again. Listen carefully and feel it. He genuinely wanted to help her improve her musical skills. Then he moved to his seat, placing his hands on the zither, ready to play a simple melody. As soon as he began, the instrument seemed to melt away under his talent, transforming the music into an ethereal experience. Emitting mystical rays of light, Yi Changqing closed his eyes tightly and began to play the zither. The sweet and melodious sound spread everywhere, even causing people on the busy street to pause and listen. The music seemed transcendent, its clear and soothing melody melting into people's hearts, enchanting everyone, making it hard for them to pull away. The elderly in the nearby shop also strained their ears, as if grasping a precious treasure, unable to stop once they heard this ethereal music. They exclaimed in admiration, "Oh my! The music has changed. This must be the music played by Mr. Yi himself." Quickly, people began to compare the music of Qing Shui and Yi Changqing, noticing a clear difference. Indeed, this realm is completely different from the previous music. The scene focused back on Yi Changqing, his graceful and agile hands skillfully gliding over the taut strings of the zither. Finally, he stopped, looking up with a natural smile and asked, "How does it feel?" At that moment, Qing Shui, seemingly overwhelmed by the mystical melody, found her body trembling uncontrollably after experiencing such enchanting music. Qing Shui's expression after hearing the melody was like she was thoroughly enjoying it, with great love in her eyes. She replied, just now, ye great master spoke wisely, Qing Shui needs to try harder. After Yi Changqing finished playing the music, he stood up and said, you can feel it well. He left his position and walked inside, saying, it's not early anymore, let's call it a day. Qing Shui stood there, looking puzzled, then bit her lower lip tightly, and finally turned around quickly, calling out, ye great master. She stood there and expressed her innermost thoughts, Qing Shui has been here for a while now, and I plan to leave tomorrow. Yi Changqing, upon hearing this, showed a surprised expression on his face, and exclaimed, oh, you want to leave already? He wanted to laugh on the outside but couldn't, thinking to himself, indeed, it's still a matter of revenge. But still unable to understand the content, Qing Shui always couldn't understand, afraid that only Yi great master could understand. The girl gathered all her courage, tensely handed the ancient book to Yi Changqing and said, so, Qing Shui wants to give it to you. Yi Changqing also reached out to take this item. He quickly opened the book to read, quickly absorbing all the meanings in it. Yi Changqing glanced through it for a few seconds and then opened his mouth to say, the characters on it seem to have been deliberately messed up by someone. Yi Changqing smiled, then raised his hand to suggest, but it's not impossible to decipher, let me try tonight. At the same time, the conversation turned to the bloody showdown in the bamboo forest. The forest now seemed to have a different light, as someone had emerged victorious. For Su Ji Tian, it was something he couldn't just let go. He Changxian seemed quite pleased after winning. Stroking his long beard he said, Su brother, the match just now was definitely a rare masterpiece. Su Ji Tian was very angry, but still managed to respond to his words, the current skill of he brother is truly eye-opening. Then he also took out a ring and placed it on the chessboard, pushing it towards He Changxian. Both treasures are in this ring, brother, take it. He Changxian observed the spoils of war in front of him. He was so happy that he wanted to cry, but inwardly he thought happily, after losing for so many years, finally there is a day of victory. Then he turned to Su Ji Tian, who was feeling down and waved his hand, saying loudly, Su brother, go relax. He Changxian felt like a flower blooming, holding the ring in his hand and admiring it. Behind the wall, Yuan Jian couldn't resist his curiosity and ran out to eavesdrop. His face was all smiles at the victory of senior brother. Yuan Jian raised his thumb and said, congratulations, holy master senior brother, today you can finally be happy. He Changxian seemed to be in complete shock, trembling with tears in his eyes, saying, if it weren't for the dedicated guidance of ye master, I fear I would never be able to win in this life. Yuan Jian eagerly turned to ask, senior brother, quickly take out the two treasures to see. He Changxian also wanted to see what they were, so he complied. The old man's finger began to perform magic straight towards the ring left by Su Ji Tian, starting the process of unlocking this item. When seeing the item inside, Yuan Jian exclaimed in amazement, this is. In front of them appeared a black feather pen, with a strange bell emitting a mysterious red light. These two colors did not look very auspicious. Yuan Jian looked at the two items and said in awe, is it a pen, a bell? Around the black pen emitted a faint blue light. Yuan Jian observed and said in amazement, the body of this pen seems to be made of precious crystal, it is very rare, known to emit a malevolent aura since birth, very likely to harm the divine soul of a cultivator. It is better not to mess with it. The bell emitted a dangerous dark red energy, and patterns on it were not auspicious, containing a very strong evil energy. He Changxian observed, his face dark, saying, the evil energy is so strong, only by killing countless living beings can such a terrifying aura be produced. He Changxian solemnly evaluated, it is an ancient treasure containing immense power. If we can make the central battlefield weapon of Mount Tai Xian our own. Upon hearing this, Yuan Jian's eyes lit up, his happiness overflowing. In that case, we can enjoy eternal peace at Mount Tai Xian. However, He Changxian had already considered carefully, the old man turned down this idea. But we can talk about that later. The Holy Sun Martial Arts Assembly is about to begin, let's go and see. Cut to the scene at the arena, it looked unusually peaceful. Su Ji Tian felt intimidated by the elders' piercing gaze in the Holy Land. Their eyes seemed to pierce through Su Ji Tian's body like wolves' gazes. He could feel the pressure without even looking at them. Unable to bear this pressure, Su Ji Tian turned around in shock and questioned, "Why are you all staring at me?" The old man's gloomy face showed no mercy towards Su Ji Tian. He pointed at the two treasures he had lost earlier. "Holy Master, Senior Brother, you have lost these two treasures earlier." Su Ji Tian was overwhelmed by this air of authority, sweat dripping down his face. The other elders also chimed in, questioning him. "Holy Master, can we put the loss on your tab? Even though the Ziqing Holy Land's holdings are vast, we can't sustain such wasteful spending." It was obvious they were distressed about the loss. These old men were wealthy but extremely stingy. Su Ji Tian, flustered, gestured wildly to explain, "Those are things I secretly hid away, don't worry." As soon as they heard that the losses didn't affect them, the old men relaxed. Qi Long stroked his beard and scolded, "Why didn't you say so earlier? You had us worried for nothing." Su Ji Tian, exasperated, couldn't find the words to respond. Another elder stepped forward to probe, "Why have we never heard you mention those two items before?" "Holy Master, Senior Brother," Su Ji Tian's face darkened as he replied, "because these two items are rare sources of great evil energy." Upon hearing this, the whole group jumped back and shouted, "What?" Regarding the brush and bell Su Ji Tian had left with Yi Changxian, according to him, they both originated from a highly malevolent land. Numerous fellow disciples had lost their lives and souls to suppress these ancient treasures until today. Turning around, Su Ji Tian gravely warned. "Even with our current cultivation, breaking the seal is not easy, and there will be serious consequences if we fail," Qi Long spoke up. "Why would you entrust such a dangerous object to Holy Master Tai Xian?" he questioned, with the other elders agreeing with Qi Long's concerns. "If our senior brother accidentally breaks that seal, won't it cause harm to the living beings?" But Su Ji Tian didn't seem worried. He turned coldly and said, "I have my own plans." Su Ji Tian stood silently, looking at the scene before him, with a sinister smile in his heart. "Dear brother, if you really break the seal, it will be a disaster for the Holy Land Tai Xian. I wonder if the mysterious senior brother in your mouth will watch on." Su Ji Tian was a cunning and ruthless fox. The elders looked at each other with concern, while Su Ji Tian relaxed on his seat. Qi Long couldn't help but ask, "Isn't senior brother's plan too dangerous?" And the other elders expressed their worries. "Tai Xian has only defeated us once, brother, don't rush to destroy someone else's home like this. If it's leaked out, it will also damage the reputation of Holy Land Ziqing," the group of elders urgently advised. "Holy Master, Senior Brother, think carefully." However, Su Ji Tian raised his hand to stop the excited junior brothers, and he solemnly said, "I know you are all worried, but I have my own calculations." The three junior brothers do not need advice. Looking at the wide courtyard in front of him, Su Ji Tian remembered something and asked, "Where is little girl Qing Shui? She has been at Holy Land Tai Xian for several days now and yet I haven't seen the little girl." Qi Long stroked his beard and replied with a smile, "On the way here, little girl Qing Shui heard a sound of a zither and followed that sound. It seems she has sensed some fate." Su Ji Tian nodded slightly in satisfaction, silently praising, "Not bad at all." Although Chang Feng and Qing Shui were appointed as Holy Son and Holy Girl at the same time, with equal aptitude for cultivation, but when Qing Shui was born, she had a special aura of Tao on her, always able to coincidentally encounter beneficial opportunities for cultivation. Chang Feng was surrounded by misfortune, but Qing Shui was the opposite, emitting a golden light around her, showing her good luck. Observing the scene, as soon as Chang Feng arrived, Li Changming stuffed garlic into his mouth, and even his beautiful hair was blown away. However, Qing Shui happened to encounter the formidable Yi Changqing. Nevertheless, Yin Changfeng also had his advantages. Su Ji Tian, with disdain, spoke up, but in terms of the positive attributes of this holy master position, if Qin Shui could have half of what Chang Feng has, it would be beneficial. Just then, there was an announcement from below the platform, inviting the two holy sons to the stage. Su Ji Tian exclaimed, "Ah," and said, "It's about to begin." Two auras, one green and one purple, gracefully swirled through the crowd, racing towards the arena. Moments later, both Li Changming and Yin Changfeng appeared on the battlefield. The disciples of Tai Xian exclaimed upon seeing Li Changming, "Quick, look! It's senior brother Li. Since he switched to sword cultivation, he seems like a different person, almost as if he's attained a kind of Buddha-like demeanor." Li Changming stood there, clasping his hands together as if in prayer, surrounded by an aura of Buddhist light, with enthusiastic disciples cheering him on from behind. Of course, the followers of Ziqing Holy Land would not support Tai Xian Holy Land. One disciple sneered disdainfully, "No matter how much he cultivates, what difference does it make?" The disciples of Ziqing whispered, "That's right, Yin's senior brother has led the way in swordsmanship for 100 years. Yin Changfeng exuded a deep purple aura around him, lifting his sword in hand, with the disciples of Ziqing behind him continuously cheering, their enthusiasm not inferior to Tai Xian's. Suddenly, Su Ji Tian turned his head and saw He Changxian approaching, and he also spoke up, "He brother," only lacking the presence of each senior brother in leading the grand scene. He Changxian chuckled in response, "All right then, Su senior brother has been waiting for a long time." The two holy masters sat on high observing the battle. At this moment, the martial arts convention officially began. With the auras surrounding Li Changming and Yin Changfeng both raging. Below, the disciples were cheering loudly. Who would ultimately emerge as the victor remained to be seen. Yin Changfeng placed his sword behind him and extended his hand towards Li Changming, saying, "Li Junior brother, please enlighten me." Just then, Li Changming raised his hand and said, "Yin brother, may I say a word?" Yin Changfeng frowned, impatiently asking, "What do you want to say?" He couldn't help but wonder, what is this guy up to? Li Changming remained calm, clasping his hands together as usual. The light around him was very similar to Tang Sanzang when he obtained the scriptures. Changming said, "I have only been practicing swordsmanship for half a year now, still far behind in skill. Looking around the Holy Land Tai Xian, the only one who can compete with Yin brother in swordmanship is junior sister Wu Shuang." Yin Changfeng, upon hearing this, immediately thought of the figure of the girl named Wu Shuang. He frowned and asked, "Are you talking about Lu Wu Shuang, the female swordsman from Tai Xian Holy Land?" Yin Changfeng, feeling very disdainful, thought he was being mocked and provoked, pointed his sword at Li Changming and exclaimed, "She is just an ordinary disciple. How can she be compared to us, two noble holy sons?" Li Changming, as always, exuded radiance. He raised his finger and said, "Yin brother, you don't know yet, Wu Shuang junior sister's sword technique is definitely superior to mine." Upon hearing this, Yin Changfeng also felt a bit tense, he was slightly anxious in his heart, Li Changming has already reached the essence of swordsmanship. If what he said is true, how strong will Lu Wu Shuang be? Then Yin Changfeng looked up, gazing toward Su Ji Tian high above with determination. "No, it's not easy to have the opportunity to show. When Dan Tai Qin Shui is not here, absolutely cannot lose this match in front of the Holy Master." Yin Changfeng thought that way, so he clenched his lips looking resolute, tightly gripping the sword in his hand. Yin Changfeng turned to Li Changming seriously, "Li Junior brother, stop messing around, let's compete with each other." Unable to wait any longer, Yin Changfeng's face turned dark with anger, his body glowing purple. Holding his sword, he rushed towards Li Changming shouting loudly, "Watch this move." But at that moment, a sudden shock occurred around them. A strong light erupted from behind the houses, a giant sword appeared along with countless other smaller swords. And from there, Lu Wu Shuang flew up, dressed in white with a sword. She leaped down from above. Yin Changfeng was startled, his eyes wide open. Lu Wu Shuang was rushing towards him, the aura surrounding her seemed to dominate everything, leaving Yin Chang-feng gaping. He looked up towards the direction of the woman and exclaimed, "That's Lu Wushuang." Lu Wushuang appeared, surrounded by a thick spiritual weapon, wearing a beautiful white robe like a celestial being. Su Ji Tian seemed to recognize at first glance, "That's the yin-yang sword intent," he whispered in awe. Yuan Jian looked up and proudly said, "Not bad, the yin-yang sword intent, the cultivation is much higher than regular sword intents." Lu Wushuang descended onto the stage, right in front of Yin Chang-feng and Li Changming. She stood on the stage, her beautiful yet icy face making everyone dazzled. The disciples below couldn't help but whisper, "Senior Sister Lu not only advanced her cultivation, but also became even more beautiful. Her cold and aloof demeanor is like the sun in the eastern sky. I understand now, she's a beautiful but cold-hearted woman." Seeing her grand entrance, Li Changming clasped his hands and sincerely said, "Lu junior sister, congratulations on your breakthrough in swordsmanship." Lu Wushuang smiled faintly and replied, "Thank you, senior brother. I had planned to continue my cultivation for a while longer, but I didn't want to miss this martial arts gathering, so I exited earlier than planned." The story ends here. See you in the next episode. Hello everyone, welcome to the next episode of this series. Lu Wushuang stood solemnly bowing to Yin Chang-feng. She spoke softly, "Yin Holy Son has studied swordsmanship for many years, taking this opportunity to gather martial arts practitioners. Wushuang would like to ask for some guidance." Li Changming immediately showed a humble demeanor, "That's very good, both of you are swordsmen, it's interesting to see a showdown between you two." Upon hearing this, Yin Chang-feng could no longer maintain his composure. He secretly panicked, thinking, Lu Wushuang is still young, but she has already mastered the essence of swordsmanship. Even if I use all my strength, I may not be able to determine the outcome. He carefully considered, in this situation, I cannot risk losing. Yin Chang-feng then came up with various reasons to reject Lu Wushuang. "Junior sister Lu, this is a competition between holy sons. As a regular disciple, you do not have the qualifications to compete with me." Li Changming chuckled, "Well, then it's perfect." The news spread from Li Changming's mouth to Yin Changfeng's ears. In the quiet space, the clear voice of Li Changming echoed like a punch to Yin Changfeng's ears. Before that, the teacher had declared Lu junior sister to be the holy girl of the Holy Land Tai Xian. When Yin Chang-feng heard these words, he felt like he was hearing some kind of heavenly secret, his face intense and serious. He exclaimed, "What?" Upon hearing the news that a new holy girl had suddenly appeared in the Holy Land Tai Xian, up in the stands, Su Ji Tian also couldn't contain his astonishment and asked He Changxian, "Is what Li Changming said true?" He Changxian calmly stroked his beard and replied, "Of course." He walked out, his eyes slowly scanning down below, and along with that, he affirmed to Yin Chang-feng, "Chang-feng, Wushuang has been appointed as the holy girl of Tai Xian. It's just that the ceremony hasn't been held yet, so Wushuang's duel with you doesn't count as breaking the rules." Yin Chang-feng couldn't help but look up in confusion, his mouth unable to form words. This matter, Su Ji Tian couldn't help but feel tense, but he still believed in his favorite disciple. After all, Lu Wushuang is just a golden elixir cultivator, still one step behind Changfeng's Yuaning realm. Surely, she can't lose. Because of his trust in Chang-feng, he indirectly agreed to substitute for his disciple, and then he also encouraged him by saying, "If the holy master Changxian has said so, then go ahead and fight, don't let others look down on our holy land Ziqing." Yin Chang-feng couldn't help but panic. He didn't know how to react at that moment, his face was covered in cold sweat. The situation changed. Yin Chang-feng gritted his teeth in anger, his eyebrows tensed up fiercely. "I only wanted to defeat Li Changming to establish my authority, why did it turn out like this?" However, still for the sake of establishing authority, he didn't refuse Lu Wushuang, with the solemn appearance of a swordsman cultivator. A sword placed behind his back, the other hand extended forward. "Lu junior sister, please." Lu Wushuang did not neglect her manners, she solemnly returned the gesture, saying, "Thank you, Yin senior brother." The Li surname down in the arena continued to cheer and encourage, both of you, fight on. Yin Changfeng was truly speechless, he didn't waste any more time. Although not very confident, he would try his best for the Holy Land Ziqing, for his master. Yin Changfeng then drew his sword, even though he wasn't completely sure, he still continued to encourage himself in his heart. Even though you have mastered the Yin and Yang sword intent, I have been practicing the sword Dao for over 100 years. Yin Changfeng carried his sword and charged straight towards Lu Wushuang. Lu Wushuang, who had no expression, stood still with her eyes closed, hands placed in front of her chest to control her breath and prepare to use her sword technique. Suddenly, Lu Wushuang opened her eyes wide, surrounded by a powerful and pure aura, exuding the imposing aura of Yi Changqing's golden origin sword scripture. Witnessing Lu Wushuang's performance, the people below the arena were either astonished or captivated by her fairy-like beauty. Li Changming smirked and commented, "Junior sister Wushuang is really amazing." Watching from above, the two holy masters had different expressions. The one about to win was cheerful, while Su Ji Tian, in a disadvantaged position, couldn't help but sweat and exclaimed, "What is this?" Yin Changfeng's mind was still reeling from the Yin and Yang sword intent, and now he was left gaping in amazement by another move. Two eyes opened wide, sweat dripping down his face. With a sense of panic, Yin Changfeng dared not continue running, he quickly hit the brakes, his body stiff and rigid, standing there in disbelief. How could this be? Eyes filled with uncontrollable rage, Lu Wushuang began to gather strength, using her skills to prepare for the first strike. The graceful posture of this beautiful female swordsman was rare in the martial world. She decisively raised her sword to strike. Yin Changfeng stood frozen in place, unable to even react or dodge. The sword swished past him, barely grazing a few strands of his hair. However, the strike was incredibly powerful, causing the surroundings to tremble violently. Even the rows of houses behind Yin Changfeng were destroyed. Yin Changfeng was so horrified that he couldn't even scream. If he had truly been hit by that blow, would he have met his ancestors immediately? His body was completely incapacitated, his legs unable to support him any longer. He knelt right on the arena. Yin Changfeng felt like he was being dragged into a dark and deep abyss, falling into a bottomless pit, his eyes wide open in shock as he stuttered, I've lost." Lu Wushuang stood up solemnly, exuding a powerful and intense aura, the protective sword in the hands of the young woman gradually disappearing. Lu Wushuang stood up solemnly, hands in front of her in a gesture of concession, sternly saying, "I have yielded." Observing this straightforward scene, the crowd below was constantly shocked, with Li Changming applauding and praising, well done, Lu junior sister." The disciples behind Li Changming were so shocked that they were speechless. Su Ji Tian was shocked and shouted, "What is Lu Wushuang doing?" Then he turned to grab He Changxian's collar and asked, "What just happened?" He Changxian, weak and unable to resist, trembled and said, I don't know either." Under the fierce gaze of Su Ji Tian, He Changxian said, "She must have enlightened herself during seclusion." Su Ji Tian was not at all comfortable, he was furious and gritted his teeth in anger. Despicable, Lu Wushuang used to be just an ordinary disciple, it must be because of that mysterious expert playing tricks behind his back. Su Ji Tian sat angrily on the chair, so furious that his legs couldn't stop shaking. He Changxian felt joyful and relieved, he covered his mouth to suppress laughter. He is angry now, he is really irritated. Time passed quickly. The night came with the moon shining brightly among the thousands of stars. Yi Changqing lay on the bed unable to sleep. He propped his hand behind his neck and sighed, "The night is long, I can't sleep." However, suddenly the image of Dan Taiqing Shui appeared in his mind. Yi Changqing's cheeks turned slightly red. He exhaled a hot breath, but denied, "It's not because Qing Shui girl left somewhere." Yi Changqing couldn't sleep, he turned to the other side, and now the book Qing Shui left accidentally hit his eyes. Unable to sleep now, Yi Changqing sat up, holding the book and whispered to himself, "Should I read the book she left behind?" Yi Changqing bowed his head to look at the words on the cover of the book. This book is called Eating Dirt, why? Yi Changqing was puzzled. Why does it feel like it's mocking me? But then Yi Changqing got out of bed, lit a candle. The golden light from the candle illuminated the room. Yi Changqing sat at the table. He took the book and began to understand the meaning in it. To practice this skill, you need to. The young man found a new interest in this book. He enthusiastically exclaimed, "Hee, interesting." He didn't know how much time had passed, until the first crow of the rooster resounded loudly, then it was already morning. Yi Changqing fell asleep on the table. He woke up feeling heavy. The young man gently wiped away the drool from the corner of his mouth. Yi Changqing looked at the book and said, "Oh, I studied this book until late last night, and accidentally fell asleep." Yi Changqing walked out feeling relieved. He straightened his back feeling refreshed. "I'm glad I finished reading, I understand it all now." "Qing Shui, my lady." Yi Changqing walked around the house as soon as he woke up. He kept calling out, "Qing Shui, my lady," but no one answered. Yi Changqing had just walked out of the door when his eyes suddenly stopped on something, a scroll placed right on the table. Yi Changqing picked up the paper. He unfolded it to read the contents inside, a message left by Qing Shui. He began to read aloud, "Ye great master, thank you for your teachings and hospitality these days. Qing Shui will always remember, if there is fate in the future." Reading up to this point, Yi Changqing couldn't help but feel emotional. He smiled and began to have vague thoughts. If there is fate, perhaps he can teach me cultivating immortals. Repaying kindness with gratitude would be even better. He then looked down to read on, "If there is fate in the future, I will come visit you again." Contrary to Yi Changqing's expectations, seeing these words written on the paper, he immediately lost interest and threw the scroll away. Yi Changqing no longer had any hopes. He took out a book nonchalantly and said, "Forget it, if she's gone then let's try the skill she gave me." Yi Changqing lay in his yard enjoying the sunlight with the book. He lay on the long chair occasionally opening the book to absorb its meanings. Spirit soaring, traversing the heavens and earth, boundless and eternal, without water, without loyalty. The more he recited, the more intense reactions manifested around him. Commencing with primordial qi, manipulating yin and yang, forging connections in the 8 directions, embracing the 4 qi of the celestial realm. Yi Changqing sat cross-legged, as a powerful golden aura began to emanate from him. The more he comprehended, the more fervent he became. With water comes unity, all things are born and transformed, traversing myriad miles. At the same time, the sky began to change, from clear blue to ominously dark, accompanied by continuous flashes of lightning and thunder. Yi Changqing tightly closed his eyes, unaware of anything, then suddenly opened them wide. In the sky over Shaoqi town, the atmosphere grew increasingly gloomy, with lightning becoming more intense by the moment. Onlookers couldn't help but feel alarmed. Why is the weather suddenly changing? Indeed, wasn't it sunny just a moment ago? This thunderstorm is truly frightening. Meanwhile, the hay was still immersed in slumber, each thunderclap growing fiercer. Only when he gently opened his eyes did he awaken to the startling scene before him, shocked by the abrupt change upon waking up. This is a little miracle, it thought, glancing towards Yi Changqing, who sat calmly in meditation. It felt somewhat pleased. After accompanying the master for so many years, this is the first time I've seen him practice cultivation. Yi Changqing, tense, opened his eyes and looked at his hands, thinking, suddenly, I can feel countless streams of energy moving within me. Could this be the result of my physical training? Yi Changqing paid no attention to the phenomenon around him, his joy so overwhelming that he leaped up with a shout of excitement. At this moment, he confidently stepped forward to continue once again. Yi Changqing stretched out his hand, excitedly saying, "Come on," and then a series of techniques were released. Heaven and earth interchange, water and fire coexist, all things give birth, transport thousands of miles. After reading the magic formulas, lightning bolts struck down from the sky. He Huang stood beside, proud to see his powerful master. It stuck out its long tongue, secretly smiling, truly worthy of being my master, just by reading the magic formulas can summon little lightning bolts. After spending some time reading the magic formulas to summon the heavenly thunder, Yi Changqing was able to absorb a significant amount of colorful spiritual energy, slowly entering the Chaos Stone. He Huang saw how formidable his master was, able to refine the rare Chaos Stone, and his eyes sparkled. At this moment, Yi Changqing was focused on absorbing the Chaos Stone into his body. Seeing the way his master performed, He Huang cleverly realized the key point in all of this, so that's how it is. The spiritual weapons in this little town are not enough for the master to cultivate, so he had to refine the primal stone, He Huang said, lifting a paw to cradle his head, feeling pity for his master. It's a shame there's only one primal stone in the house. For the master, it's definitely not enough. What should I do to increase his reliability for his master? He Huang focused intensely, racking his brain for a solution. After a while, an idea finally came to him. I've got it, he exclaimed. He clenched his paw tightly, a cunning smile spreading across his face, thinking, I remember that deep within the forbidden zone of the Nanling Fox clan, there seems to be such a heavenly and earthly treasure. Remembering this, He Huang stood up proudly, grinning with satisfaction. Hee, my time to shine has finally come. Without a word of farewell to his master, He Huang set off, heading straight for the forest. As he left, he reassured himself, Master, rest assured. Stepping out the door, his eyes gleamed with fierce determination as he vowed, for the sake of your grand cultivation, He Huang will face any challenge, even if it means climbing mountains of blades or diving into seas of fire. Meanwhile, after He Huang had been gone for a while, Yi Changqing had fully absorbed the primal stone. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and looked around reflexively. After a quick glance, Yi Changqing's body shook in surprise and he whispered to himself. Just as he was trembling less than 10 seconds ago, he quickly returned to a cheerful state, tightly holding his own hand and saying, Is this what cultivating feels like? Following that, countless questions popped into Yi Changqing's head. He tried to put his hand on his chin to think about the questions that still had no answers. But why couldn't I do it for over 5 years, and suddenly I realized it today. Right at that moment, he accidentally noticed a strange stone under his foot. What is this? Immediately after, Yi Changqing recognized what the object was. He bent down to pick it up, along with another question in his mind, Isn't this my cherished tea? Why did it change color? As he held it in his hand, Yi Changqing finally realized something. He observed the stone in amazement. Could it be? Then he took out a book, and holding the stone in his hand he said. After feeling surprised with the book Eating Soil left by Miss Qing Shui, people wondered if that book was written specifically for those without spiritual roots like themselves. Holding both items in hand, people couldn't help but exclaim loudly, Does the divine sect absorb energy from this stone for cultivation? The moon and stars shone brightly in the sky at night. Yi Changqing briefly read through the book and smiled with excitement, saying, Reasonable, extremely reasonable, truly extraordinary. Some people become officials through cooking, some become saints through playing chess, and some even can open a harem through playing games. Then, resting their hand on their chin, they pondered this and that to demonstrate their intelligence to others. Holding the stone, they proudly said, I have crossed over for 5 years, and today I will reach the peak of life with this stone. But then, they realized there was only one stone. They looked at the stone in their hand and remembered the gift from Elder He that was given to them before. I also can't shamelessly ask for another pill from someone. Let's stop here. Yi Changqing's mood immediately dampened. He sighed and asked himself, What should I do? In another scene, Su Ji Tian walked around angrily, saying aloud, I'm so angry, that old demon He Changxian must have hidden so many things. Chang Feng, standing beside him, listened to the old man's words and felt his head spinning. Suddenly, he knelt down and apologized to the old man, Master, this incompetent disciple has brought shame to the Holy Land Ziqing. Su Ji Tian didn't scold him, but gently approached him, patted his head, and smiled reassuringly. Today's failure is not your fault. The strength of Lu Wushuang surpassed even my imagination. Hearing Su Ji Tian's gentle words, Chang Feng was deeply moved. He rushed forward to hug him, crying, "Master, hoo." Su Ji Tian also hugged him back, patting his back and saying, "It's okay, don't cry, don't cry." At that moment, the door suddenly opened. Qing Shui unexpectedly walked in and greeted him, "Master, Qing Shui is back." She saw the two of them embracing each other warmly and stood there for 5 seconds, not knowing what to say, just standing there looking. But she couldn't bear to watch the two of them lovingly for long, so she quickly turned around, covered her eyes and said, "I'm sorry, it seems I came at the wrong time." Su Ji Tian quickly pushed Chang Feng aside and scratched his head, calling her back, No, you came at just the right time." Then he approached Qing Shui and asked her, "Qing Shui, where did you run off to?" Hearing her master's question, she replied. Disciple was flying on the sword over Shaoqi town sky, suddenly felt a connection so went searching for it. Surprised by her words, Su Ji Tian whispered, "A connection?" He looked at the mark on Qing Shui's forehead in astonishment and asked her, "Have you reached the yuaning stage already?" Chang Feng, standing beside them, heard the master's words and interjected, "What, really?" Hearing Chang Feng, Qing Shui showed a sly smile, teasing him, "Yes, Qing Shui is talented and is ahead of Yin's senior brother." Upon hearing Qing Shui's words, Chang Feng immediately felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. Su Ji Tian, upon hearing her, couldn't help but be surprised, laughing out loud, "Ha, this is truly unexpected." He then reached out and said to her, "Qing Shui, tomorrow this old man needs you to participate in the martial arts competition, to defeat Holy Sun Li Changming of the Holy Land Taixien." In response to the master's request, Qing Shui did not hesitate at all, shaking her head and directly refusing, "I decline." While she was very excited that someone was about to avenge her, Qing Shui's answer took him by surprise, gaping in disbelief. "What do you mean?" he exclaimed. Then turned to Chang Feng and said, "Chang Feng, go outside for a moment, the master needs to talk to your junior sister." Though Chang Feng also wanted to stay and eavesdrop on the conversation, he reluctantly went outside at the master's command. Alone in the room, Su Ji Tian sat down and sighed before asking, "Qing Shui, why do you not want to go into battle?" Qing Shui clasped her hands together, bowed her head and replied, "Master, now that your disciple has entered the Yuaning realm, I feel the need to cultivate and perfect my skills before participating in that important battle. Even if it's Holy Sun Li Changming or Lu Wushuang junior sister of Tai Xian, they are all golden elixir cultivators. Qing Shui uses cultivation to suppress, even if she wins, she is not arrogant." At this point, she solemnly looked at her face, showing a dangerous expression and said, "Furthermore," then she approached Master and whispered in his ear, "If Tai Xian still has a trick up his sleeve, and if Qing Shui loses, then Holy Master will no longer be able to hold his head up high." Hearing her speak, Su Ji Tian's face turned pale with fear, his eyes becoming dull, as he had never thought of this before. Seeing that his master's psyche was being manipulated, Qing Shui continued. "Unable to win, unable to lose, how should the disciples behave?" Su Ji Tian found her words very reasonable, stood up, and slapped his own head before agreeing, Exactly. Then the old man raised his hand to his mouth to hide his embarrassment and said, "I have lived for thousands of years, today I have let the issue of winning and losing cloud my judgment, almost losing myself." After speaking, he looked at the gentle face, smiling to himself, thinking, "This little girl has not been seen in a few days, not only has her realm grown stronger. The heart realm seems to have undergone a great change, with a bit of the old master's elegance." Seeing that Qing Shui did not want to compete, Su Ji Tian did not force her. He stood up and said to her, "Little girl Qing Shui, you have reached the Yuaning scenery. I have decided that when this martial arts tournament ends, I will announce to the Ziqing Holy Land above and below. The position of the future Holy Master will be taken by you, what do you think?" It was expected that Qing Shui would agree to this long-awaited request, but she once again shook her head and refused. She looked at her master and said in a very gentle tone, "There are things that Qing Shui cannot obey." Being rejected twice in one night, Su Ji Tian could not believe it. What's this, another rejection? Immediately after that, Qing Shui approached Su Ji Tian and expressed her current desire, hoping that he would understand. Master, disciple's heart now only wants to cultivate the heart realm to purity, without thinking of the position of holy master. Yin senior brother is the most suitable person. Hearing Qing Shui's words, Su Ji Tian could not contain himself. He grabbed her and shook her back and forth, trying to see if her thoughts would change. These past few days, what exactly have you been through? You even seem to disregard my position as holy master now, said Su Ji Tian. Qing Shui, without hesitation, brightened her eyes with pride and replied, Master, Qing Shui has unexpectedly befriended an unparalleled expert. Su Ji Tian was quite surprised to hear this and asked, You too have met an unparalleled expert? Though he asked, inwardly he was burning with jealousy. Why does everyone get to meet an expert except me? Unable to hold back any longer, Su Ji Tian moved closer to Qing Shui, demanding, What does this person look like? Tell me quickly, who exactly is he? What realm is he in now? Qing Shui proceeded to describe what she knew about the person to her master. As for his realm, I don't know. But the great master Yi not only keeps a demon king as a pet but also uses the celestial treasure, the primal stone, as tea indulgence, and can play the Hua Fan piece using the immortal weapon Tianyu. These are just some of his feats, nothing particularly special. Hearing his disciple recount such extraordinary deeds, Su Ji Tian felt goosebumps all over. Yet, Qing Shui concluded with a nonchalant remark that it was nothing special, leaving him even more astonished. Hello everyone, we come to the next part. Su Ji Tian heard it and was so scared that saliva swelled in his mouth. He worried silently in his head, if an expert meets the little girl Qing Shui, it must be the senior supreme in He Chang Xian's mouth. Thinking of this, Su Ji Tian's level of anxiety doubled. He thought fearfully, is there really such a terrifying existence in this world? Meanwhile, in another place, He Chang Xian was standing inside the defensive formation of the sect in the Holy Land. Looking around, he looked at the runes of the formation along with a brilliantly colored bead. He said to himself, this seal is a top-grade ancient treasure, passed down since the founding of the Holy Land Tai Xian. Now it has become the eye of the Tai Xian protection formation for a long time. If today I use the Qing bronze bell that Su Ji Tian gave me, integrate it into the formation's eye, merge it with the Tai Xian seal, these two ancient treasures combined will strengthen the protection formation of the mountain. After speaking, he immediately took out the Qing bronze bell and combined it with his formation's eye. After successfully merging, a beam of green light shone across the sky. Thinking that he had succeeded, but no, the bronze bell that Su Ji Tian had given to him was sealed again. He Chang Xian looked at the bell with a bit of confusion in his heart. This old demon Su Ji Tian is probably not willing to lose to me. He used a spell to seal this treasure, but even so, he could not stop him. Wait for me to use Tai Xian to unlock the seal on this bell, and tomorrow I will go provoke Su that old demon. After saying this, He Chang Xian smirked very wickedly. Without hesitation, he took the bronze bell out to the courtyard, then used his spiritual energy to raise it up to where Tai Xian was sealed, and said, Go. The bronze bell flew up towards the seal of Tai Xian. And as it got closer, when the bell lightly touched the seal of Tai Xian, it was immediately sucked inside. Watching this scene from below, He Chang Xian couldn't help but ask in amazement, What is this? He used his hands to resist the power emanating from both objects and wondered to himself, What is going on here? Suddenly, a yellow light shone straight up into the high sky, shocking the whole sect. In the middle of the night, as everyone was sleeping, a huge tremor occurred, and the sect members went outside to look up at the sky saying, What's happening? Why is everything shaking? The disciples quickly identified the source of this tremor and exclaimed, It seems to be coming from the Tai Xian palace. The elders also heard the noise and went outside to assess the situation, saying, "What's happening? Why is the earth trembling and the mountains shaking? It seems like a powerful force is about to unleash. Senior brother, where is he? Where is he now?" At that moment, Su Ji Tian also came out and stood behind them, saying, "With such a large disturbance, there is only one possibility." When they saw him, the three of them startled and called out, "Su Holy Master." Su Ji Tian approached them, feeling uneasy, and explained his thoughts. "It must be because old man He Chang Xian is using the ancient treasure I gave him to strengthen the mountain protection formation of Tai Xian. That's the only explanation." Old man He immediately understood the situation and asked in shock once again, "Could it be that the Qing bronze bell hides a bit of that bad energy?" "Yes, that's right," said Su Ji Tian before clenching his teeth, unable to think calmly in his mind. "Old man, why are you in such a hurry?" He stood looking at the mess in front of him and thought, "I thought you just wanted to open the seal to release the spiritual weapon and invite the higher soul to handle it, but I didn't expect you to fail like this. If the mountain defense formation can't withstand the power of the ancient weapon, then..." The disciples quickly rushed to the Tai Xian hall to see what was happening and asked, "What's going on?" Su Ji Tian also hurried to the scene, and after assessing the situation, he said, "It's over," and then worriedly thought, "The worst-case scenario has occurred." The golden light still shone straight up into the sky, and the elders were concerned when they saw that the power was too strong. They quickly protected the disciples, combining their spiritual weapons to form a strong protective circle. At this moment, outside the holy land of Tai Xian, that stream of power had become much stronger than before. In the blink of an eye, the stream of power suddenly disappeared from the air and caused a huge explosion in Tai Xian's electricity. The whole room turned into smoke. The elders, when they saw what this stream of power was doing, panicked. "No, this stream of power is too strong, we are afraid we cannot hold on." At this moment, the disciples standing inside the protective circle also saw something wrong here, but did not know what it was. "Wait, what is that?" At this moment, He Chang Xian quickly rushed out and called out loudly to Su Ji Tian, "Su Ji Tian, did you turn the old man into an ancient criminal?" Hearing his voice, the disciples of the old man turned their heads back, and when they saw that their master was still safe, they happily called him master. He Chang Xian stepped inside the protective circle. The elders called him Holy Master Senior Brother, then asked him in unison, what exactly happened. He Chang Xian was still shocked. When telling them that bronze bell is not a treasure, but an immortal weapon fake, with spiritual weapon, they said. At this point, that bronze bell also went outside, standing on this protective circle. The elders were extremely scared when they saw it appear. He Chang Xian continued to tell them the story he just heard. The old man broke the seal, then found out that it was an evil object like that. But unfortunately it's too late. Su Ji Tian, upon hearing him, felt extremely frustrated. He clenched his teeth and then stepped forward to say to He Chang Xian, "He brother, if this is caused by me, then Holy Land Ziqing will definitely not stand idly by." After Su Ji Tian finished speaking, he turned around and ordered all his disciples of Holy Land Ziqing, follow the order, form Ziqing Extreme Sword Formation. Upon hearing his command, the disciples immediately followed suit, releasing their sword straight up into the sky. The sword lights then kept changing and eventually combined together to form the most powerful technique to attack. After combining all together, they formed a large green dragon flying in the sky. He Chang Xian saw that the combination over there formed into a dragon, so he couldn't fall behind. He said to his disciples, "All right, disciples of the Holy Land Tai Xian, listen to my order, combine Tai Xian into a dragon formation." Immediately, they followed the order and together created another golden dragon to accompany Su Ji Tian's dragon. After completing the first step, Su Ji Tian and He Chang Xian proceeded to the second step. Together, they launched their technique simultaneously to suppress the cyan bell. the twin dragons immediately opened their mouths wide and flew to attack the Cyan Bell. In the face of the threat from the two dragons, the Cyan Bell not only showed no fear but also spoke disdainfully. "You useless insects." After speaking, it released a light wave of power, causing the two dragons to stagger and tumble in mid-air before they could reach its outer layer. Below, the elders and disciples witnessing the scene couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "What is this?" The Cyan Bell then transformed into a smiling face shape, followed by a smirk. After laughing, it transformed into a demonic figure and said, "After 50 years, I am finally released from my seal." After speaking, he continued to laugh like a madman. At that moment, he raised his hand, grabbed the tails of the two dragons, and squeezed tightly. Below, Su Ji Tian and He Chang Xian were immediately swallowed up, blood spurting out. He Chang Xian looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. How could this be happening? Could it be that today we will truly face a catastrophe of extinction? That monster was much larger now. Its size completely overwhelmed the professors below. Drawing out his spiritual weapon, he looked down and said to all of them, "Let me see how much courage you all have." He then unleashed his ultimate move down below, arrows shot out one by one. The professors below fought back against this attack, tried to resist. Blocked by the first move, he then released a second move. Raising his hand high, he gathered a large flame and said, "Try this one." That flame was shaped into a larger destructive arrow, and he used all his strength to throw it straight at them, shouting, "Die, you insects." Hello everyone, we come to the next part. That arrow, when flying towards the protective circle, immediately broke through the barrier, sending those inside flying far away. The disciples of the two holy lands took the brunt of the attack, falling flat on the ground. He Chang Xian stood above, looking down at them with a smug smile, a grin of satisfaction that even brought tears to his eyes. "You are truly too weak, you can't even withstand a single move from me. Obediently become bait for me," he said. He Chang Xian stood up, trembling all over. He used spiritual energy and told the disciples, "Tai Xian people listen up, quickly take all the disciples of the allied sects and everyone in Ziqing Holy Land away from here." The three remaining people were bewildered, saying to the elder, "Holy Master Senior Brother, do you really want to?" He Chang Xian released his cultivation, creating a large barrier and said, "I want to risk my cultivation and life together with it." Su Ji Tian listened to the old man's words in shock and asked, "Brother, do you really want to commit suicide and become a human sand?" The spiritual weapon Qing Bronze Bell above saw the chaos below and burst into laughter, saying, "Just relying on you to stop the spread." He Chang Xian immediately turned to Su Ji Tian and said, "Lao Su, Tai Xian's disciple, is my responsibility." Upon hearing this, Su Ji Tian created a space leading to his holy land and told the disciples there, "This is the path to Ziqing Holy Land. Everyone temporarily seek refuge there." The disciples immediately rushed into the space to preserve their lives. However, it was not easy as the Qing Bronze Bell spiritual weapon above discovered them and raised his axe to strike down. Saying, "No one can escape from here," the disciples, sensing the danger, hesitated whether to stay and support or flee. They looked to their master and called out, "Master, Holy Master." He Chang Xian, not wanting them to stay any longer, shouted, "Go quickly." Suddenly, at that moment, the ground beneath Tai Xian Temple unexpectedly cracked open, revealing a stream of white light shooting out. The monster continued to swing its axe fiercely, but suddenly a circle pattern appeared to block its attack. Seeing his attack being unexpectedly blocked, he stood still, looking down with a bewildered face, not understanding what was happening. "Oh! What's going on?" Below, He Chang Xian was still standing there, not launching any attacks, but above him, there was a faint glow. At this moment, a bright light shone in the sky, revealing an unfolding scroll in that dazzling light. The disciples, upon seeing this scene, were incredibly amazed, staring in awe, while the other elders were equally astonished, gaping in disbelief. He Chang Xian, with a puzzled expression, stammered, "That's Yi Senior's Tai Xian Changqing artifact. The disciples below looked up in shock. Tai Xian Chongqing artifact. Wu Shuang, recognizing the artifact, immediately exclaimed, "That's Yi Senior." She placed her hands on her chest, looking up with intense belief and admiration. "It must be Yi Senior," He Chongxian agreed with Wu Shuang, opening his mouth wide and exclaiming loudly, "That's right." Everyone understood except for Su Ji Tian, who stood there, bewildered. He Chongxian continued, gesturing animatedly towards the painting in the sky with joy, "Surely, the senior sensed that Tai Xian was in danger and lent us this painting." Su Ji Tian still couldn't grasp what was happening before him. He stood there, dazed, thinking, what's going on? Who is this Yi Senior? Qing Shui, standing behind Su Ji Tian, heard He Chongxian's words and was slightly taken aback. She thought to herself, Yi Senior? Could it be the Yi Great Master from Shaoqi Town? As she pondered this, she couldn't help but smile, her face blushing. Her mind was now filled with adoration, thinking, I knew it, he's definitely not an ordinary person. At that moment, the monster in the sky was still relentlessly attacking the painting, but to its dismay, it had no effect. He kept hitting and hitting but still couldn't make a dent, so he got angry and exclaimed, "Annoying, how dare this stupid thing stand in my way." After saying that, he lifted his legs up, extended his arms behind him, and with great force, prepared to attack again. Once he gathered enough strength, he immediately slammed down hard on the painting, but the result was still the same, no scratch was made. At that moment, in Yi Chongqing's small courtyard, the space was very picturesque and peaceful. In the bedroom, Yi Chongqing was trying to close his eyes and fall into a deep sleep until morning. However, a certain sound made it impossible for him to doze off. He tossed and turned in bed, covering his ears, unable to find peace. The sound only grew louder and Yi Chongqing's eyes turned red, but he still couldn't sleep. Unable to bear it any longer, he sat up in bed and shouted in frustration, "Can this be any louder?" And then he raised his hand and slammed it down on the bed, yelling, "Stop it." At the same time, in another place, Yi Chongqing's hand also appeared there out of anger. That hand protruded from the painting, raised high into the sky. The spiritual weapon Qing Bronze Bell saw this large hand suddenly appear, took a few steps back in shock, stammered, "What is this?" At this moment, the image of Yi Chongqing appeared imposingly in front of him, reached out his hand and said, "Stop." Qing Bronze Bell's spiritual weapon looked at the large hands and understood the future outcome. He uttered the words, "Not good." And truly, 3 seconds later, he was indeed not good. Yi Chongqing slammed his hand down, crushing him to the ground, then said, "Give it to me." With just one blow, Qing Bronze Bell's spiritual weapon dissipated in the fire, with no chance to rise again. Su Ji Tian stood there witnessing everything from the beginning and still couldn't believe what was happening. What is this? Qing Bronze Bell's spiritual weapon projected an illusory hand towards him, turning into a small ball of flame, horrified when realizing, there is a terrifying presence here, it must have caused a great disturbance to an expert just now. Thinking about this, he was frightened and quickly hopped back and forth to leave the place. While running, it did not forget to remind itself, do not provoke, do not provoke. After jumping for a while, it finally reached the place of the Qing Bronze Bell. It quickly jumped back inside, thinking to itself, keeping alive is still more important. After the spiritual weapon of the Qing Bronze Bell sensed the presence of the expert, it actively returned to its former place more obediently. Su Ji Tian, seeing this phenomenon, was extremely surprised and said, "Has the Qing Bronze Bell already been tamed?" He Chongxian immediately knelt down, clasped his hands in gratitude and said, "Thank you Senior Yi for helping." After speaking, the old man bowed down to worship a few times to show his gratitude. Constantly calling out, "Ancestor Spirit, Heaven bless Tai Xian," and the disciples also knelt down and prayed, "Ancestor Spirit, Heaven bless Tai Xian." At this moment, the image of Yi Chongqing gradually disappeared after resolving the turmoil, while the disciples and the Holy Master below continued to watch. Su Ji Tian, observing the developments, thought to himself sternly, it seems that this is the expert behind Yi Changxian. Switching to Yi Changqing's room, the noise in his head had disappeared. He could breathe a sigh of relief with his dark eyes. Finally stopped, who's renovating the house in the middle of the night? Yi Changqing said before closing his eyes tightly to sleep until tomorrow morning. After Yi Changqing fell into a deep sleep, a strange phenomenon occurred at Holy Land Taixien. The painting suddenly enlarged in front of many people, and the disciples were amazed, saying, "Look quickly, the painting has enlarged." Wow! What kind of painting is this? Wu Shuang looked at the scene in front of her and couldn't help but be amazed, staring at it and exclaimed, "Magnificent." The painting then flew over Qing Shue's head into the empty space behind her, turning into a large castle in the sky. Su Ji Tian, with eyes wide open and mouth agape, stuttered, this, before the castle landed firmly on the ground in Taixien. Su Ji Tian, in awe, looked down and said, "I have lived for over 1,000 years, but I have never seen such a sight before." The disciples there were also amazed, they couldn't understand what was happening before their eyes. What is this? Did our master repair the sex painting for us? I think the master has bestowed good fortune in the painting for Taixien. At this moment, the Qing bronze bell also suddenly shone brightly, flying up in the air emitting a bright golden light straight towards the direction of the Taixien temple. The disciples below quickly noticed this and exclaimed, "The Qing bronze bell is flying towards the Taixien temple." Flying to the temple, the Qing bronze bell slowly descended, then harmonized with the newly formed temple, emitting a stream of golden light when they merged. He Changxian witnessed this scene in astonishment. It's disappeared, amazed and then touched. He joyfully looked at it and said, "This is where Senior Yi has harmonized the Qing bronze bell into the Taixien seal, making them both part of the mountain's defense formation. Even the leaked energy has been repaired as it was originally." Seeing that everything here was resolved, He Changxian could finally relax and say, "This is truly wonderful." Su Ji Tian reached out to put his hand on old He's shoulder and said, "He brother, today's events have truly opened my eyes. Can you recommend me a little so I can pay my respects to the senior in your mouth?" He Changxian stroked his long beard and replied, "Su brother, the great power of your Yi family has already been seen by us. We cannot simply go there." Politely declining, he happily draped his arm around Su Ji Tian and said, "Let's just wait for 2 more days, after I finish treating my injuries, then we can discuss our plans." Upon hearing this, Su Ji Tian was somewhat unhappy, but he had to go along with the old man's wishes. It can only be that way. Su Ji Tian then clasped his hands in farewell before turning back. Before leaving, he offered a wish to old He brother, "May you recover soon." Hearing this, He Changxian understood the unspoken meaning and thought to himself, "I can see how eager you are." After Su Ji Tian left, old He turned to the others and said, "After fighting all night, the Ziqing Holy Land members have also worked hard. It's time for you to rest." As they all left, Wu Shuang was extremely excited and said, "Holy Master, do you remember what Yi said when he painted the Taixien Changqing for you that day? At that time, Senior said he had a premonition, so he painted this Taixien Changqing painting." Recalling the time before, Yi Changqing looked at the painting and said to Master He, "But the more I look at it, the more it seems like something is missing in the painting, the scene is not quite right. The palace was not very magnificent at first, the atmosphere and lighting were very dim, and now it looks like a pile of ruins. In general, it is not beautiful, so this time I painted the palace again, added more colors to make the Taixien mountain look like a fairyland, back to reality." Remembering those words, He Changxian picked out 4 key words from the sentence, ruin, repaint. Thinking about this, he jumped up and said to Wu Shuang, "Little girl Wu Shuang, what happened last night, was already predicted by Yi Senior." Hearing those words, Wu Shuang nodded vigorously, then tears welled up in her eyes as she responded. "The disciple thinks that must be the case," He Changxian remarked, likely sharing the same thoughts as her. Turning towards Shaoqi town, he sincerely said, as expected of a great power with the ability to communicate with the heavens, many thanks to Yi Senior for your protection. I, a junior, am deeply grateful. At this moment, a mysterious person appeared in Shaoqi town, moving stealthily as if emulating the legendary dog thieves. After wandering for a while, he caught the scent of a high-level spiritual weapon and thought to himself, I never expected such an extraordinary spiritual land to exist within the holy land of Tai Xian, following the trail of the spiritual weapon. He walked straight ahead until he stopped in front of a room. Peering inside, his eyes widened in astonishment. Is this the place with the strongest Tao essence? After inhaling deeply for a moment, he exclaimed, no, it's not just Tao essence, but this place also has the aura of various heavenly treasures and earthly materials. He then removed his cloak, his mouth agape as he gazed around. Could this be an ancient relic? Or perhaps the residence of some unparalleled great power? Just then, the door to the room suddenly opened. A strong aura began to emanate from one of them. Nan Gong Xian Su stood before this aura, feeling himself shivering. He looked inside and thought to himself, I'm sweating profusely. At this moment, Yi Changqing stuck his head out to look with curiosity. Xian Su saw him and suddenly couldn't stand still. He fell backward. Seeing Xian Su like that, Yi Changqing asked worriedly, Old man, are you okay? Did you get a sunstroke? Xian Su still couldn't recover his composure. He stood bewildered, staring at Yi Changqing and thinking in his head, this young man seems ordinary, with no true qi around him, but how could he walk out unscathed from a place filled with Tao energy? Seeing Xian Su not responding, Yi Changqing called out again, Old man. Hearing the second call, Xian Su finally came to his senses. He stepped back and bowed respectfully to face Yi Changqing, showing his respect. I am Nan Gong Xian Su, pleased to meet the expert. Seeing Xian Su and others behaving like this, Yi Changqing was puzzled and asked, what's going on again? A while later, both of them went to a place to have a tea ceremony together. Yi Changqing poured tea into a cup and asked the old man, Sir, perhaps you have been hallucinating due to the heat, would you like to calm your mind by drinking tea peacefully? Nan Gong Xian Su, feeling embarrassed, took the tea cup, clasped his hands and replied, Thank you, expert. At this moment, the old man looked down and was amazed at how the chess pieces were arranged, saying, Oh. The black raven takes the soul and the white emperor takes the original position. Yi Changqing's eyes lit up when he heard the old man and he said, Sir, do you also understand chess? Nan Gong Xian Su, upon hearing the question, answered, I dare not hide it from you, expert, my whole life has been spent studying the ways of chess. Yi Changqing, upon hearing this, invited him to a match, saying, This is great, I haven't met a worthy opponent in a long time. Nan Gong Xian Su, feeling a bit surprised at the invitation, said, Oh. So my whole life of dedication has led me to this moment, the moment when I can play chess with an expert. They then played their first game of chess together, neither willing to give in, with intense concentration. After a while, the game began to tilt in Yi Changqing's favor. Nan Gong Xian Su held the black chess piece in his trembling hand, looking down at the board. At this moment, Yi Changqing shared some chess principles he had once heard. Sir, I once heard that a master chess player, at the peak of their skill, can foresee the countless transformations on the board. Do you think that's true? Nan Gong Xian Su, holding the piece, forced a strained response, That's right, as sweat dotted his face. Glancing down to examine the board, he thought to himself, But I can't see through this expert's board. The Go board, with its black and white pieces distributed in strategic positions, formed a beautiful pattern that seemed to radiate light. Oh, it's so dazzling. He muttered under the intense pressure. Then, Nan Gong Xian Su boldly speculated, could it be that the person who used the hand of the holy master of Tai Xian to defeat me last time is this man before me? Without hesitation, Yi Changqing made a decisive move, the divine hand. Around Yi Changqing, it seemed as though a golden dragon enveloped him, intimidating the old Nan Gong Xian Su to the point of almost collapsing. He exclaimed, What is this? Nan Gong Xian Su looked ahead. Oh, it's too bright. This type of light made it difficult for him to see clearly what was in front of him. In his heart, Nan Gong Xian Su silently thought, this pressure must be the challenge that the expert has given to me. If I can grasp it, it will be a great opportunity. With this dazzling light, Nan Gong Xian Su tried to reach out his hand forward, determined to put down the chess piece. Sweat continuously poured down his old face. He gritted his teeth while looking at the chessboard. Black 214th move. Nan Gong Xian Su was determined to put down this chess piece, break the land and gather pearls. With all his might, Nan Gong Xian Su executed this move, but when he saw the situation, Yi Changqing's face lit up, even more enthusiastic. He quickly made the next move, four-sided solution to the land. Yi Changqing placed his chess piece down, and at that moment, the light became stronger. Nan Gong Xian Su couldn't bear it anymore. He shouted loudly, as if a blinding explosion had occurred immediately after. After this shock, Nan Gong Xian Su was trembling and speechless. Only the sound of Chu brother could be heard. He tried to calm down and speak lightly to him. People all call the old man a saint in chess, but today in this game, the old man feels that there are outside the person, there are outside the sky. At this moment, Nan Gong Xian Su's body reacted in some way. A light appeared on his forehead, and Nan Gong Xian Su thought to himself, the difficult cultivation situation has troubled me for thousands of years, but it seems to have loosened a bit now. Just a little more effort is needed. Nan Gong Xian Su took out a black chess piece with his hand. He gritted his teeth and furrowed his brow, determined not to miss this opportunity. The willow branch gently swayed in the wind, and at the same time his voice sounded like a reproach. Junior is clueless. Nan Gong Xian Su was startled. He stammered, What is this again? That voice continued to speak again, you still can't break through now. Nan Gong Xian Su was shocked, still not understanding what was happening. The willow branch gently moved, and Nan Gong Xian Su stood before the 1,000-year-old willow tree, a magical scene of one person and one tree. Nan Gong Xian Su raised his hand to shield himself. He carefully observed and silently evaluated. This willow tree is a 1,000-year demon tree. If it is planted in the garden, it must be planted by an expert. Why would it suddenly speak up? Then, Nan Gong Xian Su also solemnly performed a ceremony in front of the willow tree. He said, Junior is momentarily moved, hoping Senior will forgive. Just don't know what reason Senior meant when saying Junior cannot break through yet. As predicted, the willow tree immediately pointed out his mistake, ignorant, not even bowing to look at the owner's chessboard. Without anyone reminding him, he would not take a close look once, and only then did he realize his mistake. On the go board, the black and white pieces were positioned similarly, yet Nan Gong Xian Su noticed that they were arranged together to form a hidden character on the board, the character Evil. Nan Gong Xian Su was shocked, sweat pouring down his forehead, eyes wide open, mouth agape. Could this be the expert reminding me? Breaking through now would be a disaster. However, Yi Changqing was still sitting calmly, chin resting in hand, eyes casually looking at the pieces on the other hand. There was also a good intention to remind him, when playing chess, if you don't adjust your mentality well, you might lose a few pieces lightly. He placed the white pieces on the chessboard and continued, if you are too heavy, you will lose the whole game. Nan Gong Xian Su thought to himself, originally he just casually said a sentence, but he was now overthinking. The expert can see that my heart realm is currently unstable. If I forcibly break through, lightly I will fail and damage my true yuan, heavily I will fail miserably and fall into danger. Next to the willow tree also began to encourage Nan Gong Xian Su, that's right, the master has all things in mind, doesn't want to embarrass you, so use this clever way to remind you. Quickly thank him. After being enlightened by the willow tree, Nan Gong Xian Su immediately put it into practice. He stood up, then respectfully bowed to Yi Changqing. The expert is truly formidable, I admire you. Yi Changqing was somewhat surprised, with a few big question marks popping up in his head. He secretly regretted. Oh, I've surrendered after only a few moves, I haven't even used all of my tricks yet, so he continued to cheer on. What did the old man say? Let's continue on. Nan Gong Xian Su, after understanding the situation, firmly rejected his proposal. No, no, I could never compare even a tenth of an expert's skill. I dare not show off in front of a master. The willow branch swayed gently, dropping a purple leaf from above. Nan Gong Xian Su raised his hand to receive the gift, and the leaf lay quietly in his palm. The willow said, "Consider this a token of fate bestowed upon you, leave quickly." Folding his hands in front, Nan Gong Xian Su solemnly replied, "I understand." In the face of the old man's refusal, Yi Changqing also helplessly said, "All right then." Nan Gong Xian Su bowed to him and said, "I have troubled you today, I take my leave." And he truly left, slowly departing from Yi Changqing's residence. Watching his strange behavior, Yi Changqing couldn't help but wonder, why did he leave? He noticed that the old man had a lot of interaction with the willow tree. Yi Changqing immediately speculated, he must be allergic to willow pollen. At this moment, Nan Gong Xian Su softened in his heart, his sword penetrating through countless mountain ranges. After this experience, Nan Gong Xian Su couldn't help but exclaim, "I never expected that there would be such a great power hidden in the holy land of Tai Xian. It seems that losing to him is also reasonable." Time passed slowly, and they finally reached the final stage of the martial arts competition between the two great holy lands. He Changxian looked over the list and couldn't help but exclaim, "Not bad, the various strange and mysterious sword techniques have brought some small gains." Su Ji Tian beside him couldn't contain his anger, feeling very uncomfortable inside. Old Su was quite arrogant, making it difficult for him. Not only did he not gain anything, but he also had to compensate for 2 treasures, which made him very angry. Su Ji Tian then suppressed his emotions and pretended to be calm as he reminded, "When will you take me to meet that old master?" Hearing this, He Changxian's face went from joyful to pale. He immediately turned around, smiling awkwardly as he explained, "Senior Su, it's not that I didn't want to take you, but Master needs to meditate and it would be inconvenient to disturb him." Su Ji Tian saw the other party hesitating and continued to attack. "Brother, I'm not in a hurry. The holy flag Nan Gong will be here soon, and his purpose is also for the sake of the expert behind our sect." Upon hearing this, He Changxian asked in surprise, "Is that so?" Su Ji Tian nodded in confirmation. He Changxian thought to himself, "Nan Gong Sr. has achieved the peak in the Tao of chess, it will probably take less than 50 years for him to break through, this time." It was old He's turn to be puzzled. He pondered, such a figure is not easy to deal with. I never expected Su Ji Tian to use the name of Nan Gong Sr. to force me to take him to meet Senior Yi. Soon after, a voice announced, "The holy flag Nan Gong Xian Su has arrived." Moments later, he appeared in the hall of Tai Xian. Su Ji Tian hurriedly ran up to him, "Senior Nan Gong, you're here." He Changxian bowed respectfully, saying, "He Changxian pays his respects to the holy chess." Nan Gong Xian Su smiled and said, "Greetings to the 2 holy masters." Approaching He Changxian, Nan Gong Xian Su said, "Today I came without invitation, hoping that Changxian Sr. would forgive me." He Changxian bowed and replied, I dare not." In reality, he was delighted to see Nan Gong Xian Su. "The visit of the holy senior to our Tai Xian holy land is an honor," Nan Gong Xian Su said, supporting He Changxian. "The Tai Xian holy master does not need many ceremonies. Last time you were able to break through our 4 dragons water formation, which was truly remarkable." He patted He Changxian's back and laughed as if he didn't know anything. "I am impressed. Truly impressed," He Changxian said, secretly sweating, knowing that it wasn't him who broke the water formation. At this moment, Su Ji Tian behind Nan Gong Xian Su seized the opportunity to tease. "Senior Nan Gong may not know this, although brother he is skilled in martial arts, he alone was not able to break through your formation, there was an expert behind him." He Changxian, now too embarrassed to look at anyone, blushed deeply, and Su Ji Tian continued, "Perhaps Tai Xian Holy Master could lead you and me to meet the real person behind it all." He Changxian's head was practically steaming with anger. He grabbed Su Ji Tian by the collar and shouted, Su, you old ghost, don't you dare push your luck. Su Ji Tian responded calmly, why? Does he brother want to conceal the truth? Everyone was aware of the numerous schemes and plots swirling in Su Ji Tian's mind. Nan Gong Sr. is a chess enthusiast, he wouldn't give up on any master of the game. However, fate took an unexpected turn when Nan Gong Xian so said, actually, before I came to Tai Xian, I already met that expert. Both old men were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide open in disbelief. Stroking his beard, Nan Gong Xian so quietly acknowledged, indeed, it surpassed my imagination. Su Ji Tian, unable to believe his ears, asked, it can't be true, can it? Nan Gong Sr., you are at the peak of the hollow movement stage. Could it be that person's strength exceeds even yours? Nan Gong Xian Su reached into his pocket and said, look at this, and you'll understand. He pulled out a purple willow leaf that had been gifted to him. The group was astonished. A leaf? They exclaimed in shock. Su Ji Tian exclaimed in amazement, how can it contain such a huge amount of energy? He Changxian quickly recognized, this is a leaf from the 1,000-year-old demon tree in Master's Mansion. Nan Gong Xian Su solemnly said, indeed, just one leaf can help us break through the illusionary realm and step into the great Tao. The cultivation of this expert is fundamentally beyond what we can comprehend. Su Ji Tian was shaken, he muttered, it's not possible, what exactly is this entity? At Nanling Qingqiu, where the Linghu tribe resides. Another day arrives in Yuhu City, in front of the city gate hang countless red silk ribbons along with flower arches looking extremely beautiful, as if there is a happy event within the city. He Huang traveled from afar to Yuhu City, finally arriving at the place, he perked up his ears excitedly and exclaimed, finally I have come to the most bustling border of the Hu tribe. He Huang curled his lips into an excited smile, his whole body emitting a cold aura. Yuhu City is bustling and crowded. He Huang carefully observes the surroundings from the top of the city gate, confidently stating, there must be a primordial stone here that the master needs for cultivation. He Huang is not idle observing for long, he immediately moves on to the next action, jumping off the gate. He Huang strolls down the street, suddenly hearing people in the city spreading rumors, congratulations to Shernyan Princess and young Master Black Tiger Clan for their engagement, booths have discounts for 3 days, wherever he goes, he hears such things, tomorrow the store will be closed, the shopkeeper is invited to the grand engagement ceremony. The portrait of the ancient ancestors on the hardcover was a pinnacle of power to protect those who practiced cultivation. He Huang could hear clearly, as he whispered to himself, what an unexpected honor. The fact that the enemy clan was marrying their daughter to him. As he walked past a shop, someone recognized He Huang, they immediately stepped out, blocking his path. One of the 2 arrogant men spoke up, He Huang, the 7 great demon kings are searching for you with all their might across the southern ridge, yet you dare to come here? The self-important group continued, out of respect for your previous injuries, we won't be rude to you, we won't even raise our hands to restrain you. He Huang did not show weakness, he simply smiled and said, hey, and then he unleashed his power, using the mighty king's aura move to knock the 2 arrogant men out. He Huang was consumed with rage, he laughed wildly, unable to control the power he displayed, intentionally attacking the 2 men. He Huang raised his hand, using his magical power to tightly grip the 2 men who had underestimated him, lifting them up high with a single lift of his body. He Huang spoke up, where do you see this king being injured? He Huang thought to himself, his eyes filled with joy, after receiving the He Huang picture purification ceremony from the master, I have become stronger than before. As He Huang tightened his grip, the other person visibly trembled in fear, your aura is about to break through to the demon emperor realm. He Huang showed no mercy as he tightened his hold even more. He said, I heard that your Shernyan princess is soon to be married to Ming Yen of the Black Tiger clan. In an instant, he wanted to settle old scores. 3 months ago, it was Ming Yen who orchestrated the siege against me. He Huang tightened his grip once again. Exerting more force on the necks of the 2, one of them struggled to speak, so what? Let me tell you, when the time comes, even the old ancestors of the Linghu tribe will participate in the grand marriage ceremony. Don't even think about causing trouble." He Huang smirked mischievously. "Oh, you have just provided me with some good news." Without hesitation, He Huang turned and tightly squeezed the hands, using his strength to crush the two individuals. "If the old ancestors of these unruly foxes were to come, we should take advantage of this opportunity to sneak into the forbidden land of the Linghu clan and take the primordial stone for our master." Time slowly passed, and the next day arrived in the blink of an eye. The bustling and crowded streets were filled with excitement as young Master Ming Yan of the Black Tiger clan arrived to escort his bride. Red lanterns adorned the streets, creating a lively atmosphere. As the wedding procession passed by, the people couldn't help but gossip. "Why is the Black Tiger clan so quiet during the wedding procession? Yes. There's not even a musician or drummer. Could it be that the Black Tiger clan doesn't accept this marriage?" Young Master Ming Yan of the Black Tiger clan rode solemnly on his beast through the streets, his cold and disdainful demeanor clear for all to see. "Marrying a foreign woman is a matter of loss of face that I don't want many people to know about." Remembering the two murders from yesterday, he couldn't help but feel angry. The bodies of those two guards in Yuhu City truly had the aura of He Huang. I'm sure I'm not mistaken. If He Huang dares to show up in front of me, then I'm sure. Ming Yan clenched his teeth in frustration and dissatisfaction. At that quiet moment, suddenly there was music. The lively sound resonated well with this atmosphere. Everyone exclaimed, "The music team is here. I told you, the alliance between the two tribes is good. How can there be no movement at all?" Ming Yan turned his head to look, unable to help but angrily shouted, "Annoying! Who brought bad luck to the young master?" He Huang and a group of people appeared from behind, dancing joyfully and harmoniously, the music lively with "Memories of Affection Rise," west wind fluttering flowers and moonlight, east wind recalling swords and blades. He Huang danced and said, "Ming Yan's grand celebration. I intentionally instructed my brothers to perform a village dance to share joy with everyone." Ming Yan couldn't hold back and immediately stepped down, pointing and shouting loudly, "He Huang, how dare you appear in front of the young master?" The rage reached its peak. Ming Yan couldn't help but start to fight, his eyes filled with anger and bloodlust. "That day, I spared you, but I didn't expect you to come looking for death today." Ming Yan exclaimed, his body surrounded by a deep red aura. Seeing this, He Huang sneered. "Is that all the courage you have?" He Huang easily dodged Ming Yan's attacks, his face filled with satisfaction as he raised his hand to begin his counterattack. Countless chains immediately appeared, tightly holding on to Ming Yan's body. He gasped, "What is this?" He Huang gestured with his finger in the air, causing Ming Yan to be pushed down and hit the ground hard. Ming Yan was completely subdued. Struggling to speak, he said, "It's been months since we last met. I didn't expect you to have broken through." Ming Yan thought to himself, he was heavily injured before, but now not only has he recovered completely but also advanced to the level of the Demon Emperor. How is that possible? He Huang laughed, seemingly indifferent. He continued, "Congratulations on marrying Shernyan Princess, with the purest bloodline of the Linghu tribe." Hearing this, Ming Yan couldn't help but feel excited, his face darkening in anger as he warned, "Stop pretending, release the young master now, or you will face the consequences." He Huang didn't waver, but unblocked Ming Yan with a wave of his hand. He Huang turned and said, "All right then, we'll meet again at the Grand Dictionary Feast." Ming Yan refused to back down, challenging, "Do you dare ruin my plans?" He Huang smiled elegantly and replied, "Why wouldn't I dare? I have always been able to do what I say." As He Huang calmly walked away, Ming Yan clenched his fists. He glared with anger, grinding his teeth. He then instructed his subordinates, "Quickly inform the Hu tribe, He Huang has reached the Demon Emperor realm. Also, warn all guards at the Grand Dictionary Feast to be on high alert." The subordinates promptly responded, "Understood." The scene then shifted to a beautiful place, cherry blossoms blooming everywhere, painting the scene in a gentle pink hue. At Tao Shan, the dwelling of the leader of the Ling Hu tribe, following Ming Yan's orders, the members of the Hu tribe began to be on guard. The guards commanded, mobilize all beasts at Ho Shan, search for He Huang at the Grand Dictionary Feast, do not disturb the old ancestors. Looking at the chaotic crowd running around below for him, He Huang sat on high and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, a bunch of fools, indeed falling into my clever trap. Without further hesitation, he jumped down from the tree and transformed into a small black dog. He ran on the road at the fastest speed, calculating in his mind, the guards and the old fox have both arrived at the scene, will the forbidden land really not allow this king to enter? He Huang was originally running fast in the peach forest, when suddenly a strange aura drifted over. He turned his head to look back, to ask someone. From that aura, a figure with soft white fur gradually appeared. It was a white fox with shining green eyes, looking like a beauty. Without saying a word, the white fox jumped up onto the tree and sarcastically said to He Huang, there is another person who doesn't recognize you. He Huang in legends is nothing more than that. He Huang, enraged, bared his teeth and glared. Little fox, if you've recognized me, then you won't be leaving this peach blossom forest today. With that, He Huang transformed back into human form. The white fox remained unfazed, calmly responding, is that so? In the next moment, she too transformed, becoming a stunningly beautiful woman, as lovely as a flower. This little fox was none other than the princess of the Ling Hu tribe, Tu Shernyen. She spoke, just as I wanted. I also wish to test your strength. As soon as she finished speaking, she smiled and assumed a seductive demeanor, sweetly calling his name, He Huang Lord. This immediately captured He Huang's attention. As he admired her alluring figure, his face revealed a lecherous expression, and impure thoughts filled his mind. Who would have thought this fox would be so beautiful in human form? Tu Shernyen, feeling triumphant, moved her lips slightly, letting out a soft laugh without saying anything more. She then leapt from her position, flying directly in front of He Huang, pressing close to him and beginning her enchantment. Are we here or? But then there was a thud and Tu Shernyen fell to the ground unconscious, her mouth foaming. He Huang took advantage of her unconsciousness, hoisted her onto his shoulder, and cheerfully said, sorry, you might not be human, but I really am a dog. Carrying Tu Shernyen, he quickly left, saying, I'll take her to the forbidden area of your Hu tribe to investigate first. Meanwhile, at the grand ceremony, everything was meticulously and solemnly arranged. Hu tribe chief Tu Shanyao stepped forward and said, thank you, elder brothers, and the various demon clan representatives for coming today to attend the wedding of my daughter and young master Ming Yan. The crowd below couldn't hold back and shouted. Patriarch 2, let's skip these tedious rituals, yes, bring the bride and groom up here. We've heard for a long time that Princess Shernyen is a national beauty, but you've kept her hidden away. We've been eager to meet her. The crowd's commotion made Tu Shanyao angry, but he restrained himself and explained, please be patient, everyone, give her a little more time to finish doing her hair. From outside, Ming Yan strides in aggressively, how long do you still want to wait here? Hearing him approaching, everyone murmurs, the young master has arrived. Ming Yan shows no respect towards the others, his body exuding a fierce aura. He questions, has the old fox 2C still not arrived? At this moment, the others haven't realized the seriousness of the situation yet, they are still cheering, Ming Yan young master, why the hurry? Congratulations, clearly, Tu Shanyao in front of Ming Yan immediately retorts, young master, be careful with your words, the old ancestors may have magical powers to attend. Ignoring him completely, Ming Yan rushes forward and grabs Tu Shanyao's neck roughly. Mocking, Ming Yan says, when that old fox destroys his cultivation, wait for our tribe's magical weapon, Black Tiger flying, to save him. He menacingly sneers, you should be careful with your words. Ming Yan is extremely hot-tempered and without further ado, he forcefully attacks the elder and pushes him back. Then Ming Yan came forward to declare proudly, now the Black Tiger clan is in my hands. Tell 2C to get out of here and wish me well. Tu Shangyao groaned in pain as he sat on the ground for a few moments. Finally, unable to resist, he tremblingly responded, okay. Watching the shadow of Tu Shangyao, Ming Yan coldly snickered to himself, if it weren't for the primordial stone in 2C's hands that the Black Tiger clan urgently needs, would you despicable foxes be worthy? Then he arrogantly asserted, with the demon supreme lord of our clan here, soon all the Fox clan will become subservient to our Black Tiger clan, and your 13 daughters will become mere playthings in my hands. Meanwhile, back in the Peach Blossom Forest, Tu Shernyen was still unconscious. When she woke up, she looked around groggily. He Huang was still waiting. Seeing this, he exclaimed, "You're awake." Tu Shernyen sat up and realized she was bound. She asked in surprise, "What is this?" He Huang helped Tu Shernyen stand up. He joyfully said, "You recognize me, you must be some princess. Now, I want you to take me to the forbidden territory within your clan." Tu Shernyen glanced aside, contemplating something, and soon smiled, agreeing, "All right." The two of them left the place and began heading toward the forbidden area, guided by her. Tu Shernyen asked He Huang, "How did you manage to infiltrate here?" He Huang, without concealing anything, candidly replied, "Of course, it was during the grand wedding ceremony of Tu Shernyen and Ming Yan, sneaking in amidst the chaos." Hearing this, she was stunned and somewhat embarrassed. "You know Tu Shernyen too?" He Huang constantly looked around, appearing cautious. He replied, "Who doesn't know Princess Shernyen of the Linghu tribe? The purest bloodline in Linghu today, hidden and raised since childhood. Today is her first public appearance." After a few more steps, Tu Shernyen suddenly stopped and said, "Here, the magic formation at the entrance to the valley. I've already led you through. This is the ancient forbidden temple." In front of them was a large, solemn temple. Tu Shernyen turned and asked, "Can I go back now?" He Huang, unwilling to let her go, gave her a hard push, "Dream on. Obediently be my hostage." The two slowly advanced inside, but they were unaware that every move they made was being watched. Back in the main hall, Ming Yan glanced at Tu Shanyao and inquired, "Did you see He Huang in the hall today?" Tu Shanyao straightforwardly replied, "I didn't see him." Upon hearing Tu Shanyao's response, Ming Yan couldn't help but startle, feeling a chill in his heart. Could it be that He Huang is playing with the young master? Just then, a servant girl rushed in from outside, panicked, "Patriarch, it's not good, Shernyen princess is missing." Hearing this clearly, Ming Yan exclaimed, "What's going on?" Tu Shanyao also couldn't remain calm, beginning to interrogate. What exactly happened? The servant girl couldn't help but tremble in fear, tears streaming down her face, and then she angrily began to explain. In the hall, the princess chased the servants out, saying she wanted to prepare on her own. The servant girl was so scared that she burst into tears. Just a moment ago, when the servants opened the door to enter, they found the princess had jumped out of the window. Ming Yan couldn't hold back slapping the servant girl and scolding, "You fool, what are you all eating?" Tu Shanyao had no choice but to talk to Ming Yan first. "Young master, please calm down. I have to go find that little girl now," meaning Tu Shanyao had to leave to find the girl. Ming Yan, with a dark and furious face, thought, "Tu Shernyen, you will pay for your ignorance," causing both Tu Shanyao and the girl to feel uneasy. Meanwhile, inside the dark forbidden area of Hu tribe, a mysterious atmosphere filled the place. Looking through the unusual darkness, Tu Shernyen lay comfortably on the ground, chin in hand, asking, "He Huang Lord, what do you think of this marriage alliance of our Hu tribe?" While he lay quietly, He Huang was hunched over rummaging through a chest of items. Answering, "I believe Ming Yan is a rotting cesspool." He raised his head in contemplation. "It's a shame Shernyen princess has to marry someone like him." Tu Shernyen sighed, feeling disheartened. "Honestly, I want to marry," but then realizing her mistake, she quickly sat up and cleared her throat, correcting herself, I heard Shernyen princess wants to marry him. Only the supremely strong, with cultivation that reaches the heavens, with a gentle and elegant demeanor, every action commanding respect from others, saying that, who else in this server can meet the requirements of Tu Shernyen besides Yi Changqing, just recently enthusiastic but quickly feeling disheartened. But how can someone like that even exist? He Huang hearing this immediately refuted, who said they don't exist. The master of this prince is exactly like that, just mentioning. The master, He Huang becomes excited. The master not only has deep and mysterious cultivation, but also grants blessings to others without asking for anything in return. Then He Huang turned to ask, do you know how long it has taken the prince to cultivate from the beginning until now? Tu Shernyen boldly guessed, now you have reached the demon emperor realm. Even with exceptional talent it would still take over 100 years of cultivation, right? But then He Huang raised 5 fingers. This puzzled Tu Shernyen. With a gleam in his eyes, He Huang confidently said, 5 years. Tu Shernyen could not believe this number. She sweated and exclaimed, it can't be. While He Huang continued to rummage through the belongings in the chest, Shernyen was thinking anxiously, can 5 years really turn a normal demon beast into a demon emperor? If they are truly that strong, even if I serve Tu Shernyen for a lifetime, I will not regret it. Suddenly, He Huang turned to her and said, wait for my mission to be completed, then I will lead you to meet the master. He Huang then suddenly stopped. In front of him were countless sparkling stones scattered on the ground, the small stones emitting a special light. He couldn't help but exclaim, it's a primordial stone. Seeing the item he was looking for, he became excited and ran towards it as if flying. Continuously laughing triumphantly, haha, even the heavens are helping me. However, at that moment, Tu Shernyen raised her hand to stop He Huang. Wait, she said, stepping forward to warn him, I advise you not to go there, it's very dangerous. But He Huang seemed to ignore Tu Shernyen's warning, fearlessly advancing forward, saying, what is there to fear? Doesn't old fox Tu Shi participate in the holy ceremony? Tu Shernyen's attitude changed immediately on her face. She darkly said, but the ceremony has not yet begun. He Huang sat down without doing anything and took out a bag to prepare to pick up items. He heard her say so and asked casually, how do you know? Tu Shernyen coldly spoke up, because the bride is me. How can the ceremony start if I am not present? At that moment, He Huang managed to gather a large bag of primordial stones. He heard her and exclaimed in surprise, you are the Shernyen princess. But at that moment, a bright light burst out from the coffin in front of He Huang, followed by a loud explosion in the palace. In the faint air, a vague and ethereal figure appeared. A questioning voice echoed, Junior Tagon, drop the primordial stones. He Huang heard it clearly but ignored it. He coldly held on to the items and put the bag into his pants. This action indeed provoked the other party. Another attack was launched. He Huang skillfully dodged the move. Not only without any hesitation, He Huang also arrogantly smirked and replied, you say release is release, then I lose face how many times? Regardless of being chased behind, He Huang immediately grabbed the items and ran away, casually saying, goodbye. However, at that moment, Tu Shernyen ran even faster than He Huang. She winked playfully. He Huang was left behind. Due to Tu Shernyen's unexpected actions, he couldn't help but anxiously shouted, hey, what are you trying to do? Tu Shernyen swiftly jumped and flew out of the electric door, standing up gracefully and cheerfully murmured to herself, He Huang, let me see your true abilities. If you can survive outside, I will introduce you to that amazing expert. Tu Shernyen decisively pushed the control lever down. The large door slowly closed, the light in front of them getting dimmer and dimmer. He Huang angrily cursed, your fox families. Before he could finish, the door had completely closed, with the chase catching up from behind. He Huang was slowly surrounded by a purple gas. In the blink of an eye, He Huang was suddenly bound tightly by numerous chains, his body swaying in the air, suppressed to the point of barely being able to move. Struggling under the force of his opponent, He Huang knelt in a difficult position, his teeth clenched tightly. At this moment, a voice rang out, He Huang, you spoke disrespectfully in our tribe's forbidden area. and now you want to take the primordial stone. Immediately, the old ancestors of the Ling Hu tribe appeared. One of them shouted, "Did you think I was dead?" Tu-Si, with an air of supreme authority, waved her hand powerfully. He Huang did not allow himself to be controlled for long, he easily broke free from the chains. Despite showing no fear, he humbly spoke, "I apologize, but my master needs the primordial stone for cultivation. I hope the senior can show mercy." Hearing this, she raised her head arrogantly and shouted, "Liar! The primordial stone is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Even someone as powerful as I cannot refine it. Who is your master to deserve it?" She then made a contemptuous face and said, "How could someone like him be worthy of using such a heavenly treasure?" Upon hearing his master being insulted, He Huang couldn't bear it. He gritted his teeth in anger and responded, "You dare to disrespect my master, a simple wave of his hand could kill you." Tu-Si, however, remained skeptical and coldly responded, "I have cultivated for tens of thousands of years, never have I encountered such arrogance. It seems I must teach you a lesson." With those words, Tu-Si launched an attack towards He Huang, who reacted swiftly by summoning a shield to block the strike. The impact pushed He Huang back a few steps, but he had no intention of backing down. Facing Tu-Si's overwhelming aura and lack of reasoning, He Huang prepared to retaliate with great speed. The two clashed fiercely, their powerful auras creating a vibrant and intense atmosphere. Soon after, a loud explosion occurred, and Tu-Si was pushed back by the force. At first, she despised him, but in the end, she was still injured by He Huang. Blood dripped from Tu-Si's mouth, but her arrogance remained, unwilling to accept her weakness. She gritted her teeth and prepared to charge forward, to die. This time it was He Huang's turn to be arrogant. He sneered contemptuously, "You think you can kill me just by yourself?" He Huang then unleashed his He Huang picture aura, which surrounded him intensely. He triumphantly exclaimed, "Old fox, do you see what this is?" A scroll flew into the air, emitting a dazzling golden light, and behind He Huang was a painting of a huge dragon, exuding immense grandeur. Tu-Si stood there in shock, guessing. Could it be the Demon Emperor picture? Immediately after, a fierce power burst forth from the painting. Tu-Si couldn't avoid this blow and was thrown back. The impact created a huge explosion, causing Tu-Si to cough up fresh blood from her injuries. She struggled to hold back the pain, clutching her body and gritting her teeth. "I never expected the Demon Emperor picture to appear in the world today." He Huang didn't hesitate, he waved his arms and unleashed his technique. This strike easily shattered the gate of the barrier. Retrieving the Demon Emperor picture, He Huang solemnly stated, "I and your Hu tribe have no enmity, today I am only taking the primordial stone." Then he turned around and said in a low voice, "Be careful." After running out of the barrier, Tu Shunyan rushed straight into a rock wall. As she turned her head, she immediately heard a noise from afar. It was a group of people running towards her. When she saw that it was Tu Shanyao coming, she turned and asked, "Father, are you looking for me?" With a major incident like this, Tu Shanyao did not want to scold his daughter either. He questioned loudly, "Little girl, how dare you dig a grave and want to bring disaster to the Black Tiger clan?" Even those around him showed concern. They advised, "Princess Shunyan, this marriage with the Black Tiger clan is of great significance, you cannot act casually." Another person added, "That's right, even if you don't think of the patriarch, you should think of the old ancestors." Tu Shanyao heard that and also spoke up, "Yes, old ancestors this time fell into danger, being swallowed by the great Tao. Only the Black Tiger flag in Ming Yan's hands can restore the internal injuries. As the princess, you should also consider the great plan of Ling Hu tribe for thousands of years. If the old ancestors are lost, our tribe will be in danger." While Tu Shanyao was explaining the principle, He Huang quietly escaped. Tu Shunyan noticed He Huang's actions and thought to herself, "This black dog really slipped away." Remembering what He Huang said, Tu Shunyan confidently replied, "If I can find a stronger expert for Ling Hu tribe, would that be acceptable?" Father, upon hearing this, Tu Shan could not conceal his surprise on his face and immediately questioned, "What do you mean?" Looking at the entire demon clan, who else could be stronger than the power of the Black Tiger clan? Tu Shan stepped back, spread her arms wide, and the strong wind blew against the mountain wall, gently blowing her hair. Tu Shan confidently said, "Then wait and see, Father." A slight smile formed on her lips. Tu Shan fell backwards and was dropped down the deep cliff. Tu Shanyao hurried back, calling out for his daughter, Shan, while the others behind also shouted out in panic, "Princess, princess." Those above were anxious, unable to see the bottom of the dark cliff below. As Tu Shan's group panicked, He Huang, in wolf form, rushed to them, pushing aside the two from the Hu tribe and leaping towards the cliff. Seeing He Huang, Tu Shanya was shocked. "Why is he here?" He bravely jumped down the deep cliff, causing a commotion below. Tu Shanyao was surprised to see He Huang emerge from below with Tu Shan on his back, scolding her, "Why did you have to suffer like this?" Tu Shan, in tears, explained her suffering and pain, saying she would rather die than be forced to marry Ming Yan. Seconds later, He Huang and Tu Shan appeared in front of Tu Shanyao. Seeing this, he shouted in panic, "He Huang, release my daughter, this is not the business of the Hu tribe." He Huang, extremely arrogant, smirked and replied, "Old fox, do you even understand anything?" He Huang then safely carried Tu Shan to the ground and continued, "If Shan princess is lucky enough to serve by my master's side, that would be the greatest magical power of your tribe." He then walked away with Tu Shanyao's daughter, leaving behind the frantic plea of Tu Shanyao to stop him. Meanwhile, Tu Shan sat behind He Huang, laughing quietly to himself, pleased with the success of the plan. Tu Shanyao, enraged, looked at his subordinates and ordered, "You two, chase after them." He gritted his teeth, a mix of fear and anger in his expression. A voice from behind mocked, "Has the black dog run away?" Tu Si appeared, causing Tu Shanyao to panic, muttering in amazement, "Old ancestors." Tu Shanyao bowed and asked, "Why are you so agitated?" Tu Si turned slightly and said sternly, "Black dog forced little girl Shan to steal the primordial stone in our tribe's forbidden area." Tu Shanyao was too embarrassed to speak, gritting his teeth, "Old ancestors, Shan has been taken, this marriage," but Tu Si cut him off and said, "Then make an announcement outside." She stood confidently, with a hint of cunning in her face. He Huang took little girl Shan, intending to seek revenge on the Black Tiger clan. Tu Shanyao immediately bowed and exclaimed, "Our ancestors are wise." Then he expressed his concern, "But we need the Black Tiger flag urgently to heal your wounds." She waved her hand casually, "It's okay, the council has found a holy object worth 100 times more than the flag of the evil tiger. Tu Si left, and she smirked, "If you take the council's maiden, then pay with your demon emperor picture. At the scene of the wedding, Ming Yan was still waiting for news from the Ling Hu tribe. Tu Shanyao rushed out to report the situation to him in a breathless manner. "The situation is like this, He Huang is shameless." He looked serious and pale, recounting the incident from beginning to end, and following Tu Si's lead, he twisted the truth. "Not only did he take our daughter, but he also injured our tribesmen," and spoke wildly, saying it was to disgrace you. Listening to Tu Shanyao's account, Ming Yan was furious, his whole body trembling, completely losing his composure, his eyes wide with anger. "He Huang, how dare you mock our young master? On the day of the grand wedding you took away our young master's bride." Ming Yan clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with bloodshot anger. "This is an insult to our entire Black Tiger clan." Unable to contain his rage, he then used the tiger talisman to summon the power of the heavens and earth to face the enemy. Everyone saw Ming Yan take a deep breath and then summon a tiger talisman, and they exclaimed, "It's the Black Tiger Blood Jade, the sacred amulet passed down through generations of Black Tiger leaders, It is said that only in times of crisis can the old ancestors of the Black Tiger clan be summoned. Indeed, shortly after the wedding ceremony, a storm swept in, with a dark aura gathering in the sky. From that intense aura emerged a figure, and as the energy dissipated, a new character appeared. Facing this figure, Ming Yen bowed and said, "Ming Yen greets the old ancestors." Feeling the powerful aura from the Black Tiger clan, the Linghu tribe all kneeled and exclaimed, "Greetings to the Demon Supreme Lord Black Tiger." At that moment, fear gripped everyone as they thought to themselves, summoning this old ancestor, the old man is a Demon Supreme level expert, known for his ruthless killings. Little guy He Huang is in big trouble. The figure that appeared was the old ancestor of the Black Tiger clan, named Ming Ju Dang. Facing Ming Yen, the old ancestor could not help but ask, "Ming Yen, why did you use the Black Tiger's blood gem to summon me?" Ming Yen bowed and replied, "Ancestor, a year ago, I pursued a strong foe who called himself He Huang, but he managed to escape. Currently, he is forcing Shern Yen, the princess of the Linghu tribe, who is about to marry my son, obviously insulting our Black Tiger clan, so I summoned the blood jade to invite the ancestors." When Ming Yen recounted everything, Ming Ju Dang immediately pointed and struck at Ming Yan's body, shouting, "Useless person." It was just a light move from the old man, but Ming Yen was knocked back, causing an explosion so obscure that no one could see what was inside. Hearing Ming Yen recount with anger, Ming Ju Dang not only did not stand by him but also felt ashamed. He continued to scold, being unable to chase and kill the enemy but being retaliated against, truly losing face. Then Ming Ju Dang raised his hand and asked, "Which tribe does he belong to?" Tu Shangyao didn't dare delay and promptly replied, "It seems he has gone to the Zhongzhou mainland, taking the form of a black dog." Ming Ju Dang couldn't help but sneer, "Just a dog raised by humans. Where are your Hu tribe's old ancestors, allowing their descendants to be taken away like this?" Tu Shangyao quickly replied, "The old ancestor has gone to pursue him." Ming Ju Dang frowned unhappily. He thought to himself, Tu Si is very cautious, yet he willingly went after a small demon king himself. Ming Ju Dang then raised his hand and directly lifted Ming Yen up. His whole body was injured. Ming Ju Dang showed no mercy as he held Ming Yen high, his body trembling. He tightly grasped the chain around his neck for some comfort. Inside Ming Yan's chest was a flag, which Ming Ju Dang took out, saying, "You are not worthy of the Black Tiger flag." The old ancestor retorted with annoyance, "I'll handle this matter and then you can go think about shutting down." Ming Yen, in a pitiful state, trembled and weakly replied, "Yes." At the same time, Tu Shern Yen was standing beside He Huang, and he bowed down on a bamboo branch. He Huang pointed ahead and said to Tu Shern Yen, "There it is." Following He Huang's direction, they saw a beautiful and peaceful residence ahead. Seeing this scene, Tu Shern Yen was secretly horrified and exclaimed to herself, "A mansion. This could be considered a blessed place for cultivation." Without hesitating for long, the two of them jumped down into the backyard from above. Suddenly, an unexpected voice rang out, "Where did this fox demon come from?" As soon as the words were spoken, Tu Shern Yen's body instantly froze. Then, a willow branch whipped towards her, and Tu Shern Yen, both surprised and frightened, thought, "It's a 10,000-year-old tree demon. I'm done for, I can't move." Fortunately, He Huang jumped out just in time. He grabbed the willow branch and said, "Brother Shu, don't be rash. She is here to pay respects to our master." Holding the willow branch, He Huang sensed something was off and asked, "Brother Shu, it's only been a few days, but why did you trim your branches?" In front of He Huang, Brother Shu indeed had his branches neatly trimmed. When He Huang asked, Brother Shu replied, "The master found these branches too dense and kindly helped to trim them." Hearing what Brother Shu said, Tu Shern Yen was inwardly terrified, thinking, to dare trim the branches of a tree demon of this level, who exactly is the master that He Huang speaks of? While the two were quietly in the garden, a loud voice rang out behind them, "Black dog, hand over the treasure." Turns out it was Tu Si. She had also chased here. The two met and didn't give each other a moment to breathe. Tu Si rushed down to give He Huang a blow, but he quickly dodged, 2C hit a rock, breaking it into pieces. He Huang gritted his teeth and said, "Old fox, didn't expect you to dare follow me here." 2C didn't bother to argue and decisively said, "Stop wasting words, hand over the Demon Emperor picture, and I'll spare your life." He Huang, of course, refused, immediately responding, "In the territory of the Hu tribe, you may be feared, but here you should show me some respect." 2C remained firm. She aggressively approached, loudly saying, "If you won't offer me wine, then prepare for punishment." Their hands intertwined. She immediately clawed at He Huang. He was hit by the evil move and injured, blood splattering. In that moment he could only call for help from his loved one, "Shu brother, help me." However, Shu brother calmly replied, "It's not time yet." At that moment, 2C was determined to snatch the item, still wanting to advance. "Foolish dog, the person must be dead already." Tu Shunyan hurriedly raised his hand to stop and said, "Respected ancestors, show mercy." As the tense battle was unfolding, Yi Changqing on the other side was leisurely singing and trimming the bonsai tree. "I dig, you dig, he digs, she digs, we all dig, the little ideal can blossom whenever planted." He casually trimmed a branch and threw it behind him, muttering, "Really troublesome." However, the small branch thrown out exuded immense power, flying over to the neighboring house. While 2C and He Huang were in a fierce battle, the branch flew to contact 2C, using a move, falling for 10,000 intentions to lie in leisure. She immediately felt overwhelmed by a powerful force and was knocked back. He Huang cried out emotionally, "Shu brother, you finally made a move." However, Shu brother on the other side calmly denied, "It wasn't me, it was the owner." Seeing Shu brother, 2C exclaimed in amazement, "A tree demon of 10,000 years." However, she still showed a haughty and stubborn attitude, "A bit of skill, but not enough to challenge me." Just then, 2C was overwhelmed by a huge force. She gritted her teeth in frustration, her hands on the ground unable to resist. Shu brother warned, 2C, "Since you haven't disturbed the master yet, I advise you to leave quickly." At this point, 2C still refused to cooperate. She sneered coldly, "Who do you think you are to give orders to me?" Shu brother did not back down, immediately retorted, causing a disturbance outside the master's residence and harming the pets that the master keeps. "You do not understand the consequences." Another blow struck 2C, causing her to fall to the ground. 2C gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, "There are very few cultivators in this world who can challenge my pride. Today I suffer at the hands of Shu brother, it can be considered as my unlucky day." 2C then wondered, "But he still has a master, what great power does he belong to?" As a gentle breeze passed by, Yi Changqing finally finished his work, setting down his pruning shears. At this moment, hearing the chaotic sounds coming from outside, he frowned in confusion. "What's that noise outside? Why is it so loud?" Yi Changqing stepped out and asked, "What's going on?" Hearing someone approaching, Tu Shunyan was startled. "Not good." He Huang gasped and said, "It's the mother, the master." Yi Changqing stepped forward, exuding a regal air, with a strong oppressive golden aura radiating from his body. 2C was pushed into a difficult position, feeling the overwhelming pressure covering the sky and earth. The aura on Yi Changqing's body directly dominated He Huang, Tu Shunyan, and 2C, making them unable to move. With a snap, all three transformed into their original forms, two foxes and a black dog. As Yi Changqing stepped forward, his eyes widened. He only saw 2C and He Huang, a fox and a black dog, fighting each other, growling incessantly. Yi Changqing, feeling slightly disdainful, said, "So it's just animals fighting." To ease the tension between the two sides, he ordered, "He Huang, come here quickly." Being protected, He Huang immediately sneered with a mocking look at the opponent. "See, this is the power of the owner." 2C continued to growl loudly, "A dog relies on its owner, truly the failure of the demon clan." Yi Changqing, seeing his beloved pet not listening, became angry. "I called you, didn't you hear?" Sitting down next to He Huang and 2C, he reconciled, "Disperse, your noise here bothers the neighbors, not good." 2C's eyes suddenly sharpened, silently. Thinking to herself, it's time to test your strength, then she rushed in crazy, her actions caught by Yi Changqing, who frowned, then raised his hand towards her, noticing she was aiming at him. 2C helplessly closed her eyes and muttered to herself, not good. Yi Changqing grabbed 2C, lifting her up, angrily scolding, little guy, do you still want to scratch me? Without hesitation, he threw 2C away. The little fox yelped. Yi Changqing warned, go quickly, or I'll skin you. Having resolved the immediate issue, he turned around in frustration when suddenly a little fox weakly hit his eyes. 2 immediately stepped back, trembling. This beautiful appearance immediately touched Yi Changqing's heart, his eyes shining in awe. Yi Changqing quickly hugged the little fox and exclaimed, little white fox is so adorable. Seeing the wounds on 2 body, he worriedly asked, are you hurt? With a loving heart towards animals, Yi Changqing gently said to the little fox, follow me home, can I bandage you up? Everything that happened was observed by 2C, who gritted her teeth and silently cursed, heartless humans. Meanwhile, Yi Changqing scolded He Huang and gave him a cup on the head. Angrily teaching him, don't fight outside next time, do you hear me? He Huang cried out, woof woof, but silently admitted his mistake in his heart, saying, yes, He Huang knows he was wrong. Seeing her granddaughter being taken away, 2C, injured and trembling, stood up and demanded, human, release Shernyen. 2 is in the heart of Yi Changqing town, old ancestors rest assured, Shernyen has a plan. 2C also puzzled for a while, not understanding what this little guy meant. 2 smirked, I have eavesdropped clearly, compared to this great figure, the conditions of the Black Tiger tribe are not worth mentioning. As the door closed, 2C could still hear the excited voice of the granddaughter, Shernyen will definitely find the treasure to heal the old ancestors. 2C was immediately manipulated psychologically, she really couldn't understand why she was here. Transition to Yin Yang Holy Land. Inside the main hall the elders were gathered together. Yin Yang Holy Master Duan Changde closed his eyes leisurely. Just then, a disciple entered and reporting to the Holy Master, according to the Realm Guardian's report, Demon Supreme Black Tiger, Mingju Dang and Demon Supreme Hu Tribe, 2C, have broken through the Nanling barrier, and have now entered the Zhongzhou mainland. Upon hearing this, the calm expression on Duan Changde's face disappeared, he could not contain his excitement and asked, why did the two demon supremes force their way into the realm? The disciple bowed and replied, it seems they are chasing after a black dog demon. Listening to what he reported, Duan Changde fell silent, sweating lightly as he thought, a black dog demon can threaten two great demon supremes, there must be something sinister about it. Forget it, the demon supremes will have to be dealt with by the Holy Master of the Four Holy Lands. I will go meet them first. He then waved his hand, holding a stick. Duan Changde immediately took action, stepping towards the door. Before leaving, he instructed, elders, lead the disciples to guard the Holy Land and wait for further orders. The people behind him bowed in obedience, saying, yes, we will follow the orders of the Holy Master. Duan Changde mounted his sword, lightly tapping it with his foot. Then vanished in a cloud of dust, he rushed forward, cutting through the wind and clouds, then took out a small pearl, saying, my old friends, Demon Supreme Black Tiger Ming Ju Dang and Demon Supreme of the Lin Hu Tribe 2C have broken through the barrier of the Yin Yang Holy Land and entered mainland Zhongzhou. It seems that they are heading north. What do you all think? After finishing the sentence, Min Chao immediately flew away. Not long after, the small object flew from Duan Changde's place to the Holy Land de Luo. At that moment, Luo Wanfeng, the Holy Master of Holy Land de Luo, was still sitting calmly in the palace. The small object approached her ear and conveyed the message. After hearing clearly, she also spoke up, no matter what the purpose is, if the Demon Supreme dares to invade, we cannot just stand idly by. Luo Wanfeng left her position, she moved forward and affirmed, Duan brother, rest assured, I will immediately set out to meet with the elders. In Luo Wanfeng's eyes, there was determination. She then extended her hand to pass the jade token. At the same time, at the Holy Land Tai Xian, Su Ji Tian and He Chang Xian were playing chess. They also heard the current situation from the jade token of Duan Changde. Su Ji Tian nervously exclaimed, "The demon clan Nanling has stopped for so many years, why would the two demon supremes dare to invade mainland Zhongzhou this time?" He Chang Xian did not respond immediately. He picked up a chess piece and made a leisurely move, then pondered, most likely because of some treasure. Su Ji Tian, feeling startled, said, "He brother, don't you see the danger? Nanling is heading towards the north, which is Holy Land Tai Xian." He Chang Xian ignored it and made another move. He calmly stroked his long beard, confidently responded, "Heading towards Tai Xian Mountain, we must pass through Shaoqi town first. With Master Yi in control and two supreme demons, what trouble could they cause?" He Chang Xian placed a chess piece down and said, "If you feel bored with life," he enthusiastically exclaimed, "then just come along, I will not come again." However, in reality, Tu Si's hand was trembling constantly, silently thinking to herself, that willow tree may not be a high-level spirit, but that young man is even more frightening. As Tu Si was running away, something was chasing her from behind. When Tu Si realized everything, it was too late. She couldn't react in time and was surrounded by the dark energy, seemingly unable to resist, as if she was being swallowed up by the dark energy. At that moment, Ming Ju Dang appeared with a sinister smile. Meeting again, the elder spoke, "Tu Si, it's been a long time." She was completely restrained, her entire body trembling in shock. "Demon Supreme Black Tiger, Ming Ju Dang," she stammered. He approached her with a sneer, "You also went after He Huang. It seems you returned empty-handed." Tu Si snorted coldly, curling her lips, "So what?" At this moment, Ming Ju Dang proposed an exchange. "If your Linghu tribe submits to my Black Tiger clan, I can take care of that black dog for you. How about it?" Tu Si had just come from Yi Chang Qing's place, and recalling the terrifying experiences she had gone through, she smiled craftily, mocking him inwardly, "Stupid cat, if you want to die, I'll help you out." Feigning grievance, Tu Si started to sob and said, "Demon Supreme Black Tiger, I won't hide it from you. I chased after He Huang, but he refused to release the captive and even seriously injured me." Ming Ju Dang seemed unaffected, frowning and gritting his teeth, "Humph, don't try to deceive me. He Huang is only at the Demon King realm. How could he possibly defeat a Demon Supreme like you?" Tu Si continued because he had the Demon Emperor picture in his hand. Hearing this, Ming Ju Dang was shocked and exclaimed, "Demon Emperor picture? The holy object of the demon clan nurtured by the heavens and earth in legend." The old ancestor looked at Tu Si, as if his mind had been cleared by him. "No wonder this sly fox has been so elusive. If my lord wants to become the Demon Emperor, then this item is indispensable." Then the black aura around Tu Si gradually dissipated. Ming Ju Dang asked with a dark face, "Where is He Huang now?" Upon hearing this, she sneered. "He Huang is hiding in the little town under Mount Tai Xian. He is protected by the Demon Emperor picture. Not only has his cultivation increased, but he has also become extremely ambitious. He even said that with the Demon Emperor picture in hand, he can dominate the demon clan within a few years." Feeling underestimated, Ming Ju Dang couldn't hold back. He was so angry that his eyes turned white and a deep red aura emanated from him. He scolded, "You little guy, dare to speak so arrogantly." Fueled by anger, Ming Ju Dang summoned the Black Tiger flag. 1 second later, she rushed off with her own body. "The demon will go meet him." As soon as the figure of Ming Ju Dang disappeared, Tu Si Demon smiled, "You fool with courage but no plan, this time I will see how you die." Then she sneered with satisfaction. But before Tu Si could do anything, a voice rang out to stop her, "Demon Supreme Linghu, please stop." She turned around, frowning and asking who it was. At that moment, Luo Wanfeng and Duan Changde quickly appeared, the two of Them, along with 2 other disciples, advanced to surround 2C within sight. She arrogantly spoke, "So it's the 2 great holy masters of Yin Yang in Deluo, what brings you here?" Without further ado, Duan Changde solemnly said, "Stop playing dumb, you violated the agreement between humans and demons, using cultivation demon supreme to invade mainland Zhongzhou, you should know the consequences." Luo Wanfeng couldn't keep calm and questioned, "What is your purpose in the end?" 2C was like a cat on a hot tin roof. She plotted a wicked scheme, in deciding suddenly, either do not do it, or do it to the end and pour all the blame on the head of the old ancestor Ming Ju Dang. 2C is indeed an old fox, not valuing honesty, able to change black into white. Instantly, 2C transforms into a pitiful victim, acting out a tragic scene, sobbing and recounting, "The 2 holy masters may not know, but I was forced by Duan Changde of the Black Tiger clan to help him find a treasure," playing the role of a bitter victim. 2C continues, "Ming Ju Dang is extremely greedy, relying on the Black Tiger flag to control, just arrived near Tai Xian Mountain to seize the Demon Emperor picture. Luo Wanfeng's face is filled with shock. She exclaims, "The Demon Emperor picture? Is that not the legendary artifact of the Demon Emperor enlightened?" 2C nods in confirmation. "Yes, Ming Ju Dang discovered the whereabouts of the artifact. I ruined his plans and he left me wounded." Duan Changde quickly senses a lingering aura in the air, carefully assessing, there is indeed the aura of Black Tiger here, and the wounds on 2C are not fake, then sternly declares, "Demon Supreme Ling Hu, I and Holy Master De Luo will personally search for the trace of Ming Ju Dang, as you were forced by others and couldn't investigate this time. You quickly leave mainland Zhongzhou." 2C immediately replied in tears, "I obey the orders of Holy Master Yin Yang, I will leave now." After successfully deceiving someone, she hurriedly ran away with a sense of satisfaction. "Old thief Black Tiger, you're definitely dead this time." At the same time in Shaoqi town, under the scorching sun of summer, the scenery was still very peaceful. Tu Shernyan, in the form of a small white fox, was carefully treated and bandaged by Yi Changqing, who then lifted the little fox with a reassuring smile, "It's just a superficial wound, it will probably heal quickly." Yi Changqing's actions amazed Tu Shernyan. He continued to reassure, "Little girl, you're fine," but he didn't know that Tu Shernyan's heart was full of emotions. She secretly exclaimed in her heart, "Someone with such high cultivation treating me like this, so cool." He Huang beside her glanced at her with approval, "Look, the owner is friendly and approachable as I said." But a second later, the sky suddenly darkened. Yi Changqing turned around with wide eyes, not understanding what was happening. Why did it suddenly get dark? A thick dark red air stream appeared in the sky, from which Ming Ju Dang jumped down to Yi Changqing's courtyard, revealing himself with a loud voice. He Huang handed over the Demon Emperor picture, "Spare your life." Seeing Ming Ju Dang, He Huang immediately became uneasy. This is not good. Tu Shernyan couldn't help but be surprised, gaping, "Is that Ming Ju Dang?" Shu brother next to him couldn't stay calm. He asked, "Who is making noise?" A purple aura seemed to appear in the sky. This aura shone onto Ming Ju Dang's body, then the dark air around him gradually dissipated. He opened his mouth. "I didn't expect to find a tree demon ancient here. He Huang relied on you for protection to be so arrogant, didn't he?" Then he straightened up, his face filled with green veins, his eyes widened and he shouted loudly, "Black Tiger flag, unfurl." As the flag appeared, the air around him turned bright red, the 5 evil spirits trapped, the 10,000 demons trapped, appearing. Black Tiger flag appeared and a strong dark red aura swept towards Shu brother. Moment later Shu brother helplessly exclaimed, "Despicable, I'm being suppressed." He Huang saw this situation and couldn't help but worry. "Shu brother, what's wrong?" Shu brother also guessed. "That person seems to have a magic weapon." I was trapped for a moment. Upon hearing this Tu Shernyan immediately realized and said, "It's the Black Tiger flag." Tu Shernyan then told He Huang, with its help, Ming Ju Dang's fighting power has increased at least 5 times. When He Huang saw Ming Ju Dang coming, he didn't say anything and ran away, thinking to himself, daring to be arrogant in the master's mansion, let me deal with him. Yi Changqing called out from behind. He Huang, puzzled by his pet's actions, he wondered, why did he run outside? He Huang rushed straight towards Ming Ju Dang in a stubborn manner. Ming Ju Dang, don't be so arrogant. Seeing He Huang approaching in the form of a black dog, Ming Ju Dang laughed triumphantly. So you're He Huang. You've come at the right time, watch this move. Immediately, he struck towards He Huang. The black dog was no pushover either. He immediately opened his mouth to create a shield, blocking the attack. Facing Ming Ju Dang high above, He Huang gritted his teeth in impatience. The battle spirit surged within him, determined to keep this place tranquil. He leaped from the ground to confront Ming Ju Dang. The elder's face, dark and expressionless, retreated and shifted his position in the air. Then, he teleported to deliver a palm strike to He Huang. The blow sent He Huang crashing to the ground, severely injured and bleeding. Ming Ju Dang then grabbed him and threw him with such force that it caused a tremor, raising clouds of dust. Laughing disdainfully, Ming Ju Dang mocked. A dog's strength is only so much. 2C is truly useless. He lifted He Huang into the air with a flick of his hand, threatening, hand over the Demon Emperor picture, or don't blame me for splitting your divine soul. Despite his severe injuries, He Huang maintained a defiant attitude and retorted, you've disturbed the master. You'd better leave quickly, or you won't have a place to be buried later. Ming Ju Dang, full of contempt, replied, Master. You're on the brink of death and still dare to bluff and threaten me. Just then, a loud voice called out, He Huang. Ming Ju Dang, immediately drawn by the call, he glanced over and saw Yi Changqing rushing towards him, his body ablaze. Ming Ju Dang quickly inquired, are you fighting outside again? The fierce aura emanating from Yi Changqing shocked him, with a cold and sharp look in his eyes. Shortly after, a powerful force directly overwhelmed Ming Ju Dang, leaving him unable to resist. What is this? He gasped in disbelief. Suddenly, a loud explosion occurred, and Ming Ju Dang immediately reverted to his original form as an old black-haired tiger, bewildered. Just a show of force made me reveal my true form. Yi Changqing, still unaware of what was happening, rushed over angrily to interrogate, forget so soon. Let me show you how I deal with you. Seeing Yi Changqing's fierce demeanor, Ming Ju Dang couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Why does this race possess such strong cultivation? Yi Changqing stepped out of the door, then he proudly said, do you remember me now? Let's see how I deal with you. The space instantly became silent, as if there were the sounds of crickets chirping. Yi Changqing stood still, his eyes fixed on Ming Ju Dang. At this moment, the old ancestor had transformed back into his original form as a black tiger, but this did not diminish Ming Ju Dang's aura. As a tiger, he looked extremely majestic, causing Yi Changqing to stay silent with sweat dripping incessantly. In his heart, he marveled at being a fox last time, and now a tiger. Is he returning to the animal world? But he is not Wushu. He began to look around, searching for a weapon. Just then, a huge sword smashed into his sight, capturing a glimmer of hope. Yi Changqing joyfully shouted, I found one. He carefully moved closer to the sword, successfully grabbing the life-saving tool and pulling it out of the wood. The sword was extremely sharp, shiny as a mirror, emitting a powerful aura when touched by Yi Changqing. Then he suppressed his fear, pointing the sword towards Ming Ju Dang and hesitantly threatening, don't come any closer. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel puzzled, oh, can this thing really scare off a tiger? Even Yi Changqing did not expect that Ming Ju Dang seemed to falter in this situation. The old ancestor stood still in shock, that sword, with such aura, it can surpass our black tiger flag, holy object, what kind of magic weapon is this? An imitation immortal weapon? No, could it be a real immortal weapon? I'm sweating just thinking about it. After considering carefully, the old ancestor retreated and suggested a truce. I have mistakenly offended you. Why don't we each take a step back and stop here, what do you think? Although humble, Ming Ju Dang still appeared majestic. At this point, Yi Changqing was extremely frightened, his body trembling uncontrollably, as if he could no longer hold on to the sword tightly. Seeing Ming Ju Dang seemingly wanting to reconcile, Yi Changqing thought to himself, it seems scared of this sword, I should take this opportunity to run away quickly. Just waiting for this moment, he still didn't forget He Huang and called out to him, stupid dog, run away. But at this moment, He Huang took the opportunity to feel triumphant. He ignored his master's warning and mocked his opponent, old thief, do you now know the power of my master? How dare you be arrogant? Watch me beat you to a pulp. The dog barked loudly, taking pleasure in having his master present to back him up. Yi Changqing was so shocked he couldn't speak, only screaming in his mind, don't provoke him. Ming Ju Dang, relying on his high cultivation, was naturally arrogant and had a fiery temper that was hard to subdue. Provoked by He Huang, he couldn't hold back any longer. Despite his fear, he roared, damn it, I can endure anything but humiliation. He Huang, today I will take your life. A bright red glint appeared in Ming Ju Dang's eyes. His demeanor changed from humble to resolute, if the senior wants to pursue and kill me, then don't blame me for going all out. Ming Ju Dang proudly raised his head, gathering his energy. He bit off his own tongue, blood pouring out, and then clasped his front paws together to form numerous seals. Finally, he stomped forcefully on the ground, releasing a deep red aura that continuously surged out. In the sky at this time only saw a bright red, and was struck by lightning extremely dazzling. He Huang bowed low to raise vigilance. At that time, the sky of Shaoqi town was extremely chaotic, with a deep red aura and fierce gusts of lightning and wind, and Duan Changda's group also just arrived here with their swords drawn. Luo Wanfeng observed, lazily saying, over there. Duan Changda standing beside her evaluated, it seems that Ming Ju Dang has started to act, but Duan Changda took out a card, on the card was drawn a circle to begin summoning, then the image of a disciple appeared. The old ancestor hurriedly said, He Changxian is so slow, this old ancestor has arrived. Can it be faster? The disciple heard and quickly reporting to the master, Holy Master Changxian said. On the screen appeared the image of He Changxian, very calm, he reassured Duan Changda, just relax, that Black Tiger won't escape from Shaoqi town. Luo Wanfeng looked over indifferently, not saying a word. Duan Changda's clenched teeth show his anger, so don't talk nonsense. However, at this moment, the sky in front of Duan Changda is filled with a deep red aura, radiating from Shaoqi town. Luo Wanfeng cannot hide his fear of this terrifying aura. He then turns to say that it seems Ming Ju Dang used some ancient technique. Afterwards, Luo Wanfeng clasps her hands in front of the guests and says, Duan brother, among the holy masters, I always feel that your cultivation is the highest. When Duan Changda hears this, he turns around in anger and asks what they mean. Luo Wanfeng quickly explains and suggests that they move forward a bit to assess the situation. Duan Changda points towards Luo Wanfeng and says, Luo Wanfeng, damn, you are truly a genius. Seeing the dense aura, Duan Changda believes that the aura of Ming Ju Dang is ahead, so without hesitation, he charges forward with his sword. At that moment, Duan Changda lost his momentum, his body and sword separated from each other. Without understanding what had happened, he fell heavily to the ground. Duan Changda panicked, what's going on? Why did my true qi suddenly break? Suddenly, a strong aura burst forth in front of them. Duan Changda, looking down at the ground in horror, exclaimed, that's. He then observed the situation in Shaoqi town and realized Ming Ju Dang used himself as a formation eye and his own blood vessels as a sacrifice. Just now, his true qi was completely depleted, probably due to his influence. The town was currently in chaos, with the residents fleeing in fear of the demonic energy surrounding them. Duan Changde was also overwhelmed by this aura, but he struggled to move forward with determination to stop this evil force. Turning back to Ming Ju Dang, an intense evil energy radiated from him, his menacing red eyes looking terrifying. With a fierce roar, he clenched his fists and declared, "Black Tiger, will confront this demonic spirit." Meanwhile, Yi Changqing tightly gripped his sword, trembling in fear. "I'm done for." It seems he is truly angry now. In a fit of desperation, Yi Changqing, terrified but resolute, swung his sword wildly and shouted a warning, "Don't come any closer." Ming Ju Dang, feeling smug, thought to himself, "I've sacrificed 1,500 years of my lifespan to invite the Black Tiger Divine Ancient to possess me. Even if you have an immortal weapon, it won't harm me." He then opened his mouth and unleashed a powerful attack. Yi Changqing couldn't dodge in time and was hit, exclaiming, "Sonic Blast." Ming Ju Dang's strike successfully knocked the sword out of Yi Changqing's hand. Seizing the opportunity, Ming Ju Dang pounced with a fierce, tiger-like attack, eyes wide and sharp teeth bared, roaring, "Prepare to die." He Huang, sweating profusely, bared his teeth and widened his eyes, shouting, "Master, be careful." Brother Shu, nearby, seemed equally alarmed. Yi Changqing, his hand trembling, reached into his pocket, thinking, "In this situation, it's all or nothing. Time to use my ultimate move." With that, Yi Changqing pulled something from his pocket, raised it towards the charging Ming Ju Dang, and shouted, "Take this." He Huang joyfully appeared. "I know the owner must have a surefire wind trick." Looking at the item in front of him, Ming Ju Dang hesitated for a second. "What is this?" Yi Changqing presented a top-grade catnip, the supreme evil energy of the cat family. Despite his resistance, Ming Ju Dang was really attracted to this item, continuously shaking his head in refusal. "No, no, this toy is too enticing." But in front of the cat toy stick with various materials from Yi Changqing, Ming Ju Dang truly could not resist the instinct of a cat. Then he rushed forward and said, "I really can't resist it." Yi Changqing was delighted. He sat down happily. "I didn't expect it to really work." Seeing Ming Ju Dang rolling around with the catnip on the ground, he appraised it uncomfortably. "Tigers are just big cats." Ming Ju Dang chewed on Yi Changqing's item, but in his heart he still couldn't stop thinking, "Thought I could grasp the weakness of the master, but overestimated myself." As he was indulging in the catnip, Yi Changqing's trembling hand was moving towards the sword. After successfully seizing the weapon, Yi Changqing immediately swung it down with a cold gaze, causing fresh blood to spurt and cries of pain. Once the situation was resolved, Yi Changqing sighed in relief. That was a close call. The sharp blade of the sword was embedded halfway into Ming Ju Dang's head, as his spirit left his body, muttering, "Despicable, to be defeated like this." He Huang's eyes lit up in delight, truly a master, with multiple strategies and unparalleled heroism. Shu brother beside him also sighed in relief. Thank goodness the master intervened, or we would not have been able to handle Ming Ju Dang. Regretting the sacrifice of his newly crafted item, Yi Changqing couldn't help but feel sorry. Looks like I'll have to make another toy for little white fox. At this moment, outside Shaoqi town, Duan Changde was trying to find a way to break through the layer of evil energy when suddenly, this layer began to dissipate like a gust of wind. He opened his eyes and furrowed his brow, confusedly asking himself, "What is happening?" The sense of oppression just now has disappeared instantly. Even the true qi that had disappeared before had returned to Duan Changde's body. In the clear sky, a stream of green light suddenly appeared, soaring down from above. Luo Wanfeng landed gracefully and called out brightly, "Duan brother." She approached Duan Changde with a cheerful expression and continued, "The strong demon energy of Ming Ju Dang has vanished. So everything is all right, right?" However, Duan Changde disagreed with Luo Wanfeng's opinion. No one in Zhongzhou can fight directly against the ancient black tiger," he continued with a tense expression. "Even we, if we fight alone, will only meet with death." Then, Duan Changde blinked and sighed. "It seems that Ming Ju Dang has won." Luo Wanfeng expressed her concern, interjecting, "Do you mean?" The old thief relied on the forbidden arts of the previous divine ban. The pitch of Luo Wanfeng's voice increased with her growing anxiety. have you successfully killed to acquire the treasure and obtain the Demon Emperor Manual? The demon energy disappearing means he has retracted his aura and is preparing to leave. Duan Changde hurriedly flew off while confirming, that's right, we must catch him quickly, we cannot let the tiger return to the mountain. Beside him, Luo Wanfeng also flew away, equally anxious. Duan Changde stressed further with concern, if not, Zhong Zhou will be in danger. The scene shifted to outside the Chongqing grocery store. He Huang approached the corpse of Ming Ju Dang and said with glee. Serves him right, do you now understand the power of the master? Yi Chongqing stood dumbfounded, staring at the tiger's corpse, then worriedly scratched his head, wondering, tigers in the world of cultivating immortals surely don't count as protected animals, right? After thinking for a long time without an answer, Yi Chongqing decided to pull the tiger's leg and drag it away. Forget it, let's hide it for now to avoid being discovered. As he calculated, he used all his strength, gritting his teeth and pulling hard. Not long after, the tiger was dragged inside the yard by Yi Chongqing. Upon seeing the body of the ancestor of the Black Tiger clan, Tu Shernyen panicked and shouted, "This is Ming Ju Dang." Seeing the dazed expression of Little Fox, He Huang gleefully announced, he's dead. He directed his face towards Yi Chongqing and continued in a proud tone, that's right, the master didn't have to exert himself to deal with this old monster. At this moment, Yi Chongqing was pacing back and forth in the yard, looking troubled as he contemplated, it seems wasteful to leave it like this, should I make it into dried tiger meat or cook tiger soup? Meanwhile, Tu Shernyen was dazzled watching him. Feeling greatly admired, I can't believe such a character exists in this world. She paled slightly and exclaimed, thank goodness I advised the ancestor in time, otherwise I might have lost my life here today. Yi Chongqing turned around, saw Little Fox, and gently asked with concern, Little White Fox, does your wound still hurt? Tu Shernyen squinted at the man who was patting her head, silently evaluating him in her mind. The strength of this person surpasses any cultivator I have ever seen, even the old ancestor is not even 1/10 of him. She lifted her face, leaned her cheek against Yi Chongqing's palm, and told herself, with thighs as strong and sturdy as these, I must hug tightly. Then, she suddenly jumped into Yi Chongqing's arms, surprising him for a moment. Seeing the little fox coquettishly kiss his cheek, he squinted his eyes and smiled, she is really too adorable, and now I finally understand Zhou Wang. He lifted the little fox in front of him and solemnly declared, from now on, you will be my second beloved pet. Tu Shernyen's eyes widened, her face flushed as she looked at Yi Chongqing, beloved pet. She felt like the flowers of love were blooming in her heart, secretly thinking, a transcendent and extraordinary character like this is willing to pamper me, love me. She turned her face away, pretending to feel guilty as she said, old ancestor, I'm sorry. The grand plan for 10,000 years, the idea of reviving the great demon clan, all of that is nothing compared to the affection my master has for me, seeing Tu Shernyen happily playing with Yi Chongqing. He Huang smirked with satisfaction, thinking to himself, no wonder he is the master, he has already used his charm to conquer Princess Shernyen so quickly. At the same time, in front of the Chongqing grocery store, a faint white aura descended from above, followed by the landing of two figures, Duan Changde and Luo Wanfeng, the holy master de Luo. With an anxious expression, he turned to look around and cursed in frustration. Damn it, we're late again, that guy has escaped. Meanwhile, the holy master Yin Yang was attracted by something on the ground, seeing Duan Changde crouching down to examine a large bloodstain near the edge of the grass, Luo Wanfeng also looked down and estimated. With such a large bloodstain, the person holding the treasure must have fallen into the tiger's mouth. Duan Changde said nothing and gently raised his hand to accumulate energy for a closer look. A moment later, he widened his eyes in shock and said, no, that's not right, this blood. He frowned, his face darkening with seriousness as he announced, this is the blood of the black tiger, which left Luo Wanfeng startled, exclaiming, what? Duan Changde, in a daze and trembling, continued, moreover, through the spirit mushroom probe, I couldn't sense Ming Ju Dang's aura at all. He couldn't believe what his probe had revealed, his voice stammering in panic, it seems he is dead. Duan Changda's assertion startled Luo Wanfeng, who immediately asked, dead? Duan brother, do you mean that someone killed the Black Tiger Demon Supreme here just now? Duan Changda had no doubt anymore, he sat up straight and nodded in confirmation. The action of the old holy master Yin Yang only heightened Luo Wanfeng's confusion, but didn't you say that no one in Zhongzhou could fight against Ming Ju Dang after his descent? Duan Changda turned his gaze toward the grocery store, where an abundant aura was spreading, pondering, perhaps this little town truly has an extraordinary character beyond our imagination. Meanwhile, he suddenly realized and thought, no wonder the old man Chang Xian still has the mind to play chess, it seems he knew there was something mysterious here all along. Then he paid no attention to Luo Wanfeng's bewildered expression. Duan Changda turned around and said with a raised chin, forget it, if the Black Tiger Demon Supreme is dead, then let's leave. Shaoqi Town belongs to Tai Xian Mountain, even if there really is some great power, that old ghost Chang Xian will handle it. Seeing Duan Changda indifferent and walking away, Luo Wanfeng called out to him, Duan brother, aren't you curious? Who exactly killed Ming Ju Dang? Duan Changda did not turn his head but simply exhaled lightly and said, little sister. He didn't directly answer Luo Wanfeng's question, but only provided a vague analysis, so she could figure it out for herself. We rushed here non-stop, and an expert dealt with this guy before we arrived. Leaving only a pool of blood. Don't you understand? Upon hearing this, Luo Wanfeng suddenly realized the deeper meaning in Duan Changda's words. You mean, the expert didn't want us to interfere, so they deliberately chose to end it quickly? Duan Changda turned his face, confirming sharply, along with a warning, that's right, sometimes being too curious is not a good thing. As time gradually leaned towards dusk, the sky adorned itself with a peculiar shade of chicken fat mixed with purple. The sunlight softly faded, slanting down behind the mountain peak. In the backyard, Yi Changqing gently placed a red bowl of food on the ground. He pointed towards a small wooden house beside the bowl while looking at the little fox and said, from now on, this will be your home. He Huang sat quietly by the willow tree, silently observing Yi Changqing as he instructed Tu Shernyan, this is your water bowl, your food bowl, and your litter box. Demon Shu suddenly questioned, does the master want Tu Shernyan to sleep outside? He Huang glanced up and replied nonchalantly, I don't know. Perhaps the master has other intentions. Yi Changqing stood up, stretched his arms, and rotated his wrists, saying, all right, everyone is tired today, so rest early. He was slightly surprised to see the little fox following him, whining, as if to say, master, I don't want to sleep here, it might even cause me to lose my life. I want to enter the room with him. Yi Changqing seemed to read the little fox's thoughts, showing a fond expression as he lifted it up high. Then he smiled brightly and asked, do you want to sleep with me? Tu Shernyan immediately nodded excitedly and happily let out a sound. Yi Changqing joyfully hugged the little fox in his arms, laughing heartily, all right, then let's go. He leisurely carried the little fox straight to his room. At that moment, Demon Shu in the courtyard suddenly exclaimed with delight, I understand now, this trick of the master is to use a gentle approach to test whether Tu Shernyan is truly submissive. He Huang quite agreed with Demon Shu's comment. He snapped his fingers, his eyes bright with admiration, clever, really clever. In the midst of their joy, Demon Shu suddenly grew solemn and gently confided in He Huang, today, when fighting against the Demon Supreme Black Tiger, I used up too much spiritual energy and need to sleep deeply for a while. He Huang looked worried and asked, Shu brother, how long do you need to sleep? Demon Shu reflected for a moment before sadly providing an estimated answer that was uncertain. At least a few years, at most a few decades. Then Demon Shu gently shook the leaves, rustling, and continued, this is the power of heaven and earth sealed within the spiritual spring that my master poured for me when he planted me back then. A glowing leaf fell right in front of He Huang, along with Demon Shu's explanation, I hid it in this leaf, and I have always cherished it, today I gift it to you, to help you enter the Demon Emperor realm. But you must agree to protect my master for a lifetime. He Huang leaned down to the Extraordinary leaf in hand, momentarily stunned, feeling a bit moved. Without giving He Huang a chance to say anything, Demon Shu surrounded him with an intimidating aura. Otherwise, when I wake up, I will directly ruin your cultivation, making He Huang feel a chill down his back, sweat pouring down. He Huang then raised both hands to his face, his expression twisted in promise. It's clear, Shu brother, don't worry. Seeing that the favored dog had made a vow, Demon Shu finally felt relieved and said I must sleep now. After saying this, he gradually restrained his aura and closed himself into a deep sleep. The sky gradually sank into darkness, with the soft glow of the full moon flickering above amidst the clouds. Below, right next to the sleeping willow, He Huang was curled up, enjoying a sound sleep. In Yi Changqing's room, he was peacefully fast asleep on the bed. Beside him was the little fox, who had also fallen into a dream. All were deeply asleep, unaware that they were contributing to the radiant glow bursting forth in the stillness of the night, switching to the morning of the next day. The warm sunlight had flooded every nook and cranny. Yi Changqing hazily opened his eyes, drool still lingering on his lips. He sat up abruptly, rubbing his eyes and mumbling. Why does the bed feel so cramped? Suddenly, he froze in shock when he discovered a strange girl with the form of half-human, half-beast lying on his bed, breathing steadily with her eyes closed. Yi Changqing was stunned for several seconds before panicking internally. What situation is this? Last time, Yanbing Xian was at least human. Why is there a beast girl on my bed this time? At that moment, Tu Shernyan also woke up. She sat up and gently covered her mouth as she yawned widely. Turning around, she saw Yi Changqing staring blankly at her, and she was momentarily startled. After that, without hesitation, Tu Shernyan jumped towards him and happily called out, "Master, you're awake." Yi Changqing was thrown off by her enthusiastic approach and quickly moved to the side to avoid her. In a confused tone, he asked, wait, who are you?" Tu Shernyan lost her balance and fell hard onto the ground. She propped herself up with one hand and looked at him with a wronged expression, saying, "That's too much. Last night you even slept with me, how could you leave me so quickly?" Tu Shernyan's accusations unsettled Yi Changqing, making him gasp inwardly, "What? Did I do something unspeakable last night? Why don't I remember anything? How could I not recall such a thing?" The more he thought about it, the more regretful he felt. After the moment of panic, Yi Changqing gradually calmed down and realized. He shouted, "Wait a minute." He observed Tu Shernyan from head to toe and couldn't help but whisper, "These ears, that tail." Piecing the information together, Yi Changqing's face turned pale as he stammered, "Could it be, you are the white fox?" Tu Shernyan put on a charming and delicate demeanor, beaming with a smile and said, "That's right, it is I, your servant." Yi Changqing ran his hand over his face, silently crying and lamenting, "I'm doomed, this time I really have turned into Zhou Wang." However, immediately afterward, he peeked at Tu Shernyan and thought to himself, "But it seems not so bad." A moment later, Yi Changqing pushed the door open and stepped outside, finding Tu Shernyan tightly hugging his arm. Yi Changqing, embarrassed, said, "I insist, can you let go of me first?" Tu Shernyan stubbornly refused and teased in a squinty-eyed smile, "No way, I just want to be with my master." Stepping into the courtyard, Yi Changqing bumped into He Huang, who excitedly barked, "Woof woof," in greeting, looking at the dog with a proud demeanor wagging its tail. Yi Changqing was startled and shouted, "Big brother, who are you?" After a moment of astonishment, he felt the dog looked familiar. "Wait, you are..." He observed the dog more closely and finally had the courage to confirm, "He Huang, you've changed your appearance too. The iron black egg has been upgraded directly to dark clouds and snow." He reached out to pet the dog's head while perplexedly commenting, "How did you grow so much in just one night? Did you eat a growth pill or something?" Suddenly, He Huang turned his back and walked away toward the wooden table over there, causing Yi Changqing to become even more curious. He Huang led him to where the primordial stones were placed and barked 3 times as if to announce something. Seeing the glowing stones, Yi Changqing quickly pulled his hand away from Tu Shernyan's grip, leaving her confused, and followed behind while calling out loudly, "Master." Yi Changqing approached the chessboard, extended his hand toward the sparkling stones, and gently picked one up to examine it. He looked at the pile of primordial stones in his hand and exclaimed in surprise. This is the amethyst stone that I absorbed during my previous training. Is this a higher grade version of the previous one? He turned to the loyal dog, who was panting and waiting expectantly, and asked with an excited and delighted tone, "Hey Huang, is this what you brought back?" Hey Huang wagged its tail proudly, barking, "Woof woof, that's right, master." Moved by the dog's devotion, Yi Changqing suddenly bent down and gave He Huang a loud kiss on the head. Then he excitedly petted and praised the dog, laughing heartily, "Haha, good dog." At this moment, He Huang deliberately glanced at the little fox, sticking out its tongue and grinning, taunting, "Hee hee, Tu Shernyen. Don't be jealous of me." Seeing He Huang's smugness, Tu Shernyen's face darkened with anger. She swallowed her resentment, clenched her fists, and muttered under her breath, "Stinky dog, taking the Chaos Origin Stone from my fox clan to curry favor with the master. I'll make sure you regret it." At that moment, outside the door, the gossiping voices of 3 neighbors suddenly rang out, "Hey, did you guys hear that?" Yi Changqing, sitting inside, couldn't help but listen attentively. A woman's voice, full of dread, lamented, "The tiger's roar last night was truly terrifying." A young man immediately refuted, "Aunt, are you dreaming? There are no tigers in our town." The woman's voice then clarified, "I'm serious. I was going to report it to the authorities, but then the sound disappeared." The older man said nothing but looked confused and bewildered. Yi Changqing, hidden behind the door, had heard the entire exchange. He broke into a cold sweat, his face turning ashen as he muttered to himself, "Damn, someone actually heard the noise from last night. If the authorities come to investigate and search for the tiger's carcass in the house, this will be impossible to explain." Thinking of this, Yi Changqing hurriedly slammed the door shut. In a moment of frantic panic, a sudden idea flashed through his mind, causing him to exclaim silently, "Got it." Meanwhile, outside on the streets of Shaoqi town, Tu Shernyen, walking beside Yi Changqing, looked on with wide eyes, puzzled. "Where is our master going?" Yi Changqing held a platter full of grilled skewers in both hands and turned to smile affectionately at her. Then he changed his tone to a serious one and asked, "By the way, aren't you afraid of being discovered as a member of the demon clan when you go out with me like this?" Tu Shernyen happily replied, "Master, don't worry, I used a special magic, outsiders can't see my ears and tail." After hearing the explanation, Yi Changqing smacked his lips, realizing that was how it was. Then, he raised his voice to invite everyone around, "Come on, everyone, I accidentally grilled too much meat." He held the hot and fragrant platter of meat towards a man and cheerfully invited everyone to share. Not to be polite. Receiving his kindness, everyone expressed their gratitude. Suddenly, a man was dazzled and stared at the skewers, curiously asking what kind of meat this was. Yi Changqing felt a bit nervous but still maintained a natural demeanor, quickly answering that this is just ordinary meat. Then he hurriedly brought the plate of meat forward, enthusiastically inviting, "Come on. Everyone, try it first, forget about those things." Seeing that everyone had eaten the tiger meat and even praised its deliciousness, Yi Changqing happily thought, "The law doesn't blame us, since they've eaten my roasted tiger meat, no one can run away." After that, he continued to carry the plate of meat to invite others. "Big Aunt, you should try it too," the woman said as she took the skewer of meat, not forgetting to thank him. Thank you, Mr. Yi." Then she excitedly added, "Mr. Yi is not only handsome but also knows how to cook. Whoever marries him will truly be blessed." Suddenly, another big ant moved closer to Yi Changqing, glancing subtly towards Tu Shernyen, and whispered, "Is the one behind you the new wife? Last time, wasn't there another young lady? Has he taken a concubine so quickly?" Yi Changqing hurriedly waved his hand to explain, No, Miss Tu is." Before he could finish his sentence, Tu Shernyen leaned in and innocently asked, "Master, where are we going next?" The big ant blushed slightly upon hearing her way of address and blurted out, "Owner, is it?" Then she covered her mouth and whispered to the woman next to her, "Wow, the young people these days are playing such strange games." Yi Changqing, overhearing the teasing remarks, quickly interjected, "Big ant, it's not what you think." Suddenly, she cast her gaze over Tu Shernyen from head to toe and nonchalantly declared, "But this young lady is so thin, it seems she won't have an easy time giving birth." She remembered her chubby niece and excitedly suggested, "I have an eldest niece at my mother's house, hardworking and virtuous, with a very round figure. She can definitely bear children. Does Mr. Yi need to consider her?" Yi Changqing felt like crying on the spot, shaking his head repeatedly and saying, "No, no." As for Tu Shernyen, the woman's shallow remarks made her face darken with anger. She gritted her teeth, frowning, "Humph, daring to say my figure is lacking." She subtly shot a look with a hint of malice at the talkative big ant, pursing her lips to herself. "Today, let me show you the charm of this princess." After a while, the streets returned to their lively scene, people coming and going as before. After distributing all the grilled tiger meat to everyone in the town, upon returning to the grocery store, Yi Changqing stood with hands on his hips and sighed with relief, saying, "Phew, finally dealt with this tiger." Tu Shernyen was still annoyed by the words of the big ant, lost in thought during the entire way back. Now, she quietly swept past like a breeze, forcing Yi Changqing to call out, "Miss Tuesday." He looked at her back and silently wondered, is she in a bad mood? Is she tired from carrying stuff just now? Yi Changqing lowered his eyes, worried, and thought to himself, I need to comfort her quickly. Having figured it out, he ran in front of Tu Shernyen and cheerfully said, "Miss Tu, thank you so much today. Without you, I definitely couldn't have finished this alone." At that moment, a warm tear rolled down Tu Shernyen's cheek. She sobbed while expressing her grievance and asked, "Master, do you really feel that the figure of the maid is not good?" Yi Changqing suddenly realized the problem, feeling a bit embarrassed but also spoke soothingly, "Miss Tu, earlier Wang said that casually, don't take it to heart." Hearing him say that, Tu Shernyen felt cheerful and spirited again, and stepped forward to ask him, "So what do you think in your heart, master?" Yi Changqing raised his index finger and smiled broadly in praise. "There's no exaggeration, Miss Tu's figure is indeed one of a kind." Upon hearing this, Tu Shernyen put on a beautiful and alluring pose, narrowing her eyes invitingly. "So what are you waiting for? Why not take advantage of the time?" Looking at Tu Shernyen's alluring figure, He Huang felt a bit stirred. No wonder the Fox clan is so appealing. If it weren't for his affection for little bitches, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold himself back. Yi Changqing didn't understand the meaning behind the girl's words, his mind still spinning with a jumble of questions, and he awkwardly scratched his cheek, muttering, "Take advantage of the time." Suddenly a flash of light struck in Yi Changqing's mind. "Oh, I see now." He patted Tu Shernyen on the shoulder and looked straight into her eyes, asking, "Can you pose as I instruct?" Tu Shernyen felt a bit shy with his directness but still mumbled in agreement, "Of course, I will do as my master likes." After a stick of incense, Tu Shernyen could no longer bear it, sweat pouring down like rain, her body shaking with each breath. Yi Changqing's face darkened as he mischievously praised, "So beautiful, truly beautiful." Tu Shernyen stood still, posing, her body starting to ache. She asked shakily, "Master, how much longer?" Yi Changqing looked up at her, softly reassuring, "Just a bit longer, we're almost done." He Huang sat watching for a while and, seeing nothing as stimulating as he had imagined, grumbled, "I've taken off all my pants, is this what you're showing me?" Tu Shernyen sighed wearily, with a sullen face asking, "He Huang, what special preference does my master have?" He Huang raised his fist, irritably cursing, "Don't be so superficial. Currently, the master is about to give you a great opportunity." He looked at Yi Changqing's excited and focused expression and solemnly added, "As expected, this painting can help you increase your cultivation rapidly like I did." Tu Shunyan felt enlightened and looked at Yi Changqing with admiration, exclaiming, so that's how it is. The master is afraid that I can't endure it, so he raised my cultivation first. Seeing her slightly exaggerate the matter, He Huang couldn't help but interject, I think you are overthinking. It could simply be that your charm technique is ineffective on the master. Yi Changqing made one final stroke with the brush, smiling contentedly as he announced. It's done. Suddenly, radiant golden rays emitted from the painting, spreading more and more, wrapping around Tu Shunyan's body, causing her to exclaim in astonishment, what's happening? At this moment, the painting unexpectedly lifted off the table. Yi Changqing stroked his chin, eyes half closed in thought, then softly said. This painting is titled. Tu Shunyan stared in amazement at the image of herself in the painting, next to which were the artist's heartfelt words, in Qingqiu, the fox is indeed like a celestial being. At the same time, in Tao Shan Palace, a multicolored light suddenly split the clouds from the sky, shooting down to the ground. Lightning streaked across the sky, accompanied by a thunderous roar. A little fox in a pink robe shielded herself with her hand and said, the thunderstorm has suddenly arrived. A little fox in a purple robe, equally bewildered, added, since Dong Lai became lucky, why is there thunder and lightning? The little fox in the pink robe suddenly pointed in one direction. Her voice trembling with alarm, look over there, those peach trees. Seeing the blossoms that were once vibrant now fading and wilting, there was a commotion below, with people exclaiming, what's happening? The changes on the ground caused another wave of fear as they cried out, even the grass is turning yellow. The little fox in the pink robe hurried off, urgently saying, where are the old ancestor and patriarch? Quickly summon them to come and see. At this moment, Tu Si and Tu Shanyao were also looking up at the sky. The luck energy from Tao Shan Palace seems to be pulled by an invisible force, continuously rising and flying away. Tu Shanyao asked in confusion, old ancestor, what is happening? Tu Si frowned, her tone firm, someone is forcibly taking the luck energy of Tao Shan. Tu Shanyao asked in astonishment, who on earth is pursuing and trying to exterminate our Ling Hu tribe? Tu Si suddenly remembered the expert in Shaoqi town, feeling puzzled, could it be that person? After pondering for a while, Tu Si gently raised her hand to gather qi. The surrounding void stirred up waves of energy, accompanied by her instruction, you guard Tao Shan Palace, before leaving. Tu Si slightly turned her face and added, I want to go to Nanling to see Lord Qiulong. Shifting the scene to 10,000 mountains, Wolong Valley, a desolate area filled only with perilous cliffs, Tu Si had just flown there when she suddenly noticed two people standing hesitantly below, seemingly having waited for a long time. She was slightly startled to recognize them, Elder Black Tiger Clan. Why are they also here? Tu Si immediately lowered herself down and asked, why have you two come here? The two elders of the Black Tiger Clan clasped their hands respectfully and said, we have come to meet Ling Hu Demon Supreme. We wish to invite Lord Qiulong to conduct a divination for our ancestors. Tu Si appeared shocked and asked, Ming Ju Dang has still not returned? One elder frowned, showing signs of tension, and replied, not only has he not returned, but a few days ago, the soul-leading lantern of our ancestor went out. Tu Si stroked her chin with her finger, slightly shifting her thoughts, and murmured as if speaking to herself, the soul-leading lantern is pulled by the divine soul of each person. When the soul is lost, the lantern goes out. Soon after, she looked at the two elders of the Black Tiger Clan and anxiously asked, are you suggesting that Ming Ju Dang is dead? One elder turned pale with anger and shouted, nonsense. The cultivation old ancestor of the world cannot possibly die. Tu Si shrugged, indicating, I am merely basing my argument on the evidence, not intending to slander anyone. At the same time, he tilted his chin and said, then let's consider that we never spoke. But in Tu Si's mind flashed the image of Yi Changqing, along with the thought of absolving guilt. Ming Ju Dang, this is what you brought upon yourself, the heavenly path is there for you to take, yet you charge into the gates of hell where none exist. Seeing Tu Si's expression of confusion, as if hiding the truth, the two elders grew angry and questioned, "Does Ling Hu Demon Supreme know the inside story? Tell us." Indeed, the old ancestor lost contact after leaving the territory of the Fox clan. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out behind them, "No need to investigate further, Ming Ju Dang has brought this bitter outcome upon themselves." The two elders were startled and turned their heads, simultaneously exclaiming, "Qiu Long Lord." Standing at the entrance of the valley was Qiu Long Demon Supreme, an old man with a calm expression who spoke at a measured pace. "Although Hua Fan's song has been heard, our race's counterattack is nearing. It is too presumptuous for Ming Ju Dang to violate the agreement and invade Zhongzhou at this time." The faces of the two elders from the Black Tiger clan immediately turned pale with panic. They were kneeling on the ground, their voices filled with sorrow and despair. Ju Dang old ancestor was defeated. A man, his face dotted with sweat and distress, spoke incredulously, but his cultivation was formidable, and he had secret techniques. How could he be defeated so easily? The elder beside him also struggled to accept the harsh reality, desperately pleading, "Yes, please, Lord Qiu Long, perform a divination." Seeing their stubbornness, Qiu Long reluctantly agreed, "Very well." The Demon Supreme took out a glowing tortoise shell from his person, spun it in his hand, and murmured, "Dai Jiu Li Yi, Wu Ju Zhong Yang, Long Gong Ji Yi, Xian Men Ling Gui." Soon, the shell soared high, emitting a dazzling golden light accompanied by a thunderous roar. The divine light shone down, forcing Tu Si and the two members of the Black Tiger clan to turn their faces away and shield their eyes. After a while, the scene returned to normal, but Qiu Long's eyes widened as he exclaimed, as expected, looking at the 3 coins with chipped edges in his palm. Qiu Long continued in shock. "The thunder fire is fierce, and the top shakes below, as the fire and thunder clash, signaling great danger." The two Black Tiger clan members turned pale upon hearing these 3 words, filled with horror. "What?" Qiu Long's voice continued to explain. "This is a divine punishment for him, to be burned." Qiu Long's face darkened as he coldly said, "It seems that Ming Ju Dang did not die at the hands of an ordinary cultivator, but rather a more powerful existence." The two elders became flustered, aggressively asking, "Qiu Long Lord, who exactly is it?" "We will avenge our ancestor." Qiu Long frowned slightly, looking displeased, and warned loudly, "Heavenly secrets must not be revealed. If you continue to investigate further, even I will be implicated. You should leave and avoid bringing disaster to the entire Black Tiger clan." One elder stared at Qiu Long in disbelief and asked hesitantly, "Is it really an existence that even you cannot peep into?" But Qiu Long remained silent, and the one next to him stood in a state of confusion, scratching his head. After a few seconds of thought, he knew that he should accept the truth and respectfully cupped his hands in farewell. "Thank you, Lord Qiu Long, for the warning. We will return to make arrangements." After that, the two quickly flew away from Wolong Valley. At this moment, Qiu Long turned to Tu Si and asked, "Ling Hu Demon Supreme, what business do you have with me?" Tu Si, looking serious and respectful, clasped his hands and spoke about his matter. "Lord Qiu Long, just now in the sky above Qingqiu, a strange phenomenon occurred at Tao Shan Palace, and the lucks of Qingqiu were all drawn elsewhere." Qiu Long raised his hand to touch the void, immediately releasing a wave of purple aura. As the Demon Supreme silently observed the magical transformation of the shifting lucks, after a moment, Qiu Long stroked his lips and exclaimed, "So that's how it is." He then retracted the aura and politely said, "Everything has its destiny, the luck of a clan can only be used among its kind." Qiu Long looked up at Tu Si and continued calmly, "This luck leaving Tao Shan Palace is likely to go to the Ling Hu clan members elsewhere." Tu Si was a bit taken aback by this explanation and asked wide-eyed, "Somewhere else?" "But the entire Hu tribe in Nanling is in Qingqiu." Qiu Long, not a bit flustered, smirked and questioned, "A few days ago, it seems like your Princess Shernyan just eloped, right?" Tu Si of course guessed the underlying meaning of the statement. Realizing the implication from the Demon Supreme, Tu Si asked for confirmation, "Are you saying that today's incident is related to that little girl?" Chiu Long hesitated for a moment but still boldly predicted, if I am not mistaken, the fortune of Qing Qiu must entirely lie with Tu Shernyan. Tu Si exclaimed in astonishment, how is that possible? The girl's cultivation is not even at the Demon King level, how could she have transferred so much fortune? Saying this, she turned her gaze toward the Demon Supreme, pleading earnestly, Chiu Long Lord, may I ask if you can predict who took away the fortune? Before the hopeful gaze, the Demon Supreme generously replied, I will do my best to try. After saying that, Chiu Long spread his hand to summon the shattered coins, then closed his eyes, focusing his spiritual energy to read, the meaning of the 9 palaces, the law returns to the spirit. The fragments instantly reverted to 3 coins. At the same time, the formation was activated, causing the aura to soar wildly. In the high sky, dense clouds gathered, and thunder and lightning appeared along with a deafening roar. Chiu Long was muttering incantations when several bolts of lightning from above were suddenly drawn towards the circle of the formation. After that, a brilliant and powerful lightning bolt tore through the chaotic void above and struck down fiercely upon the Demon Supreme. Tu Si was violently thrown away by the explosive electric surge. Panicking and shouting, Chiu Long Lord, after receiving the lightning strike, Chiu Long knelt on the ground, injured in his core, and bowed his head to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Chiu Long reversed his hand, exhaled helplessly, and said, it is the will of heaven, I cannot investigate anymore, I cannot ask anymore. At this moment, above Shaoqi town, Changxian Zhenren was leisurely riding a flying sword through the air. Changxian was still frustrated, secretly cursing in his heart, that old demon Su Ji Tian has finally left, truly in a hurry to die. Last time the aura of the Demon Supreme Black Tiger disappeared in Shaoqi town, it must have been Yi Senior's doing. Thinking of this, Changxian had already lowered himself to the ground. He looked up at the sign on the town gate, silently telling himself, as a junior, I should still go and express my gratitude. Suddenly, a hand gently rested on Changxian's shoulder, accompanied by the call, He brother. Holy Master Tai Xian was startled, quickly stepping to the side and turning his head around. Su Ji Tian appeared, asking, where are you going? Behind him were 2 other figures, but Changxian seemed to not notice them. Holy Master Tai Xian widened his eyes in confusion, mixed with annoyance, and asked, Old man Su, no, Su Jr., why haven't you left yet? Su Ji Tian had a pleased expression, smiled mischievously, and replied, He, although you refused my request to meet Mr. Yi yesterday, I happened to run into 2 guests from the imperial capital de Yen. Looking back at yesterday's memories, Su Ji Tian walked away in disappointment when he unexpectedly encountered someone approaching. Seeing Yen Tian Shan and Yen Bing Xian, Su Ji Tian exclaimed in surprise. It turns out to be the ancient ancestor of the Yen kingdom. He respectfully folded his hands and asked, Excuse me. Haven't you been in seclusion for many years? Where do you want to go now? Yen Tian Shan looked straight ahead, his voice cheerful and eager, I am going to Shaoqi town in the Tai Xian territory. Su Ji Tian frowned, looking confused as he asked further, Shaoqi town? Why are you going there? At this moment, Yen Bing Xian smiled and answered on behalf of Yen Tian Shan, Holy Master Ziqing, Bing Xian must take the ancient ancestor to Shaoqi town to pay respects to Mr. Yi. Su Ji Tian felt a jolt of electricity run through his mind, silently questioning, Mr. Yi, could it be the Yi senior mentioned by Changxian? As Su Ji Tian walked briskly towards Yen Tian Shan, he smugly thought to himself, that damned old He, even with the ancient ancestor of the Yen kingdom here, let's see how you hide that master treasure. Su Ji Tian was delighted as if he had struck gold, moving closer to grasp Yen Tian Shan's hand and praising him, Yen old brother, you really have an eye for talent. I have always wanted to meet this senior, let's go. Su Ji Tian's lively enthusiasm left the old ancestor de Yen momentarily stunned. Returning to the present, Changxian, after hearing the story of their meeting, felt furious inside and silently cursed, this old man Su is just a dog catching a fly. A little later, on the streets of Shaoqi town, Su Ji Tian pointed at Yan Tianshan and solemnly said, "Let me introduce, this is," without allowing Su Ji Tian to finish. He Changxian stroked his beard and interjected, "The old ancestor emperor of the Yan kingdom, Yan Tianshan, how could I not know him?" Yan Tianshan found this amusing and couldn't help but laugh loudly. He stepped forward and patted He Changxian on the shoulder. Greeting him warmly, "Holy Master of the Holy Land Tai Xian, Changxian Zhenren, it has been a while." Su Ji Tian felt he had just done something foolish and, somewhat awkwardly, asked, "Do you two know each other?" Suddenly, He Changxian hit Yan Tianshan's shoulder hard and, with a cold expression, replied, Back then he was the one who personally set the rules, taking the Tao practitioners of the Yan royal family as his followers. In the territory, all other sects consider him a heretic." Seeing the angry and resentful expression of his opponent, Yan Tianshan also became irritated and defiantly challenged, "So what? As the ruler of Yan, I have the responsibility to unify the hearts of the people." Noticing that the situation was becoming tense, Yan Bing Xian stepped forward to pull her ancestor back. She looked up with concern in her eyes and quietly urged him to calm down, saying, "After all, we are in the territory of Tai Xian, it would be better not to argue with the Holy Master." Yan Tianshan not only ignored Yan Bing Xian's advice but also expressed his anger loudly, saying, "So what if we are in Tai Xian's territory? I will never bow my head before him." He Changxian immediately frowned and retorted, "Is that so? Then you're not welcome here, the Yi Master of Tai Xian Holy Land does not welcome you." Yan Tianshan felt a chill run down his spine from that assertion, trembling as he asked, "What? Yi Senior is the Master of Tai Xian Holy Land?" He Changxian responded with a burst of mocking laughter. He nodded proudly and confirmed, "That's only natural, otherwise, how could the old master hide in Shaoqi town and grant our Tai Xian Holy Land such immense fortune?" Yan Tianshan, feeling somewhat uncertain, turned to question Su Ji Tian, "Is what He Changxian said true?" Su Ji Tian, embarrassed, looked down at the ground and quietly replied, "Perhaps it's not wrong." He recalled the all-powerful hand that reached out from the Chongqing manual and slowly recounted, "A few days ago, at Mount Tai Xian, I witnessed Yi Senior suppress the outbreak of a spiritual weapon and a fake immortal weapon, and he also performed celestial techniques to help the Tai Xian Holy Land restore the damaged Grand Hall." Upon hearing this, Yan Tianshan's expression changed dramatically, and he suddenly exclaimed, "This." He then altered his attitude, moving closer to He Changxian and lowering his voice in a conciliatory tone, "Tai Xian Holy Master, how about we discuss this a bit more?" He Changxian's face was cold as ice, but he still curiously asked, "Oh, how should we discuss it?" Yan Tianshan pounded his chest, declaring with great conviction, "The Yan royal family is ready to establish the Tai Xian Holy Land as the national religion of the Yan kingdom." Holy Master Tai Xian did not expect that the old ancestor of the Yan kingdom would present such favorable conditions, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" Su Ji Tian, standing next to him, also asked in shock, "Are you serious?" Yan Tianshan confirmed without hesitation, "That's right, as long as I can meet with you and Bing Xian." He Changxian felt quite pleased inside but pretended to reluctantly accept, saying, "Well, since you are so sincere, come with me." After saying this, he turned around, frowning and thinking to himself, "The master treasure of the Holy Land Tai Xian is being welcomed like this." However, thinking about the schemes of the three people, He Changxian's expression changed slightly with worry. I really feel a sense of danger. Despite his worries, he had already made a commitment. He Changxian walked ahead to lead the way, while also pretending to be authoritative, turning back to remind, "The senior residing here must have profound intentions, so don't recklessly speak and be disrespectful." Yan Tianshan smiled in understanding and replied, "Of course, this old man will definitely not reveal heavenly secrets." On the surface, he spoke confidently, but inside, the old ancestor was filled with anxiety. He had never interacted with a supreme figure before, so how should he greet them for the first time? A moment later, in front of the grocery store, Yi Changqing hesitantly stepped through the threshold. Upon seeing the four of them, he exclaimed in surprise, "Huh!" Everyone, Yan Bing Xian's cheeks were flushed, and her eyes sparkled with affection as she called out, "Mr. Yi." She jumped into Yi Changqing's arms and smiled brightly, saying, "I've come to visit you again." Witnessing Yan Bing Xian's natural actions, Yan Tianshan gasped, "Ouch!" Meanwhile, Yi Changqing was trying to maintain distance from the girl, awkwardly saying, Yen. Miss Yen, you're here," and he pushed her away while feeling embarrassed, thinking to himself, "There are so many people watching, please let go of me first." After separating Yan Bing Xian from himself, Yi Changqing put on a forced smile and said, "Please come in and have a seat." Then he turned to the girl who was innocently smiling with her eyes squinted and softly reminded, "Miss Yen, don't touch things randomly," causing the three old men behind him to slightly hear and inadvertently widen their eyes in shock. As soon as Su Ji Tian entered, he was horrified to face He Huang. The dog was currently baring its teeth and growling aggressively, with fierce sparks flashing in its eyes. Su Ji Tian couldn't help but break out in a sweat, panic-stricken, shouted, "Demon Emperor!" Yan Tianshan was equally stunned, exclaiming, "There is actually a demon emperor in mainland Zhongzhou." He Changxian, who had previously been frightened speechless by He Huang, now arrogantly said, "Of course, even a cultivator like Senior Yi must have a dog." Then he glanced back, his face darkening as he warned, "Don't blame me for not reminding you, the demon emperor is just the tip of the iceberg." After that, He Changxian looked up at the stunning scenery in the back courtyard, his voice filled with emotion. "This place is truly a land of magical powers." On the surface, it seemed that way, but inside, he was radiating disdain. Shaking, useless person of the divine stage. The ninth princess naturally turned to grasp Yi Changqing's arm, wide-eyed, and asked, "Mr. Yi, Bing Xian misses you very much, do you remember me?" Yi Changqing, flustered, replied vaguely, while inside he was angry, shouting in his mind, "Let go of my hand. If that white fox sees me tonight, I'll be doomed." Suddenly, Yan Bing Xian leaned her face close to Yi Changqing's ear, covering her mouth and whispering, "Mr. Yi, I've already told our old ancestor and my father about us." He felt a pair of angry eyes directed at him, and his face involuntarily turned pale. Yi Changqing glanced back in confusion and explained, "Look, food can be eaten recklessly, but words cannot be spoken recklessly." He felt that this explanation still couldn't put out the intense fire burning behind him. Yi Changqing turned his face toward Yan Bing Xian and shouted loudly, "We have a pure male-female relationship." Witnessing the humorous tug-of-war between Yi Changqing and Yan Bing Xian, Yi Changxian expressed admiration, saying, "Yi Senior and Miss Yan are truly fated to be together." Yi Changqing quickly waved his hand to clarify, no way," while secretly feeling anxious inside, thinking, "Why bother with love? It only brings trouble and harms oneself." He then changed the subject by pointing towards the wooden table, "Please come sit over here." Before the others could settle down, Tu Shernyan, in the appearance of a little fox, jumped onto the table. She sat elegantly, tilting her face to look at everyone, her demon energy radiating around her. The three old men were astonished and exclaimed, "Damn, there's still another one." Watching the various energies floating like mist, they couldn't help but marvel. The demon energy is truly dense. Yan Tianshan and Su Ji Tian couldn't believe their eyes and gasped, "Clearly, her cultivation is only at the Demon King realm, yet her demon energy feels like that of a demon king." Tu Shernyan suddenly turned her face towards Yan Bing Xian, causing the princess to be startled as she noticed the little fox was keeping her eyes on her ample bosom. Yan Bing Xian felt uneasy and glanced down. On this side, Tu Shernyan was confidently caressing her full and vibrant chest while smiling provocatively. Then she mocked, "The master doesn't like small goods." Upon witnessing that bizarre scene, Yan Bing Xian quickly covered her chest with her hand and embarrassedly shut her eyes, crying out. The crude comparison made the princess clench her teeth in anger, her body trembling. Then she forcefully patted her chest in rebuttal. Humph, don't think that just because you have a bit of beauty, you can do whatever you want. Mr. Yi is not someone who would be unfaithful like that. After a while, tea was poured into cups. The tea leaves swirled like little boats in the center. And the fragrant steam rose up. Su Ji Tian, trying tea brewed by Yi Changqing for the first time, couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, is this tea brewed from enlightenment leaves?" Yan Tian Shan beside her also looked equally surprised. Yi Changxian appeared happier than anyone else, excitedly commenting. "That's right, this tea seems to be even stronger than the last time." Yan Bing Xian's cheeks were flushed, and she smiled delightedly, saying, "It's even more suitable for the physique of an immortal." Yan Tian Shan was sipping his tea while deep in thought. If little Ninth could form a Dao couple with Mr. Yi, then my De Yen wouldn't be enjoying peace forever, would it? At this moment, Yi Changqing turned to ask, "Tell me, what brings you here today?" Yi Changxian stood up from his chair, clasped his hands respectfully, and said, "Respected senior, I recently found an ancient brush." He then reached into his chest and added, "Last time I came, I was a bit rushed and didn't bring any gifts to present. But today I have a prized item to offer." As he spoke, he took out a box. Yi Changxian raised the gift with both hands and presented it. "Please accept it, respected senior." Yi Changqing laughed happily and reached out with both hands to receive it. "Ha ha, you are truly being polite," as he opened the box. Upon seeing what was inside, Yi Changqing's eyes widened and he was stunned. He took out the pen, held it up at eye level to admire it, then said with delight, "This pen is really impressive." Yi Changxian is truly thoughtful. Being praised by Yi Changqing, Yi Changxian beamed with joy but pretended to be shy, scratching his head and said, "Oh, no, not at all." Then, Yi Changxian gently stroked his silver beard and continued humbly, "Compared to the Tai Xian Changqing manual that you gave me last time, this pen is just a small fraction of that." Witnessing Yi Changxian using the pen that had previously won against him as a post-ceremony gift, yet earning Yi Changqing's trust and affection. Su Ji Tian was furious and trembled with anger. He gritted his teeth and cursed silently, "If I had known Yi Senior liked antiques so much, I wouldn't have used it as a bet before." Not wanting to miss the opportunity to impress the expert, Su Ji Tian reached into his sleeve to search for something, and then solemnly said, "Yi Senior, I am Su Ji Tian, and today is my first time coming to pay my respects, so I have prepared a small gift." Then he respectfully offered his gift with both hands. Yi Changqing shyly scratched his head and said, "Ha ha ha, Su old man is thoughtful again." He accepted the gift with both hands, his voice cheerful, "Then I, Yi, will graciously accept it." Yi Changqing eagerly opened the wooden box and saw the brilliant ink stick inside. He couldn't help but exclaim in excitement, "This is a top-quality ink stick." Su Ji Tian was as happy as if he had won the lottery and replied, "As long as the senior likes it, that's enough." Yi Changqing couldn't stop smiling and, showing his understanding, suggested, "As the saying goes, no work, no reward, since I have received a gift from Su old man today, I will return the favor with a painting." After finishing his words, he turned to Su Ji Tian and happily said, "Just tell me if you'd like a calligraphy or a painting." Su Ji Tian was momentarily stunned for a few seconds, then he joyfully asked in a trembling voice, "Really, really?" Then Su Ji Tian regained his serious demeanor, pretended to clear his throat, and replied, "Then I would like a calligraphy related to swords." He said that because he had worries in his heart, Qing Shui was also guided by Yi Senior to break through to Yuaning. If the senior writes a talisman containing sword energy, it will definitely help Chang Feng break through. Yi Changqing waved his hand and laughed, saying, "It's a small matter, I will get it right away," which made Su Ji Tian's eyes immediately shine. After making the agreement, Yi Changqing slowly walked towards the nearby wooden table. He looked up at the empty table and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no!" Yi Changqing's expression changed as he recalled, "That's not right, last night it seems I used up all the rice paper." He felt embarrassed for his oversight and awkwardly scratched his head. explaining, I ran out of rice paper at home, you all sit tight so I can go buy some and come back. Suddenly, Yen Bing Xin raised her hand cheerfully and said, Mr. Yi, no need to worry, I have prepared everything for you. She opened her left hand, revealing a dazzling stream of light. Not long after, an incredible stack of paper appeared on that small hand. Under her magic, Yen Bing Xin gently placed the stack of paper onto the wooden table. Once done, she turned to Yi Changqing and smiled brightly, explaining, you usually enjoy creating letters and paintings, and all of these have been sourced from the imperial capital. They can be used for a long time. Yi Changqing suddenly moved closer and took Yen Bing Xin's hand. He looked at her with an expression of deep admiration mixed with gratitude, and happily remarked, Miss Yen, you really understand me. Hearing this, Yen Bing Xin couldn't help but stare in shock. In fact, Yi Changqing didn't have any particular feelings for Yen Bing Xin. He was simply intrigued because this girl had helped him tackle some of his financial issues. The most expensive part was always the rice paper. Buying it in the little town costs a fortune, so this way saves quite a bit of money. Receiving Yi Changqing's appreciative expression, Yen Bing Xin didn't hesitate to take off the ring she was wearing. She handed the ring to Yi Changqing and shyly said, I have many more at home, I would like to give them all to you. Seeing the cheerful expression of Yi Changqing, Yi Changxian, with a dull face and a hint of jealousy, thought, the ninth princess has taken out nothing more than ordinary rice paper, yet the senior is so excited. Meanwhile, Su Ji Tian, with a complex expression, felt a bit embarrassed as he thought, it seems that I am still too vulgar, antiques mean nothing to someone like Senior Yi. On this side, Yen Tian Shan, with a serious look, silently evaluated, this is the realm of extraordinary figures, not something juniors like us can achieve. With the rice paper in hand, Yi Changqing laid a piece flat on the table and gently picked up the antique brush given by Yi Changxian. He happily looked at everything ready and confidently said, then I'll begin now. Su Ji Tian swallowed hard, his face tense as he observed every move of Yi Changqing, anxiously wondering, I wonder what kind of opportunity the senior will grant me. Yi Changqing lowered the brush to the paper and sketched the first outlines. Yi Changqing exuded an imposing aura. Lucky letters began to radiate, danced like peacocks in front of Man Tang Hua Tui San Qian Ku. The first line of poetry unveiled, immediately conjuring the image of a pure golden lotus blooming with fragrance behind Yi Changqing. One sword, frost and cold, across 14 states, corresponding to the second line was the image of majestic mountains, under a uniquely bright and glorious sky, alongside were celestial cranes flapping their wings. Fluttering by, soon after, a radiant beam of light appeared, containing countless powerful sword chi flowing like a raging river. Surrounding Yi Changqing were streams of luck swirling around, merging into one, boosting the strength of his entire being, radiating boundless and brilliant sword chi. Su Ji Tian's pupils tightened, staring intently at the extraordinary phenomenon behind Yi Changqing, astonished internally. This is the essence of the sword, the might of the sword, sword chi, sword intention. I can perceive so much of the true essence of sword Tao, transforming decay into the miraculous. Yi Changqing's pen-holding hand continued to dance on the canvas, transforming streams of fortune into a hexagram, within which a chaotic sword chi continuously surged forth. Su Ji Tian sensed something unusual, his face paled in fear as he thought to himself that it wasn't good. The bizarre sword chi showed no signs of stopping, growing increasingly violent as it charged directly towards Su Ji Tian, piercing the ground like straw. Seeing countless illusory swords shimmering brilliantly, aimed straight at him, Su Ji Tian, in terror, raised his hand to shield his face. Suddenly, the illusory swords halted, hovering above Su Ji Tian, exuding a mysterious yet oppressive energy. Su Ji Tian found himself overwhelmed by the might of the sword, collapsing to his knees on the ground. His face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down his forehead like rain, his brows twitching slightly as he melancholically thought to himself that despite cultivating for so many years, he still resembled a child in the presence of Yi Senior. The more he reflected on himself, the more he felt inadequate, his Tao heart strongly disturbed. causing his head to throb painfully as he trembled and quietly gasped in pain. He Changxian stood to the side observing, suddenly turning his head to find the aura around Su Ji Tian becoming chaotic, his face darkening with worry. This old man Su may not be able to withstand the pressure of the great Tao from Senior Yi, he is about to overdo it. He Changxian swiftly unleashed his aura and in an instant was behind Su Ji Tian. He quietly placed his hand on the back of the Holy Master Zi Qing, channeling his spiritual energy into Su Ji Tian's body. He Changxian closed his eyes in contemplation, muttering, "Calm the heart like water, the clear water is the heart, with no wind to stir." He used his spiritual energy, transferring the essence of the Qing Xian Ju directly into Su Ji Tian's divine consciousness to cleanse the demon heart that was in turmoil. After a few breaths, Su Ji Tian's divine soul, trapped in consciousness, suddenly heard He Changxian's voice like thunder, "Old man Su, quickly wake up." At the sound, the divine soul slightly furrowed its brows in confusion. For a moment, the Tao heart seemed to be awakened, and then a loud noise suddenly exploded in Su Ji Tian's mind. As if signaling that his inner demons had been dispelled, Su Ji Tian, now outside, regained his composure, sweating profusely and breathing heavily. After several deep breaths, he steadied himself and turned to He Changxian, who was still focused on Yi Changqing as if nothing had happened. Su Ji Tian expressed his gratitude through a telepathic message, "Thank you, Brother Ha. I almost acted inappropriately in front of Senior Yi." He Changxian replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing." At Yi Changqing's place, he had just completed the last stroke of the character, Zhou, in the 2 lines of poetry. With a satisfied expression, he lifted his brush and announced, "It's done." Yi Changqing gently placed the brush back on the table and then gestured towards the guests. Cheerfully inviting them, "Everyone, please have a look at this calligraphy." The 3 elderly men gathered around, leaning in to examine the calligraphy. The 2 lines of poetry, "The hall is filled with flowers, intoxicating 3,000 guests, a single sword bears the frost, spanning 14 provinces," written with elegant brushwork, were neatly displayed on the paper. Luck radiates brilliantly. He Changxian, with his eyes tightly closed, harmonizes his body and mind with the surroundings, stroking his beard gracefully and praising, "These characters not only give people a sense of complete talent and virtue, but they also conceal a vast divine meaning within." Su Ji Tian looked at the 14 ancient characters that contained profound sword Tao true meaning and agreed, "Indeed, what is surprising is that each character harbors different sword Tao meanings." Su Ji Tian felt as if the clusters of characters were flickering apart before him, surrounded by countless sources of luck, and admiredly continued, "But when these words are connected, they will form a truly different meaning." Yan Bing Xian listened to Su Ji Tian's analysis like a duck listening to thunder, completely confused, and asked back, "Su old man, what do you mean by that?" Su Ji Tian turned to explain gently, "It seems like the mountains are stacked together, forming a singular towering peak." As he spoke, Su Ji Tian felt as if he was suddenly appearing in a vast snowy mountain region. In front of him were consecutive high mountain ranges stretching out, creating a scene like a dream. Then, delving deeper, several mountains connected to form an unexpectedly magnificent landscape. Yan Bing Xian listened, her cheeks flushed with delight, her round eyes shining as she exclaimed, "So, is that how it is?" Su Ji Tian roughly explained this to Yan Bing Xian, then he stared intently at the calligraphy, pondering to himself, "But the subtlety in this couplet by Yi Senior is not merely like that." Beside him, Yan Tian Shan also thought with concern, "What we can comprehend is only a shallow part." Su Ji Tian turned to Yi Changqing for confirmation once more, "Yi Senior, is this calligraphy really for me?" Yi Changqing replied cheerfully, "Of course it is." He silently laughed with pleasure as he placed the 2 items on the scale for comparison, 1 piece of calligraphy in exchange for a top-quality ink stick. "I've made a great deal." Seeing Yi Changqing generously offer him such a wonderful opportunity without hesitation, Su Ji Tian was momentarily moved into silence, then with tears in his eyes, he clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for this precious gift." Then Su Ji Tian suddenly lowered himself to kneel, his hands together, and said, "Please accept a bow from me." His unexpected action startled Yi Changqing, who exclaimed, "Oh!" He quickly stepped forward, grasped his hand to stop him, and firmly said, Don't. It's just a piece of calligraphy, there's no need for you to do that, please stand up." Su Ji Tian's face was filled with emotion as he earnestly called out, "Senior." Yan Tian Shan, observing from the side, lightly stroked his beard and privately commented. "Stopping him like this is exactly to give Su brother some face. In fact, he knows very well that his identity as the master of the Holy Land Tai Xian means he absolutely will not extend his hand outside." After stopping Su Ji Tian's actions, Yi Changqing wearily pressed his forehead and sighed quietly, "This is really too much of a drain on life." But immediately afterward, Yi Changqing's expression turned cheerful and excited as he said, "That's right. Today, we don't often get to meet each other, it's time for a meal now. I invite everyone to eat black tiger hot pot, what do you think?" Yan Bing Xian smiled brightly like a flower and exclaimed, "Hot pot." The three old men were stunned like statues, exclaiming in shock, "Black tiger hot pot." A little while later, a table in the middle of the courtyard was filled with beautifully arranged, heaping plates of food. In the center was a steaming hot pot, packed with shrimp, meat, mushrooms, and vegetables. Yi Changqing took on the role of the family master, picking up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and cheerfully inviting, "Please feel free to dip whatever you want, don't be shy." After that hospitable invitation, other hands with chopsticks began to reach in as well, seeing the surge of spiritual energy rising fiercely from the black tiger meat. The two holy masters and Yan Tian Shan instinctively retracted their hands. Yan Tian Shan conveyed through sound transmission to Su Ji Tian, "I heard that a few days ago, the black tiger demon supreme Ming Ju Dang from Nanling broke into Zhongzhou, prompting the two great holy masters Yin Yang and De Luo to personally intervene." With trembling hands, he picked up a piece of tiger meat and continued reflecting. As a result, he suddenly vanished within the territory of the Holy Land Tai Xian, not even leaving behind a corpse. Could it be? Su Ji Tian closed his eyes and nodded slightly, while simultaneously conveying back. "Just as you think, that guy was killed by Yi Senior when he passed through Shaoqi town." Yan Tian Shan frowned slightly in hesitation upon hearing this. Yi Changxian also turned to add, "The corpse is likely that dish in front of us." As he spoke, he stared intently at the plate of meat emitting demon energy on the table. Yan Tian Shan let out a heavy sigh and trembled, exclaiming, "To eat a hot pot meal, they casually killed the black tiger demon supreme." Seeing Yi Changqing eagerly gobbling up the tiger meat, Yan Tian Shan broke out in a cold sweat and thought, in Yi Senior's eyes, demon supreme at this realm is nothing different from wild demon beasts that haven't taken human form. He noticed the ninth princess poking at the tiger meat with her chopsticks. Yan Tian Shan secretly transmitted a reminder, Bing Xian, that black tiger meat contains violent essence. With your current cultivation, you can't digest it, it's better not to eat it. Yan Bing Xian looked at the delicious meat and gulped, struggling to suppress her cravings as she replied, "I know." Yi Changqing skillfully picked up a piece of tiger meat with his chopsticks. Then he turned to Yan Bing Xian, smiling brightly and inviting, "Miss Yan, give it a try, this meat is really fragrant." Yan Bing Xian was momentarily startled but quickly shook her head. She waved her hands anxiously and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Yi, but I can't eat meat these days." Yan Bing Xian's polite refusal made Yi Changqing a little sad. He lowered his eyes, looking puzzled, and asked, "Can't eat meat?" He looked at her with doubtful eyes, silently guessing, could it be to lose weight? "I didn't expect even a lady from the world of cultivating immortals has to go on a diet," but very quickly, Yi Changqing turned to the three old men, smiling like a flower. Inviting, "Then everyone, please eat more, there's plenty of tiger meat, I can't finish it all by myself." In the face of Yi Changqing's warm invitation, Yi Changxian, Su Ji Tian, and Yan Tian Shan reluctantly picked up a piece of tiger meat and put it in their mouths, each of their faces looking extremely tense. After swallowing the piece of meat, Yi Changxian felt it tasted good and said, "It doesn't seem too bad." Su Ji Tian also agreed, replying, "It's not as scary as we imagined." Yan Tian Shan also nodded in agreement, "That's right, it even feels pleasantly warm." But not long after that remark, Yan Tian Shan's expression suddenly changed. He frowned, looking uncomfortable, and his pupils constricted as he let out a slight groan. He felt as if a fire were boiling and burning inside his body. Unable to bear it any longer, he murmured, "This feeling doesn't seem quite right." Su Ji Tian also widened his eyes and stammered, It's on fire." Yi Changqing, who was enjoying his meal, suddenly noticed the strange expressions on the faces of the three people in front of him and asked with concern, "What's wrong with you all?" Yan Tianshan felt a tingling sensation all over his skin and began to scratch restlessly at his arms and neck. He Changxian's face was as red as a drunken man, hesitatingly replied, "Sorry, Yi Senior, we need to step outside for a bit." Yi Changqing looked at him in confusion, filled with many unanswered questions. Then, without allowing Yi Changqing to dwell on his puzzlement, the three old men simultaneously stood up, clasped their hands, and bowed to him. Seeing them leave, Yi Changqing looked gloomy, frowning and mumbling, "Just ate 2 pieces and then rushed to the restroom." He then picked up a piece of tiger meat with his chopsticks and scrutinized it, wondering to himself, could this black tiger meat have gone bad? But recalling the storage method, Yi Changqing thought pensively, "I even used that ice cube to preserve it." At this moment, on the mountain outside Shaoqi town, the white clouds lazily embraced the foot of the mountain, making the surrounding scenery appear dreamlike and ethereal. Yan Tianshan felt a surge of heat within him, breathing heavily and anxiously. Su Ji Tian was also breathless, lamenting, "It's too hot for me." Then the three of them scrambled around in a panic. Yan Tianshan, with both hands holding his collar, shouted, "BB, Su brother, a realm divinity like me can't handle such overwhelming energy." Yi Changxian also felt uncomfortable, complaining, "We, void refined realm folks, can't endure this either." The buzzing sensation inside their bodies left them feeling dizzy. Yi Changxian was panting hard while urgently proposing, "Let's work together to resolve this. Otherwise, it could be dangerous." Su Ji Tian quickly agreed. "That's right, we're about to be in trouble." They began to clasp their hands together, activating their spiritual weapon. Then Yi Changxian, Su Ji Tian, and Yan Tianshan took turns reciting, "Goat, tiger, dog." After gathering enough spiritual energy, they struck their hands together. The three of them stood in a circle, their hands touching each other simultaneously. The spiritual weapon emitted light, merging together to form a swirling energy like a whirlwind wrapping around their bodies. The energy burst forth vigorously in an instant, shooting straight up to the sky. A golden light illuminated a vast mountainous area, containing countless sword chi and brilliant radiance. A while later, in a certain secluded valley, the scene was peaceful and refreshing with lush green trees casting shadows and a stream flowing serenely. Yan Tianshan leaned against a rock, tilting his head back, eyes closed and mouth open to breathe, producing a fragmented sound of "thank. Thank you both." He stuck out his tongue like a tired dog, continuing his unfinished words, "If it weren't for you two acting in time, I would have a hard time escaping disaster today." Yi Changxian squinted, exhaling a sigh of relief, interjecting, "We also seek to release the raging true qi within our bodies." After a period of struggle, Su Ji Tian, with sweat pouring down his drenched face, looked up at the open sky and took a deep breath, stating that although the place of Yi Senior is full of great opportunities and powerful magic, it also hides tremendous dangers. At the same time, 2 people remained sitting and eating together at Yi Changqing's place. Yan Bing Xian curiously asked, "Yi sir, how long have you been in this little town?" Yi Changqing, who was eating, suddenly paused, his face darkening as if burdened with many unhappy emotions. He then placed his chopsticks down on the table and softly replied, "It should be more than 5 years." Yan Bing Xian, not noticing Yi Changqing's mood, continued to ask, "Have you ever thought about going somewhere else to see what it's like?" Prodded into his hidden feelings, Yi Changqing could not suppress the rising sadness and responded with a mournful tone, I have always looked towards the outside world, but unfortunately, I have never had the opportunity. Yi Changqing remembered the times he gathered his courage to explore the outside. In the deep, desolate forest, at night, the sound of the wind howling and rustling accompanied by countless pairs of glowing red beast eyes flickering behind the trees. Yi Changqing felt alone, lacking any magical abilities, and inadvertently shivered in the cold. Because of this, he was always tormented by the thought, because there are always demon beasts outside the town that want to harm me. At that moment, Yi Changqing could only shrink back, trembling with the lantern in his hand. Every time he frightenedly turned to look around, those pairs of eyes would vanish. But Yi Changqing did not know that the terrifying aura surrounding him was, in fact, pressing down on the demon beasts, making them chill with fear, trembling in terror. Oh my, this aura, even a demon like me feels scared. I can't mess with this person. A fox, after hiding behind a rock for a long time, cautiously peeked out to see if Yi Changqing was still there. But as soon as it caught sight of his face briefly turning around, it became petrified, covering its face and screaming, "Demon!" Then, as if by instinct, it bolted away, shouting loudly to alert others, "Run away quickly." Thinking of the terrifying scene in that forest, Yi Changqing could not help but let out a heavy sigh and said, "Ah, it's difficult." Yan Bingxian suddenly stood up, her fists clenched and raised high, and excitedly shouted, "I understand." The understanding of the ninth princess was like this: what Mr. Yi means is that if something powerful stirs, it could throw the world into chaos. He cares for the people, which is why he cannot easily leave here. Suddenly, Yi Changqing turned to the cheerful-faced Yan and asked, "Miss Yan, did you encounter any dangers on the way here?" Yan Bingxian remembered the strong, muscular guards and thoughtfully replied, "No, my grandfather and I brought several guards with us this time." Yi Changqing's face brightened, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "So that's it." In his mind, he was secretly pleased, thinking, "Wow, there are guards for protection, it seems there is hope for leaving here." Yan Bingxian innocently explained further, "Moreover, Shaoqi town is not far from Qinghe City. As long as we get to Qinghe City, we can directly use the teleportation formation to reach the Yan capital." Yi Changqing heard a strange term and immediately asked, "Teleportation formation? What is teleportation?" Yan Bingxian raised a few fingers to illustrate while enthusiastically explaining, "It's a big array that shortens 1,000 miles, capable of transporting people to all places in the Dayan kingdom." Yi Changqing could not contain her excitement and, with a beaming face, continued to ask, "So, is there a popular interest in paintings and calligraphy in the imperial capital?" Yan Bingxian, with her big sparkling eyes, responded lightly, "Of course." She recalled the luxurious academies and the talented women masters in various fields of music, chess, poetry, and painting in Dayan, and continued with a tone full of pride, "The imperial capital has several academies, among which there are certainly many literary giants. They are well-read and knowledgeable, so naturally, they also enjoy collecting paintings and calligraphy." Yi Changqing scrutinized Yan Bingxian with a probing gaze and bit her lip, silently assessing, "The Yan family sounds like it cannot be underestimated, and the situation in the Dayan capital is not bad. If they enjoy paintings and calligraphy, there will surely be a place for me there." Seeing Yi Changqing stroking her chin in deep thought, Yan Bingxian asked, "Mr. Yi, do you want to go to the imperial capital?" She glanced at Yi Changqing with an embarrassed invitation, "Why don't you come with us this time?" Hearing Yan Bingxian's invitation, Yi Changqing couldn't help but feel delighted, thinking to himself, "I haven't even spoken yet and she's already brought it up, what a lucky coincidence." Although he was very pleased, Yi Changqing still pretended to be reluctant and cleared his throat, saying, "Since Miss Yan has warmly invited me, I shall respectfully comply." Upon receiving Yi Changqing's agreement, Yan Bingxian felt like crying from joy, her face beaming as she exclaimed, "Really? That's wonderful. So when are we leaving?" Yi Changqing had been eager about it already. And upon hearing Yan Bingxian's question, he made a prompt decision, saying, "I think we should leave tomorrow." At that moment, Yan Tianshan's voice boomed, "Yi Senior, I'm back." Yi Changqing asked in confusion, "Why are you the only one back? Where are he and Su?" Yan Tianshan hesitated to tell the real situation out of fear of losing face, so he responded vaguely. They said the gifts had arrived, and today they would not disturb the senior anymore. Deep down, they were still shaken, thinking to themselves, even though the cultivation of those two old men has improved, they are still injured by the impact of Black Tiger's flesh and dare not return. Suddenly, Yen Bing Xin ran over, her face beaming with joy as she announced, "Grandfather, Mr. Yi wants to go with us to the imperial capital for a few days." Yan Tianshan, unable to believe his ears, exclaimed in shock, "Really?" His eyes lit up with excitement, and a smile spread across his face, revealing his bright white teeth. "That would be great." Then, Yan Tianshan clasped his hands together in reverence and bowed his head, saying, "It is an honor for our family that Senior Yi visits the imperial capital." The worries accumulated over the years were suddenly lifted, and Yi Changqing eagerly turned to run back to his room, not forgetting to look back with a radiant smile and say, "All right, then we'll set off early tomorrow." Before long, night had fallen, the crescent moon hung high, shooting stars darted across the sky, and a gentle darkness enveloped the space below. In a brightly lit room, Yan Tianshan leisurely sat down on a chair. He exhaled a sigh while rummaging through his chest pocket. A moment later, a token floated out, emitting a gentle blue light. A few seconds later, it formed into a mirror showing the image of Yan Yang eagerly asking, "Old ancestor, you took the initiative to contact me, has there been any progress?" Yan Tianshan stroked his silver beard, chuckling, and replied, "Not bad, tomorrow Yi Senior will return to the imperial capital with me and Bing Xian." Upon hearing this, Yan Yang was stunned and joyfully exclaimed, "What? Yi Senior wants to come to the imperial capital?" Yan Tianshan quickly nodded in confirmation, and cautiously added, "That's right, there is one more thing. I want you to renew all the calligraphy and painting shops, doubling their size overnight." Yan Yang, not fully grasping the old ancestor's intentions, stared wide-eyed in confusion and asked, "Why? Why is that?" Yan Tianshan gently explained, "Mr. Yi loves calligraphy and painting. We must make Mr. Yi feel that the people of De Yen are the same." Old ancestor's expression turned stern and fierce. He raised his hand to his neck and growled threateningly, "If there is any delay, you shouldn't expect to sit on the throne anymore." Yan Yang looked at the evil energy surging behind Yan Tianshan and broke out in a cold sweat, fearfully replying, "Yes." At the same time, in Yi Changqing's room, he was examining the storage ring, mumbling to himself, "So this is the legendary artifact." Then Yi Changqing placed it on the table, scratching his head in confusion. "Theoretically, it should belong to me now, but I don't feel any spiritual energy. How am I supposed to use this storage ring?" After some time of bewildered investigation, Yi Changqing suddenly remembered a method. Could it be like what is set up in fantasy novels, where one has to drop blood to identify the master? He raised his index finger and thought, "I heard that dropping my blood on the storage ring will establish some kind of connection between me and it." Thinking this, Yi Changqing decisively brought his finger to his mouth and bit down hard, blood immediately spurting out. Yi Changqing pointed his finger at the ring, and bright red blood dripped down. He muttered to himself, "Is this enough?" While anxiously waiting for the outcome. Seeing the ring suddenly emit a dazzling light like crystal, Yi Changqing was astonished and stammered, "What? What is this situation?" Yi Changqing closed his eyes and found himself in an expansive space. He exclaimed in amazement, "This is the space of the absorbing ring." Suddenly transforming into a domineering CEO, he awoke in an 1,800 square meter golden house. At this moment, Yi Changqing was standing in the middle of a brilliantly lit magical circle, surrounded by numerous constellations and ancient scripts. A phantom divine dragon wrapped around him, exuding immense power. Immersed in the mystery, Yi Changqing raised his arms high, tilted his head back, and laughed out loud, saying, "This feeling is so exhilarating." The scene shifted to the next morning, where Yan Tianshan and Yan Bing Xian were standing in the sunlit yard, waiting. Yan Tianshan stroked his beard and laughed heartily, saying, "The personnel deployed along the road are all in position. This time, we must definitely bring Yi Senior back home." Inside the room, Yi Changqing was putting on his sleeves. In an instant, he had donned his new, formal coat. Then he held the collar on both sides and adjusted it slightly. His hands quickly tied up the hair on top of his head with a hair tie. After that, Yi Changqing gestured to Tu Shernyen to climb up. He gently pushed the door open. He stepped out of the room and stood behind Yan Tianshan, speaking with concern. "You two have been waiting for a long time." Yan Tianshan and Yan Bing Xian turned around and immediately caught sight of the refined and handsome scholar. In his hands was a little fox sitting gracefully, stunningly beautiful. Yan Bing Xian's cheeks flushed, unable to contain her admiration, exclaimed, "Wow, so handsome." Yi Changqing felt embarrassed, scratching his head, and said, changing into a new outfit, giving myself a little formality. Yan Tianshan stroked his silver beard, expressing his fondness, commenting, "Mr. Yi is naturally genteel and gentle, wearing this black outfit." As extraordinary as ever, Yan Bing Xian turned her face away to hide her flushed cheeks in absolute admiration, giggling to herself, "I must think of a way to keep Mr. Yi in the imperial capital, then I can always be by his side in this life." Yan Tianshan, with Yan Bing Xian walking ahead, and Yi Changqing following, holding the little fox, stepped out of the gate. Behind the slightly ajar door was He Huang, quietly following Yi Changqing. Tu Shernyen peeked out from behind Yi Changqing's arm, wide-eyed and bewildered, questioning, "Stupid dog, do you also want to go with the master?" He Huang replied seriously, "The Yan family in the imperial capital has many talented people. If I go along, it may cause unnecessary trouble for the master. I will silently protect the two of you. Along the way, you must also take good care of the master." Receiving He Huang's entrusted words, Tu Shernyen replied sharply, "Don't worry." Not long after, the three of them had ridden out to the streets of Shaoqi town, where the surroundings were quiet and devoid of people. Yi Changqing turned his head to look around in confusion, silently questioning himself. Strange, it is clearly daytime, but why is there not even a shadow of the villagers to be seen? At this moment, in a dark corner of an alley where Yi Changqing was riding through, the townspeople were tied up, their mouths gagged. Someone was holding a knife to the throat of a victim, quietly hushing them to be silent. Heeding the threat not to speak, the big ant, whose mouth was covered, trembled with fear, her eyes brimming with tears, sweat soaking her clothes. The swordsman, with his sword pressed against the neck of a terrified villager, raised his voice to warn, "Whoever dares to disturb the esteemed presence of Mr. Yi will face severe consequences." Seeing Yi Changqing looking around, Yan Tianshan turned back to ask, "What is Mr. Yi looking for?" Yi Changqing replied awkwardly with a smile, "It's nothing, I just feel that with the two of you accompanying me, the normally lively village is quite quiet today." Yan Tianshan smirked with a sinister grin, thinking to himself, "Of course, after all, I'm not some kind of evil monster." After a while of walking, the three of them had exited the main gate of Shaoqi town. Yi Changqing looked up at the town gate, feeling nostalgic and said, "It has been 5 years, and this is the first time I have left Shaoqi town." After a while, the three of them arrived at a picturesque natural area, with green mountains and clear waters, and butterflies fluttering around. Yi Changqing looked around nervously, a sense of anxiety filling his heart as he said, "I heard that there are quite a few demon beasts roaming around these mountains and forests, you both need to be careful." Yan Tianshan smiled reassuringly, "Yi Senior, don't worry. I have arranged for personnel to clean up along the way, we will definitely not allow those things to offend your eyes." At the same time, in a dense thicket, a man was sitting on his knees with a sword on the ground. His arm scratched and wounded. He and another person were silently observing the three people leisurely riding by. The little guy with scratched and dirty skin softly called out, "Lu Lord Mansion." He glanced at the pile of dead beasts nearby and asked with concern, "After killing so many demon beasts in such a short time, "Can you hold on, Lu Chang?" He turned his face, his attitude extremely resolute, and replied, "Being able to pave the way to protect ye, sir, is the most glorious mission of the entire Qi Shi mansion. We must complete it." As he spoke, he tried to push himself up to stand. Lu Chang he quickly sheathed his sword tucked at his waist, then he stomped his foot and jumped forward as a model, while vigorously urging his subordinate, "Go, continue killing." The scene shifted to inside the Dayen Palace, on a high floor with thick white clouds, but still radiating brilliant light down to the lower palace. Two people were standing on the red carpet leading into the palace. The person in the red robe was also the crown prince of the Dayen kingdom, Yan Jinghong, who furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, "Why does our father, the Dayen emperor, humble himself like this? It inevitably harms the heavenly authority." Yan Yang turned his face sternly and instructed, "Jinghong, remember, being able to meet Yi Senior will be the greatest magical power of your life." Hearing his father's words, Yan Jinghong scoffed loudly, showing his displeasure. Seeing his expression, Yan Yang raised his voice to admonish, "Do not underestimate, that little girl Bing Xin spent a few days with Yi Senior, and Yi Senior has granted her the second spiritual root." Yan Yang waved his hand and hinted vaguely, "Now that the girl is increasingly valued by the old ancestors, her future achievements are certainly unpredictable." Yan Jinghong somewhat understood his father's thoughts and asked in a low voice for confirmation, "Is this the reason why father is arranging for me to be next to this person?" Then he expressed his suspicion with a loud and scornful objection, "Spiritual roots are innate. No one can arbitrarily control them." Hearing Yan Jinghong's rebellious and stubborn words, Emperor De Yen trembled with anger and shouted, "Shut up!" He could no longer maintain his composure, glaring at him and delivering a tirade of fury. "You are merely a mediocre with spiritual root with no significant talent, and you still cannot enter the path. In light of your diligent studies, I disregarded the objections of the court and still appointed you as the crown prince." Yan Yang's face turned red, his slanted eyes glared fiercely as he excitedly approached, grasped Yan Jinghong's ear and pulled it open, then shouted into it, "Now that we have established our own Dong Lan Academy, gathered quite a bit of support, and are feeling confident, how dare you suspect Mr. Yi?" After slapping Yan Jinghong hard across the face, Yan Yang was still fuming with anger. He turned away in disappointment and said, "If I had known this would happen, I should have made Bing Xian the princess. At least her cultivation would have allowed her to manage them." Some time later, outside the capital city of Dayen, Yan Yang and many others were standing in front of the exit of the teleportation formation, waiting. Noticing the dozing expressions of the officials, Yan Yang turned around, furrowing his brows and shouted loudly, "Everyone, wake up." He anxiously reminded them, Yi Senior is about to arrive, seeing the tension in Yan Yang's demeanor. Yan Jinghong and all the officials straightened up solemnly, their faces pale with fear as they responded, "Yes." Observing the respect that the emperor had for the approaching figure, Yan Jinghong felt disgruntled, with deep dissatisfaction rising within him as he thought, learning from lowly people is humiliating, learning from high officials is flattery, this Yi person is making my ancestor and my father dizzy. Remembering the statue resembling Yi Changqing, he felt increasingly frustrated, grinding his teeth and muttering to himself, "They even cast a golden statue and built a temple for him, he must be some trickster." Yan Jinghong stared intently at the swirling aura where a figure was about to emerge, resolutely telling himself, "To force me to bow my head before such a petty person is a dream." At that moment, Yi Changqing, with a little fox on his shoulder, along with Yan Bing Xian and Yan Tian Shan, appeared from behind the aura. He couldn't help but feel amused, smiling slightly and exclaiming, "Wow, this teleportation formation is indeed fascinating." As soon as Yi Changqing appeared, Emperor De Yen and the court officials stood solemnly, clasping their hands respectfully and greeting him. Junior Yan Yang pays respect to Senior Yi. Yi Changqing was slightly surprised by the grand reception. Turning to Yan Tian Shan, he covered his mouth and quietly asked, "Who are these people?" Yan Yang led Yan Jinghong forward, cheerfully introducing, "I am the father of Bing Xian, and this is Bing Xian's elder brother, recalling the words Yan Bing Xin had whispered to him a few days ago. Mr. Yi, I have discussed our matter with the old ancestor and my father. Yi Changqing suddenly felt uneasy and wondered, could the whole family be here to pressure a marriage? Thinking this, he brought forth the hand wearing the storage ring and mentally calculated, let's first bypass this topic. Then Yi Changqing shouted, present, and immediately a jar of delicious, fragrant peaches appeared in his hand. Yi Changqing held the jar with both hands, smiling warmly as he politely said, I, Yi, have intruded upon your home and prepared a small gift, please accept it. Yan Yangnian accepted the gift, feeling extremely honored, and with wide eyes asked, may I ask, Yi Senior? What is this? Yan Jinghong, standing beside him, glanced over and curled his lips in disdain, unable to contain his feelings of disgust. He blurted out, something so ordinary from the countryside, how embarrassing to bring it out. Yan Yangnian's face darkened as he scolded his son, Jinghong, do not be disrespectful. Yan Bing Xin's face turned red with embarrassment but said nothing. Yi Changqing awkwardly scratched his head and sincerely expressed, well, it really is a fruit that I cultivated myself, and it took effort to produce this jar. Then Yi Changqing quickly regained his cheerful confidence and added, but in some places, it can be claimed to cure all ailments. He happily provided another example, there is even a saying that golden peach in a jar will protect every child in the north. Yan Jinghong thought Yi Changqing was bragging, angrily pointing at him in rebuttal, don't talk nonsense, I have long seen that you are a schemer. I have never seen anything that can guarantee to cure all ailments. Yan Bing Xin had been trying to control her emotions. And at this moment, she couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted, brother. Yan Tianshan also became furious, shouting, shut your mouth. Upon seeing Yan Tianshan's furious expression, Yan Jinghong instinctively broke out in a cold sweat, shrinking back and stammering, old ancestor. Not allowing him to finish, Yan Tianshan, filled with rage, stepped forward, pointed at him, and warned in a sharp tone, disrespectful in front of Yi Senior like that. I see that the crown prince position of yours has become quite boring. Yi Changqing looked up at the sky and silently sighed, so it turns out this person is the crown prince? No wonder he is so arrogant. While happily assessing the situation, Yi Changqing suddenly froze, his eyes wide in shock, sweating profusely, muttering, no way, crown prince. He stared blankly at the four people in front of him, mentally reassessing their titles, crown prince, brother of the crown prince, father of the crown prince, ancestors of the crown prince. Then he placed his hand over his chest to suppress his heart from jumping out, feeling overwhelmed internally, sighing, so these people can't be from the royal family of De Yen. Right, on this side, Yan Jinghong suddenly knelt down on the ground, bowing his head while showing his discontent, stating, old ancestor, please see clearly, this person is deceiving everyone under the broad daylight, I truly cannot bear to witness this. Seeing the crown prince pointing at him with a critical tone, Yi Changqing and Tu Shernyan both stared in shock, standing frozen. Yan Tianshan, losing patience and tolerance for his grandson, reached out with a gloomy face like a dark sky on a stormy night. Along with that was the sound of anger grinding out each word, according to you, both I and your father are fools, both deceived by Yi Senior, causing Yan Jinghong to break into a cold sweat in fear. Yan Tianshan frowned, his eyes fierce, looking at Yan Jinghong and coldly asked, are you really the most rational person here? Yan Jinghong's face drained of color, quickly waving his hands to explain, no. No. No, I didn't mean that. Yan Tianshan could no longer maintain his composure, raising his arm high. Yan Jinghong glanced at the large hand about to strike him and panicked, sweating profusely. A hand landed squarely on Yan Jinghong's face, knocking him to the side. Accompanied by Yan Tianshan's curse, truly unbelievably foolish, Yan Jinghong knelt on the ground, one hand holding his cheek, crying in pain and deep grievance. Yan Tianshan took hold of the jar of celestial fruit in Yan Yangnian's hand, speaking gently, this celestial fruit jar was given by Yi Senior, and is the only treasure in the world, as he pointed at it while patiently explaining. Huang is the golden color, homophonous with the word for royal in royal family, it must be that Yi Senior has put in a lot of effort for us, yet you dare to tarnish the holy object like this. At this point, Yan Tianshan flew into a rage again, raising his hand to strike Yan Jinghong once more. Yan Yang, standing beside him, hurriedly reached out to stop him, saying, "Old ancestor, please calm down." Meanwhile, Yan Jinghong was in tears, trembling as she raised her hand to cover her face. Watching the familial conflict in front of him, Yi Changqing felt a bit guilty and silently lamented, "Damn it, had I known they were a royal family, I definitely wouldn't have given this." Suddenly, Yan Tianshan turned to Yi Changqing, holding the peach jar, and changed his demeanor to smile elegantly, saying, "Yet there are unfilial descendants like the crown prince, truly a misfortune for the family. I will take it upon myself to educate him in place of Yi Senior." Yi Changqing chuckled and replied, it's all right," then respectfully gestured toward the carriage parked nearby, inviting, "The carriage back to the palace is ready, please, this way." Yi Changqing awkwardly responded, "Ah, thank you." Yan Tianshan raised his hand to lift the curtain for Yi Changqing to step up, while cheerfully reminding him to be careful of his feet. Yi Changqing lowered his arm for Tu Shernyen to jump down to the seat in front, and then politely sat down next to his pet. The car door was closed immediately afterwards. The events that just occurred made Yi Changqing feel a bit distressed, but he encouraged himself, saying, "Forget it, I'm here now, so I can relax. They seem to respect me, so there shouldn't be any problems, right?" However, despite saying that, Yi Changqing swallowed nervously, thinking, "How dare I oppose the royal family?" The carriage carrying Yi Changqing also started to head towards the palace. As soon as the carriage approached, the city gate guards promptly opened the gate. Yi Changqing lifted the curtain to look through the window, his face full of excitement. Finally arrived, this is Deyen capital. In the evening light, the Deyen imperial city appeared extremely luxurious and magnificent, with grand architecture lined up next to each other, and the streets bustling with people coming and going. The golden sunlight poured down on the buildings, adding to the glittering splendor of the surrounding scenery. These sights were captured in Yi Changqing's eyes like a slow-motion film. Suddenly, his brother trembled, his pupils dilating, and his mind felt somewhat hazy. Yi Changqing raised his hand to rub his forehead, breathing heavily, silently questioning himself, "Why does it feel like this place is familiar, as if I'm returning to an old haunt?" At that moment, in front of the Changqing Dongshan temple, the golden statue suddenly glowed strangely. Seeing the streams of divine energy radiating from the statue like a colorful flower, the crowd began to stir. "Quick, look at the statue. It seems to be glowing. Could it be that Yi the Immortal is about to manifest?" The energy from the statue drifted along with the breeze to an academy. Inside, a voice called out, "One cannot write to become a person, but only to interpret meanings, yet the essence of meanings is fully grasped, hence the intelligence of humanity." This was Donglan Academy, the establishment of the Crown Prince. At the managing table, a dignified scholar was reading a book. He was the Grand Tutor Prince, Zhang Chen, Ziyuan Fan. While meditating, he suddenly smelled a strange odor coming from somewhere. He furrowed his brows in anger and disdainfully said, "Where is that unpleasant smell from Dao Destiny coming from?" Zhang Chen gestured dismissively with his hand while loudly bragging, "It's polluting our Donglan Academy." Suddenly, a panicked voice called out, "Grand Tutor." A person rushed in, breathlessly announcing, "Grand Tutor, it's bad." In his haste, he tripped over the wooden platform and fell hard to the ground in a frog position. Witnessing that embarrassing scene, Zhang Chen irritably snapped, "What are you in such a hurry for? Acting like this, you're embarrassing the Dong Palace." The disciple quickly got up, clasped his hands respectfully, and nervously reported, "Grand Tutor, the statue of Lu Saint's literary way in the Hall of Saints." He recalled the recent incident with the statues and stammered, All of them have faded away." Upon hearing this shocking news, Zhang Chen jumped up and exclaimed in disbelief, "What are you saying?" The disciple before him didn't know how to explain, only standing there trembling in fear. Transitioning to the Hall of Saints, witnessing the dim, faded statues no longer shining, Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel extreme confusion inside. What should I do? A moment later, an announcement echoed, Crown Prince has arrived. Yan Jinghong, trembling, stepped up the stairs, still feeling aggrieved, muttered, almost, my old ancestor actually punished me to kneel before some golden peach all night, he grimaced, silently lamenting, my knees. At this moment, Zhang Chen approached with a serious expression, cupping his fists in greeting, I pay my respects to the Crown Prince. Yan Jinghong stared at Zhang Chen and asked seriously, Zhang Grand Tutor, is there something urgent that requires this Crown Prince to come personally? Zhang Chen leaned to one side, pointing toward the massive statues behind him, hurriedly saying, earlier in the Dong Palace, there appeared some random Tao destiny, and then the golden statues of the Lu Saints in the Hall of Saints faded in color. Yan Jinghong exclaimed in surprise, what are you talking about? While looking up at the statues, seeing the deteriorated divine weapons of the figures. He was shocked and wondered, the golden statue of Lu Saint's literary way has been worshipped here for 1,000 years. Why has it suddenly changed like this? Suddenly, Zhang Chen bowed his head and cupped his fist, reporting, Your Highness, in the past few months, strange occurrences have been happening all over De Yan. Then he leaned closer to Yan Jinghong, covering his mouth and whispering as if afraid someone might hear, from my investigation, it all started after your majesty built the Chongqing temple in Dongshan. Yan Jinghong looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze, suspiciously asking. Is that true? Zhang Chen bowed his head and replied with another question. Do you still not believe in this humble servant? At that moment, a guard rushed to the front of the Hall of Saints and shouted, reporting. Zhang Chen turned around, visibly annoyed, and asked, what is it? The guard, not daring to delay, reported immediately, while patrolling, it was noted that yesterday the Chongqing saint in Dongshan seemed to be surrounded by a Tao destiny aura, shimmering with extraordinary light compared to when it was first completed. Hearing this, Yan Jinghong's expression darkened with anger as he shouted, I see. He frowned slightly and said with a knowing look, Yi Chongqing just entered the imperial capital, and this strange incident has already occurred, he must have used some kind of spell. This is a blatant humiliation to the Lu Saints and to the Dong Palace. As he eagerly accused Yi Chongqing, he waved his sleeve and turned to shout, prepare the carriage to go to the detached courtyard. Yan Jinghong, with a face full of evil energy, stomped towards the door, not forgetting to assert, this crown prince must teach that guy a good lesson. Transitioning to the detached courtyard, where Yi Chongqing was, the surroundings were filled with an enchanting aura thanks to his presence. A voice chimed in, suggesting, it's too low, the painting is almost touching the ground. A maid fussing on the high chair replied, yes, while trying to adjust the painting's position, Yan Bing Xin stood with her arms crossed, looking up, and commented, raise it a little on the right. After hanging the painting to her satisfaction, the ninth princess, hands on her hips, turned to Yi Chongqing and asked, Mr. Yi, are you familiar with the detached courtyard outside the palace? Yi Chongqing sat elegantly in the chair, holding a teacup and gently replied. He frowned slightly and said with a knowing look, Yi Chongqing just entered the imperial capital, and this strange incident has already occurred, he must have used some kind of spell. This is a blatant humiliation to the Lu Saints and to the Dong Palace. As he eagerly accused Yi Chongqing, he waved his sleeve and turned to shout, prepare the carriage to go to the detached courtyard. Yan Jinghong, with a face full of evil energy, stomped towards the door, not forgetting to assert, this crown prince must teach that guy a good lesson. Transitioning to the detached courtyard, where Yi Chongqing was, the surroundings were filled with an enchanting aura thanks to his presence. A voice chimed in, suggesting, it's too low, the painting is almost touching the ground. A maid fussing on the high chair replied, yes, while trying to adjust the painting's position, Yan Bing Xin stood with her arms crossed, looking up, and commented, raise it a little on the right. After hanging the painting to her satisfaction, the ninth princess, hands on her hips, turned to Yi Chongqing and asked, Mr. Yi, are you familiar with the detached courtyard outside the palace? Yi Chongqing sat elegantly in the chair, holding a teacup and gently replied. Yan Jinghong strode in confidently and said loudly, ninth junior sister, this has nothing to do with you, I am looking for the one with the surname Yi. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew the sword he was holding from its sheath, pointing the blade close to Yi Changqing's neck, and commanded with fierce eyes, "Little guy, be honest and tell me about the good things you've done." Yi Changqing turned pale and trembled, sweat pouring down like a fountain, but still tried to keep his voice steady, advising, "Crown Prince, please calm down for a moment, I think there might be a misunderstanding in this matter." Yi Changqing glanced at the sharp blade against his neck and couldn't help but panic. Lamenting to himself, "What is this? I've only been here for 2 days, I can't be losing my head already." Being near the king feels like walking beside a tiger. Yan Jinghong glared at Yi Changqing, coldly accusing him, relying on a few tricks to deceive the emperor and the old ancestor, but this crown prince has read many books and will not be fooled by you. Yi Changqing desperately tried to explain, "Crown Prince, let me." Just as he was saying this, a blinding light suddenly shone on Yan Jinghong. He was taken aback and exclaimed, "Huh," looking towards the source of the radiant beams, increasingly astonished, he thought to himself, the mural on the wall is actually glowing. Provoked by the curiosity, Yan Jinghong murmured, "Let me see what it is," and simultaneously sheathed his sword, moving toward the painting, while Yi Changqing stared blankly in confusion, blurting out the unfinished word, "like." As he approached, Yan Jinghong subconsciously broke out in a cold sweat, his eyebrows arching in horror, and he stammered, this is." In front of him were numerous paintings emanating the enchanting Tao destiny. After closely examining them, Yan Jinghong coldly assessed. These paintings have powerful brushwork, exquisite techniques, and one can see the unique thoughts of the painter. Yi Changqing glanced at him tiredly, lamenting inwardly, "How come this crown prince manages to mix compliments with insults? My CPU is overheating." Yan Jinghong's eyes suddenly lit up with insight. "No, that's not right," as he observed the perfect Tao destiny spiraling around, directly affecting his own mind. Yan Jinghong was astonished and wondered, "Are these paintings seemingly imparting a mystical strength to me?" Suddenly, the painting emitted brilliant rays of spiritual light, shining directly towards Yan Jinghong and illuminating him, making him distinctly hear the booming sound, boom, in his Tao heart. Yan Jinghong felt the light piercing through his body, and he couldn't help but sweat anxiously, for the spiritual roots were unclear, and the Tao destiny was precarious like stage lights shining down, helping to dispel some of the dark night, where faces were mocking him. At that moment, Yan Jinghong awakened to realize, "I am the crown prince of Yan, yet I have been unable to enter the Tao." Becoming a laughingstock for those in the royal family, Yan Jinghong suddenly grasped the truth, his eyes filled with tears as he murmured inwardly, "But at this moment, it seems I have caught a glimpse of the most important mystery." As he pondered vaguely, he reached out to grasp the rare, dazzling source of Tao destiny in front of him. Yan Jinghong extended his hand towards the painting, continuing to let his thoughts flow with emotions, needing only a word or a suitable opportunity. Suddenly, a voice called out, interrupting his train of thought, "Crown Prince." Yi Changqing noticed the strange, absent-minded behavior of Yan Jinghong, so he waved his hand to catch his attention and said, "Crown Prince." Yan Jinghong came to his senses, awkwardly pretending to clear his throat to hide his emotions, then turned to Yi Changqing and continued in a haughty tone, "Stop making false claims about your connections," and lowered his voice to question, "This crown prince asks you, where did this painting come from?" Yi Changqing calmly replied, "I painted it." Yan Jinghong thought he was boasting and angrily shouted, "Absurd, how could you possibly create such a masterpiece?" Yi Changqing walked over to the table, picked up an unfinished painting, and calmly said, "If you don't believe me, take a look." He held up the painting depicting a landscape with rolling mountains, distant birds, and the sun setting behind the clouds, then smiled gracefully and said, "This one isn't finished yet, I still want to add a poem, but I've only thought of the first 2 lines so far." Yi Changqing raised one finger excitedly and suggested, "Crown Prince, if you are well versed in poetry, could you continue and write 2 lines for me?" Hearing Yi Changqing challenge him, Yan Jinghong raised his chin defiantly. "You go ahead." Yi Changqing became engrossed, closed his eyes, and softly recited 2 lines of poetry, separated from the bustling market of Chengnan, the empty dwelling resembles a rural home. The verses echoed like adding a soul to the painting, bringing the cranes within to life, causing Yan Jinghong to gape in astonishment, beads of sweat rolling down his face. Before him unfolded a beautiful scene of nature with picturesque landscapes and cranes soaring in the sky. Yan Jinghong felt as if he had entered the painting and was immersed in the vast scenery filled with extraordinary energy. He hovered between illusion and reality, and despite himself, had to exclaim in acknowledgement, "Indeed, indeed, it is these two lines, it is precisely that fateful moment." Yan Jinghong stared blankly at the cranes taking flight, feeling incredibly small, and suddenly his mind became a whirlwind. Then I had to concede, saying, "The imagery of these two lines of poetry is continuous and unending, with no flaws in the rhyme. Even if we have read every book of poetry and literature in the world, we cannot connect these two lines." Suddenly, Yan Jinghong was startled and dumbfounded when on the other side, Yi Changqing loudly recited the two lines of poetry. "The tree's roof bears heavy fruit, the surface of the pond is adorned with beautiful tancher flowers." After finishing the two lines, Yi Changqing turned to ask, "Crown Prince, what do you think about this couplet?" Yan Jinghong closed his eyes and mumbled, "The tree's roof bears heavy fruit, the surface of the pond is adorned with beautiful tancher flowers." After reflecting on the meaning of the two lines, Yan Jinghong opened his eyes and exclaimed with delight, "Wonderful lines, these are truly wonderful lines." Praised by the Crown Prince, Yi Changqing quickly picked up the brush, looking very excited, and said, "All right, then I will write poetry now." Hearing that he was about to write calligraphy, Yan Bingxian enthusiastically suggested, "Mr. Yi, let me grind the ink." Yi Changqing smiled gently and replied, "I am sorry to trouble you, Miss Yan." Yan Jinghong looked at Yi Changqing's retreating figure and suddenly fell silent, thinking, "This isn't right, Yi Changqing is clearly a con artist from the martial world, how could he have such flowery words? I should discuss this with Zhang Grand Tutor." With that thought in mind, Yan Jinghong turned and walked away with a clatter. Upon hearing the hurried footsteps, Yi Changqing turned around and called out, "Hey," watching Yan Jinghong's figure as she reached the door. Yi Changqing called out in confusion, "Crown Prince," seeing that he walked straight ahead without looking back. Yi Changqing turned to the ninth princess and asked with a crooked smile, "Sister, why did you suddenly come and then leave just as suddenly?" Yan Bingxian was no better off than him and awkwardly replied, I don't know either." A short while later, the carriage carrying Yan Jinghong slowly left the detached courtyard. Yan Jinghong sat in the carriage, closing her eyes, deep in thought. "Though I don't want to admit it, I cannot deny that the poem that little guy recited earlier was indeed a masterpiece." She tilted her head, resting her chin on her arms, and quietly thought to herself, "The couplet within it is exquisite. Even the Crown Prince cannot compare." The power emanating from the painting in his room and that poem indeed seems to belong to no ordinary person. Thinking this, he raised his hand to pull back the curtain to look outside for a mental reprieve, but the scenery outside did little to improve Yan Jinghong's mood. Wearily, he brushed his forehead and questioned life, telling himself, "No, it can't be. Given his tattered appearance, he is clearly a swindler from the martial world. How can he possess such talent?" Then he leaned forward to speak to the coachman, "Let's not return to the palace for now, go to Dongshan." The coachman turned back and replied, "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, the coachman tightened the reins and called out, "Go." The two horses, harnessed properly, also reared up on their front legs, then pulled the carriage at a swift pace. A while later, the sky had turned to night, and a crescent moon hung in the sky. Yan Jinghong slowly and laboriously climbed the long steps, deep in thought as he walked. "The temple and the golden statue of the emperor are all here. Perhaps something can be discovered." As soon as Yan Jinghong set foot in the square and faced the giant statue, he immediately realized the marvel. He stood there, mesmerized by the statue exuding a brilliant aura, and silently acknowledged that this place indeed had Tao destiny just like in his paintings. Yan Jinghong closed his eyes and began to recite the verses composed by Yi Changqing. Moving away from the bustling Chengnan market, the aura from the statue suddenly became more intense. It converged towards the spot where Yen Jinghong stood. At this moment, he was still engrossed in reading in the serene place resembling a countryside home, with a thatched roof weighed down by fruits. While humming, Yen Jinghong extended his hand as if to embrace the mysterious Tao destiny. The aura swirling around his feet seemed to want to lift him into the air. Yen Jinghong posed like the statue, calming his mind to read the surface of the lake adorned with green grasses and flowers. As he recited to this point, he felt as if he were the grass floating on the surface of the lake, his fortune rivaling the pure, radiant flower behind him. Yen Jinghong opened his eyes wide, sensing a subtle difference in his body. He raised his hand to admire it, then, astonished, said, "Here. I can see my spiritual roots are about to be activated." He recalled Yen Yangnian's words, furrowing his brow and silently thinking, could it be true, as my father said, that Yi Changqing is a saint? The scene shifted to the Dong Palace, where the stars flickered in the sky. Outside, the air was filled with a drifting aura, while inside, the lights were brightly illuminated. An old scholar in a brown robe hesitated to speak to Zhang Chen, saying, "Grand Tutor Lord," and continued with an anxious expression, "The Crown Prince has recklessly barged into Ye's residence. I am afraid this is not good." The scholar in the blue robe agreed, stating, "Indeed, that is Changqing, the saint trusted by the emperor. The Crown Prince's actions could offend the king." Zhang Chen understood the concerns of everyone, but faced with this situation, he could only respond, "At this point, regardless of the outcome, even if it means risking our lives, we must remain loyal to the Crown Prince." With the Grand Tutor's words said, the two scholars and others all united in a loud proclamation. "Yes, we are forever loyal to the Crown Prince." Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed, and someone outside shouted, "Crown Prince has arrived." Yen Jinghong appeared at the doorway, his body radiating light like a saint, causing the two scholars to turn around in surprise. Yen Jinghong, with a brilliant aura surrounding him, smiled brightly and asked, "Why are you lord still not resting at this late hour?" The brown-clothed scholar stood frozen, stammering, "Crown Prince." And then looked at Yen Jinghong with wide eyes in astonishment, asking, "Why do you have so much profound wisdom of the sages lingering around you?" Zhang Chen stepped forward, staring in confusion and asked, "Could it be that you have entered the Tao?" Yen Jinghong raised his tightly clenched fist to confirm proudly, "That's right, I have finally succeeded in taking that step." The Crown Prince narrowed his eyes as if reminiscing about the past and seriously recounted, "Previously, I thought governing the country required both literary and martial skills, and that practicing Tao was just useless tidbits." He once again placed himself in the heart realm space within Yi Changqing's painting, resolutely admitting, "It was my vision that was too narrow." After that, Yen Jinghong frowned and concluded, "But now we understand that Confucian scholars can also enter the Tao through literature." In the various studies, Tao destiny also contains the principles of heaven and earth. Seeing that Yen Jinghong had been subdued by Yi Changqing, Zhang Chen was completely stunned and thought to himself, "Huh? We are preparing for a battle to the death, so why is the Crown Prince surrendering?" However, Zhang Chen did not have the courage to voice these expressions, so he regained his composure and clasped his hands to question, "May I ask why you suddenly thought of these things?" Yen Jinghong recalled the extraordinary aura at the wall that had helped him enter the Tao and replied emotionally, "Thanks to Mr. Yi taking grace to repay grievance and generously teaching me, I was able to comprehend this." The brown-robed scholar asked in surprise, "Is the Mr. Yi you mentioned really Yi Changqing?" Without hesitation, Yen Jinghong faced him and confirmed emphatically, "Indeed, I believe that only the Saint Yi represents the true great literary way, which is why the statue of the literary sage we once worshipped suddenly faded away, turning into a statue of mud and wood." Zhang Chen was taken aback and felt a bit angry at the same time. He silently lamented, "No way, the clown is actually me." Suddenly, Yen Jinghong excitedly grabbed Zhang Chen's hand and pulled him along eagerly, saying, "Zhang Grand Tutor, hurry and come with me to the palace to meet father." Before Zhang Chen could process what had just happened, he was dragged by the Crown Prince, startled, and exclaimed, "Huh!" A little later, in the imperial study of the De Yen Kingdom, the Crown Prince faced the emperor, clasped his hands respectfully, and said, "I apologize for disturbing you so late at night, Father." Yan Jinghong's face was shining with brilliance, and he beamed as he said, "Today, I finally understand that Mr. Yi is truly a world-class genius, connected to the fortune of our De Yan." Zhang Chen, standing beside him, had a gloomy expression and added in agreement, I also think so." Hearing the Crown Prince praise Yi Changqing, Yan Yangnian's face brightened, and he smiled broadly, saying, "Good, very good." He couldn't hide his smile, walked up, and took the Crown Prince's shoulders, saying, "Jinghong, you know that turning back is the sure leads to success in cultivating the path. It can be said that I have not disappointed the expectations of the emperor." Yan Jinghong suddenly expressed his admiration and spoke seriously, "Father, I suggest we carve a golden statue for Mr. Yi in the Hall of Saints and honor him as the head of the Confucian sage, to encourage the students of this generation to strive for excellence." Yan Yangnian turned his back, waving his hand in approval without needing to think, agreed. "I hope that all the scholars of De Yan will achieve success on the literary path, not to let down the efforts of our predecessors." At the same time, in the detached courtyard where Yi Changqing was staying, he was sitting on the upper floor, immersed in the bright moonlight. Feeling relaxed, his fingers gracefully dancing over the piano keys. Yi Changqing paused his hands, the strings resonating with the final sound of affection before ceasing. He sat up straight, arms confidently resting on his hips, feeling a joyful excitement in his heart as if he were at a festive celebration. "Strange, it seems that my back has suddenly become a bit stiffer." Yi Changqing meant that his support felt harder. The scene shifted to the next morning, with bright sunlight spreading throughout the detached courtyard. Changqing stretched and yawned. He absent-mindedly stepped out into the courtyard, filled with joy as he thought, "Today I'm just going for a stroll in the imperial capital." After walking a few steps, Yi Changqing spotted Yan Jinghong entering through the gate. Seeing him, he broke into a bright smile and greeted, "Good morning, Mr. Yi." Noticing the somewhat unusual attitude and tone of his, Yi Changqing scratched his head in confusion. "Mr. Yi? Why are you here so early in the morning?" The Crown Prince smiled radiantly and confessed, "Jinghong reflected on your guidance and help yesterday, and I now fully understand." Yi Changqing's face turned pale at this, and he inwardly sighed, after thinking it over for a night. "Are you really that vengeful?" Worried that he might explode and pick a fight with him, Yi Changqing clasped his hands together, humbly trying to smooth things over. "Previously, there were many things I said that may have been offensive. I hope the Crown Prince can be understanding." Contrary to his thoughts, Yan Jinghong waved his hand, speaking boldly, "No, thanks to you, Mr. Yi, I have today." He raised his clenched fist and, with a voice trembling with emotion, continued, "I only regret not meeting you sooner." Yi Changqing felt as if he were lost in a fog, raising his hand to scratch his cheek and silently wondering, what is this guy talking about? Why don't I understand anything? Yi Changqing was afraid that staying too long with the Crown Prince would lead to more trouble, so he quickly made an excuse to avoid the situation. "Well, today, my junior sister and I have made plans to stroll around the imperial capital, so I must take my leave." After saying that, he didn't give Yan Jinghong a chance to respond and turned to leave quickly. A moment later, outside the royal city, the streets were lively and bustling with people coming and going. At that moment, the carriage carrying Yi Changqing was also approaching. He pulled back the curtain eagerly, looking at the scenery and people around him, and couldn't help but exclaim with delight, "Wow, as expected of the imperial capital, it looks much more western than Shaoqi town." While Yi Changqing chattered on, Yan Bing Xian sat silently with her head down, as if she were contemplating something. A young woman walking on the street spotted Yi Changqing through the carriage window and called out to the person next to her, "Quick, look at the young man in that carriage." They stared at him in awe and praised, "Wow, he is really handsome." It really resembled the golden statue in the Chongqing Dongshan temple. After expressing their admiration, the three women hastily ran towards the carriage, causing the coachman to panic and pull on the reins while shouting, "Stop!" Yi Changqing stared at the three beautiful women standing outside, lost in thought and filled with numerous confusing questions. The woman in the red dress, shyly flicking her hair, spoke first, I wonder if the young master is already betrothed? The woman in the pink dress unabashedly said, even if he is, it's fine, I can become a concubine. The woman in the yellow dress also joined in, saying, our family can accept sons-in-law. Faced with the affections of these women, Yi Changqing's face quickly changed colors, and he broke into a cold sweat as he awkwardly replied, ladies, although I have a bit of good looks, matters of men and women should arise from both sides. Then he regained his composure and respectfully continued, if you truly have feelings for me, we can start by being friends. Yi Changqing secretly rejoiced to himself, are the girls in the imperial capital all this enthusiastic? It seems I am fortunate. Unbeknownst to her, there were fierce, fiery red eyes of Yan Bing Xian glaring at her from behind. The ninth princess stepped forward, pushing Yi Changqing away from the window, then narrowed her eyes threateningly at the girls outside, demanding in a low voice, what did you just say? Seeing Yan Bing Xian's fierce expression, the three young ladies felt a shiver run down their spines, their faces pale with fear as they stammered, you are the ninth princess. Yan Bing Xian smiled sweetly, but her tone carried unmatched anger, knowing who I am, why aren't you getting out of my way? Otherwise, I'll have my father confiscate all your homes, causing the three girls to hear this and feel their souls leave their bodies. Trembling in fear, they dared not linger there any longer and hurriedly ran away, simultaneously terrified to the point of tears as they replied, yes, we will leave right away. Yi Changqing stared blankly outside, regretting and calling after them, hey, why are you leaving so quickly? Leave a way to contact you. Yan Bing Xian pouted in disdain and huffed, feeling uncomfortable and secretly scolding, simple-minded and vulgar, daring to cling to Yi Xiansheng. Suddenly, Yi Changqing turned around in confusion. That's right, Miss Yan, where are you planning to take me? Yan Bing Xian pointed into the distance and gently replied, it's over there. Following her direction, a magnificent red tower stood imposing and majestic. The ninth princess happily introduced the Qing Feng Luo Yu Pavilion, which has a total of 4 floors, divided into sections for literature, painting, clothing, and music. People with similar interests can interact here. As she led Yi Changqing inside, she turned back proudly and added that each floor is managed by top talents in their respective fields. Yi Changqing visibly expressed his delight and exclaimed, so that's how it is. He clenched his hands together excitedly, thinking that it seemed possible to have a good discussion here. Seeing many people entering the Qing Feng Luo Yu Pavilion, Yan Bing Xian exclaimed, wow, there are so many people today. The host of the Qing Feng Luo Yu Pavilion, Lu Ruyi, dressed in flowing purple attire and holding a peach blossom, stepped out cheerfully to greet them, realizing that the ninth princess had come for a visit without being welcomed from afar. Still hoping for forgiveness, Yan Bing Xian approached and took Lu Ruyi's hand, confidentially speaking, Sister Lu, the Qing Feng Luo Yu Pavilion does not differentiate between high and low status, rich and poor, only judging skill levels. Please don't be so modest. Lu Ruyi smiled in response, the ninth princess is correct. Then she turned to Yi Changqing, inquiring, may I ask who this person beside you is? Yan Bing Xian pointed at Yi Changqing and formally said, this person is. Suddenly, Yi Changqing cupped his fists together and eagerly introduced himself, I am Yi, and I am usually very interested in elegant pursuits. He then continued in a humble and polite manner, I have long heard of your esteemed names, and I have come specifically to pay my respects. Yan Bing Xian stared at him in surprise, slightly confused and wondering, the 4 arts of Mr. Yi are all at their peak, why is he being so modest? But soon after, an answer emerged in Yan Bing Xian's mind, I understand now, it must be because I just mentioned that status does not matter here, Mr. Yi must be deliberately concealing it, wanting to connect through skill. Lu Ruyi smiled again and informed. 2 people arrived just in time, Mr. Wang was currently in the attic, please come in. Yan Bing Xian, upon hearing this, was extremely excited, and Yi Changqing turned to curiously ask ninth princess, who is Mr. Wang? Is he very impressive? Yan Bing Xian happily boasted, that's right, she is the youngest master of calligraphy today, but she's rather eccentric. The Crown Prince Gij has sent 3 consecutive edicts inviting her, but she still refuses to join Dong Lan Academy. Hearing this, Yi Changqing's eyes widened in delight as she exclaimed, "Oh, it seems we arrived at the right time today." A little while later, on one of the upper floors, many people stood below gazing up, chattering excitedly. On the elevated platform in the center, a woman was writing a few lines of calligraphy. Her name was Wang Mo, who was also the person Yen Bing Xian had just praised. After finishing, she looked up with an elegant smile and said, "Qiu Qing, please take this and display it for me." After finishing her sentence, Wang Mo handed the calligraphy over to a male disciple standing nearby. He held up the calligraphy with couplets towards the audience below and solemnly introduced, "Mr. Wang has composed a piece without a title." After saying this, he began to recite the 2 lines of poetry. "This is a noble character, unconcerned and dignified, and one cannot be defeated like Changqing." A man in a brown robe immediately raised his hand to bid, "Beautiful writing, truly beautiful, I offer 500 taels." The man in blue behind him pushed his way forward, his face twisted in anger as he gritted his teeth and scolded, "Who are you insulting? You think 500 taels is enough to buy Mr. Wang's calligraphy?" He then raised a finger and shouted loudly, "I offer 1,000 taels." The man in brown was infuriated, raised 2 fingers high, and shouted even louder, "I offer 2,000 taels." Yi Changqing observed the fierce competition for the calligraphy and was dumbfounded, whispering to himself, "So writing calligraphy in the imperial capital is so popular. I wonder how much my writing could sell for." Then Yi Changqing sighed and murmured, "But I didn't expect this Mr. Wang to be a woman." Yen Bing Xian displayed an expression of deep admiration, cheerfully confirming, "That's right, she is young but well educated, of course she deserves to be called a master." Suddenly, a sneering young man, with a disdainful smile, loudly commented, "Is this level really worthy of being called a master?" He was none other than Chen Chang'an, the young master of Xia Kingdom, sitting with his legs crossed on a chair, casually spinning a teacup in his hand, continuing in a mocking tone, "The literary scene of Yan Kingdom is just this much." Hearing Chen Chang'an's insolent tone, Wang Mo was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, "What?" The audience, who admired Wang Mo, couldn't help but start booing and criticizing. How dare he look down on Master Wang? Where is this person from? Did he come here to stir up trouble on purpose? What right do you have to judge Master Wang's calligraphy? Chen Chang'an slowly stood up from his chair, his face radiating an overwhelming arrogance as he sighed in exasperation saying, I heard that Qing Feng Luoyu Pavilion of Yan Kingdom gathers talents. I just came from Xia Kingdom to see, gather talents. I see it's just a bunch of turnips coming together." He stood straight, his eyes directed at Wang Mo with a challenging look, then laughed mockingly. Unexpectedly, they are all unmatched geniuses, seeking fame for profit. Those who followed him laughed in unison, echoing throughout the room. Wang Mo couldn't maintain his composure, angrily shouted, "You, who are you accusing of seeking fame for profit?" At that moment, a gracefully swaying figure in a purple robe stepped down and softly spoke, "So it turns out to be Chen Chang'an, the renowned young master Chen." Lu Ruyi stood in front of Chen Chang'an, smiling gently as she continued, my apologies." After learning his identity, everyone gasped in surprise, exclaiming, "Chen Chang'an, it really is him." Yi Changqing turned to Yen Bing Xian and asked curiously, "Miss Yen, who is this person? Is he really that famous?" Yen Bing Xian, looking a bit tense, quietly replied, "Yes, Chen Chang'an is the prodigy of the Xia Kingdom, famous at a young age. I didn't expect him to come to the Yan Kingdom." Seeing the astonished expressions of those around him, Chen Chang'an raised his chin, smugly laughed, and declared, "Knowing who I am is enough, let me show you what true calligraphy looks like." Then he waved his hand, commanding his subordinate, "Bring it here." The 2 people behind quickly responded with, "Yes," each pulling out a roll of cloth paper that bore the simple 4 words, "The advantage is ours." After reading it, Wang Mo couldn't help but marvel internally, "Impressive, this level is indeed above mine. Chen Chang'an stood with his arms crossed over his chest, arrogantly lifting his chin and saying, if all of you from the Yen Kingdom are at the level of Mr. Wang, I advise the Qing Feng Luo Yu Pavilion to close down as soon as possible to avoid embarrassment. Hearing his arrogant words, two scholars trembled with anger, clenching their fists and growling, this little guy is so arrogant, I really want to beat him to death. However, looking at the talent aspect, they suppressed their anger and said, but he does have some skill, let's hold back. Yan Bing Xian felt her blood boil and clenched her fist, cursing, how dare he look down on our De Yen Kingdom, it makes me furious. Seeing the shame and anger of the people from the De Yen Kingdom, Chen Chang'an felt even more excited inside, one hand on his hip and the other pointing at the crowd. He laughed triumphantly and said, yes, this is the expression. I really enjoy the way you all look at me with disdain and yet can't do anything about it, ha ha ha. Suddenly, Yi Changqing spoke, young Master Chen, I see that your handwriting isn't anything to brag about. His words immediately captured the attention of those around them, causing everyone to turn and look. Chen Chang'an felt as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him, his expression darkening as he angrily asked, who is saying that? Yi Changqing stood tall and dignified, clasping his hands in greeting, and replied, it is I. The people around him gazed at him in confusion, whispering to each other, who is this little guy? I don't know him, he must be new. Yan Bing Xian grabbed Yi Changqing's arm, looking worried and anxious, and asked, Mr. Yi, Chen Chang'an is the elite of the Xia Kingdom, are you sure about this? Yi Changqing put his hands on his hips and confidently answered, Miss Yan, don't worry. He felt cheerful inside, secretly thinking, elite. I specifically want to take on an elite. Chen Chang'an strode toward Yi Changqing, his expression filled with resentment as he said, little guy, tell me. Then he arrogantly asked, what's wrong with my handwriting? Yi Changqing looked towards the calligraphy, calmly commenting, this calligraphy looks decent on the surface, but it fundamentally does not contain the true meaning of the art. Hearing Yi Changqing, Chen Chang'an felt as if he was listening to a joke, tilting his head back and laughing to the point of tears, ha ha ha, true meaning. After laughing heartily, he turned to glare at Yi Changqing and responded loudly, is this little guy confused? Can one express true meaning through writing? Yi Changqing adopted a serious demeanor and gently replied, just because you cannot achieve it, doesn't mean others cannot. Chen Chang'an was convinced that no one in the world could accomplish such a feat. So he waved his hand arrogantly and declared, all right, you all here understand a bit about brush and ink. If anyone can reach the realm you speak of. He pointed towards the door, his expression stern, and boldly proclaimed, then I, Chen Chang'an, will leave this Qing Feng Luo Yu Pavilion. Chen Chang'an darkly smiled with malice and added, if no one can write it, then the golden sign of Qing Feng Luo Yu Pavilion must come down. Yi Changqing smiled and accepted the bet with him. All right, then I will perform. As he spoke, he leisurely walked towards the table with paper and brush. Yi Changqing stood before the table, which was set with a pristine white sheet of paper, holding the brush with a contemplative expression. Everyone around held their breath, eagerly watching him. Yan Bing Xian stood beside him, her hands clasped together in anticipation, excitedly thinking, Mr. Yi is about to write, I'm looking forward to it. Wang Yimou lowered her gaze with concern, feeling uneasy, thinking to herself, I have studied calligraphy since I was young, and I've never reached the level of putting the brush to paper with intention. She looked at Yi Changqing, her heart restless, and worriedly whispered, this young master is helping me, but if he really can't do it, he will definitely be humiliated by Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an tilted his head towards Lu Ruyi, laughing triumphantly as he said, Lu manager, the Qing Feng Luo Yu Pavilion is about to be ruined by this foolish man. Lu Ruyi turned to look at Yi Changqing and, placing her trust in him, replied, that's not necessarily true, I hold this young master Yi in high regard. Yi Changqing at this moment still had no ideas in his mind. He closed his eyes and rubbed his chin, thinking, what should I write? A few seconds later, he opened his eyes and joyfully whispered, I've got it. Yi Changqing lowered the brush in his hand and excitedly said, next, watch me perform. he dipped the brush in ink, and with a graceful and confident demeanor, began to write. The energy emanating from the characters appearing ethereal as if containing 100 pure blooms in full blossom. After a while, Yi Changqing smiled satisfactorily and said, "It's done." He slowly placed the brush down on the stand. Yan Bing Xin could not contain her curiosity and anxiously urged, "Quick, let me see." Chen Chang'an openly showed his disdain, waved his hand dismissively, and pouted, saying, "Humph, just look at his brush placement, chaotic and clumsy, what good could he possibly write? It's better not to sully my eyes." Over here, when Yan Bing Xin and Wang Mo saw Yi Changqing's brushwork, they were taken aback in astonishment, their eyes wide with shock, stammering, this is," as they encountered the dazzling golden light shining directly into their faces. On the white paper, the 5 characters, "Just because she is too beautiful," appeared in a remarkably vibrant and elegant manner, exuding an ethereal quality like mist that continuously spread in a magical way. Wang Mo, filled with emotion, exclaimed, putting pen to paper, "Blooms flowers, truly blooms flowers." Yan Bing Xin's cheeks flushed with shyness, feeling as if she could see Yi Changqing smiling at her affectionately. Her heart brimming with happiness, she exclaimed, "Just because she is too beautiful," those brief 5 characters. It seemed as if one could sense the dignified bearing of her future husband. Wang Mo also felt his heart stirred, squinting and breathless as he evaluated. "Looking a little longer, my heart seems to be exploding. Getting a bit closer, my whole body is about to melt." Hearing this, Chen Chang'an raised his eyebrows in shock and asked, "What? Are you trying to trick me?" He hurried over to the calligraphy, resolutely declaring, "Watch me expose you." Approaching the table, Chen Chang'an glanced intently at it. The 5 characters, "Just because the sun is too beautiful," were glowing with an incredibly brilliant radiance. The stream of radiant light blinded him, prompting him to quickly shut his eyes tight and raise a hand to cover his face. His voice panicked as he exclaimed, What is this?" A few seconds later, he cracked his eyes open and found himself lost in a realm of thought. There stood an extraordinarily beautiful fairy, gazing at him thoughtfully. Upon witnessing the flawless, captivating beauty of the woman before him, Chen Chang'an was stunned and stammered, How is this possible?" He stood frozen, his inner turmoil raging. Then, whether he wanted to or not, he had to silently acknowledge, "Yet it is possible to reach this realm." The audience below began to stir, urging, "Hey, let us see too, we're so eager, hurry up." Lu Ruyi then signaled to the 2 maidservants standing nearby. They understood the cue and replied, "Yes." The 2 girls approached the table, each grasping one end of a piece of paper, then both raised the sheet displaying the 5 words, "Just because you are so beautiful," towards the audience below. Upon seeing those words, everyone's eyes sparkled, mouths agape as they exclaimed in admiration, "Wow!" The 2 scholars at the front of the line nodded in praise, "Such wonderful writing, indeed." Yi Changqing observed the expressions of everyone and chuckled to himself, "Hee, let's see their reactions, this piece of calligraphy of mine will surely sell for a good price." Lu Ruyi turned his gaze towards Chen Chang'an and smugly asked, "Chen young master, are you convinced?" Which made him grimace, grinding his teeth in frustration, with anger boiling inside. Chen Chang'an waved his sleeve and shouted, "Humph, consider it your victory today. Let's go." But Lu Ruyi, serious, called out from behind, "Wait a moment." Chen Chang'an turned around, still furious, and asked, "What is it?" Lu Ruyi gently reminded him of his previous declaration. Chen young master just said that if someone could write out the true meaning, he would crawl out. "Do you remember?" The crowd of spectators excitedly chimed in, "That's right, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. How does it feel to be humiliated?" Hearing this, Chen Chang'an turned pale and panicked, stammering, You are going too far." Lu Ruyi smiled widely and added, "To play is to endure. Just now, if you had won, it would have been about breaking the sign of Qin Feng Luo Yu Pavilion. Now that you've lost the bet, you just leave like this." She glared at him, her face darkened with a triumphant smile, and continued in a cold voice, it seems that my sign of Qing Feng Luoyu Pavilion is not worth much after all. Chen Chang'an pointed at his own face, trembling as he asked again, are you really making me crawl out of here? I come from the noble family of the great Xia kingdom. Lu Ruyi responded to his words with an argument that couldn't be more reasonable. Qing Feng Luoyu Pavilion has never judged by high or low status, only by skills. Since you've come, you must naturally accept this principle. Then she extended her hand toward the entrance, coldly telling him, please. The crowd enthusiastically cheered and encouraged, Chen young master, hurry and crawl. Crawl, crawl, crawl. Chen Chang'an was pushed into a corner, angrily trembling as he cursed, damn it. The subordinate behind him anxiously asked, young master, what should we do? With no other choice, Chen Chang'an and his two subordinates began to kneel and crawl on the ground like dogs. He unwillingly opened his mouth and shouted threateningly, you all wait for me. After dealing with Chen Chang'an, Yan Bing Xian snapped her fingers towards Lu Ruyi, narrowing her eyes in praise. Lu's sister did very well. Yi Changqing also secretly admired her skills in his heart. No wonder she is the manager here, truly talented and sharp. The female manager suddenly bowed her head to Yi Changqing, expressing her gratitude. Ruyi thanks Mr. Yi for your righteous actions. Earlier, Yi Changqing happily replied, it's nothing. Calligraphy is originally used for self-cultivation. He extended his hand towards Wang Imo, sincerely continuing, I just couldn't stand that Chen young master using it as a means to pressure Mr. Wang Imo blushed in embarrassment, quickly waving her hands and saying, in front of you, how could I dare to call myself a gentleman? Then Wang Imo looked at him with admiration, bashfully saying, From now on, I humbly ask Mr. Yi for your guidance. Yi Changqing smiled modestly and replied, among the three of us, there must be a teacher for me, and there are many things I need to learn. Let's improve together. Hearing the saying, among three people, there must be a teacher, from Yi Changqing, Wang Imo was inwardly shocked and thought to herself, what a humble yet profound statement. After that, Wang Imo cupped her fists, showing a respectful demeanor, and requested, Mr. Yi, I wish to follow you and learn from your guidance day and night. Suddenly, Yan Bing Xian grabbed Yi Changqing's hand and pulled him away, simultaneously turning to stick out her tongue at Wang Imo, saying, Mr. Yi is busy, which made Yi Changqing feel both embarrassed and confused, involuntarily exclaiming, huh. Yan Bing Xian quickly ran toward Lu Ruyi, smiling brightly and said, Sister Lu, hurry and take us to the second floor to see. Lu Ruyi indulged the ninth princess, pointing towards the door and happily inviting, all right, please follow me. Lu Ruyi led Yan Bing Xian and Yi Changqing upstairs, enthusiastically guiding, you two, this is the Dan Qing floor. As soon as they entered a room, Yi Changqing was stunned, wide-eyed, and called out, huh, looking at the perfectly arranged tables lined up neatly. Yi Changqing stood in amazement, exclaiming, wow, straight lines and right angles, truly neat and uniform. He pointed to a woman dressed in light pink and quietly asked, Miss Lu, who is she? Lu Ruyi happily introduced, that is the manager of the Dan Qing floor, Su Shiyu. On the other side, Su Shiyu was smiling while pointing and asking a disciple, what is going on here? After observing Su Shiyu quietly, Yi Changqing expressed his admiration with the comment, gentle temperament, delicate appearance. Not bad, but just a moment later, Yi Changqing was startled and changed his mind when Su Shiyu slammed her hand down on the table and shouted, stop. The trembling disciple asked nervously, Master. What? What's wrong? Su Shiyu wore a smiling expression, but her voice took on a dangerous tone as she questioned. Why is your painting displayed like this? Which left the disciple stunned and trembling. Su Shiyu's voice rang out again reproaching, everyone else has theirs displayed to the right. The disciple, horrified, with tears in his eyes, stammered an explanation, I'm left-handed, so this way is more convenient. Su Shiyu leaned her face close to the disciple, glaring and emphasizing every word, bring the painting according to my request. The disciple, terrified, stammered, yes. Yes, Lu Ruyi, flustered, turned towards Yi Changqing and Yan Bing Xian, who were now dumbfounded, and chuckled awkwardly in defense of Su Shiyu. Please don't blame her, Shiyu indeed has some rather unusual requests. However, her disciple is skilled and well received. Su Shiyu walked past a female disciple and, not knowing what she saw, exclaimed in surprise, "Huh!" With one hand on her hip, she snatched the painting from the female disciple and angrily shouted, "The theme I've assigned today is, Heavenly Maiden Picture. Why didn't you paint a heavenly maiden?" The female disciple shrank back in fear, trembling as she replied, "I painted it, the heavenly maiden descending to earth, enjoying happiness with the people." Su Shiyu pointed at the painting, shouting angrily in the female disciple's face, "I have said that heavenly maidens can only be in the sky, why didn't you listen to me?" The female disciple could no longer contain her emotions, her eyes brimming with tears as she stammered in response. "Because we feel that celestial maidens coming to the mortal world will be more vivid and lovely." Su Shiyu's face hardened and she coldly dismissed, "If you will not listen to me, then you do not need to be my disciple anymore. Put down your drawing tools and leave immediately." The female disciple shouted in panic, "Ah," and quickly knelt down on the ground. She repeatedly bowed her head while anxiously pleading, "Master, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Master, I beg you." While earnestly raising and lowering her hands to plead, the female disciple accidentally bumped into the table behind her, causing it to shift and tilt at a 30-degree angle. Being someone with OCD, Su Shiyu became even angrier upon seeing this. The female disciple saw the expression on her master's face and gasped in horror, silently thinking, "It's over." Yi Changqing whispered, "This time, it's going to trigger the obsessive-compulsive disorder." Su Shiyu cracked her knuckles, her expression dark and cold like the Grim Reaper pronouncing judgment. "Someone who does not follow rules like you cannot possibly draw a beautiful picture. It is still early to find another way." Suddenly, a voice came from behind, "Miss, that statement is incorrect." Su Shiyu was startled and slowly turned to ask, "Who might you be?" Lu Rui pointed at Yi Changqing and solemnly introduced, "Shiyu, this is Mr. Yi who came here with the 9th princess." Su Shiyu frowned, showing a look of disdain and contempt towards Yi Changqing, secretly evaluating, clinging to the nobility, probably just a leech. However, she still maintained her composure, clasped her hands in salute, and asked, "May I ask if you have any advice?" Yi Changqing gently replied, "It's not exactly advice, just a few thoughts regarding your teaching methods." Su Shiyu smirked slightly and said, "Oh, the young lady is all ears." Yi Changqing seriously offered his input, "You have a very serious obsessive-compulsive disorder, specifically reflected in your demand for others to adhere to your standards. But life is not absolute, and as for painting, everyone has their own style, 100 flowers bloom, and teaching according to one's ability is the right path." Su Shiyu did not take Yi Changqing's words to heart, standing with her arms crossed and a disdainful smile, questioning, "Teaching according to ability? Mr. Yi speaks lightly, but I wonder if he has ever taught an outstanding disciple." Su Shiyu's sudden question left Yi Changqing stunned and embarrassed. He recalled the snot-nosed children in Shaoqi town and scratched his head awkwardly, responding, It seems there really aren't any." He also couldn't say that he had taught a bunch of unpromising kids at the private school who all ran off to cultivate immortals. Hearing his hesitant answer, Su Shiyu became even more confident and asked pointedly, "Then what qualifications do you have to critique my teaching methods?" Yi Changqing stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, Miss Su makes a valid point," but he could not allow Su Shiyu to continue applying the wrong teaching methods, so he suggested, "How about this?" He pointed towards the disciples and slowly continued, "You and I will each select a disciple here and teach them to create a painting, then let the others here evaluate the quality. How about that?" Hearing Yi Changqing suggesting to borrow a disciple for a competition, Su Shiyu covered her mouth and laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha," then turned to point at him teasingly and asked, "Are you kidding me?" Su Shiyu put her hands on her hips and analyzed, "These disciples were all taught by me. Do you think it's a bit far-fetched to have my disciple compete against me?" Yi Changqing shook his finger, lowered his eyes, and calmly replied, No, I won't choose your disciple." Su. Shiryu looked at Yi Changqing with suspicion and asked, then who will you choose? Yi Changqing suddenly grabbed Yan Bing Xian's shoulders and cheerfully said, I choose Miss Yan. The ninth princess stared in confusion at him. Her expression awkward. Me? Su Shiryu again covered her mouth and giggled, reminding him, Mr. Yi, it's not that I don't respect the ninth princess. As far as I know, she has no talent for painting at all. Do you really want to choose her? The four words, no talent at all, from Su Shiryu's mouth struck Yan Bing Xian like a bleeding arrow to the head, leaving her feeling deeply hurt. But Yi Changqing confidently affirmed, I don't think so. Miss Yan, with her intelligence and grace, will certainly produce a work that others will admire. Yi Changqing's words, like clear water, refreshed the wilted and wounded soul of the ninth princess, causing her to blush in astonishment and silently rejoice. I never expected Mr. Yi to value me this way. Yan Bing Xian felt empowered, no longer insecure about herself. She quickly pulled out the arrow of harm that Su Shiryu had lodged in her head, crushed it fiercely, and confidently reminded herself, I absolutely cannot disappoint him. Seeing Yi Changqing's confident expression and Yan Bing Xian's excitement, Su Shiryu became furious. Secretly mocking, they really don't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. She abruptly turned around and shouted, Hu Manhwa. The called disciple started in surprise, standing up straight. Yes, disciple. Su Shiryu raised a finger to indicate the time, 1 incense stick hour, then smugly continued, the final outcome will be determined after 1 incense stick hour. Yi Changqing happily agreed immediately, sure. Yan Bing Xian and Hu Wanhua began to sit at 2 tables set at the back of the room. Behind them were 2 masters, and many reluctant spectators were noisily discussing. Yan Bing Xian leaned her face towards Yi Changqing and softly requested, Mr. Yi, I've never painted before, can you teach me some techniques? Yi Changqing walked over, picked up the brush, sketched a few basic strokes on the paper, and gently explained the technique. Only requires remembering 5 styles, Ping, Yuan, Lu, Zhong, Bian. Then Yi Changqing stood up straight and smiled comfortably, emphasizing, but in painting, what matters is the inner self. He glanced at the girl who was attentively listening to him and continued with what he thought was the essence, paint what your heart considers the most important, you don't need too many methods, the emotions will naturally be poured into it. Yan Bing Xian lowered her eyes, looking down at the pure white paper in front of her, murmuring, the most important thing. After a few seconds of contemplation, the ninth princess opened her eyes wide, secretly rejoicing in her heart, Great Master, I have comprehended it now. Yan Bing Xian looked at her hand holding the brush, which was slightly moving, and couldn't help but feel delighted, thinking to herself, listening to what Mr. Yi said, the brush moves naturally, as if it has a life of its own. Yan Bing Xian felt like she was immersed in a vivid reality, where a fish was jumping out of the water. Passionately dancing with the shimmering butterflies right in front of her, Su Shiryu cast a disdainful glance at the teacher and student, showing an obvious attitude of disgust, then irritably said, just sitting there talking, discussing strategies on paper. She glared fiercely, her voice taunting and challenging, let's see what you can draw. Suddenly, Hu Wanhua politely asked, Sir, what should I draw? Su Shiryu turned her back, waved her hand dismissively, and nonchalantly said, the opponent is just an amateur, you can draw anything casually and still win against her. I will go take a little rest. Just as she turned to leave, Su Shiryu suddenly stopped. After that, she turned to Hu Wanhua, her face darkened with irritation, instructing, remember to put the tools back in their original place, do not move them, understand? Hu Wanhua, frightened, quickly replied, understood. An hour later, the designated time was up, and the painting had also ceased. Lu Ruyi stood in the middle of the grand hall announcing, both of you have completed your paintings, so let everyone here evaluate them. Lu Ruyi extended his hands to both sides, cheerfully asking, which painting should we view first? Yi Changqing pointed toward Su Shiryu invitingly, ladies first, let's see the outstanding disciple of Miss Su. He smirked. Thinking naively, based on my years of film-watching experience, the first one will definitely lose. So we must see the second one. Su Shiryu smiled triumphantly, arrogantly saying, "All right, then let you defeat in a convincing manner." She then turned her gaze to her disciple, calling out, "Hu Manhwa." She pointed toward her outstanding disciple and ordered loudly, "Show them what you have painted." The disciple nervously replied, "Okay, yes." Hu Manhwa stepped up to the table, picked up his self-portrait. Before the witnesses from behind, he turned the painting toward everyone and softly explained, "What I have painted is the emperor of our De Yen kingdom." In his painting was the image of Yen Yang Yen, majestic in demeanor with a sword in hand. Seeing that, the crowd cheered. "No wonder he is Hu's senior brother, he draws really well, really well." The emperor's imposing posture shone on the paper. Then she turned and said, "Mr. Yi, do you have anything to say?" He commented, "This disciple of Miss Su indeed has solid skills, but there are a few mistakes in this painting." She asked again, "What mistakes?" He replied, "If I remember correctly, the emperor usually uses his left hand, but in this painting, he is holding the sword with his right hand." "Huh? What?" She was stunned. He continued, "Moreover, I heard that the royal family of Yen Kingdom practices a traditional fist technique, not using ordinary weapons, let alone carrying weapons with them." Finishing, he asked Yen Bing Xin, "Miss Yen, am I right?" Yen Bing Xin replied, "That's right. My father often says that the kingdom is established by fists." Chang Qing added, "Such matters related to the emperor, even a rustic like me knows. Those who have lived in the imperial capital for many years obviously know better than I do." She couldn't argue back, turned and scolded, "Damn it, why did you draw it wrong?" The grandfather timidly replied, "Because you asked us to use the right hand for the characters in the painting. Noble people must wield weapons to have an imposing presence. Those who do not meet this requirement are expelled from the sect." Chang Qing sighed and said, "Ah, Su young lady, do you see? Your coercion has caused the disciples to lose their most basic observational and judgment skills. How can they become excellent painters like this?" She was left speechless. Chang Qing continued, "Yen young lady, show everyone your painting." Yen Bing Xian picked up the painting and said, "This painting is of Yi Xian Sheng." Chang Qing felt embarrassed and waved her hand, saying, "Really, asking you to paint the most important thing in your heart, why paint me? It makes me feel too awkward." Everyone stared at the painting in astonishment. "What is this painting?" Chang Qing also wondered, turning to look. What's going on? Oh my, what is this? The three superhero brothers. Oh, why is there part of me in it? Ah hee hee, how is it, Yi Xian Sheng, I followed your method, isn't it not bad?" Chang Qing was left speechless, holding her face and saying, "This kind of art is somewhat advanced for humans." She secretly lamented, "It's over, this time I'm definitely going to lose." At this moment, the students were agitated by the painting they saw. "Wait, the character in this painting seems to be deformed, the shape is very strange, but why can we feel the breath of unusual art?" "That's right, not to mention the people on either side, but the person in the middle seems to resemble that Yi guy. Even though the distorted shape makes one feel nauseous, why does it continuously exude such an aura? Damn it, who are you calling deformed?" She looked at Bing Xian and wondered, could it be that the ninth princess is actually an anonymous painting expert? No way. Yes, this painting, whether viewed from the lines or colors, is very poor, it doesn't even reach an average level, and it doesn't look like an expert pretending to be bad to deceive. So there's only one possibility left, this Mr. Yi truly has skills that far exceed ours, capable of making the ninth princess, who has no talent for painting, reach a level that embodies commerce in the painting within a short period. Thinking of this, she looked at her students and questioned herself, could it be that I have really ruined my disciples? Have I jeopardized their future? At this point, Chang Qing spoke up, "Su girl. My intention is not to rank anyone, but rather to help her understand that one does not necessarily have to follow a mold to showcase their talents." She listened and pondered, is it not necessary to follow a mold to showcase talent? As she thought about it, tears suddenly welled up in her eyes, and she began to cry, making Chang Qing feel awkward as he reached out to ask, "Su, what's wrong?" She sobbed like a child and said, "Hoo, Mr. Yi, you are right, I understand now." "Well, that's good, that's good. He sighed inwardly, I didn't say anything at all, so why is she crying? Seeing her teary-eyed gaze fixed on him, Changqing was frightened and panicked. About that. Then, Changqing hurriedly pulled Yan Bingxian away, exclaiming, if Su has no other business, I will take my leave now. Huh. I didn't eat you, why are you running so fast? Changqing spoke to Lu Ruyi, Lu Overseer, let's quickly move on to the next floor. Okay, sure. On one side, Yan Bingxian was giddy and delighted. Mr. Yi and I held hands already. Then, all three prepared to ascend to the next floor. Lu Ruyi led the way and said, Mr. Yi is exceptionally talented, I wonder what kind of expert he is from. Changqing replied, Miss Lu is overly flattering, I am just an ordinary person who enjoys books and painting, nothing special. Hearing the phrase, ordinary, left her astonished. Oh my, is there really nothing special about being ordinary? What then is considered special? She secretly lamented, being able to speak in a way that feels refreshing, and making the two floor masters of Qing Feng Luo Yu Pavilion truly respect him, can that be called ordinary and nothing special? I seriously doubt life now. At this moment, Changqing continued, earlier, I was engaging closely with the two floor masters from a personal aesthetic perspective. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyi could only smile awkwardly, at a loss for how to respond. She lifted the curtain to enter and turned back, gesturing gently, please invite Mr. Yi inside. This is the third floor, the floor of fine arts. The disciples were engrossed in a game of Go, and Lu Ruyi spoke while pointing at the Go boards, each table having two students deep in thought. Her gaze stopped on a serious girl holding a book, with an air of erudition. She is Mo Chi, the master of this Go floor. Mo floor master is known as an eccentric, passionate about Go, and is the top player of De Yen. Lu Ruyi continued, Mr. Yi may have heard of her fame. Changqing smiled and replied, Miss Lu, please forgive me. I have just arrived in the imperial capital a few days ago and have never heard of the renowned Mo floor master. Lu Ruyi then explained, she has dedicated her life to studying the art of Go, and is the only disciple ever guided by the Go Saint Nan Gong Xian Su of De Yen Kingdom. Changqing was somewhat surprised to hear this. Oh, then said with interest, I once played Go with an old man who claimed to have studied the way of Go his entire life. He thought to himself, but his skill was nothing special, he disappeared after just a few games. Lu Ruyi gestured for Changqing to step forward, saying, this is the Go floor. Yan Bingxian couldn't help but praise, the ceiling is decorated like an illusion realm of the night sky, truly worthy of an eccentric. Even the arrangement resembles a Go board. Noticing Mo Chi, she asked, is that Mo floor master? What are those things on the shelf behind her? Lu Ruyi smiled and replied, those are treasures from our Qing Feng Luo Yu Pavilion. 13 ancient chess endgame positions have been passed down from ancient times, stored by the third tier. To this day, no one has been able to solve any of them. Changqing, hearing this, exclaimed in astonishment, oh. He rubbed his chin and thought to himself, is it really that impressive? Then he pointed and said loudly, then I want to play 10 games. Upon hearing this, Mo Chi suddenly turned around, letting out a, huh. She scrutinized Changqing with a questioning gaze, who is this person? Then she stood up and walked over to the group. She gently bowed to Lu Ruyi, saying, Lu Overseer, may I ask what brings you here today? Lu Ruyi was about to introduce Changqing to Mo Chi when he was interrupted. Changqing clasped his hands and said, Miss, may I request to see the 13 ancient chess endgame positions? Mo Chi frowned and crossed her arms as she looked at Changqing. Young master, the ancient endgame positions are treasures of our third tier. They can't just be viewed at will. Speaking of status, you are not clearly established, and even those from noble families must go through an examination first. After hearing this, Changqing was astonished and thought to himself, it's just a few chess diagrams, why make it so complicated? 13 ancient chess boards, each containing extremely dangerous energy. Ordinary knights cannot endure it, if their cultivation is insufficient and they forcefully attempt to comprehend. She said up to this point, loudly, the lightest damage can be to the meridians, and the worst can be losing one's path and life. My master Nan Gong Xian Su initially left this as a trial, only those who pass have the qualification to see the chessboard. This is also to protect those who are ignorant like you. She pointed directly at Chongqing, who looked confused. Seeing the tension, Lu Ruyi spoke up, gently yet firmly, "Qi don't be rude." She extended her hand towards Chongqing, her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed, and said, "Mr. Yi here is a talented individual, well-versed in both calligraphy and painting. He has already demonstrated his strength on the first and second levels." Mo Qi maintained a contemptuous expression, snorting coldly, "Writing and painting may be impressive, but that doesn't mean he's good at chess." Chongqing lowered his head slightly, his hand covering half of his face, the corners of his lips curling into a cold smile, a faint evil energy wafting through his spine. "Then remember what you said. Please, Miss Mo, present your challenge." Mo Qi tilted her chin forward. "Look there." In front of them, an old man with gray hair and beard was sitting thoughtfully by the chessboard. Mo Qi explained, "This one old man is a famous chess master in the capital. He has been contemplating the chess position left by our master for 3 days and 3 nights, and he still hasn't found a single move." Hearing this, Chongqing immediately stepped closer to the one old man and bent down to look at the chessboard. "Let me take a look." Seeing Chongqing act so presumptuously, Mo Qi frowned and shouted, "Hey, I advise you not to be arrogant and jump into the pit." Yen Bing Xin, standing aside, spoke confidently, "It's okay, Mo Floor Master. Mr. Ye's chess skills are much more formidable than you think." At this moment, the one old man was trembling all over, continuously muttering, "If the situation is weak, then don't run. If the formation collapses, then don't leave." How to break the situation? Chongqing's voice rang out, "Old sir, can I try a little?" Upon hearing this, the one old man sighed and replied, "Forget it. I have been studying for 3 days and haven't even placed a single piece down. It seems I really am not destined to solve this ancient endgame," he said, then stood up from his seat and gestured to Chongqing, "Please, young man." Chongqing replied, "Thank you," and without hesitation sat down. He took a white piece and placed it on the chessboard, gently saying, "Open." As soon as he placed the piece down, thick spiritual energy suddenly surrounded the chessboard. Opposite him, the illusion of Nan Gong Xian Su appeared. He looked at the chessboard and placed a black piece down. Seeing this, the one old man exclaimed in panic, "Not good, the black piece is attacking the center, critical situation." Chongqing calmly responded, "It's fine." He slightly curled his lips, his eyes shining with sharp light, "Although this board bears the mark of 3 complete reincarnations, as long as I can escape from the current predicament and strike from a different angle, I can still turn defeat into victory." As he spoke, Chongqing placed a white piece down. That tiny piece resembled a shooting star tearing through the night, bringing with it a flickering light of hope. The once tangled and hopeless chessboard seemed to have found a way out. The one old man was drenched in sweat, staring intently at the chessboard, his expression one of astonishment. "It turns out that's the case." The old man sitting across from Chongqing made another move. The black piece fell down, and the dry sound echoed like the tolling of a death knell. Chongqing remained unfazed, placing another white piece on the board. His voice was steady, resonating in the stillness of the air. "If you worry about what you can lose and don't dare to break through, you will be surrounded and perish in this trial." The old man made another move, and Chongqing continued, his tone as firm as iron, "You will also never have the right to witness the end." Chongqing reached into the jar of pieces again, pulled out a piece, a pure white one, and decisively tossed it. He loudly declared, "White 58 defends." The white piece gently landed right in the center of the board. As soon as he placed it, Chongqing spoke again, his voice booming like thunder in the air, "Flying Phoenix stabilizes the universe." The space suddenly seemed to freeze, time came to a halt. Nan Gong Xian Su paused mid-move, unable to make another move as he gradually faded away like a wisp of smoke in front of Chongqing. The empty board stood as a declaration of his victory. Witnessing this scene, one old man couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "Wonderful. Truly wonderful." Mo Qi looked at Chongqing with a completely different gaze, filled with admiration, and suddenly said, He really managed to solve my master's trial. Skillful in painting and technique, there is nothing he does not excel at. Unlike Mo-chi's astonished expression, Yen Bing-xin seemed accustomed to Chang-Qing's extraordinary talent, simply smiling charmingly and covering her mouth as she said, "Truly worthy of being Mr. Yi." Mo-chi was still in shock, looking at Chang-Qing and thinking to himself, "I never expected that someone could solve this trial in such a short time." Over there, the group of younger disciples were huddled together, gazing at the chessboard, continually exclaiming, "Marvelous, truly marvelous." Chang-Qing bowed in response, "Thanks to your generosity." After that, he stepped in front of Mo-chi and said with a smile, "Mo-chi floor master, may I now expand my horizons and see the 13 remaining games of this ancient set?" The several chess players behind spoke up. This young man is probably the one with the highest level of chess skill in nearly 100 years. Indeed, if he can solve even a single remaining game, he will gain immense magical powers. Mo-chi sighed and agreed, "Very well." Saying that, she walked to the bookshelf at the back, took out a wooden box, and said, "Mr. Yi, although you have passed the trial, I must remind you of one thing. Even if one is as strong as my master, while they can enter the Tao on the spot, they can only solve one board, so." Chang-Qing excitedly replied, "Got it, got it." He reached out his hand as if to take the box, his expression eager, "Hurry and let me try. I can't wait to showcase my talent." Then he thought to himself, his expression disdainful, "Stop using superstitions to trick me with those talismans. Aren't they just a few pieces of paper? How dangerous can they be?" Mo-chi raised a finger, bit it until it bled, then let the blood drip onto the box. The old man Wan looked on in shock, exclaiming, "Oh my, you actually used blood restriction from ancient times to protect it. It seems that this game is truly not simple." Mo-chi slowly opened the box, and a wisp of eerie spiritual energy enveloped it. A chessboard inside was revealed, and everyone found it hard to maintain their composure in the face of its oppressive aura. A chilling wave ran down their spines, causing them to shiver. It feels like being stared at by a gigantic snake, making it hard for one to breathe. I can already feel the immense oppressive power, as if I am being glanced at by the heavenly secret like an ant. Don't even mention it, I'm being forced down to the point where I can't lift my head, one of them stuttered, his voice trembling. Mo-chi took the flag and said, "It seems that you all feel that this situation is extremely dangerous and eerie. I hope that the knights of the realm who haven't arrived yet do not foolishly think of trying to find a way to solve the board themselves. If any unforeseen circumstances arise because of this, I will not be held responsible." After speaking, she handed the flag to Chang-Qing. "Mr. Yi, please." Yen Bing-xin enthusiastically cheered, "Mr. Yi, go for it." Chang-Qing sat down, holding the flag in one hand while rearranging the pieces below with the other, murmuring, "Black changes to 6, white jumps out. Black 7 chases, white 8 contends for the upper ground." As he arranged the pieces, he thought to himself, "This is quite similar to the match I played when I participated in the amateur level 1 tournament before crossing over. Is this all there is?" Mo-chi, observing from the side, then said, "Looks like it's starting directly. Aren't you going to prepare any defenses?" Yen Bing-xin whispered to Mo-chi, "He's used to it. Normally, he doesn't say much." After a moment, Yi Chang-Qing seemed hesitant, mumbling, "What should I do?" The crowd around them murmured, "It looks like this young guy is also facing a tough battle. He has some skill, but not much. It seems that this ancient game is not easy to unravel." Mo-chi shook his head in disappointment, "It's been years, and I thought I would wait for an expert. The master pavilion instructed me to find a talent, but it seems it's not this Mr. Yi." Chang-Qing was still focused on finding a way to break the mysterious formation. He mentally calculated and had come up with 11 ways, but all required more than 5 moves to win. It's a bit embarrassing. In the end, Chang-Qing decided, "Well, I'll just use the third method." Having thought this, he carefully lifted a chess piece and placed it on the board. Suddenly, someone looked up in shock and exclaimed, "Look over there." What is that?" In the sky, a gigantic chessboard was hovering. Strangely, it looked as vivid as real, and the pieces seemed to be moving. Emitting an indescribable aura of mystery, Lu Ruyi witnessed this bizarre scene and quickly spoke up to explain to everyone, "It is a chessboard come to life." Even the red-haired girl was so astonished that she couldn't utter a word. She thought to herself, "In the past, even when my master borrowed the remnants of the game to enter the path, such a wonder never appeared." The formations on that giant chessboard began to change continuously, as if it were a living creature breathing. One old man stared at the chessboard, not blinking once, his mouth constantly murmuring, "Marvelous, truly marvelous." This chessboard seems to focus on the gate of life, forcing the opponent into an unending struggle, worn down to death. Yet this little friend has calculated the entire board's moves. Lu Ruyi anxiously looked up at the animated chessboard and turned to ask Mo Chi, "Chi-er, do you think Mr. Yi can break this?" Mo Chi's eyes widened as she replied, "It's not a matter of whether he can or not." After a moment of dazedness, Changqing suddenly blinked and regained his composure. His hands moved swiftly and gracefully like a dance on the chessboard, then he gently placed a white piece down. The entire space seemed to fall silent. Mo Chi exclaimed, "Changqing has broken the chess formation." After the remnants of the game were resolved, a voice, deep and ancient, echoed from the chessboard. "Descendant, congratulations on successfully unraveling the remnants I have left behind. This means you are qualified to inherit my legacy." Hearing this, Changqing joyfully raised his face, thinking to himself, "It's here, it's here, it's here. The reward for solving the ancient remnants is here." He spread his arms wide, closed his eyes, and said, "Grant me the rewards of the divine chess. I am ready." Suddenly, a ray of light burst forth from the chessboard and quickly entered Changqing's body. The chessboard gently fell down as well. However, from an outsider's perspective, Changqing looked no different from a madman flailing his arms and legs, laughing to himself. Mo Chi watched the scene before her, looking puzzled. She turned to Yen Bing Xian and asked, "What's going on with Mr. Yi?" Yen Bing Xian was also at a loss, only able to reply, "I don't know. Perhaps he is trying to show reverence for the ancient remnants." At this moment, Changqing opened one eye, remaining silent. After a long wait, he suddenly turned pale and shouted to the sky, "Damn it! What is going on here? What inheritance is this?" Fuming with anger, Changqing slammed the flag down on the table and shouted, "Are you playing with me?" Seeing Changqing's furious reaction, Yen Bing Xian hurriedly approached to ask, "Mr. Yi, are you okay?" Changqing scratched his cheek and replied, "Oh, I'm fine, I'm fine." After saying that, his expression turned serious again as he pondered, could it be that this inheritance is like a jigsaw puzzle, requiring each piece to unlock the whole? He turned to Mo Chi and asked, "Miss Mo, can ye solve all the remaining 12 puzzles?" Changqing's question caused Mo Chi to pause, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and with a pale face she trembled and asked, Do you intend to continue solving?" Changqing responded, "That's right." His short admission made the crowd behind him burst into a commotion, filled with confusion. Does this young man intend to continuously solve all the puzzles? Young and inexperienced, but that is a great master of the extraordinary. This is the first time anyone has dared to declare they want to solve them all. Courageous, truly too courageous. Mo Chi inadvertently recalled the image of her master from years ago, and an indescribable feeling surged in her heart. Back then, her master had spent all his energy just trying to solve a chess game, so exhausted that he had to lie bedridden for days. Seeing the astonished expressions of everyone, Changqing simply smiled faintly, a remarkably confident smile. He asked, "Miss Mo, is something wrong?" A forced smile briefly appeared on Mo Chi's face as she stammered in response. No. Please wait a moment, I will fetch it for you right away." Lu Ruyi had observed and witnessed everything that unfolded. She quietly left the room, her gaze cunning, pulling out an object emitting a faint blue light, thinking to herself, "Changqing is indeed a genius. I must report this to Master Pavilion immediately." The faint blue light soared to the highest floor of Feng Pavilion, passing through the wall to reach a calm girl sitting by the window, casually smoking a pipe. In her hand, she also held an object identical to the one Lu Ruyi was holding. Lu Ruyi's soft voice echoed from within that object. "Master Pavilion, sorry to disturb your rest. The master pavilion, who was high on drugs, gently took a puff from his pipe and exhaled. Then he spoke, Ru-yi, is there something going on? Ru-yi glanced into the communication device and replied with a smile, reporting to Master Pavilion, just now a young gentleman solved the remaining game that Mo-chi was keeping in less than an hour. Currently, he also wants to attempt to solve all 10 remaining games. Hearing Ru-yi's report, Master Pavilion slightly furrowed his brows and exclaimed, Oh. Are you saying he wants to continuously solve all the ancient remaining games? Ru-yi confirmed, that's correct, Master Pavilion. Master Pavilion smiled and said, let him try. I actually want to see if he has this capability. Ru-yi responded, subordinate understands. After hanging up, Master Pavilion looked out the distant window, thinking to himself, has the person I've been searching for finally appeared? On this side, a stack of boxes was placed down, and Mo-chi was slightly panting. He turned to Chang-ching and said, Mr. Yi, the 12 remaining ancient games are all here. Chang-ching replied with a smile, thank you. He then wasted no time opening the box. Inside, a brilliant light emitted from the box. Chang-ching focused on the inside of the wooden box. Then he reached out and took a chessboard. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and memorized each piece's position on the board. 3 moments passed, and Chang-ching opened his eyes, his gaze resolute. He picked up a white piece, frowned slightly, and placed it down on the board. A surge of energy was suddenly broken, and the chessboard gradually broke free from its constraints, signaling that it had been resolved. Mo-chi, standing beside him, still could not believe his eyes. Chang-ching had solved the second chessboard, and moreover, even faster than the first one. The few players behind him also gaped in astonishment, exclaiming in unison, incredible. Chang-ching also felt it was strange. He looked at the chessboard and thought to himself, this one seems even easier than the last. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the recently resolved chessboard, Descendant, congratulations on successfully solving the remaining game left by this seat. This means that you are eligible to receive my inheritance. Chang-ching looked up, his heart racing, this time, it must be something good. Then a stream of energy continued to flow from the chessboard into him. Chang-ching was bewildered, scratching his head, and thought to himself, why does it feel just like before? He looked back. The gaze fell on Yen Bing Xian. A thought flashed through, what if I try a different person? Having thought that, Chang-ching followed the process just like before, opening the box, taking out the chessboard, and setting it up again. He called out, Miss Yen. Hearing the call, Yen Bing Xian respectfully approached and asked, do you have any instructions, Mr. Yi? Chang-ching pointed to the seat and then to the chessboard, saying, do you see this position? You place the white piece there. Yen Bing Xian was taken aback, pointing to herself and asking, me? Chang-ching smiled and nodded. Yen Bing Xian complied, sitting in Chang-ching's place. She picked up a white piece but felt influenced by the mystical power of the chessboard and could not place it down. Seeing this, Mo-chi reminded her, Ninth Princess, be careful. Finally, Yen Bing Xian managed to place the piece down. A beam of light immediately illuminated the surroundings. A voice echoed, Descendant, congratulations on successfully solving the remnants left by this seat. This means you are eligible to receive the inheritance of this seat. This seat leaves a strand of original spirit in each remnant, and today it is being transmitted to you. The countless stars surrounding Yen Bing Xian are a stream of light. She stuttered in astonishment, this is. Suddenly, she realized the deep intentions of Chang-ching. Mr. Yi told me to set the board, it turns out he intended to grant me this rare magical power. The voice rang out again, when this skill is fully cultivated, it can move mountains and fill seas, and the wind can blow the grass. But you must have a cultivation stage of divinity to cultivate it. I will first transmit the spiritual principles to you, remember to engrave them in your heart. The chessboard at this moment shone even more intensely. The light gradually faded, and Yen Bing Xian looked around, feeling a strange energy seemingly weaving through her body, making her feel different. But the most shocked person must have been Chang-ching, standing dumbfounded across from her. After the final beam of light completely vanished, Yen Bing Xian immediately knelt down, clasping her hands respectfully. Bing Xian thanks Mr. Yi for granting this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Changqing's face turned pale, stammering as if he couldn't believe his ears. Mo Qi, standing beside, witnessed everything and broke out in cold sweat. Is it really so easy to receive these opportunities disobedient to heaven and such shocking magical powers? The onlookers outside the game couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Generous, so generous. I want to be like that too. One person exclaimed with envy. Changqing looked at Yen Bing Xian with a pitiful gaze. Inside him rose a choking feeling. Why do others get inheritance while he does not? Is it just because he has no spiritual roots? The arrow of hatred pierced deep into his heart, and Changqing gritted his teeth, his hands clenched and trembling. Fine, very well. So this is how it's played. His face suddenly turned ferocious like a demon. I will wipe you all out today. Open for me. Open everything. He shouted, and all the remaining chessboards immediately appeared. Breathing heavily, Changqing looked at the chessboards with a gaze full of hatred, then began to crazily break the formations. One game after another. Break, keep breaking, keep destroying. Break everything for me. Each chessboard dismantled echoed the same voice, Descendant, congratulations. At the same time, a strange energy flowed into Changqing's body. At this moment, he looked extremely twisted, suffering as he received no benefit from these chessboards. The voices continued to ring out monotonously like a mockery. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to you. The congratulatory words echoed in his ears, making him tremble with anger, tears streaming down his face from indignation. Congratulations, congratulations to you. Changqing pointed directly at the chessboard and shouted loudly. Damn it. Congratulations my ass. Don't you fear retribution for toying with others' emotions like this? Another hour passed, and in anger, Changqing turned to leave, saying to Yen Bing Xian, let's go. Yen Bing Xian hurriedly followed behind, admiringly watching his back. Senior Yi is truly impressive, she thought to herself. Mo Qi leaned down to watch Changqing disappear, cold sweat still dripping down her face. She spoke tremulously. Congratulations, Mr. Yi. Looking back at where Changqing had just sat, Mo Qi silently thought. With 13 incomplete games solved in less than 3 hours, who on earth is he? Lu Rui walked ahead, leading the way for Yen Bing Xian and Changqing. She stole a glance at Changqing, feeling increasingly confused. Mr. Yi solved all the unfinished ancient games, why does he seem so unhappy? Did I fail to treat him properly in some way? Lu Rui pondered. As they walked, suddenly, a melodious sound of a musical instrument echoed. Changqing paused, looking towards the source of the sound with curiosity. What is that music? He asked softly. It must be that fairy again who has come to the 4th floor, Lu Rui quickly replied. Changqing was slightly surprised. Is that fairy the floor master of the 4th floor? No, Lu Rui shook her head. She is a female cultivator from the immortal sect. About a month ago, she came here for the first time and defeated the then floor master with her musical skills before leaving. Since then, she has occasionally returned to challenge those who want to assess their strength against hers. So far, she has never been defeated. Changqing smiled. That's quite interesting. Lu Rui said while walking. It seems that today we will witness the grace of the fairy again. Inside, a contest was taking place between that fairy and a young master. He had just finished playing his lute and arrogantly proclaimed, "Haha, today I will definitely win." A voice from behind the curtain softly echoed, a grasshopper trying to move a cart, unaware of the heavens and the earth. As soon as she finished speaking, she lightly plucked the strings of her lute. The sound waves shot out from behind the curtain, heading straight towards the young master. What? He exclaimed in shock. Sharp sounds like a knife sliced across his face. After the gust of sound faded away, a long cut appeared on his face. He held his face and howled, "Wah wah wah." The exquisite face of the #1 village chief in Hufo, the Liu tree of my abyssal metropolis. A cold voice rang out from behind the curtain. A grasshopper tries to lift a cart, unaware of the vast sky and deep earth. The young master trembled as he stood up, angrily pointing at the curtain and shouting, "If it's poetry, then it's poetry. Why ruin my looks? Is it because you can't win that you resort to dirty tricks?" The fairy, casually playing her instrument, replied, "You are too weak to withstand the pressure created by the music. Moreover, we initially agreed that if you lost, you would have to marry an ugly person like yourself. I truly cannot afford to lose." Changqing chuckled and moved closer to the curtain, saying, Hey, even if you win, you shouldn't attack someone's appearance. I think this brother over here looks, somewhat acceptable." The young master held his face and shouted in fury, "Humph. Little guy, don't make fun of me. If you're so capable, come up and try." Changqing placed his hand on his shoulder and calmly said, "I'm telling you not to provoke me." Indeed, it was true. After saying that, Changqing stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "Miss, may I have a match with you?" His response surprised everyone. "No need, I admit defeat." Everyone was puzzled. The young master couldn't accept this, pointing at Changqing and asking, on what basis? Why did she immediately admit defeat as soon as he arrived? The curtain was slowly lifted. "Because ye great master is the best in my heart." A graceful, elegant girl with an extraordinary demeanor stepped out. The space suddenly became quiet. A cup of tea was poured, and the four of them, Changqing, Yan Bing Xian, Qing Shui, and Lu Ruyi, sat around the tea table. The wind blew through the eaves, carrying the sweet sound of the piano. Changqing smiled lightly and said, "I just heard the sound of the piano and felt it was familiar. It turns out it was Miss Qing Shui." Qing Shui also looked at him, replying with delight, "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for remembering me. As soon as I heard the piano, I recognized you." Mississippi Changqing responded. Lu Ruyi stood by, witnessing the scene of Changqing and Qing Shui chatting happily. There was no distance at all, and she couldn't help but feel astonished. She inwardly thought, this exceptionally skilled fairy is usually quite arrogant. Why is she being so humble at this moment? What exactly is Ye's true identity? Changqing turned to ask Qing Shui, "It's been a long time since we last met. Why have you come to the imperial capital?" Qing Shui's expression became slightly difficult to read as she replied, "I came here on a whim, wanting to take a trip to the imperial capital." In reality, the image of Su Ji Tian announcing that Changqing would be coming to the imperial capital flashed in her mind. According to reliable sources, Yi Senior is preparing to set off for the imperial capital. Finally, it is our turn to make a good impression on Yi Senior. The old man looked at Qing Shui and instructed, "Qing Shui, you go to Qing Feng Luo Yu Pavilion in the imperial capital of De Yen first and wait for him. You must provide Yi Senior with a great experience." Then he moved closer to Qing Shui, his face sly, and added, "But we must act naturally. We can't let the senior feel disturbed." Qing Shui smiled cunningly, understood. The two were engrossed in conversation, completely unaware that Yan Bing Xian behind them was feeling extremely uncomfortable. She thought to herself, why is this Qing Shui so familiar with Yi Senior? In Qing Shui's eyes at this moment, a gleam of jade green light flashed. She observed Yan Bing Xian and thought to herself, with dual spiritual roots of ice and water attributes, she's just a mid-level golden elixir cultivator. Humph. The 9th princess of the Yen kingdom is just that much. Changqing continued the story. From the sound of the guqin earlier, it seems like you have made progress in your Tao of music. Qing Shui blushed and gently replied, "Ye great master praises me too much. If possible, I hope you can offer Qing Shui some more guidance. Being instructed by you would be the greatest honor for Qing Shui." Yan Bing Xian interjected, "That's right, the playing of this elder sister is decent, but it doesn't even compare to a tiny fraction of Yi Si's." Hearing the term elder sister, Qing Shui felt frustrated. Elder sister? This little girl dares to call me elder sister. Changqing spoke in a deep voice, "Yan young lady's words are incorrect. Although my level is slightly higher than Qing Shui's, in culture, I'm #1 and in martial arts, #2. As long as there is intention, that's enough. Qing Shui grabbed Chang Qing's hand and placed it on her chest, happily saying, that's right, so Qing Shui is willing to connect with Yi Sir's spirit. Chang Qing chuckled, alright, if Miss Qing Shui has said so, then I will show a little bit. After saying that, Chang Qing calmly walked toward the guzheng and sat down. Yan Bing Xian and Qing Shui stood on either side, but did not like each other. Qing Shui confidently looked at Yan Bing Xian, thinking to herself, you are definitely going to lose, little junior sister. Yan Bing Xian was also unyielding, elder sister, don't conclude too early. Chang Qing placed her hands on the strings, her slender fingers gliding lightly. The music rang out like flowing water and drifting clouds, spreading throughout the room and carried by the wind, infiltrating every nook and cranny of the imperial capital. The melodious tune was strangely serene, making the hearts of the listeners feel still, their worries melting away. On the streets, passers-by stopped in their tracks, looking toward the source of the sound, exclaiming in awe, the music is truly marvelous. One man exclaimed, it sounds almost magical. My heart suddenly feels unusually at peace. Some even felt their cultivation level raised a little. The crowd began to flow toward the Qing Feng Luo Yu Pavilion, where the enchanting music was emanating from. Lu Ruyi stood beside, her heart shaken. She had always thought Qing Shui's talent in music and chess was unparalleled. To her surprise, compared to Mr. Yi, this Qing Shui was like a firefly before the full moon. When the final piece of music came to an end, both Qing Shui and Yan Bing Xian had their eyes closed, channeling their spiritual energy. Yan Bing Xian looked at the stream of spiritual energy around her hand and thought, is Mr. Yi guiding me on how to harmonize the spiritual energy in my body with this music? As for Qing Shui, she had an epiphany about a new realm. Not only did her cultivation progress, but her heart realm also became clearer and more open. Suddenly, a gurgle broke the silence of the space. Chang Qing's stomach was growling. Qing Shui looked at him and gently asked, Mr. Yi, are you hungry? Chang Qing felt a little embarrassed and chuckled, hee, climbing from the first floor to the fourth indeed consumes quite a bit of energy. Yan Bing Xian then giggled. The opportunity to show off has come. She quickly ran over and linked her arm with Chang Qing's. Mr. Yi, I know the best tavern in the imperial capital. Shall we go together? Sure. Chang Qing replied happily. Then he turned to ask Qing Shui, Miss Qing Shui, if it's not a bother, will you join us? Qing Shui heard this and her face lit up as she hurriedly replied, the great Master Yi has invited, how can Qing Shui refuse? Yan Bing Xian shot a glare at Qing Shui and snorted, someone just wants to dine with Mr. Yi, why do you have to interfere? Qing Shui crossed her arms and raised her chin, then you just tell the great Master Yi, would he think you are petty? Chang Qing stepped outside, turning her head to call, what are you two doing? Let's go. After spending some time at the Qing Feng Luo Yu Pavilion, Chang Qing and the two beautiful women left. Lu Ruyi, Mo Qi, and Su Shiyu came to see them off. Lu Ruyi leisurely watched the carriage disappear from view and turned to ask everyone, did you hear that music just now? Not only the zither and chess, but Mr. Ye's painting and insights are truly extraordinary. Su Shiyu smiled and said, the level of skill in the arts is not something ordinary people can compare to. Mo Qi crossed her arms in agreement. And calligraphy as well, unparalleled. Another voice rang out, it was Wang Mo. Lu Ruyi nodded, her expression serious. It seems our opinions are unanimous. The other three nodded in agreement. The four of them simultaneously took out the sound transmission jade and pressed them together. A powerful beam of light erupted, shooting straight up into the sky and spreading everywhere. All four knelt down, facing the beam of light that gradually formed into a circle, and shouted in unison, subordinate pays respects to Master Pavilion. Within the circle of light, a beautiful girl with a calm demeanor spoke, it seems you have replaced me in conducting the investigation. Where is that man now? The girl was Mu Rongli Zhou, the Master Pavilion of the Qing Feng Luo Yu Pavilion. Meanwhile, at the Zui Xian Pavilion, Chang Qing was dining with Yan Bing Xian and Qing Shui. Mr. Yi, this is the best tavern in the imperial capital. Yan Bing Xian exclaimed, her tone full of pride. Chang Qing looked up at the intricately carved sign of Zui Xian Pavilion and nodded slightly. Zui Xian Pavilion, such an elegant name. It seems the family master here is also a cultured person. The three of them entered the tavern. The manager of Zui Xian Pavilion warmly came out to greet them. Welcome, esteemed guests. Manager, we would like the best private room. Yan Bing Xian said. Yes, please follow me upstairs. The manager promptly replied, gesturing for them to enter. Chang Qing followed the two beautiful women upstairs. Upon reaching a lavishly decorated room, the manager gestured invitingly. Please come inside, this is the top private room of Zui Xian Pavilion. We not only have exquisite decor but the furnishings are also treasures. Chang Qing nodded. Indeed, it is quite nice. Then he turned to Yan Bing Xian. Miss Yan, since coming to the imperial capital, you have taken good care of me. Allow me to treat you to this meal as a token of my gratitude. Yan Bing Xian was startled and quickly waved her hand. Mr. Yi is a distinguished guest of De Yan, how can I let you spend money? She thought to herself, if my father finds out that I let Mr. Yi spend money, he will definitely scold me. In contrast to Yan Bing Xian, Qing Shui did not refuse at all. She smiled and replied, thank you very much, Mr. Yi. Yan Bing Xian stood behind, her mouth agape in disbelief. Chang Qing laughed heartily. That's more like it, Qing Shui understands the situation well. Then he turned to go inside, calling out, Manager, bring the menu here. Yes, sir, the manager replied cheerfully. Yan Bing Xian pouted, sighing inwardly. Mr. Yi actually praised her. Chang Qing stepped into the room. Qing Shui smiled faintly, secretly thinking, a man takes the initiative to pay to demonstrate his strength. At this moment, it must not be refused, otherwise, it would embarrass the other party. That little girl still has much to learn. The shopkeeper brought the menu, smiling and saying, please feel free to order. Chang Qing eagerly took the menu. As soon as he opened it, oh no! A dazzling light reflected from the page into his eyes, causing him to bite his tongue. As he looked at the prices of each dish, cold sweat began to bead on Chang Qing's forehead. Oh my! No wonder this is the most high-end tavern in the imperial capital, the prices are indeed shocking. He secretly lamented that if he had known, he wouldn't have tried to show off. Then he subtly felt his wallet, worried whether the money he had saved would be enough for this meal. I would like to order Buddha jumps over the wall, 5 snake soup, and 7 treasure gourd, plus a bottle of 1982 Flying Immortal wine. Yan Bing Xian calmly ordered. Yes, sir. The shopkeeper replied with a wide smile. Hearing Yan Bing Xian's order, Chang Qing's face went pale. 1982 Flying Immortal wine. Just hearing the name makes it sound expensive. Seeing Chang Qing's expression change, Yan Bing Xian asked with concern. Mr. Yi, do you not like the dishes I ordered for you? Chang Qing tried to force a smile. No, I like them all, he quickly added, then turned to Qing Shui. Miss Qing Shui, what would you like to order? Qing Shui gently placed the menu down and calmly said, Miss Yan ordered all oily dishes, so I'll have a vegetarian dish. What did you say? Yan Bing Xian growled. Chang Qing sighed in relief, muttering, vegetarian dishes are good, vegetarian dishes are cheap. 1,000-year snow lotus soup. Qing Shui calmly stated. Chang Qing almost spat blood. Yes, madam, the waiter responded with a smile, writing it down before turning to Chang Qing and asking, and what about you, sir? Chang Qing wiped the blood from his mouth, looking downhearted. I don't need anything. Not many people can finish so many dishes. All right, I'll bring the dishes right away, the waiter replied cheerfully. Watching the waiter leave, Chang Qing felt like tears were about to burst out. In his heart, he screamed, goodbye, my money. The room fell silent, and Chang Qing started looking for ways to reduce the cost of the meal. He turned to Yan Bing Xian, trying to start a conversation. Miss Yan, I see you ordered some familiar dishes. Surely you come here to dine often, right? He thought to himself, perhaps the owner will give me a discount out of respect for a regular customer. That's right, Yan Bing Xian replied, but I also enjoy the elegant atmosphere here. For example, that painting. She pointed to the artwork hanging behind Chang Qing. It is the work of the great master Bai Lian. Chang Qing immediately stood up and walked closer to observe the painting. Just then, the waiter brought in the food. The dishes are ready, sir. As Chang Qing looked at the painting, he asked, is the great master Bai Lian also a famous painter? Yes, esteemed guest, the waiter replied cheerfully. The great master Bai Lian is the owner of Zuixian Pavilion. He loves lotus flowers very much and is also skilled at painting them, which is why he adopted Bai Lian as his courtesy name. Chang Qing stroked his chin, looked over the painting, and said, the artist is not bad, but in terms of artistic conception, it still falls short. Hearing this, the waiter trembled with anger and thought to himself, this little guy probably just wants to show off in front of the two young ladies. His face turned purple, and he turned sharply to leave, mumbling as he walked away, a little brat dares to comment on a painting by the great master Bai Lian. I really don't know what the heaven and earth are. Just then, a man dressed in elegant blue, from his hat to his attire, walked by. Seeing the shopkeeper looking upset, he called out, "A Cheng." This man was Master Bai Lian. Master Bai Lian, the shopkeeper quickly bowed his head in greeting. Just now, I heard you say that someone was commenting on my paintings. Master Bai Lian asked, his expression not very pleasant. Yes, that's correct, the shopkeeper hurriedly replied. In the emperor's room, there is a young master commenting on your paintings. Oh, is that so? Master Bai Lian was surprised. Then I must meet this person. With that, he pushed the door open and entered the emperor's room, politely saying, sorry to interrupt. But the scene that greeted him was Chang Qing gorging himself, his mouth full of food. Huh? Who are you? Chang Qing mumbled. Master Bai Lian tried to suppress his anger and introduced himself. I am the owner of Zuixian Pavilion, my surname is Bu, my given name is Yao, and Bai Lian is my courtesy name. Oh, so you are Bu Yao Master Bai Lian, Chang Qing said, pointing at Bai Lian with his chopsticks. I heard that this young master has some opinions about my painting. Bai Lian asked. Chang Qing continued to eat while speaking, his attitude indifferent. I don't really have any opinions, just feel it lacks a bit of artistic atmosphere. Bai Lian slightly bowed, his demeanor calm, then I hope the young master can enlighten me. Seeing this, Qing Shui frowned and spoke up, hey, you are really rude. We are having a meal, when do we have time to teach you? Chang Qing felt that what Qing Shui said was absolutely right. He bit the end of his chopsticks and silently wept, exactly, a meal could make me go bankrupt, it must not be wasted. Bu Yao Bai Lian replied softly, yet could not hide his arrogance, it was my boldness, but no one has ever dared to critique my floral painting. If today the young master can make me convinced. He paused for a moment, then said, this meal is free. This statement made Chang Qing stop picking up food and turn back to ask for confirmation. What did you say? Then he ran over to shake hands with Bu Yao Bai Lian, asking eagerly, is this true? Seeing Chang Qing so cheerful, Bu Yao Bai Lian broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly replied, oh of course it's true. Hearing the answer, Chang Qing returned to his calm demeanor and smiled, saying, then I shall take the liberty to defame you. He then said loudly, bring the ink and brush here, hurry. Prepare the ink and brush. Bu Yao Bai Lian immediately gave the order. Yes, sir, the innkeeper quickly responded. After the innkeeper left, Bu Yao Bai Lian looked at Chang Qing and thought, I want to see what this little guy can draw. The paper and brush were set out in the middle of the room. Not wanting to waste any more time, Chang Qing stepped forward and picked up the brush. He stroked his chin, pondering, what should I draw? Suddenly, he noticed the lotus flower pattern embroidered on Bai Lian's clothing and chuckled softly. Got it. He dipped the brush into the inkstone and began to draw. Each stroke was graceful and agile, as if infused with spiritual energy, radiating a dense aura. In just a moment, a painting was completed. Done, Chang Qing announced. The three of them moved closer to inspect the painting. Bu Yao Bai Lian looked at the artwork, astonished, exclaiming, this is. In the painting, beautiful blooming lotuses were intertwined with fish swimming playfully, vibrant and lifelike. Next to the painting was a small poem, I am like a fish in your lotus pond, waiting only for the moonlight under your and my arms. The three of them seemed to have entered the enchanting world of the painting. Qing Shui looked around in surprise and asked, have we entered the world within the painting? Yan Bing Xian was equally amazed, everything in the painting seems so real, it's hard to believe. She took a step forward and felt the dampness under her feet. My clothes are wet. This water, it's real. She was even more astonished. Buyao Bailian seemed to have wandered into the realm of immortals, murmuring, so beautiful, truly beautiful. He inhaled the faint fragrance of the lotus flowers and sighed, ah, it seems I can even smell the fragrance. He then reached out and plucked a lotus. Seeing that everyone was absorbed in the scene, Chongqing cleared his throat. The four of them immediately snapped back to reality, leaving the dream realm within the painting. The beautiful lotus in Buyao Bailian's hand suddenly turned into the face of the waiter. Ah, the waiter cried out in pain as Bai Lian slapped him across the face. He clutched his face and sat down crying loudly. Chongqing then spoke up, asking, Bai Lian great master, how does my painting look? At this moment, Buyao Bai Lian completely changed his attitude. He grasped Chongqing's hand tightly, praising him without end. Divine work. Truly divine work. Compared to you, my painting is nothing at all. I am no longer worthy of the title Bai Lian. His gaze towards Chongqing was filled with admiration, as if he were looking at a deity. You are truly a great master. Chongqing smiled as he spoke about the painting. The lotus blooms in the mud yet remains untainted, bathing in clear water yet not becoming vulgar, it can be seen from afar but not touched. If you can understand this, then you truly comprehend the heavens. Hearing Chongqing's philosophical words, Buyao Bai Lian suddenly realized something. Blooming in the mud yet untainted, visible from afar but untouchable. He murmured, then suddenly clasped his hands and knelt before Chongqing, showing immense respect. A single phrase from the young master has made me realize that the last 15 years of my life have been utterly meaningless. He bowed his head down. Please accept my respect. Seeing this, Chongqing was stunned, his face pale. What is happening? Why are you kneeling? He helped Buyao Bai Lian up. No. I just want to ask about this meal. Buyao Bai Lian stood up and turned to the innkeeper, loudly giving an order. Remember, from now on, this young master will dine at Zuixian Pavilion completely free of charge. The innkeeper's face turned pale, and he was drenched in sweat as he hurriedly replied. Yes, sir. Hearing this, Chongqing joyfully asked. Completely free. Buyao Bai Lian rubbed his hands and smiled, saying, I only hope the young master can leave this painting for me. No problem. Chongqing rolled up the painting and handed it to Buyao Bai Lian. In the afternoon, Chongqing, along with Yan Bing Xian and Qing Shui, left Zuixian Pavilion. Buyao Bai Lian warmly saw them off at the door. Take your time, young master. Remember to visit often in the future. After walking a bit, Chongqing scratched his head and wondered, is it a bit excessive to trade a painting for free food forever? Yan Bing Xian and Qing Shui turned to glare at him, speaking in unison. Let's go. It really is a bit excessive. Chongqing thought the two were talking about him and awkwardly defended himself. He volunteered, I didn't force him. But it turned out that Yan Bing Xian was referring to Buyao Bai Lian. She scoffed. In my eyes, this painting by Mr. Yi is definitely worth exchanging for his Zuixian Pavilion. Chongqing was taken aback and couldn't believe it. Qing Shui nodded in agreement. That's right, that guy really got a good deal. Chongqing looked towards Zuixian Pavilion, thinking to himself, no matter how beautiful the painting is, exchanging one for the entire pavilion is just too extravagant. He glanced at the two girls walking ahead and muttered, these two must not be teasing me, right? Inside Zuixian Pavilion, Buyao Bai Lian was holding the painting, happily bouncing around. Today is really a big game. Suddenly, he noticed someone standing outside watching him. It was a beautiful woman, none other than Mu Rongli Zhou, the master of Qing Feng Luo Yu Pavilion. She smiled and asked, Great master seems very happy, did something good happen? Upon seeing her, Buyao Bai Lian instinctively began to say, Mother, but quickly corrected himself, Mu Rong Master Pavilion, why have you come here? Mu Rongli Zhou did not answer, flying straight inside, casually sitting down and propping her chin, asking, I ask you, Mr. Yi came here for a meal just now, is that correct? Buyao Bai Lian heard her question and immediately guessed. Are you asking about young Master Yi who just left with those two young ladies? That's right. Mu Rongli Zhou replied seriously. Buyao Bai Lian smiled brightly and held up the painting. You came at the wrong time. That young master just left. He even gifted me another painting. Then he opened the painting for her to see. Upon seeing the artwork, Mu Rongli Zhou was taken aback. The painting radiated a stream of light, abundant with Taoist energy, illuminating the entire room. She had to cover her eyes with her hands, breathless. Remarkable. Just a painting, yet it makes me feel the essence of the great Tao. Indeed, he is a match for me. Suddenly, her gaze fixed on three characters, Chongqing, placed in the corner of the painting. Chongqing. Is this his given name? She muttered, then as if realizing something, repeated, Chongqing. Chongqing. She remembered the statue in the temple and gasped. Could he be the Saint Chongqing? Buyao Bai Lian, hearing her words, suddenly recalled something, clasped his head, and exclaimed, I heard that recently there have been continuous strange occurrences at Dongshan Chongqing Temple. Could it be because of this Mr.? Isn't he self-promoting his own idol? Mu Rongli Zhou grew more excited as she listened. This man can only belong to me, Mu Rongli Zhou. As night fell, under the quiet sky, a figure swiftly glided over the rooftops. It was Mu Rongli Zhou. She was urgently searching for Chongqing. Suddenly, she sensed an evil energy and quickly turned around. A powerful hand struck down, shattering the tiles above her. Before her stood a dignified old man. Mu Rong lady, long time no see. Are you well? The old man asked. It was Gao Zhu. Mu Rongli Zhou's expression was far from pleasant, on the contrary, it was filled with anger. She landed on the ground, looked straight at Gao Zhu, and coldly said, Now you finally look like an old ancestor of the clan. After many years apart, my father once said you would never achieve the divine transformation realm in this lifetime, yet unexpectedly you truly have broken through. Gao Zhu stood silently listening to her, then replied, That's right, the heavens have blessed my Diyen. This old man has received expert assistance, and not only has he successfully broken through to the divine peak. Both cultivation and swordsmanship have made significant advancements. Mu Rongli Zhou frowned, doubting the expert's assistance. Stop beating around the bush, who exactly is that Mr. Yi and what is his background? Gao Zhu was surprised. How do you know Yi Senior? Mu Rongli Zhou took a drag of her cigarette and replied nonchalantly, He performed so remarkably on the 4th floor of Qing Feng Luoyu Pavilion, how could I not know? Over the years, I have searched all over Zhongzhou, hoping to meet a worthy man, but all I found were disappointments. Today, witnessing his abilities firsthand, I realize there are extraordinary figures like him in this world. Gao Zhu sighed and spoke frankly. Mu Rong lady, forgive an old man. To be blunt, he is someone you cannot reach. I advise you to abandon this intention early to avoid bringing disaster upon the Mu Rong family. Mu Rongli Zhou fell silent. Cannot reach? She erupted with true qi, the fiery phoenix exuding an overwhelming pressure, coldly gazing at Gao Zhu. Let's see who dares to stop me. The powerful force pushed Gao Zhu back, and he raised his hand to shield his face, horrified at the sight of the burning phoenix surrounding Mu Rongli Zhou. Phoenix true fire. You have merged with the phoenix true body, haven't you? Mu Rongli Zhou did not answer, coldly asking, Do you still think I cannot reach him? Gao Zhu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Mu Rong lady, you come from the Mu Rong family, one of the 4 ancient clans, and with the phoenix true body assisting you for the next 100 years, you will definitely rank among the top 5 most outstanding figures in Zhongzhou mainland. Stop the flattery. Mu Rongli Zhou snapped, If you know what's good for you, quickly reveal Ye's background to me. Gao Zhu shook his head, even though you have cultivated to this level, you are still far from Yi Senior. He is not someone we can reach. Over here, Chongqing was huddled in the courtyard, shivering, it seems a bit chilly tonight. Tu Shinian came out of the house, holding a small bag in his mouth. Master, are you not working as usual today? Chongqing took the bag, poured out the stones inside into his hand, murmuring, What is the opportunity hidden within the ancient ruins? I truly envy Miss Yen, who possesses the infinite star technique, while I can only fumble with these stones. The stones in Changqing's hand suddenly lit up and were quickly absorbed into his body. Tu Shinian stared wide-eyed, thinking to himself, the absorption speed is really fast. Master, I need more and more in the past 2 days. Her face flushed. Changqing looked up at the sky and sighed, if it doesn't operate, then so be it. Holding these stones is still warm. Then he shook his head, is Bai Lian really called a great master? It makes me furious. The sky gradually brightened. Gao Zhu looked at the rising sun, and Mu Rongli Zhou exclaimed, so that's it. I didn't expect this Mr. Yi to be the old ancestor of the Tai Xian Holy Land, having ascended to the upper world and then coming back to the mortal realm. Indeed, just relying on his calligraphy can help me let go of my obsession with the realm. To casually give away dual spiritual roots of ice and heart, such an extraordinary cultivation yet so humble, truly makes one admire him. She bowed her head sadly, I come from a prestigious family and have phoenix veins, but in front of Mr. Yi, I am nothing. Gao Zhu comforted Mu Rongli Zhou, don't be discouraged. As long as you work hard in your cultivation, there will definitely be hope for ascension next year. But as for thoughts about Yi Master, just let them go. Mu Rongli Zhou smiled, a mysterious smile, why let go? Although he cannot solely belong to me, I must have him. Then she turned to Gao Zhu. Take me to Yi Xiansheng. Gao Zhu held his head in exasperation. Humph, it's really hopeless to advise you. Then he reminded her, Mu Rong lady, I must remind you, someone like Yi Xian, of course, is not lacking beautiful confidence, captivating in appearance. Before Gao Zhu could finish his sentence, Mu Rongli Zhou jumped down, firmly saying, it's fine, I don't care. Early the next morning at Changqing's villa, what is that sound of music coming from somewhere early in the morning? Changqing asked as he stepped out of the house, carrying Tu Shinian who was yawning. Changqing was surprised by the scene before him. Qing Shui was sitting playing the zither, while Yan Bing Xian was leisurely sipping tea. Hello, Yi Xiansheng. Hello, Yi Master. Changqing was at a loss for words, you guys, are really that free? Coming to see me so early in the morning. There's no need to elevate yourselves like that. Qing Shui smiled softly, you really know how to joke. Yan Bing Xian also chimed in. Being close to you is already the best upgrade. Changqing said nothing more, turned around and mumbled, all right, right. Then he went to sit down on a chair, playing with Tu Shinian, silently thinking, a princess who is lazy in learning politics, a monk who is not serious about cultivating immortals, I believe you are the strange ones. Just then, a figure appeared at the gate of the villa, it was Mu Rongli Zhou. She looked inside and smiled, is this the residence of Mr. Yi? She reached out to push the door, but another hand stopped her. Wait a minute. Gao Zhu held her hand, worriedly advising, Mu Rong lady, although your status is extraordinary and you revere Yi Senior, when you meet later, you must maintain your composure and not be overly emotional. Mu Rongli Zhou frowned at his endless instructions and irritably asked, Yan Tian Shan, are you teaching me how to behave? She flared up with true qi fire, filled with anger, then slapped Gao Zhu's hand away and walked straight in, leaving Gao Zhu with a face as dark as coal. Humph, a phoenix body, indeed has a fiery temperament. Gao Zhu sighed. Mu Rongli Zhou pushed the door and entered. Walking and talking, she said, let me behold the true face of the man of my future. Yan Bing Xian was cleaning the garden when she saw Gao Zhu and Mu Rongli Zhou arrive and greeted them, old ancestor, you have come. Is Yi Senior here? Gao Zhu asked. Yes, Mr. Yi is in the backyard, it seems he is composing, Yan Bing Xian replied. Take me to meet him quickly. Mu Rongli Zhou urged. Who are you? Yan Bing Xian looked at Mu Rongli Zhou with curiosity. Gao Zhu cleared his throat. Bing Xian, this is Lady Mu Rong, you should take her in. Oh, please go this way, Yan Bing Xian replied and led the way for the two. In her heart, she thought, Dan Dai Qing Shui just left, and the old ancestor brings another person. Could it also be to admire Mr. Yi? Even so, Yan Bing Xian still led Gao Zhu and Mu Rongli Zhou to where Changqing was. It is right here. As the three entered, they saw Changqing's back, and Mu Rongli Zhou couldn't help but feel excited. Finally, I get to meet you. She intended to call out Yi, but was stopped by Gao Zhu. Wait. Gao Zhu placed a hand on her shoulder, cautiously whispering, when Yi Senior is focused, under no circumstances should you disturb him. Why? Mu Rongli Zhou asked, confused. Because this is a great opportunity, Gao Zhu replied sternly. Chang Qing was intently carving a small tower. Around him, a powerful flow of Tao was enveloping him, growing stronger by the moment. Mu Rongli Zhou, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but be astonished. Is the power of the Tao so strong? After a while, Chang Qing finished carving the small tower, held it up high, and joyfully said, I've shown you true artistry. He took another knife and meticulously added a few more strokes. In the end, with just that one stroke, the entire wooden sculpture suddenly radiated brightly, and a strong surge of Tao burst forth as if all of Chang Qing's true essence had been unleashed. After a moment, the flow of Tao gradually settled down. Gao Zhu was left in awe. Behind Chang Qing, a dim, desolate forest appeared, yet it looked vividly real. Mu Rongli Zhou surveyed the landscape and remarked, this scene, with rain and wind desolation, is heartbreakingly extreme, yet strangely realistic. Looking at Chang Qing's back, she silently thought, could it be? This is the scene that Mr. Yi experienced in the upper world. Gao Zhu closed his eyes to sense, it seemed like I heard the sound of a flute echoing from afar. Chang Qing was still diligently carving, muttering to himself, today feels really good for carving, truly the saying, practice makes perfect, holds true. But when he made another cut, a powerful yet remarkably gentle flow of Tao suddenly radiated, leaving him dumbfounded and bewildered. What is happening? Mr. Yi. Gao Zhu stammered. It's even more magnificent and splendid than the earlier phenomenon. Yan Bing Xian exclaimed in astonishment. On the outside, it was like that, but on the inside, Chang Qing felt as if an invisible hand was controlling him, making him unable to stop. He silently called out in his heart, what is happening? Why can't I stop? He raised his hand to the sky and shouted, could it be that today I must take this opportunity to enter the Tao? Then he closed his eyes to calm his mind. He sensed a mysterious aura flowing through his body. Look at this. Yan Bing Xian suddenly exclaimed. The scene changed, a hazy figure appeared like an immortal, manifesting to protect Chang Qing, carving the final details. Feilai Mountain reaches the heavens, seeking the tower. The verse speaks of the rooster's cry, witnessing the rising sun. Not afraid of the floating clouds and the false gazes. One self dwells at the highest level. Chang Qing slowly read the 4 lines of poetry. Finally, the figure of the Taoist appeared tall and imposing behind him, reaching up to the deep blue sky. Yan Bing Xian covered her eyes from the glaring light and then sighed in relief. This divine sound seems to have cleansed my mind and soul. Another strong burst of light erupted, causing all 3, Gao Zhu, Yan Bing Xian, and Mu Rongli Zhou, to shield their eyes. Chang Qing raised the newly completed tower high. From inside the tower, marvelous rays of light and abundant spiritual energy emanated. Is this, the thing that Yi Xianxing just carved? Gao Zhu exclaimed in astonishment. Mu Rongli Zhou looked at the tower, sweat pouring down, mumbling, this tower, this tower. Seeing her expression, Gao Zhu hurriedly asked, Mu Rong lady, what is this tower? I have lived for thousands of years and have never seen a divine weapon that can shatter the surrounding space like this. Mu Rongli Zhou spoke with a trembling voice, if I'm not mistaken, this is the Xianhuang Tower, a relic passed down since ancient times, before the Great Flood. Due to the 2 gods of creation, the 2 saints, the chill wind slipped through the doorway, carrying the low narration of Gao Zhu. The story of the Creator God left the old man in doubt, is it real? It seemed he was asking himself. There are only a few fragmented records in ancient texts mentioning that illusory existence. It is likely that even the most profound practitioners in this mortal realm have never heard the legend of the Creator God. Mu Rongli Zhou, with a serious expression, replied, our Mu Rong family has long worshipped the ancient deities, and thus we have been fortunate to learn a bit about this legend. The Creator God of old left behind the Swan Hong Tower and the merit of Tuong Van. Now, Mr. Yi has once again summoned them to appear among mortals. She paused, her eyes showing a hint of astonishment. Could it be? It seemed Li Zhou had grasped the hidden meaning in Gao Zu's words. A jolt of electricity ran down her spine. Mr. Yi is certainly not an ordinary person, we cannot make hasty judgments. 15 minutes passed, and the radiant light emanating from the tower gradually faded. Chang Qing stepped out, scratching his head. With a slightly embarrassed expression, he said, I was just too absorbed in my creation, deeply engrossed. I hope you will forgive me. Suddenly, Chang Qing realized that Gao Zu was standing behind him, accompanied by a stranger. He immediately asked, Yen old man, you have arrived? Who is this beside you? Mu Rong Li Zhou couldn't help but blush, feeling a stir in her heart. He is looking in my direction. Gao Zu quickly introduced, this is Mu Rong lady. Before he finished speaking, Mu Rong Li Zhou stepped forward quickly, smiling as she introduced herself. I am Mu Rong Li Zhou. Chang Qing felt his face flush slightly, thinking to himself, the imperial sister is here. Mu Rong Li Zhou gently bowed and respectfully greeted, I pay my respects to the sir. Witnessing this scene, Gao Zu turned pale and softly called, Mu Rong lady. He didn't dare to say more, only thinking, in the ancient nation of Deyan, Mu Rong lady always acts freely, without regard for anyone. Yet today, she is willing to bow her head before Yi Senior. While Gao Zu was still lost in thought, Mu Rong Li Zhou pondered, I truly have no chance of catching the eye of a remarkable person like Chang Qing sir. What if I am a heavenly beauty, born of the ancient Mu Rong clan? In front of a person who can summon the Xian Huang Tower, I feel like an ant. Chang Qing suddenly exclaimed, repeating her name and then humming. The dawn of Li Zhou, the light cloud drapes, the silver dew reflects the eastern sky, the red guardian elegantly conveys the fragrance. Mu Rong Li Zhou smiled gently, replying, it is an honor for me to have my name explained by you in such a way. From a distance, Yan Bing Xian looked at the affectionate scene and couldn't help but feel frustrated, her chubby cheeks puffed up. She thought to herself, humph, Yi has never recited poetry for me. Chang Qing approached, reaching out to help Mu Rong Li Zhou stand up. Please rise, young lady. As he helped her, he thought to himself, this beauty really knows how to win people's hearts, the fabric of her clothes feels quite expensive. Who knows, I might have a discerning eye and buy the little tower I carved. I'm not an easy person to please, but as long as the money is sufficient, I might just not act like a person. Thinking of his future without being human in the illusion realm, Chang Qing burst into hearty laughter. He took Mu Rong Li Zhou's hand, surprising her, and said, Lady Mu Rong, I see you are stunningly beautiful, possessing both talent and grace, surely you have much knowledge about painting and sculpture. After a moment, Yi Chang Qing took her hand and cheerfully pulled her along, please follow me. He led her to a place and asked, so what do you think of my works? Before Mu Rong Li Zhou stood the large statues carved by Chang Qing himself. Mu Rong Li Zhou stammered a response, Mr. Yi, although I love art, I have only been able to build the Qing Feng Luo Yu Pavilion in the imperial capital. Compared to your realm and level, I am still far from it, like the heavens compared to the earth. She clasped her hands respectfully and bowed her head, I cannot offer any comments. Chang Qing muttered a few words, not even understanding what he was saying. Oh, so you only built the Qing Feng Luo Yu Pavilion? Suddenly, he remembered something, his face turning pale, he shouted, you built the Qing Feng Luo Yu Pavilion? Yan Bing Xian was also surprised, so she is the master behind the renowned Qing Feng Luo Yu Pavilion. Then she thought to herself, even with such a figure, compared to Mr. Yi, it is still just showing off in front of an expert. Sweat broke out on Chang Qing's forehead. He said, Mu Rong lady, do you know that literature is not superior to martial arts, and no art is above any other art? Each person's perspective is different, and with different mindsets, what they observe will naturally not be the same. Whether it's a work of art or a spiritual path, it's always like that. Don't let yourself be influenced by outside opinions, like ours, for instance. Yan Bing Xian immediately asked, is this the recent insight of Mr. Yi? Gao Zu stroked his beard, his expression full of admiration. Mr. Yi can grasp the principles at any time. That is exactly what makes him admirable. Mu Rong Li Zhou clasped her hands respectfully and bowed her head, thank you, Mr. Yi, for your guidance. Li Zhou is eager to learn. A mischievous smile briefly appeared on Chang Qing's face. It seems she understands my intent, there's a way now. Thinking this, he then said, so, Mu Rong lady, from your professional perspective, how much is my wooden sculpture worth in silver? Mu Rongli Zhou was taken aback and stepped back. How much is it worth in silver? She was astonished. An unparalleled expert like Mr. Yi, how could such a work be measured by mundane material? She turned to Gao Zhu, her eyes pleading, Yen old man, how should I respond? Gao Zhu also looked pale and helplessly waved his hand, Mu Rong lady, in front of Yi senior. The old man is just a junior after all. I have no clues about your issue. Mu Rongli Zhou bit his lip. Even though he didn't understand what Mr. Yi meant by asking that, he absolutely must not speak recklessly, otherwise it would be extremely disrespectful. Meanwhile, Chang Qin was envisioning a bright future. Under De Yan's craftsmanship, a young genius was about to be welcomed. He tightly grasped the tower in his hand, his sharp gaze fixed on Mu Rongli Zhou, secretly thinking, tremble before me, Master Pavilion. Mu Rongli Zhou reached out to touch the tower and commented, meticulous and exquisite, with delicate patterns, it truly is a masterpiece. Such an exquisite work, the miraculous point does not lie in the crafting. If sold in the market, it would definitely fetch a price starting from tens of thousands of gold. Hearing this figure, Chang Qin was so astonished that he stood frozen in place. Looking at the tower in his hand, he was confused, tens of thousands, really tens of thousands of gold. Then he silently gritted his teeth, cursing softly, tears welling up, I'm about to get rich. Overjoyed, Chang Qin fell back. Mu Rongli Zhou hurriedly caught him, anxiously asking, Mr. Yi, be careful. She helped Chang Qin to sit up, sorry, Mr. Yi. Chang Qin smiled slightly in response, but thought in his heart, could you be a bit less rude, sister? Suddenly, Mu Rongli Zhou said something that left Chang Qin stunned. Li Zhou is really embarrassed to value it with money, Mr. Yi. Chang Qin gaped, not understanding what was happening. Mu Rongli Zhou pointed at the tower and said, Mr. Yi, in my humble opinion, this sculpture tower of yours cannot be measured with money at all. Chang Qin sweated nervously, thinking, what do you mean? Are you going to buy it or not? Mu Rongli Zhou said, because it is so perfect, it can be said to be a priceless treasure. Chang Qin scratched his head and laughed heartily. Now that you say that, I can understand. He thought to himself, really? I almost thought you were just flattering me. Yi Chang Qin, self-satisfied, ran his fingers through his hair and said, being too perfect is also a burden. Gao Zhu and Yen Bing Xian behind him echoed, that's right, that's right. Chang Qin held the tower and said to Mu Rongli Zhou, Lady Mu Rong, it seems we are destined to meet today. This small wooden statue is a gift for you. Chang Qin secretly felt pleased. This is a way to build a good relationship with the capitalists in the art field. While picking his nose, he thought, it seems that starting tomorrow, I have to lower my standards a bit, otherwise people won't dare to buy. Mu Rongli Zhou trembled with happiness, cherishing the statue in her hands, a gift from Mr. Yi, this young lady doesn't know how to repay you. Chang Qin turned around and said, so these days, would you like to exchange art with me and harmonize our souls? Hearing this, the grandfather and grandson Gao Zhu and Yen Bing Xian were left speechless, unable to believe their ears. Mu Rongli Zhou blushed and stammered. A few days later, late at night in Chang Qin's studio, Yen Bing Xian was full of anger. I want to see how they have been exchanging these past 2 days. Voices of the two could be heard from inside. How do you like this brushstroke of mine? Mu Rongli Zhou's voice was soft and teasing, Mr. Yi, you are so naughty, don't paint that part. Yen Bing Xian gritted her teeth in anger, cursing silently, shameless. The voices from inside continued, the candle has gone out, so how can we admire the painting? Don't worry, I used glow-in-the-dark paint. Yen Bing Xian became more and more angry, screaming inside her heart, ah, that hateful woman. The next day, in Chang Qin's room, Mu Rongli Zhou slowly dressed, her face flushed, shyly saying, Mr. Yi, I bid you farewell. After saying that, she stepped outside and closed the door. As soon as she left, Chang Qin trembled, his face haggard, his eyes sunken, I can't draw anymore. I really can't draw anymore. I just wanted to discuss technique with her to value my painting, but who would have thought that Lady Mu Rong would be so enthusiastic and direct, shifting to a deep exchange. Chang Qin plopped down, slamming the table and exclaimed, "The imperial capital is full of traps. Right now, I deeply regret it. After many days in the imperial capital, although I haven't spent money on food and lodging, my entrepreneurial journey is still unfinished." He threw his paintings aside, dejectedly saying, "The paintings still haven't sold, and I've been deceived. But recently, it seems my paintings and books have made progress." In the temple displaying Chongqing's statue, strange changes suddenly appeared. People buzzed with discussion. "Look, everyone, the auspicious signs have suddenly increased. The statue of Chongqing is glowing. Everyone kneels on the ground and worships. Is this a sign of wealth? It's wealth. Chongqing Saint bless us." Chongqing rolls up the paintings, stares, and says, "I need to find a way to earn a little more money, at least enough to return to Shaoqi town." At this moment, Yan Jinghong's voice echoes in, "Mr. Yi." Yi Chongqing turns around, "Your Highness, it's been a long time." Yan Jinghong happily replies, "Indeed. Today I bring Zhang Grand Tutor of Donglan Academy to meet you." Chongqing asks, "Zhang Grand Tutor?" Yan Jinghong responds, "Yes, the Grand Tutor is the one who holds the authority over Donglan Academy, a master revered by all. From the emperor to students everywhere, everyone respects Zhang Grand Tutor." Chongqing exclaims, "So, I wonder what Zhang Grand Tutor wants to see me for." Yan Jinghong replies, "Of course, I heard that Mr. Yi is an excellent gentleman who has a fondness for talented individuals." Chongqing quickly bows to express his gratitude. "Thank you for your kindness, Zhang Grand Tutor, I am very grateful." Then he thinks to himself, "I already have a good relationship with the prince, and now I am connecting with the Grand Tutor. The status has become even more solid. Perhaps there could be a teaching position at Donglan Academy. Teaching is also a stable job." Zhang Chen entered from outside, clasping his hands in greeting. "Student Zhang Chen pays respects to Mr. Yi." Chongqing replied warmly, "Grand Tutor Zhang need not be so formal." As he stood up, Zhang Chen still clasped his hands and said, "With your level, you may not care about trivial formalities, but this is the sincere heart of a student." Seeing Zhang Chen acting too much, Chongqing broke a sweat and said, All right. Zhang Chen looked at Chongqing attentively for a moment, then could not help but praise, "A face like a celestial being, with a refined demeanor. I didn't expect Saint Chongqing to be so youthful and handsome." Then he shook his head, "Saints travel the world, so one should not only focus on appearances. We should talk about serious matters. Please, sir, enlighten me." Zhang Chen cleared his throat and went straight to the point. As mentioned, etiquette is the foundation of political education, and law is the tool of political education. Just like the sky is bright yet hazy, autumn inevitably goes through a process of formation. "Mr. Yi, what do you think?" Chongqing was dumbfounded, not understanding, "What is this?" In that long, winding sentence, we could only understand the first 3 words. Zhang Chen was sweating, swallowing hard, secretly thinking, "I hope my naive and uninformed perspective won't be criticized by the teacher." Chongqing was also in a dilemma, with a dark expression. How should I respond? "I'm waiting online, it's urgent." Yan Jinghong was also sweating, noticing the heavy atmosphere and thinking, the atmosphere is too serious. Is this an expert debating skills? Chongqing felt more tense, trying to think of the most reasonable answer. Although he couldn't respond directly, he guessed that most officials probably couldn't refuse this question. Thinking this, he placed his hand on Zhang Chen's shoulder, praising, "Very good. Zhang Grand Tutor, you deserve to be worshipped in the ancestral temple after your death." Zhang Chen was surprised, staring wide-eyed at Yi Chongqing. Yan Jinghong felt tense again, thinking, ancestral temple. Is Mr. Yi subtly signaling me to give Zhang Grand Tutor the deserving status? Indeed, Zhang Grand Tutor has many great merits, but entering the ancestral temple is a serious matter. Do we need to seek the emperor's directive? Zhang Chen looked pale. "I, as a minister, have always devoted myself to the Deyan country and have never intended to use this to claim credit." Thinking this, he hurriedly clasped his hands and said, Sir, people often say that a jewel can be broken but cannot lose its purity, and bamboo can be burned but cannot destroy its spirit. Changqing smiled awkwardly. All right, you deserve to enter the ancestral temple. Hearing this again, Yan Jinghong felt as if struck by lightning, sweat pouring out. Yi, sir, said it once more. This clearly points to me. He ground his teeth and looked towards Changqing, with a decision already made in his heart. The opinion of the emperor is not important, but we cannot underestimate Yi, sir. Having thought this, Yan Jinghong clasped his hands and said, Yi, sir, Zhang Grand Tutor, please continue your conversation. Saying this, he stepped out the door and immediately ordered the soldiers. Where are you? Convey the prince's order. Zhang Grand Tutor, learned and knowledgeable, devoted and diligent for the country. After his passing, allow him to be worshipped in the ancestral temple. After a while, in Changqing's room, Changqing and Zhang Chen sat down and politely chatted. Zhang Chen clasped his hands and said, Yi, sir, I still have one question I don't understand, I hope you can enlighten me. Changqing said, go ahead, it's okay. Zhang Chen said solemnly, Sir, now the vast Zhongzhou is divided by 4 countries, De Yen, Great Xia, De Chen, and De Chu. The desire of the emperors of these 4 countries is to unify Zhongzhou. But to unify the 4 countries, the price to pay is extremely high. The suffering of the people is immense, and blood flows like rivers. Those who practice the Tao may live in hardship, but the ones who suffer the most are the common people. Zhang Chen clasped his hands and asked. Changqing gently lifted the hot tea cup and asked, May I ask Zhang Grand Tutor, what was the situation of Zhongzhou mainland before the 4 countries existed? Zhang Chen replied, Before the 4 ancient countries, 7 states contended for supremacy. Suddenly realizing something, he opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, That era is called the era of the 7 kingdoms. Changqing slammed the teacup down on the table and shouted, Good! You are well versed in history, surely you understand the history of the era of the 7 kingdoms. May I ask Zhang Grand Tutor, which era, the era of the 7 kingdoms or the present, is more stable? Zhang Chen quickly replied, Certainly the present. The order of the 4 ancient countries is well established, and the people live in peace and contentment. Changqing smiled, Grand Tutor loves the people, wants to avoid war, hopes for the people's prosperity. Such thinking is not wrong. But has the Grand Tutor ever thought that if we want everlasting peace, so that our descendants will never suffer the pain of war, there is only one way? He raised one finger. Zhang Chen eagerly asked, What is that? Changqing clenched his fist and laughed loudly, That is to help the De Yen nation unify Zhongzhou. Hearing this, Zhang Chen jumped up, exclaiming, Excellent! Excellent! To abandon a legacy of 10,000 years for temporary peace is indeed a small benefit that brings great harm. To neglect the people, only those who dare to fight bravely and risk their lives can help future generations live a beautiful life. After saying that, Zhang Chen respectfully bowed, Your Excellency is noble, outlining a wise path for me and all of De Yen. Changqing put on a false smile and replied, I am merely reasoning. After that, Zhang Chen got into the carriage. Sitting inside, he lifted the curtain to look back and saw Changqing shining with a divine aura, unable to help but think, with a long-term vision and deep concern for the people, it is no wonder that Changqing is revered and admired by the people of De Yen. The carriage set off. Changqing stood watching, breathing a sigh of relief, it's just using secondary school history knowledge to get by. Then he turned and stepped inside, mumbling, It seems the level of the Grand Tutor of Donglan Academy is just like this. As he went inside, he felt something unusual and looked around. Suddenly, he saw streams of Tao energy floating like clouds. Curious, he reached out to touch it and asked, What is this? Looking outside, he saw the sky filled with thunder and lightning. Thunder began to strike down. He widened his eyes in surprise, the acupoints in his body glowing, and his whole body emanated a golden light. He yelled in discomfort, feeling the surge of heat moving throughout his body. Inside the De Yen palace, Zhang Chen rushed into the hall, shouting, Your Majesty. In the past, my vision was shallow, thinking that unifying Zhongzhou was merely the personal desire of the emperors, so I intentionally impeded the conflict with those 3 countries. But today, after hearing Saint Changqing speak, I have finally understood. Emperor Yan Yang exclaimed, "What is Yi Senior saying?" Zhang Chen responded boldly, his voice echoing throughout the hall. "The War of Unification in Zhongzhou." He suddenly knelt down, clasping his hands respectfully. "Although we have exhausted our efforts and sacrificed soldiers in a short time, in the long run, this is a great act, beneficial to the nation and the people, paving the way for eternal peace and happiness." Tears streamed down his cheeks. Emperor Yan Yang emotionally said, "Yi Senior has mentioned this before, and I have also contemplated it thoroughly." Zhang Chen continued, "Chongqing Saint also taught that after unifying the states, we should immediately unify the script, currency, and roads, leaving blessings for future generations." Hearing the wise words of Chongqing, Emperor Yan Yang could not help but stand up abruptly, exclaiming, "Unified script and roads. This great undertaking has never been accomplished by any emperor in history." Then he suddenly shivered, thinking, "Yi Senior truly possesses remarkable wisdom, how extraordinary it is." Emperor Yan Yang stepped down, helping Zhang Chen, who was respectfully bowing, to rise, saying, "My De Yen now enjoys the good fortune bestowed by Yi Senior, and with you dedicating yourself to this great work, how can it not succeed?" Just at that moment, a soldier rushed in from outside, hurriedly reporting, "Your Majesty, the golden body of Chongqing Saint has manifested a never-before-seen phenomenon at Dongshan. In the eastern sky of Shan, splendid multicolored clouds suddenly appeared around the statue of Chongqing." The people looked up in amazement and whispered, "Look over there. Why are those clouds so colorful? Am I imagining things?" It seems there's also an illusion of a tower behind the saint statue. Everyone knelt down simultaneously and chanted, "Chongqing Saint bless us. Chongqing Saint bless us." In the royal palace, Gao Zhu and Emperor Yan Yang also saw the tower and the auspicious clouds. Gao Zhu affirmed, "No doubt. Those are definitely auspicious clouds of merit and the Xian Huang Tower." Historical records mention that long ago, before the Creator God, magical powers left behind these two treasures. Only those with extraordinary merits could summon them. Emperor Yan Yang was somewhat astonished. The Creator God? Impossible. Yi Senior indeed possesses extraordinary magical talent, but perhaps the appearance of these two treasures is just a coincidence. Gao Zhu turned to him, anger evident on his face. "Foolish. Do you know how much cultivation and magical powers are required to control these two treasures of heaven and earth? That day, when I and Lady Mu Ron witnessed the wooden sculpture in Ye's hand, it was none other than the Xian Huang Tower. Now, auspicious clouds of virtue appeared around the golden body of Mr. Yi. Surely, it is due to the connection and resonance between Mr. Yi and the golden body that can summon the appearance of treasures. Even if he is not a reincarnation of a creator god, he must certainly be a remarkable talent like no other." A few days later, a golden carriage glimmering appeared in front of Chongqing's villa. Yan Jinghong looked at the carriage and, without realizing it, broke out in a sweat, saying to Yan Bing Xin, "Ninth sister, isn't this a bit too extravagant for your trip? We are just welcoming Mr. Yi to the academy to give a lecture." Yan Bing Xin pouted her cheeks adorably, "Elder brother, you don't understand. I'm afraid I'm not yet on the same level as Mr. Yi, so I can only exert myself to provide him with the best." Yan Jinghong was taken aback. "Even so, isn't a golden carriage a bit excessive?" Indeed, the shining golden carriage had caused the ground around it to crack. Yan Bing Xin smiled slyly, her eyes gleaming with mischief. "This is how one can deal with certain people," she thought to herself. Just then, Chongqing stepped out of the hall. Upon seeing him, Yan Bing Xin was delighted and hurriedly approached with her elder brother to pay their respects. "Greetings, Mr. Yi." Chongqing raised his hand in return. "Good morning, Your Highness the Crown Prince, Miss Yan." The gilded carriage rolled away. Chongqing looked at the bustling crowds on the street and exclaimed, "Indeed, this is the imperial capital, so many young people." Yan Jinghong looked out the window. "Ah, it seems that Grand Tutor Zhang has announced that you will be coming to the Donglan Academy to give a lecture." "Donglan Academy?" Chongqing asked curiously. "It seems that everyone is headed there. Perhaps the De Yen students are all rushing to meet Mr. Yi." Yan Jinghong replied with a smile, The smile on Chongqing's face suddenly disappeared. He pursed his lips, silently lamenting, "Oh no, I thought it was just a small-scale trial lecture, who knew? I haven't prepared anything at all." He suddenly remembered the unfinished novel he had been reading titled, The Pain of Having a Step-Parent. Chongqing sighed, his expression helpless. "Could it be that I have to lecture on this?" Clearing his throat, he awkwardly clasped his hands and said, "Too flattering, too flattering. The view outside the window is truly beautiful today, Your Highness the Crown Prince should enjoy it carefully." Yan Jinghong smiled and thought to himself, a deeply experienced expert in cultivation, indifferent to superficial fame and fortune, yet still maintaining a curiosity for the simple things around him. Truly the demeanor of a supreme being. At that moment, the carriage had arrived at the Donglan Academy. As soon as Chongqing stepped down, he heard the bustling chatter around him. "Indeed, Chongqing Saint blesses us. I've hit the jackpot, and my daughter-in-law just gave birth to a plump little guy." Another voice chimed in, "I didn't expect that paying respects to a cultivator could lead to such a rapid breakthrough in realm, with pure inner strength far surpassing before." Chongqing overheard this and frowned in thought, is it really possible to increase one's realm by paying respects to a cultivator? It seems very effective, but why does that name sound so much like mine? The three of them entered the academy and walked up to a giant statue. Seeing Chongqing's dazed expression, Yan Bingxian worriedly asked, "Mr. Yi, why do you seem so indifferent?" Yan Jinghong spoke up, "I can only guess that Mr. Yi is touched by the sincere devotion of our Yan." Standing before the statue, Chongqing silently lamented, "Are you playing with me?" Yan Jinghong turned around. Smiling at everyone, he said, "Chongqing Saint has boundless merit, descending from the celestial realm to travel the mortal world." After finishing his words, he turned to Chongqing, respectfully knelt down, clasped his hands, and said loudly, "I pray that you bless De Yen." Everyone around simultaneously knelt down, bowing their heads and shouting, "We humbly ask the saint to bless De Yen." Chongqing, flustered, waved his hand, "Wait, no. I can't accept this." He looked up at the statue, secretly thinking, "Annoying, these people keep spreading rumors that I can have whatever I wish for." Suddenly, a shadow resembling Chongqing stepped out from the statue. Chongqing gritted his teeth, "Very well, can bowing grant me spiritual roots?" The shadow reached out its hand towards him. Chongqing was taken aback, then slowly extended his hand to grab it. In an instant, Chongqing was immersed in an endless space. He widened his eyes, looking around, exclaiming, "Wow, so amazing." A voice echoed, "Look, above your head, there is a stream of spiritual light." Chongqing turned left and right in search of the source of the voice, discovering the truth. "What truth?" The shadow slowly replied, "Don't rush. You must go through 7 failures before truly understanding yourself. Go." A blinding beam of light erupted. Chongqing hovered in midair, surrounded by swirling streams of Tao laws that endlessly shifted. In the sky, countless laws gathered and then poured into Chongqing's body in a torrent. The image of an immortal gradually emerged. Everyone witnessing this spectacle gaped in astonishment. An immortal. An immortal has descended. Summoned by Chongqing Saint, the immortal has come to the mortal realm. Around Chongqing, the ethereal streams of law swirled continuously, like a mystical dance. The crowd simultaneously knelt down, shouting, "Thank you, Chongqing Saint, for your grace." Chongqing came to his senses, his expression darkened. "Immortal descending, what nonsense. It's clearly just a cheap special effect." He stood there, watching the devout crowd pray, silently thinking, "It's easy to deceive people. Could it be that all this time they mistook me for Chongqing Saint, which is why they are so respectful? That makes sense. How could they show such reverence for me over a few letters? I'm truly thinking fancifully." Suddenly, he broke into a cold sweat. "It's fine if others misunderstand, but the royal family." He recalled Gao Zhu and Yan Yang, feeling a chill in his heart. If the Yan family discovers that I am not the Chongqing Saint, then, at that moment, several streams of Tao energy appeared under Chongqing's feet. He looked down and rubbed his abdomen. Why is my lower belly so hot? There's also a force moving inside. Chongqing was stunned. Could this be the spiritual roots? He looked at the statue and thought, brother, did you really grant this to me? His eyes brightened. I thought I would live a mundane life, but unexpectedly, I've received the blessing of a fairy. Ah, I understand now, you must be trapped in this statue, wanting me to use the identity of the Chongqing saint to bless the world and save all beings, right? He clenched his fist and smiled confidently. If you are so chivalrous, then I cannot fall behind. It's just cosplay, let's go for it. Then he stroked his chin, deep in thought. But how do I play the role of a deep and unpredictable saint? Something like quietly smashing an elephant. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Ah, that's right. In the fantasy novels I've read, a true expert can freely restrain their cultivation, making it impossible for others to sense their breath. He laughed heartily. All right, from today on I will be the mortal version of Chongqing saint, forcibly restraining my cultivation. Saying this, he strode in front of Yan Jinghong, who was kneeling, and spoke in a booming voice, everyone, at ease. Everyone stood up simultaneously. Yan Bingxian leaned close to Yan Jinghong's ear and whispered, eldest brother, I have never seen ye master so serious. Yan Jinghong explained, in front of so many followers, it is only natural for ye master to display his authority. From a distance, Mu Rong Li Zhou and Lu Ruyi looked towards Chongqing. Li Zhou lamented, Ye master, I only regret that we met too early. Lu Ruyi asked in confusion, what does Master Pavilion mean by that? Mu Rong Li Zhou gently closed her eyes. Even though I am the only daughter carrying the phoenix bloodline of the Mu Rong family, I still do not match up to ye master. Now, if I were given another 4,000 or 5,000 years of cultivation, perhaps I would then be qualified to stand beside him. Switching scenes, at Donglan Academy, Gao Zhu and Yan Yang Nian were anxiously waiting. Why hasn't Yi Senior arrived yet? Gao Zhu furrowed his brow. Yan Yang Nian wiped his sweat and said, Jinghong and Bingxian have been out to pick him up since early morning. They must have run into some delays on the way. A disciple rushed in to report, respected master, Chongqing saint has appeared again at the Dongshan monument. What? Yan Yang Nian exclaimed in surprise. Gao Zhu closed his eyes, let his divine consciousness spread, then opened them with a smile as he stroked his beard. Wonderful. A powerful aura is emanating from Dongshan, much stronger than before. It seems Yi Senior is quite pleased with our efforts in casting the golden statue and establishing a temple in his honor. At that moment, a voice echoed in, Chongqing saint has arrived. Everyone turned to look. Chongqing entered, radiating a brilliant golden light, with a magnificent aura. His imposing presence silenced the entire hall. Along with Yan Bingxian and Yan Jinghong, he slowly approached the main seat. He could hear whispers around him, such handsome features, unmatched demeanor, truly a supreme being walking among mortals. Finally, I get to meet my idol. Chongqing felt secretly pleased, it seems I am quite the performer. Upon reaching the main seat, Gao Zhu and Yan Yang Nian respectfully clasped their hands together. Paying respects to Yi Senior, the students below all performed their ritual and shouted in unison, paying respects to Chongqing saint. Chongqing savored the feeling of being revered, secretly thinking, is this what it feels like to lose oneself in the cheers? He cleared his throat twice, regained his serious demeanor, and said, you all may rise. Gao Zhu spoke up, Yi Senior, today the gathered officials hope to hear your guidance. Chongqing crossed his arms and appeared contemplative, all right, then let's get started. Everyone sat up straight, attentively waiting. Chongqing began to feel anxious again, with so many people here, what should I teach now? Losing face is a minor issue, but what if I say something wrong that tarnishes the reputation of Chongqing saint? What if he retrieves the spiritual roots that I worked so hard to obtain? That would be the end of me. If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have agreed. It's much better in Shaoqi town, peaceful and quiet, plus I have He Huang and Little White Fox for company. He sighed and accidentally said, ah, this is tough. His words caused a stir in the hall. Tough. The students murmured, the golden words of Chongqing saint, and yet the first word was tough. Gao Zhu's eyes were filled with tears as he choked back his words. That's right. I have practiced for 1,000 years, hoping only to break the chains. From training the body to cultivating the mind, the hardships involved are unimaginable to outsiders. Yan Yang Nian also pondered deeply. The yen lies in Zhongzhou, and both internally and externally, we cannot afford to be negligent. Every day feels like walking on thin ice. It's so difficult. Yan Jinghong shuddered, holding his face in thought. I am the crown prince, raised from a young age to become a wise ruler, but I have never truly lived as myself. Zhang Chen also felt a pang in his heart for himself. Even though I hold a high position in the court, being friends with the king is like being friends with a tiger. Every time I recall the moments when His Majesty gets angry and scolds, there isn't a day I'm not filled with apprehension. All three felt immense pain. The entire court suddenly felt enlightened and stood up in unison to express their gratitude. Thank you, Chongqing Saint, for your guidance. Chongqing gazed at his nephews in confusion, thinking to himself, what the hell? What did I say? Then he muttered, never mind, they must be interpreting it on their own. He cleared his throat a few times and stood up, speaking with assurance. When heaven entrusts a heavy responsibility to someone, it will surely test that person first. It tests the mind. Physical challenge. We are born for a purpose. 1,000 taels of gold spent can still be earned back. The disciples below were astonished and exclaimed, this is the divine will. This is indeed the divine will. Above the main hall, a dazzling light shone. Yan Jinghong looked up and stammered, is that the auspicious cloud of merit? Yan Yang Nian was also in shock, auspicious cloud of merit. It was a rainbow before, but now it has turned into pure gold. The streams of law gathered together and then poured down below. Chongqing stood dumbfounded, thinking, where did this spotlight come from? The streams of law swirling around him made Chongqing confused. What is happening? He reached out and touched his body, feeling a burning heat as if on fire. Inside his body, it felt like something was about to sprout. Sweat poured out like rain. He reached out to unbutton his shirt, muttering, why is it so hot? Too hot. Yan Jinghong suddenly pointed at Chongqing and shouted loudly, everyone look behind Mr. Yi. Yan Yang Nian also exclaimed, Divine General. It's the Divine General. Behind Chongqing, a gigantic Dharma manifestation appeared that looked just like him. Gao Zhu was astonished. No. That is the Dharma body of the saint. Chongqing's entire body radiated golden light, and the brilliance filled the academy. Gao Zhu quickly shielded his eyes, it's too bright. Yan Yang Nian was drenched in sweat, his voice trembling, holy light shines forth. Holy light shines forth. The students below could not withstand the dazzling light, all raising their hands to cover their eyes. The light grew stronger and stronger. Yan Yang Nian peeked with squinted eyes, then exclaimed in astonishment, old ancestor, look down there. Strangely, all the students were sitting upright, collectively entering the Tao. Gao Zhu could hardly believe his eyes. They are all entering the Tao. Zhang Chen slowly opened his eyes, a gentle stream of spiritual energy swirling around him, making him feel as if he were in a dream. We have studied the sacred texts for many years without grasping the truth, yet today. Thank you, Chongqing Saint, for the blessing. He immediately knelt down, expressing his reverence and gratitude. Chongqing frowned, thinking to himself, what in the world is happening? They only heard me speak a few nonsense words, and yet they were able to enter the Tao. He felt disheartened. I excel in chess, poetry, and painting. I am proficient in everything, yet I can only perform these trivial tricks. Who has taken away my immortal cultivating life? He cried out with deep resentment. Above, the Tao aura gathered. A hazy object slowly appeared. It was a tower. What is this? Chongqing exclaimed in surprise. The tower gradually descended. Chongqing took a closer look and shouted, little tower. It's the little tower I carved. How did it end up here? A student below said, this phantom tower doesn't resemble a Dharma manifestation of a saint. It seems to be a physical form. Could it be the legendary treasure of merit, the Xianhuang Tower? Chongqing held the tower in his hands, murmuring, is it really just like this? The treasure of merit is heavier than my wooden statue. Could it be real? The tower in Chongqing's hands suddenly shone, illuminating the entire room. Chongqing stared at it, his face pale. Gao Zhu awakened, exclaiming, recognizing a master. The Xian Huang Tower is recognizing a master. Chongqing closed his eyes, gazing at the tower, silently thinking, this thing seems to be merging into my body, but I can't control it. The tower slowly slipped into Chongqing's hand. His eyes went blank, then he stood upright, speaking in a majestic voice. I am Xian Huang Ling Long Tower, the supreme treasure of heaven and earth. You all should hurry to bow down to my master. The students, Gao Zhu, and everyone knelt down in unison, shouting, congratulations to Chongqing Saint for achieving the sacred treasure. A few days later, in a room, Tu Shunyan was staring intently at a painting. Next to him, Qing Shui was playing the lute, while Yan Bing Xian walked back and forth anxiously. Mr. Yi has been in seclusion for more than 10 days now. I wonder if everything is alright. Yan Bing Xian asked anxiously. Qing Shui calmly replied, Mr. Yi has instructed that unless there is something important, we should not disturb him. Surely he is practicing how to control the Xian Huang Ling Long Tower. In the room, Chongqing sat cross-legged, channeling the Tao, his hands forming seals to control the tower hovering in the air. He closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Spirit soldiers, advance. He pointed at the tower, but after waiting for a long time, nothing happened. The tower gradually lost its brilliance and fell to the ground. Chongqing looked at the tower and shook his head. Why is there no response at all? He rubbed his forehead and sighed. I have spiritual roots, and the Xian Huang Tower has already been incarnated. Why can't I cultivate? A moment later, he suddenly came to his senses. Ah, that's right, the skill of eating earth from Miss Qing Shui clearly had an effect before. He suddenly realized, I just joined the sect, and now I'm only at the first level. This tower is a high-level treasure, it must be at some atmospheric level, so it's normal that it doesn't pay attention to me. It's not that I can't cultivate, but that I'm not at a high enough level. He pulled out a skill book, then took out a black stone. He said, the black stones that He Huang brought back last time are down to just a few pieces, I need to think of a way to get more. He placed the two items in front of him and said, these two things are very suitable for a cultivating immortal like me. The sensitivity can be utilized. He closed his eyes, formed a seal, and began to recite the formula, beginning to receive energy, transforming yin and yang. Harmonizing the 8 directions, for energies facing the sun. Heaven and earth interacting, all things generating transformation. There are heads and tails, circulating for hundreds of miles. A stream of air evaporated, and the black stone hovered in Chongqing's hand. He smiled, this flavor is just right. He felt a mysterious warmth flowing along his meridians, gradually converging at his dantian. Chongqing felt a sense of comfort. Feeling warm all over, it was as if he was being infused with a great deal of energy. Tu Shunyan was sitting in front of the painting of the demon fox, silently thinking, absorb. Absorb. Suddenly, the stream of spiritual energy that was gathering towards him changed direction and flew away. Tu Shunyan was startled. Huh, my spiritual energy. Yan Bing Xian was sitting in a chair, listening to Qing Shui's playing, silently thinking, the spiritual energy contained in this music is really suitable for cultivation. Suddenly, cold sweat broke out. She opened her eyes wide and saw streams of spiritual energy converging in one direction, and she called out, Qing Shui's sister. Look, all the spiritual energy is heading towards Mr. Ye's room. Qing Shui followed her gaze and let out a soft, oh. The more passionately she played, the denser the spiritual energy became. Her gasps mingled with the music. Mr. Yi, if you wish to absorb it, then I, Qing Shui, would like to offer this small amount of spiritual energy, please keep it within your body. At the same time, Gao Zhu and Qi Fushi were guarding the law, circulating spiritual energy. Suddenly, the spiritual energy around them vanished. Qi Fushi was astonished, not good. Old ancestor, be careful. Gao Zhu, while circulating his energy, was disrupted by the spiritual energy, blood qi surged to his heart, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Old ancestor. Qi Fushi hurriedly ran over. What is it? Gao Zhu angrily shouted, the flow of spiritual energy where Gao Zhu is meditating is weakening. He looked down and said angrily, "Who dares to audaciously steal my Dayan's spiritual energy?" A subordinate hurriedly ran in to reporting to you, old ancestor, all the spiritual energy in the imperial capital is flowing to the residence of Changqing Saint. It seems he is in the midst of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Gao Zhu was shocked. Has Changqing Saint's cultivation reached this level already? Just one session of cultivation has drained all the spiritual energy from the imperial capital. It truly is a miraculous feat that can alter the forces of heaven and earth. Qi Fushi hesitated for a moment and then said, "Old ancestor, if it is indeed Changqing Saint, it may be difficult to deal with." "Why?" Gao Zhu glanced at Qi Fushi. Qi Fushi replied, "Old ancestor, think about it, Changqing Saint has absorbed nearly all the spiritual energy of the imperial capital after just one cultivation session. If this continues, how can other cultivators absorb spiritual energy to cultivate? I fear that Qi Fushi will not have enough resources to maintain operations either." At this point, he was on the verge of tears. Gao Zhu stroked his beard, pondering, indeed. Heaven and earth spiritual energy, although it can regenerate, cannot keep up with the cultivation speed of Changqing Saint. Qi Fushi clasped his hands and said, "Old ancestor, if many cultivators are forced to stop their cultivation and leave Dayan, it will be a serious loss for our country. We should ask Changqing Saint." Before he could finish his words, Gao Zhu decisively interrupted, "No." He glared at Qi Fushi and said, "Changqing Saint is a blessing for Dayan. The higher his cultivation, the more opportunities and benefits he brings to our Dayan. Even if we have to lose all casual cultivator experts, even if Qi Fushi has to dissolve, we cannot invite Changqing Saint to leave." Seeing Gao Zhu's determination, Qi Fushi could only helplessly reply, "Yes, I understand." He Huang sniffed, following the trail of spiritual energy, looked at the house in front of him, and thought to himself, with such strong spiritual energy, it must be here. He ran up to the door, stood in front of it, and shouted, "Sister-in-law, open the door, it's me, brother." Tu Shunyan opened the door and scolded, "What are you calling for, annoying?" He Huang ran in and saw Tu Shunyan rolling on the ground. He immediately asked, "What are you doing?" Tu Shunyan blushed and replied, "I can't hold it in anymore." He Huang, confused, asked, "Isn't there a toilet for women in this courtyard?" Tu Shunyan, angry, kicked He Huang and said, "I mean my cultivation is full." He Huang covered his face and said, "So you are about to break through your realm. If you keep suppressing it, you might explode and die." Tu Shunyan looked inside the house and said, "Breaking through here will disturb the master. He is troubled by other matters." He Huang extended his hand, lifted Tu Shunyan onto his back, and said, "Let's go, I'll take you to the outskirts to find a quiet place." A while later, at a small pavilion, Yan Bing Xian held a cup of tea and asked, "Mr. Yi, were you cultivating a few days ago?" Changqing smiled awkwardly and said, "It was just a sudden moment of comprehension." He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "If they knew I had been in seclusion for so long just to absorb a stone, it would be so embarrassing." Hearing the words, moment of comprehension, Yan Bing Xian looked at Qing Shui, who had dark circles under her eyes like a panda, and thought, comprehension. Miss Qing Shui almost had her soul leave her body, yet Mr. Yi only said it was comprehension. She remembered the moment Qing Shui desperately played the instrument, fearfully saying, "Qing Shui sister, don't play anymore." At that time, Qing Shui was about to faint but still tried to speak. I can still play," she thought to herself. Indeed, Changqing Saint is superior to ordinary people. Qing Shui smiled. To witness such a magnificent aura, even if I give all my spiritual energy, Qing Shui would not regret it. Changqing said, "That's right. Lady Yan comes from a royal background, and Miss Qing Shui is also from a prestigious family of cultivating immortals, so her knowledge must be very profound." Yan Bing Xian happily replied, "I have followed my old ancestor since I was young, have seen and used many rare treasures, and practiced various skills." Qing Shui also said, "My master has bestowed many treasures upon me." Changqing took out the stone and asked, "Both ladies, what is the name of this stone? The two girls stared at the stone, then simultaneously realized, thinking, isn't this the rare primordial stone of heaven and earth? It's even larger than the one I saw in Shaoqi town on Master Ye's table. The patterns are also of a higher quality. Changqing noticed the change in the two's expressions and anxiously thought, oh no, I forgot I'm supposed to be Changqing Saint. Does asking like that make me lose face? He quickly cleared his throat twice and regained his serious demeanor. I just wanted to test you two a bit, it's nothing to worry about if you don't know. Upon hearing this, the two girls exchanged glances and nodded, thinking to themselves, I understand now, ye great master is not satisfied with the answer primordial stone. This is testing our sisterhood. Both hurriedly flipped through the skill's secret manual, saying, wait a moment, let's look it up. Changqing frowned, I just asked that, there's no need to complicate things. After a long while, Qing Shui sighed with relief and closed the manual. Ye great master, this item is called primordial stone, it is a unique treasure. Primordial stone. Changqing said in surprise, looking at the stone in his hand, thinking, little black one, I didn't expect you to be a treasure. Yan Bing Xian said, primordial stone absorbs the essence of heaven and earth and contains a vast amount of spiritual energy. Ordinary cultivators cannot refine it for absorption. Only the demon clan in Nanling, a remote and desolate area, might occasionally find a little. A specialty of the demon clan? Changqing asked in astonishment. Qing Shui's eyes lit up, moreover, the primordial stone in Yi Si's hand has superior quality. No matter how thoroughly one searches the Zhongzhou cultivation world, a second stone cannot be found. Changqing looked at the pitch-black stone in his hand, which was nothing remarkable. The words echoed in his mind, even with money, it cannot be bought, rare treasures and mystical items of heaven and earth cannot be found elsewhere. He smirked slyly, good, very good, extremely good. Yan Bing Xian added, although this treasure is something that even the imperial capital de Yen does not possess, it surely holds no value in the eyes of Changqing Saint. Changqing felt heartbroken upon hearing this. Miss Yen, your remarks are getting increasingly adept. After asking, Changqing stood up, appearing refined. I have understood the rarity of this item. Thank you, two young ladies. With that, he left. Yan Bing Xian and Qing Shui breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, it seems that Mr. Yi is very satisfied with our answer. A moment later, He Huang entered carrying 2 Shern yen, saying, little girl, it's been a few days, and unexpectedly, your cultivation has surpassed that of this king. He Huang set 2 Shern yen down. She confidently puffed out her chest and said, trust the master, immortality and eternal youth. In recent days, many strange phenomena have appeared around the master. Just absorbing a little is enough for us to use for hundreds of thousands of years. He Huang and 2 Shern yen went inside and saw Changqing gloomily staring at the stone. Surrounding them were swirling streams of Tao. Such a rare primordial stone, even the royal family doesn't have one. Where did you find it, He Huang? He Huang's eyes brightened, secretly thinking, indeed, from the aura, one can sense the increasing power of its master. 2 Shern yen chirped as it climbed onto the table, but every time it climbed up, it slid back down. Changqing looked at it and smiled, asking, little white fox, what are you doing? Why do you seem so much more spirited today? Suddenly, the sound of a dog barking outside startled Changqing. He turned around and saw He Huang wagging its tail as it ran in. He Huang, why are you here too? Changqing was surprised. He took out a few stones from his pocket and said, I almost forgot, these primordial stones are the ones you brought back, right? He Huang wagged its tail in response, that's right. Good dog, good dog. Changqing patted He Huang's head and laughed, then you go find me some more stones, okay? Changqing's smile made He Huang hesitate, dripping with sweat. Looking for a few more stones. He Huang nodded helplessly. Changqing was satisfied and let He Huang go, good. He stretched and said, I'm tired of this imperial capital. Pretending to be Changqing Saint like this, it will be exposed sooner or later. We should return to Shaoqi town soon. After saying that, he stepped outside, and He Huang followed closely behind. That night, He Huang sat on the rooftop, sighing. Tu Shinian suddenly appeared beside him and asked, "Silly dog, what are you sitting here sighing about alone?" He Huang looked up at the sky and said, "My master needs a lot of primordial stones, but I have taken all of them from the Fox clan's forbidden area. Now where can I find more?" Tu Shinian rested his chin on his hand and said, "Calling you foolish, you really are foolish. If the Fox clan is gone, there is still the Black Fox clan. If the Black Fox clan is gone, there are other clans. By that time, I will sweep through each one with you. Wouldn't we worry about not having enough for our master?" He Huang seemed enlightened and slapped his thigh, saying, "That's right. Once our master takes us back to Shaoqi town, we will charge into Nanling once again." The next morning, Chongqing was still diligently cultivating in his room. The Big Dipper is full of energy, transforming yin and yang, covering all directions, and harmonizing the 4 seasons with the rising sun. "Autumn," he cried out, raising the primordial stone that no longer had any spiritual energy. One primordial stone has finally run out. But still, the feeling of cultivation is becoming increasingly proficient. Yan Bing Xian and Yan Yang Nian walked in, saying, "Mr. Yi, my father has come to see you." Chongqing called out, "Please take a seat in the living room, I'll be right there." He smiled inwardly, perfect timing. The evening shadows were stained red. Yan Yang Nian sat silently with a gloomy face, his eyes half closed, a look of helplessness evident in every feature. Yi Senior has been in seclusion for 4 days straight, the spiritual energy in the imperial capital is depleted. He sighed, remembering the talented individuals in the imperial capital, each one sobbing bitterly, crying out in despair, "Your Majesty, if this continues, we will perish." The wailing echoed in his ears, causing his heart to twist. How will the other cultivators in the imperial capital survive now? This is not a long-term plan. Yan Yang Nian slammed his hand on the table, his entire body trembling, his heart burning with anger. Although the old ancestor has not yet decided, for the long-term safety of the country, it seems we still have to ask Yi Senior to temporarily leave the imperial capital. At that moment, Chongqing walked in, holding a tray of hot tea. "Your Majesty, you've waited for a long time." He set the tray down and went straight to the point. "I also have something to discuss with your Majesty." "Please, Yi Senior, go ahead." Yan Yang Nian quickly responded, "I have decided to leave the imperial capital in a few days." Chongqing said slowly. Yan Yang Nian's mouth fell open, almost dropping his jaw to the ground. "I haven't even had a chance to speak, and why has Yi Senior already proposed it? Does he have the ability to read minds?" Yan Bing Xian asked worriedly. "Yi Senior, you have just arrived not long ago, do you really want to leave already? Has Bing Xian not been attentive enough in hosting you?" Chongqing replied gently, "No, no. I have experienced the beauty of the imperial capital, I have no regrets left in this lifetime." His appearance was calm and indifferent, but he secretly thought, in such a powerful imperial capital, I can't even find a single primordial stone. How can I cultivate like this? He poured a cup of hot tea and presented it to Yan Yang Nian. "I find the feng shui of the imperial capital very good, so I thought I would try planting some tea. Your Majesty, please have a taste." Yan Yang Nian picked up the tea cup, filled with questions. "Drinking tea? What is Yi Senior implying?" "Well, I guess I'll drink first." With that thought, he tilted his head back and drank it all. As soon as he swallowed, his face turned bright red, stammering, this is. He felt as if he had wandered into a paradise, sensing that the cup of tea contained a supreme energy, even capable of generating spiritual energy within his body. Truly wonderful. Chongqing smiled. "After I leave, these tea leaves and the tea plant behind the house will be left for your Majesty." Hearing this, Yan Yang Nian was taken aback, suddenly realizing everything. So that's it. Yi Senior absorbed the spiritual energy of the imperial capital not to cultivate for himself, but to refine spiritual energy through tea cultivation for the sake of everyone. Tears streamed down his face, and he choked up. Yi Senior has always thought of De Yen. Thinking this, Yan Yang Nian hurriedly stepped forward, knelt before Chongqing, and bowed his head, saying, "Yi Senior." The emperor's sudden action left Chongqing stunned. He quickly moved to help Yan Yang Nian up. Your Majesty, please stand up. I cannot accept such a grand gesture. Yan Yang Nian said solemnly, Yi Senior must have his own reasons for choosing to leave. But the people of De Yen will never forget your grace. Saying this, he stood up straight, raised his hand, and commanded loudly, proclaim my imperial decree. The 12 counties and 50 cities of De Yen must build the Chongqing Temple in the shortest time possible. I want the name Chongqing Saint to echo throughout the territory of De Yen. The next day, the carriage was ready. Chongqing paused. In front of him were the 5 most powerful figures of De Yen, Zhang Chen, Yan Jinghong, Yan Yang Nian, Yan Bing Xin, and Gao Zhu. He was astonished. You all really came. A sense of embarrassment crept into his heart. Even more surprising was that Qing Shui also appeared. She hesitantly asked, Mr. Yi, can Qing Shui accompany you to Shaoqi town? Chongqing was surprised. Huh? Why? Qing Shui hesitated a bit. I am not talented, and recently I have encountered some difficulties in practicing musical laws. You can rest assured, once my doubts are resolved, I will leave immediately and certainly will not trouble you anymore. Chongqing couldn't bear to refuse. Miss Qing Shui, you are being too modest. If you want to go with me, of course, you are welcome. Gao Zhu also spoke up. If Yi Senior has time, please feel free to return and visit at any time. The people of De Yen will forever remember your kindness. Chongqing waved his hand. The old man Yen is too kind. Everyone bowed in unison, shouting, we bid farewell to Chongqing Saint. May Chongqing Saint have blessings like the immortals and live as long as heaven and earth. Witnessing this scene, Chongqing couldn't help but feel touched. He smiled and clasped his hands in return, thank you all for your affection. But in his heart, he couldn't help but lament, the treatment of Chongqing Saint is so bittersweet. At the same time, at the Qing Feng Luo Yu Pavilion, Mu Rongli Zhou stood by the window, murmuring a few lines of poetry, day by day, I miss you, but can't meet you. Lu Ruyi entered, looked at Mu Rongli Zhou, and thought, during the days when I can't see Yi Sir, the master of the pavilion always looks so sorrowful. She softly spoke, Master of the pavilion, today Yi Sir will leave the imperial capital, heading towards Dongshan. Mu Rongli Zhou coldly replied, his departure has nothing to do with me. Lu Ruyi responded, I heard that Yi Sir will not return in the short term. Do you really not want to see him one more time? Mu Rongli Zhou frowned, really? I dare not hide anything. Lu Ruyi affirmed, why didn't you say it earlier? Mu Rongli Zhou yelled, turning around and stamping her foot. She immediately dashed away like lightning. Lu Ruyi watched the figure of Mu Rongli Zhou fade away, smiling, women, in the end, cannot escape the bonds of affection. Meanwhile, Yan Bing Xin clutched the hem of Chongqing's coat with both hands, acting spoiled, Mr. Yi, you must remember me. Chongqing felt somewhat awkward. I will try. Yan Bing Xin continued, can you remember me 100 times in a day? Yan Yang Nian stood beside him, speaking to Gao Zhu, old ancestor, if we can match Little Nine and Mr. Yi together, wouldn't that be a good thing, beneficial for both sides? Gao Zhu looked up at the sky. A brilliant golden light appeared, causing him to exclaim, I advise you to give up your illusions early and recognize reality. A peerless figure like Mr. Yi is only worthy of someone with a noble status. Little Nine still has a long way to go. That golden light shot straight down to where Chongqing was, creating a tremendous shockwave. Chongqing silently sighed, here it comes again. It's already prepared 7 parts. From within that brilliant flame, the figure of Mu Rongli Zhou emerged. She stepped out of the stream of light like a celestial phoenix descending to the earth. The crowd around her was astonished, this person can actually control fire, could she have a connection with the legendary phoenix? Chongqing was also taken aback, Mu Rong Lady. Wow, I didn't expect Mu Rong Lady to be not only beautiful but also possess such profound cultivation. Mu Rongli Zhou approached and spoke, Mr. Yi, you are leaving today, right? Chongqing replied, yes. He suddenly noticed the strange look in Mu Rongli Zhou's eyes and raised his hand to cover his face, avoiding her gaze. Hey, if you keep looking at me like that, I might suspect you have feelings for me. Oh no, she's probably looking at Chongqing Saint instead. He muttered to himself, Chongqing, if your current identity is not Chongqing Saint, with that gaze, you might not dare to dream for a lifetime. Now I have spiritual roots and suitable skills. As long as I find a primordial stone and work hard on my cultivation, surely one day I will win the heart of a beauty. Thinking this, he responded, although we are just passing by, let's keep it simple. But I still thank Lady Mu Rong for seeing me off a short distance. Hearing this, a hint of sadness appeared on Mu Rong Li Zhou's face. Is it just meeting by chance? So in Mr. Ye's eyes, we are merely two drifting lilies. Or perhaps, you know my intentions but do not wish to accept them, so you say this to leave me with a bit of final dignity. It must be like that. A saint like you, walking in the world, must have countless beauties surrounding you. How could you possibly pay attention to a small girl like me? Qing Shui chuckled softly, glancing at Mu Rong Li Zhou. Indeed, no woman can resist the charm of Mr. Yi, not even the women of the Mu Rong ancient clan. My judgment was indeed correct. After setting up the teleportation array, Yan Yang Nian respectfully said to Chongqing, Mr. Yi, everything is ready. We can begin the teleportation at any time. You've worked hard, Chongqing replied, then walked with Qing Shui to the teleportation gate. Gao Zhu led the ministers, all bowing together. We bid farewell to Chongqing Saint. Chongqing turned around and waved goodbye, everyone, may we meet again by fate. In his heart, he silently thought, good brother, thank you very much for all this time. Your identity is truly very useful, helping me have wonderful experiences. In the ancient country of Great Xia, deep in the Yunlu mountain range, where the 10,000 Sword sect is located, a Sword Dao sect that has existed for 100 years, murmurs of conversation filled the air. Don't miss this great opportunity. Opportunities don't come around often. When it's time to act, we must act. The skills of our Sword sect will be demonstrated right now. You will see the quality for yourself. Inside the main hall, the master and the two elders were sitting in a circle, meditating. The master of the 10,000 Sword sect, Jian Jingyuan, formed a seal with his hands and chanted, gather the swords. Go. The two elders of the 10,000 Sword sect also chanted in unison, become the first sword of immortality, explode through the drifting clouds. With the resounding shout, all three simultaneously circulated their energy, gathering spiritual energy around the sword. A disciple outside loudly announced, everyone, look there. This is one of the top skills of the 10,000 Sword sect, personally demonstrated by the master and the elders. He enthusiastically promoted it, but passers-by merely glanced and assessed. He approached someone and continued to rave. The 10,000 Sword sect is the most famous swordsman sect in the area. All the masters have been guardians of the realm for thousands of years. Then he enthusiastically invited, does this junior brother want to come and enjoy the performance of the masters? The other person disdainfully replied, nonsense. Who is your junior brother? Have you gone mad because you can't collect tuition fees? People gathered in groups, whispering excitedly, most famous. I see it as the worst. I even want to go to Ziqing Holy Land to study. I've heard that 10,000 Sword sect is on the decline. Ziqing Holy Land is the true everlasting ruler. After the performance, the space became quiet. The master and the elders stepped outside. One elder worriedly said, Master, Ziqing Holy Land has recently risen like a kite in the wind. Will we still be able to recruit disciples this year? I've heard it's all thanks to the Ziqing Holy Master Su Ji Tian who has gained the chance to disobey heaven. Jian Jingyuan calmly replied, what's there to panic about? I still have my last magic weapon. Today, I will personally go to the Sword Burial Lake beside the Sword Tomb to investigate thoroughly. Our master is in seclusion there. Yet there are still waves of life emanating, sword chi boiling under the sword burying lake. I suspect that soon, the master will exit. The elder still looked worried. The master has been in the Great Ascension realm for many years. Usually, one is about to ascend. Why choose to exit at this moment? Jian Jingyuan said, of course, he cannot bear to see the morale of the 10,000 Sword sect decline. nor can he bring himself to leave disciples like us behind. He pointed to the 2 disciples and commanded, "You 2 immediately spread the news, the strongest master of the 10,000 sword sect is about to exit." "Yes," the 2 disciples replied in unison. Jian Jingyuan continued, "Let the Ziqing Holy Land and everyone know, as long as the 10,000 sword sect still has a master, we remain the leaders of sword Dao in Zhongzhou." Suddenly, a powerful tremor occurred, causing everyone to lose their balance. Jian Jingyuan turned around in shock. What is this tremor? He thought to himself, the sword grave at the back mountain. The sword-burying lake is stirring. He raised his hand to snap his fingers, murmuring, "First hexagram is Kan, second hexagram is Kuan. The Ji hexagram is in the east, the Sun hexagram is in the southeast." Suddenly, his eyes brightened, rejoicing. Indeed, heaven is helping us. It seems the master is about to appear. A disciple hurriedly rushed over to report, "Master, the visitors who came to tour earlier didn't register to join the sect." Jian Jingyuan, hearing this, was more frustrated than eating chili, and angrily shouted, "Do they not know that the strongest master of our 10,000 sword sect is about to appear?" The disciple felt helpless. "I already told them, but they said their stomachs are not good and cannot digest empty promises." Jian Jingyuan was shocked and muttered, "I would rather wait 5 years for Ziqing Holy Land to open and accept disciples than willingly join the 10,000 swords sect and welcome my ancestors right now. How annoying." Then he and 2 elders flew to the sword burial lake. Upon landing on the ground, all 3 felt a fierce pressure radiating outwards. One elder frowned. "The evil energy of the sword burial lake is too strong. Even getting close is hard to bear. Yet, the master could remain calm here for 1,000 years. Jian Jingyuan contemptuously said, "Those foolish blind people don't know what they have missed." The surface of the water churned, and a colossal column of spiritual energy shot straight into the sky. Jian Jingyuan and the 2 elders immediately shouted in unison, "Welcome, Master exits." The old ancestor of the 10,000 sword sect, Si Xiu Jinping, closed his eyes and contemplated. "I have 2 for 1,000 years, having achieved an immortal sword heart. It's a pity that I still cannot break through the final step to comprehend the sword intent of the great Tao. This time, fate has led me to exit, and I must find an opportunity." Disciple pays respects to master. The master and the elders replied in unison. Si Xiu Jinping then noticed them and asked, "Are you from the 10,000 sword sect?" "Yes, indeed. Among you, who is the current master?" Jian Jingyuan clasped his hands and replied, reporting to master, "Jian Jingyuan, am the current master of the 10,000 sword sect." Si Xiu Jinping used his divine consciousness to probe the cultivation of all 3. The 2 elders were at the mid-stage of divinity, while Jian Jingyuan was at the early stage of void refinement. He sighed, "A nameless little one at the early stage of void refinement. No wonder the 10,000 sword sect has fallen so low." Hearing this, Jian Jingyuan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The 2 elders exchanged glances, seeing Jian Jingyuan's pale face, and whispered to each other, "Has master, upon just exiting, already been dissatisfied with us? The situation in the world of cultivation is not stable now, expenses must be cut, and we cannot blame our master for that." Si Xiu Jinping descended to the ground and said, "All right, follow me to the main hall to report everything that has happened since I went into seclusion." "Yes." Jian Jingyuan and the 2 elders replied in unison. Inside the main hall, Jian Jingyuan stood below and recounted the significant events that had taken place in Zhongzhou mainland over the past 1,000 years. Si Xiu Jinping said, "I see. The experts from my time have fallen one after another. Magical powers. Oh, did no one ascend?" Jian Jingyuan replied, "That's right. Not only the 10,000 sword sect but other holy lands of cultivation in Zhongzhou have also declined due to the departure of their seniors. They are no longer what they once were. Now, the Dao sect Zhongzhou is in danger. The master's return at this moment will certainly lead the 10,000 sword sect back to the position of leader among the sections." Si Xiu Jinping asked, "Do you know why the Dao sect Zhongzhou is in danger?" Jian Jingyuan said, "An ominous and enchanting melody, a legendary tune that transforms mortals, has once again resonated throughout the world after many years of silence. The eerie sounds permeate throughout Nanling, northern border, awakening the malevolent forces that have been buried in darkness. Even the female demon emperor, sealed at the edge of the icy northern border, shows signs of awakening. A mournful and deadly atmosphere envelopes the surroundings, heralding a terrible catastrophe about to descend. Xi Xiu Jinping, with his weathered and wrinkled face, gazes into the distance, his voice grave. The melody of the mundane reappears, the demon emperor breaks free. Just as the prophecy foretold, a great calamity is soon to befall Dao sect Zhongzhou. His hand trembles as he clenches it into a fist. Even if that demon leader has been sealed for 9 lifetimes, her power remains unmatched in the world. Can the Dao sect withstand it? He raises his hand, condensing spiritual energy. A shimmering white light sparkles around his fingertip, then he sighs, heavy-hearted. I have cultivated an immortal sword heart, yet I still have not comprehended the sword intent Great Dao. If I must confront her in the future, what are my chances of victory? His eyes reveal a sense of helplessness and worry. Suddenly, Jian Jingyuan speaks up, Master, do not worry too much. The Holy Master of Tai Xian Holy Land, Changxian Jinren, once declared that a sovereign will emerge among the human clan, protecting all living beings. The sudden rise of Tai Xian Holy Land recently is thanks to the blessing of this emperor. Jian Jingyuan's words startled Xi Xiu Jinping. He shouted, Nonsense! Do you know how terrifying an emperor is? They are individuals who have reached the peak of cultivation. With just one thought, they can induce heavenly tribulation and ascend to the heavenly realm. Jian Jingyuan broke out in a cold sweat and quickly bowed his head. I understand, but Tai Xian Holy Land speaks very confidently. They must have encountered this emperor. Upon hearing this, Xi Xiu Jinping felt a flicker of hope arise in his heart. Is it possible that an emperor has truly reappeared? If I could receive guidance on Sword Dao from the emperor, I could comprehend the sword intent of the Great Dao. He pondered for a moment and then turned to Jian Jingyuan. What is your relationship with the Tai Xian Holy Master? Jian Jingyuan scratched his head, hesitating. It's okay. Do you want to meet that emperor? Xi Xiu Jinping stood up, his gaze resolute. I wish to meet the emperor of the human clan and seek his guidance. With my current lifespan, if I cannot comprehend the sword intent of the Great Dao, I fear that a great disaster will come, and I won't be able to protect the 10,000 sword sect. Jian Jingyuan was taken aback, thinking to himself, the great disaster is approaching. Could it be that Master exits not because of the completion of Sword Dao, but because a catastrophe is about to descend? Thinking of the current situation of the 10,000 sword sect, his heart felt heavy. I once hoped that Master would lead the 10,000 sword sect back to prosperity, but who would have thought that the sect has now fallen to such depths? Xi Xiu Jinping stepped down, his voice low, I understand your concern. As the Supreme Emperor, his temperament must be eccentric. If I force it, I fear it will implicate the entire 10,000 sword sect. Jian Jingyuan's face still could not hide his anxiety. Xi Xiu Jinping sighed, but right now, I truly no longer have time to wait. Jian Jingyuan bowed his head and replied, Junior understands. Xi Xiu Jinping continued, I can assure you, if I comprehend the sword intent of the Great Dao, the future will undoubtedly leave a portion of magical powers and opportunities for the 10,000 sword sect. At the very least, it can ensure that the 10,000 sword sect thrives for another 5,000 years. Raising his 5 fingers, his words were like thunder in a clear sky, causing Jian Jingyuan to be so astonished that he stuttered. Thousands of years. He rubbed his head, trying to calm himself. I wouldn't even dare to dream of something so good. But then he secretly thought, with the cultivation of the master, I'm afraid no one in the 10,000 sword sect can stop him. But if he uses the reputation of the 10,000 sword sect to provoke that emperor, it would really not be good. Suddenly he clapped his hands as if he just thought of something. Got it. Then he hurriedly bowed his head and said loudly, Master, I just thought of something that can help you break through the Sword Dao. Xi Xiu Jinping asked in surprise, what is it? Jian Jingyuan quickly said, Master, do you remember the Ziqing Holy Land? They and our 10,000 sword sect both revere the Sword Dao. Recently, the Ziqing Holy Master, Su Ji Tian, was fortunate to obtain a portion of the opportunity disobedient to heaven. That night, a bright sword light shot up into the sky, with an immense presence. Si Xiu Jinping frowned and asked, could that opportunity be even more formidable than the teachings of the emperor? Jian Jingyuan replied, the powers are on par. The Ziqing Holy Master personally confirmed with Junior that the opportunity is related to the sword Dao. He clenched his fists, his face full of anguish. I won't hide it from you, Master. From now on, everyone believes that the sword Dao of Ziqing Holy Land is the orthodox one, and they are all eager to join the sect. Si Xiu Jinping, hearing this, angrily said, damn it. Just having a little opportunity and they dare to arrogantly claim to be the orthodox sword Dao. He unleashed a terrifying pressure, causing the ground to shake violently. Then, he dashed straight out the door, shouting, I'm going to Ziqing Holy Land to see just how defiant this opportunity is. Jian Jingyuan watched him leave, smiling in satisfaction. Perfect, I can also find some trouble for this competitor in recruitment, killing two birds with one stone. Then he muttered to himself, could it be that I really am a genius? At Ziqing Holy Land, a painting hung in mid-air exuding profound Taoist energy, enveloping the entire Holy Land in an unfathomable mysterious atmosphere. Si Xiu Jinping flew along that thread of genuine intent, landing to gaze at the mysterious Taoist energies, exclaiming, indeed powerful. I can feel this power from 100 miles away. He looked up at the painting and said, it seems that the source of this power is that scroll. Jian Jingyuan was not wrong. This opportunity for the swordsman was indeed a tremendous magical power. He shot up into the air, laughing loudly, let me carefully sense it. As he flew closer, at that moment, a sharp sword chi shot out from the Holy Land, accompanied by a shout, who dares to come? Prepare to take my strike. Seeing the attack approaching, Si Xiu Jinping disdainfully said, child's play, and he waved his hand to counter, stopping the attack. A cold blade aimed directly at him, and a figure holding a sword appeared along with many shouts, who dares to intrude into Ziqing Holy Land? Su Ji Tian appeared from behind Si Xiu Jinping, asking, who are you? He silently assessed the old man in front of him, why can't I sense this old man's cultivation? Could he be a hidden expert? But then he regained his confidence, thinking, it's all right, we have the numbers, and the mountain's protective array along with Yi Senior's precious artifacts are reinforced. Anyone daring to charge into the mountain gate will come but not return. Si Xiu Jinping's face darkened, proud. Junior, let me borrow that work of calligraphy for a moment. Today's offense is something I won't hold against you any longer. An elder beside Su Ji Tian, upon hearing this, furiously brandished his sword and shouted, Holy Master, this person is too arrogant, we should kill him. The savage laughter of Si Xiu Jinping echoed like a sharp blade tearing through the tense atmosphere. The elder's warning was like the wind whispering past his ears, not causing him the slightest concern. Turning towards the elder with the sword, Si Xiu Jinping sneered in disdain, since stepping onto the path of cultivation, you are the first person to dare to speak of killing me. Each of his words struck down like a hammer, making Su Ji Tian's blood boil. He ground his teeth, gritting out each word, form the formation. Understood. The three elders replied in unison, hand signs forming, sword breaks the void. Su Ji Tian raised his sword high, the formula, sitting watching the 8 monarchs, resonating throughout the space. In an instant, a majestic sword formation took shape, with the 4 positions held by the 3 elders and Su Ji Tian. Witnessing this scene, Si Xiu Jinping not only showed no signs of fear but also laughed mockingly, a grasshopper trying to shake a tree. With just a bit of meager power, you dare to speak of killing me, he roared. Aura erupted. A gigantic barrier descended, with countless swords of spiritual energy swirling around like a tornado. With a single strike, the sword formation shattered, and the elders were thrown far away. The white-haired elder spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face pale. I didn't expect it to be an expert at the void-shattering realm. Another elder stammered, and the purple-clad elder whispered, Holy Master, I fear he has reached the semi-great ascension realm. We are no match for him. Su Ji Tian trembled, his whole body aching. No wonder I couldn't sense his cultivation. It turns out he is a top-notch swordsman. Si Xiu Jinping hovered in mid-air, his cold voice echoed, I will repeat once more, all I want is that calligraphy. Su Ji Tian gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred as he looked at him. Despite the pain coursing through his body, he struggled to stand, his voice resolute. That calligraphy is the supreme holy object of the Ziqing Holy Land. How could it be easily handed over to you? He pointed his sword directly at Si Xiu Jinping and snarled, so what if you are at the Great Ascension stage? The holy object granted by Senior Yi, I will protect it with my life. Hearing that, Si Xiu Jinping frowned slightly. He dares to speak so boldly, could there still be a hidden move? Su Ji Tian clasped his hands together and muttered, Yi Saint. The sword in his hand suddenly radiated a dazzling light. Draw the sword, divine transformation, extreme formation. A torrent of power surged from the sword, and 3 other swords simultaneously flew towards it, merging into a massive pillar of light, gradually blending into a gigantic shimmering spirit sword. Let me show you the power of a weapon forged by the Ziqing Holy Master using their primal spirit. Su Ji Tian roared. A gigantic dragon of light appeared, opening its mouth and charging towards Si Xiu Jinping. This was the Ziqing Holy Sword technique. In the face of this earth-shattering power, Si Xiu Jinping remained calm and smiled, the extreme formation combined with the Ziqing Holy Sword. Good, it's worth my attention. He drew his sword. An intense sword intent radiated, and the gigantic dragon of light was immediately suppressed, frozen in midair. How is that possible? Su Ji Tian exclaimed in shock. The sword intent alone surrounding him pierced through the extreme formation. Senior brother. An elder turned around, his voice filled with concern. This old thief's power is extraordinary, we must use a powerful move to defeat him. That's right. The elder agreed, if we cannot win, the Ziqing Holy Land will face disaster. Su Ji Tian condensed spiritual energy, shouting loudly, then let's use our strongest move. The final technique of the Ziqing sword formula. He poured all his strength into unleashing the final move, breaking the sky. A sword aura, fueled by terrible power, pierced straight toward Si Xiu Jinping. A stream of sword intent shimmered on his forehead, and his eyes sparkled with a sharp glint. Si Xiu Jinping remained calm as if nothing was happening, breaking the sky. How do you know that's not diving headfirst into death? He also unleashed a move. The 2 terrifying forces collided. The sky trembled. But in an instant, Su Ji Tian's technique was pierced through. The 3 elders looked up in horror, their mouths agape. Su Ji Tian gritted his teeth, his voice trembling, the strongest move of our entire holy land. How could it be so easily resolved? Raging wind howls. Si Xiu Jinping summoned the sword back to his hand, his voice deep like thunder echoing. Although I founded the 10,000 Sword sect 1,000 years ago and am revered as the Sword Dao Old Ancestor, the move I am most proud of has never been taught to anyone. Today, I shall demonstrate once for the world to remember for all time. He summoned a powerful Dharma manifestation that appeared behind him, majestic like a deity. Under the attentive gaze of all beings, Si Xiu Jinping formed a seal and swung his sword down. Immortal sword heart, sever the dragon. A dragon roar echoed through the skies and shook the earth. A giant phantom dragon appeared, its body twisting in the air, shimmering scales glimmering, growling ferociously. Witnessing this astounding scene, the elders of Ziqing Holy Land were horrified. The sword qi is so domineering, so extremely ferocious. One elder exclaimed with a trembling voice, to say it can move mountains and drain seas may not be enough. Sweeping across the 9 continents should be the truth. Another elder turned to Su Ji Tian, his voice urgent, Holy Master Senior Brother, quickly evade. Su Ji Tian looked up at the dragon that was charging towards him, its formidable aura seeming to want to crush everything. Si Xiu Jinping scoffed, you can't escape. Just as the dragon was about to pounce on Su Ji Tian, a transparent protective shield suddenly appeared, blocking the deadly strike. This scene left everyone, including Si Xiu Jinping, in astonishment. What? Si Xiu Jinping exclaimed. Su Ji Tian was protected inside the shield, looking confused. Protective shield. Where did it come from? An elder looked up at the sky and suddenly yelled, Holy Master Senior Brother, look! The calligraphy painting gifted by Master Chongqing. Above them, the calligraphy painting gifted by Master Chang Qing was radiating a brilliant light, illuminating the entire sky. The painting displayed the lines, "In a world full of flowers and intoxication, a single sword pierces through the 14 states." Xi Jinping read the two cryptic verses, grinding his teeth and ordering the sword to slash straight at the painting. However, when the sword touched the painting, it felt like hitting a wall of bronze and iron, utterly unfazed. Cold sweat broke out on Xi Jinping's forehead. Why is this? How can this be? He mumbled, unable to believe his eyes. Su Zhitian flew high up near the glowing painting, sensing the strong true meaning within, and respectfully clasped his hands and bowed, "Thank you, Master Yi, for saving my life. The Ziqing Holy Land will remember this grace." The three elders also knelt down simultaneously, shouting in unison, "Thank you, Master Yi, for saving our lives. Ziqing Holy Land expresses deep gratitude." Xi Jinping, neglected off to the side, gritted his teeth and said, "Is there really a spell in this world that can block this old man's sword qi?" Having ensured safety, Su Zhitian turned to Xi Jinping, his voice filled with anger, "Yi Senior, this old thief is extremely arrogant, daring to steal the holy object that you bestowed. We are powerless, please lend a hand to save Ziqing Holy Land." As soon as he finished speaking, two streams of sharp sword Dao true intentions flew out from the painting, cutting through the air toward Su Zhitian and charging straight at Xi Jinping. Seeing the two streams of sword qi rushing towards him, Xi Jinping was horrified and hurriedly raised his hand to create a defensive barrier. This scroll can not only defend. Can it also attack? Wait. Is it releasing sword Dao true intentions? He surrounded himself with a layer of barrier, but from behind, a wave of residual sword Dao true intention unexpectedly appeared. Not good. Xi Jinping exclaimed in alarm. Before he could react, he was struck by the sword qi, spitting out a mouthful of blood and collapsing in pain. The stream of sword Dao true intention, having completed its task. He flew back to the painting. Su Zhitian witnessed Xi Jinping being beaten to the point of turning pale, feeling secretly terrified. Yi Senior is too ruthless. A thunderous explosion rang out, the clouds dispersed, and the sun emerged. Xi Jinping, covered in injuries, struggled to sit up. The elder stroked his beard and waved his hand, sending two sword qi blasts that knocked him away for hundreds of miles. The other two elders nodded in agreement. Indeed, Yi Senior's cultivation is above that of this sword Dao old ancestor. Xi Jinping sat on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. His whole body trembled from severe injuries, but a satisfied smile bloomed on his face. I never expected there would be someone in this world who could wield the great Dao sword intent. I truly have my horizons broadened. He leaned on his sword to stand up, his voice weak yet filled with determination. Well, very well. I am Xi Jinping, the fifth and final generation of the 10,000 sword sect. If I can die under the great Dao sword intent. As soon as he finished speaking, he soared directly toward the painting, his face full of joy. That would be worth this life. The elder stroked his beard, trying to recall memories. Xi Jinping suddenly broke into a cold sweat and exclaimed, "What about the fifth generation of the 10,000 sword sect?" Su Zhitian was also taken aback, raising his hand to count. Could it be, the fifth generation of the 10,000 sword sect, contemporary with the master? The image of Xi Jinping being cut in half flashed through his mind, causing him to tremble. If this old man dies in the Ziqing Holy Land, wouldn't I be facing a great disaster? He quickly shouted towards the painting. Yi Senior, the origin of this person is a bit troublesome. Please retract the magical talent. Upon hearing this, the painting retracted the magical talent and slowly vanished. Xi Jinping, filled with vigor, swung his sword towards him. Suddenly, the painting disappeared, leaving him bewildered. Before he could do anything, a painful crack sounded from his back. He grimaced. Who broke my old back? Su Zhitian broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly called out, "Xi Xiu old ancestor." Xi Jinping let out a cry of ouch and fell to the ground. Three figures, Su Zhitian and the two elders, quickly flew over. Su Ji Tian helped Si Xiu Jinping up, repeatedly apologizing. So it turns out to be Si Xiu, old ancestor of the 10,000 sword sect. Please forgive the junior for being disrespectful just now. Si Xiu Jinping, as if losing his mind, wildly swung his sword. Stop rambling. Hurry up and let me fight with the scroll for a few rounds. Su Ji Tian tried to hold him back. Si Xiu, old ancestor, don't be so emotional. That's right, let's take our time discussing this. An elder advised. Si Xiu Jinping suddenly stopped, coughed a few times, then sighed. Forget it, I've been in seclusion for 1,000 years, just escaped and am eager to try my sword. I got muddled for a moment. Try my sword? Su Ji Tian was surprised. Aren't you here to destroy my sect? The elder beside him was horrified. How frightening. Su Ji Tian breathed a sigh of relief, while Si Xiu Jinping was still confused. He said sternly to Su Ji Tian, Saint Lord Ziqing, can we have a little chat in the Ziqing Great Hall? Old ancestor, please. Su Ji Tian gestured for him to enter. Su Ji Tian asked, Si Xiu, old ancestor, is there something special? Si Xiu Jinping slowly said, I returned this time because I sensed a great disaster approaching. If in the next 2 years my sword Dao does not break through, I'm afraid I'll just have to wait for death. Su Ji Tian's face changed. What? He broke into a cold sweat, thinking, so this old man didn't return to help the 10,000 sword sect of Dong San revive. But it's because the breakthrough didn't happen that he wants to have a conversation. The demon emperor is showing signs of recovery, and the Dao sect of Zhongzhou really needs someone strong like him. Yet, as soon as he emerges, it truly breaks one's heart. Su Ji Tian's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of calculation. He stood up, clasped his hands respectfully, and said, Senior, what can the junior do to assist you? Si Xiu Jinping replied calmly, it's quite simple. I just want to understand this supreme treasure scroll from the Ziqing Holy Land. Si Xiu Jinping's words left Su Ji Tian speechless, and waves of emotion surged within him. This is the place with the densest sword intent, I can't even bear to take a half step. His face contorted in confusion, which puzzled Si Xiu Jinping. Si Xiu Jinping cleared his throat and said, well then, I only seek one opportunity. Regardless of whether there is a breakthrough or not, I will leave you with 2 sets of high-grade swordmanship from the 10,000 sword sect. What do you think? As soon as he heard about the 2 sets of high-grade swordmanship, Su Ji Tian's eyes lit up. He hurriedly rubbed his hands together and smiled, saying, oh my, senior, you are being too polite. Please, I invite you. Su Ji Tian warmly gestured with his hand and spoke in a flattering tone. The blessing of this magic weapon should be shared by everyone. Feel free to stay here and comprehend. Leaving that place, Su Ji Tian stepped outside. Suddenly, he turned back and spoke respectfully. Old ancestor, wait. He made a gesture and chanted a spell, then pointed at the painting. Unleash all restrictions. With the restrictions unblocked, Su Ji Tian began to explain. Although the sword intent Great Dao in this magic weapon is incredibly pure, it also contains unpredictable dangers. Few people in the sect can withstand it, which is why we had to use seals to restrict it. Si Xiu Jinping looked at the painting, trembled, and nodded repeatedly. Good, very good. Just then, a voice called out, Holy Master, Senior Brother. An elder approached with a serious expression. Do you dare to let outsiders cultivate near ye senior's treasure? Su Ji Tian hurriedly explained. Indeed. Si Xiu Senior is a highly skilled elder of the 10,000 sword sect. If he requests our aid, how could Ziqing Holy Land not be chivalrous in helping? The elder was still worried. This treasure was bestowed by Yi Senior. It is the support of Ziqing Holy Land for the next 10,000 years. He leaned close to Su Ji Tian and whispered. If outsiders see through the secrets within, how will you speak to the entire Ziqing Holy Land? Another elder standing next to him also chimed in. Moreover, if Yi Senior places blame on us. Upon hearing this, Su Ji Tian turned to the elders and said, you all surely know that the Empress of the Magic Clan is about to awaken. When that time comes, the Magic Clan's army will undoubtedly attack Zhongzhou. The great sects have always supported each other in unity. Now, with a highly respected senior with profound cultivation needing assistance, how can we stand by and watch? If ye senior truly lays blame, I will personally bear it. Afterward, Su Ji Tian raised his hand to invite Si Xiu Jinping, his voice sincere, please, Si Xiu Senior, continue your cultivation with peace of mind. Si Xiu Jinping stroked his beard and smiled, the master of Ziqing Holy Land indeed has a chivalrous heart. A small kindness like a drop of water must be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. He soared into the sky, stopped in front of the painting, folded his arms, and said loudly, everyone, rest assured, I absolutely will not take advantage unreasonably. Saying that, he sat cross-legged, entered meditation before the painting, and murmured, restoring the heavenly king to command the heavens. Heaven and earth, profound sovereign, the mysterious law of yin and yang. His hands began to perform the technique. Countless tiny swords appeared and flew around him. He softly shouted, start. The little swords obeyed the command and descended, the sword intent radiating everywhere. A disciple looked up, puzzled, and asked, what is that? The streams of sword intent penetrated the bodies of the elders and disciples, causing everyone to be astonished and delighted. I can feel a completely new sword intent. A cheer of excitement rang out. Su Ji Tian smiled, his expression full of satisfaction, strong yet gentle, it resonates like an affirmation. This old man in black is truly worth engaging with. Indeed, I can learn from him. Suddenly, a bright blue butterfly fluttered and landed on his shoulder. It gently flapped its wings as if calling out to the master. Su Ji Tian raised his hand to lift the butterfly, giving a slight news from little girl Qing Shui. The clear voice of Qing Shui echoed from the butterfly, the disciple and ye senior have returned to Shaoqi town, master, please don't worry. Oh, I didn't expect ye senior to leave the imperial capital so quickly. He let the butterfly fly away, murmuring, Qing Shui must seize this opportunity well. A figure strode forward. Chang Qing stretched and took a long refreshing breath, it feels great, finally back home. Qing Shui, walking beside him, asked, ye great master, is the imperial capital de Yen not good? Chang Qing smiled and replied, not at all. I just prefer being at home, free and at ease. He paused briefly before continuing with a hint of surprise, I thought the outside world was very dangerous, but who would have thought that all the demon beasts along the way had died out? Just then, a young boy walked by. Chang Qing looked at the boy in surprise and exclaimed, huh? Isn't this Xiao Wang from next door? He loudly announced to everyone around, ladies and gentlemen, I have returned. The boy stared at Chang Qing, trembling, and suddenly ran away. Chang Qing looked ahead in confusion. He was even more surprised to see parents, elders, and children running away in panic. They were shouting as they ran, sorry, Mr. Yi. We didn't mean to disturb you. Please don't let them catch us. Chang Qing was bewildered and asked, what are they saying? Qing Shui covered her mouth and giggled, explaining, ye great master just returned from the imperial capital, his fame has increased tremendously. This is how they show their respect. Chang Qing stroked his chin, nodding, that makes sense. It's getting late, we should go home quickly. With that, he dashed into the house, laughing loudly, we're home now, ha ha ha. A nearby villager peeked at Chang Qing and whispered, did we misunderstand ye sir? Another person agreed, that's right, it turns out ye sir didn't tie us up. A mother holding her child also spoke up, could those people be fanatical followers of ye sir? The boy from earlier also appeared, saying, ye sir is good, those people are bad. Inside the house, Chang Qing sighed, complaining, cough, there's too much dust. He gestured, Qing Shui, let me handle this. Then he grabbed a bucket, filled it with water, and handed it to He Huang. He Huang, go fetch more water. Sitting down in a chair, Chang Qing stretched wearily, finally finished cleaning. He looked up. Seeing Qing Shui boiling water for tea, Chang Qing smiled, thank you. I am truly troubling you, Miss Qing Shui. Qing Shui handed the teacup to Chang Qing, smiling brightly, that is a statement that Qing Shui should be making. The great master does not look down upon Qing Shui's lack of talent and is willing to offer guidance time and again. Chang Qing took the teacup from Qing Shui's hand. She suddenly widened her eyes, her face flushed, gently touching her own hand, murmuring, "Tingly, silly, it feels like an electric shock." Then she suddenly realized, so this is the feeling when touching the skin of a strong presence. How strange. Chang Qing spoke, although the imperial capital is bustling and vibrant, it is only when I return to Shaoqi town that I truly feel relaxed and my soul is at peace. Qing Shui nodded in agreement. I do not like noisy and bustling places either. Like the great master, I also prefer a peaceful and quiet life like this. She poured more tea, and a new cup was placed in Chang Qing's hands. "Thank you," he said softly. Their hands accidentally brushed against each other again. Chang Qing's face turned red, and she quickly withdrew her hand. Qing Shui, feeling shy, hugged herself and exclaimed, "The aura surrounding the great master is truly pleasant, he. Chang Qing blushed and thought to himself, what does Miss Qing Shui mean by that? I am still a handsome prince. After a moment, Chang Qing, sweating with nervousness, spoke up, "Miss Qing Shui, you mentioned earlier that there were some issues with the Yin music, right?" Qing Shui replied, "That's correct. Although I have made some progress today, I still cannot play the transformation piece." Chang Qing felt awkward, "I understand. But it's getting late now, Qing Shui's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "You, great master, are truly thoughtful." She unexpectedly clasped her hands and bowed to Chang Qing. "Qing Shui will definitely rest well tonight to gather enough spirit. Tomorrow she will focus on listening to your guidance." Chang Qing stared blankly as Qing Shui gradually disappeared into the house. He couldn't help but smile and muttered, "Oh, are you playing this game with me? Duckhead, your trick has successfully caught my attention." The candle on the table was blown out. In the garden of Chang Qing's house, He Huang barked a few times at the old tree. Is it really appropriate to wake up Shu Senior like this? A few streams of energy flew out, and the deep voice of the Shu old man echoed. What is it that should not wake me up? He Huang respectfully clasped his hands and bowed his head. We have returned from the imperial capital with our master and have decided to go to Nanling. Why are you going to Nanling? The old man Shu asked curiously. Shun Yen replied, Dear Shu Senior, our master has exhausted all the primordial stones he had. We want to find some more. Upon hearing this, the old man Shu dropped a green leaf. You truly have a filial heart. Take this with you. Receiving it, Shun Yen asked curiously, What is this? The old man Shu explained, This is a willow leaf, equivalent to a full-strength blow from me. Although you all have Demon Emperor treasures, they can only be used for cultivation and not for any killer moves. In a life-and-death situation, if used against an opponent whose cultivation is below the Great Ascension realm, they will be instantly eliminated. He Huang and Shun Yen clasped their hands together. Thank you, Shu brother, thank you, Shu Senior. The old man Shu continued, Actually, I know of a place in the great secret realm that has a lot of primordial stones. But that place is extremely dangerous, and I fear that even if both of you go, it would be hard to return. It would be better to wait until I can take form and go there myself for our master. He Huang smiled and said, Don't trouble Shu brother anymore. Shun Yen also added, This time we will definitely bring back a lot of primordial stones. The next morning, in the courtyard, Qing Shui was playing the zither for Chang Qing. Images of meat and bones flashed through his mind. He imagined Qing Shui pouting, Ye great master, it's so exhausting to practice this love tune. Upon hearing this, Chang Qing said, Then shall we switch to practicing the enchanting gaze, is that okay? Not only was he imagining, but saliva had already started dripping from Chang Qing's mouth. Seeing this expression on Chang Qing's face, Qing Shui couldn't help but feel puzzled, Ye great master. Ye great master, Chang Qing remained frozen, laughing to himself. Qing Shui's loud call of, Ye great master, startled Chang Qing, and he almost dropped the zither. Clearing his throat, he said, Sorry, what were we just talking about? Qing Shui bowed his head, looking saddened. I have tried many times, but I still can't play the tune of transformation. The sheet music is too difficult. If we start with the dragon descending into the sea, my left hand has to pluck the zither continuously with very light force, producing a thin sound, lacking depth, which sounds very forced and fails to achieve harmony between strength and softness. Without hesitation, Chang Qing said firmly. It's wrong, Miss Qing Shui. What you said is completely mistaken. I can tell that you are being influenced by conflicting emotions while playing this complex piece. That is the reason why you cannot play well. Qing Shui's eyes lit up as she quickly took out paper and pen to jot down every word Chang Qing said. Please explain, ye great master. Chang Qing sat down with a serious expression. Our ultimate goal is to make the probability of transforming the piece of music reach perfection. Therefore, the basic logic in performance is to evoke the melody, creating a new musical ecology. Through the differences and details of sound, we elevate the emotional intensity of the performance to its peak. It's important to consider the emphasis when playing, forming a flexible combination of strength and softness. He placed his hand on the instrument. Now, let me perform a segment for you. The melodious sound rose, gentle and soft like flowing water and drifting clouds. Qing Shui listened, secretly thinking, indeed, he is ye great master. No matter how complicated the score is, he plays it with ease, skill, and finesse. It seems that ye great master is not affected by that mysterious force at all. Could our understanding of musical laws still be so lacking, and our minds not resolute enough? The sound of the lute rang out like a prayer, resonating throughout the northern wilderness, weaving its way into a dark sacred cave that conceals an endless ancient magical force. Here, a coffin was sealed with countless sturdy chains. 9 ancient seal characters were engraved on its surface, 9 generations connected. Inside the coffin, a sudden noise rang out. The musical laws of the transformation melody seemed to possess a spirit, attacking the seal, causing dense demon energy to surge violently. A girl with 2 small horns on her head smiled. Is it you? Have you returned? From afar, 3 members of the magic clan flew in. What is that sound? It's coming from deep within the sacred cave. The 3 landed on the surface of the lake, scanning the surroundings. This is the music of the Demon Emperor. Not long ago, the transformation melody awakened him. Now the melody is ringing out again. The 9 generations have arrived. This overlapping array cannot hold him back any longer. Demon energy surged like massive waves, tearing through the void. An arm stretched out from the coffin, a voice filled with longing. Wait for me to break this seal and I will come find you. 3 members of the magic clan knelt in fear. Your Majesty, please do not hastily break the seal. We cannot bear to see you risk your life. Please take care of your holy body. The female demon emperor shattered the seal and flew out. You don't need to worry. The 3 of them hurriedly knelt down and shouted in unison. Greetings, Your Majesty. One member of the magic clan clasped his hands. The restriction in the abyss limits all beings from entering and leaving, to the point where we cannot lend assistance. The second one also bowed. We truly feel ashamed in our hearts. The demon emperor simply chuckled and said nothing. The restriction, the seal, the era of the 9 cycles of reincarnation has passed. I, the solitary demon emperor Qing Feng, will be even stronger than 100 million years ago. She waved her hand, her majesty radiating everywhere. The day I break free will be the moment the magic clan leads the world once again. We are willing to assist your majesty in achieving great deeds. The 3 members of the magic clan prostrated loudly. The melodious sound of the zither continued to resonate. In the holy land of Ziqing, the sound of the zither blended into an ancient painting. Si Xiu Jinping was focused on his cultivation when he suddenly heard the music. He raised his head, puzzled. What is that sound? This melody. He closed his eyes to feel, like resentment, like lateness, like lamentation, like weeping. Each knife dances in the dark valley, the widow mourns on the lonely boat. Suddenly, Si Xiu Jinping opened his eyes wide, his expression enlightened. Such a simple melody, but it contains boundless true meaning, allowing me to comprehend many things. Su Ji Tian looked out from the painting. This piece of music seems to be the earthly transformation piece that Qing Shui acquired from the great secret realm back then, but has always been impossible to perform. He stroked his beard and laughed heartily. it seems that Qing Shui has truly learned the essence from Yi Senior. Si Xiu Jinping hurriedly flew down to call Su Holy Master. He flew over and asked, Su Holy Master, did you hear that melody? Su Ji Tian replied, of course I heard it, Senior Si Xiu, why are you in such a hurry? Si Xiu Jinping said, I sensed that the music just now contained a large amount of fate. Do you know who is playing it, Su Holy Master? Su Ji Tian lifted his chin and pondered, great fate. He suddenly realized and said, could it be that it was Senior Yi playing just now? He quickly added, I won't deceive you, I actually know the person who played the music. Si Xiu Jinping asked in amazement, really? Can you take me to meet them? Si Xiu Jinping hesitated a bit and said, but this expert prefers tranquility and doesn't like noise. It might not be good for me to take you there. Si Xiu Jinping sighed and said, why worry so much at this point? The resurrection of the demon emperor is imminent. If this person is also part of our clan, they must contribute. Si Xiu Jinping's expression darkened, and he thought, never mind, I am doing this for the greater good. Senior Yi, with your great abilities, will surely understand my intentions. Su Ji Tian cupped his fists and spoke. Senior Si Xiu makes a valid point, this expert is right in Tai Xian Holy Land, near Shaoqi Town. Si Xiu Jinping asked in surprise, Tai Xian Holy Land. I remember that in the past, before I entered seclusion, that place was famous for its picturesque mountains, sacred rivers, and a plethora of talented individuals. The supreme elders and holy masters back then were all rare talents with hopes of ascending to the upper world. Su Ji Tian added, to not hide anything from you, this senior's surname is Yi, he is indeed an ancestor of Tai Xian who has ascended. Upon hearing this, Si Xiu Jinping was even more taken aback. The master has ascended? He can freely travel between the upper world and the mortal realm, his cultivation must have reached an extraordinary level. He cupped his fists and slightly bowed, saying, thank you, Su Holy Master, for your guidance. Please accept these 2 sets of swordsmanship. If I can fulfill my wishes on this journey, I will surely express my gratitude in the future. With that, Si Xiu Jinping flew away. A day later, in the morning at Tai Xian Holy Land, a disciple approached He Changxian and an elder, saying, Holy Master, there is a senior from the 10,000 Swords sect named Si Xiu Jinping who wishes to meet. He Changxian asked in response, Si Xiu Jinping. He stroked his beard, thinking to himself, I have heard of this person at the 10,000 Swords sect. The elder beside him had a different attitude. He rushed over and grabbed the disciple, asking, where is this person right now? The disciple quickly replied, right outside the mountain gate. He grabbed He Changxian's collar and hurried outside, saying, quickly, let's go welcome him. He Changxian and Nan Gongxian so took to the skies on their swords. He Changxian couldn't help but ask in confusion, Nan Gong Senior, who is this person? Nan Gongxian Su was surprised to hear the question and said, don't you really know? 1,000 years ago, this person was the number 1 in Sword Dao Zhongzhou. Meanwhile, Si Xiu Jinping was standing outside enjoying the scenery, waiting for Nan Gongxian Su to come and greet him. A voice called out, making him turn around. Junior He Changxian, meet Si Xiu Senior. Si Xiu Jinping smiled lightly and couldn't help but exclaim, I have been in seclusion for so many years, I thought that Zhongzhou Dao sect had forgotten someone like me. He Changxian approached and cupped his hands, making Si Xiu Jinping exclaim, Tai Xian Holy Master does not need to be overly polite. Nan Gongxian Su suddenly sped up and exclaimed, Si Xiu brother. Before He Changxian's surprised expression, Si Xiu Jinping also looked over, unable to hide his astonishment. The two greeted each other warmly, tears welling up in their eyes, calling each other several times, Nan Gong younger brother, Si Xiu brother. With tears continuously streaming down, they held each other's hands tightly, reminiscing, Si Xiu brother, it has been 1,000 years since we last met, your cultivation hasn't improved at all. Touching upon each other's pride led both sides to fall into a moment of silence, looking at each other with resentment. After that, both of them, in a fit of rage, started to kick and punch each other while continuously arguing loudly, your cultivation may have advanced rapidly, but aren't you on the verge of death? Exits are meant to seek opportunities for this, don't expect to stop me. He Changxian stood by, watching the two of them fight while stroking his beard, thinking, why has Senior Si Xiu come to Tai Xian at this time? What opportunity is he seeking? Suddenly realizing, in this era, apart from Senior Yi, no one else can guide this number one sword Dao in Zhongzhou. He thought for a moment and clasped his hands to interrupt the scuffle. Senior Si Xiu, you must be here to meet Yi master of our Tai Xian Holy Land, right? Si Xiu Jinping still bore the mark of Nangong Xian Su's hand on his face, but turned to clasp his hands and replied, not to deceive the Tai Xian Holy Master, I indeed came for this purpose. If I cannot comprehend the great Dao's sword intent and make another breakthrough in sword Dao, my lifespan will soon be exhausted. At Ziqing Holy Land, I witnessed the great Dao's sword intent in the calligraphy of Yi Master. Thanks to the guidance of Ziqing Holy Master, I learned that Yi Master has been living in seclusion near Tai Xian Holy Land. He Changxian felt angry upon hearing this, secretly cursing. Old Su, you are the one causing me trouble. He Changxian stroked his beard, maintaining a smile on his face but hesitating as he spoke. It's not impossible to meet with Yi Master. Recently, I have been directing the preparations for the grand ceremony to appoint the holy girl, and I am planning to visit Yi Master's place of seclusion to invite him to attend the ceremony. Si Xiu Jinping said joyfully, is that true? He Changxian chuckled lightly and replied, of course, cultivators of immortals do not deceive other cultivators of immortals. But shouldn't Senior Si Xiu also pay a little tuition? Nangong Xian Su raised a sign that read Guest Elder of the Tai Xian Holy Land. Si Xiu Jinping looked at the sign and snorted, thinking, no matter what you do outside, you have to pay the price. Si Xiu Jinping again clasped his hands and said, Tai Xian Holy Master, if your esteemed Yi Master can truly help me gain some insight into the sword Dao, I am willing to bow my head for life to acknowledge Yi Master and become a guest elder of the Tai Xian Holy Land. He Changxian placed a hand on Si Xiu Jinping's shoulder and said, don't worry, no one can refuse the charm of Senior Yi. Nangong Xian Su also said, Brother Si Xiu, from now on we will be colleagues. Si Xiu Jinping listened in shock and looked at the two of them, saying, are you both so confident? Si Xiu Jinping leaned close to Nangong Xian Su and asked, I say, dear Nangong, you must have met that Senior Yi, right? Share a little of the truth with me. Nangong Xian Su did not hide it and said, Senior Yi has once taught me about the way of chess, and I benefited greatly from it. Si Xiu Jinping seemed unable to believe it and asked again, is that true? Can he actually teach a venerable master of the game like you who has cultivated the way for thousands of years? Nangong Xian Su stroked his beard and leisurely replied, indeed, on the outside, Yi Senior appears refined and gentle, but in reality, he is deep and difficult to fathom. Every word and action contains the principles of heaven and earth and the great Tao. Si Xiu Jinping asked again, then is there anything special to be cautious about when interacting with Yi Senior? Nangong Xian Su simply stated 4 words, one must use true intentions. A few days later, Si Xiu Jinping and He Changxian set off to Shaoqi town. Si Xiu Jinping landed, and before them was Shaoqi town. As Si Xiu Jinping entered, looking at the flowing Dao energy all around the town, he couldn't help but exclaim, it is hard to believe. This town is completely immersed in such dense and pure Dao energy. He Changxian also said, very well. The people in this town are deeply influenced by the Dao energy. They just have good fortune but do not know how to enjoy it. He turned to call out, Senior Si Xiu, there is one thing I must remind you of. Yi Master does not like his identity to be revealed, so when you address him later, just call him Yi Xiancheng. Si Xiu Jinping gave a thumbs up, expressing that he understood. At that moment, the sound of a melodious tune floated into Si Xiu Jinping's ears. He listened attentively and said, there is music again. He Changxian replied, it must be coming from Yi Xiancheng's courtyard. Si Xiu Jinping kept his eyes closed to feel the rhythm of the song and remarked, the skill is exquisite, reaching the pinnacle realm. It seems the musician has intertwined the melody with the harmonics. After saying this, he lowered his gaze, thinking, but it doesn't possess the grand fate of the piece from a few days ago. He Changxian continued walking and said, perhaps it's just a servant who understands music very well in Yi Xianqing's residence. The two of them moved quickly forward and saw Yi Changqing lounging on a chair in the front yard. He Changxian whispered to Si Xiu Jinping, it seems Yi Xianqing is taking a nap, we will have to wait a while. Si Xiu Jinping tiptoed closer, looking at Yi Changqing, and said softly, is this really the expert? He looks just like what Nan Gongxian so described. The celestial being is as beautiful as jade, elegantly transcending the mundane, and at first glance, seems like a fairy tale character. The two people stood there yawning. A faint scent wafted by, and Yi Changqing, now awake, slowly opened his eyes. He sat up, stretched comfortably, and suddenly noticed something that surprised him. Yi Changxian waved and said, hello, Mr. Yi. Yi Changqing got up and walked over, cheerfully replying, he old man, it's been a while. Si Xiu Jinping, feeling nervous, cupped his fists and said, Si Xiu Jinping pays his respects to you, sir. Yi Changqing looked at him and asked, who is this? He rested his chin in thought, could it be that the holy master Tai Xian is involved? If I guess correctly, all of you are enthusiasts of calligraphy. Yi Changxian answered the previous question, Mr. Yi, he is a friend of mine. He has come here today to seek your guidance on several matters. Yi Changqing welcomed him warmly, gesturing, then don't stand outside anymore, please come in. The three of them entered the house. Si Xiu Jinping stepped inside but couldn't help but wonder, Mr. Yi is so young, it feels like it's an exaggeration. The three of them entered the house, and the melodious sound of the piano continued to play. Yi Changxian looked over in surprise and said, here, here, here. He looked at the person playing the piano and thought, why is the Ziqing holy girl here? Qing Shui was still immersed in the melody of the song, unaware that the others had entered. Yi Changqing raised his hand to introduce, this is Miss Qing Shui, she has some issues with musical theory and has been studying with me recently. Si Xiu Jinping's eyes widened in disbelief as he thought, the Ziqing holy girl. Has Su Ji Tian placed his future sectaire here? Yi Changxian, on this side, had already started to cry, thinking, Mr. Yi is secretly teaching special lessons to the holy girl of Ziqing holy land. He rushed over to hug his leg and called out, Mr. Yi, have you forgotten our Wushuang? Yi Changqing was at a loss for words and replied, then please have her come outside. Qing Shui stopped playing, walked over, and slightly bowed, saying, Ye great master, if you have guests, I will return to my room. Yi Changqing smiled and said, yes, Miss Qing Shui, feel free. Yi Changqing then said, please have a seat and enjoy a cup of tea first. Yi Changxian immediately responded, thank you, Mr. Yi. After a while, he took a sip of tea. With a satisfied expression on his face, he said, it's still the same brewing method as before. Still the familiar flavor. Si Xiu Jinping on this side had not yet drunk from the cup of tea but thought, is this the Enlightenment tea? He held up a tea leaf in his hand and said, 10,000 years ago, our masters brewed tea, only taking the finest Enlightenment tea buds from the highest peak of enlightenment. The rough leftover tea leaves were discarded. He set down the teacup, shook his head and said, I have only secluded myself for 1,000 years, and I didn't expect to now find it an honor to drink Enlightenment tea in the sect. Yi Changqing laughed heartily and said, it's fine, just drink first, we can talk after. Si Xiu Jinping did not say anything more and lifted the teacup to drink. Yi Changxian scoffed and thought, let's see how long this old man can boast. As soon as Si Xiu Jinping took a sip, he let out a hum, his eyes widening in shock. Just one sip of tea had made Si Xiu Jinping open his eyes wide, as if he had entered a realm of immortal white jade astounded in the heavens. On the 12th floor of the 5 cities, the feet of someone swiftly touched the ground. That person gently placed their hand on Si Xiu Jinping's forehead. He closed his eyes to feel it and said, it's like stepping into a realm of immortals. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, impossible, how can Enlightenment tea produce such rich essence? He trembled all over, his face pale, and said, unless. He thought again, Unless there is an expert who can control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, borrowing divine fire to cultivate iron palm, only then could it easily yield essence, refined to the highest level, far surpassing enlightenment snow tea, and could also display the most exquisite colors and fragrances. He Chang Xian stroked his beard and glanced over to ask, "How is it?" "I guarantee that once you take a sip, you won't be able to stop." Si Xiu Jinping suddenly became angry, stood up and asked, "Mr. Yi, did you personally craft this tea?" He Chang Xian reminded him with a blank expression, "Senior Si Xiu, don't be rude like that." Yi Changqing remained unfazed, pointing to himself and said, "Of course." He recalled every step of his processing and added, "My tea roasting technique is graduated from New Eastern School." Si Xiu Jinping was shocked and thought, could it be that he is truly an expert? Yi Changqing said again, "Old man Si Xiu, if you have any questions about calligraphy, feel free to ask, don't hold back." He Chang Xian gently closed his eyes and sighed. The master is indeed generous, completely unconcerned about the offense from Senior Si Xiu. Si Xiu Jinping clasped his hands and said straightforwardly, "I dare to ask, what is the sword Dao?" This question caused He Chang Xian to spit out the sip of tea he had just taken, and he looked at Si Xiu Jinping with an astonished glance, thinking, "Senior Si Xiu, have you lost your mind? Continuously asking seemingly deliberate difficult questions like this." On the other side, Si Xiu Jinping had his own thoughts and silently told himself, "If he is truly an expert, he will surely give me a satisfactory answer." Yi Changqing's eyes widened in shock, stammering, Is this a question related to calligraphy?" He held his head, gritting his teeth and thinking, "What is the sword Dao? How would I know? I have never even held a sword." He Chang Xian quickly clasped his hands and spoke in defense of Si Xiu Jinping. "Yi, this old man Si Xiu has a fiery temperament, always speaks plainly and straightforwardly. I hope you won't hold it against him." Si Xiu Jinping stroked his beard and thought to himself, "This Mr. Yi, if he can integrate the true essence of sword Dao into calligraphy, he must have profound understanding and clarity in sword Dao, as if seeing fire in the palm of his hand. If he doesn't respond, then he is just someone who seeks fame and profit." Yi Changqing on this side kept trembling, his face pale as he thought, "Sword Dao? What exactly is sword Dao?" He scratched his head and said, "No more thinking, let's just recite a few lines of poetry to get it over with." Si Xiu Jinping could no longer wait, feeling disappointed, he stood up intending to leave, saying, "If Mr. Yi doesn't respond, that's fine, I had too high expectations." He Chang Xian suddenly slammed the table in anger, standing up to say, "Senior Si Xiu, you are truly being too rude." Si Xiu Jinping huffed, clearly indicating, "It is your Mr. Yi who is only a name without substance." Yi Changqing unexpectedly cleared his throat and then asked, "Do you want to know what sword Dao is?" Si Xiu Jinping was taken aback and asked, "This is." He Chang Xian chuckled lightly, not surprised, and said, "The master is about to unleash his power." A column of strength erupted, radiating a formidable presence throughout the area. Si Xiu Jinping covered his eyes with his hand but secretly opened them to observe and saw Yi Changqing standing there, holding a powerful sword. In front of them, it seemed as if there were hundreds of thousands of troops gathering to launch an attack. Si Xiu Jinping asked in confusion, "What is this situation?" He Chang Xian calmly replied, "Master taught us that juniors use this method to experience, you just need to watch closely." The general leading the charge shouted, "Kill." Then, thousands upon thousands of soldiers charged toward Yi Changqing together. Seeing Yi Changqing still standing calmly, Si Xiu Jinping frowned under the pressure of the illusion and said, "This is not good, even I can't withstand such a strong illusionary attack." But for Yi Changqing, he remained composed, raising his sword and reciting the technique. One body traverses 3,000 miles of battle, one sword encounters hundreds of thousands of soldiers. With this one strike, he instantly wiped out nearly half of the soldiers before him. This unprecedented scene left both Si Xiu Jinping and He Chang Xian speechless, exclaiming, "One sword breaks the army." Yes, not just that. Yi Changqing continued to raise his sword, reciting, "The royal shadow drifts in the wind, the clouds gather and disperse the gloomy essence." Then, he struck out with a powerful slash. With this strike, it seemed like he could tear apart the very fabric of space. The two looked up, speaking in unison, one sword breaks the void. Yi Changqing continued to recite the move, the sword technique goes to the dark side. The right side slashes the dragon messenger. After finishing, he powerfully thrust the sword into the ground. Si Xiu Jinping stared in shock at the scenes before him. He looked up at the top, and with this sword chi striking out, he exclaimed, "One sword breaks the realm." Back in reality, Yi Changqing chuckled and called out, "Old man Si Xiu." He turned and asked, "Do you understand what true sword Dao is?" The old man was still in shock, rooted in place, and said, "This is divine skill, truly divine skill." He quickly approached with cupped fists and said, "Mr. Ye's cultivation is so profound, I fear it will be difficult for me to reach such heights in my lifetime." He Changxian stroked his beard, inwardly pleased, thinking, "Of course." Yi Changqing scratched his head, replying politely, "Old man Si Xiu has overpraised me, I'm just casually reciting a few lines." He suddenly paused, thinking, "Wait, something seems off." He was sweating and thought to himself, "This old man just opened his mouth and asked what sword Dao is, and he is also accompanied by the Tai Xian Holy Master. It's very likely that he is a great elder of cultivating immortals." As for the previous people, at first, I thought they were just calligraphy enthusiasts, but now looking back, they must all be cultivators. Yet they inexplicably respect me in a strange way. The more he thought, the paler his face became. Could it be that from the very beginning, everyone recognized me as Changqing Saint? He overthought and concluded, it must be so. He gritted his teeth and thought, no, since I have started cultivating, I will definitely encounter many issues in the future. I cannot let go of the Tai Xian Holy Land. This is a solid foundation. As long as I continue to pretend to be a saint and blend in with them, if there are issues in my cultivation, I can subtly inquire through conversation. So I might as well continue to be mistaken for someone else. Moreover, these great elders of cultivating immortals probably just want my calligraphy. He Changxian did not see Yi Changqing respond and asked, "Yi Senior, are you okay?" He Changxian coughed and looked up with his handsome face, saying, "I'm fine, do you have any other questions?" Si Xiu Jinping smiled brightly and clasped his hands in response, "That's all." He thought to himself, I initially just wanted to follow the flow and adapt to the situation, but who would have thought that Senior Si Xiu would be so lacking in manners and even doubt the master. Now, do I still dare to say much? However, Si Xiu Jinping indeed did not disappoint him and raised his hand to ask, "Mr. Yi, I have heard that you have high achievements in calligraphy, and the treasured artifact that guards the Ziqing Holy Land was gifted by you. May I request a great work of yours?" He Changxian was also taken aback by Si Xiu Jinping's thick-skinned behavior and became furious, tugging at his beard and thinking, "Si Xiu Jinping, can you please not be so shameless?" Yi Changqing casually replied, "That's easy, I will go get it for you." After Yi Changqing walked away, He Changxian exclaimed with rage, "Senior Si Xiu, I must say, you really were too hasty just now. If there was anything that displeased Mr. Yi, we would surely lose our lives here today." Si Xiu Jinping remained bewildered and wondered, "Is there any hasty remark? I have specially sought the advice of Nan Gong, and he told me to be sincere." He Changxian was also left speechless and said, "Indeed, one dares to teach, and one dares to listen." He put on a serious face and said, "Yi Master resides here in seclusion and does not wish to be disturbed. You, however, have been careless and spoken out of turn several times today." He became furious and roared, "If this angers Yi Senior and he leaves, how am I supposed to face the ancestors of the Tai Xian Holy Land?" Si Xiu Jinping could only laugh heartily upon hearing this. From inside, Yi Changqing came out holding a painting and said, "Gentlemen, sorry to keep you waiting." He handed a painting to Si Xiu Jinping and said, "Si Xiu old man, this is my recent work, I hope you will like it." Si Xiu Jinping bowed to accept it and responded, "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for this precious gift." He Changxian also bowed and said, "We have troubled you too much today." He then ran outside, taking Si Xiu Jinping with him and said, "Well, we shall take our leave now, Yi Senior, please rest early." Yi Changqing also happily responded, "Alright, take care." After seeing the two leave, he secretly smiled and thought, "Once again, I've made friends with another great elder cultivating immortals. Truly, I live up to my reputation." Xi Jinping here also clasped his hands in apology to He Changxian. "I was in such a hurry to ask about cultivation that I couldn't think thoroughly. I hope you won't hold it against me." A voice suddenly arose, "Human Clan Jr., today you have received opportunities from the master, so you should also help the master with a task." Xi Jinping, with his face full of evil energy, turned around and shouted, "Who is it? Who is speaking?" A willow branch struck him on the head as it exclaimed, "It is this king." Xi Jinping rubbed his head where he was hit and said, "This." Looking up, the old man Shu startled him and said, "Is this the 1,000-year demon tree that Nan Gongxian so mentioned?" He broke into a sweat and thought, "This demon tree can actually break my divine consciousness, directly transmitting its voice into my mind. It seems the cultivation of this tree must be above mine." The old man Shu continued, "This king perceives that your fate is nearing its end. Although today the master has taught you the truth of the sword Tao, to extend your life, you still have to undergo a life and death trial." Xi Jinping lowered his head and replied, "Please speak candidly, I will definitely do my best." The old man Shu then said, "To the north of Shaoqi town, 100,000 miles away, there is a treacherous area left over from ancient times." He Changxian suddenly said, "That is not just a treacherous area, but a forbidden place of life. Many cultivators have gone there and never returned." The old man Shu continued, "Very well, but people often say that fortune is found in danger. There is a primordial stone necessary for your master's refinement. I want you to go and retrieve it." Xi Jinping said in astonishment, "The primordial stone contains the essence of heaven and earth. It is incredibly powerful. Throughout history, I have never heard of any cultivator using a primordial stone for cultivation." He secretly worried and thought, "Has Mr. Yi become this powerful?" The old man Shu again said, "That's right, but if you go there alone, you will certainly not return. This prince will find a companion to assist you." Meanwhile, Nan Gongxian Su was holding a book in his hand, examining it carefully and said, "The book on chess specially compiled for me by Mr. Yi is indeed wonderful, truly excellent." A space appeared from beneath the ground, just in the path of Nan Gongxian Su. He had just arrived when he realized he was inside that space. After that, he exclaimed, "Oh no," and fell straight down below. The space teleported him to the location of Xi Jinping and He Changxian. The two were confused and ran over to call out, "Nan Gong Sr." Nan Gongxian Su rubbed his head in dizziness and said, "What is happening? Who am I? Where am I?" Xi Jinping came over and said, "Nan Gong younger brother, calm down." He Changxian also said, "This place is Shaoqi town." Nan Gongxian Su scratched his head in bewilderment and asked, "Tai Xian holy master, Xi Xiu brother, why did I end up here?" He Changxian pointed and said, "It was Shu Sr. who brought you here." Nan Gongxian Su looked up and immediately clasped his hands in respect, saying, "Nan Gongxian Su pays respects to Shu Sr." The old man Shu spoke up, "You and Xi Xiu little guy have both received guidance from the master, so you must repay the kindness. As for the specifics, let Xi Xiu little guy explain them to you." Early the next morning, at the gate of Shaoqi town, all three people, Nan Gongxian Su, left the town. He Changxian asked, "Do you really want to go to the forbidden area of the cultivators?" Xi Jinping affirmed, "That's right, that place indeed hides incredibly terrifying things, but Shu Sr. said I must go through a life and death trial to truly break through." Nan Gongxian Su stroked his beard and said, "People say the heavenly secret cannot be revealed. This trip is bound to be significant." He Changxian cupped his fists and said, "Then I will see you two elders again later." Both Xi Jinping and Nan Gongxian Su flew away. He Changxian sighed and said, "I didn't expect you two to be so decisive." He thought again, although they have not yet broken through to the final realm, they can still be considered powerful figures of this era. If something happens to the two seniors, not only will our Tai Xian Holy Land lose two elders, the entire Zhongzhou Dao sect will suffer a tremendous loss. He leaped and flew away. Moreover, I can only hope that ye master does not let us down and can lead us to bring glory to the Tao sect. A few days later, at Nanling Qingqiu Yuhu city outskirts, Tu Shunyan and He Huang had also arrived here. She called out to He Huang, Nanling is so vast, you surely want to return to Yuhu city, right? He Huang smiled and replied, what is there to be afraid of? You are the Shunyan princess, there's nothing to fear when returning home. She crossed her arms and said angrily, there's no need for sarcasm. Who knows, Linghu clan may no longer recognize my status. After saying that, she jumped down without hesitation. She sulkily added, be careful following me, I might drag you into trouble too. He Huang jumped down as well and said, what is there to fear? I have become someone in Nanling that everyone loves upon meeting. As the two landed, a group of people immediately appeared shouting, stop. Tu Shunyan looked surprised and said, have we been detected so quickly? He Huang crossed his arms and scoffed, it seems that this time the Linghu clan is truly mobilizing everything. Tu Si stepped forward from behind and said, after all, it is He Huang, the one whom even 7 great demon kings cannot deal with, so it makes sense to arrange a trap to hunt him down. Tu Shunyan was astonished and thought, so it's the old ancestor. Tu Shanyao stepped forward and shouted loudly, He Huang, you previously kidnapped Shunyan, disrupted our marriage with the Black Tiger clan, and now you have the face to enter Qingqiu. Despite this, He Huang's face remained indifferent. Tu Shunyan stood behind He Huang and thought, it seems that I couldn't fulfill my promise to the old ancestor before, and now they have realized they can no longer wait, so they are preparing to reveal their true intentions. He Huang waved his hand and said, all right, stop making false excuses. What do you mean by disrupting the engagement and kidnapping the princess? In trying to catch me, you, old fox, have ruined all of your plans. Tu Si's face darkened, gritting his teeth, and then said, Junior, hand over the Demon Emperor diagram, leave Shunyan, and I will let you go. He Huang disregarded Tu Si and said, you, old fox, really have some nerve, I'm afraid that even if I give it to you, you wouldn't dare to accept it. Tu Si's expression grew darker as he snorted and said, let's see how long you can keep up this tough act. Today, many experts from our clan are present, and they will surely capture you. Tu Shunyan pleaded, old ancestor, although He Huang's actions are flamboyant and unconventional, he is not inherently bad. Furthermore, he is the favored pet of Mr. Yi. If Mr. Yi learns about the plot to suppress He Huang today, it will undoubtedly bring disaster to the Linghu clan. Tu Si looked at Tu Shunyan and said, Shunyan, you. She glanced at the abundant demon energy radiating from Tu Shunyan and asked, have you already entered the realm of Demon Emperor? Even Tu Shanyao couldn't believe it and exclaimed, Demon Emperor. The Fox clan members behind them started discussing, Shunyan princess was hundreds of years away from becoming a demon king when she left Qingqiu, how could it have only been such a short time? Tu Si also carefully considered and thought to herself, Shunyan is of the ancient veins, born with pure power. Although cultivation is easier for her compared to ordinary fox demons, how could she make such a leap to become a demon emperor just months after leaving Qingqiu? Qiu Long Demon Supreme's prophecy echoed in Tu Si's mind, if my guess is correct, Qingqiu's fate must have completely converged on Shunyan by now. Gritting her teeth, Tu Si's face darkened as she thought, Shunyan, just what kind of opportunities did you encounter in that small courtyard? She let out a sigh before turning away. Forget it. Since Shunyan pleaded on your behalf, follow me back to Tao Shan Palace first. Still wary, Tu Shunyan obediently replied, as you command, old ancestor. He Huang let out a laugh. All right, let's see what other tricks you all have left. With that, he followed Tu Shunyan back to Tao Shan Palace. At Tao Shan Palace, voices overlapped in disbelief. Is it really true? No wonder Shunyan princess advanced so rapidly. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Seeing is believing, today, my eyes have been opened. He Huang, sitting proudly, let out a smug laugh. Do you have any idea what kind of existence my master is? How could mere little demons like you even begin to fathom it? From the very start, I saw the extraordinary talent of your Shunyan princess, which is why I chose to bring her under my master's wing. Now, do you finally understand the benefits? But your old ancestor, without clarifying right or wrong, insisted on chasing after me to Zhongzhou. If I hadn't pleaded, my old brother Shu would have revealed her true form long ago. Didn't you see her tuck her tail and run? It was hilariously funny. Tu Si trembled with rage upon hearing these words. She glared at him with her evil energy-filled eyes and said, "You've gone too far in your insults." She raised her hand to unleash a technique, a smug smile revealing a sharp tooth as she thought, "I won't kill you, but this will make you suffer for a few days, a small punishment for a bigger offense." However, that attack was deflected by He Huang's protective barrier and then rebounded against Tu Si. She was taken by surprise, and before she could react, the strike grazed her face, leaving a cut. She seethed with anger, thinking, how could a newcomer to the Demon Emperor realm withstand an assassination attempt from a peak Demon Emperor? He Huang laughed heartily in Tu Si's face and said, "You've brought this suffering upon yourself." He reached into himself to pull out something. He took out a willow leaf that the old man Shu had given him and said, "This is the protective magic weapon that brother Shu gifted to me." Tu Si's face turned pale, covering his nose and thinking, even though the Black Emperor uses his body odor to conceal himself, I can still smell the horrifying essence contained within these leaves. Am I really forced to bow my head to this black dog? He Huang continued. In fact, the purpose of my trip with Princess Shernyan back to Nanling is quite simple, which is to help our master find some primordial stones. If the Ling Hu clan is really sincere, all you need to do is pay me respect with 20 stones the size of a fist. This way, not only can we eliminate our grievances, but we can also consider ourselves as one family in the future. Tu Si could no longer contain himself, stood up and shouted, "I haven't settled the score with you for stealing primordial stones from the forbidden area last time, and now you dare to talk about being one family." Tu Shanyao spoke up. He Huang, to be honest, our Ling Hu clan has accumulated over the years only a few primordial stones in that forbidden area. Last time you took them all, and now we truly have none left. He Huang was horrified and slammed his hand on the table, lowering his voice to say, "Is the primordial stone really that scarce? Won't the master lack materials for cultivation then?" Tu Si stood up, glaring as she said, "Don't boast. I have never seen anyone who can cultivate using refined primordial stones." Tu Shernyan, with a serious expression, quickly knelt down and said, "Reporting to the old ancestor, everything He Huang said is true. Shernyan has also witnessed the master's cultivation firsthand." Tu Si, seemingly in disbelief, stood up and asked, "What? Do you really think that human clan individual can cultivate with primordial stones? One must know that the myriad spirits in primordial stones, let alone someone like me at the peak of the Demon Emperor realm, I fear that even a half step to the Demon Supreme realm wouldn't be able to endure it." She directly descended below, speaking loudly, "He Huang, who exactly is your master? Which sect's master are they?" She stood before He Huang, her eyes wide with anger as she asked, "Or are they a venerable one of some kind?" Suddenly, she seemed to shock herself with her own guess. Could it be the emperor of the human realm? He Huang suddenly reached out, covering her mouth tightly and said, "Last time you must have tasted the power of Shu brother, but he is just a subordinate of the master. So, do you understand now?" He Huang said and then let go. Tu Si, in fear, opened her eyes wide and thought to herself, so that's how it is. He Huang's power is ordinary, yet he dares to act so arrogantly in Nanling. The fate of the Ling Hu clan can easily be seized and placed upon Shernyan at will. Even that willow tree could easily suppress Ming Ju Dang, yet it remains absolutely loyal to the master of the small courtyard. The more she thought, the darker her expression became. It turns out the human clan has produced another emperor, and it will be very difficult for our demon clan to rise. He Huang spoke again, "I didn't expect that this Tao Shan really has little foundation. I've taken a primordial stone just once and there's no more left." As he spoke, he turned to leave. "Well then, I have to go find something else for the master. Little fox, let's go." Hearing the call, Tu Shernyan also stood up and followed He Huang. She waved and said, "Old ancestor, Shernyan will go ahead." Tu Si watched the two of them leave and thought, I originally thought that when the Demon Emperor awakened, our demon clan could take the opportunity to share a part of the world. Unexpectedly, the human clan has gained a new emperor. Now the weakest among us is indeed the demon clan. It seems the Ling Hu clan needs to reconsider their allegiance. She thought for a moment and then spoke up. Wait. He Huang turned to ask, what else is there? Tu Si said loudly, Tu Shan is waiting for orders. Tu Shan, along with all the fox demons behind, knelt in unison and replied, understood. Tu Si solemnly commanded, Shun Yen is the one with the purest veins in the Ling Hu clan. Now, Yi Senior has bestowed such fortune upon Shun Yen, which is equivalent to a grace towards our Ling Hu clan. She waved her hand and added, at this moment, I hereby order you to send clan members to Nanling to search for primordial stones for Yi Senior. As soon as Tu Shun Yen heard this, her face couldn't hide her joy as she called, Old Ancestor. Tu Shanyao also stared in shock and asked, Old Ancestor, is this decision a bit hasty? He clasped his hands, kneeling before Tu Si, and helplessly said, their reckless actions are no different from announcing to the other clans that they have sided with He Huang. Tu Si stared wide-eyed at him, then put her hands on her hips and demanded with an imposing presence, what? Do you still want to question me? Tu Shanyao bowed, fearful, and quickly replied that he did not dare. He Huang secretly smiled at the scene, thinking, whether it's deceitful or heartfelt, at this moment, the old fox has acted this way, so you cannot refuse their sincerity. He Huang thought this and chuckled again, looking at Tu Si, surprised that she was so deeply principled. If this trip to Nanling could yield enough primordial stones, he would definitely speak well of them in front of the master. Tu Si looked at him with a serious expression, then spoke with a tone that was less than willing. If it was like that, she should also thank He Huang first. On the third day at Tao Shan Palace, the Fox Demon team had gathered together as a group. Tu Shanyao led the way, clasped his hands, and called out, Old Ancestor. He was ready to set off. He waved his hand to command, move out. Then the whole group immediately set off. Tu Shunyan stood behind Tu Si, watching them leave with a light smile. He Huang borrowed the master's name. With just a few empty words, her father and ancestors mobilized all their forces to search for the primordial stone everywhere. She silently covered her mouth in joy. She really was on the right path. Although recently, Mr. Ye's demands had been increasing, she didn't know what would happen in the few days she was away from home. She imagined the scene of Yi Changqing writhing in desperation, continuously asking for the primordial stone. Tu Si turned her head and called out, Shun Yen. While she was thinking about Yi Changqing, the sudden call made her blush, and she awkwardly stammered. Tu Si turned away again, telling Tu Shunyan to follow her to Tao Shan Palace for a bit. Tu Shunyan quietly followed behind her. Tu Si turned her head again and called, Shunyan. Then said, you possess the rare pure veins that haven't appeared in 100 years, your cultivation speed is faster than that of ordinary fox demons. However, she still found it hard to believe, is it really possible to make Tu Shunyan break through quickly just with guidance from that Mr. Yi? Tu Shunyan gave a light smile and replied, actually, it's because the senior Yi personally drew an immortal ascension diagram for me. Tu Si unexpectedly turned her head and asked, really? After that, she asked Tu Shunyan if she had that painting with her and if she could lend it to her for a while. Tu Shunyan smiled and replied, of course I can. Tu Shunyan took out the painting. It appeared hazy in her hands. She held it out to Tu Si and invited her to take a look. The painting gradually unfolded, revealing a powerful presence looming above. Tu Si covered her eyes with her hand, unable to look directly at the painting, saying, it's too dazzling. Tu Si took a deep breath and thought to herself, is there really a fate mechanism this intense? A surge of power emanated from the painting, directly entering Tu Si's body. She gradually lifted off the ground, letting out a sound as the power surged within her. Her entire body was drenched in sweat as she struggled to resist the current flowing through her. What is happening? The blood qi within her sensed the light accelerating through her, but it was unbearable, and she coughed up blood. Exhausted, she fell freely downwards. Tu Shunyan ran over in worry, calling out, old ancestor. She walked over and took Tu Si's hand, trying to help her up. Okay, ancestor, are you alright? Tu Si smiled faintly, raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, and replied, "I'm fine, it's just some stagnant blood." She tilted her head back and laughed with delight. "I can't believe it. I really can't believe it." Tu Shunyan, seeing her actions, was puzzled. "What exactly is wrong with you?" Tu Si took steps towards the painting. Previously, she hadn't become a great Dao and had suffered a backlash and serious injuries. She thought it would take hundreds or thousands of years to recover her primordial energy before she could attempt to break through again. But Tu Si thought again, this immortal ascension diagram had managed to cleanse the long stagnant blood in her body in just a moment. If this truly helped, she could restore all the swallowed energy in her body in less than a month. Once she completed her recovery, she would be able to continue breaking through and attempt to reach a higher level of existence. Tu Shunyan, who had been standing there, felt a bit fearful of Tu Si's reaction. This response from the ancestor seems a bit unusual. Could it be that she's overdoing it? Tu Shunyan withdrew her hand from the painting. It would be better to put it away for now. Seeing this action from Tu Shunyan, she turned back and glared, baring her sharp fangs. The action was no different from that of a female fox demon. This gesture frightened Tu Shunyan, causing her to freeze. Tu Si rushed forward, gripping Tu Shunyan's throat. "If I can completely possess this immortal ascension diagram, then I can rest easy, without any worries." With this thought, she tightened her grip on Tu Shunyan's throat. A voice emerged from the painting, asking her, "Fox demon, do you dare?" With just this question, she was knocked back. Tu Si's eyes widened in fear, her face pale and incredulous. Was that her inner demon just now? Tu Si suddenly came to her senses at the call of "Old Ancestor" from Tu Shunyan. She merely chuckled and rolled up the painting. Tu Shunyan looked at Tu Si and asked, "Isn't this immortal ascension diagram amazing?" Yi Changqing's voice still echoed, "I advise you not to underestimate yourself." Tu Si suddenly realized and thought to herself, "That's right, it's that young man from Shaoqi town." The voice rang out again, "I will say it once more, do not underestimate yourself." Meanwhile, in Shaoqi town, Yi Changqing was mysteriously hiding in a corner inside the kitchen. Yi Changqing wore a mask and shouted loudly, "Stop, outside is the Changqing saint." Yi Changqing raised the stick in his hand but saw nothing. The mouse stood nearby, watching Yi Changqing's antics and evaluating. Yi Changqing bent down again, pretending to dodge the enemy while thinking, "It's just an ordinary mouse, what's the big deal? I can get rid of it in a minute." Yi Changqing tried to crawl on the ground, shivering. The mouse also began to move and crawled away. Yi Changqing slowly inched forward, accidentally locking eyes with the mouse crawling on the same path. Yi Changqing was horrified and screamed, causing the mouse to be so scared it nearly urinated itself. Yi Changqing's voice echoed from inside, "I, the Changqing saint, will spare you this time. From now on, we will live in peace together." The image of Yi Changqing loomed majestically, looking down at Tu Si, warning, "Today I will let you go this time. I hope you know how to keep yourself safe." Tu Si trembled all over, and understood, hugging his fists and thinking, "I understand now, this is a warning from Yi Senior. The immortal ascension diagram is the opportunity he has given to Shunyan. I cannot take it by force, or else I will soon bring disaster upon myself. I cannot deny that Shunyan possesses pure ancient veins, with talent far superior to mine, and at my age, she will definitely become the Demon King. I truly have to admit that I have grown old." Tu Shunyan anxiously called out, "Old Ancestor, what is wrong with you?" Tu Si waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Tu Shunyan followed behind Tu Si and said, "Old Ancestor, Shunyan still has a guess." Tu Si turned his head and said frankly, "You don't need to be so formal, just say it without hesitation." Tu Shunyan continued, "Shunyan suspects that the master of our Ling Hu clan surely has a very deep connection." Tu Si exclaimed, "What do you mean by that?" Tu Shunyan replied, "You must know that Shunyan bears the rebellious ancient veins just like an ancestor in our clan, and even the appearance is quite similar, right?" Tu Si also said, "Indeed, this is something that all the elders in the Ling Hu clan know, but what does it have to do with Yi Senior?" Tu Shernyen then said, the cultivation of the master, who is all-knowing and all-seeing, must have existed in the world for millions of years, or even longer. However, looking back at the history of our Linghu clan, no one has ever received guidance from the master, yet the master has always cared for Shernyen a lot, moreover, granted me the immortal ascension diagram. Old ancestor, do you not feel that this is because Shernyen resembles that ancestor, who shared the same bloodline with him? Tu Si seemed to understand and suddenly said, that makes sense. In the Linghu clan, there are many foxes like this, yet only you were chosen by Yi Senior, and they even enhance the fate of the entire Tao Shan. It can only be said that. Tu Shernyen quickly interjected. This proves that the master and that ancestor were already familiar with each other, and even the ancestor back then followed the master, which is why the master chose me, the one who resembles the ancestor the most among his descendants. Tu Si also said, there is no doubt that for hundreds of years, the monks of the human clan have greatly admired the women of our Linghu clan. That ancestor of ours may very well be the consort of Yi Senior. She placed her hand on Tu Shernyen's shoulder and said, Shernyen, you must hold on to Yi Senior's heart tightly. From now on, our Linghu clan will have a support that will never live under the oppression of others again. Tu Shernyen quickly clasped his hands in acceptance of this trust. Rest assured, old ancestor, Shernyen will strengthen his cultivation and one day become a great demon whose name will resound throughout the ages. A few days later, complaints echoed from one person to another. Ouch, it hurts so much. A member of the Fox clan, looking battered, asked the man next to him, how many punches did you take? The other guy replied, what punches? Luckily, I managed to dodge in time. Patriarch, you must take revenge for us. Tu Shanyao waved his hand and said, everyone, please calm down, don't rush. He Huang approached from a distance and loudly asked, what's going on? Why is it so noisy this early in the morning? Tu Shernyen and Tu Si also came out, confused and asked, why is everyone hurt like this? A member of the Fox clan spoke up, old ancestor, Princess Shernyen, this time we went out to help Yi Senior find the primordial stone and almost lost our lives. Since the marriage between Princess Shernyen and Ming Yen broke down, the Black Tiger clan has always been targeting us. They have also been causing trouble for other tribes that we are close to, constantly looking for ways to create conflict along the way. He Huang immediately became furious, growling and asking, don't they know that you are working for me? The Fox clan members below spoke in low voices to each other. Who dares to say that? The marriage of Ming Yen was ruined because of you. He Huang's eyes lit up, gritting his teeth and saying, previously, the 7 kings of Nanling surrounded and eliminated me, and I didn't want to settle old scores with them anymore, but now they dare to go too far. Today, I will go and eliminate the Black Tiger clan. Tu Shanyao opened his mouth in shock and asked, eliminate the Black Tiger clan? His expression revealed no joy as he thought, even though Ming Ju Dang has now fallen. However, the Black Tiger clan still has 2 elder demon emperors, Ming Yu Ling and Ming Yu Hai, protecting the clan. It is said that there is also a great elder who is half a step away from becoming a demon king hiding in the shadows, which is indeed quite difficult to deal with. Tu Si stood by, pondering. He Huang is now working for Yi Senior, and at this moment, he loudly declares he will wipe out the entire Black Tiger clan. If our Linghu clan does not take a side, it is likely we will face his resentment in the future. I also do not want Yi Senior to settle accounts later on. He Huang then asked, what is to be done? This prince is standing out on behalf of you all, so you Fox clan must clarify your stance. Tu Shanyao scratched his cheek, still hesitant, and said, He Huang, in my opinion, this matter still requires. Tu Si spoke on his behalf, saying, I agree. Tu Shanyao thought to himself, the old ancestor has always acted cautiously, why is he taking such decisive action this time? Other members of the Fox clan were also worried and tried to advise against it. Old ancestor, please reconsider, indeed. Tu Si waved his hand, rejecting those words and shouted, no need to say more. If we keep stepping back, it will only lead to the opponent advancing further. If we can't hold back any longer, then we don't need to endure. I will definitely seek justice from the Black Tiger clan. He Huang clapped his hands and said, all right, I didn't expect you to be someone who values loyalty and friendship. 2C crossed his arms and said nothing, but silently retorted in his heart. What loyalty and friendship? I just don't want to choose the wrong side. He Huang turned back to address everyone. Now we set off immediately to eliminate the hideout of the Black Tiger clan. If any other tribe dares to interfere, I will personally suppress them. Today, I will make the skies of Nanling change color. After saying that, he jumped and soared away. At mighty Tiger Mountain, several members of the Tiger clan looked far away and saw strange lights, asking each other, "What is that in the distance? The armor on its face is too thick, I can't see anything clearly. Where did those fireworks come from?" The more they looked, the more panicked they became, asking, "Why is it coming toward us?" The strange lights descended, causing the crowd to fall backwards. The three men fell down, and the figures behind them gradually appeared. They were none other than He Huang's group. He raised his hand and arrogantly shouted, "Come out, you black cats, and accept your death." A group from the Black Tiger clan rushed out, and one man, seemingly their leader, with a dark face looked over and said, "He Huang, it's actually you." As soon as He Huang saw him, he provocatively teased, "Isn't this young Master Ming Yen, who can't find a wife and has been punished to stay locked up at home? Is being locked in a dark room comfortable or uncomfortable?" Upon hearing this, Ming Yen immediately shouted with anger, "Daring to mock us, you seek death." He raised his hand and unleashed a powerful force aimed directly at He Huang. The force shot rapidly towards He Huang, and 2C frowned and said, "Not good, it's the abyss fire of the Black Tiger clan." She shouted loudly, "Get out of the way." In contrast, He Huang remained carefree, laughing and saying, "What's there to be afraid of?" The powerful force struck down, causing a shockwave to explode everywhere, and it rebounded against Ming Yan's men, making him spit blood immediately. He staggered back and knelt down, frowning and saying, "This is the latest powerful technique that we have mastered." Although he was injured, he still confidently said, "He Huang, you are done." However, unexpectedly, He Huang waved his hand, and a barrier appeared around him, saying to him, "Foolish, don't you know what being defenseless means?" Ming Yen silently cursed, "Damn," and wondered, why is this guy's resistance so high? He Huang beckoned him with his fingers, "Get up quickly, if you kneel for a moment longer, I won't spare you." Ming Yen angrily pointed and shouted, "He Huang, stop talking nonsense, why are you really here today?" He Huang showed a mischievous grin and said, "To eliminate your Black Tiger clan." Ming Yen laughed to the point of tears and asked back, "Only relying on you?" He asked with a condescending tone, "Do you still think the Ling Hu clan can provide you with support?" 2C, I see that you, old fox, are really hungry, yet you collude with the black dog to commit wrongdoings. No wonder Tu Shernyen wanted to break off the engagement, this lewd nature truly seems to be inherited. 2C angrily yelled at him, "Ming Yen, watch your words." He arrogantly asked, "What's wrong? Am I scolding your little lover and you can't hold back your anger?" 2C clenched her fists to create a killer move, her dark eyes shouted, "I want you all to die." She unleashed her power, causing killing intent to swirl around. The two members of the Black Tiger clan loudly shouted, 2C, you are quite bold. Do you think the Black Tiger clan will let you act recklessly? 2C stared back and asked, "Act recklessly?" She directly waved her hand, launching the 9 hollow wind heaven formation. Ming Yen knelt on one knee, angrily shouting, 2C, you are determined to oppose the Black Tiger clan, aren't you? 2C stepped forward and replied, "Absolutely." She glared with rage and declared, "You have bullied the Ling Hu clan for hundreds of years, today, let your young master from the Black Tiger clan be the sacrificial offering." Several auras flew in from nowhere, and an angry voice rang out, "Ling Hu Demon Supreme, you are quite bold." Upon hearing this, 2C recognized it and was alarmed, saying, "This voice, could it be that little guy?" He Huang scratched his nose and looked at 2C, asking, "Who?" 2C, with a tense expression, replied, "The biggest supporter of the Black Tiger clan, the big brother of Ming Ju Dang, half a step to becoming a demon king, Ming Ju Shan." He Huang was still in a daze, wiping the mucus off his hand and asking, "What happened next?" Tu Shernyen approached him and called out, "He Huang, Ming Ju Shan is the strongest of the Black Tiger clan, can you really handle this? Ming Yen, feeling smug from the team effort, stood up and boasted. My great-grandfather will be here in no time, you are all doomed. The death aura overwhelmed them, and 2C immediately raised his hand to channel his power to block the attack of that death aura. 2C struggled to catch his breath and said, the death spiritual energy is indeed fierce. On this side, He Huang didn't care about the power and just retched, covering his mouth and shouting. His death aura is truly worse than his brother's. 2C continued. Ming Ju Shan is passionate about cultivation. Millions of years ago, he ventured alone into the Netherwood Forest, known as the Secret Realm with no return. For a long time, there has been no news of him, and all the Nanling clans have thought he perished in the Netherwood Forest, but unexpectedly, he is alive and back. As soon as she finished speaking, she could no longer withstand it and was knocked back, letting out a cry. Grand Elder Black Tiger Clan, Elder Brother Ming Ju Dang, Ming Ju Shan. Ming Ju Shan soared high in the sky, calling out in a deep voice, 2C, long time no see, how have you been? He looked over and speculated, this must be He Huang, recently notorious in Nanling, right? He Huang frowned and replied, that's right, it's me. 2 streams of death aura shot down, piercing through He Huang and 2C, causing her to spit blood immediately. 2 Shunyan anxiously shouted, old ancestor, He Huang. Ming Ju Shan descended and approached 2C, then said, I heard that my younger brother, Ming Ju Dang, went missing in Zhongzhou while pursuing the two of you. His face darkened, and he shouted angrily, where on earth is he? He Huang slowly stood up, his tone also arrogant, where could he be? You people are really naive. That old black tiger Ming Ju Dang, so full of himself with just a little cultivation, dared to shout outside the master's courtyard. Our master slapped him, directly shattering his divine soul, reverting him to his original form. Just when our master has been eating well these days, he grilled him. Thinking of the image of Yi Changqing calmly pouring sauce over Ming Ju Dang's head while saying, it's extremely simple, just eat a tiger, pour on the soul juice. Then recalling the delicious tiger leg sitting in the bowl, I am lucky to have been given 2 portions, so fragrant and nutritious, now thinking back, I'm drooling. 2C remembered the prediction of Qiu Long Demon Supreme, the fire thunder engulfing the dragon, representing the intersection of fire and thunder, is a sign of great danger. She sweated and thought, could it be that the fire turning into meat that Qiu Long Lord mentioned is actually roasted meat? The body of the Demon Supreme is comparable to an exquisite spirit treasure, yet in the hands of Yi Senior, it became cooking material. Fortunately, Yi Senior didn't like fur at that time, otherwise, would have been in danger. Ming Ju Shan erupted with death aura, angrily saying, Junior, I don't care how much you are right, but today I will definitely make you experience this flavor. He Huang remained unbothered, even boldly demanding one last opportunity for himself. Old cat, I will give you one final chance, as long as your Black Tiger clan is willing to serve the Ling Hu clan from now on. He pointed directly and said, again, you, that stupid nephew who only knows how to shout but doesn't understand, kneel down and apologize to me. Ming Yen, confused, pointed at himself and said, me. He Huang, still careless, continued, I can give you a way to live, if not. Ming Ju Shan, furious, clenched his fist and then, in a fit of rage, launched an attack while yelling, shut up. Several streams of death aura like chains flew towards He Huang. He Huang, still with a cold face, sighed, really, if you don't hit the south wall, you won't turn back. He Huang took out the willow leaf that the old man Shu gave him and then raised his hand to chant a spell. Heaven and earth are limitless, the law of the universe, grant me God pressure, the form of the 5 thunders. Immediately, several streams of death aura from Ming Ju Shan were pushed back, and the willow leaf absorbed all the death aura inside. Ming Ju Shan gasped in disbelief and confusion. Ming Yen also exclaimed in fear. The death aura of the grand-grandfather was directly devoured by the emerald enchantment. He Huang scoffed at him and said, old cat. Is this all you can do? He Huang let go of his hand, allowing the willow leaf to fly out, unleashing all of its inherent power, striking directly at Ming Ju Shan. The overwhelming force of the willow leaf exploded, causing the Tiger clan members behind to be knocked away. Ming Ju Shan struggled to raise his hand to block it, gritting his teeth as he thought, this spell is actually the aura of the no-return secret realm. Recalling the past inside the no-return secret realm, he had been in seclusion training. He was surrounded by a dense death aura. He realized and thought, I can feel it, as soon as I break through this level of the divine realization technique, I can become the Demon King. He endeavored to accumulate more death aura to achieve the breakthrough. From behind, a small light appeared. The Shu old man sensed that Ming Ju Shan was cultivating and woke up angrily, saying, that foolish kid, coming here to disturb my tranquil meditation. Ming Ju Shan wide-eyed turned his head, sensing the danger and said in fear, oh no, I have concentrated too much on my training, and I've disturbed a great power ancient here. Several willow branches flew forward and tightened around Ming Ju Shan's neck. He lifted the old man into the air, tightening his grip. Ming Ju Shan gasped for breath and quickly pleaded, little ignorant demon, please spare me, great deity. The voice of the Shu old man echoed again, speaking to Ming Ju Shan, you are just a small half-demon king, how can you understand the countless miraculous opportunities and destinies in this world that you cannot comprehend or attain? Leave my netherwood forest at once, and do not step even half a step into it for the rest of your life. Ming Ju Shan immediately replied, I obey. Only then did the willow branch release its hold. Returning to the present, Ming Ju Shan grit his teeth and thought in shock, no, it is the aura from back then that almost pushed me to my death. The image of the Shu old man appeared behind He Huang. He also retracted the willow branch. The Shu old man asked in confusion, He Huang, why have you used the item I gave you so quickly? He Huang appeared as a victim and cried out mournfully, Shu brother, help me. With tears streaming down his face, he turned and accused, I was just asking on behalf of my master at Linghu clan in Nanling about the primordial stone, yet those from the Black Tiger clan not only tried every way to obstruct me but also spoke nonsense. You threw a tantrum and rolled on the ground, making 2C speechless. These black cats say that whoever controls the territory has the right to decide. Even the heavenly king must kneel and call him father, but my little brother only recognizes one good tortoise as the true master. Ming Ju Shan turned pale, unable to believe he had been trapped like this. He panicked and said, you didn't say that just now. Seeing that his performance was not convincing enough, He Huang continued to sit up and then kneel down, Shu brother, I am just a pawn, dying would not be regrettable. But if I mess up the big task of finding the primordial stone for the master, even in death I wouldn't dare to act on my own. Ming Yen could no longer tolerate it and shouted at He Huang, if you're making things up, you need to provide evidence. He Huang turned his head and retorted, is this evidence still considered making things up? The Shu old man yelled, Black Tiger clan, you are indeed being a bit unreasonable. Ming Yen was stunned by the imposing aura of the Shu old man. He called the ancestor and said, I cannot use my magical power. Ming Ju Shan turned around and shouted at him, don't speak, you fool. The old man Shu spoke up. Although my master has reached the realm of heavenly and earthly magical powers and does not want to quibble with you pests, I do not possess the same compassion as my master. Now I will give your Black Tiger Demon clan an opportunity to fully cooperate with He Huang to search for the primordial stone for my master. Ming Yen, determined to seek death, continued to display a contemptuous attitude and said, search for the primordial stone for your master. Which demon tree are you to be so arrogant? He stood up, bursting forth with spiritual energy and shouted, not even daring to reveal your true body, what exactly is the master you speak of, to dare command my Black Tiger clan? The willow branch unleashed a move. Ming Yen remained standing there mocking, that's truly ridiculous. The power of the willow tree dispelled the death aura that Ming Yen had released. Ming Yan's eyes went white, and he continuously spewed out black smoke. Old man Shu snorted and said, daring to be disrespectful to my master, I see you are tired of living. Old man Shu then continued to unleash his ultimate killing move towards Ming Yen, but Ming Ju Shan rushed out and used protective chi to envelop him. Before Ming Yan's continually trembling body, Ming Ju Shan darkened his face and pleaded, my little demon clan is ignorant, please senior go easy on us. Ming Yen stood up still complaining, you scared me to death, old ancestor. but Ming Ju Shan unexpectedly lunged forward and slapped him. He was hit and still looked dazed, not understanding what was happening. Ming Ju Shan darkened his face and shouted at him. Foolish, daring to speak rudely to the ancient demon tree, hurry up and apologize. At this moment, Ming Yen, having lost his bravado, cried with tears streaming down his face. Is the other party really the ancient demon tree? The Shu old man coldly asked. Do you think you can protect him in front of me? Only then did Ming Yen realize the danger and quickly begged. Old ancestor, save me, save me. Ming Ju Shan's face darkened, knowing the situation was beyond redemption, he thought. It seems the only way to save Ming Yan's life is to. Thinking this, he tightened his grip, reached towards Ming Yan, and struck out, causing him to cough up blood, his eyes rolling back as he fell to the ground and transformed back into his original form, unconscious. The Tiger clan behind them looked on in fear, their faces turning pale. He was beaten back to his original form. This is the sign of the complete loss of power. Inner Dan has been destroyed. From now on, the young master is no different from a cripple. After incapacitating Ming Yan, Ming Ju Shan also knelt down and pleaded, Senior, I have taken strict measures to punish him, please spare his life. The Shu old man still snorted in anger, you do not have the right to speak on equal terms with me. If it weren't for the fact that I cannot leave, the Black Tiger clan would have been eradicated today. Ming Ju Shan bowed his head in response, Junior understands. The Shu old man then called for He Huang, I have sent someone to search for primordial stones on behalf of the master. You and Princess Shernyen should quickly return to the master's side. He Huang happily replied, understood. Ming Ju Shan stood behind, watching the two of them talk, secretly thinking, it seems that the esteemed master they referred to is in need of primordial stones. If the Black Tiger clan can provide enough primordial stones, perhaps today's issue can be resolved. After receiving the order, He Huang turned around and said, let's go. Ming Ju Shan unexpectedly spoke up, stop. He Huang, with a look of annoyance, turned around and asked him, what is it? Is there something else? Ming Ju Shan raised his sleeve and took out something to appease him. He Huang, it's all a misunderstanding today. These 50 primordial stones are a token of apology from me on behalf of the Black Tiger clan, he said, and then with both hands, reverently offered a storage ring. He Huang took it, stared at it and thought, 50 stones. The Black Tiger clan is indeed wealthy. Since you've directly admitted defeat, I definitely won't miss this opportunity. Thinking this, He Huang pretended to sulk, raised the storage ring, and asked, is it really only 50 stones? Ming Ju Shan looked bewildered, confusion mixed with panic crept in as he replied, primordial stones are treasures of heaven and earth, they are not just stones found everywhere, these 50 are the entire accumulation of the Black Tiger clan over thousands of years. He Huang twisted his ear, not believing him, and continued to say, at least 200 stones. Ming Ju Shan, despite being furious, still struggled to respond. You are too greedy. He Huang again showed a fearsome expression, each word threatening him. Early in the morning the day after tomorrow, we will leave Nanling to submit the primordial stone on time. Wait for my return, and of course, I will explain clearly to the master and Shu brother, otherwise, face the consequences yourself. Sure enough, early in the morning the day after tomorrow, a large bag was brought out. Ming Ju Shan, his eyes dark and sunken as if he had been sleepless for a long time, said, 150 pieces plus 50 pieces in that ring, a total of 200 pieces. He Huang took it with his hand and sneered, saying, very good. After saying that, He Huang also put it into his storage ring. Then, he looked at Ming Ju Shan with a gloomy expression and said, seeing the tired appearance of Ming Elder, it must have been quite hard for you these past 2 days to collect primordial stones everywhere, huh? An elder from the Tiger clan behind gritted his teeth and growled, He Huang, you have gained an advantage, so don't pretend to be wronged. Ming Ju Shan stopped him and said, that's enough. He took a few steps closer and said to He Huang, indeed, now the clans in Nanling have experienced the might of He Huang. He cupped his hands and added, after you return, please speak well of our Black Tiger clan. He Huang smiled broadly, resting his hand on his shoulder and said, easy, easy. Tu Shernyen bowed to Tu Si to say goodbye, old ancestor, Shernyen is leaving. Tu Si suddenly placed a hand on her shoulder and said seriously, after returning to Zhongzhou, remember to focus on cultivating beside ye senior. This is your opportunity and the mysterious power that also belongs to the Ling Hu clan. Tu Shunyan tightened her grip and replied, Shunyan understands. After they finished what they needed to say, both of them soared into the sky. He Huang excitedly said while flying high, awesome, bringing back 200 primordial stones, I'm sure the master and Shu brother will see me in a different light. Upon returning to Shaoqi town, He Huang and Tu Shunyan transformed back to their original forms and approached the true form of Shu old man. He Huang said, Shu brother, we are back. Shu old man spoke to remind them, in the future, do not casually go to Nanling anymore. You caused trouble in Nanling, and the Black Tiger clan has regarded you as an eternal enemy. Wait until I recover from the great Dao injury on my body, and then I will personally go to Nanling to make the Black Tiger clan pay the price. He Huang presented the storage ring containing primordial stones and said, Shu brother, take a look at these 200 primordial stones that the Black Tiger clan offered as a tribute. Out of respect for them listening, brother, spare them a way to live. The old man Shu said, this matter is for this lord to decide, go and deliver the primordial stone to the master. He Huang replied, yes. Inside the room, Tu Shunyan gently placed the storage ring next to Yi Changqing's pillow. Looking at Yi Changqing sleeping soundly, she smiled lightly and thought, I hope the master will see this gift when he wakes up. Seeing Yi Changqing sleeping peacefully, she couldn't help but reach out and lightly pinch his cheek, thinking, the master looks so charming when he sleeps. Suddenly, Yi Changqing grabbed her hand and pulled her into his arms, continuing to sleep soundly. Tu Shunyan felt a bit shy but still stayed and slept with him until the next morning. Yi Changqing opened his eyes and groaned, ah, my head hurts so much. Tu Shunyan was still fast asleep and hadn't woken up. Yi Changqing glanced at the person lying next to him. Seeing Tu Shunyan, he hurriedly sat up and exclaimed, oh my. He turned pale as he wondered, when did Miss Tu come back? His hand accidentally touched the storage ring, and as he looked over, he picked it up and asked, could this be the gift brought back by Miss Tu? Not thinking too much, Yi Changqing held the storage ring in his hand and decided, let me go inside and see what this thing is like. Yi Changqing fell freely into the storage ring while exclaiming in panic. Before Yi Changqing was an enormous pile of primordial stones stacked upon one another. Yi Changqing was so astonished that he broke into a sweat, repeatedly saying, wow, wow, why are there so many primordial stones like this? He happily picked up a primordial stone and said, isn't this going to allow me to directly ascend? Ha ha ha. Not wanting to waste time, Yi Changqing immediately began to cultivate with a few primordial stones in hand. With his mouth, he recited, heaven and earth interact, all things come to life, there is water, there is center, everything turns 100 miles. Yi Changqing raised the primordial stone in his hand and immediately absorbed it while continuing to recite. For seasons give birth, cultivated through the night. Yi Changqing smiled lightly, thinking to himself, this time, He Huang has brought back really good primordial stones, the essence inside is incredibly dense, I can even sense the violent energy fluctuations within my meridians. Though it was tranquil inside, outside it felt like a whirlwind was sweeping through, causing Tu Shunyan and He Huang to cling to Shu old man to avoid being blown away. Tu Shunyan's hair stood on end as he panicked and shouted, what on earth is happening? He Huang also vaguely guessed the source of the whirlwind, it seems that the master is cultivating with great intensity this time. Shunyan junior sister, you can see that the wind aiming to cultivate must have reached the master. At Tai Xian Holy Land, the disciples inside the pavilion were frantically fleeing, each with pale faces screaming, everyone hurry and hide, this wind is absorbing cultivation spiritual energy. Inside the main hall of Tai Xian, two elders were looking outside, confusedly speaking to each other. Why has the spiritual energy in the world suddenly begun to erode? One elder spoke up, yet showed no signs of worry. Inside the sect is a massive gathering spirit formation set up by our old ancestor, and moreover, the mountain protection formation also helps gather spiritual energy. Hearing this, the black-bearded elder remained concerned, even so, we cannot stop the spiritual energy in the world from eroding. He Changxian entered from outside, calling out, everyone, junior brother. Both elders looked out again to see that He Changxian's hair was standing upright. But both were ignorant and asked, "A new look?" "Senior brother, this aesthetic seems to exceed the limits of pickleball." He Changxian continuously combed his hair with both hands while his head buzzed and said, "I was just caught in the wind and got a bit disheveled." He looked inside the hall where only 2 people were present and asked, "Why hasn't June 9th junior brother come?" The black-haired elder replied, "A few days ago, June 9th senior brother suddenly realized opportunities and has entered seclusion to focus on cultivation." He Changxian fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. Another elder stepped forward and said, "Senior brother, our holy land has suddenly experienced a disturbance in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth." He Changxian sighed and said, "It's nothing. I just went to check for a while. The spiritual energy of Taishan Holy Land is flowing towards Shaoqi town, which can be seen as a form of nutrient being kept from flowing out to others." The elder suddenly understood and had no further questions, "So that's how it is. No wonder the mountain's great formation and gather spirit formation can't hold the spiritual energy, it turns out it's needed by the master." The black-haired elder guessed wildly, could it be that he is refining a new spirit treasure? The other elder, still in shock, urged He Changxian and the black-bearded elder, with just a single movement, he consumes an immense amount of spiritual energy. We have to find a way, otherwise, how can we possibly sustain this living ancestor? Just then, another person appeared outside. A woman's voice rang out as she greeted those inside, "Wu Shuang greets the Holy Master, Master, and Uncle." Hearing her voice, He Changxian was overjoyed and said, "Wu Shuang, it's great that you've come." The black-bearded elder also took notice and remarked, "It seems Wu Shuang's progress in seclusion this time is quite significant." Wu Shuang, exuding an overwhelming presence, stepped inside. The black-haired elder, sensing Wu Shuang's formidable aura, broke into a slight sweat and marveled, "She has already condensed her yuaning?" Advancing at such an astonishing speed, this younger generation is truly remarkable. The elder with bangs gave a thumbs up and chuckled, "Right now, not just at Spirit Sword Peak, but even among the 7 peaks, Wu Shuang's cultivation has far surpassed her fellow disciples, leading by a great margin." He Changxian called out seriously in a loud voice, "Dear junior brothers, today I want to discuss with you the matter of the promotion of Wu Shuang during the Holy Girl's promotion ceremony. This ceremony will be held in the middle of this month. However, elder guest Nan Gong is currently traveling outside with the old ancestor Sword Dao. According to you all, should we postpone it for a while to wait for their return before holding it?" Elder with the hair said hesitantly, but there was also some caution. "Holy Master senior brother, although both seniors are well known, Elder Nan Gong is merely a guest after all, not to mention Senior Si Xiu. Moreover, the Holy Girl is related to the foundation of our Taishan Holy Land. I believe that your presence and Master Yez is sufficient." Elder with black hair also agreed with this opinion. Yuan Jian is absolutely right. Wu Shuang has been waiting for this promotion ceremony for quite some time, and it should not be delayed any longer. Wu Shuang waved her hands, clasping her fists towards all 3 and said, "Holy Master, Master, and 2 uncles have thought so carefully for Wu Shuang, I am truly grateful." Wu Shuang also believes that the grand ceremony for the appointment should not be delayed, but not because of the elder guests. It is all for the reason of Yi Master. It is thanks to those experts that they are willing to settle in Taishan Holy Land. The soaring phoenix symbolizes high aspirations, compassionate humanity, and noble qualities. Therefore, Wu Shuang thinks that regardless of the scale or number of attendees at the grand appointment ceremony, the presence of Yi Master is enough. He Changxian, after hearing this, wholeheartedly agreed with Wu Shuang's thoughts, "That is very true. Our Taishan Holy Land has weathered many storms while still thriving, all thanks to the care of Yi Master. As we drink water, we remember its source. I will go invite Yi Master." He Changxian happily raised his hand, "Surely Yi Master will be pleased to see how our Taishan Holy Land is currently developing and will gladly agree to attend." On this side, Yi Changqin was reading a heartfelt letter left by Qing Shui, "Dear Yi Great Master, the speed at which your cultivation has progressed over the past few days is truly remarkable. Qing Shui deeply feels that the sea of knowledge is boundless and the journey of learning is endless. Therefore, the decision to quickly return to Ziqing Holy Land for seclusion and cultivation was made. By the time Qing Shui becomes strong, she will surely be ruthlessly defeated by him again. Yi Changqing finished reading the heartfelt letter in confusion, still unsure of what he had just read. He read the last line again, "It is an eternal longing to be conquered by you, Qing Shui." Yi Changqing looked at the letter with a sigh, so it turns out Miss Qing Shui likes to play so thrillingly. Feeling cheerful, Yi Changqing lounged on the chair. But indeed, I have made a lot of progress lately. He tilted his face to bask in the sunlight, thinking, I can now understand some formulas and see the training situation of my internal dantian. If I exhaust the primordial stone that He Huang brought back. While daydreaming, several knocking sounds from outside made Yi Changqing sit up in confusion. He ran outside to open the door and saw a familiar person calling, "He old man, why are you here? Please come in." He Changxian laughed heartily and replied, "Mr. Yi, I hope I am not disturbing you." Yi Changqing replied casually, "No problem." He suddenly coughed and adjusted his tone, silently thinking, in front of this group of immortals, my established identity is that of Changqing Saint, I need to be a bit colder. Having thought that, Yi Changqing spoke up, "Lately, I haven't had much to do, it's just simple cultivation." Upon hearing the words, simple, He Changxian fell into a crisis of confusion. He Changxian unexpectedly hummed in surprise, gazing in astonishment. The bright light struck directly in He Changxian's face, causing tears to stream down his cheeks. He used his sleeve to shield himself from the light, confusedly asking, "Where is such strong light coming from? And this abundant spiritual energy as well?" Yi Changqing frowned and asked him, "Is that so?" Shielding his eyes, He Changxian struggled to open them and raised his voice, "Of course, with my experience, this strong light must definitely be a rare treasure from heaven and earth." He Changxian opened his eyes wide again, rubbing them to see clearly. Yi Changqing also stared blankly at him, "He old man, come sit over here." He Changxian's attention was drawn to the primordial stone on the table, that is. Looking closely, he was shocked to the core. He stared at it, repeatedly saying, "Here, here, here." He frowned while contemplating and thought, indeed, this is a top-quality primordial stone, just being piled up here is enough to emit spiritual energy in pure Tao essence. I have never seen a primordial stone that looks like this, I need to examine a few more. Yi Changqing, sitting nearby, poured himself some tea and said, "Old man we can consider ourselves acquaintances, so feel free to speak directly about anything." He Changxian held the teacup, hesitated, and then said, "Mr. Yi, in 2 days, the Taishan Holy Land will hold a grand ceremony to appoint a holy girl. I would like to invite you to the Taishan Mountain to participate, may I ask if that is possible?" Yi Changqing was surprised and asked, "You want to invite me to join?" He Changxian immediately nodded like chopping wood and replied, "Yes, yes, yes." Yi Changqing, on the other hand, agreed wholeheartedly, jumping up joyfully like a child and said, "I will go to the Holy Land for a day's trip." Suddenly, he frowned again and asked in a dangerously serious tone, "Old man you are the Holy Master of the Taishan Holy Land, right?" He Changxian gasped, stunned as if struck by lightning, thinking, "Is Yi Master asking me in return?" At the same time, in the Taishan Holy Land, all the Holy Masters were present. He Changxian sat in the host seat and spoke to those below, "Thank you all for coming from afar. It has been nearly 100 years since the last meeting of the 5 great Holy Land Holy Masters. From the Luo Holy Land, Holy Master Luo Wanfeng chuckled and reminisced. It has been a long time since I visited Taishan Holy Land. Today, I can feel that the spiritual energy here is thicker and purer than before, dear He brother." From Guhua Holy Land, Holy Master Bai Ling also crossed his arms joyfully and said, "Not bad, Taishan is currently thriving with good fortune. I have only been here for a moment, and my fatigue from the long journey has vanished, in fact, I even feel like testing my cultivation." Su Ji Tian sipped from the teacup in his hand and said, "All right, you all keep complimenting him, He brother will feel embarrassed." Yin Yang Holy Land, Holy Master Duan Changda suddenly slammed the table. His expression was devoid of joy, instead, it was as dark as a pot, and he said, "Let's skip the pleasantries." This time, the delegation came here not only to participate in the holy girl's promotion ceremony of Tai Xian but also to discuss an important matter with the esteemed members. In the joyful atmosphere, only Duan Changde appeared displeased, prompting Su Ji Tian to frown and ask, "What's wrong, old Duan?" He Chang Xian also hurriedly speculated, "Could it be that something happened at your post in Xiemo?" Duan Changde, with his brows still tightly knit, said seriously, "That's right, in the Buddhist nation of Xiemo, the Dalai Yen Pagoda, the last high monk from the Yu clan is about to attain enlightenment." Upon hearing this, all the master peaks present couldn't help but feel tense. Luo Wanfeng also spoke up and asked, "The Yu clan? Is there still someone alive from that line?" Su Ji Tian put down the teacup in his hand and, seemingly disregarding that matter, inquired, "What? Should we be afraid of that bunch of country bumpkins?" Duan Chang sighed and continued, "The Buddhist path is different from our sect, besides, we are traditional enemies of the Buddhist school. 1,000 years ago, there was a struggle for the orthodox path between the Buddhist sect and our Taoist sect in Zhongzhou. The 5 great holy lands united to fight, which allowed them to drive those people out of Zhongzhou. Since then, the Buddhist sect has moved far to Xiemo, quietly developing somewhere. 500 years ago, Abbot Yu Xian, bravely entered Zhongzhou alone, visiting the great holy lands to debate the teachings with the intention of spreading Buddhist doctrine once again in Zhongzhou. Bai Ling continued, "That day, if it weren't for Uncle Qian Yuan, our Taoist would have engaged in a verbal battle with him for 7 days and 7 nights, only then could we gain a bit of advantage. I fear that currently, throughout Zhongzhou, Buddhist doctrine has become widespread, and the Tao sect is in danger." Su Ji Tian was surprised and began to understand a little, "So, it turns out that Abbot Yu's appearance this time could also be very formidable, right?" Duan Changde said, "That's right, it really is not simple. Some say that he has been taught by Abbot Yu Xian himself since he was 3 years old, and by the age of 5, he had already mastered 18 major and minor Buddhist scriptures, thus he was given the title Ji. At 20, he was blessed by the great sun Tathagata, to honor his cultivation, and once again was given the title Bo. Therefore, everyone in the Buddhist sect calls him Yuji Bo. This person not only has an extremely high cultivation level but also possesses many secret methods of the Buddhist sect. His appearance this time is certainly to go straight into Zhongzhou and wash away the shame for Yu Xian's senior brother. I would like to ask the holy masters present, is there anyone among your disciples who can debate laws with him? As the question was posed, all 4 holy masters present here fell silent without responding. Luo Wanfeng hesitantly spoke up, "In my De Luo holy land, there isn't anyone." Bai Ling cautiously added, "There is no one among my disciples either." But only Su Ji Tian downplayed the seriousness of the situation, slapping his thigh and saying loudly, "What's there to hesitate about? If we can't argue with him, then we can keep this bald monk from stepping foot into Zhongzhou, and that will be enough." Duan Changde waved his hand, immediately saying, "This method is not viable. If we force him to stay outside the borders, wouldn't that just announce to everyone that our Tao sect is weaker than the Buddhist sect? Moreover, are you really confident that you can stop him?" Hearing this, Su Ji Tian hesitated, "This matter." At this point, He Chang Xian spoke up, saying, "Everyone, don't worry, I have my ways. We still have the trump card of Yi Senior." As soon as Su Ji Tian heard this, he clenched his fists and said, "That's right, with Yi Senior stationed here at Tai Xian Holy Land, Yu Ji Bo definitely won't dare to act recklessly." Bai Ling turned her head in doubt and asked, "Yi Senior? Who is that?" Duan Changde also asked incredulously, "I say, Tai Xian Holy Master, can we really rely on this Yi Senior you mentioned? Not to mention losing face for the 5 great holy lands, if Tao sect declines from now on, that would be a serious issue." Su Ji Tian understood Yi Changqing's strength and immediately stood up, banging the table and shouting, "Nonsense, you have never met Yi Senior, so you cannot speak like that. Yi Senior's cultivation is profound, and his realm is something we can hardly imagine." Luo Wanfeng spoke up to mediate, "Zi Qing Holy Master, don't be hasty, Duan brother means no harm, he is just expressing his doubts." Duan Changde crossed his arms stubbornly, not believing it, and said, if there are people as capable as that in Zhongzhou, how could our yin-yang holy land not be aware of it? You must be talking nonsense. Suddenly, the cup of tea on the table began to shake violently. Realizing the source of the disturbance, Duan Changde also panicked and exclaimed, "Oh my, what's happening?" Bai Ling also stood up in confusion and asked, "Hey brother, has Tai Xian Holy Land been attacked?" At that moment, the door outside unexpectedly burst open, and a dark figure flew in, causing Duan Changde to panic and shout. Two carp, one black and one white, appeared and soared around, and a voice echoed, "Tai Xian with sword formula, second move." Duan Changde covered his mouth, unable to believe it, and yelled, "What?" He suddenly opened his eyes wide and asked, "This?" Suddenly realizing, he found himself standing inside an incredibly large Wuji diagram and was utterly confused. This is celestial Tai Chi, how can this be? Not only is it about harmony, but it also encompasses the principle of balance. He descended below, looked around, and said, "At Yin-Yang Holy Land, we always adhere to the principle of yin and yang harmony which can give rise to all things. This sword intent makes me realize that everything in the world is connected to balance." Suddenly, he said, "Wait." His face turned pale as he realized, this sword intent is similar to the one who killed Black Tiger Demon Supreme in Shaoqi town at that time. It must be that expert. He staggered outside, trembling, and said, "This sword intent is truly profound, the insight is remarkable." Looking at Duan Changde, he suddenly gasped, his face went pale, causing Luo Wanfeng to worry and call out, "Duan brother." Duan Changde looked at her and immediately said, "Do you still remember we witnessed that person kill Black Tiger Demon Supreme who had summoned the divine being at Shaoqi town?" Upon hearing this, Luo Wanfeng couldn't help but widen her eyes. So it was him? Duan Changde turned his head and cupped his hands, asking, "He brother, is this the technique of that Yi senior?" He Changxian felt a surge of pride and snorted. Su Ji Tian also said, "Yi senior, his magical talent is vast, he must have heard some people's words. Therefore, it is necessary to show a bit of strength to deter and warn them." Duan Changde immediately knelt down and bowed his head, saying, "He brother, it is I who have the eyes of a blind man, not thinking that Yi senior's strength is so terrifying." Luo Wanfeng could not stop trembling and clasped his fists, saying, "Disasters come from the mouth, but I, together with Duan brother, truly did not mean to offend. I hope you will definitely plead on our behalf with Yi senior." Duan Changde's fear was increasingly evident in his eyes, and his voice became more urgent. "This sword intent could overturn my yin-yang holy land with just one strike." He Changxian and Su Ji Tian were silent, but both shared mutual thoughts through sound transmission. It seems that Yi senior's move has frightened them to death. Indeed, Yi senior's control over strength is truly formidable. After a moment, He Changxian said, "I will plead on your behalf." "Stand up, Changde." Bai Ling also clasped his fists and spoke, "Tai Xian Holy Master, we truly know that your master possesses profound cultivation, but could you be more specific? What realm does this great power actually belong to?" He Changxian pondered for a moment before saying, "At the very least, he is a fake emperor of the human clan." After this, he frowned slightly and added, "It is even more likely that he has surpassed the existence of a fake emperor." As soon as he spoke these words, the three holy masters present were shocked. Bai Ling noticed something and opened her eyes wide, saying, "Above." Yi Changqing was now standing outside, and he relaxed his grip and sighed, saying, "I didn't expect to lose track of time while practicing swordmanship." He turned to ask the holy son behind him, "How long have I been practicing?" He cupped his hands in response. "About 3 watch hours, Yi senior." Yi Changqing asked again, 3 watch hours? When was the ceremony supposed to start? He answered, "It was scheduled for 2 watch hours ago, but since Yi senior was imparting the sword Dao to us, the holy masters decided to wait until you finished teaching before starting." Yi Changqing felt as if struck by lightning, exclaiming in confusion, 2 watch hours ago? In other words, I have missed a total of 4 hours of the entire Tai Xian Holy Land. He was sweating coldly, telling himself, "Don't panic, after all, I have already accepted the title of master. Even if I miss it, they won't do anything to me." At this moment, all the holy masters came out. Yi Changqing entered, exuding an air of authority with calmness and presence. He Changxian stood up on behalf of everyone, cupping his hands and said, "We welcome Mr. Yi." Yi Changqing smiled lightly and said, "There's no need for formalities, old man He. I was so engrossed in my sword training that I arrived late. I hope for your forgiveness." He Changxian smiled awkwardly and replied, "Mr. Yi is joking." He was sweating coldly and thought, "Clearly, we received opportunities from him, yet he only mentioned sword training. The master truly remains humble as always." Yi Changqing pointed to the other holy masters and asked, "Who are these gentlemen?" He Changxian laughed and said, "I nearly forgot, I'm here to introduce you. This one is Su Ji Tian, the holy master of Ziqing Holy Land. He has visited you before." Yi Changqing recognized him and exclaimed, "Long time no see, old man Su, how have you been lately?" Su Ji Tian, hearing the inquiry, also sweat profusely and cupped his hands in response. "Junior is doing well, thank you for your concern, Mr. Yi." He Changxian continued to introduce. "These are Holy Master Gu Hua from Bailing Holy Land, Holy Master Yin Yang from Duan Chang De Holy Land, and Holy Master De Luo from Luo Wan Feng Holy Land." All three of them clasped their fists in response. "Greetings, Yi Sir." Yi Changqing, hearing the title of Holy Master, felt as if he had become rooted to the spot, thinking, "Oh my, it's not just that I've delayed Tai Xian Holy Land, but I've delayed all 5 major holy lands." He Changxian looked at Yi Changqing, puzzled, and thought, "Something's not right, why does Yi Master look so strange?" He rubbed his chin, his expression even tenser than Yi Changqing's, and thought, "It's definitely because Yi Master feels that participating in the grand ceremony has disturbed his peaceful cultivation. It seems I need to speed things up." Addressing the chairperson above, He Changxian said, "Yi Sir, please take a seat." Yi Changqing also sat down and replied, "Thank you." He Changxian raised his hand, making a gesture to transmit his wishes. "Let's get started, skip all the redundant formalities, and don't waste Yi Master's time returning to his serene cultivation." The elderly white-haired man immediately replied, "Understood." The elder announced loudly, "The auspicious time has come, the grand ceremony of the appointment begins." 3 disciples began to prepare to ring the bell. A loud bell sound echoed through the heavens and the earth. He Changxian held the decree in his hand and proclaimed, "Under the heavenly mandate, today we appoint disciple Lu Wushuang as the holy girl of Tai Xian Holy Land." Below, after reducing 5,000 characters, all 4 city lords were left dumbfounded, unable to believe their ears. Wushuang and 2 female disciples slowly descended from above. Yi Changqing looked up and exclaimed. He Changxian glanced over, stroking his beard and thought, "Indeed, Yi Master is very concerned about Wushuang. I knew it, appointing her as the holy girl is no mistake." The golden flag fluttered in the wind, the elder read aloud, "Jade Saint flies jade, 10,000 spirits together in the heavens, open the ancestral hall, carefully bestow the 5 can, Tai Xian river flows." A golden palace appeared from above. He Changxian bowed and said, "We disciples pay respects to the souls of holy masters of all generations of Tai Xian Holy Land." The disciples collectively bowed and said, "We disciples pay respects to all masters." He Changxian addressed Yi Changqing, "Yi Senior, I would like to invite you and Wushuang to enter the ancestral hall and crown her." Yi Changqing replied casually, "Of course, that's fine." He then gradually stepped down. Wushuang also bowed and said, "I pay my respects to Yi Senior." Changqing helped Wushuang up and said to her, "You have extraordinary talent, your future achievements on the path of cultivation will surely be immeasurable." Wushuang felt delighted upon hearing this, her face slightly flushed as she responded, "Yi Senior overpraises me, I owe my success today to your guidance." Yi Changqing turned to He Changxian and said, "Crowning Wushuang as the Tai Xian holy girl is indeed a blessing for Tai Xian. He old man, you have a good eye." He Changxian, flattered, blushed and replied, "I'm quite embarrassed, quite embarrassed." Yi Changqing gradually flew up, smiling lightly as he thought, "I originally thought that with my current cultivation, using true qi to fly would still be somewhat difficult, and the basic flying model is rather simple." He then confidently gestured to Wushuang and said softly, "Wushuang, let's go." Wu Shuang gently replied, yes. She looked at Yi Changqing with deep affection. Then, she also reached out her hand towards him. Both of them flew up together and landed in the palace. As they entered, Yi Changqing thought, luckily I learned the coronation process from the Sutra Pavilion books, otherwise, I would be embarrassed today. The first step was to offer incense and worship the Tai Xian ancestors. The second step was to receive the holy ceremony and the Tai Xian ancient spirit. The third step was for the disciple being conferred to express their feelings. Wu Shuang flew outside to speak. It is an honor for me to become the holy girl on this occasion, thanks to Mr. Yi for his dedication in nurturing me, and thanks to the grand elders of the sect for giving me this opportunity. The final step is for me to encourage her. Yi Changqing placed his hand on Wu Shuang's shoulder and confidently said to her, go for it, Miss Wu Shuang. A voice called out, Yi Senior. But Yi Changqing was still lost in thought, throwing his head back and laughing loudly, ha ha, then complimenting himself, perfect. Wu Shuang called out again, Yi Senior. Pulling him back to reality, she pointed down below and said, could you please provide some words of advice for the Tai Xian disciples? Yi Changqing listened, feeling confused. He looked down at the thousands of disciples below and thought, isn't this something that wasn't mentioned in the books? I have nothing prepared. Yi Changqing was troubled, sweat pouring down as he thought, then I only have to borrow a few lines from elsewhere. With that in mind, he gathered all his courage and said, everyone, there was once a hero who said, on the path of fragrant glory, one must endure hardship, only when witnessing destruction can one see rebirth. He Changxian and Elder A listened closely to each of Yi Master's words. It seems like there is some hidden meaning. Yi Changqing continued to speak eloquently. The endless journey is long and arduous, with storms always following closely. As Yi Changqing spoke, dark clouds began to gather in the sky. Luo Wanfeng asked in confusion, why is the sky turning gray again? Bai Ling also felt a bit anxious. I have a feeling that something is not right. A person saw something and was terrified, shouting loudly. Everyone look, the sky has a crack, it's not a fissure, those are dense lightning bolts. Yi Changqing turned his head to take a look, feeling indifferent and thinking, it seems my Changqing Saint Buff is still as powerful as ever. Bai Ling turned to He Changxian and asked, He Holy Master, what is this master of yours really talking about? How could it lead to such a dense thunderstorm? What if many disciples from your sect on the square get hurt? He Changxian stroked his beard gently to reassure him. By junior brother, there's no need to worry. Yi Senior is family, he won't make such a mistake. The old man often causes unusual phenomena in the sky due to his sharp and implied words. It's nothing new. At this moment, the thunder and lightning in the sky became increasingly dense, releasing lightning strikes that shone brightly, forcing He Changxian to raise his hand to shield himself, fearfully saying, this is. Yi Changqing, up above, lightly raised his hand and easily gathered the lightning bolts into the palm of his hand. His eyes brightened as he clenched his fists and said, oh my, the thunder has driven away the darkness. The thunderbolts above gradually accumulated and grew larger. Wu Shuang, hiding to the side, couldn't help but feel frightened at the sight of those bolts. Bai Ling below waved her hand to command the disciples. This isn't good. The power of the lightning has concentrated in one place. Quickly have the elders watch over the disciples with lower cultivation levels. Everyone scatter and use your protective energy. Luo Wanfeng, Duan Changde, and Bai Ling joined together to form a protective barrier. Bai Ling anxiously glanced upward. If these thousands of heavenly thunderbolts are triggered, I'm afraid we can't ensure they won't be crushed to pieces. At this point, He Changxian also began to feel fear, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Heavenly thunder usually arises from great upheavals. I wonder if what Master Yi just said has caused some forbidden event. With tears streaming down his face, he helplessly added, making such a commotion once is already too much, Tai Xian will not allow this. Yi Changqing stood on the high ground, looking up as if he had an epiphany. I didn't expect the ultimate goal of the mysterious arts to be the obliteration of gold. This is the hero character that we just spent money to purchase before the crossover. The lines are really cool. A loud growl came from within. Yi Changqing then noticed and turned his head, nervously asking, what is that sound? The white Ing Long suddenly appeared and soared in the air. Yi Changqing was so scared he almost soiled himself and shouted, "Damn it, I just said a few lines in the game, why summon the divine dragon?" Bai Ling looked up and said loudly, "This is not good." That thunder actually led to Ing Long. Luo Wanfeng also said, "Now that Ing Long has appeared, the calamity of fire from the heavens, with just a thunderous breath, has enough power to shatter the void." Su Ji Tian called out from behind, "Hey brother, could this be part of Yi Senior's plan?" He Chang Xian, with a dark expression, helplessly said, "Although we cannot guess Senior's intentions, fortune and misfortune are interconnected." As he spoke, he raised his hands in a gesture. "I believe that with Yi Senior here, whether it's thunder or Ing Long, we will certainly overcome safely, reborn after much pain and suffering." Yi Changqing up here is still not as skillful as what He Changxian said. He is nervously considering making peace with Ing Long. "Long brother, if my previous words upset you, I can apologize right now." Ing Long did not reply but directly opened his mouth to unleash a powerful force. Yi Changqing exclaimed, "Oh my, this dragon is about to unleash a big move." He abandoned all pride and continuously waved his hands down below. "He old man, what should we do this time?" Duan Changde looked up and asked, "What does Yi Senior mean?" He Changxian covered his mouth and looked up at the tall Yi Changqing. "The distance is too far to hear clearly, but I guess the elder is saying not to worry." He Changxian thought that the answer he was guessing from Yi Changqing's lip movements was correct and gave a thumbs up in response. "Senior, just perform with peace of mind, the disciples will be taken care of by me." Seeing He Changxian giving him a thumbs up left Yi Changqing speechless. With an expression that could not be more shocked, he thought, "What are these people doing? Relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. I can only try this." Yi Changqing quickly gathered strength in his hand and took a risk, saying, "Previously in the Yen imperial capital, the treasures of merit recognized me as their master." Yi Changqing raised his hand to summon the Xianhuang Tower, but after taking it out, he continued to wave it around in confusion. "But how do you use this? There's not even a guide." Ing Long opened his mouth wide and unleashed a burst of power. The attack shot straight towards Yi Changqing. At that moment, he had no choice but to raise the Xianhuang Tower in front of him and shout, "Xianhuang Tower, quickly stop it for me." The Xianhuang Tower confronted Ing Long directly. Yi Changqing was overwhelmed by the pressure of the power and shouted, "Not good." The burst of strength bore down on Yi Changqing. Suddenly, a light yet rich aura surged forth. Yi Changqing gradually floated back as if becoming a different person. His expression was extremely cold, with a flower in the center of his forehead. He spoke coldly, casting a glance downward as if disregarding everyone. "It's been a long time since I fought, of course, I've forgotten." The Xianhuang Tower was invented to counter all the attacks of the world. Hearing this, Ing Long opened its eyes wide and suddenly roared, accumulating a surge of power in its mouth. Yi Changqing flew higher, standing parallel between heaven and earth, coldly addressing Ing Long, "You dare to act wildly in front of me?" Ing Long stubbornly attacked Yi Changqing. Seeing the strike coming, Yi Changqing simply murmured, "Michigan go and bat Lin." He just called out, "Go," and the Xianhuang Tower soared forward. The Xianhuang Tower confronted Ing Long's attack head-on. The two techniques clashed, but the outcome had always been predetermined. The Xianhuang Tower passed through the attack and continued to rush toward Ing Long. Yi Changqing continued to form seals. "Tu Qiet Profound Sovereign, please grant me the protection of the Central Heavenly Guard, refine my true body." The Xianhuang Tower radiated a brilliant surge of power. Ing Long looked at the characters resembling talismans flying toward it and screamed in panic. With just that wretched scream, it was bound tightly by golden threads. Yi Changqing relaxed his hand, his expression unchanged as he ordered, "Crush him." With that, he clenched his fist again, and immediately the vines tightened around Ing Long, causing him to cry out in pain and desperation. A beam of light emanated, and Yi Changqing floated above. Bai Ling, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but exclaim, "So Ing Long was defeated?" Duan Changde and Luo Wanfeng were also speechless. "What did Yi Senior just take out? It looks like the Xianhuang Tower." "No way. That's a supreme ancient treasure." He Changxian let out a sigh of relief, regaining his composure as he spoke, as if he had anticipated this. It seems the heavenly thunder has passed. Su Ji Tian also laughed. Ha ha ha. Spiritual energy flowed down from above, and Wu Shuang reached out to catch it, joyfully saying, "This is the massive spiritual energy left over after that dragon was defeated." Su Ji Tian looked up and called out, "He brother, your prediction was correct. Yi Senior deliberately used the heavenly thunder to luring Long, giving a grand gift to Tai Xian." He Chang Xian agreed, "That's right." Yi Changqing raised his hand to retract the Xian Huang Tower, which gradually dissipated in his grasp. He suddenly froze, his expression serious, then clutched his head in pain as if struck by a hammer, his voice filled with agony. "The Xian Huang Tower has virtue and clouds, and there's also blood from someone. Whose blood is this?" Yi Changqing held his head, his body trembling uncontrollably. Strange images kept flashing in his mind. Yi Changqing wondered, what are those images? Are they my memories? Yi Changqing slowly let his hand droop. Who am I really? Yi Changqing gradually fell to the ground, and Wu Shuang, seeing this, hurriedly called out, "Yi Senior." A surge of power flew around Yi Changqing, and the lotus platform bloomed below to catch him. He gently descended onto it. Yi Changqing inhaled deeply, gradually opening his eyes, rubbing his head as he pondered. What's wrong with me? He sat up abruptly, returning to his dazed self, asking, where did this lotus platform come from? He touched it again, it's too soft, feels weird. Wondering in his mind, he answered himself as if he had known for a long time. The chaotic energy surged, the complex veins appearing and disappearing. This chaos blue lotus was indeed just as the legend described. He looked around in confusion and scratched his head, saying, how do I know the name of this lotus? It seems I understand it very well too. Yi Changqing rubbed his head, saying, my head still hurts a bit, it seems a lot has happened just now. My cultivation has suddenly skyrocketed, I can even control the Xian Huang Tower and even had a loud fight with that guy. What are those memories rushing into my head? Chaos Blue Lotus, if it really is as stated in the memories, this item is a supreme treasure, extremely difficult to find even in the legendary upper world. When I disguised myself as Saint Changqing in the imperial capital, I was granted a Xian Huang Tower, so this Chaos Blue Lotus may also have been gifted by Saint Tuong Long. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, leaving a clear blue sky. He Changxian and the others stood below, and he guessed, it seems the senior not only retreated safely from the thunder tribulation but also obtained a new treasure. Wu Shuang gradually touched the ground, her hands clasped together as she looked up at Yi Changqing with great admiration. Truly unmatched is Yi Senior, always devising strategies to win by half. Luo Wanfeng and Bai Ling said in confusion. The lotus platform is not among the divine weapons and treasures that I know of, but the shape of the blue lotus is quite strange, and it is covered with flowing water and a shimmering light. Luo Wanfeng expressed his admiration and said, looking at its aura, even the supreme treasures of great importance in my Deluo Holy Land may not compare to it. Bai Ling pondered silently. The fact that such a dense chaos energy can be gathered suggests that when the lotus platform emerged, it may well have been during ancient times. Yi Changqing, sitting on the lotus platform as it slowly descended, said to everyone, the strange phenomenon that appeared in the sky just now was something I had never predicted, however, fortunately, it has been resolved. Everyone bowed their heads in unison and responded, we congratulate you, Mr. Yi, on once again obtaining a supreme treasure. Yi Changqing smiled and said thank you all, but it's just a tool for easier movement, nothing to pay too much attention to. Bai Ling looked at Yi Changqing and felt more confident, thinking that this master of Tai Xian Holy Land was indeed extraordinary, and defeating Yu Jibo was entirely possible. Yi Changqing then said, the consecration ceremony has ended, my responsibilities are fulfilled, and now it is time for me to leave. He Changxian quickly stepped forward and said, Yi Senior, Junior still has one matter. Yi Changqing did not allow He Changxian to say more and said, He old man, no feast lasts forever, everyone must leave, everything in the world has its fate and cannot be forced. He Changxian, upon hearing these words, immediately thought of one issue and was secretly shocked. Did Yi Sir suddenly use Buddhist scriptures to bid farewell because he predicted what would happen to Yu Jibo? Yi Changqing remained calm and added, but it seemed to be a reminder, in the future, unless Tai Xian Holy Land is in danger, please do not disturb me, so that I can quietly cultivate. He Chang Xian and Bai Ling heard this sentence in utter shock and disbelief. Indeed, Yi Senior has predicted what is about to happen. Yi Changqing said this and did not linger, suddenly flying away. On the outside, he appeared composed, but inwardly he sighed with exhaustion, thinking, if there's nothing urgent, don't drag people in to ask for my signature anymore. He clenched his fist, filled with determination. This time when I return to Shaoqi town, I will focus on cultivating and reclaim everything that belongs to me. The heroic spirit surged, yet he lost his balance and slipped. The lotus platform remained stubbornly in one place, refusing to take off. Yi Changqing, annoyed, stomped his feet and said, "What's going on, out of fuel? Is this old vehicle even functioning? Hurry up, switch gears." As if hearing Yi Changqing's words, the lotus platform accelerated and took off. Watching Yi Changqing fly away, everyone below echoed, "We bid farewell to Yi Senior." A few days later, upon returning to Shaoqi town, Yi Changqing and Tu Shernyan sat in the house. Yi Changqing leaned against the wooden chair, looking at the map before him. Based on the introduction of the Tai Xian Sutra Pavilion, the world of cultivating immortals is distributed as follows. In the west and Zhongzhou are humans, while in the south and north are non-humans. Tu Shernyan giggled at the last sentence, spitting out the tea in her mouth. Yi Changqing turned to call out, "Miss Tu, you also come from Nanling, right? Why did you think of going to Zhongzhou?" Tu Shernyan replied, "Yes, Senior, I am the Shernyan princess of the Linghu clan. My father is the current patriarch of the Linghu clan, but I went to Zhongzhou to escape an arranged marriage. To speak of it, I must thank Lord He Huang for helping me run away from the marriage." Yi Changqing's expression darkened slightly. He thought to himself, Miss Tu can also be considered a demon fox, yet she still cannot escape the fate of being urged to marry. He suddenly huffed and thought further, "He Huang. The Lord who helped you escape, I only know that He Huang has some spiritual awareness and can help me find the primordial stone. Could it be that he secretly caused trouble for me outside?" Yi Changqing suddenly cried and thought more, this ungrateful child. He awkwardly said, "Miss Tu, aside from He Huang being involved in a runaway marriage, has he done anything else?" Tu Shernyan felt a bit flustered upon hearing the question. Does Mr. Yi not know anything at all? She worriedly thought, He Huang can also be considered my benefactor. If I accidentally say something wrong that angers Mr. Yi regarding He Huang, wouldn't that be my fault? Looking into Yi Changqing's bloodshot eyes made her even more frightened. But how can I lie to Mr. Yi when he has asked so directly? She carefully replied to Yi Changqing, "Senior, He Huang has never done anything bad. Even if he has done some bad things, it was only because the other demon clans provoked him first." Yi Changqing looked pale, unable to believe his ears. So he really has done something bad? His face remained calm, and he even had a slight smile to coax Shernyan into speaking. However, behind him, he had already prepared a sharp knife, waiting to send He Huang to the west. "Just speak plainly, how can I blame He Huang?" Tu Shernyan, shaking his hand and turning his face, replied, "As far as I know, He Huang has only disturbed 30 ancestral graves to become famous in the demon clan at the Linghu altar, and he even suffered from diarrhea. He even caught his sister-in-law of his third uncle cheating with the third brother of the Golden Lion clan next door, rejecting the princess of the Lion Elephant clan." Yi Changqing listened, feeling a throbbing headache, and with tears streaming down her face, asked him, "When he was doing these things, he surely wouldn't mention that he has a master, right?" Tu Shernyan asked back, "What do you think?" Yi Changqing bit her lip, crying out loud while silently lamenting, "I want to sever the master-servant relationship with him. A person as talented as him should just fly up to the sky." He suddenly paused to think, "Wait, talented? If He Huang is really such a powerful demon, why would he accept me, an unknown cultivator of immortals, as his master? The De Yen royal family mistook me for Changqing saint, while the Tai Xian Holy Land mistook me for a master." Seeing Yi Changqing calmly reflecting, Tu Shernyan couldn't help but admire. To control her emotions so quickly, no wonder he is Yi Senior. Changqing eventually realized, He Huang mistakenly thought he was someone else. With that thought, he remained silent and said nothing more. Tu Shernyen called softly, Mr. Yi. He continued to ponder, thinking, a dog does not despise its poor master, even if we take 1,000 steps back, even if he truly has mistaken me, this dog should consider the efforts I've made in raising him since he was young. Thinking of He Huang growling as he recognized the truth, he bit his nail and muttered, leave me with a whole body. He turned around and said, Miss Tu, I'm going outside for a bit. Tu Shernyen looked at him with sparkling eyes and asked, may I accompany you? Yi Changqing smiled gently and said, of course. At that moment, He Huang was hiding in a narrow alley, mumbling to himself, his hands and feet covered in blood, saying, don't say it, it's too sweet, in the future, when practicing together, who knows, it might even become an immortal weapon. His ears suddenly twitched slightly, and he looked out just as Yi Changqing passed by, causing both to jump in surprise. Yi Changqing's face twisted in shock at the sight. He Huang also panicked and called out, Master. Looking at He Huang, Yi Changqing couldn't help but feel terrified as he thought, this mouth that specializes in eating live prey, this Shenren de Dao golden horse, I, a little man who was blind to not recognize the mountain, treated you like a dog, I am a dead man. Yi Changqing continuously jumped in fright several times, his hand also squeezing Tu Shernyen tightly. Tu Shernyen cried out in pain, saying, Master, please don't tremble. He Huang also stood frozen there, looking at the two of them and thinking, what does this expression from my master mean? Is he venting dissatisfaction with me onto the little fox? He Huang raised his hand and called, Master. He held the body of a chicken and asked, do you find my transformation into this form ugly? Yi Changqing awkwardly stepped back, waved his hands and said, He Huang, you go back first, I and the little fox need to handle a few things. Saying that, Yi Changqing ran away, leaving He Huang with tears in his eyes calling after him, Master. Tu Shernyen waved goodbye to He Huang, reassuring him, don't worry, just go home first, silly dog, it's fine. Yi Changqing just ran over, pale and worried, thinking, oh my god, at first I thought He Huang was just a timid dog, but who knew he would look so big when transformed into a human. I had scolded him in so many ways before. Oh heavens, I hope He Huang doesn't hold a grudge. Yi Changqing clenched his fists and looked up at the sky, thinking, I must make sure to seize the time to improve my cultivation. Going straight inside, Yi Changqing thought, if not, if He Huang discovers he has acknowledged the wrong master, he will definitely come back to confront me. If I can't fight him then, the consequences will be very serious. Yi Changqing stood at the door and called out loudly, Song Tai Zhang, do you sell swords? After a while, Yi Changqing was also seated inside, but his face was still scrunched up in discomfort as he complained. He rubbed his cheek, which felt like a dumpling, and thought, Bao Daitao's slap was still as powerful as ever. Song Tai Zhang handed him a cold towel and said, Hey, Mr. Yi, your loss is due to being too cultured. Just directly asking if you sell them would have been enough instead of selling swords, aha. He was working while talking to Yi Changqing. A rogue is not frightening, what is frightening is that our home lacks culture. Yi Changqing called, Song brother, I want a fine sword like those of the immortals. Song Tai Zhang turned his head and said, Mr. Yi, you still haven't given up on the dream of cultivating immortals? No problem, old Song will help you fulfill this dream. With tears sparkling in his eyes, Yi Changqing said, thank you, Song brother. But suddenly, Song Tai Zhang shouted out a price of 15 taels of silver, making Yi Changqing feel faint. Yi Changqing stood up in anger and pointed. A normal sword only costs 3 to 5 taels of silver, so what are you selling? Song Tai Zhang gave a thumbs up and said with pride, that's the feeling of cultivating immortals you have. Yi Changqing, furious, thought, do you really think of me as a leak? I've got it. He raised a finger and said to Song Tai Zhang, I'll trade you the New Year God painting from this winter's first snowfall, how about that? Song Tai Zhang blushed and asked back, really? The God painting in Mr. Ye's hands, although it may not quite fit the decor. Though Song Tai Zhang said that, blood was almost rushing down to his belly, pondering. But it really is a good omen. Every year, families can obtain Tet paintings, ensuring peace, harmony, and prosperity within their homes. Yi Changqing took the opportunity to approach Song Tai Zhang and said, I will give you a special copy, a unique version. Song Tai Zhang could not believe it and asked back, what? This is the item that makes people taste it and cannot give it up. That evening, Yi Changqing leisurely carried his sword home. On the way, he praised, not bad, really not bad, sharp as a knife, can cut iron like cutting mud. He waved it around happily and said, now with this suitable weapon added, my cultivation speed will definitely improve faster. Yi Changqing looked over and saw He Huang sitting there with the chicken from the morning. Yi Changqing suddenly trembled as he looked at He Huang, thinking, it's over, I haven't even thought of how to face He Huang yet. In He Huang's eyes, Yi Changqing was currently very angry. Seeing Yi Changqing's angry expression made him want to cry, thinking, could it be that my master has discovered my identity and feels I embarrassed him outside? Yi Changqing stood there with a dark expression, thinking, I didn't know before, but now I do. He slowly walked towards He Huang with his sword, placing a hand on He Huang's head, catching him off guard. He forced a smile, thinking, I must use the shortest time possible to improve my cultivation. If not, what will happen if He Huang discovers any flaws? He Huang looked at him with emotion and called out, Master. He pointed to the chicken he was munching on and said, Master, this is for you. Seeing the long-dead chicken in He Huang's mouth, Yi Changqing's face darkened, and he thought despondently, will I end up like this chicken? Die in such pain? Yi Changqing let out a few puffs of breath, striving to do push-ups with all his might, sweat pouring from his body as if he had just taken a shower. Tu Shinian and He Huang sat nearby watching Yi Changqing train. He Huang sighed as he looked at Yi Changqing. Tu Shinian leaned on his hands and asked, what's wrong, you silly dog? He Huang seriously frowned and said, haven't you noticed lately that master has changed? Tu Shinian also noticed Yi Changqing's change. That's right, the master has started practicing without rest. He Huang, overthinking, said, could it be that the master is warning me that the body that appeared that day is still not strong enough? Yi Changqing here was gathering himself deeply, counting to 100. Tu Shinian sighed and said, silly dog, why are you still overthinking things? He Huang looked up at the sky and said, you wouldn't understand, simp and love-driven thoughts always correlate 100%. You must have felt it too, when the master often practices, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth within a few hundred miles continuously runs wild, being summoned by the master to refine and become his own. Tu Shinian then asked him, do you think the master has gained new insight or is about to break through? He Huang's face changed in fear as he said, even so, with the master's immeasurable cultivation, this spiritual energy from a few hundred miles is merely a drop in the ocean for him. But for our low realm, it's simply cutting off our path to survival. The master of high-level cultivation is so diligent, we should strive to practice harder. Tu Shinian smiled and asked, foolish dog, why don't you find another place to cultivate? He Huang was still dejected, pondering, what should I do in this situation? He Huang turned to Tu Shinian and, upon hearing her, perked up, looking for another place. That's a good idea. He jumped up and said, let's go into the dense forest in Nanling, or we could find a spot near other holy lands with abundant spiritual energy. That could be a blessed place. After a while, Yi Changqing pushed the door open, stepped outside, and exhaled. In the days following He Huang and Tu Shinian's departure, Yi Changqing felt the power within his Dan Tian, happily saying, after secluded cultivation, I really feel different. Even controlling this sword is much easier. At Tai Xian Mountain, the plants and spiritual energy here were pitiably depleted. A trembling disciple raised his hand, his voice on the verge of tears as he asked, where has all the spiritual energy gone? He lamented like a walking mummy, I still haven't reached the golden elixir realm, I can only rely on the natural spiritual energy to cultivate. One person spoke up, my spirit platform is about to run dry. Wu Xuan walked over and called out, junior brothers and sisters, stop. With a haggard face and depleted spiritual energy, she held up a pill and said, take these enlightenment pills, and you should be able to endure for a while. A few disciples from the Huang sect called out, holy girl, senior sister. The disciple hesitantly took the pill from Wu Shuang and said, this enlightenment pill is a treasure that only sect masters possess. Wu Shuang responded, in recent days, the spiritual energy on the mountain has unexpectedly diminished. The Holy Master and the sect elders are extremely anxious and are thinking of ways to resolve the issue. If junior brothers and sisters encounter difficulties, just come to find me or the Holy Son. The disciples expressed their gratitude and said in unison, "Thank you, Holy Girl, Senior Sister. Senior Sister has worked hard as well, you must also pay attention to resting." Wu Shuang reminded them again, after you finish using them, quickly return and meditate to regulate your aura. At this moment, an elder approached and called out, "Wu Shuang." Wu Shuang turned her head and said, "Master, when did you arrive? Do you have any instructions?" Her master replied, "Come with me to the Holy Hall." At Tai Xian Holy Hall, the elder with black hair and He Chang Xian were currently standing in a place rich in spiritual energy. The elder with black hair joyfully exclaimed, "Great, I didn't expect there to be a source of spirit spring hidden here. Years ago, Master specially sealed this place, perhaps to prepare for today's situation." At this time, Wu Shuang also approached. She was dazzled and a bit unsteady in the abundant spiritual energy before her. The elder with bangs held her hand and asked, "Are you okay?" Wu Shuang smiled and replied, "I'm fine, it's just that it has been a long time since I've encountered such abundant spiritual energy, so it feels a bit overwhelming." He Chang Xian waved his hand and called, "Wu Shuang, come here quickly, come and take a look at the center of the spiritual energy." Wu Shuang obeyed and leaned in. Illuminated by the radiant light, her mood became much lighter. She clasped her hands in gratitude and said, "Thank you, Holy Master, I feel much better now, but I remember this place didn't have any spiritual energy before." He Chang Xian stroked his beard and explained to her, "Tai Xian Holy Land originally has spiritual energy flowing down from the mountains. This is a source of spirit spring that the Holy Master left behind when I was still a disciple, to be used in case of necessity. Who would have thought it could be used today? The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth outside the mountain has inexplicably been swept away over the past few days, causing the disciples to suffer. Now, reopening this source of spirit spring, I only hope it can help everyone first. I will quickly find the cause." Suddenly, this place was violently shaken. He Chang Xian and the elder with black hair worriedly said, "Where is the earthquake happening?" Wu Shuang pointed at the sky, seeing something. "Look, the sky is starting to gather dark clouds, thunder rumbling." Wu Shuang anxiously said, "It's chaos chi again." He Chang Xian waved his hand and said, "This is not good, you junior brothers quickly use your techniques to stop this last piece of spiritual energy, it cannot be swept away irrationally anymore." He Chang Xian and the two elders all simultaneously formed hand seals, a loud sound echoed, and the three of them set up a protective formation. He Chang Xian looked up at the chaos chi above and said, "Chaos chi only appears during the ancient period, when Hong Meng opened up the heavens and the earth, it appeared. After the Creator God passed away, many great Daos of the world were no longer complete. Ever since Yi Master arrived at the Tai Xian Holy Land, Chaos Chi has continuously appeared." Could it be suggesting that Yi Master's background is related to the ancient times? From somewhere came strange sounds, and the two elders tried to listen with their hands against the ground and said, This sound is really familiar, it seems to be the sound of metal." He Chang Xian closed his eyes to feel and said, "No, I can sense that it is the sound of the great Tao." Back at Changqing courtyard, Yi Changqing was sitting carving something while humming, "You shouldn't say, you really shouldn't say." After a moment, he raised his sword to examine it and praised, "With the addition of the chaos blue lotus patterns, it indeed looks much more beautiful than the bare sword body. Each petal has a different pattern, and when I finish carving, won't it become a lotus list? Who knows, it might even borrow a bit of fortune from the chaos blue lotus." After a moment of lamentation, he suddenly noticed the sword vibrating strongly. "Why is it shaking like that?" On this side, He Chang Xian saw a dazzling beam of light along with a powerful wave of energy emanating. He spoke in shock. Indeed, it is true, the ancient texts recorded that when the Creator God died, many great Daos of the mortal realm were missing, which limited our cultivation as cultivators. As a result, we seek the perfection of the great Tao, and the only way to break through is through ascension. Now, there is a sound of the great Tao resonating, able to repair the great Tao. Could it be? The elder with the tousled hair suddenly exclaimed. He Chang Xian turned to ask, Junior brother, do you also sense something? The elder with the tousled hair formed a hand seal and replied, no doubt about it. He pointed to the formation diagram above and said, Senior brother, those patterns that have unexpectedly appeared in the sky are the laws to repair the sword Tao. He Chang Xian asked in surprise, how can you be sure? The elder with the tousled hair gave a thumbs up affirmatively. No mistake, it must be a peerless swordsman who has discovered the method to supplement the sword Tao, and the great Tao is experimenting to repair it. He Chang Xian stroked his beard in doubt and said, but is there any swordsman in the world stronger than ye master? At that moment, Wu Shuang ran over and said, Master, I also sensed it. The elder with long hair turned around and said, all right, you follow me to meditate. Both master and disciple held a sword in their hands and sat down to meditate there. The elder with long hair continued, only a swordsman at this moment can sense the changes of the sword Tao in heaven and earth. This feeling is so wonderful, I believe that soon I will be able to break through once again. Wu Shuang frowned and called out, Master, Wu Shuang has sensed a familiar aura. She suddenly opened her eyes wide and said, it is indeed ye master. She abruptly stood up and cupped her hands, saying, Holy Master, I have understood everything. He Chang Xian asked in surprise, what is it? Wu Shuang replied, for the past 10 days, the spiritual energy within 100 miles has been gathered by ye master in Shaoqi town. It seems a bit overbearing, but in reality, ye master is using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as a guide, trying to resonate with the sound of the great Tao, and from there, repair the great Tao. The elder with the fringe approached and said, it makes sense, if it can make the great Tao in the world stir, looking back at history, only ye master can achieve such a thing. He Chang Xian then remarked, if ye master successfully restores it, it means junior brother Yuan Jian no longer needs to toil relentlessly for ascension, he can also seek the great Tao in the mortal realm and attain the truth of sword Tao. Wu Shuang added, even if ye master possesses heavenly abilities, this action is akin to challenging the rules of cultivation that have existed for thousands of years. He Chang Xian couldn't help but exclaim, such an absurd action as a madman is actually doing what ordinary people dare not do, only in this way can one achieve what ordinary people cannot achieve. Meanwhile, Yi Chang Qing was still trying to press down the trembling sword firmly onto the table, using one hand to hold a small knife and struggling to carve further. It just needs a few final strokes, stop shaking. He suddenly let out an and looked at the splotchy stains on the sword body. A second later, the sword broke into many pieces. Looking at the pattern still remaining on his hand, Yi Chang Qing sighed, saying, the sword is broken, but the pattern remains intact. The patterns on the chaos blue lotus seem very intricate, surely carrying a fragment of celestial power. He rested his chin on his hand and said with a hint of boredom, although this sword is crafted very meticulously, it is still just a mortal object and cannot withstand celestial power. He poked the chaos blue lotus and said, but these patterns are truly exquisite, the areas I have engraved are all glowing, while the other parts remain dark. Suddenly, he remembered and said, it's just like unlocking achievements in a game, next time, I can try engraving this pattern on another immortal weapon. The spiritual energy from Yi Chang Qing gradually spread everywhere, and the dark clouds began to disperse. The elder with the long hair looked up at the sky and said, can you feel it? The spiritual energy has returned, even denser than before. The elder extended his hand to receive the spiritual energy but said regretfully, however, the attempt to repair the great Tao has still failed. Wu Shuang replied softly, Master, don't worry about it. She also reached out to catch the spiritual energy and thought positively, Ye Master stood up to fulfill the wishes of sentient beings, but it is indeed an act that goes against heaven, and repairing the heavenly Tao is not an easy task. He Chang Xian sighed and said, indeed, but Mr. Yi dares to face the danger of being punished by the heavenly Tao to test this matter, which truly commands my admiration. He Chang Xian unexpectedly hummed, and Su Ji Tian took the lead to fly around him. He Chang Xian said to everyone, you all came to find me at the same time, there must be something urgent. The elder with the fringe gently pulled her hand and said, let's go, first we need to arrange the disciples. The purple bird blurred. Su Ji Tian hurriedly called out, Old man the phenomenon that just appeared in the sky, could it be the handwriting of Master Yi? He Chang Xian replied, yes, it was Master Yi testing to repair the great Tao. Unfortunately, it was not successful. Su Ji Tian shouted again, but this also proves that Master Yi has reached such a level of strength. With a master of such fate, why does the Ziqing Holy Land not possess him? Luo Wanfeng spoke up, the heaven realm and human realm are clearly separated, repairing it is not an easy task. Duan Changde spoke, but he did not think the same as her. But with Yi Senior's perspective, the old man must have known long ago that this could not come to fruition. So why did he stubbornly insist on following his own will? Luo Wanfeng seriously asked, do you all remember the day Yi Master left Tai Xian? He rode a lotus platform, right? Junior sister once found in an ancient book that the lotus platform was formed by the condensation of chaos qi after the Hongmeng era. Duan Changde seemed to understand what she was hinting at and exclaimed loudly, could it be the third supreme treasure after the Xian Huang Tower, the Merit Wall? Luo Wanfeng candidly replied, that's right, it is the Chaos Blue Lotus. The Chaos Blue Lotus is also known as the Great Tao Blue Lotus, and it is said that because the Creator God descended to the mortal world to mend the paths of the deities, the divine sect recorded the paths on the petals of the Chaos Blue Lotus condensed from Chaos Qi. As expected, Yi Master must have comprehended the crux of the divine sect's restoration, and today is merely an experiment. He Brothers' path of immortality, Duan Brothers' path of yin and yang, the path of all beings that junior sister cultivates. Yi Master can find solutions from the lotus platform. This means that as long as Yi Master nods, we practitioners do not need to ascend to reach fulfillment. If it is really like that, then Yi Master is the second after Creator God to help us monks escape the suffering of ascension. He Chang Xian truly could not hold back his tears. He gently wiped his tears and said, Yi Master's actions deserve to be revered by all, and it is not an exaggeration. Bai Ling suddenly rushed in and slapped He Chang Xian, the sound was clear. He Chang Xian, stunned, held Bai Ling and asked, By Holy Master, what is the battle situation of Guhua Holy Land? Bai Ling cried out, Brothers, Guhua Holy Land has already lost, the cultivation of Yu Ji Bo is truly unfathomable. Under the great formation of the Holy Land, suppressed by elder and son, he is still able to calmly expound on Buddhist principles. Yu Ji Bo, hands clasped in compassion, spoke to the disciples of Guhua Holy Land, Young monk comes here to praise my Buddhist teachings and also to guide sentient beings to the heavenly realm. Qian Yuan, the uncle of Guhua Holy Land, also died yesterday due to severe injuries from a debate on Taoism with an opponent that went untreated. All four of them couldn't help but exclaim in shock, What? Bai Ling gritted her teeth and said with a dark expression, This Yu Ji Bo, still so young, has a truly venomous mind, is extremely skilled at sophistry, and is very arrogant about his understanding of Buddhist teachings. Yet, he can use Buddhist teachings to destroy the Tao heart of others. This Yu Ji Bo is truly daunting. Luo Wanfeng said nervously, if even the Taoist Qian Zun, who is well versed in Buddhist teachings, struggles to contend with him, then the other three holy lands of ours might not last long either. Bai Ling then asked, He brother, has Yi Master shown any attitude? He Chang Xian replied, You should all remember Yi Master's words from before. It has only been a little over 2 months since Yi Master last appeared, and now there has been continuous disturbance. It's possible that Yi Master may feel I am an incapable Holy Master Junior. Upon hearing this, the other four fell silent. Duan Changde suddenly said, No, everyone think carefully. Previously Yi Master said that if the Tai Xian Holy Land is not in danger. He Chang Xian looked at him and had to say, Calm down. Duan Changde, in a state of fear, said, The extreme west of Guhua Holy Land has been defeated, and now Yu Ji Bo is on his way to Ziqing Holy Land. If we let Yu Ji Bo continue this winning streak, it would be a small matter for our Tao sect to lose all face and talent. But if the people rush to follow the Buddha because of this, threatening the orthodox position of the Tao sect in Zhongzhou, then that would truly be a great disaster looming ahead. Chang Xian, even if Master Yi is humble and hidden, he is still a member of the Tao sect. Su Ji Tian also had to speak up, He brother, our 5 major holy lands have always been united, and we must prioritize the overall situation now. He Changxian sighed and said, I will definitely go to consult, but we must also let Master Yi have a few more days to recover. During this time, the holy masters still needed to think of ways to stop Yu Ji Bo. Hearing this, the other 4 peak masters turned pale and said, we understand the reasoning, but the opponent is too well versed in Buddhist teachings, far beyond us. How can we prolong this? He Changxian suddenly laughed darkly, ha ha. He cunningly added, even if you Taoist friends are not proficient in Buddhist teachings, at least you know a bit about martial arts. Meanwhile, Yi Changqing was perplexedly leaning on the stone table, wondering, why is this happening? It can't be. I have been cultivating diligently for months, eating primordial stones as my food, yet my realm hasn't increased, and my painting skills have stagnated. What exactly is the problem? Yi Changqing suddenly said seriously, could it be that the quality of my spiritual roots is too poor? Next time I go to Tai Xian Holy Land, I must find a way to test the quality of my spiritual roots. But when I left last time, I had said that if there was nothing important, I shouldn't be disturbed. He scratched his head in frustration and said, why do I have to do this kind of thing? He old man, come and disturb me already. As soon as the previous sentence ended, a loud knock sounded from outside. Yi Changqing furrowed his brow and turned to ask, who is it? A voice echoed from outside, disciple He Changxian seeks an audience with Yi Senior. Hearing the voice, Changqing felt a slight shock and muttered, oh dear, do these cultivating immortals know the art of mind reading? He Changxian, standing outside, was worried, I wonder if Yi Senior will let me in. Yi Changqing, on the inside, felt as if he had found gold and rushed out like an arrow, saying, He old man, I'm coming. He opened the door with a bright smile and said to He old man, come in quickly. Once He Changxian entered, Yi Changqing maintained a cheerful expression and said, He old man, please take a seat. He Changxian, smiling, suddenly paused, noticing something on the table. He unexpectedly widened his eyes, as if captivated by the illusion of the painting placed on the table. Before him, it seemed as if a massive wave was rising. Looking at that wave, He Changxian couldn't help but exclaim, not paying attention caused me to be drawn into Master Ye's illusion. There's no way, it's just an illusion, dispelling it will suffice. He said this and did not delay but raised his hand to form a seal. But before he could do anything, a wave crashed straight into his face. He Changxian was soaked to the skin and stunned for a moment. He gently closed his eyes, raised his hand to wring the water from his hair, and sighed, it seems that Master Ye's cultivation has improved again, even the illusion can feel so real. Yi Changqing, looking at the painting from the outside, also said seriously to He Changxian, lately, I have felt that my calligraphy is somewhat different. He Changxian nodded in agreement and thought, that's right, the sword Dao work is becoming more and more refined. Yi Changqing rested his chin on his hand, a look of frustration on his face, and said, that feeling is like when you are cultivating but can't find the point of strength, and you can't figure out how to operate your spiritual roots. He Changxian secretly gave a thumbs up in agreement, because it has become one entity, the sword intent now flows like the Yangtze and the Yellow River. Yi Changqing sighed gloomily, cultivation is difficult, incredibly difficult. Hearing Yi Changqing use the word difficult made He Changxian feel even less confident, terrifying, absolutely terrifying. The two then inadvertently sighed in frustration at the same time. Yi Changqing set aside the matter and asked, what brings you here this time, He old man? He Changxian immediately replied and inquired, do you know about the Shimo Buddhist kingdom, Yi sir? After recounting everything to Yi Changqing, he said, the situation is as follows. I have come this time to invite you to assist our Tai Xian Holy Land in arguing against the evil monks of the Shimo Buddhist kingdom. Yi Changqing rested his chin on his hand, thinking a bit. I didn't expect that there would be Buddhism in this world. The way they act seems similar to an evil sect. Fortunately, I have learned a lot. In my previous life, I read quite a few related books. I can't say I am a great master of Buddhism, but at least I can manage one or two. Yi Changqing took Yi Changxian's hand and gladly agreed. He old man did not deceive you. Recently, I also have matters that require me to visit the Tai Xian Holy Land. Since you invited me first today, let's go together. Hearing this, He Changxian was unexpectedly surprised, thinking, Agreeing so easily, happiness comes too suddenly. Yi Changxian stood up and happily replied, so shall we set off immediately? Yi Changqing also cheerfully said, all right. Inside, he had a plan, to check the spiritual routes and conveniently help Tai Xian Holy Land a bit, making a favor. Upon returning to Tai Xian Hall, as Yi Changxian descended, Luo Wanfeng and the others rushed over to ask, where is Yi Master? What happened? Weren't you blocked at the door? Yi Changxian happily stroked his beard and said, Yi Master always cares about Dao's sect, how could he not respond? Su Ji Tian looked over and asked, so where is Yi Master then? Remembering when Yi Changqing chose to ride on the lotus platform and leave, he said, he rides on my cherished vehicle. Yi Changxian, at a loss, replied, Yi Master said he might come in a few days. He then looked up and asked, how is Duan Junior brother doing? Looking at the glass above, he could clearly see Duan Changde being tormented by Yu Jibo. Duan Changde's voice echoed from inside, making the four outside hold their faces in despair. Did old Yi agree? My old bones can hardly take it anymore. Yi Changxian was also in a dilemma and said, Duan brother, you should lose, there's no need to be like this, you can already escape from the profession. Duan Changde lay motionless on the ground, bruised all over, trying to speak a few words into the communication mirror in his hand. It's not necessary, because your Yi Master has arrived. Looking back, Yi Changqing de Den, Duan Changde tears streaming down his face said, Infinite Heavenly Lord. He struggled to get up again and said, this bald monk really dares to lay hands on an old man like me. Yu Jibo straightforwardly walked over, pointing his staff at Duan Changde, coldly asking, Duan Holy Master, does your Yin-Yang Holy Land have anyone else capable of fighting? Duan Changde looked at him and cried out, retreating backward, but still boldly said, Yu Jibo, tone it down, I don't mind telling you, the Yi Master of Tai Xian Holy Land has already said, his Taoist arts are boundless, why should I fear your Buddhist sect? Yu Jibo exclaimed, still not taking the person in Duan Changde's mouth seriously. If that's the case, then I will go to Tai Xian Holy Land first. He rushed away, saying loudly, to determine the superiority with that Yi Master. Everyone at Tai Xian Holy Land came out to welcome Yi Changqing. We pay our respects to Yi Senior. Changqing smiled and replied, there is no need to be polite. As Yi Changqing entered, he turned back and asked the old man, when will the debater arrive? Yi Changxian answered, in about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Yi Changqing said, in that case, I will take a trip to the Sutra Pavilion first, and you can send someone to find me when the time comes. Yi Changxian replied, I will have Wu Shuang accompany you. Before he could say more, Yi Changqing flew off on the lotus platform, saying, no need, I know the way. Luo Wanfeng watched the direction Yi Changqing left and said, Yi Senior must be going to the Sutra Pavilion to search for some Buddhist scriptures. Su Ji Tian couldn't help but exclaim, since the senior values legal debates so highly, we can rest assured. As Yi Changqing entered the Sutra Pavilion, he slammed the door shut, his face changing as he chuckled and said, the plan is approved. He looked around and said, I clearly remember seeing a crystal ball on the first floor. He seemed to have seen something. Looking at the crystal ball in front of him, he said, found it. Looking into the crystal ball, he continued, it looks exactly like the crystal ball that Tu Shan used to test spiritual roots. He slowly approached the crystal ball, then lunged to grab it, saying, come over here quickly. He looked at it again and said, directly placing his hand on it, just transmit a little spiritual energy, right? He placed a finger on it, transmitted spiritual energy inside, and was a bit surprised, saying, so fast, there's already a response. Outside, lightning began to gather. Luo Wanfeng and Su Ji Tian puzzledly said, why is there suddenly lightning out of the blue? Could it be that Yi Senior is trying to restore the great Tao? Yi Changxian suddenly trembled and exclaimed, no, this is a completely different aura, I sense a kind of power radiating from the depths of my heart. A large dragon with powerful aura flew overhead, landing and letting out a loud roar. Bai Ling looked at it in fear and shouted, what is this? Spiritual roots transforming. Luo Wanfeng raised his hand to block the surge of power that seemed to want to push them away. This kind of pressure is something even we cannot achieve. Yi Changxian was certain, Yi Senior must have known that annoying monk would come, and he is ready to fight with full strength for the Tao sect of Zhongzhou. Su Ji Tian cheerfully jumped around and said, "Let that bald monk taste our power." A thunderous boom echoed, and Bai Ling turned around in panic, saying, "What is that?" A vermilion bird with a radiant body was soaring in the sky. The four of them stopped and looked up, saying, "It's the vermilion bird, azure dragon, majestically connecting heaven and earth." Yi Senior can simultaneously manifest two spiritual roots. Bai Ling seemed to realize something and said, "No, it's not over yet, Black Tortoise, Golden Qilin, how can there be four appearing? It's really hard to believe, just how powerful are Yi Senior's spiritual roots." Duan Changde ran over from a distance, constantly complaining, "Oh my, I'm exhausted from running." He stopped and bent over, gasping for breath. "The monk left half a cup of tea before us, but I passed through the teleportation gate of the Holy Master, so he is still about 100 or 200 miles away." He looked up and asked, "Has Yi Master arrived yet?" "Hey, you all look at me for a moment, I'm asking you." Su Ji Tian waved his hand, telling him not to make noise, "I'm watching the miracle." Duan Changde, confused, also looked up at the sky, "What's so beautiful to see? It's not like the three realms are being attacked." He suddenly opened his eyes wide and said, "This is the transformation of the four symbols." He trembled and pointed, asking, "Is this the inscription of Yi Senior?" Luo Wanfeng looked at him and asked back, "What do you think?" Yu Jibo had also arrived by this time. He looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky for a while and then said, "The qi from the east is emanating and extending for 30,000 miles. It is said that in the Tao sect, this phenomenon is an omen of an expert emerging. It seems that I will soon meet a true rival." Inside the Sutra Pavilion, Yi Changqing still had his hand on the crystal ball, and he sat down on the ground tiredly and said, "Wasn't it said that the crystal ball would stabilize soon and display the attributes and quality of the spiritual roots of the test subject? We have infused the crystal with 4 streams of spiritual energy, yet there has been no result. It is said that the color and strength of the displayed light will change depending on the attributes of the spiritual roots, but in this crystal ball, everything is a mess." Yi Changqing, recalling this, turned pale and speculated, "Could it be that I have mixed spiritual roots?" He used both hands to grasp the crystal and shouted, "Let's try again." He pulled his hands away from the crystal. Just as he retracted his hands, the crystal shattered into pieces. Yi Changqing panicked and said, "It's broken, I just infused it with a few streams of spiritual energy and it shattered." He screamed in fear, "This thing must be very valuable." Outside, Wu Shuang's voice called in, Mr. Yi, are you in there?" Yi Changqing hurriedly replied, I'm here, coming out right now." As soon as Wu Shuang saw Yi Changqing open the door and step out, he quickly said, "Yi Senior, Yu Jibo from Xiemo Buddhist Kingdom is about to arrive." Yi Changqing was a bit surprised, "Yu Jibo?" He frowned and thought to himself, "Should I change my name to Naruto right here?" At the Tai Xian Mountain Gate, Yu Jibo was unafraid of anyone as he wielded his staff to fend off several disciples of the Tai Xian Holy Land who were attacking him. 2 elders with black hair and Yuan Jian rushed out simultaneously and shouted, "Yu Jibo, do not flaunt your power in the Tai Xian Holy Hall." Yu Jibo soared in the air, his voice incredibly arrogant, "I simply wish to spar with someone who can transform into a divine general, so do not obstruct my path." Yuan Jian, furious, said, "You arrogant monk, do not be so presumptuous." Both of them rushed to attack at the same time, shouting, "Take this move." The figure of Yu Jibo blurred as he scoffed, "Foolish donor." Over here, the group was waiting for Yi Changqing to arrive. Bai Ling suddenly felt a chill and said, "Not good." Yi Changxian, also worried, said, "Why hasn't Yi Senior arrived yet?" He spoke to reassure everyone, "Don't worry, Yi Senior has always been meticulous, he must feel that the time is not right yet." Su Ji Tian saw Yu Jibo flying from a distance with his sword pointed forward and loudly said, "The day has passed and fate will come." Su Ji Tian's face showed anger as he shouted loudly, "Like a fish lacking water, Yu Jibo, although you understand the profound teachings of Buddhism, you exploit the name of legal differentiation to disrupt the Tao sect of Zhongzhou." Yu Jibo always wears a compassionate smile, but his face is still stained with the fresh blood of the disciples as he smiles and responds, "How can you believe that this wandering monk has come only to praise the teachings of Buddhism?" Bai Ling loudly refuted the unreasonable statement. "You are clearly using the name of legal differentiation to unleash a massacre." Yu Jibo's face darkened upon hearing this, and he replied, "The massacre is merely retribution." Yu Jibo added, "Back then, when the seniors of the Zhongzhou Dao sect drove away the young monk, did you ever think of this day? The Dao sect is on the verge of collapse yet still dares to dream of struggling. The young monk only uses killing to prevent killing in order to vindicate the Buddhist sect." He Changxian led the charge and shouted, "Stop the nonsense, take this move." As each attack from He Changxian's group came forth, Yu Jibo raised his staff to block the onslaught. With just a flick of his staff, he sent everyone flying. Yi Changqing was slowly walking and talking with Wu Shuang on this side. "Wu Shuang, as you said, Yu Jibo has used reasoning to defeat several major holy lands. Is this battle the final one?" Wu Shuang replied, clearly tense, "That's right, the people in the Dao sect know very little about the secret techniques of the Buddhist nation. Yu Jibo has taken that as a breakthrough and struck ruthlessly, leaving no opportunity behind." Yi Changqing looked a bit confused. "A solution, a method? If you can't argue, then why take action?" In Yi Changqing's mind, he poked at the Xianhuang Tower and said, "Later, if I get hit, you take the blame for me, okay?" He continued, "By the way, Wu Shuang, in the Dao sect Zhongzhou, there is a book called the Tao Te Ching, right?" Wu Shuang asked back, "The Tao Te Ching? I have never heard of it." Yi Changqing asked her, "Really?" He said cheerfully, "This is a classic work explaining the transformation of all things through the Tao." At Tai Xian Square, everyone was completely defeated. Everyone was crawling on the ground, moaning, "What a ruthless blow, oh dear, my old waist." Yu Jibo gradually descended and spoke, "The young monk entering the world only wishes to seek the Buddha's path above and transform sentient beings below. Unfortunately, the brothers insistently forced the young monk to reluctantly take a stand in resistance. He Changxian, injured, sat on the ground stammering, 'Nonsense, utter nonsense.'" Yu Jibo continued, "Today at the mountain gate, the young monk witnessed the magnificent spirit of the vermilion bird and azure dragon. It turns out there are indeed experts in your Dao sect." He pointed his staff directly at He Changxian and shouted, "Invite that person to come out. Today the young monk must settle the scores with him." At that moment, Yi Changqing's voice rose again, "The path that can be named is not the eternal path." Yu Jibo looked up, letting out a hum. Yi Changqing rode the lotus platform towards him, still chattering, "The name that can be named is not the eternal name." Yu Jibo's eyes widened in surprise. He exclaimed, "Mysteries within mysteries, the door to the profound, with merely 10 repeated characters, yet it describes the most fundamental laws of nature in heaven and earth." Looking at Yi Changqing soaring high above, he noticed the lotus platform he was riding. The aura surrounding this magic weapon is truly extraordinary, somewhat reminiscent of the treasures recorded in the ancient scriptures. Yi Changqing gradually descended and gracefully said, "Esteemed Great Master, I apologize for my late arrival." Yu Jibo was still in disbelief at the person before him. "I never expected that there would be someone in Zhongzhou so gentle as Jade, unparalleled in the world." He Changxian and the others were overjoyed upon seeing him, saying, "It is Yi Senior, the senior has arrived, we are saved this time." Wu Shuang approached to help He Changxian up, calling out, "Holy Master." He Changxian looked at her and asked, "Weren't you supposed to arrive with Yi Senior?" Then he responded, "Master, Qin Yi uncle at the mountain gate was no match for Yu Jibo and was heavily injured. I just finished settling the two of them, which is why I am late." Meanwhile, looking at Yi Changqing, Yu Jibo thought darkly, "This person's expression is calm. I didn't feel any hostility at all. On the contrary, he exuded a serene and gentle demeanor, feeling as if I was being bathed in a spring breeze. This person is definitely not simple." After thinking for a moment, he skillfully replied, "Hello, donor." Young monk Yu Jibo pays respects to the donor. The group led by He Changxian also stood up and bowed. "I pay my respects to Yi Senior." Changqing smiled brightly and said, "You have all worked hard, so please feel free to rest. Leave the next steps to me." He Changxian's eyes sparkled like stars as he raised his hand and responded, Yi Senior, please allow me to make some arrangements first. He clapped his hands together, and immediately, the disciples brought out chairs and tables. The exquisite arrangement made Yi Changqing happy. Haha, isn't this a debate? Yi Changqing waved his hand and said, Great Master, please. Yu Zhibo was determined to take this seriously, with evil energy surging, and said, What a pity. The group of 4 master peaks felt the tense atmosphere and also became nervous, saying, This is the atmosphere of a competition between experts. Yi Changqing calmly stated the rules of the game. The so-called method is a question and an answer, each side asks 5 times, and each side answers 5 times. Yu Zhibo modestly replied, The young monk wishes to respectfully seek guidance at the door. As a guest, it is right for the family master to be asked first. Upon hearing this, Yi Changqing also said, All right, then I shall humbly obey your request. Yi Changqing raised his voice to ask, Yu Zhibo Great Master, since you have come for the debate on the Buddhist path, you would like to ask what is Buddha? Without needing time to think, Yu Zhibo confidently replied, The one who saves sentient beings is Buddha. Yi Changqing gently smiled and said, Although this answer is not wrong, it is also not entirely correct. Yu Zhibo frowned and immediately asked, Please, donor, point out where the monk has erred. Yi Changqing replied, Yi is untalented and has previously spent time reading the texts of Buddhism. It is mentioned that because Buddha is formless, he takes sentient beings as form. When one has not awakened to the Dharma, they are sentient beings. When one is enlightened, sentient beings are Buddha. Yu Zhibo opened his eyes wide as if he had just heard a new principle. He quickly clasped his hands and bowed slightly, saying, Goodness, sentient beings are Buddha, all sentient beings are Buddha. What the donor said is indeed very correct. This time the young monk has lost. Yi Changqing waved his hand and said, It's all right. Duan Changde shouted in joy. Great, Yu Zhibo has never admitted defeat before. Now he has lost the first question to Yi Senior, it really brings great joy. Yi Changqing smiled lightly and said, For the second round, I invite Great Master Yu Zhibo to ask a question. Yu Zhibo quickly posed his question. The first question from the donor is what is Buddha? Now the young monk would like to ask what is Tao. Upon hearing the question, Yi Changxian became furious, banging on the table as if he wanted to rush out. This bald head, your mind is twisted, your heart is unpredictable. Su Ji Tian stopped him and advised, Don't be agitated. Duan Changde confusedly asked, Why is Changxian Senior brother so angry? He Changxian explained, Just now, Yi Senior said all sentient beings are Buddha. Yu Zhibo has just admitted defeat, and now Yu Zhibo is asking what the Tao is. The most satisfactory answer is undoubtedly that all beings have the Tao. Thus, the Tao heart can be seen as imitating the answer of the Buddhist sect. This time we have been schemed against. Luo Wanfeng suddenly said, I understand now. If Yi Senior answers like that, it's obvious he is not being sincere and is just giving a perfunctory response. He Changxian also said, Exactly. Su Ji Tian anxiously looked at the match and said, I wonder how Yi Senior will respond. Yi Changqing rested his chin on his hand, raised one eyebrow slightly, and looked at Yu Zhibo to ask, Great Master, are you waiting for an opportunity to take revenge on me? Yu Zhibo did not deny it, but his words were as clear as day, in your heart, you already have the answer. Yi Changqing smirked and then pointed directly at Yu Zhibo, saying loudly, But you are still too immature. Yi Changqing placed a hand on his chest and said, I am the Tao. As he spoke, Yi Changqing's entire body shone brightly as if a lotus flower was in full bloom across the heavens and the earth, and spiritual energy gathered densely around where Yi Changqing stood. This answer just came out, and the He Changxian group couldn't help but be agitated. Mr. Yi emits fate from within to without. Look at those golden lotus flowers, they bloom when fate harmonizes with the great Tao. He Changxian suddenly felt fear. It can resonate with the great Tao just based on its own thoughts. Is it possible that besides the emperors of the mortal world, Yi Senior is also an embodiment of the Tao? Yu Zhibo over here truly could not feel any better. He clenched his fists and secretly cursed. Damn it, the most fitting answer is that all things are the Tao, and this person plays within all things. He is indeed the Tao. This answer is truly flawless, this person is indeed extraordinary. He spoke up, but his tone no longer maintained the two courteous phrases from earlier. I didn't expect the donor to possess such extraordinary wisdom. Now listen closely. He slammed his hand on the table and loudly asked, there are 8 sufferings in life, and the Buddha can help people transcend. So what method does the Tao sect have? Yi Changqing, being himself, immediately blurted out the answer without thinking for a second. The Buddhist teachings tell people to forget their suffering, but the Tao sect teaches people to feel their hardships. Only after experiencing and tasting them can one learn to let go, and that is the true path. Yu Zhibo frowned in shock. What? This perspective is indeed convoluted. He Changxian over here slammed the table and laughed right in Yu Zhibo's face. The expression on that bald guy's face is getting worse by the day. Yi Changqing continued to steer the conversation into more thrilling territory, banging his hands on the table and loudly asking, Great Master, please answer, does the Buddha save those whose hands are stained with blood? Yu Zhibo also slammed the table and loudly responded to the question. Let go of the blade, and the Buddha will save you. Yi Changqing was just waiting for this and loudly pointed out, that's absurd. If 1,000,000 people kill the Buddha, who can help 1,000,000 become Buddha? Yu Zhibo furrowed his brows and shouted, ridiculous. Who dares to kill the Buddha? Seeing his attitude, Yi Changqing remained unfazed and replied, just because you don't dare, doesn't mean others won't. Yu Zhibo shivered, his face also pale as he said, arguing without reason. Yi Changqing, with a smug expression, challenged him, then rebut me. Suddenly, He Changxian shouted loudly, stop, the hourglass has run out. He Changxian announced loudly, 10 questions, 10 answers have passed, Yu Zhibo has lost. Yu Zhibo could not believe the announcement, have I lost? In front of Yu Zhibo, Yi Changqing remained calm like a still lake while explaining, Great Master, the Buddhist teachings of life focus on cause and effect. The path of practice in this life centers on fate. Zhongzhou has long been influenced by the Tao sect, and your Buddhist teachings are not suitable here. Yu Zhibo clenched his fists and replied, the young monk still does not understand. Yi Changqing gently closed his eyes and stated his doubts, it is not that you do not understand, but that you do not want to understand. You always say the Buddhist teachings are boundless and can save you, but in reality, you are using this as an excuse for revenge. Old grievances have become a sea of dust, the seniors have turned to ash in the ground, and you, for personal gain, refuse to let go. Yu Zhibo, with veins bulging on his forehead, said, I never expected that in Tao sect Zhongzhou, there would be someone who stands out among millions like Donor. As he spoke, he clasped his hands together and summoned a Dharma manifestation. A great power like Donor basically should not appear in the mortal world. Yu Zhibo pointed his fingers and recited in a furious tone, only killing, no salvation. Yi Changqing clicked his tongue and thought, oh wow, feeling offended, but this pathetic effect is too bad. The group of He Changxian immediately clamored, wanting to rush out and shout, bold, daring to be disrespectful to Yi Senior, if you can't argue, how can you dare to make a move? Yi Changqing waved his hand to reassure everyone. Don't worry, it's just a minor issue, just a losing argument, but the thoughts in your heart have already been disturbed. Yu Zhibo could not listen any longer and shouted, stop talking. Yi Changqing sighed and, with a dark face, took out the lotus platform and said, the lotus platform in Buddhism is also considered a holy object, let's use it now to cleanse the attachments in your heart. Yu Zhibo exclaimed in shock, what? Yi Changqing tossed the lotus platform towards Yu Zhibo, saying, go. Yu Zhibo raised his hand to block the incoming lotus platform, saying, no, no, no. The lotus platform struck Yu Zhibo directly, causing him to stagger and raise his hand to his forehead, while the dark energy surrounding him began to dissipate. The mental demons flowed into Yu Zhibo's mind, and he cried out, awakening from his trance, looking up and saying, noble Donor. Approaching Yi Changqing, he bowed deeply, saying, young monk is in awe. Yu Zhibo, with an increasingly loud and righteous voice, told Yi Changqing, in the future, I will definitely awaken my mind and see my nature, no longer fighting and competing. Whether in the world or outside the world, all will be sacrificed for the sake of sentient beings. Yi Changqing, satisfied with Yu Jibo's expression of repentance, said, "Considering your sincere remorse, today I will impart to you the great Ascension Buddhist teachings." The group of Yichang could not help but gasp in shock. What? Around Yichang, several words of Buddhist teachings gradually appeared, and Yu Jibo let out a sound as he looked at the sight before him. Each character was guided by Yichang to fly towards Yu Jibo. He couldn't believe it and said, "The sky is filled with Buddhist seals," and each seal simultaneously flew towards and penetrated into Yu Jibo's body. The Buddhist seals entering Yu Jibo made him suddenly realize and think, since ancient times, Buddhism and Taoism have been difficult to harmonize. Yi, being a donor at the Tao sect, unexpectedly manifested the illusion of Buddhist seals transformed by the Buddha. It seems that Yi not only has profound insight into Taoism, but his understanding of Buddhism even surpasses that of Taoism. Without hesitation, Yu Jibo knelt down forcefully on the ground, clasped his hands towards Yichang, and called, "Master." Yichang was startled and stepped back. Yu Jibo then raised his voice and said, "Please allow your disciple to remain by your side, listening daily to the great ascension of Buddhist teachings." Yichang could no longer hold back and rushed out, shouting and stamping his foot like an angry woman, "You be quiet, Yi Senior belongs to our Tai Xian." Yichang neither rejected nor promised to accept Yu Jibo. He softly replied, "The law is not within my body but in the heavens and the earth. If you have attained enlightenment, return to the Shimo Buddhist kingdom and focus on your studies. Wait until the time is ripe before entering Zhongzhou." Yu Jibo understood the principle and bowed in response, "Yes." He gradually rose into the air and said to everyone, "Esteemed ones, today the young monk, following the guidance of the master, states that until the opportunity arises, no one from the Buddhist sect will appear in Zhongzhou." Yichang raised his hand to see him off for a while. "May you have smooth sailing." Yichang turned to ask the old man, "Is the solution concluded?" Yichang was startled and replied, "That's correct." Yichang turned around and said, "Then I will make another trip to the Sutra Pavilion." Yichang asked in confusion, "What are you going there for?" Yichang's face darkened, sweating, thinking, "The pieces of the glass orb have not been cleaned up yet." Yichang gathered the shards of crystal into a large cloth, looking around anxiously and said, "Where can I hide this? The Sutra Pavilion is spacious on all sides. If I carelessly throw it in some corner, what will happen if someone comes in and sees it right away?" With no other choice, Yichang had to sit down and tie the cloth tightly, then took it with him to the upper floor, thinking, "Maybe I should go upstairs and see if there's a place to hide it." As soon as Yichang reached the upper floor, he exclaimed, "If we're comparing, the Sutra Pavilion on this fourth floor is much less." He looked up at the high cabinets and said, "It seems everything has been stored in the cabinets." He took out the cloth wrapping the shard of the crystal and said, "Let's find a place to hide the shard." He randomly opened a drawer and placed the cloth inside, saying, "This will do for now, wait until I leave, then I'll think of a way to take you out." He placed it in, but Yichang noticed something already inside. Seeing the skill book named Xian Guang Sacred Classic, Yichang took it out to examine and guessed. Judging by the name, it seems this place also has cultivation skills. At that moment, the disciple guarding the Sutra Pavilion was dozing off in his chair, startled awake by the commotion. Seeing the light on the fourth floor made him jump up in confusion, and as the light spread, he frightenedly said, "The restriction on skill instruction books has been broken. The items on the fourth floor are all secret skills of our sect. The restriction on the fourth floor of the Sutra Pavilion has been broken. Hurry and report to the Holy Master." Inside the Tai Xian Holy Hall, Bai Ling was the first to speak. "Brother Chang Xian, Senior Yi mentioned that when the time is right, our Buddhist sect will be able to enter Zhongzhou once again. Doesn't that mean that today's victory is meaningless?" Luo Wanfeng also expressed his concerns. "Brother, once the Buddhist teachings are transmitted again, our Tao sect's power will definitely weaken." Su Ji Tian rubbed his chin in doubt and said, "That's right, what does Senior Ye's commitment actually mean?" Yichang waved his hand and coughed to reassure everyone. "You all know what level of existence Senior Yi represents. His intentions are not something we can guess." Duan Changde squinted and said, "Isn't that simple? Senior Yi is the master of the Tai Xian Holy Land, using the name of the Tao sect to gather information about Master Yi wouldn't be too difficult. If he can't reveal too much to us, just a few words to serve as guidelines would make it easier for us to discuss countermeasures. He Changxian had a dark expression and said nothing. After a moment, he suddenly stood up and spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, when discussing what kind of existence Yi Master is, he should not have participated in this debate on Buddhism. It is because this old man shamelessly begged him to come that Yi Master is now bending down to join the battle, personally guiding the great situation of Zhongzhou. Don't mention Tai Xian, I fear that even the 5 great holy lands would be nothing but a small pawn in the eyes of Yi Master. Holy Masters, do not forget that without Yi Master, we would have ended up like Qian Yuan Taoist, unable to defeat Xian De and continuously succumbing to demise. Hearing these poignant words, everyone looked grim and had nothing to retort. Bai Ling also stood up after a while, but her mood was not very cheerful as she clasped her hands and said, "If Tai Xian Holy Land has no intention of participating in this conflict, then I can only order my disciples to train hard. Gu Hua Holy Land will not sit idle and wait for death, we must take the initiative to strike." Luo Wanfeng cautiously raised his hand and said, "The Luo Holy Land feels the same way." Duan Chang sighed and helplessly raised his hand. The Yin Yang Holy Land is the same. He Changxian looked at each person speaking in astonishment and asked loudly, "What are you all planning to do?" Suddenly, a report came from outside. A disciple ran in and knelt down to report to the Holy Master, there is a strange phenomenon on the 4th floor of the Sutra Pavilion. The restriction sealing the skill instruction book supreme has been broken. He Changxian quickly stood up and asked again, "The 4th floor of the Sutra Pavilion?" The disciples gathered towards the Sutra Pavilion, and a beam of light shot straight up into the sky, which the disciples saw and reported. Another ray of red light, this is the 7th one. Yuan Jian was also present at this time and waved his hand to disperse the eager disciples surrounding the scene. "All right, everyone disperse, if you are not allowed, do not come near, understood?" He Changxian then approached and asked, "What is the situation?" Seeing He Changxian's group approaching, Yuan Jian bowed and replied, "Yuan Jian pays respects to senior brother and the holy masters. The signal indicating the restriction of the skill has been continuously broken. It must be Senior Yi breaking the restriction on the 4th floor." He Changxian looked up, his mood not much better. The 4th floor contains the supreme skills sealed by the ancient sages themselves, hoping that later generations of disciples can break the restrictions and inherit them from generation to generation. Yuan Jian sighed with a tone of resignation. Who would have thought that after 1,000 years, no one could break through? I remember 2 years ago, the Holy Master senior brother wanted to go up to the 4th floor to find ancient materials. Who knew he not only couldn't find anything but also almost got seriously injured by the restrictions. He Changxian stroked his beard and thought it over, finding nothing unreasonable. Since ancient times, when Yi Senior returned from the upper world, he could ascend to the 4th floor and many spiritual principles, which makes a lot of sense. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and said, "Wait a minute." He unexpectedly burst into laughter so hard that tears poured down like rain. Su Ji Tian looked at him in confusion and asked, "He brother, what are you laughing about?" He Changxian's mood brightened, pointing to the 4th floor of the Sutra Pavilion. "Who said Yi Senior doesn't think about the Tao sect? This is actually a major move on his part. Once Yi Senior breaks all the restrictions on the 4th level, spiritual principles and supreme skills will appear once again. Not only will Tai Xian Holy Land, but all 5 holy lands of the Tao sect in Zhongzhou will benefit from the emergence of these skills." Duan Changde slapped his forehead as he realized the profound intention behind it. "Ah, it seems that I have understood the implications in Yi Senior's words." Luo Wanfeng also seemed to understand something. She turned to Bai Ling and said, "Could it be that the ripe opportunity Yi Senior mentioned to the monk was actually intended for us to hear?" Su Ji Tian also fully grasped the issue. On the surface, it seems like he is relaxing the Buddhist teachings, but in reality, he wants to nurture a few holy masters we need to prepare for, thereby stimulating the development of the Tao sect. Bai Ling replied, "So that's how it is." He Changxian, still grinning widely, said to everyone, "Yi Senior is putting in all his effort for us in the Sutra Pavilion, so let's just wait here." Yi Changqing was inside the Sutra Pavilion, turning the pages of the skill book and reading. Chaos Heaven Dominating Force, the lowest level cultivation skill for Yuan Ying. Low-ranked cultivators practicing it would definitely face bodily explosion and death. After reading for a while without gaining anything, Yi Changqing angrily shouted, "Why are these skills for high-level cultivators?" He slammed the skill book down on the floor and indignantly said, "There's basically none that suits my level. This is discrimination against cultivation." With tired eyes, he stood up and sighed, saying, "Forget it, let's go home." Yi Changqing opened the door and saw He Changxian's group waiting outside. He looked at them and thought to himself, "Oh my, so many people, are they here to catch me?" He Changxian respectfully clasped his hands and asked, "Yi Senior, did you go to check the skills on the 4th floor?" Yi Changqing replied with a reluctant "I've looked through everything, none of them suit me." He Changxian felt delighted and asked, "Really? That's great." Yi Changqing was angry and fuming, thinking to himself, "Is this old man teasing me?" He also left while raising his hand and said, "See you again, everyone." He Changxian and the others bowed and replied, "We respectfully send off Mr. Yi." Yuan Jian still could not understand and asked, "Holy Master Senior Brother, why did Yi Senior say he didn't need those skill books, yet you seem so happy?" He Changxian turned to him and said, "Fool, how could he possibly pay attention to those skills? It's just that Yi Senior is used to being modest, directly saying he broke the seal is like boasting, so he just thought of an excuse." Yuan Jian responded, "I understand now." Meanwhile, somewhere else, Xi Xiu Jinping, severely injured, struggled to rush away as fast as he could, while Nan Gongxian Su, also injured, chased after him, calling, "Xi Xiu brother, wait for me." Xi Xiu Jinping anxiously said, "Hurry, the exit from the secret realm is just ahead, the door leading out of the secret realm is right in front." The two, Xi Xiu Jinping and Nan Gongxian Su, struggled to escape, both landing flat on the ground, clearly hearing a loud boom. Nan Gongxian Su looked back at the path of the two who had just rushed out and couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect that we would escape outside." Xi Xiu Jinping also said, "That's right." Nan Gongxian Su took out a storage ring and happily said, "We have not disappointed Yi Senior, we finally managed to bring the primordial stone out." He then looked at Xi Xiu Jinping's missing left arm. "It's a pity about your left arm. To block that strike, you ended up having your arm torn off by the scarlet-eyed demon ape inside the secret realm." Xi Xiu Jinping smiled gently and replied, "No, in my eyes, being able to unleash sword intent and sword chi in a life-or-death situation is a perfect fusion of swordsmanship, and it's worth my life as a swordsman. Moreover, that strike of mine did have some power. The scarlet-eyed demon ape must have been severely injured as well." As he spoke, he took out a scroll. "Although after delivering that strike, I truly felt that I had stepped into the realm of great ascension. A grass can cut through the sun and moon spirit, but unfortunately, even if I make such a breakthrough, there is no hope of reaching the realm that Yi Senior expects." Xi Xiu Jinping let the scroll fly high and said, "Nan Gong Junior brother, let's heal here and take a moment to rest before meeting Yi Senior." Nan Gongxian Su also said, "All right." Suddenly, birds flew across the sky, and a red light emanated from an area. Xi Xiu Jinping exclaimed, "It's the scarlet-eyed demon ape." As soon as the scarlet-eyed demon ape was mentioned, it leaped down towards the two, and both were stunned and feared, stepping back. It is not afraid of the demon slaughtering formation at the edge of the forbidden area. The scarlet-eyed demon ape roared and intended to strike down with its powerful fists. Nan Gongxian Su shouted loudly, "Run quickly." Nan Gongxian Su threw the storage ring toward Xi Xiu Jinping and said, "Xi Xiu brother, quickly take the primordial stone and go." The voice of Nan Gongxian Su reached the ears of an old man. "We must give the primordial stone to Yi Senior." Primordial stone, the old man pondered, "I have guarded this place for thousands of years, and no one has ever dared to have designs on the primordial stone." The old man spoke and then vanished, appearing behind the scarlet-eyed demon ape. He shouted loudly, "Scarlet-eyed demon ape, stop! Do you dare to break free from the formation?" The scarlet-eyed demon ape turned its head and roared. It was the human clan that rashly entered the no-return secret realm first. "You and I had an agreement, any living beings that enter without permission will be dealt with by me." The old man clasped his hands together, his face dark, and said, "But these two have escaped from the birth cycle, so it is not your place to intervene." Several streams of purple energy swirled around the scarlet-eyed demon ape, with that force binding it back toward the secret realm. Evil demon, retreat. The old man gradually descended to the spot where Si Xiu Jinping was located. The Bei Huang demon sect is stirring. The power of evil demons in the no-return secret realm seems to have strengthened, and the winds signal a storm approaching. Nan Gongxian Su bowed and cupped his fists in response. "Thank you for saving my life, senior." The old man did not say much, his expression stern as he raised his hand, and he continued, "Return the primordial stone that you stole." Both Nan Gongxian Su and Si Xiu Jinping expressed their confusion in light of the various situations unfolding before them. Si Xiu Jinping's face darkened as he stepped back and replied, "Please excuse Junior for being unable to agree to Senior's request." Junior is Si Xiu Jinping, the fifth-generation disciple of the 10,000 Sword sect. Nan Gongxian Su also cupped his fists and said, "Junior is Nan Gongxian Su, without sect or faction, all on my own." The old man let out an "oh" as he looked at the cultivation of the two, thinking, Nan Gong family has decent cultivation. He stared with an evil energy still on his face and said, "You two stand up. Are you a junior of the Nan Gong family from the four great ancient clans?" Hearing the question, Nan Gongxian Su replied, "Junior has cultivated alone for 1,000 years and has long severed ties with the Nan Gong family." Upon hearing this, the old man's facial muscles relaxed as he said, "Interesting, I have lingered in the no-return secret realm for thousands of years and no longer had any expectations for the Dao sect in Zhongzhou. Surprisingly, there are still two people with such cultivation, which is rare." Si Xiu Jinping then asked, "I still have not inquired about senior's name." The old man grinned and said, "My surname is Shimen." Upon hearing this, Nan Gongxian Su couldn't help but be shaken and exclaimed loudly, "Could it be the Shimen family, one of the four great hidden ancient clans?" The prophecy states that the four great hidden ancient clans of Zhongzhou, which include the Huyen family, the Shimen family, the Mu Rong family, and the Nan Gong family, will only simultaneously appear when Zhongzhou is in turmoil, and the common people suffer. In the prophecy, the four great clans will rescue the beings from peril, waiting for an expert to emerge in Zhongzhou who can control the world and establish a new era, and then they will once again fade away into obscurity. I never expected to meet a member of the Shimen family today, the most mysterious among the four great clans. The old man darkened his face and quickly raised his hand to say, "Why I am here is unrelated to you, but the primordial stone cannot be taken by you." Si Xiu Jinping asked in confusion, "Why?" Nan Gongxian Su also said, "Our two brothers came here specifically for the primordial stone, risking our lives to bring it out of the secret realm no return." The old man looked sternly at the two and said, "The primordial stone is a treasure of heaven and earth, no cultivator can control the essence contained within it." The two people Si Xiu Jinping looked at each other and said, "That's right, but," the old man said again, "if you are looking for divine weapon refined pills, you can also find a few elsewhere." In the past, the ancient divine tree ascended from this place, and to protect the secret realm no return, I had to cut off my cultivation. He said this as if to vent his anger, "If you want to take everything, I will never agree." Si Xiu Jinping then said, "Senior, please calm down." The two juniors received a spell from a benefactor, and for that reason, we promised that we would definitely bring primordial stones back for him to cultivate. As soon as these words were spoken, a heavy pressure descended, and both of them were frozen in place, unable to move. The old man shouted, "It's utterly absurd, you two are considered experts in this era, yet you dare to speak so foolishly before me." Nan Gongxian Su and Si Xiu Jinping trembled and said, "Senior, we are not lying." Lei Hu's eyes radiated evil energy, and he was already gathering his technique. "Since I began cultivating nearly 10,000 years ago, you dare use the nonsensical excuse of primordial stones for cultivation to deceive me, with the intention of destroying the secret realm no return." The old man directed two streams of spiritual energy into Si Xiu Jinping and Nan Gongxian Su. Si Xiu Jinping resolutely said, "Junior doesn't have it, ye senior's cultivation really depends on refining the primordial stone." Nan Gongxian Su also said, "We have all witnessed it with our own eyes." The old man glared at the two and then laughed heartily, saying, if there truly is someone like that, then this old man wants to broaden his horizons. He loosened his grip and let the two go, saying, "Get up." Both of them, upon being released, replied in unison, "Thank you, Senior." Returning to Shaoqi town early in the morning, the roosters were still doing their duty of crowing. Yi Changqing, with dark circles under his eyes, stepped out and yawned widely. He looked at the blank piece of paper on the table and sighed despondently, saying, "I couldn't find any answers regarding my spiritual roots at Tai Xian Holy Land, and now I don't need the enthusiasm to cultivate the primordial stone anymore." Last night, Yi Changqing, with a heavy heart, hugged a bottle of wine and drank it all, while continuously humming, "Alas, I tell you, fate." He Huang and Tu Shinian sat beside him, watching him and saying, "This song by the host seems familiar, someone is playing it on the sona." Yi Changqing frowned and picked up his brush, choking back his emotions as he wrote a few lines on the paper. 10,000 miles of sorrow often make one a guest. 100 years of illness, one ascends the platform alone. After finishing, Yi Changqing picked it up to admire it and praised. This one is beautifully written." Yi Changqing stood up and sighed, hanging the painting. "Now I can only use calligraphy and painting to express the pent-up frustrations in my heart, and I wonder if there are still old cultivators of immortality who will come to ask me for a piece of calligraphy and painting." From those paintings emanated gentle streams of spiritual energy flying everywhere. 3 figures descended outside Shaoqi town from behind. Old Shimen looked inside and asked, "Right in this little town?" Nan Gongxian Su replied, "That's right, Yi Senior has chosen this place for seclusion." He gathered the gentle spiritual energy in his hand and added, "The Tao rhythm in the air seems to be thicker than the last time I visited." Old Shimen huffed, still dismissive. Who would have thought that just a little, remote town could be so full of true essence and richness of the Tao? It is indeed a favor from heaven. Both Si Xiu Jinping and Nan Gongxian Su looked at each other and chuckled, then communicated through thought, "It seems that Senior Shimen is also starting to waver. The allure of Senior Yi is undeniable." The old man suddenly grunted, looking up at the sky and the earth where spiritual energy was fluctuating, and said, "This is the breath of the great Tao restoration." Si Xiu Jinping unexpectedly asked, "Senior Shimen, what do you mean?" The old man hurriedly turned his head and said, "I detect a wave of chaos energy restoring the heavenly Tao in this little town." Si Xiu Jinping asked again, "What do you mean, Senior?" "Half a month ago, there was an abnormality in the chaos energy in the Zhongzhou region. Even I, while in seclusion in the secret realm, sensed it. I decided to temporarily pause my seclusion to try and find the whereabouts of the one restoring the heavenly Tao, but the chaos energy came and went too quickly. I have not yet been able to grasp those opportunities." He glanced back and asked, "Do you know why the 4 great ancient clans are able to bear the responsibility of saving the world in times of crisis?" Nan Gongxian Su and Si Xiu Jinping exchanged glances. Then, at the same time, they clasped their hands and replied, "Please guide us, Senior." The old man let out a sigh and said, "After all this time I have been silently searching for rare talents of extraordinary fate like this." He pointed inside the town and said, "Now, I can be sure this person is in this little town." "Is that person the Yi Senior you mentioned?" Nan Gongxian Su hesitated slightly and said, "This matter." Si Xiu Jinping spoke to the old man, "Half a month ago, the two of us were in the great secret realm, so we can't confirm that this person is indeed Yi Senior. But Yi Senior can effortlessly present countless Tao principles and integrate them into brush strokes in the blink of an eye. This is enough to prove how terrifying Yi Senior's cultivation is." The old man pondered and said, "Indeed, looking throughout Zhongzhou, there are hardly any people who can naturally manipulate Tao principles like that." He spoke loudly, "Quickly lead me to pay respects to the senior you mentioned." The two of them, Nan Gongxian Su, immediately clasped their hands and replied, "Yes." Lei Hu took a step forward but suddenly halted. He suddenly turned pale and thought, "Wait, unexpectedly it's here too." Seeing him standing still and trembling, Nan Gongxian Su asked in confusion, "Shimen Senior, what's wrong this time?" "I don't know." He stood there lost in thought. "I didn't expect to feel the breath of the dry tree encountering spring from the ancient divine tree in this little town." After a while, Si Xiu Jinping had to speak up, "Senior, are you okay?" He waved his hand and said, "I'm fine." He tried to take a step inside but it was still ineffective. He couldn't understand and wondered, why is this happening? Previously, I clearly saw the ancient divine tree, so I welcomed the ascended thunder, but just now I definitely felt the breath of the divine tree. How could it appear here? What is going on? Suddenly, Nan Gong Xian Su gasped. Lei Hu stopped and asked, what happened? As he spoke, he looked inside and exclaimed, Demon Emperor. Seeing He Huang and Tu Shi Nian inside, he thought in astonishment, there are two of them, clearly at the cultivation level of Demon Emperor, but the demon energy around them resembles that of a demon king. These two demonic cultivators have the appearance of ascended beings, their background must surely be. Si Xiu Jinping hesitantly whispered to him, Senior, these two demons are just pets raised by Yi Senior. The old man became increasingly frightened, thinking, Yi Senior? Why is it Yi Senior? He Huang, seeing the group of Nan Gong Xian Su, came out and asked, Hey, why have you two come back again? Nan Gong Xian Su hesitated and said, well, he raised the storage ring containing the primordial stone inside and said, He Huang, we came to deliver primordial stones to Yi Senior. He Huang's face darkened as he walked over. Nan Gong Xian Su, feeling scared, immediately presented the storage ring. He Huang said nothing but pointed inside. It is a primordial stone, then you two can go in. Su Ji Tian and Nan Gong Xian Su successfully entered, but unexpectedly He Huang suddenly said, Wait. He pointed at the old man and asked, Hey, you look unfamiliar, is this your first time visiting the master? The old man replied, Indeed, it is my first time here. He Huang said, Oh, and asked again, Do you have primordial stones with you? Other rare treasures are also acceptable. Seeing He Huang at the market raising his hand to demand items, the old man darkened his face and asked, Is it possible that someone like your master is still so mundane? Both Nan Gong Xian Su were helplessly turning back and shouting, Shimen Senior is indeed stubborn. Hearing the old man's question, He Huang raised his voice and declared, My master is not a mundane person, and no one who has met him has not received supreme magical powers opportunities. My master does good deeds and does not compare himself with juniors like you. Do you have no sincerity to express your gratitude? At his age, the old man had never been insulted to this extent. With a darkened face, he stood there glaring at He Huang. He Huang stepped forward, cracking his knuckles and shouted, Don't look at me like that. In terms of strength, I indeed cannot compare to you, but if you want to touch a single hair of mine on my master's territory. The old man, though angry, was still considering the pros and cons. Currently, I know nothing about the person called Yi Senior. If this is indeed a powerful figure, wouldn't it bring disaster upon ourselves? He snorted, his face reddening with anger, but could only swear, a dog relies on its master. Nan Gong Xian Su quickly rushed to mediate. He Huang, the reason Shimen Senior didn't bring a gift for the meeting is because when Si Xiu brother and I went to the great secret realm to search for primordial stones, Shimen Senior also helped a lot. Therefore, this part of the offering naturally also belongs to Shimen Senior. He Huang exclaimed, Oh, I see. With a loud boom, He Huang returned to his original form and ran inside, saying, Follow me. He then asked Nan Gong, Can you reveal to this old man a bit about Yi Senior's realm? Nan Gong Xian Su helplessly replied, Shimen Senior, it's not that I don't want to, but I fear it is a realm that juniors have never known. You must remember not to call him senior later, just address him as sir. The old man agreed, this old man will remember. The three of them entered together. Nan Gong Xian Su cupped his fists and said, Yi sir, Nan Gong Xian Su has come to visit. Yi Changqing groggily woke up, his mouth still sticky, and looked up to say, It seems like a sample question about Go for the first-year students. He stood up, still yawning, and replied, Mr. Nan Gong, it's been a long time since we last met, has Mr. Si Xiu come as well? Nan Gong Xian Su responded, That's right, it's been a while since we met, I specifically came here to visit you, Mr. Yi. Yi Changqing suddenly noticed Si Xiu's arm, and Si Xiu Jinping hesitated to say, Mr. Yi, this is. Since he hadn't heard Si Xiu Jinping speak, Yi Changqing imagined the cool demeanor of his guest. His heroic aura is truly impressive. Si Xiu Jinping looked confused, and Yi Changqing cleared his throat and said, No, It's nothing, he thought to himself. Saying too much is not good. With my limited understanding, the more I say, the more likely I am to reveal the truth. He then looked over at the old man and asked, "This person is?" The old man quickly clasped his fists and replied, "I am Shimen Lei Hu, respectfully greeting you, Mr. Yi." He then realized he felt somewhat awkward thinking, "It's been thousands of years since I referred to myself like that." The feeling of placing oneself in a lower position and looking up creates a brightening experience before one's eyes. Yi Changqing approached to help the old man up and said, "Hello, sir, please stand up." Lei Hu continued to evaluate Yi Changqing from a close distance, an astonishing appearance with a refined demeanor like an immortal descending from the heavens, yet there was no aura of a cultivator surrounding him, but instead, there was an abundance of profound intention. This profound intention was so intense that it was almost akin to the original principle, truly an expert deep and unfathomable. Yi Changqing, on the other hand, was immensely pleased and thought, "The moment I saw that gaze from you cultivating immortals, I understood the entire process." He brightly pointed to the nearby table and said, "Please, gentlemen, come in." A cup of hot tea was poured, and Yi Changqing sat down with the three of them at the table. He spoke up, "You gentlemen have had a hard journey, drink some tea to soothe your throat. Mr. Shimen should also give it a try. This tea is grown by our family." Seeing the two ecstatic faces of Nangong Xian Su and Si Xiu Jinping as they drank that cup of tea made Lei Hu exclaim, "The tea leaves are profound, the tea water is indeed fragrant and gentle." But upon sipping a gulp, he felt as if he had soared to the ninth heaven and thought, "The moment it enters my mouth, each drop of tea along with the Tao principles inherited from Yi Senior immediately spreads, then wanders throughout my body. Only tea leaves that absorb the essence of the myriad Tao can develop, thus they contain its flavor. Yi Senior is indeed not simple." Yi Changqing then asked, "I wonder why the three of you have come today." Si Xiu Jinping responded and took out a storage ring, placing it on the table and said, "Yi Senior, I apologize for troubling you when I previously requested your calligraphy. My brother Nangong and I have prepared a gift, and we hope Yi Senior will accept it. Inside this ring is a high-grade primordial stone that we found in the great secret realm, containing tens of thousands of pieces." Yi Changqing was a bit surprised as he picked up the storage ring and thought, "The hundreds of Hei Huang I brought back last time helped me reach my current level. Nearly 10,000 pieces this time. Isn't it true that Yi can dominate Zhongzhou? At the very least, he should be able to roam freely as a golden elixir realm cultivator." Yi Changqing flipped the storage ring over onto the table and said, "Thank you both." Nangong Xian Su and Si Xiu Jinping stared blankly at Yi Changqing's actions, thinking, no response at all. Yi Changqing smiled and said, "You two have been searching for primordial stones, I guess you've put in a lot of effort, right?" Nangong Xian Su and Si Xiu Jinping looked at each other, both having a thought that darkened their faces. "It seems Yi Senior doesn't think much of this gift, we should have guessed that earlier." With Senior Ye's exceptional talent, in his eyes, 10,000 primordial stones are probably nothing at all. Indeed, in front of a senior, all things seem fleeting like smoke. What the two of them encountered in the great secret realm is truly not worth mentioning. After they thought about it, Si Xiu Jinping stood up and said loudly, "It was simply a matter of having one arm cut off by the scarlet-eyed demon ape in the great secret realm. For me, losing my left arm actually allows me to focus more on sensing every inch of strength in my right arm while wielding a sword." Nangong Xian Su struck his own body hard until he coughed up blood and said, "That's right, the 2-meter-long wound on my chest can remind me to be moderate when practicing my techniques." Yi Changqing looked at the two of them and thought to himself, with such acting skills, even the movie emperor would have to call them seniors. Yi Changqing held a teacup, rolled his eyes, and quietly exclaimed, "Oh no, these two old men are advanced in age, have formidable powers, and are backed by a sect I dare not provoke, yet they went to such lengths to give me primordial stones." Si Xiu Jinping and Nangong Xian Su were both in high spirits and felt no regret, responding in unison, "Yi Xianxing has granted us supreme opportunities and magical powers, so we must wholeheartedly dedicate a part of our efforts to him." The more Yi Changqing listened, the more awkward his smile became. "You two are truly very filial." He stood up and added, then, not reciprocating would be impolite. Since you have given me a great gift, I can also promise to grant you a tailored painting. What's up? Mr. C. Xiu, what do you want? Mr. C. Xiu Jinping stood up and replied, Mr. Yi, last time you gifted me a calligraphy piece with the theme of the sword, now I only hope to receive a calligraphy piece without the sword as the subject. He said this with a serious expression, thinking to himself, the calligraphy piece themed around the sword is indeed the original sword intent, even surpassing the great Tao sword intent. With my current level, let alone comprehending it, just a glance brings enormous life and death danger. Yi Changqing cheerfully said, that's not a problem, how about Mr. Nangong? As soon as Nangong Xian Su heard his name, he quickly waved his hands and replied, Mr. Yi, I do not wish to receive any paintings. You have already imparted to me a first-level Go example, and I have gained a lot from it, feeling that I have made significant progress. Could you please guide me on Go once more? Yi Changqing snapped his fingers and happily said, of course, I will definitely teach you that. He then mentioned Mr. Shimen, since we've met, let's consider it a fateful encounter. Lei Hu, in the midst of a high, suddenly woke up with a sound. Yi Changqing said again, Yi, will also gift you a watercolor painting, how about that? After saying this, he assessed, the old man has a temperament that seems even more abstract than Nangong and Si Xiu, could he be a great character? Since we are here, let's first give a painting. If after some time he gives me some gold equipment like those two did, that would be fantastic. It's just like Qin Shi Huang touching the great victory hall. Lei Hu lightly bowed his head in surprise and declined. No need, thank you, Mr. Yi. He stood up, cupped his fists, and said, Mr. Yi, I came here this time just hoping to catch a glimpse of your honored face. Yi Changqing couldn't help but be amazed by this remark, thinking, a glimpse of the honored face, a reason that no normal man could refuse, but I am no ordinary man. He pointed and said loudly, then I must give an additional painting. Lei Hu was taken aback. Leaving the three old men sitting there, Yi Changqing immediately went inside and said, please wait a moment. As he walked back, he darkly thought, that old man is stingy, he doesn't want to give gold, does he? I won't let him be satisfied. Lei Hu over here was quite confused and turned to ask, what should we do now? Si Xiu Jinping chuckled lightly, as if accustomed to it, Shimen Sr., please do not worry. Yi Sr. has always been amiable and approachable. A willow branch fell down with a slap. The three of them turned to see what was happening. Shu old man, in a good mood, greeted all three, the human clan juniors meet again. Nangong Sr. responded, Shu Sr., the junior has lived up to expectations and has delivered the primordial stone to Yi Sr. Shu old man murmured in acknowledgement, quite pleased, I have heard, you all did very well. Lei Hu looked up at Shu old man, still unable to believe, and said, it is indeed you, ancient divine tree. 10 years ago, after the celestial lightning ascended, you did not return from the secret realm. On that day, you transformed into 100,000 unblemished branches to withstand the heavenly thunder. The scene was truly magnificent, I still remember it vividly. Shu old man also said, even though I have cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, ascending is truly not easy. You have risked facing the danger of the secret realm collapsing, using your body as a sacrifice to unblock the formation for me. Unfortunately, I still could not endure the final heavenly tribulation and almost fell. Lei Hu tearfully lamented, what a pity, I hope in the future there will be a chance for a senior to revive the glory of the past. Nangong Xian Su and Si Xiu Jinping on the other side listened to the conversation between the two and exchanged puzzled glances. Is this really the dialogue of great elders? Don't say anything, I'm thinking. Remembering the time when Yi Changqing picked him up and criticized, why are you so dark? He continued, but I was fortunate to transform into a branch and come to my master. After 10 years of meticulous care, I have returned to my former self, just waiting for the day to return. However, contrary to his meticulous care, Yi Changqing had just tossed him carelessly into the ground. The old man Shu said again, Junior, today my master will surely grant you a priceless opportunity, even if it means repaying all the debts I owe you, we can consider it settled. Lei Hu was silent for a moment before speaking up and asking, Senior, I have one more question. Please tell me, what realm does Yi Senior ultimately belong to? The willow tree branches swayed with the wind, rustling softly. The Shu old man took some time before responding. I do not dare to make any hasty guesses. If I am not mistaken, the master must have sealed himself here for meditation. However, I can assure you that even in the upper world, the master's cultivation would certainly be enough to shock the celestial realm. Nan Gongxian Su and Si Xiu Jinping were taken aback upon hearing this. Shock the celestial realm? Lei Hu broke into a cold sweat and said with cupped hands, "It is truly unimaginable, thank you for the clarification, senior." At this moment, Yi Changqing emerged from inside and called out, "You three have been waiting for a long time. This painting is for Si Xiu old man, and the other is for Shi Men old man." He handed the two paintings to them and encouraged, "Open them and take a look." Si Xiu Jinping and Lei Hu exchanged glances, both thinking, "I just wonder what opportunities we will receive this time." Saying that, the two opened the paintings to see. Lei Hu let out a sound and looked up. In front of him right now, everywhere was Tao. He raised his eyes to the sky, lightly closed them, and took a deep breath, feeling, the vast journey across the miles often makes one a guest. 100 years of various ailments and poisons lie before Lei Hu. Yi Changqing was floating freely, taking a sip of wine and saying, "The suffering and bitterness of hardship, the turning of the new courtyard pierces the wine cup." The scene before Lei Hu was unbelievable. The painting of Si Xiu Jinping seemed to present itself before him, as he stood there, looking at every word and sentence that appeared as if they were insights into Tao. Si Xiu Jinping, the deep pearls make friends with the late twilight. The diseases and trees are before the head of the 10,000 woods. Si Xiu Jinping opened his eyes wide and said, "What?" Another line appeared, today's iron military song, the first piece is enough to replace the wine cup that nurtures the spirit. Si Xiu Jinping realized the deep meaning within with trembling. Yi Senior wants to teach me, yet it is the new birth of Tao. For a moment, he broke free from that illusion. Both Si Xiu Jinping and Lei Hu were panting and astonished. Yi Changqing looked at both of them and asked, "How is it, how is it?" Lei Hu was drenched in sweat and gave a thumbs up, praising, "Impressive, truly impressive." Si Xiu Jinping punched his chest hard in response, "I have truly comprehended the pain of Yi Senior from this calligraphy." Changqing seemed satisfied as he stroked his chin and said, "It seems that both of you have some understanding of calligraphy and painting. To be honest, the overall style of these two pieces of mine leans towards the ancient quality." Lei Hu turned to ask Si Xiu, "What opportunity has Yi Senior granted you?" Upon being asked, Si Xiu Jinping replied softly, "Yi Senior wanted to teach me from this poem, which actually leads to the path of new students. The pearl of the world leans against the shore, and 1,000 wings float before the 10,000 trees of spring. After a violent illness, one will surely welcome the spring of life. A lost arm will also regenerate like a branch and recover. The realm that I am currently stuck in will definitely be surpassed naturally." Nan Gongxian Su stepped forward and said with a smile, "Si Xiu brother, congratulations. It seems that after breaking through the key point of the Great Ascension realm, I believe it won't be long before your cultivation will progress even further." Lei Hu also acknowledged, saying, "Indeed, this calligraphy holds opportunities that are anything but simple. If I am not mistaken, as long as you grasp it a little, the ascent to the upper world is not far off." Si Xiu Jinping and Nan Gongxian Su looked at him and asked, "What about you, Shi Men Senior?" Lei Hu tightened his hand, still resonating with his spiritual energy, and said, "I can sense that the calligraphy gifted to me by Yi Senior not only contains the true meaning of the Tao principles but also likely has an inheritance of an extremely ancient Tao principle." The first and last 4 lines of this poem depict two completely opposite scenes. One thought gives rise to existence while another thought leads to destruction, and one thought can determine life and death. Could it be that Yi Senior is warning me that, despite my cultivation being unmatched through the ages, my existence in relation to the heavenly Tao that Yi Senior represents is still just a grain of sand in the universe? Yi Changqing unintentionally yet purposefully added, "Therefore, I believe that only when each stroke is written well can the characters align with one's thoughts." Lei Hu pondered, "Indeed, writing characters is like being a person." The implication behind Yi Senior's writing is the principle that he wants to impart to this old man. He seemed to express everything by saying, I understand now. Both Lei Hu and Si Xiu Jinping bowed simultaneously and replied, Shimen Lei Hu, Si Xiu Jinping, thank Yi Senior for such a great gift. Yi Changqing waved his hand and said, there's no need to be so polite, it's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. He rubbed his nose and thought, I'm still being deceived like this. The three of them looked at Yi Changqing with awe, thinking, for Yi Senior, the magical powers that pierce the heavens are truly just trivial matters, this is the realm of Yi Senior. Lei Hu suddenly sincerely clasped his fists and said, Yi Sir, if you have any needs in the future, please let me know. Shimen Lei Hu and the Shimen ancient clan are willing to be your pawns. Yi Changqing exclaimed, repeating, the Shimen ancient clan. After pausing for a few seconds, Yi Changqing's face changed again as he thought, the Shimen ancient clan is the Shimen family, one of the four great protector clans only existing in the ancient books. Si Xiu Jinping and Nangong Xiansu exchanged glances, their faces darkening as they thought, a being that we can hardly keep up with, how could this old man pledge his loyalty first? Both of them were determined not to concede and shouted loudly, Mr. Yi, I, Si Xiu Jinping, along with the 10,000 sword sect behind me, am willing to serve you with all my might. Mr. Yi, I, Nangong Xiansu, am willing to risk my life for you in my capacity as a guest elder of the Tai Xian Holy Land. Yi Changqing saw the three people before him pretending to be afraid and retreating, calling out, Big Moo, thinking, what illness are you all afflicted with now? He adjusted his mindset and said, I appreciate your goodwill, but let's stop everything here. All three of Si Xiu Jinping snorted and looked over at Yi Changqing, clasping their hands behind their back and speaking to all three of them in a tone that seemed to imply something. As I see it, you three hold power in one region, tied to the glory of your sect and the lives of thousands of people. For this reason, you can't casually make promises to me. Let us be friends through correspondence and not discuss other matters. Please take care of yourselves. The three of them could not help but darken their faces after hearing this and quickly bowed to respond, yes. Then, in unison, they replied, we will follow the edict of Mr. Yi. Yi Changqing sighed as if he had just resolved a certain danger, how could I repay such a significant debt of gratitude? He left that matter aside and gestured towards the Go board, saying, Mr. Nangong, let's talk about Go next. Nangong Xiansu was pleased and clasped his hands upon hearing this, I apologize for troubling you, Mr. Yi. Both of them sat down at the table, and Yi Changqing pointed to the Go board, speaking gently, let's play blind Go like this, allowing our moves to create spontaneous interactions, what do you think? Nangong Xiansu replied that playing blind Go is one of the highest level techniques in Go, and my limited skills would hardly make it possible to play with you, Mr. Yi. Yi Changqing picked up a stone and smiled lightly, it's fine, we can take our time. Lei Hu and Si Xiu Jinping stepped back to a safe distance and said, then we will stay here and watch you play Go. Nangong Xiansu picked up a black piece and silently recited in his mind, blind chess is when a player does not look at the chessboard, relying only on their understanding and memory of the board to play. He placed the piece down and said, for limbs 15. Yi Changqing also placed down a piece and said, for 4. Yi Changqing cheerfully reassured him, don't rush to check, control your pieces carefully. Nangong Xiansu thought to himself, is Yi Senior testing my foundational knowledge? Yi Changqing placed another piece down, and his words were instructive. The way of chess is also the way of being, the way of cultivation. Some take the black pieces first to launch a vigorous attack, leaving the opponent unable to catch their breath. Yi Changqing chuckled lightly, seemingly surprised. In fact, the white pieces have secretly prepared the situation. Looking back at the chessboard, Nangong Xiansu couldn't help but exclaim, what is this? Yi Changqing firmly continued, plan thoroughly before taking action. Nangong Xiansu was left speechless, and hearing about these wonders made him gasp, is this another anomaly summoned by Yi Senior? Both Yi Changqing and Nangong Xiansu seemed to be lost in a formation diagram of chess. Yi Changqing's loud and clear voice rang out, whether hiding talents or gradually making plans, both drift across those black and white chess pieces. Yi Changqing raised his hand and added, both are suitable paths, both are great Tao of playing chess. Nan Gongxian Su's eyes sparkled as if he had comprehended the profound meaning within, and he immediately stood up, cupping his fists in response. Nan Gongxian Su is grateful to Yi Senior for the guidance. After saying this, he closed his eyes again to comprehend the principles on those chess pieces. Si Xiu Jinping, still a bit confused, asked, Shimen Senior, has Nan Gong Jr. comprehended it? Lei Hu smiled lightly and said, indeed. He continued, moreover, he has also realized it through the teachings of Yi Senior. If I'm not mistaken, when he wakes from his enlightenment, he will be able to successfully break through his realm, and he may even have hopes of breaking through consecutively. After teaching Nan Gongxian Su, Yi Changqing turned to Lei Hu and Si Xiu Jinping and called, gentlemen. Both responded with cupped fists, Yi Senior. Yi Changqing then said, I see it is getting late, stay for lunch today. He said, with a sinister expression while stroking his chin, can we eat black tiger hot pot? Nan Gongxian Su was here comprehending the subtleties of the chessboard. For a moment, he opened his eyes to look at his hands, tightened his grip, and thought to himself, it seems that as long as my mind shifts, I can break the shackles of realm void shattering at any moment, step into realm great ascension, and even leap to mid-realm great ascension, just one step away from ascended. He sighed slightly with some discouragement and said, but regarding Yi Senior's accurate understanding of the way of chess, with my inadequate talent, even with more than an hour, I can only comprehend a little. If I continue in seclusion for many years, there is still a chance to provoke heavenly tribulation and from there ascend. A few calls of Nan Gong brother rang out, and Nan Gongxian Su happily turned his head to respond, what's the matter, Si Xiu brother? He saw Si Xiu Jinping along with Lei Hu, who were serving food and bringing the hot pot. Si Xiu Jinping quickly urged, hurry up and give Yi Senior a hand. Nan Gongxian Su was still bewildered and exclaimed, huh. He walked over to take the bowl of rice from Si Xiu Jinping, still in a good mood, and said, Yi Senior's guidance on the way of chess this time is truly a tremendous opportunity for this old man. Yi Changqing approached and placed a plate of meat on the table, stating, Nan Gong sir, you shouldn't always mention the art of chess. If you can comprehend everything I teach, it will certainly be of great benefit to you in the future regarding the way of chess. Yi Changqing added the following sentence, making Nan Gongxian Su's face turn pale. But right now you are just a newcomer who has just joined the chess school. Nan Gongxian Su quickly stood up and clasped his fists in reply. Yes, Yi sir, your teachings are correct. Yi Changqing put his hands on his hips and said, after all, you are a grand elder with considerable cultivation, so you cannot pursue unattainable goals. The black tiger meat is ready to be served, let's eat, gentlemen. The three of them looked at the delicious dishes on the table in silence, watching the blood qi emanating from the food, unable to help but grimace and think. With such a surge of blood qi in essence, this black tiger must have reached the level of supreme demon while it was still alive. As expected of Yi Senior, the meat must be from the demon supreme. Yi Changqing quickly introduced to the elders, this black tiger meat is extremely delicious. I prefer it cooked in hot pot, but the others in the town prefer it grilled. The three of them listened to Yi Changqing and gasped, the others in the town. The three continued to huddle together and whisper, this is the meat of the black tiger demon supreme, don't say it's only the mortal body, even a cultivator of the void-shattering realm or lower would be unfortunate to enjoy it. Yi Changqing, in anger, waved his hands and said, hey, what are you all mumbling about? If you continue like this, don't blame me for being rude. Si Xiu Jinping suddenly panicked and said, I remember now, when I first arrived in Shaoqi town, I saw the residents were all immersed in boundless Tao and lamented that they were fortunate but did not know how to enjoy it. Lei Hu also speculated, there's one extremely unbelievable theory, but it is also the most reasonable answer. Yi Senior, who has demonstrated a magical talent disobedient to heaven, helped everyone in Shaoqi town enter the realm of great ascension. Not only that, but it may also help them become immortals. It's unbelievable, yet the most reasonable answer. Truly, it is hopeless. Half an hour after everyone had finished eating, they all seemed so unsteady that they just lay down on the table. They said, Yi sir, it's getting late, I should head back now, and I shouldn't overstay my welcome. Looking at the tiny wine bottle on the table, Yi Changqing questioned, 2 plates of black tiger meat and a few cups of snow spirit brew, is that all? All 3 elders stood up, swaying, and tried to support each other as they awkwardly faced Yi Changqing. Looking at them, Yi Changqing felt speechless and silently pondered the meaning of life. Are these really great elders cultivating immortals? They can't eat comfortably or drink properly. Si Xiu Jinping's face darkened, truly wanting to find a big hole to crawl into, and said, I sincerely apologize, Mr. Yi. He thought to himself, with my cultivation, it's really impossible to simultaneously refine the black tiger meat and the snow spirit brew in such a short time. Looking over at Nangong Xian Su, he thought again, Nangong is already dead drunk. If it continues like this, he might rashly offend Yi Senior. Yi Changqing, seeing that, didn't say anything more and said, all right, then I won't see you off anymore, we will meet again by fate. The 3 of them walked out the door and said in unison, thank you, Yi sir, for your hospitality, goodbye. The door slammed shut, and all 3 stepped out into the street. Today was eerily peaceful yet frightening. Si Xiu Jinping got goosebumps as he looked back, while Lei Hu seemed to sense the red eyes staring intensely at him. He swallowed hard and looked over at Si Xiu Jinping asking, Si Xiu, how do you feel? Si Xiu Jinping, his face pale, replied, the chaotic essence in my body must be quickly refined. Nangong Junior Brother's realm is still unstable. If I don't quickly refine the wine and essence given by Yi Sir, letting it accumulate in my chest will burn my organs. Both of them quickly carried Nangong Xian Su and ran away. They said to each other, let's get out of Shaoqi town first, then we will use the flying technique, we must not disturb the people in the town. Shopkeeper Chu, take your leave. Old Song at home is still waiting for this plate of meat. A pair of strong feet stomped heavily on the ground, blocking the way of all 3. The other person rushed straight towards the 3, causing Si Xiu Jinping to ask in confusion, what is coming over here? The other person knocked all 3 old men backwards while shouting, running so fast in the street, do you want to die? The other person was the wife of Song Tai Zhang, Madame Bao. With a powerful body, Madame Bao shyly said, rascals, are you not hiding here because you covet my beauty? Si Xiu Jinping was shaken upon hearing this, trembling and stuttering, elder sister, please let me explain. Madame Bao's veins bulged slightly, and she growled like a tigress, saying, this detestable old man. As she spoke, she swung her fist as if she wanted to kill someone, how dare you call me elder sister? Si Xiu Jinping quickly dodged the blow but fell to the ground. Lei Hu, ready to flee, said, we can't get entangled with this strong woman any longer, this is Yi Senior's territory, and it's not appropriate to act. Si Xiu and Lei Hu said in unison, sorry. It was then that Madame Bao, like a female tiger, jumped up and delivered an ultimate killing punch. Si Xiu Jinping shouted, running is the best option. Nangong Xian Su, just sitting up, commented, the breeze is so nice. But unexpectedly, he took a devastating punch from Madame Bao and felt like he was about to pass out right there. Si Xiu Jinping exclaimed in shock, I can't believe he got hit hard. Nangong Xian Su, being relentlessly pummeled by Madame Bao, cried out desperately to the 2 people standing nearby, Shi Men Senior, Si Xiu Brother, help me. The 2 looked at Nangong Xian Su, who was being beaten to a pulp, and expressed their helplessness. Nangong Junior Brother, this great beauty's punch from Yi Senior has already helped your true qi circulate throughout your body. Enduring another punch will only be beneficial, not harmful. Lei Hu, with a cold expression, covered his face and sighed, it's fortunate that we didn't intervene earlier, otherwise, this woman's cultivation might be on par with both you and me. Looking at Madame Bao, Si Xiu Jinping felt a bit confused, then why did she have to hide her cultivation, willingly becoming a rural woman living in this small town? Lei Hu said, I guess it's to repay a debt of gratitude. Mr. Yi, living in seclusion here, diligently working to educate the world, has allowed the residents of Shaoqi town to improve their fortunes. The villagers, however, do not wish to ascend, they just want to continue living here, following Mr. Yi as ordinary folks. Madame Bao hit Nangong Xian Su, disfiguring his face before releasing him with a warning, remember this, be more careful on the road in the future, watch out for other travelers. Lei Hu and Si Xiao Jinping hurriedly agreed in all sorts of ways, not daring to argue back. Song Tai Zhang ran over from afar, panting and shouting, "Wife, I'm here to save you." Not wanting to wait for another beating, Si Xiao Jinping quickly grabbed Nan Gongxian Su by the head and dragged him, shouting, "Run fast, another person is coming." Song Tai Zhang frantically chased after them, continuously shouting, "Stop, explain clearly to me." Yi Changqing continued to cultivate the primordial stone, begin to gather energy, transform yin and yang, cool and profound in all directions. The four energies converge to the heavens and earth, all things give birth and transform, with water and middle, circulate for 100 miles. Yi Changqing opened his eyes, joyfully raised his hand and said, "This primordial stone has a really good quality, my whole body feels warm and comfortable. Even though I still don't know the quality of my spiritual roots, the speed of my cultivation is still slow as before." He steeled his will and clenched his fist around the primordial stone, saying, "But I believe that as long as there is effort, there will be success, plus my goal isn't too high. As long as I refine all these tens of thousands of primordial stones, my cultivation may barely reach the golden elixir realm, enough to move around freely on this vast land, and that will be fine." In less than 2 months, I had consumed several dozen stones. If calculated this way, he stroked his chin, a smile appearing on his face, thinking, just a little more than 20 years is all it takes. A few knocks on the door pulled him back to reality. "Is Mr. Yi home?" Yi Changqing looked out and wondered, who could it be this time? As the door opened, the two boys immediately raised their hands to greet, "Mr. Yi, we have come to visit you." Yi Changqing looked at the two boys in surprise. "Zhao Kuang-yi, Chun Feng, I barely recognized you, come in quickly." Zhao Kuang-yi lightly blew on his teacup, closing his eyes to feel and thought, "Mr. Ye's tea is still as fragrant as ever." Yi Changqing asked, "Why are only the two of you here, where are the others?" Chun Feng knocked on the table and replied, "They chose to go check their lessons. Mr. Yi, right now our cultivation is all at foundation establishment." Yi Changqing, hearing this, sprayed water and asked back, "You have been practicing the immortal path for less than a year, right?" Chun Feng glowed brightly and said, "That's right, Mr. Yi, I feel that after listening to your lectures, studying cultivation has become too easy." Zhao Kuang-yi also shone brightly and said, "The golden essence sword formula I only needed to read once to memorize it. Parasite transformation, harmonious life essence. I nearly made the senior brother in charge angry enough to jump into the abyss." Chun Feng let out a sigh and said, "Back then, when I listened to the lecture by someone I didn't understand at all, I thought I was truly an idiot." Yi Changqing forced a smile and darkly thought, "All right, if you keep talking, I might as well jump off a cliff." Zhao Kuang-yi looked at Yi Changqing and silently thought. Indeed, just like the master said, they said that Yi Xiansheng is a reclusive sage of the Tai Xian Holy Land. Recalling the time when Nan Gongxian Su and He Changxian were moved to tears, saying, "A good child, once in 1,000 years, not only for the buns but also for the attitude, has granted us spiritual roots disobedient to heaven and opportunities." Remembering when Master Yuan Jian held his shoulder with a smile and said, "Before you, Shaoqi Town has not had anyone qualified to be accepted into the sect for hundreds of years, and yet all 7 of you have received teachings from Yi Xiansheng. Even an intelligent person would understand this." The more he thought about it, the more a sense of sadness crept in. "I didn't expect Yi Xiansheng to have such a noble status, and I didn't know how to cherish the time spent with him in the past. It's truly shameful." He glanced at Chun Feng and thought to himself, just a little cultivation and they no longer know the vastness of heaven and earth. Chun Feng did not realize and continued to speak. "The masters value me and Zhao Kuang-yi, and they even intend to inherit themselves." Yi Changqing was so angry that his face turned pale and silently cursed. "Little guy, stop talking." Seeing Yi Changqing's expression, Zhao Kuang-yi thought, "It seems Mr. Yi also dislikes Chun Feng very much." He quickly placed his hand on Chun Feng's shoulder and transmitted sound. "Chun Feng, enough." Seeing Zhao Kuang-yi's expression, Chun Feng asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" After a moment, Chun Feng hurriedly stood up. Both clasped their fists and said loudly, "Mr. Yi, please rest assured, the 7 of us will definitely strive to cultivate We will not disappoint your expectations. I feel the same way. Yi Changqing smiled slightly embarrassed and waved his hand. There's no need to be so polite, it instead makes us feel distant. I see that you all seem to be learning very effectively. I have a question and want to test you a bit. Avoid weirdness, align with the stormy wood, thrive in the fine dust, 9-layer platform, eliminate the barrier earth. The refined Qi realm is the first stage on the path of cultivation. But if spiritual energy is absorbed into the body enough but still does not feel a change in the realm, what could be the reason for that? Chen Feng and Zhao Kuang-yi listened to Yi Changqing, nodding in agreement. Yi Changqing asked and then felt a bit shy, thinking, such a basic issue, I can only find a way to extract the answer from them. Zhao Kuang-yi was silent for a moment and then said, Mr. Yi, this is indeed a problem we have all encountered. Yi Changqing felt like he had struck gold and quickly said, please, go ahead and elaborate. Zhao Kuang-yi thought for a moment and replied, when we first started trying to refine Qi, we also encountered this issue. At that time, the senior brother in charge said that the quality of spiritual roots varies. When channeling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body and attempting to refine it, the spiritual roots would exhibit a rejection phenomenon. Yi Changqing was surprised to think, have we lifted it to the theoretical level already? Zhao Kuang-yi continued, the higher the quality of the spiritual roots, the more pure the spiritual energy required, hence the time for the spiritual energy to be rejected naturally takes longer. Chen Feng nodded and continued, that's right, we took 3 months to break through foundation establishment back then, while the disciples with mid-tier spiritual roots broke through in half a month. From what I see, they are really hungry now. Yi Changqing listened and thought, no wonder, it's understandable that with so much refined primordial stone, there is still no progress in the realm. It turns out that the quality of the spiritual roots granted to me by Changqing Saint is too high, requiring more spiritual energy to nurture. Yi Changqing stood up satisfied and clapped his hands, saying, this answer is great, very great. Both Chen Feng responded with cupped fists, you flatter us too much, Mr. Yi. For a moment, Yi Changqing turned his head and sneered, thinking, from today onwards, I have to practice diligently. Moreover, I need to take advantage of soon passing the elimination stage. Zhao Kuang-yi cupped his fists and called out, Mr. Yi, could you grant us a calligraphy piece? Yi Changqing turned his head in surprise and asked, where did you hear that from? Zhao Kuang-yi replied, it was Master Yuan Jian and Holy Master who said that your calligraphy treasure contains the great Tao of heaven and earth. At present, the Tai Xian Changqing diagram is still hovering in the sex air, nourished daily by spiritual energy through worship. Yi Changqing was also pleased to hear this, so it's those old men, then I'll let you broaden your horizons. Yi Changqing picked up the brush, and the two of them, Chen Feng, watched nervously, thinking, what will Mr. Yi write? This is exciting. As Yi Changqing wrote with strokes exuding dense spiritual energy, he said, this calligraphy is, in a way, my best wishes sent to you. As the mentor who once taught you, I only hope that you. Zhao Kuang-yi shouted loudly, look quickly. Yi Changqing drew a mystical phenomenon with a single stroke and said, everyone is as strong as a dragon. Chen Feng could hardly believe it, it's a mystical phenomenon. Both of them were knocked down by that phenomenon. Yi Changqing turned around and said, there's no need to be afraid, these are just mystical phenomena, mere illusions. After sending the two kids to the door, Chen Feng bowed and said, goodbye, Mr. Yi. Yi Changqing chuckled lightly and said, go on, once you return to Tai Xian Holy Land, you must cultivate properly. Both replied in unison, yes. Then they left. Yi Changqing turned and walked inside, feeling happy. I must say, after talking with Zhao Kuang-yi and the others, it seems my mood has also changed a bit. It turns out I'm not useless but overly talented. As long as I get through this prolonged phase of rejection, not to mention the golden elixir realm, reaching an even higher realm is not out of the question. Yi Changqing tilted his head back and laughed heartily, my potential is incredibly bright. At the Shimen ancient clan, a loud call was made, the old ancestor has arrived. All the disciples kneeled to welcome Lei Hu. The Shimen family welcomes the old ancestor back. Lei Hu entered and asked, Shimen Kai Chi, why did you send word to me? The current patriarch of Shimen Kai-chi, cupped his hands and replied, Honorable ancestor, Qin Chi Lu of Gu Qin Kingdom seeks an audience with you. Upon hearing this, Lei Hu decisively said, do not meet him. Shimen Kai-chi called out, Old ancestor, the high-grade elixir you refined hundreds of years ago, the phoenix spiritual puppet, one of the most valuable ones, was personally offered by Qin Chi Lu himself. At that time, Junior had also promised Qin Chi Lu that he would lend a hand to them once. Currently, the Gu Qin Kingdom was facing joint attacks from the Yan and Great Xia, suffering consecutive defeats. Qin Chi Lu, as the supreme ancestor of the Gu Qin Kingdom, of course, did not want to see the kingdom being destroyed, so he sought help from Junior. The four great ancestors of the ancient clan taught that if Zhong Zhou was not in a dire situation, one should not interfere in mundane matters, otherwise Junior would be guilty. Lei Hu breathed out and said, forget it, the Shimen family always keeps their promises. The commitments made must be fulfilled, bring Qin Chi Lu in. Shimen Kai-chi stepped back and replied, understood. A moment later, Qin Chi Lu and Shimen Kai-chi entered from outside. Qin Chi Lu cupped his fists and addressed Lei Hu, Junior Qin Chi Lu pays respects to Senior Shimen. Lei Hu spoke to Qin Chi Lu, I do not wish to say much to you. Our ancient clan has a tradition, if Zhong Zhou is not in crisis, one must not interfere in the affairs of the world. But why do you force others like this? Qin Chi Lu firmly responded to the question. The training group of the Shimen ancient clan juniors had heard it early on, so the request today would naturally come with appropriate rewards. Thus, it could not be considered forcing someone too much. He then spoke and took out a scroll of paper. What the junior wishes to present is a grand imperial decree from the Wuyi Great Emperor. As soon as Lei Hu heard this, he jumped up in surprise. Wuyi Great Emperor, the master of the Wuyi upper world? Qin Chi Lu smiled lightly and replied, that is correct. Back then, the Wuyi Great Emperor personally wrote an imperial decree for the Gu Qin Kingdom. He held up the scroll and spoke, please take a look, Shimen Senior. A line of characters floated up, as if the Wuyi Great Emperor is personally present, this special imperial decree is authentic. After reading it, Lei Hu confirmed, it indeed has the aura of the upper world. Qin Chi Lu continued, the cultivation of Shimen Senior is just one step away from breaking through the heavenly tribulation, and can successfully ascend to the upper world. At this point, just taking this imperial decree directly to the Wuyi Mountain would mean a strong collaboration, and it is possible that the entire Shimen ancient clan could seize this opportunity to ascend. Lei Hu, still doubtful, asked, why does your country have the imperial decree of the Wuyi Great Emperor? Qin Chi Lu once again cupped his fists and said, the royal family of Gu Qin Kingdom is a descendant of the Wuyi Great Emperor. Throughout the country, from top to bottom, no one does not worship the Great Emperor as a deity. 100 years ago, when the Great Emperor manifested and bestowed the supreme treasure, he personally instructed that it should not be opened until faced with the threat of national extinction. Currently, the Gu Qin Kingdom is on the brink of destruction, that is why I have brought this imperial decree to seek assistance, hoping for your help, Senior. Lei Hu remained silent for a moment, then also took the scroll into his hands. Seeing this, Qin Chi Lu quickly bowed his head. Thank you, Senior, for your great kindness. As he lowered his head, he revealed a cryptic smile. Just as Qin Chi Lu was about to stand up, he was called by Lei Hu, who with a form of evil energy spoke. I have accepted your holy decree and agreed to intervene in the grand affairs of the world, but I must warn you first, I and the Shimen ancient clan will not take action against those from your clan, only negotiating with the rulers of Deyan and Great Xiao. Furthermore, the truce only lasts for 100 years. Qin Chi Lu furrowed his brows and said, hey. Before he could speak, Lei Hu waved his hand again. After 100 years, if the two countries go to war again, the Shimen ancient clan will definitely not participate. Qin Chi Lu gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. No wonder he's an old immortal who has lived for tens of thousands of years, truly cunning. Qin Chi Lu forced himself to swallow his anger and replied, I, as a junior, respond on behalf of the Gu Qin Kingdom, troubling Senior Shimen. As he walked outside, the person beside him called out, Old ancestor, Shimen Lei Hu only agreed to let our countries have 100 years of peace, what will happen after 100 years? Chen Qilu's face darkened as he said, it's fine, the old man from Shimen has accepted the imperial decree, which means he has taken on the karma of the Gu Qin kingdom. And that Wu Yi great emperor is not the ancestor of the Gu Qin kingdom, but an evil saint from the upper world. Back then, I did not know there was trickery involved, and I thought the upper world was bestowing blessings. Who would have known that evil saint wanted to use me to unleash a massacre, sacrificing 1,000 male and female lives? He recalled past events and felt a cold sweat running down his face as he said, if not, the curse in the imperial decree will immediately swallow the Gu Qin kingdom. The curse in the imperial decree can be suppressed by using the karma of those involved to exchange for it. Once Shimen Lei Hu receives the holy order, the karma has transferred to him and the Shimen family. At that point, the karmic retribution will no longer be decided by him, but will also be utilized by us. He thought to himself, Shimen Lei Hu, if it weren't for your greed and the elaborate schemes to protect the Shimen clan, you would not have fallen into my trap. I apologize. Inside, Lei Hu was conducting a thorough examination of the scroll. After a while, he opened his eyes wide and then was swallowed up as he shouted. He landed on the ground and looked at the scroll in his hand, saying, good, good, this truly is a holy object of the upper world. I didn't expect a mundane country to have such a supreme character with extraordinary powers descending with a holy order. Alright, since this holy order requires me to personally make a trip to the mortal realm. Flying high above, Lei Hu looked down at the little town below and couldn't help but exclaim, death aura is pervasive, golden light shining brightly. Unexpectedly, a small imperial capital in the secular world is covered by such auspicious phenomena. Lei Hu approached the yellow barrier but suddenly stopped. He frowned, feeling confused. Is it that this old man's wind manipulation technique cannot get through? He raised his hand to cast a spell and said, go. The stream of spiritual energy soared towards the barrier but was blocked. Lei Hu then confidently remarked, indeed there is a barrier, very similar to the auspicious phenomena enveloping the imperial capital, but the power of the barrier exudes a separate, majestic divine aura. He flew closer to the barrier. After looking at it, he seemed to notice something and said, could it be that this barrier is set up by the divine beings to protect the Yen, specifically to repel foreign cultivators with high powers? He landed below and muttered, troublesome, it seems that to enter the city I must conceal my cultivation and enter in a mortal form. As he walked in, he grumbled, what a cowardly emperor afraid of trouble. This is indeed the place with the most prosperous fate in the entire imperial capital, the breathtaking scenery, the walls and clouds, and the golden dragon descending with sweet rain, all are extremely rare auspicious phenomena. Lei Hu frowned seriously and said, at present, it seems that even if I request the De Yen kingdom and Gu Qin kingdom to stop fighting for 100 years, it will not be able to halt the advance of the De Yen kingdom. It is certain that they will unify Zhongzhou, and 100 years later, they may even become the greatest dynasty ever. Stopping at a Taoist temple, Lei Hu read, Chongqing Temple. He stood there looking up at the sign, and suddenly he held his head and exclaimed softly, confused, why does my head suddenly hurt? Looking up at the statue of Yi Chongqing above, he calmed down and said to it, after reaching the great ascension realm, the calamities and diseases of ordinary people can no longer approach me. All the Taoist aura emanates from this place, do not look without reverence. After saying this, he covered his eyes with his hand, but he scratched his head, puzzled, and continued. This statue can bestow the national fortune of an entire country all by itself. It cannot be, apart from Yi Xian, I have never seen anyone who can cover the world with virtue. Thinking back, it may not be due to the divine nature of the temple. However, it is around this mountain that there is a rare formation, which can create such a shocking phenomenon. Zhang Chen walked over from behind, running with a broom still in his hand, saying, please stop, venerable elder. He, clad in golden light, smiled brightly and asked, you must be a foreigner, visiting Chongqing Temple for the first time, right? Lei Hu glanced at him and thought, a cultivator who enters the Tao through literature. Such people are extremely rare and truly hard to come by. Lei Hu gathered the surrounding power and said, that is correct, how did you know? Zhang Chen pointed towards the statue of Yi Chongqing and replied, because every citizen of De Yen who encounters the Chongqing saint will bow in worship. Lei Hu looked at the statue in surprise, thinking, is Changqing Saint the name of this statue? Zhang Chen continued, indeed, Changqing Temple was built to commemorate the Changqing Saint who traveled across the human world. He not only bestowed blessings upon the citizens of Deyan but also granted us, the scholars, a heavenly opportunity. I am the deputy prince of Dong Palace, and it was thanks to the guidance of the Changqing Saint that I entered the path. Lei Hu gently stroked his beard and nodded, saying, yes, entering the path through literature has always been the most difficult thing throughout history. It seems that this Changqing Saint truly has some abilities. Zhang Chen, filled with endless admiration for Yi Changqing, said, since assisting the Deyan Kingdom's officials in entering the path at the same time, the Changqing Saint has become the belief of all of us. Upon hearing this, Lei Hu was startled, entering the path at the same time. Lei Hu silently watched Zhang Chen, who was still rambling on, Changqing Saint among the saints. Lei Hu waved his hand and turned away, smiling faintly as he said, absurd. Zhang Chen suddenly came to his senses and called out, elder. As Lei Hu walked away, he was frustrated for having to spend time listening to Zhang Chen. I have lived for 10,000 years, assisting one person in entering the path has been unprecedented, let alone an entire group of people at once. That is truly absurd. The more he spoke, the more his anger flared. Helping someone enter the path is not like buying 5 cabbages at the market and getting 3 for free. A Changqing Saint with an unclear background casually uttered some fanciful words and deceived this group of people. The old man saw that the Deyan Kingdom had nothing worth praising. Zhang Chen hurriedly ran after him, calling out, wait a moment, old man. He placed a hand on Lei Hu's shoulder, his face darkened as he said loudly, I see something unusual around you. You look grim, and you might be plagued by bad fortune. The evil energy of Lei Hu formed into shape as he raised his hand to unleash spiritual energy, gritting his teeth, little guy, 1,000 years ago, I entered the Great Ascension realm. Your words about being entangled by karma are truly laughable to me. He launched a palm strike towards Zhang Chen as if to scratch an itch, and both stood there dumbfounded. Lei Hui looked at his hand and wondered, what is this? Zhang Chen enthusiastically said, don't worry, old man. He pointed at the statue of the Yi Changqing Saint and said, as long as you stand before the Changqing Temple and bow your head in reverence, those misfortunes will dissipate. Lei Hu angrily turned away, his mouth twisted in skepticism, this is really absurd. Despite Zhang Chen's persistent advice, he could only stand there helplessly. Lei Hu wandered aimlessly outside, thinking, it seems that the Changqing Saint worshipped in this Changqing Temple, if nothing surprising happens, is just a monk with a low realm, relatively only knowledgeable in the use of illusion arrays. The flow of fate harmonizing is mostly caused by the formation. With my strength and divine soul, anything unclean cannot come close to me. It must be an illusion he created to make it seem like I am tainted with calamity. He continued walking with a mindset full of anger, thinking, how could the emperor of this ancient Deyan kingdom openly worship this person? Is he also blinded by his tricks? I need to ask for clarification. Yan Yang Nian and Gao Zhu were inside the grand hall. Both were looking at the map on the table. Yan Yang Nian spoke, our Deyan army, in alliance with Great Xia, is like a hot knife through butter, nothing can stop us. Yesterday, the army set up camp 5 miles outside the wild plains of Guqin Kingdom, just waiting for the old ancestor. Before finishing, the door suddenly burst open. Yan Yang Nian asked in fear, what is going on? Gao Zhu frowned and said, someone has barged in. Lei Hu entered from outside, his voice low and menacing, old man Shimen Lei Hu has come today to negotiate. His entire being was filled with evil energy, making his glare even more terrifying. Invite Emperor De Yan out to meet. Yan Yang Nian, in panic, shouted, someone quickly stop him. Yan Tian Shan stood there evaluating the person in front of him. This person bears the dual surname Shimen, the aura of cultivation around him and the fluctuation of his magical power were extremely weak. He could easily defeat the royal guards without lifting a finger. Yan Tian Shan raised his hand to shield Yan Yang Nian, and he stepped forward, bowing politely before Lei Hu. Junior Yan Tian Shan pays respects to Senior Shimen. Yan Yang Nian also stepped forward, cupping his hands in greeting. Junior's memory is poor, Senior is indeed from the Shimen family, one of the 4 great ancient clans of guardians. Yan Yang Nian, feeling tense, quickly gestured towards the main seat. Senior Shimen, please enter the grand hall and take a seat. Lei Hu moved forward and reassured, no need to be tense, today I come at someone's request. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Settled above, Yan Tianshan also spoke up and asked. Senior Shimen invited, may I ask who requested you and what is the matter? Lei Hu took a sip of tea and replied. It is Qin Chi Lu, the old ancestor of the Gu Qin kingdom. You surely can guess this matter. This time coming here to ask you to show respect to this old man, as well as respect for the Shimen family. He spoke and forcefully placed the teacup down on the table, to set a 100-year ceasefire with the Gu Qin kingdom. Yan Yang Nian glanced over at Yan Tianshan and said with a dark expression, Old ancestor, this matter cannot be agreed upon. Within half a year, we have nearly captured 10 strongholds of the Gu Qin kingdom. The enthusiasm and morale of the people have reached an unprecedented high. Prematurely withdrawing our troops will surely dampen the spirits of both the military and the people, shaking the foundation of the Dayan state. Yan Tianshan looked at him and said, why would I not know, the hearts of the military and the people are merely secondary. The most important thing is what Senior Yi once declared, the responsibility of unifying Zhongzhou should be fulfilled by Dayan. This is Senior Ye's intention, and the Dayan royal family will not act against it. Upon hearing this, Yan Tianshan resolutely stood up and replied to Yan Yang Nian, I must apologize, but I cannot agree to this matter. Lei Hu did not immediately become angry but said, I understand that for worldly people like you, the unification of the world is within reach, and it is truly difficult to let go. However, I can promise you that as long as you agree to stop the war, the Shimen ancient clan will certainly provide rewards that will satisfy you. Yan Tianshan frowned and said, Senior Shimen, it seems you are well aware that the unification of Zhongzhou is an absolute necessity. Agreeing to stop the war merely disrupts the foundation and the people's hearts of Dayan, which is secondary. The key point is that this action goes against the will of an extraordinary figure. This extraordinary figure has deep grace towards Dayan, and our junior must inevitably follow suit, even willing to be a pawn for him to grasp the power of the world. Lei Hu was surprised and sat there stroking his beard, thinking silently, is it true that the ancestors of the Dayan kingdom went against the Shimen ancient clan for a peerless expert? After pondering, he spoke up and asked, is the extraordinary figure you mentioned the sculpted statue worshipped at the Chongqing temple? Yan Tianshan replied, that's right, it is the Chongqing saint. Upon hearing this, Lei Hu's expression turned grim, it's him again. Speak plainly, what abilities does this person truly possess? Yan Tianshan, upon hearing Lei Hu mention Chongqing with such an attitude, angrily shouted, Yi Senior has bestowed us with the grace of rebirth, granting spiritual roots to help people enter the path is just a small matter, what is more important is guiding a bright way for our Dayan. Hearing this, Lei Hu was taken aback and stepped forward to ask, what do you mean, the one worshipped in the Chongqing temple is also called Yi Senior? Yan Tianshan looked at him in astonishment. Lei Hu, after a moment, no longer had the previous attitude, rubbed his hands cautiously and asked, where does this Yi Senior you mentioned actually come from? He asked, feeling a deep fear in his heart, thinking, if this person is truly Yi Senior, then the reason why the Dayan royal family holds him in such high regard becomes more understandable. However, if the unification of Zhongzhou by Dayan is indeed due to Yi Senior's guidance, then even with 10 lives, this old man would not dare to step forward to obstruct it on behalf of the Gu Qin kingdom. Yan Yang Nian responded to the previous question, the juniors do not know where Yi Senior comes from, but currently, he is reclusive in a distant place called Shaoqi Town. Upon hearing Shaoqi Town, Lei Hu was shocked to the core, his eyes wide open, indeed, it is Yi Senior. He moved closer and asked, so the Chongqing saint worshipped in the Chongqing temple is also Yi Senior? Yan Yang Nian replied, that is correct, Chongqing is the esteemed title of Yi Senior. Lei Hu recalled the statue in that temple and thought, it seems that what this old man heard and saw before was not an illusion created by the formation, but rather a true auspicious sign. The more he thought about it, his eye sockets turned dark, and he broke into a cold sweat. How could he have mistaken it, these kinds of fake admirers? Lei Hu nodded and said, that's right, in this current era, only a peerless figure like Yi Senior can manifest such a grand and auspicious atmosphere. Yan Tianshan also replied, Exactly, it was Yi Senior who guided us back then, allowing the Yen to have the plan for 100 years to conquer and unify the world under Zhongzhou. Lei Hu, in a cheerful attitude, turned to praise the two. It seems that you two are also wise and capable rulers. Otherwise, Yi Senior would not choose to help enhance the national fortune of the Yen, relying on you to promote the expansion of the trend in the secular Zhongzhou. Yen Tian Shan and Yen Yang Nian, blushing from the compliment, shyly responded. Oh no, not at all, we don't dare to accept. Lei Hu then sighed and said, it seems that I was reckless this time. How could I, as a junior, dare to block or oppose someone personally chosen by Yi Senior? Yen Tian Shan, a bit excited, asked, have you really met Yi Senior? Lei Hu also replied, yes, a few days ago, I was fortunate to meet him. Such a character, once born and stepping into the situation, will surely bring about tremendous changes to this world and this era. If it is the directive of Senior Yi, then I shall not interfere any further. I will take my leave now. Both Yen Tian Shan bowed and said to Lei Hu, Junior will escort Senior Shi Men out. Lei Hu also took out the scroll and said, compared to the plan that Senior Yi dedicated himself to, the imperial decree from the upper world is negligible. If the being worshipped on the mountain is the golden body of Senior Yi, then I must pay my respects. He then took a step forward. Standing before that statue, he opened his eyes wide to look at the statue of Yi Changqing and couldn't help but exclaim, up close, this golden body statue looks almost lifelike, even possessing a bit of Senior Ye's divine aura. It is indeed rare. He bowed and presented the scroll to the statue, saying, Junior humbly follows the declaration of Senior Yi. Today, I will return the imperial decree to the Guqin kingdom, no longer intervening in the secular affairs of Zhongzhou, especially to report to Yi Senior. Unexpectedly, a miraculous event occurred when a beam of light shone from the forehead of the statue. The scroll moved slightly, causing Lei Hu to cry out in surprise. He opened his eyes wide, looking at the scroll and thinking, I never expected it could stir the imperial decree of the upper world. A strong wave of spiritual energy began to swirl around Lei Hu. He glanced up and exclaimed loudly. The dark energy surrounding him was expelled. Lei Hu steadied his body while gasping for breath. The scroll continued to emanate dark energy. A voice echoed, Who is it, who is it, you are quite bold. Lei Hu recognized the figure gradually appearing and said, Wu Yi Great Emperor, Wu Yi Great Emperor. The Wu Yi Great Emperor glared, his voice booming and terrifying, dare to sever the karmic power bestowed by this emperor, you are heading straight for death. At this moment, the statue of Yi Changqing emitted a surrounding glow. The Wu Yi Great Emperor widened his eyes and said, What? The power around his body gradually began to dissipate. He screamed in pain. Seeing the Wu Yi Great Emperor gradually fading away above, Lei Hu couldn't believe his eyes and said, No, there's no need to trouble Senior Yi to appear, just relying on this sculpture has suppressed and killed the avatar of the Wu Yi Great Emperor in an instant. The Wu Yi Great Emperor slowly disappeared and left a message. This emperor has been in the upper world for hundreds of thousands of years. Although I do not know who you are, just relying on this genuine intention of the Tao, I already know that we will meet in the upper world. When that time comes, I will disregard everything and fight you to the death. A thunderstorm erupted, and Lei Hu frowned, realizing, the thunder carries chaos energy. The power that can envelop this lightning must come from the upper world, or even a higher realm. A battle that has triggered such thunder, what kind of figure is Senior Yi? He stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and said, Senior Yi only used a single strand of chaos thunder energy. Wu Yi the Great Emperor's avatar was reduced to nothing, even ignoring the need to transform and speak with him. It seems that in the eyes of Yi Senior, whether it's the old man, the Yen family, or Wu Yi the Great Emperor, they are all mere insects. The bad karma surrounding the old man is indeed thanks to the imperial decree granted by Qin Chi Lu. In a moment of anger, he decisively turned his head. Fortunately, Yi Senior discovered and helped me cut it off. It is hard to guarantee that the Guqin kingdom does not have malicious intentions and acted intentionally. I will definitely go personally to demand an explanation. Inside the Yen Tian Shan sensed what was happening outside and said with a smile, Good, Shi Men Lei who has left the imperial capital to personally confront the Guqin kingdom. Looking at Shi Men Senior's demeanor, even if the old man Chen Qi Lu does not die, he will definitely be skinned alive. Once the primordial energy of the old ancestor Gu Qin kingdom is severely depleted, the soldiers of the Gu Qin kingdom will surely lose their morale. If that happens, won't the armies of De Yen and De Xia charge forward without any obstacles, as easily as splitting bamboo? In the imperial capital of the Gu Qin kingdom, Shimen Lei, who has now arrived here with a vigorous presence. Chen Qi Lu, he stepped out, bewildered, and asked, Shimen Sr., what is happening? As soon as Shimen Lei who saw him, he shot out chains to bind him. Shimen Lei who began to ask, what exactly is strange about the imperial decree? Speak. At this moment, Chen Qi Lu still tried to argue, it's just an imperial decree issued by the Wu Yi Great Emperor to protect the world. Upon hearing the response, Shimen Lei who became even angrier and unleashed his power. Good, at this point, you still dare to gamble on luck. If you don't want to reveal the truth, then there's no need to talk anymore. Chen Qi Lu, frightened, stammered. You cannot kill me, I am a descendant of the Wu Yi Great Emperor. Shimen Lei who squinted and said with a faint smile, Wu Yi Great Emperor? In front of Yi Senior, he is just a third-rate false god. As he spoke, he gathered his killer move, anyone who dares to obstruct the holy will of Yi Senior to unify Zhongzhou, die. He then struck Chen Qi Lu, sending him flying high and far. For the holy will to unify the world of Yi Senior, I would wipe out the entire Gu Qin royal family, so what? Chen Qi Lu spat blood and fell backward. After dealing with him, Shimen Lei who turned and continued into the interior, stating, Gu Qin clan, today shall be annihilated. 5 hurried years passed. On the Beihuang ice plain, the coffin seal binding Du Gu Qing Feng for 9 lifetimes was about to break. In Nanling, as the demon clan stirred, a white bird flew by to announce, Spirit Fox Demon Supreme, hurry to discuss the grand plan of the demon clan. Spirit Fox Demon Supreme 2C closed the door to the guests, refusing to join the battle. 2C waved his hand, sending the bird away, and then directly entered Yuhu City, closing the door behind him. In these 5 years, the De Yen Kingdom, under the name of Chongqing Saint, received the heavenly mandate, sweeping across endlessly, unifying Zhongzhou. Nangong Xian Su and Si Xiu Jinping continuously advanced to the Great Ascension realm, just 1 step away from ascended. Several holy masters also successively broke through the long stagnant cultivation barrier. Only Chang Xian Jinren, Su Ji Tian, and Duan Changde, all at the integration realm, sighed and said, Hey brother, why is the spiritual energy of Tai Xian Holy Land decreasing every day? He Chang Xian, whose cultivation had not improved and was at the void refine realm, said, It's all been used by Yi Tian Xin first. The seal of Bei Ling has become very weak. It seems that the emergence of the female demon emperor is inevitable. Over these years, Yi Master has remained in seclusion, and I don't know how he is progressing. Meanwhile, in Shaoqi town, Yi Changqing also opened his eyes. He picked up a primordial stone and said, The speed of refining primordial stones is getting faster and faster, but why isn't my progress as quick? He simply crushed the primordial stone, looking at the spiritual energy fluctuating in his hand, and said, Since 2 years ago after the golden elixir, I can finally circulate the spiritual energy in my body freely. He cried and said, But I'm just an ordinary golden elixir cultivator. It took breaking apart 1,000 primordial stones to reach this stage. The manifestation, how can the Yuaning behind bear this? At this moment, Shu Old Man called out, Master. Yi Changqing stood up and looked at Shu Old Man, happily asking, Lu Tree, you finally woke up. 5 years ago, when I suddenly heard you speak, I thought I had hallucinated during my cultivation. Shu Old Man replied, I must thank the fragment of the Tao that you bestowed upon me, my cultivation has recovered more than half already. Yi Changqing looked at the beam of light in surprise, and Shu Old Man said, Now I can take form. Shu Old Man gradually transformed into a human shape, revealing a girl with a cold expression. She slowly descended and spoke, Xiao Lu pays respects to the master. Yi Changqing still couldn't react in time and suddenly exclaimed, What the hell, it's a lowly. Xiao Lu landed and asked in confusion, Lowly. Is that my new name? Yi Changqing scratched his head and laughed, saying, No, this is a compliment to you. Yi Changqing propped his chin, observing her with confusion, but 3 years ago, I clearly remember your voice being very deep. Xiao Lu cleared her throat and replied, back then I was still young and going through voice change. Yi Changqing smacked his hand in realization, so that's how it was. At Bei Huang's frozen land, a rift opened, an immense power erupted, and the dark aura gradually spread everywhere. A voice murmured, the humiliation of that year, how could I forget? The sins are due to karma, divine punishment from the body. A girl with horns on her head looked up at the rift, flying straight up and saying, just wait for me to lead my clan, we shall return once more today. She soared with great authority above. The magic clan member below couldn't help but joyfully exclaim, finally, the Emperor Sovereign has broken the seal. Our magic clan has been trapped in this miserable place for many years, and we finally have a chance to return to Zhongzhou. Dugu Qingfeng soared above, looking down at the magic clans below, saying, you all step back. A surge of power erupted, and the magic clans below responded, understood, as they retreated. The old ancestor clenched his fists, rising with anger. Before the 9 ages, the 7th ancestor of the Tao sect left a thread of his soul, forming a seal that kept my presence confined here. I have waited a long time for this day. In Du Gu Qingfeng's hand at this moment was a blue orb filled with spiritual energy. Suddenly, a voice echoed, Du Gu Qingfeng, forged through 9 lifetimes, you have become even stronger. I hope you will show mercy to the human clan for the sake of the Taoists of the past 9 lifetimes. Du Gu Qingfeng gritted her teeth, letting out a scornful shout, if it weren't for the 7th ancestor's coercion back then, how could he have been seriously injured by you? In the moment of danger, he chose to give his life to open the portal to protect me, yet you were relentless, chasing to kill, and then cursed my seal through 9 lifetimes. Do you still have the face to plead with me? As she spoke, she waved her hand to dissipate a remnant soul. We are not afraid to tell you that I will definitely lead the blood purification of the Zhongzhou clan. All of this karma is borne by your Tao sect. Then a somewhat weak voice echoed, asking, then where is the one who played the Huafan piece? 9 lifetimes have passed, if he is still devoted to the Tao sect, do you still wish to blood purify Zhongzhou? After 9 lifetimes, you still cannot forget that person. Du Gu Qingfeng, it seems that the word love is still your weakness, so we can rest assured that we will annihilate you. Du Gu Qingfeng silently descended below, thinking, back then, you did not want to see the 2 clans, human and demon, clash in battle. Even if it meant death, you wanted to protect a glimmer of vitality for the magic clan. Du Gu Qingfeng gradually landed, and the magic clan below spoke in unison. We pay our respects to the Emperor Sovereign Lord. We welcome the Emperor Sovereign back. Du Gu Qingfeng remained silent, lost in thought. Even after so many lifetimes, only you can play this Huafan piece. But what if you truly are in the Tao sect? Du Gu Qingfeng waved his hand and said loudly, when I broke the sealing formation, I was swallowed, perhaps it will take a few more days to recover. We need a long-term plan for attacking Zhongzhou. In the 10,000 Mountains Wulong Valley, in the Demon Clan's conference room, Ming Ju Shan addressed everyone present. The reason for inviting the leaders of the clans here today is to share some good news. Today, there have been unusual movements in Bei Huang. If nothing unexpected occurs, it seems that the Emperor Sovereign, who has been sealed for 9 lifetimes by the demon sect, has appeared. Tu Si darkened his expression and exclaimed, what? Everyone began to ask in confusion, is it true? I guessed that the Emperor Sovereign would definitely appear within 10 years, and only 5 years have passed so far. The beautiful life of our demon clan is about to begin. Ming Ju Shan said maliciously, that's right, once the demon sect launches a massive attack on Zhongzhou, our demon clan can take the opportunity to invade from the Nanling borders. At that time, the vast land of Zhongzhou will be like something in our pockets. You may not know, but Zhongzhou still preserves numerous inheritances left by our senior demon clan. This inheritance will help you step into a higher realm, the blue-haired man said excitedly, slamming the table. What? Ming Ju Shan replied, it will even greatly benefit the ascension to the upper world. The others nodded in agreement, saying, as long as you give the order, we will boldly face the heat of battle without hesitation, and upon returning to Zhongzhou, we will definitely act. Ming Ju Shan laughed heartily and said, then what could be better than that? Tu Si, with a serious face, had always been attentive to the demeanor of Lord Qiulong. She thought to herself, with such numerous benefits and no drawbacks, why is Lord Qiulong, the top strategist of the demon clan, still silent? Could it be that Lord Qiulong shares the same thoughts as I do? Yi Senior, having hidden for many years, may not grasp the situation in Zhongzhou. If the demon clan acts rashly now, it's like stepping into the mouth of a tiger. After thinking it through, she resolutely stood up and said, "Everyone, our Linghu clan has a sparse population and will not participate in the battle. We will forever remain in Nanling Qingqiu and will not join the Zhongzhou Great Dao." Upon hearing this, the others felt a bit displeased with her and asked, "2C Demon Supreme, what do you mean by that? Today, I finally have the chance to return to Zhongzhou, yet you, representing the entire Linghu clan, are letting it go. Have you completely forgotten the grudge from when the demon clan was driven away?" Mingju Shan scoffed and said, "Everyone, you are misunderstanding the intentions of 2C Demon Supreme. Everyone knows that the Linghu clan has always been afraid of death and has relied on powerful families. Initially, there was even a plan to arrange a marriage with our Black Tiger clan." 2C gritted his teeth and said with a dark face, "You." Mingju Shan continued to mockingly lean on his hand, who knew that Tu Shernyan, born with a promiscuous nature, would run away from her engagement, follow He Huang to Zhongzhou, and even take a human clan cultivator with extraordinary magical talent as her master. It seems that the Linghu clan has decided to rely on this strong human clan, hence choosing to avoid conflict. 2C retorted, "If Shernyan is willing to befriend a human clan cultivator, that is the weakness of the Linghu clan. Yet, your grandson Ming Yen was once punished for offending a subordinate of this human clan cultivator by being personally executed by you. This also proves that you fear the human clan and are willing to be their hunting dog." Mingju Shan, provoked to the point of fury, slammed the table and shouted, "Indeed, an old mouth overpowers reason." At this moment, Lord Qiulong slowly spoke up, "Don't overdo it." He turned to ask 2C, the Demon Supreme, "What exactly is the reason for your Linghu clan avoiding battle?" 2C stroked his chin and replied, "I suspect that the master whom Shernyan has honored is an existence surpassing the Emperor Sovereign of the human clan." Upon hearing this, everyone began to discuss, an existence surpassing the Emperor Sovereign? What level of cultivation must that be? 2C the Demon Supreme, how do you know? How could Zhongzhou possibly have such a character? Mingju Shan contemptuously retorted, "It's all just threats. If that master is indeed an existence surpassing the Emperor Sovereign, why would he be content in a small corner like Zhongzhou?" 2C glanced at him and asked, "Have you forgotten the death of Mingju Dang?" Upon hearing this, Mingju Shan's veins bulged as he shouted, "Dare you mention that?" 2C continued, "Fire and thunder intersect, a phenomenon of merging fire and lightning, suffering the punishment of fire burning and thunder striking. This is the outcome that Lord Qiulong has deduced." Lord Qiulong also spoke up to confirm, "Yes, on that day, I used divination techniques with that person, and from beginning to end, this one was all chaos, and I was immediately warned that I would be swallowed." 2C continued, "The truth is that the Emperor Sovereign Zhongzhou ordered the ancient thousand-year-old tree to become a servant, commanding it to kill Mingju Dang who dared to invade Zhongzhou in the blink of an eye. Mingju Shan and Lord Qiulong were both taken aback, killed in the blink of an eye, treating the ancient tree as a servant." Seeing the expressions on both of their faces, 2C chuckled and added, "And what is the cause?" Coincidentally, that Emperor Sovereign happened to be hungry and wanted to taste the meat of the black tiger, so you could just charge into Zhongzhou. But if one day that senior wants to try the meat of another Demon Supreme and catches you to serve as snacks, then don't blame me for not warning you in advance. The other Demon Supremes thought of the crackling fire roasting meat and couldn't help turning pale. Both of them then awkwardly said, "I suddenly feel that staying in Nanling isn't so bad. Indeed, the picturesque scenery is very suitable for retirement." Old Nyo also spoke up to deny the previous statements, "Add another 100,000 years, I will soon die anyway. I'd rather stay in the countryside fishing and hunting birds, eating my mother's home-cooked meals." Mingju Shan was so angry that his veins were popping. He yelled in fury, "Shut your mouth." He unleashed a move, shouting, 2C, don't even think about shaking the morale of the demon clan in attacking Zhongzhou, it's a delusion. If this person truly has the cultivation as you said, then he will not act easily. Tu Si waved his hand to break his technique. Ming Ju Shan continued, the higher the cultivation, the heavier the karma. Once he intervenes in the disputes between human, demon, and magic of the three realms, he will surely be eliminated by heavenly Tao. He glanced at Lord Qiulong and said, the grand endeavor of the revival of my demon clan is more important than that unknown strong individual. Which is more important? Lord Qiulong exhaled and replied, I dare not fully calculate the fortune, I'm afraid of heavenly Tao's unpredictability. Alright, you all can go. Ming Ju Shan happily said, alright. From today, the tribes gather in the outskirts of Nanling to train their troops, waiting for the orders of our Lord. As for you, Tu Si, Supreme Demon, I command you and your kin not to leave Qingqiu any further. If you defy this order, I will personally annihilate the entire Ling Hu clan. Tu Si trembled but could not refute. She decisively turned to leave while secretly smiling with satisfaction, thinking, Yi Senior is indeed not easy to deal with. But in the Tao sect, those with profound cultivation willingly submit to his commands. You all can go, but the day you attack Zhongzhou might as well be the day your clan is extinct. In the demon sect's royal palace, Dugu Qingfeng sat in contemplation about the words of that person. Where is the one who played the Huafan tune? If he joins the Tao sect, do you still wish to bathe in the blood of Zhongzhou? She thought with a headache, indeed, although I despise the Tao sect of the human clan very much, if he steps forward to obstruct, how should I face that? If it weren't for him playing the Huafan tune multiple times, I wouldn't have been able to escape from the bronze coffin. Perhaps he is still like in those years, not wanting to see any of us suffer harm. Several hurried footsteps entered, and the magic clan members simultaneously entered, clasping their fists and saying, We greeting Emperor Sovereign. Dugu Qingfeng looked down at them and said, No need for such formalities. One of them clasped his fists and said, Emperor Sovereign Lord, have you made a decision? We are eager to attack Zhongzhou and spill the blood of the Tao sect. Dugu Qingfeng frowned and asked, Why do you say that? The other replied, Years ago, the human clan forced our magic clan to the impoverished lands. This grudge is equivalent to the humiliation of our extermination. Now, if you can break the formations at the Zhongzhou border, with one command, we shall be able to level Zhongzhou. Before he finished speaking, his eyes widened. Dugu Qingfeng struck a move that pierced through him. Watching him disappear, Dugu Qingfeng coldly asked, Are you all like him, keen on bathing the Tao sect in Zhongzhou in blood? The two remaining members bowed their heads in fear and replied, We dare not, we dare not. At this moment, the atmosphere fell silent, no one spoke further. Dugu Qingfeng said, I have decided to launch an attack on Zhongzhou in the next few days. The two below did not dare to say anything further and responded, We will obey the orders of the Emperor Sovereign. Dugu Qingfeng continued, However, once we enter Zhongzhou, we must not openly slaughter the human clan. The others exchanged confused looks, thinking, No slaughtering. Our clan has suffered enough, it's all the fault of the human clan. Why not? Is it because of that Huafan man? One cautiously replied, We will obey the orders of the Emperor Sovereign. However, the human clan sees us as fierce beasts in a raging flood. If we are to avoid creating killing karma, we must seize the best cultivation land in Zhongzhou, fight for our clan, and seize the opportunity. Dugu Qingfeng said nothing further and allowed the gathering of the army from the northern border to attack Zhongzhou tomorrow. We will obey the orders of the Emperor Sovereign. Meanwhile, the group of Su Ji Tian, Luo Wanfeng, and Duan Changde had gathered. Luo Wanfeng greeted, Duan brother, Su brother. Duan Changde and Su Ji Tian replied tensely, Wanfeng, the Emperor Sovereign of the Heavenly Demon sect has emerged, hasn't he? What is the current situation in Beiling? Luo Wanfeng also said with a dark face, The situation is unstable, so it would be better to go inside the hall and discuss long-term plans. A voice calling, Zi Qing Holy Master, made Su Ji Tian turn his head. Nangong Xian Su and Si Xiu Jinping also came over. Su Ji Tian cupped his fists in greeting. Nangong Senior, Si Xiu Senior, long time no see. I see the aura of cultivation around both of you now fluctuating. It seems you have reached the final stage of the Great Ascension realm. returning to your former selves. Nan Gongxian Su and Si Xiao Jinping both chuckled lightly and said, "We still have to thank Yi Senior for the training and opportunities he provided us 6 years ago." Su Ji Tian gestured invitingly. "Let's quickly gather with Chang Xian Dao brother." At this moment, everyone had gathered in the grand hall. Luo Wanfeng also spoke first. "Dear Holy Masters, a few days ago Bei Huang was in chaos, the Luo Holy Land also felt it, therefore my younger sister can be sure that the Emperor Sovereign of the Demon Sect has emerged." Si Xiao Jinping also said, "Indeed, both my old self and Nan Gong have sensed it, which is why we came here." Su Ji Tian asked, "Senior Si Xiao, is there any way to prevent this disaster?" Si Xiao Jinping shook his head and replied, "It's hard to say. I've heard that this demon sect Emperor Sovereign has reached the great ascension realm since ancient times, and is very close to ascending." Nan Gongxian Su added, "Moreover, it's rumored that she not only masters the ancient demon sect techniques but has also cultivated many supreme secret arts of the human clan." Si Xiao Jinping grimaced and said, "Even if my old self and brother Nan Gong join forces, we might not be able to withstand 3 moves from her." Luo Wanfeng continued, "Not to mention, she has been sealed for 9 generations, yet she can still attempt to break free, which surely indicates her strength has experienced a tremendous breakthrough." Duan Changde also remarked, "Furthermore, as long as Senior Yi from the Tai Xian Holy Land is willing to step forward, he would be able to drive the female demon leader out of Zhongzhou." He Changxian silently shook his head. Bai Ling frowned and spoke, "Brother Duan, it's too early to say that. Experts who reach the level of Senior Yi generally do not act recklessly, to avoid unnecessary entanglements of karma." He Changxian said, "Bai Ling, you are absolutely right. In these 5 years, Yi Master has always closed the door and refused to meet, it seems he must have this intention." Duan Changde, with a tense expression, said, "What should we do now? If Yi Senior does not take action, then no one in Zhongzhou can fight against the demon sect Emperor Sovereign. Is the Dao sect in Zhongzhou about to perish?" Luo Wanfeng, resting his chin on his hand, expressed his concern. "Once the demon sect breaks through the northern border, the monsters in Nanling will definitely take advantage of the chaos. If there is any good fortune, it will be little, if disaster comes, it will be much." Si Xiao Jinping then said, "For now, there is still one way, which is to invite the 4 great guardian ancient clans of Zhongzhou to come out of their mountains." Everyone was surprised to hear this. The 4 great ancient clans? That's right, the 5 great holy lands, the 8 great sects, and the 4 great ancient clans are our last hope. If the 4 great ancient clans are willing to intervene, then that would be wonderful. Si Xiao Jinping continued, "Moreover, I have a feeling that Yi Senior will not just sit back and watch the human clan be destroyed. Although he is an Emperor Sovereign, he ultimately comes from the human clan." He just spoke again, stood up, and cupped his hands, saying, "Gentlemen, if the demon sect Emperor Sovereign has appeared, it is certain that the demon sect army will soon gather, preparing to attack Zhongzhou. We need to save ourselves." Everyone stood up in unison, cupping their hands in response. "We are all ears." Si Xiao Jinping continued, "De Luo, Yin Yang, Ziqing, Gu Hua, the 4 major holy lands must immediately assemble their disciples and go to Nanling and Beiling in turn to strengthen defenses, preventing the demon clan and magic clan from attacking while we are unprepared." Everyone responded, "Understood." Tai Xian Holy Land is located in Zhongzhou and can serve as a rear support. Tai Xian Holy Master, you need to keep an eye on the movements of Yi Master. He Changxian nodded and said, "I understand." Si Xiao Jinping then turned to call Nan Gong Laodai. "The 2 of us need to make a trip to personally invite the 4 major ancient clans to Shaoqi Town for persuasion. Perhaps Yi Senior will no longer stand by and watch." Nan Gongxian so happily replied, "Si Xiao brother, wise advice." Both Si Xiao Jinping and Nan Gongxian so embraced their roles and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the great enemy is right before us. Our Zhongzhou Dao sect shares the same grievance, united against the foreign invaders. We have only one goal, to invite Master Yi to come out of seclusion." On this side, Yi Changqing was still observing Xiao Lu with admiration. "In just 10 short years, you've managed to cultivate into a human form. How did you achieve that? Can you teach me? What is your secret?" He Huang also gave a thumbs up and transmitted praise. Shu brother, or rather, Shu sister, congratulations on your cultivation achieving human form. Xiao Lu coldly glared at him and cursed, you and your ancestors. Yi Changqing continued to speak to her, 10 years ago, when I brought you home, I thought you were just a piece of wood struck by lightning. Remembering when Yi Changqing was happily digging in the ground, he hummed, wood struck by lightning is a treasure, useful for warding off evil. Watching her gradually grow up, Yi Changqing was somewhat astonished. Wood struck by lightning, and it even sprouts? By the time she had grown into a tall willow tree, Yi Changqing still couldn't believe it. Truly resilient, and you've grown so lush like this. Xiao Lu also responded to him. At that moment Xiao Lu was indeed like a piece of wood struck by lightning, a willow tree struck by the thunderbolt, and thanks to the master's diligent care, could restore her cultivation. As for the 10 years of transformation, in the past few years, Xiao Lu saw her master compose poetry, play chess, and paint. Each action contained the boundless essence of the great Tao, and after hearing it often, she rapidly progressed. Yi Changqing listened to her and asked with some doubt, Xiao Lu, where did you come from before you were struck by the thunderbolt? How was your cultivation? Xiao Lu replied, I come from the secret realm No Return, but I don't remember my cultivation clearly anymore. Yi Changqing, upon hearing this, darkened his face and thought to himself, secret realm No Return, the Tai Xian Holy Lands Library once mentioned it, that's an extremely dangerous forbidden zone for life. This girl must have had a hard life there. Xiao Lu added, I only remember that everyone in the secret realm called me Lu God. Yi Changqing unexpectedly thought, God. Xiao Lu looked at him and said, my master can't call me Lu God, that would be too arrogant. Yi Changqing paused to think. Others call you Lu God, and you call me master, so who is more arrogant? He held his head and spoke to her. Then let's call each other in our own way. Xiao Lu looked at him expressionlessly and contemplated. Recently, I can feel the essence of fate enveloping the master's courtyard becoming more refined. It seems the master's cultivation is bearing fruit, there's even a high possibility of moving away from the mortal realm. Yi Changqing sighed, still unsure of what she was thinking, muttering, so I just become your master, huh? Xiao Lu seemed to have realized something as her eyes widened. The world after ascending is vast, with complicated forces and entanglements. If the master ascends and moves away from the mortal realm, we might never meet again. She stepped forward and grabbed the corner of his clothing, making him look down. She earnestly looked at him and said, Xiao Lu is willing to follow the master to repay the favor of rebirth. Yi Changqing was taken aback, his expression darkening as he thought of being bound and led away. Wow, Yi Changqing, you're quite impressive, huh? Calm down now. He Huang scratched his head in confusion and looked at Xiao Lu, asking, Lu God, why are you suddenly taking the opportunity to express your loyalty? Xiao Lu looked back at him and said, you fool. Where did your supreme realm cultivation go? If my guess is correct, it won't be long before the master distances himself from the mortal world, so you should quickly take this time to show your respect to him. Both He Huang and Tu Shinian were startled and shouted, what? Yi Changqing looked at Xiao Lu with sparkling eyes in helplessness and thought, it seems Lu God has been influenced by Miss Tu and He Huang, both thinking I am some extraordinary expert or something. Tu Shinian also approached and asked, does the master have any instructions? Yi Changqing held back a laugh and asked, instructions? All three of them, He Huang, were nodding excitedly like firewood. Yi Changqing also smiled and said, nothing at all. After you three transform into human forms, it probably won't affect your cultivation in the future, right? He Huang replied confidently, Master, don't worry, He Huang and Shinian have already reached the demon supreme realm and are waiting for opportunities to break through the realm. Little Lu also spoke, Master, it is difficult for me to make any further breakthroughs in this world, I no longer need to cultivate. Yi Changqing was shocked and thought, no longer need to cultivate? He ran off crying and said, good, the future is promising. I'm going to rest for a bit, you three can feel free to do as you please. He Huang responded, yes. As Yi Changqing left, he cried softly, comforting himself, cheer up, Yi Changqing, at least you have three powerful attendants that can roam this world. He Huang turned to call out, Shu brother, why did you say the master is about to disappear? Little Lu, looking serious, began to present his reasoning. 5 years ago, the master never cultivated, just stayed in the town playing the lute and painting every day. But in recent years, the master has started to cultivate regularly, and the speed and efficiency of refining primordial stones have continuously increased. In these 5 years, he has refined tens of thousands of primordial stones. It is necessary to rely on such a violent spirit to advance cultivation, so there is only one truth. In the end, the master decided to awaken the power to return to the upper world. Both of them were astonished by this reasoning. What? Tu Shunyan said with tearful eyes, Master, it's uncertain whether we can accompany you when that time comes. Xiao Lu pointed at her and shouted, what are you crying about? If we already know there will be a day of parting, then we must protect the master well during this limited time. Outside Shaoqi town, the person sitting in the carriage asked out loud, Xian Su, is the senior you mentioned who imparts the profound true meaning meditating here? Nan Gong Xian Su replied, yes, it is right here, aunt. A pair of hands gently lifted the curtains of the carriage. She was Mu Rong Li Zhou, who had taken on the position of the current Mu Rong family master. She then asked, is Yi Senior really living in seclusion here? Nan Gong Xian Su smiled and answered, Yi Senior has skills that rival the magical powers of heaven and earth, and with many cultivation methods, both of you should certainly be able to sense it. The contemporary master of the Nan Gong family, Nan Gong Qingming, also got off the carriage and said, is it really the handwriting of Senior Yi? Standing before Shaoqi town, the spiritual energy rushed out from inside. Mu Rongli Zhou could tell at a glance that it was him. In this world, apart from Senior Yi, no one else could possess such magical talent. Nan Gong Xian Su clasped his hands and said, Aunt, as I previously requested, I hope to invite you and Lady Mu Rong to persuade Senior Yi to come down the mountain and save the beings of the human realm with the status of family master of the 4 great ancient clans. Nan Gong Qingming's expression darkened, and her tone became colder as she said, Xian Su, you should know very well that the teachings of the 4 great ancient clans state that one can only enter the world when the Tao sect of Zhongzhou encounters catastrophic disaster. Nan Gong Xian Su again clasped his hands in reply, and, only by inviting Mr. Yi can the Tao sect of Zhongzhou avoid reaching a dead end. Hearing this, Nan Gong Qingming fell silent. Nan Gong Xian Su earnestly added, right now, only Mr. Yi can save Zhongzhou. She fiercely struck her staff on the ground and shouted, nonsense, who could possibly turn this world upside down with the palm of their hand? From above, there was the voice of someone calling, Qingming, we have neglected worldly matters for 1,000 years, it is time to listen to reason. Junior. Upon seeing the individual descend, Nan Gong Qingming unexpectedly called out, Hu Yen brother. Have you exited? The 3 of them approached in succession, the ancestor of the Shimen clan, Shimen Lei Hu, the master of the 10,000 sword sect, Si Xiu Jinping, and the ancestor of the Hu Yen family, Hu Yen Jinchuan. Mu Rongli Zhou immediately bowed in salute, greetings, Hu Yen Senior. Hu Yen Jinchuan smiled and said, get up. I never thought you all would still remember this old man. After failing to trigger the heavenly tribulation twice, I thought I was on my last legs. I never expected to still be alive thanks to a fake immortal weapon in my body cultivation technique from back in the day. Nan Gong Xian Su and Si Xiu Jinping looked at him in surprise and said, Hu Yen Senior, your magical power is indeed profound, higher than the heavens. Hu Yen Jinchuan then asked directly, is it true that Yi Senior, the one with extraordinary magical talent, is in seclusion here? Nan Gong Xian Su pointed into Shaoqi town without delay and replied, that's right, ahead is his villa. Hu Yen Jinchuan smirked, then raised his hand and threw the thunder knife forward, shouting, go. Si Xiu Jinping asked, somewhat confused, why is Hu Yen Senior using an offensive spell? Hu Yen Jinchuan stomped and flew up, sneering, of course, it's because you all made me extremely uncomfortable with your talk. At my age, it's hard to find a rival, so I must seek some guidance. Si Xiu Jinping panicked and quickly raised his hand, saying, Hu Yen Senior, wait for us. A willow branch suddenly flew in, accompanied by a shout, you're being rude. Hu Yen Jinchuan immediately jumped up to dodge the attack. He turned back to look at the ground where the blow had struck, shocked, what a domineering attack. Xiao Lu flew high, glaring down below, asking, who dares to disturb the master's residence? Nan Gong Xian so looked up and said to the person above, Hu Yen brother means no harm, why act like this? Lei Hu thought of He Huang and frowned, silently saying, Yi Senior is a kind person, but the strong ones around him are definitely not the docile type. Nan Gong Xian so said worriedly, looking at the posture of the divine tree, Yi Senior doesn't like us, does he really want to bother us? Si Xiu Jinping helplessly replied, Nan Gong, yesterday the Ziqing Holy Land in Beiling sent news, that demon sect emperor sovereign is indeed very powerful. The defensive formation at the Beiling border is already extremely dangerous. The life and death of Zhongzhou is very important. If we truly anger Yi Senior, I would also be willing to bear the consequences. Nan Gong Xian Su could only sigh and say nothing. Xiao Lu then launched an attack towards Huyen Jinchuan. She instantly stood right in front of the evil energy of Huyen Jinchuan and asked, Old man, was it you who used the transformation thunder technique? Remembering when Yi Changqing was about to cut her hair, let it grow a little longer. Just a little more. At that moment, the sky thundered again. Yi Changqing looked up and exclaimed, Wow! It's broad daylight and they're firing fireworks. A bolt of lightning struck Yi Changqing and Xiao Lu directly. The two stood there in a daze. Returning to the present, Xiao Lu furiously lashed out with a whip, shouting, Die! Hu Yen Jinchuan, grim-faced, raised his hand, startled by the strength of the strike, thinking, It's too powerful, I almost couldn't withstand it. He released the willow branch, sweating, and asked loudly, Little girl, what are you doing? Xiao Lu did not respond but raised her hand, forming a seal and chanting, Limitless spirit treasure, summon the flame pool, celestial spirit insect, true spirit lotus. Hu Yen Jinchuan looked up in surprise and said, She can actually cast a domain spell. The attack struck directly at Hu Yen Jinchuan. He leaned back, hardly able to believe, thinking, This domain spell has only appeared in ancient times. In this domain spell, the five senses and divine consciousness of the cultivator are sealed, like a mortal sinking into a swamp, completely unable to struggle. Hu Yen Jinchuan fell heavily to the ground, then crawled up respectfully and asked, Who is your senior under in ancient times? Xiao Lu snorted disdainfully but understood him well, You old fool, reincarnating twice and still not able to ascend, daring to be rude in the master's meditation place, do you really think you are invincible? Nan Gong Xian Su and Si Xiu Jinping ran over and asked, Hu Yen Senior, are you okay? As soon as Nan Gong Xian Su raised his eyes, he saw a willow branch swinging towards him, and he widened his eyes and shouted. The willow branch directly struck all three people away. Xiao Lu's eyes went wide with anger as he said, You both know that the master is in meditation, yet you dared to lead outsiders in. What crime have you committed? Nan Gong Xian Su and Si Xiu Jinping immediately knelt down and said, Senior, please do not be angry. We had no choice but to do this. Nan Gong Qingming looked back and called out, Li Zhou, didn't you say that the Yi Senior was gentle and mild? Why is he so violent? Mu Rong Li Zhou frowned and replied, Nan Gong, this person is not Yi Senior. At this moment, Lei Hu loudly cupped his fists respectfully and said, I pay my respects to the Divine Tree Ancient. Everyone was confused upon hearing this, Divine Tree Ancient. At this point, Hu Yen Jinchuan finally asked in surprise, So what exactly is she in relation to Yi Senior? Lei Hu stammered, saying that he was one of the attendants of Yi Senior, the Divine Tree Ancient. These individuals were the protectors of the ancient clan, and they had gathered here today to urge Yi Senior to come out and save the world. Xiao Lu glared, still furious, saying that the master had his own rules when it came to doing things, and he wouldn't compare himself to them. She turned her face away and issued a warning that if there was a next time, they would definitely die. Si Xiu Jinping anxiously called out, Senior, wait. But Xiao Lu unleashed her power and left. Lei Hu sighed and said to everyone that this ancient divine tree was one of the oldest beings in the world, extraordinarily powerful. Now everyone could see that she was willing to accept the master, which meant they knew the true nature of Yi Senior. Hu Yen Jinchuan slowly stood up and also spoke, saying that anyone who could make the ancient divine tree acknowledge them as a master must be quite extraordinary. Nan Gong Qingming looked somewhat dazed and said that he never expected there was still such a person with magical talent existing in this era. his own vision was too narrow. Mu Rongli Zhou remained silent, thinking that since their last farewell, there was unexpectedly a servant under Yi Senior with such extraordinary power. Now, although I have become the patriarch of the Mu Rong ancient clan, I wonder if I can catch Ye's attention. Nan Gong Qingming asked worriedly. Hu Yen brother, the only one who can turn the tide refuses to show himself, what should we do now? Hu Yen Jinchuan responded to the elder's question. His refusal to reveal himself truly aligns with our ancestors' teachings. The Dao sect in Zhongzhou is about to face a life and death moment. Everyone rushed forward in unison. Hu Yen Jinchuan continued, since things have come to this, people of the four ancient clans, prepare to go to Beiling with me, get ready for battle. Meanwhile, on the road, Su Ji Tian led the disciples of Zi Qing to Beiling. Su Ji Tian called out, Qing Shui, you should go back and rest. Qing Shui continued to walk while replying, thank you, Holy Master, I am not tired. The journey to Beiling is long, and in my spare time on the boat, I can play the zither. Su Ji Tian then said, I have arranged everything, this time we will not pass through Shaoqi town on our way to Beiling. Qing Shui replied indifferently, oh. Su Ji Tian looked at her expression and wondered, why isn't this little girl reacting at all? Could it be that I have overestimated the relationship between them? He tried to engage her and continued speaking, a few days ago, I learned some news. For the past few years, Mr. Yi has been in seclusion. Recently, he has been accelerating his cultivation and hasn't met anyone, it seems he will soon withdraw from the secular world. In any case, it's not convenient to speculate on Mr. Ye's intentions. Indeed, this had an effect. Qing Shui seemed surprised and asked, Mr. Yi wants to leave. Su Ji Tian silently admired her, thinking, indeed, this little girl can't hide her feelings. He maintained a calm demeanor and said, that's right, I have discovered you. Qing Shui, your talent is exceptional, at such a young age, you have reached this level in musical law. Don't focus on other matters. In the future, when you ascend to the heavenly realm, you will definitely have a chance to meet Mr. Yi again. Qing Shui remained silent and did not respond. Arriving at Beiling, Qing Shui held her instrument and gazed into the distance, saying to herself, I never expected that the last time I heard Mr. Ye's teachings in Shaoqi town would be a farewell. Two people approached from behind, clasping their fists and calling, Senior Sister Qing Shui, the surrounding barrier formation has been set up. Not only can it support the army at the border, but if the magic clan attacks stealthily, we can trigger an ambush preemptively. Qing Shui slightly bowed and said, thank you for your hard work. The four holy masters are discussing strategies on the airship, and I will convey their messages shortly. The two left, and Qing Shui, feeling sad, said to herself, dark clouds are closing in on the city, the Dao sect seems to be in danger at the foot of the city. However, in historical records, it's merely a trivial matter. The great Dao is elusive, and even though the cultivators of my generation disregard their safety and venture into danger, in the flow of time, it seems like salt in the ocean. Her hand unexpectedly brushed against the instrument. She suddenly realized, so that's it, the reason I cannot play Huafan perfectly is that I haven't thought it through completely. Why do we explore our whole lives yet still be called by the name Huafan? The destination in the eyes of the ordinary people of our generation is merely a narrow boundary with the ascended. Whereas Mr. Ye's destination is a lifetime akin to an inn, going to the place that his heart yearns for. Qing Shui can't help but hide her joy, thinking, Qing Shui understands now, thank you, Mr. Yi. At this moment, the sky changes. Qing Shui stands up and says, there is a disturbance outside the formation. The two holy masters of Zi Qing and De Luo have arrived. Dugu Qing Feng suddenly appears, her face dark, and shouts loudly, who is playing the Huafan piece? Looking down at Qing Shui, she touches the barrier, but is hurt by it and cries out in pain. Inside, Su Ji Tian and Luo Wanfeng are reinforcing the formation, saying, is it the blood rain thunder clouds of Du Gu Qing Feng outside the formation? Luo Wanfeng reassures, Su brother, don't worry. The formation at the Zhongzhou border integrates the power of the three talents, heaven, earth, and humanity, making it very strong in suppressing evil and avoiding danger. No matter how strong Du Gu Qing Feng is, breaking the formation will cause damage to both sides. Du Gu Qing Feng stubbornly reached out her hand and was immediately turned into dry bones. She frowned and said, "What?" Her face darkened as she waved her hand to summon Blood Dance Thundercloud to launch a blow, shouting, "Go!" Instantly, the barrier shattered. Luo Wanfeng panicked and said, "The formation has been broken." Du Gu Qing Feng chuckled lightly and said, "Ignorant Taoist, the universe is defined here." Du Gu Qing Feng looked down at Qing Shui and asked, "Were you just playing the Huafan piece?" She asked in surprise, "Why is it a woman?" Du Gu Qing Feng angrily launched an attack, shouting, "This piece of music was composed by him and me together back then. Not only is it proficient in musical theory, but it also comprehends the heart realm that only music creators have, and only they can break the restrictions within." Qing Shui remained calm as she looked up at Du Gu Qing Feng, thinking, but initially when Mr. Yi played this piece, he did not encounter any of the difficulties she mentioned. Could it be that Mr. Yi has a deeper connection with this music? It's very likely he composed it himself. Du Gu Qing Feng raised both hands high, laughing madly. Magical powers tease, if the one playing the Hua Fan piece is not him. Then you don't need to hold back anymore, Su Ji Tian said with a frown. Du Gu Qing Feng, during your ancient demon sect era, you slaughtered the innocent and enslaved the human clan. He, along with Luo Wanfeng and Qing Shui, flew up and added, the magic clan has just been expelled from Zhongzhou for 10,000 years. 10,000 years have passed, and the magic clan not only has not repented but also dares to hope to return to Zhongzhou. We, the members of the Dao sect, swear to uphold the will of our ancestors. Today, we will fight for the countless lives of Zhongzhou and for the Dao sect's legacy in Zhongzhou. Du Gu Qing Feng replied with a faint smile, in the eyes of you Taoists, there is only evil. Now I give you two choices. One is to close all the killing formations set up in Beiling, withdraw your forces, and release my kin into Zhongzhou. I can still grant your human clan a piece of land to cling to life in Zhongzhou. Luo Wanfeng and Su Ji Tian looked at her with expressions filled with evil energy. Luo Wanfeng gathered his strength again, laughing with interest. The second choice is for you to personally take action to destroy us, but when that time comes, you will make your human clan eternal slaves, with no chance of rising again. Su Ji Tian had no choice but to tell Luo Wanfeng, let's take a risk with her. The two intended to charge forward. Du Gu Qing Feng raised both hands and recited a spell, Mak Goen Bat Lin. That spell struck directly at the barrier. A loud noise caused Qing Shui to exclaim. Su Ji Tian frowned and said, the blood rain thunder is indeed powerful. At this moment, Duan Changde and Bai Ling arrived and called out, Su brother, Wan Feng junior sister. Du Gu Qing Feng clasped his hands together and said, let's die together, fulfilling your wishes. With her soul, the demon god descends, my body is immortal, the demon fire is boundless. Su Ji Tian anxiously shouted, the protection talisman has been suppressed by the demon energy and is completely ineffective now, quickly take out the magic weapon to protect yourselves. At that moment, a spear suddenly attacked. A chill approached, then the spear struck like a dragon. Bai Ling firmly held the spear and charged towards Du Gu Qing Feng. The disciples below saw this and rejoiced, in Bai Holy Master's hands, there is a fake immortal weapon, this gives us a chance of victory. A killer move was unleashed, unexpectedly causing Du Gu Qing Feng to retreat. Su Ji Tian was delighted to see this and said, the female demon leader cannot withstand the attack of the fake immortal weapon. Bai Ling, this method works. We must sacrifice our magic weapon today to kill her right here. The four of them took out their magic weapons and aimed them at Du Gu Qing Feng. Du Gu Qing Feng smiled disdainfully, not taking these actions seriously. She gathered her energy again and said, Tai Shua Long Gam, Shen Van Tien Tu. A true dragon appeared with immense pressure. Upon seeing the true dragon, everyone was surprised and exclaimed, she still has true dragon energy in her hands. Du Gu Qing Feng said arrogantly, have you all forgotten? The first true dragon of ancient Hong Huang was transformed by my magic clan. Feel the power of the immortal weapon of the top magic clan. Bai Ling suggested that since they could not compete with her immortal weapon, they must strike first. He raised his spear and said, Lu Tin Can Noyet. He threw a spear towards Du Gu Qing Feng and shouted, "Go!" Du Gu Qing Feng, unfazed, lightly brought the flute to her mouth and blew. Just one action created a barrier to shield her. Bai Ling exclaimed in shock, "What, even without using any magic power, you can directly neutralize the attack of the fake immortal weapon, that is the snow spear crafted from the legendary extreme cold iron?" Du Gu Qing Feng dropped his hands, throwing the spear back at Bai Ling and said, "Even back then, even if your master Gu Hua had wielded this spear, he still lost to me. Now you think you can fight against me just by relying on yourself." The three of Su Ji Tian, Luo Wanfeng, and Duan Changde formed seals and recited, "Jade Bone Sword, Heavenly Net, Divine Wind Trick." Du Gu Qing Feng cackled wickedly, "If you are not afraid of death, come here." But with just a wave of Du Gu Qing Feng's hand, all magic weapons were reflected back, the grand formation was broken, causing Su Ji Tian to spit out blood. Luo Wanfeng hurried over to support him, calling, "Su brother." Duan Changde also rushed over, saying, "By brother, their internal defenses are all connected to the divine weapon, and now the divine weapon has been destroyed." Bai Ling clutched her chest, her face dark with disbelief. You can destroy the fake divine weapon so easily?" Du Gu Qing Feng laughed heartily. "I already told you, when the ancient dragon chant is unleashed, lightly it can destroy divine weapons, heavily it can obliterate souls. The great wilderness dragon bone flute of our magic clan has been the #1 immortal weapon in the mortal realm for tens of thousands of years. A few fake immortal weapons think they can stand against me. It's truly laughable and naive. Since you are so naive, I will broaden your horizons." An ominous energy immediately enveloped the area. The energy swept by, and luckily Su Ji Tian managed to evade it in time. He asked everyone in confusion, "What should we do now?" At that moment, a scream of, "Help me," startled Su Ji Tian into turning around. "Isn't this the formation we're using against the demon sect? The killing formation is self-destructing." Du Gu Qing Feng looked down at this chaotic scene with delight and asked, still not willing to admit defeat, "Let me see how much more of my attacks you can endure." Meanwhile, Yi Changqing inside the garden was planting flowers. Xiao Lu, puzzled, wondered, why is the master suddenly planting flowers? Yi Changqing piled earth for the flowers. Planting flowers is also an elegant task, and picking flowers can be used to make perfume, dried flowers, and can also be given as gifts to others. Xiao Lu, confused, asked again, "For whom?" Yi Changqing smiled softly while holding a flower, "For those who treat me well. For example, you, Shen Yan, He Huang, and also the Tai Xian Holy Master. There is a saying that giving roses brings pleasant fragrance, meaning that treating others well will also bring joy to oneself." He looked a bit saddened as he gazed at the roses and continued, "That's true. It has been a while since the old man came to find me." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu felt the words hit close to home and turned away to cough lightly. At this moment, at the northern border of Zhongzhou, Su Ji Tian and He Changxian were standing looking at the sky. Su Ji Tian expressed his gratitude, "He brother, thank you for sending the reinforcements in time. Bai Lao Di and Wan Feng junior sister can temporarily withdraw south to recuperate." He Changxian looked towards the camp and said, "Once they recover, have them hold the southern border." Recently, the demon clan has been stirring, not giving up on their ambition to return to Zhongzhou. The military base here will take a few days to rebuild, which is a disadvantage for everyone. Is the female demon leader really declaring war? Su Ji Tian tiredly nodded, "That's right, she used the #1 immortal weapon, the Great Desolation Dragon Bone Flute, to break the entire formation we set up." Recalling Du Gu Qing Feng's words, "The entire restriction of the Dao sect in Zhongzhou has been destroyed by me. 3 days later, my clan members will trample over your corpses and march straight into Zhongzhou." Su Ji Tian continued, "Hey brother, it seems that in this world, only Yi is senior enough to suppress this female demon leader again. Didn't Senior Si Xiu go to Shaoqi town with the 4 ancient clans?" He Changxian sighed, "Mr. Yi refuses to show himself, only sending the ancient divine tree to decline visitors." Su Ji Tian was shocked and couldn't believe it. Is Mr. Yi really that ruthless? He Changxian sighed helplessly, "It's hard to say, the patriarch of the 4 ancient clans has already gathered at Tai Xian Holy Land. Preparing for battle, tomorrow after I return, I will find a way, at the very least I must personally meet Mr. Yi once. Could it really be as Yu Jibo said, that the fate of Dao sect Zhongzhou is at an end, on the brink of collapse? Qing Shui was walking when she heard a disciple ask, "Senior sister Wu Shuang, in 3 days we will engage in battle with the magic clan, right?" Qing Shui paused, looking at Wu Shuang and the somewhat anxious disciple. She asked, "Can we really repel the magic clan?" Wu Shuang confidently replied, "Senior sister believes we can do it." "What about you disciples? Are you scared?" The disciple with bangs placed his hand on his chest and replied, "I am not afraid. My wish in cultivation is to protect everyone." Another disciple added, "That's right, even if I die, I will not step back." Wu Shuang smiled slightly, tilting her head, "You all are very brave." The Bang's disciple asked with some confusion, "Senior sister Wu Shuang, the magic clan's power is so strong today, does the Dao sect not have any experts who can fight with them?" Wu Shuang explained, "Of course we do, we have Master Yi from Tai Xian Holy Land, and his cultivation may even be higher than the Emperor Sovereign of the Magic Clan." The short-haired disciple clenched her fists, feeling upset, "Then why won't he show himself?" Wu Shuang shook his head, emphasizing, "Little junior sister, remember this, when a being reaches a realm like the Master, every action they take will influence the direction of heaven and earth, beyond measurement, causing unpredictable consequences. A thought can create peace for the world, while another can plunge sentient beings into suffering. Perhaps him not acting now is actually a way to protect the Dao sect." The female disciple curled up, feeling sad, "All right, it's disappointing not to see the Master in action. Then I hope he blesses me as well, right?" She clasped her hands together, raising her face in prayer. "I, the disciple Li Tianzhen, pray that Yi Master protects us to defeat the magic clan." Other disciples also began to pray, "Please bless us, Yi Master." "I'll try too, I've heard of Yi Master's magical talent for a long time, maybe Yi Master will manifest." Wu Shuang also looked up high. Disciple Lu Wu Shuang, hoping for Yi Master's blessing. Everyone chanted in unison, "May Yi Master bless us. May Yi Master bless the Dao sect. Yi Master, can you see us?" Qing Shui, behind them, used a bit of spiritual energy to raise it high. As the disciples focused on their prayers, several beams of golden light appeared above. These streams of spiritual energy entered their bodies, making them feel very comfortable. They said, "It's so warm, it seems there's an additional wave of peaceful energy in Dantian that doesn't belong to us. My cultivation seems to have improved." They stood up praising, "Awesome, it seems I am about to break through, my weapon has leveled up, let's try it out soon." In Dantian, there seems to be an additional wave of peaceful energy that doesn't belong to us. Wu Shuang raised her hand joyfully and called out, "Yi Master, could it be that you really heard our prayers?" She lowered her eyes, feeling doubly disappointed, continuing, "I would rather you help us in this way than not show your face." 3 days later, Su Ji Tian was soaring high with his disciples on flying swords. He pondered seriously, moreover, the worries from a few days ago were justified. Yi Senior can be cunning and elusive, but only wishes to interfere in the battle of the demonic path in this way. Duan Changde frowned, gripping his sword tightly, thinking, "It seems that in this campaign, we can only save ourselves." Su Ji Tian spoke up and commanded, "At all costs, stop the magic clan from entering Beiling." Du Gu Qing Foam was also flying swiftly toward the group of demons following her. The old white-haired man sensed as he flew, the evil energy is overwhelming. Is this the power of the Emperor Sovereign Demon Sect? At this moment, Du Gu Qing Feng descended with overwhelming force, coldly announcing to them, "The defensive formation at the borders of Beiling and the killing formation you set up have all been completely destroyed by me." Su Ji Tian pounded his chest, loudly calling out Du Gu Qing Feng's name to emphasize, "The magic clan wishes to invade Zhongzhou, unless they step over my dead body." Du Gu Qing Feng frowned, coldly boasting, "Before I advance to Zhongzhou, I have ordered my clansmen not to kill indiscriminately." She unleashed her demonic energy and continued, "But except for those stubbornly resisting." With just the power she emanated, it made the disciples unable to resist. "It's death aura," Su Ji Tian gritted his teeth and said. No need to take action, just relying on those auras can disrupt the morale of the troops. Du Qingfeng leisurely praised, your courage is commendable, I won't take advantage of my strength to bully the weak. On the void-shattering realm side, Du Qingfeng did not hastily continue, if the Dao sect does not have any great ascension realm cultivators participating in the battle, I won't casually take action. She reflected the demonic objects with an army, stating the condition, if you can withstand my hundreds of thousands of tribesmen, then I will admit defeat. She clenched her fist to emphasize, do you dare? Du Qingfeng unleashed her power in all directions, commanding, consider me the flag, lead the magic clan, kill. The demon objects charged fiercely, kill, risk everything against the Dao sect. The old white-haired man formed seals and recited, bind, trapping dragon formation. The disciples behind also flew forward, preparing for battle. In a moment, the rays of power struck down, binding two demon objects. The horned one waved his hand and shouted, fire arrows. Several others drew their bows and simultaneously shot high, encountering the binding dragon formation. Not good, the arrows are imbued with sinister magic. The arrow pierced the disciple, making him realize, is it the pill annihilation talisman? Truly ruthless and malicious. He fell down. The demon object on the other side ordered, continue shooting arrows. The pill annihilation talisman indeed has an effect. Su Ji Tian waved his spiritual energy to block the arrows. The old demon object pointed again, take down all these high-ranking cultivators. Su Ji Tian gritted his teeth, looking at the struggling disciples. The lethality of the pill annihilation talisman is too great, the disciples basically cannot withstand it. Before long, the arrows broke the binding formation. The disciples also fell down, crying, ouch, save me. He collapsed to the ground, and a demon object approached, laughing, a cultivator without magical power. He raised his sword and then brought it down to finish off the disciple, adding, then just go die. Both sides rushed into a fierce fight. Meanwhile, Su Ji Tian was also creating a protective formation to safeguard the disciples. One disciple helped another who was heavily injured and thanked the Holy Master. Su Ji Tian frowned and said, I will personally guard outside, you all can focus on your spellcasting without worry. He lowered his gaze to the battle below, these were disciples from the 5 great holy lands. Unexpectedly, the magic clan had no hesitation in paying such a price. Du Qingfeng stomped her foot and laughed, ha. She looked at Su Ji Tian and continued, it seems that the Dao sect has truly declined in this era. She raised her hand to cast demonic energy mockingly, saying, not even a single great ascension realm expert. Even if you die here today, if this news spreads, others will say that I am taking advantage of the weak. Su Ji Tian pointed and shouted, Du Qingfeng, you manipulate the magic clan to commit wrongdoing. Even if I perish here, heavenly Dao will not spare you. Du Qingfeng raised her hand forward with lightning-like force, that's your funeral, die. Who said there were no great ascension experts? A powerful force sealed off the area where Du Qingfeng stood, she suddenly halted and looked back. Si Xiao Jinping struck forward with a sword, Si Xiao Jinping from the 10,000 sword sect, seeking battle, here comes the sword. Du Qingfeng threw a sword, laughing with delight, okay. Su Ji Tian then expressed his gratitude. Si Xiao Jinping turned around, waved his sword, please return to your camp immediately to recuperate. The 4 great ancient clans are here now. Su Ji Tian clasped his hands in thanks, I'm sorry to trouble you all. Du Qingfeng raised her hand in praise, your sword intent isn't bad, huh? She continued with a smile, but it's a pity that you are still too weak. Si Xiao Jinping was taken aback, then raised his sword behind him, gathering strength for the move, sword chi ascends the river. Du Qingfeng laughed coldly, her hand raised, accumulating overwhelming power as she said, it's a waste of effort. Si Xiao Jinping's sword chi lunged toward her immense power but was completely blocked, making him a bit wary, thinking, this Empress magic clan is indeed not simple. He stepped back, clasped his hands in a seal, and recited, Heavenly Sky Fragment. Heavenly River Sword Intent. The sword intent unleashed by Si Xiao Jinping from his gathered power met Du Gu Qingfeng's formidable move head-on. Nan Gongxian so flew over with several other ancient clan members, awestruck, sword chi like thunder on the sea, sword intent like a tornado, truly incredibly fierce. He looked at the two streams of power with even more surprise. This skill, Tram Chu Trak Ban Thien Pham, was taught to us by Yi a long time ago. Little guy Si Xiao, have you comprehended it entirely? Si Xiao Jinping grimaced, also thinking. This technique was taught to me by Yi Senior. Once fully integrated and understood, I was able to execute it. He raised his sword with the move, Tram Chu Trak Ban Hu Thien Pham, Ko Thursday Tien Dao, Hu Van Mok. Within life lies hidden the intent to kill, and within death, the door to life. If it has been repeated like this, he used force with his sword to stab at Du Gu Qingfeng's move, causing her to exclaim in astonishment, "What?" Si Xiao Jinping's eyes emitted spiritual energy as he charged forward. Although Du Gu Qingfeng is an ancient demon emperor, I have no confidence in winning, but if we engage in a protracted battle, I will ultimately lose. So, I might as well directly use the strongest technique that Yi Senior taught me, a single strike to determine victory or defeat. It's much more refreshing. Du Gu Qingfeng raised the immortal weapon dragon bone flute to her lips and began to play a melody. But I want to see, with your current cultivation, how many sword strikes you can manage. She focused and produced an enchanting sound. Si Xiao Jinping paused as he lunged with a sword strike. What kind of demonic magic is this? He stepped back, dodging the enchanting aura, thinking to himself, I can hardly believe how easily it neutralizes my powerful sword attack. The sword god of old, the demonic energy wrapped around Si Xiao Jinping's sword. Du Gu Qingfeng waved her hand to control the demonic energy. Several other elders raised their hands to use defensive shields. Everyone be careful, this flute is a highly rare evil object. At that moment, another burst of demonic energy struck Si Xiao Jinping. He coughed up blood and had to brace himself with his sword while looking at Du Gu Qingfeng. If we were in ancient times, when I had just entered the emperor realm, your sword strike could indeed match my strength. She laughed and continued, but I have gone through 9 lifetimes in the copper coffin. The mastery of my own power is likely beyond your imagination now. She looked at the other elders arrogantly as if giving orders. Next, all of you should take action together. Hu Yan Zhenchuan charged forward with power and said, you said it yourself, charge ahead. Many streams of power flew towards Du Gu Qingfeng. Following that was Hu Yan Zhenchuan's Sky Destruction Fist, Lei Hu's 5 Ghosts Killing Formation, along with Nan Gong Qingming using the illusory True Body. Mu Rongli Zhou also unleashed power in the intense flames. But even with all this, Du Gu Qingfeng merely tilted her head slightly, avoiding a blast of power, and jumped back to evade the incoming force. She raised her hand to gather energy, both praising and criticizing. Your attacks seem flawless, but in reality, they are strong on the outside and weak on the inside. One strike from me can probe your defenses. She spread her arms and unleashed a dangerous force, cutting Hu Yan Zhenchuan's hand with just a small spark of power. Nan Gong Xiansu was taken aback, his expression grim. Is Hu Yan Senior's intent disrupted? Si Xiao Jinping gritted his teeth, troubled. Even being attacked repeatedly by the experts of the 4 great clans, Du Gu Qingfeng can still calmly counter their assaults. He stared at Du Gu Qingfeng, thinking, it's strange, Du Gu Qingfeng's defense seems so effortless. In essence, she is taking the opportunity to continuously gain insights to enhance her own offensive techniques. If she can do it, then I can too. He closes his eyes, focusing on the sword behind him, gathering strength. Even as the ship sinks, thousands of other ships still pass by. Before a sick tree, there are still tens of thousands of flourishing trees. Today, hearing a military song, I borrow a cup of wine to lift my spirits. On this side, Hu Yan Zhenchuan and Nan Gong Xiansu are both pushed back by the pressure of Du Gu Qingfeng. Nan Gong Qingming and Mu Rongli Zhou are also forced to retreat. The strength of this demoness should not be underestimated. Du Gu Qingfeng mocks, raising his hand, the 4 guardians of the ancient clan, I see they are only capable of this much. She looks over at Si Xiao Jinping in surprise. Is he gaining insight at this moment? She lowers her head in admiration, he has quite a bit of talent. She thinks, he has reached the realm of great ascension, coupled with the sword Dao technique he utilized earlier. If he gains any significant insight, he will be a difficult opponent to handle. She summons her flute again, determined not to let Si Xiao Jinping succeed. Profound heaven is infinite, the sound of death gathering, prohibiting the 8 trigrams, cutting off the 4 directions. Demonic energy begins to move in the air. Hu Yan Jinchuan asks in shock, is she also summoning an ancient domain spell? Du Gu Qing Feng erupts with immense power. The pressure has become so intense that it crushes him in Nangong Xian Su. He squints his eyes upwards. The Demoness ancient domain spell is more powerful than the divine tree. As long as one is within the range of the domain spell, they will be suppressed and imprisoned, forcibly dissipating their cultivation. The demonic energy approaches Si Xiao Jinping. Hu Yan Jinchuan anxiously calls out, little guy Si Xiao, wake up quickly. But he only makes a hand seal, with several bright spots of spiritual energy appearing on his face. Du Gu Qing Feng's demonic energy envelopes Si Xiao Jinping. Hu Yan Jinchuan glares, saying, it's over. Could it be that the experts of the 4 ancient clans will have to be buried here today? Du Gu Qing Feng continues to play that melody, which increasingly exudes a terrifying power, causing Mu Rongli Zhou and Nan Gong Qingming to spit blood. Lei Hu and Hu Yan Jinchuan are not much different, their spiritual energy rolling back, blood qi rebellious, and they are unable to resist. Du Gu Qing Feng smiled faintly and said, I temporarily spare your lives, not out of kindness, but to let the 4 great ancient clans witness this. She held out her hand with the flute and manipulated the demonic energy, continuing, how did my clan's members reach Zhongzhou and destroy the Dao sect? At this moment, a fierce strike came down from behind her. Du Gu Qing Feng turned around in confusion and asked, is he not dead? Si Xiao Jinping held his sword with authority and spoke, Yi Senior once said, he himself is the Dao. His eyes emitted spiritual energy, and with a steady voice, he continued, then I, Si Xiao Jinping, want to say today. He struck with his sword, severing Du Gu Qing Feng's demonic energy, emphasizing, I am the sword. The sword qi rushed toward the move that Du Gu Qing Feng was blocking. Hu Yan Jinchuan was astonished, that kid Si Xiao is like the embodiment of this sword. Si Xiao Jinping raised his hand again, creating a sword aura. Through battle across 3,000 miles, a single sword has struck down countless masters. Du Gu Qing Feng's face darkened, unable to believe it. How can there be someone who can directly break my domain spell? Si Xiao Jinping raised his sword high, gathering strength. Until today, I have finally experienced a bit of the feelings of Yi Senior. He spun the sword around, creating a terrifying power. Even a blade of grass can cut through the sun and moon spirit. Du Gu Qing Feng's move was shattered, and both Lei Hu and Hu Yan Jinchuan were left stunned. The suppressed domain spell is gone, Nan Gong Qingming asked. Did he break through his comprehension right here? Mu Rongli Zhou exclaimed. And he even comprehended how to break the domain spell of the Empress Magic Clan. Nan Gong Xian Su remembered, earlier when Yi Senior was mentioned, could it be that someone guided and assisted him in this comprehension? Si Xiao Jinping's sword Dao pressed against Du Gu Qing Feng's domain spell. She quickly absorbed the power back and then angrily asked him, who exactly is this Yi Senior you speak of? Could it be that there is someone even more powerful within the territory of Zhongzhou? Si Xiao Jinping faced her affirmatively, Demoness, indeed you are very strong, but in front of Yi Senior, you and we are no different from countless living beings. Du Gu Qing Feng unleashed a force like thunder around her body, rebutting, who could know that you fabricated such a person? If what you say is true, this person should not exist in this world. Si Xiao Jinping waved his hand to summon a powerful sword shadow, Demoness, you think too highly of yourself. The teachings imparted by Master Yi are enough for me to stir up the heavenly tribulation and ascend to the upper world. He glared as if to intimidate, if you are not afraid of being tainted by the karma of this world, then feel free to try. Du Gu Qing Feng raised her hand to strike him, her force fierce as she said, do you think that based on your single moment of comprehension, you can fight against me? Just as her technique surged forward, Si Xiao Jinping's sword shadow also came crashing in with equal power. The two forces collided, evenly matched. Si Xiao Jinping held his hand out in front of him, exerting more strength as he spoke sternly, but if you think you can kill me in an instant, then that is certainly wishful thinking. Thus, he and Du Gu Qing Feng engaged in combat, exchanging blows back and forth for several moves. Hu Yen Zhenchuan flew in, saying, "See Xiu, I'm here to help you." Suddenly, a signal flare appeared in the sky. Hu Yen Zhenchuan glanced to the side and asked, "Where is that place?" Nan Gong Xian Su was startled and realized, "It's Nanling. The Luo Holy Master and Gu Hua Holy Master have retreated to the Nanling front. We agreed to use fireworks as a signal, which indicates that the demon clan has launched an attack. Nanling has fallen." The next morning, Yi Changqing was walking with Tu Shernyen when she suddenly felt itchy and uncomfortable, sprouting fox ears and a tail. Xiao Lu glanced at the trembling Tu Shernyen, but Yi Changqing was unaware and continued to greet everyone. He picked up Xiao Lu to introduce her to everyone, "This is my daughter." However, everyone fell silent and stared at him. Yi Changqing felt awkward and thought, "What is happening? Are they all that shocked?" The elder sister-in-law hesitantly asked Mr. Yi, "Why do you suddenly have a daughter this age?" She looked at Xiao Lu and assessed, "This little girl doesn't look much like Mr. Yi." Tu Shernyen pointed at himself and replied, "The girl resembles, she looks like me." The elder sister-in-law reached out to touch Xiao Lu. Tu Shernyen paused, extending his hand to stop her. He thought to himself, "Mortal cannot be touched, or it will be hurt." But the elder sister still pinched Xiao Lu's cheek, often praising, "This little face is so soft and smooth." Xiao Lu coldly thought, "No one has ever dared to treat me like this." Tu Shernyen unexpectedly asked, "Is everything okay?" Yi Changqing scratched his head awkwardly, "It's because I hit it too well, I apologize for troubling everyone." The elder sister picked Xiao Lu up and coughed gently. After an hour, "Mr. Yi, seeing this chaos, I was even planning to introduce a cousin from my maternal side to you." Yi Changqing was a bit stunned and thought, "Damn, weren't they saying that Xiao Lu's cultivation was too high and even someone with the realm of a half-demon supreme like Miss Tu and He Huang couldn't get close?" The elder sister, holding Xiao Lu, advised him, "You must treat this mother and child well in the future." Yi Changqing nodded in response, "Yes, yes." Song Tai Zhang approached and looked at Xiao Lu, also praising, "This little girl is really cute." Yi Changqing was drenched in sweat and asked Lu, "Are you really going to let others take control like that?" Xiao Lu helplessly replied, "I can't move." At that moment, someone called from behind, "Mr. Yi." Luo Wanfeng, severely injured, approached and pleaded for Mr. Yi to save him. Returning to the Qingchen grocery store, Luo Wanfeng sat down and told Yi Changqing, "Here's what happened. Beiling is guarded by the 4 great ancient clans, but unexpectedly, hundreds of thousands of demons from Nanling took advantage of our relaxed defenses and weakened state to infiltrate. Gu Hua Holy Master was killed by several elders of the demons, and now, out of the hundreds of thousands of disciples stationed in Nanling, there are barely 30,000 left." Yi Changqing listened, tears streaming down his face. "It's so tragic, too tragic." Luo Wanfeng clasped his hands again and earnestly pleaded, "Mr. Yi, the Dao sect is in danger, the only plan left is to rely on you to take action. The 5 great holy lands are like branches of a tree, although you are the master of Tai Xian Holy Land, in Dao sect Zhongzhou, you are the most esteemed person." Yi Changqing froze, then suddenly darkened his face in shock, thinking, "Do I want to be the master? Aren't you the ones who put me in that position?" He lightly broke into a sweat again, thinking, "My spiritual roots are all thanks to the Changqing saint, enduring hardships until I entered the golden elixir. Now you want me to resolve the crisis of the Dao sect Zhongzhou." He looked back, asking himself, how to resolve it. By using the calligraphy works scattered across my courtyard. He looked at Tu Shernyen and said, "No need to mention it, you don't have to say any more." He raised his hand and spoke to Luo Wanfeng, "The Luo Holy Master, please don't rush. I have this in mind." He turned to ask Tu Shernyen, "Miss Tu, do you want to take a trip back to Nanling?" Luo Wanfeng's eyes widened in excitement as she asked, "The demon clan?" Yi Changqing quickly explained, "Don't be afraid, Miss Tu is one of us." He introduced another person, He Huang has been by my side since childhood, very different from other demon clans. He gestured towards Tu Shiren and continued, Miss Tu comes from the Ling Hu clan in Nanling, perhaps she can speak to persuade the demon clan tribes. Luo Wanfeng expressed some concern by asking, the demon clan's army of several 100,000 is pressing against the border, and Miss Tu is going alone, isn't that a bit dangerous? He Huang clenched his fist and confidently said, it's okay, if reason doesn't work, then let's fight it out. Yi Changqing raised a finger to explain, He Huang, although you are at the top of the demon supreme realm, you still need to use reason to convince others. Luo Wanfeng was once again astonished, demon supreme. Yi Changqing began to search, I have a painting with words, the theme fits perfectly with your trip this time, why not bring it along, let me find out where to hang it. He smiled and said, found it. The painting has the words peace and love. He rolled up the painting and handed it to Tu Shiren. Remember, you must use reason to make people convinced. He instructed them to talk properly with the demon clan. Since ancient times, you have been in Nanling, so wouldn't it be better to stay forever in Nanling? Xiao Lu said nothing, but she could partly guess Yi Changqing's thoughts. It seems that the master hopes the demon clan will retreat permanently to Nanling and not invade Zhongzhou anymore. She looked at both of them and concluded, relying only on two young and unfamiliar faces like Tu Shiren and He Huang, those old demons will definitely not obediently follow the rules. She walked over to Tu Shiren and said to her, Xiao Lu wants to go too. Luo Wanfeng also stepped forward but stopped her, saying, children shouldn't go, it's too dangerous. She was about to reach out to Xiao Lu when a surge of power from the girl pushed her away. She planted her feet firmly to stabilize herself and was stunned. The girl, how powerful is she in cultivation? Yi Changqing grasped Xiao Lu's shoulder to reassure her, don't worry, she can pack quite a punch. After a moment, Luo Wanfeng said goodbye. Mr. Yi, we take our leave. Yi Changqing waved his hand, make sure to stay safe. Luo Wanfeng, while flying, was distracted, thinking about Xiao Lu. Just now it seemed I heard Yi Master say that this is his daughter. His daughter has the aura of a great ancient demon. She lightly sweated and wondered, what kind of deity is Yi Master? Yi Changqing raised his hand to his forehead and looked up at the sky, ah. The demon clan army with hundreds of thousands of people, the Xiao Lu Association and Miss Tu seem so calm, it appears they definitely have outstanding abilities. He clasped his hands behind him and walked leisurely inside. A terrifying figure from the demon clan would accept a slow-progressing cultivator like me as their master. He sat down on a sorrowful cushion and plucked his instrument. It truly is a bittersweet situation. If the Xiao Lu Association can make the enemy surrender without needing to fight, causing the demon clan army to retreat from Zhongzhou, he played another tune while humorously calculating. Then wouldn't my status in the Dao sect of Zhongzhou increase even more? What if Bei Huang came directly to me, begging for the magic clan to withdraw? I have no connections with the magic clan. On the Beiling Zhongzhou battlefield, dozens of disciples had to lay down here. Another man rushed towards a member of the magic clan with his sword and shouted, die. The magic clan member swung his weapon, slicing the disciple in half. The elders here were also exhausted and fell down. Watch this move. Si Xiu Jinping was struggling to think, after fierce battles for several days, even I am burning my fresh blood to keep fighting. He glanced at Du Gu Qingfeng, puzzled, but the demoness shows no sign of fatigue. She extended her hand forward with an aura of magic, commanding, stop. That technique struck Si Xiu Jinping. Mu Ronli Zhou attempted to strike from behind, but was seized by Du Gu Qingfeng by the throat, her other hand pointing the weapon at Si Xiu Jinping, making him halt. She praised, no wonder you are a cultivator of the great ascension realm, with both your cultivation levels, you can fiercely contend with me for several days. She laughed coldly, but unfortunately, I do not have the patience to toy with you all. She unleashed her magic, causing Mu Ronli Zhou intense pain. She also aimed the weapon at Si Xiu Jinping's forehead. Unexpectedly, at that moment, music could be heard approaching. Du Gu Qingfeng let Mu Ronli Zhou go, thankfully Si Xiu Jinping caught him. He looked at Du Gu Qingfeng flying away in confusion, what just happened? Dugu Qing Feng thought while flying to the music, it's the Hua Fan tune again, but it's so different from how that female cultivator played. Is it you? Will it be you this time? Si Xiu Jinping was still in a daze. What exactly is happening? Why did that demoness leave so suddenly? Mu Rong Li Zhou pointed and said, Si Xiu Senior, the magic clan has gathered. The leader of the magic clan shouted loudly, everyone, the Emperor's Sovereign Lord has arrived in Zhongzhou, we must quickly follow the Emperor's Sovereign Lord. They shouted in unison, follow the Emperor's Sovereign Lord, attack Zhongzhou, charge ahead. The leader of the magic clan raised a skull and charged toward Si Xiu Jinping and Mu Rong Li Zhou. They jumped from both sides to evade. Si Xiu Jinping clasped his hands and cried, at our current state, we no longer have the strength to fight, let's go quickly. The two quickly flew away. Si Xiu Jinping said, the Dao sect has suffered heavy losses, the magic clan is invading in droves. Mu Rong Li Zhou hurriedly added, we must send news to the major holy lands in Zhongzhou, and hold the sect. Si Xiu Jinping recalled earlier when the demoness left, his expression suddenly tensed. Could it be because of that piece of music? He was sweating, filled with doubt. Or was it the one playing the tune? Dugu Qing Feng had flown to the source of the music. She was surprised to find so much fate essence enveloping this place. This was Shaoqi town. Dugu Qing Feng said, it is indeed this place. She looked down below, feeling somewhat confused. This place was steeped in the original Dao. The people in the town must have entered the Dao, and their cultivation was even quite high. Why were they dressed like mortals? She squinted in suspicion, realizing there must be a reason for this that she had never considered before. Dugu Qing Feng landed, thinking to temporarily use a secret technique to seal herself, avoiding any unnecessary trouble. On the other side, Yi Changqing was sighing. He propped his chin and lamented, lacking cultivation and love. He struck another note. Then let's play another piece. When the Hua Fan sounds, pure love appears. Suddenly, a stream of magical power appeared before him. Dugu Qing Feng smiled happily, that's right, it's this Hua Fan melody. She rushed forward to hug Yi Changqing tightly. After so many years, I can't believe we can meet again in this tumultuous mortal world. She embraced Yi Changqing, leaving him stunned. In his subconscious, flashes of memories emerged. This scene is too familiar, my body instinctively reacts, wanting to hold her close. He looked at Dugu Qing Feng and asked, am I dreaming? Dugu Qing Feng, with tears in her eyes, said, also choked up, after 9 lifetimes apart, I can't believe we have met again. Yi Changqing suddenly froze, thinking, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He blushed and pushed Dugu Qing Feng away. Miss, please don't hug me inappropriately. He touched his head, flustered and unable to look directly at her. Just now, I was indeed in a helpless situation, but anyway, you were the one who hugged me first. He clenched his fists, blaming himself, Yi Changqing, oh Yi Changqing. Even if she is not shy, you should control yourself. He touched his forehead, troubled, and sighed. Moreover, you don't even know who she is, yet you embrace her like that. Being single should come with the awareness of being single. What kind of image is that? Dugu Qing Feng suddenly burst out laughing. She seriously said, I don't blame you, besides, it was I who made the first move earlier. Yi Changqing felt embarrassed upon hearing this. I must not have misheard, right? She said she was the one who made the first move. But why? Oh, how awkward. He touched his chin and said, lady. Maybe you have the wrong person. Dugu Qing Feng decisively replied, no. Yi Changqing was surprised, huh? He stared at her. Dugu Qing Feng raised her hand, not reluctantly. You don't know me, but I know it's you, and that's enough. With a smile in her eyes, she thought, since ancient times, thousands of years have passed, the two of us must have gone through 9 lifetimes. It's very hard to recall that past in such a short time. Many small, unintentional actions are actually instinctive reactions stemming from deep within the divine soul. She looked at Yi Changqing, her fingers shyly touching each other like a young girl, and thought, your appearance resembles that person by 70 to 80%. Those things are enough for us to conclude that you are indeed the reincarnation of that person. After a while, in the courtyard, Du Gu Qing Feng wandered around, looking at this and that. Yi Changqing frowned, standing aside, observing her every move. The way she looks, it seems she has firmly decided that I am the old acquaintance she once knew, right? Even if she mistakes me this time, I'll endure it, it's quite a bargain. He stepped closer and called out, "Lady." Du Gu Qing Feng turned to him. Yi Changqing felt confused. "Are you planning to stay here instead of leaving?" Du Gu Qing Feng tilted her head and asked him, "Well, do you want me to leave?" Yi Changqing scratched his head awkwardly. Well. He closed his eyes, self-reproaching. "Wait a second, Yi Changqing, I see you are too detached from reality." He frowned, feeling sad, thinking, a poor soul, with a dark and unclear path to cultivating immortals. What do you have to keep her here? He hesitated with his hand in his sleeve but still had to say clearly, "Miss, Yi, have not a single penny on me. There is only one small courtyard, a grocery store in this remote Shaoqi town, unworthy of a lady like you." Du Gu Qing Feng took his hand and sincerely asked, "What if I say I don't care?" Yi Changqing was once again greatly surprised. She smiled and thought, "The first time I came here, I realized that this small courtyard is actually the center of the entire town. Surely the fate that embraces this place is a gift from him." She cheerfully stated, "No wonder he is a reincarnation. His achievements in this life must not be limited to here. Otherwise, how could he play the Huafan piece?" She moved closer to Yi Changqing and reiterated, "That's right, I don't care." A thought flashed through Yi Changqing's mind, "I understand now, she has mistaken the person. Since she is so certain, then the person who resembles me must be very important to her." Du Gu Qing Feng misunderstood but was also hopeful, his gaze is so affectionate. Could it be that he remembers something? Yi Changqing said, "All right, if that's the case, then you can stay for now." He smiled calmly, calculating, "One day when you understand everything, you can leave, but if you stay too long and develop feelings, it would be quite good." He turned to her and said, "I'll go prepare a room for you." Du Gu Qing Feng was confused, "What do you mean? Aren't you planning to marry me?" Yi Changqing was shocked, "Wow, did I just encounter a literary masterpiece?" Du Gu Qing Feng crossed her arms and asked, "Then why don't you sleep with me?" Yi Changqing scratched his face awkwardly, "That's because." He raised a finger and replied, "Because I still don't know your name." She stood up straight and responded with her name, Du Gu Qing Feng. Yi Changqing felt embarrassed and cursed inwardly, what a quick and straightforward answer. He then raised his hand to introduce himself, "I am Yi Changqing." Suddenly, Du Gu Qing Feng took his hand decisively. "Changqing, you don't need to prepare a room for me, I can sleep with you." Yi Changqing felt shy and awkward. "Lady Du Gu, could you restrain yourself a bit?" He thought, "If you say too much, I might take it seriously." Unexpectedly, Du Gu Qing Feng intertwined her fingers with his and said, "Changqing, in this lifetime, Du Gu Qing Feng will only be attached to you." After a moment, Yi Changqing felt increasingly suffocated by her tight embrace. "Du Gu miss." Du Gu Qing Feng leaned against him and said, "Call me by my name." Yi Changqing forced a smile and called, Qing Feng, "Thank you for giving me this new outfit." Du Gu Qing Feng cheerfully replied, "It suits you well because I like it." Yi Changqing responded, "All right then." Passers-by glanced at the two of them, then began to whisper among themselves. A few days ago, Mr. Yi took his wife and child out together. Why has he changed partners today? She was the one who knocked on the door first. I saw it. TSK, I can't recognize him. Mr. Yi is really lucky to have this. Yi Changqing's body stiffened as he heard their whispers. And now he's wearing new clothes. Is he being supported? Yi Changqing cried inwardly, "No, that's not it. You all need to hear my explanation." In the afternoon, Yi Changqing called to Qing Feng, "Let me do it for you." Du Gu Qing Feng seriously said, "No." But he also refused to insist and said, "What we are doing is a bit ambiguous." Du Gu Qing Feng looked at him in confusion. Yi Changqing cradled his red face with both hands. "Qing Feng, you are a woman, your shoulders can't bear the load, your hands can't lift the objects." He was carried on the shoulder by Du Gu Qing Feng and didn't dare to look. How about letting me down? This way is very tiring. Dugu Qingfeng replied with a smile, Chongqing, I am not tired. Yi Chongqing hesitated, but I am a bit tired. Dugu Qingfeng reached out to touch him, asking, Chongqing, do you really like this peaceful life? Yi Chongqing, slightly dazed, replied, yes. He tightened his grip, feeling frustrated, thinking, if it weren't for my lack of accomplishments in cultivation, who would want to live a transient life in this distant little town? Dugu Qingfeng calmly said, perhaps you have long forgotten, we once shared the same goal, all for seeking an opportunity to live in the vast great Tao. Yi Chongqing's face turned pale as he looked at her. Dugu Qingfeng smiled and said, it's all right. Thousands of years ago just passed like drifting clouds. She looked at Yi Chongqing and continued, being here with you, living an ordinary worldly life, is also a kind of happiness. Yi Chongqing thought to himself in confusion, elder sister, who are you? Did I say I wanted to live here happily? Let me go, someone come rescue me. Dugu Qingfeng carried him into the courtyard and closed the door. Meanwhile, He Changxian had a few birds circling around, announcing the news. Although the whereabouts of that female demon leader is currently unknown, the demon sect has already attacked Zhongzhou from Beiling. He Changxian stroked his beard and sighed, the places that the demon sect's army has passed through have slaughtered most of the human clan. The bird on his head also said, He brother, the situation is urgent, we should hurry to meet Yi Senior. Indeed, let's not hesitate any longer, He Changxian said thoughtfully. Esteemed friends, I am also a member of the Tao sect, and I share your worries. He opened his eyes wide and resolutely continued, Today, I will certainly go to meet Yi Master and invite him down the mountain to rescue Zhongzhou from its dire circumstances. After saying this, he flew off on his sword. The bird with feathers flew along, calling out, He brother, I forgot to mention to you that not long ago, little sister went to meet Yi Senior. He Changxian turned his head and reminded, Wan Feng, how can you casually disturb Yi Senior? That's too reckless. The bird fluttered its wings and explained, At that time, my holy master died in battle. Our Tao sect was stationed in Nanling, in imminent danger. I had no choice. She connected to the screen, her mood heavy, saying, I can't bear to see the disciples die unjustly. He Changxian thought for a moment and couldn't blame Luo Wanfeng. What you did is right. So, did Yi Senior agree to your request? Luo Wanfeng recounted, He didn't answer me clearly, but he sent 2 attendants from the demon clan to Nanling. She had faith, surely results will come soon. He Changxian also had faith, with Yi Senior's nobility, he wouldn't directly intervene in the affairs of the mortal world. But agreeing to send attendants means he is willing to help our Tao sect. He said this and then flew ahead on his sword. Wanfeng Jr. sister, don't worry, please convey my message to the holy masters. He firmly gripped his hand, whether it's Zhongzhou or Tao sect, there will be a glimmer of hope. He looked up at the sky, where the stars silently called out. Yi Master, is this calamity or a trial for the Tao sect Zhongzhou, all resting in your intent? He stood before Yi Changqing's door and knocked. He clasped his hands together, slightly bowed, and called out, Yi Sir. Junior is He Changxian seeking an audience. Dugu Qingfeng pushed the door open and stepped out, startling He Changxian as they faced each other. She looked at him, then paused. She silently observed He Changxian, thinking, is he a cultivator? He was also taken aback by her. Dugu Qingfeng reflected, fortunately, before entering Shaoqi town, I had sealed my demon energy using a secret technique, so perhaps he cannot sense it. She glanced at He Changxian, a bit surprised, this old man actually doesn't bother to hide his aura. Peak divine realm. He Changxian blushed then stood dumbfounded, thinking, his attire is clean and neat, with a calm expression. Perhaps he is the Tai Xian holy master guarding the rear in the 5 great holy lands. He trembled with excitement. His hands clenched, thinking, last time, I was evaluated by the bold and unruly gaze of that beautiful woman. It was the same before, I was also a flower of the sect, which is why the grand senior sister pursued me relentlessly. He chuckled and said, isn't this beautiful lady also? Dugu Qingfeng crossed her arms and asked him, is the Yi you mentioned Yi Changqing? He Changxian responded with surprise, huh? Oh, that's right. I came here because I have something to request. Dugu Qing Feng turned around and called, he went out to buy something, just wait. He Chang Xian asked her back in surprise, then how long will we have to wait? He was a bit flustered and said, this is bad, this is bad. Bei Ling can't wait any longer. Hearing this, Dugu Qing Feng turned back and asked him irritably, are you here to invite Chang Qing to Bei Ling? He Chang Xian sighed and wondered, you, a lady like you, also know about the chaos in Bei Ling? He stroked his beard and marveled, no wonder you are the lady next to Yi, always aware of the major events in the world. Dugu Qing Feng's expression darkened, and then her violent magical power erupted. He Chang Xian was even more astonished at that moment, so it turns out to be self-sealing cultivation. He immediately jumped back high. This aura is. Dugu Qing Feng, with great power, advanced forward. If you've come for Bei Huang, you probably recognize who I am, right? He Chang Xian raised his hand, unleashing spiritual energy ahead, saying, it is demon energy. Are you the Empress Demon Sect? He struck forward with a palm and continued, this place is Yi Master's retreat, how could you tarnish it? Dugu Qing Feng also raised his hand with demonic power, vigorously asking, Yi Master. He Chang Xian launched an attack. Dugu Qing Feng jumped back in confusion. You are a holy master, why do you call him master? He Chang Xian's eyes brightened as he asked, are you beginning to feel fear? He withdrew his strike and said, let me tell you this. Dugu Qing Feng also landed. Suddenly, the atmosphere changed in the sky. He also exerted his power to inform her, Yi Master is someone from the upper world. He bowed his head, further showcasing Yi Chang Qing's background. His existence is fundamentally something that neither you nor I can imagine. If you are wise. Before he could finish, Dugu Qing Feng appeared beside him with bright red eyes, causing He Chang Xian to scream. He was still grabbed by Dugu Qing Feng by the neck, who coldly asked, Chang Qing from the upper world. He Chang Xian broke out in a cold sweat and shouted, demon, let go of me. However, Dugu Qing Feng's attitude at that moment was surprisingly joyful. He has already ascended to the upper world. She threw him aside and turned around. He Chang Xian fell down, exclaiming, oh dear. Dugu Qing Feng slightly lowered her head in sadness, thinking about Yi Chang Qing. Those who ascended from the lower world must surely endure the suffering of the sacred weapon's extermination. She placed her hand on her chest and declared, it must be because of awakening me, cutting cultivation, and eliminating the immortal lifespan. He Chang Xian was a bit shocked and asked, to wake you up. He wondered, what is the relationship between her and Yi Master? He watched Dugu Qing Feng pacing back and forth and thought, the appearance of the female demon leader must also be part of Yi Master's plan. Dugu Qing Feng suddenly turned around and said, this main seat knows what you are thinking. She smiled softly and continued, if it weren't for you, this main seat wouldn't have known how much Chang Qing has suffered. He Chang Xian was confused and asked back, who? Me? What did I say? He raised his hand and asked, female demon leader, I want to know if Yi Master saved you out of there. Dugu Qing Feng replied directly, if you came to plead with Chang Qing to settle the chaos caused by my tribe in Bei Ling, I can respond to you directly here. He Chang Xian asked in surprise, what? Dugu Qing Feng raised her hand, used spiritual energy, and said, my clan members entering Zhongzhou will only return to our ancestral land to cultivate and absolutely will not cause any trouble. She used her magic to form the words, the two clans of human and demon, from today onwards, will establish a pact to never infringe upon each other. She waved her hand, using an imperial decree, ordering the myriad demons. He Chang Xian was astonished by this. He seriously asked, it seems the demon emperor is very considerate of the whole situation, but I still want to ask what exactly is your relationship with Yi Master. At this moment, Yi Chang Qing returned, singing as he came, only because she is so beautiful. Dugu Qing Feng responded, as for the relationship between me and Chang Qing. Yi Chang Qing paused and exclaimed, oh. He sweated, hiding to one side, thinking, don't talk nonsense, between us it's just a pure male-female relationship. Dugu Qing Feng replied, you don't need to know. Yi Changqing was even more panicked. The more we talk, the more it reveals. He blackened his face, mumbling, the He Huang Association has arrived in Nanling, and now the Tai Xian Holy Master is here too. He covered his face and cried out in panic. Maybe they really came to find me to repel the magic clan's great army. Dugu Qingfeng crossed his arms and decisively said, as for the relationship between me and Changqing, you don't need to know. Of course, you can't experience it either. She smiled slightly and revealed to He Changxian a fact, but indeed, Changqing has awakened me, saving me from the bronze coffin of 9 generations. He Changxian's cheeks sunk, his eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Master comes from Tai Xian Holy Land, but he removed the shackles for her, released her, leading to the great battle between Dao and Demon in Beiling, countless casualties and suffering lives. He thumped his hand, crying out, in the history books, this crime not only falls on Yi Master but even counts against the Tai Xian Holy Land. He gritted his teeth and turned around. Thank you, Demon Emperor, I will take my leave. Yi Changqing outside was still in shock, mumbling, I am just a mere golden elixir stage cultivator, how could I help Tai Xian Holy Land fend off such a grand army? He rubbed his head in contemplation. Sister Qing Feng spoke in such an ambiguous way, it really puts Yi in a difficult position. At that moment, Yi Changxian walked over, and Yi Changqing was startled to see him. Yi Changxian was also surprised to see him. Yi Changqing smiled awkwardly to greet him. Hey old man, long time no see. When did you arrive? Yi Changxian saw him and wept, thinking, as I see it, this time Yi Master's actions truly pierce one's heart. He clutched his chest in pain, thinking, but Yi Master has always taught us with kindness, and to this day I still vividly remember the true teachings he imparted to us. Tears streamed down his face, unable to think negatively. How could Yi Changqing, with a heart like Yi Master, have any wicked intentions? He pondered for a moment before bowing respectfully. Yi Changxian pays respect to Yi Master. Upon hearing this, Yi Changqing was confused, thinking, Yi Master. Yi Changxian was puzzled, why suddenly so polite? Yi Changxian reports to Yi Master, I just arrived. The black-eyed man thought, now that it has come to this, even if he suspected Yi Master, it would be pointless. Dugu Qingfeng came out from inside and called, Changqing. Yi Changxian looked at them and thought, if Yi Master had brought the demoness to him, and the demoness voluntarily suggested stopping the conflict. Dugu Qingfeng said to Changqing, I need to go out for a while, it might take a few days. Changxian stroked his beard and finally understood, I see now, this is a big move. He lightly closed his eyes and imagined the scene. Yi Master has a compassionate heart, thus he saved the demoness, and then through influencing the demoness, he aimed to prevent the two races, humans and demons, from fighting at their roots. Yi Changqing waved his hand and said, be careful on your way. Seeing this scene, Yi Changxian felt so moved that he was on the verge of tears, dedicated to this extent, every step taken must be firm. Indeed, it made this old man admire him deeply. Yi Changqing turned around and was startled to see him bowing. He stood aside and invited the old man in. He old man, since you are already here, please come in. Yi Changxian nodded and replied, no problem. Yi Changqing cheerfully urged him, it's been a few years since we last met. Let's have a drink today, what do you think? Yi Changxian followed suit and replied, at your command, I'm troubling you, Yi Master. Yi Changqing suddenly thought mischievously, don't I know his drinking capacity? After a while, Yi Changxian was slightly drunk, and Yi Changqing kept pouring wine, saying, come on, let's drink another cup. He silently calculated, if I can keep him drunk here for a few days until Xiao Lu returns, then I'll have support in persuading the demon sect. Yi Changxian asked Yi Master, do you know who that woman was just now? He looked into his glass to continue, the name of the Empress demon sect is still quite proud. Yi Changqing suddenly crushed the glass, shocked and speechless, asking, who? Is she the Empress demon sect? He bowed his head, showing extreme confusion, thinking, the misidentification target has increased even more. This is bad. I didn't expect to be mistaken for someone in the heart of the Empress demon sect, and even for the Tai Xian master. He touched his chin, fidgeting restlessly. Suddenly remembering, he thought, no wonder he old man is so polite today, like a stranger. I must clearly express my stance, but how can I do that properly? I've got it. He suddenly had an idea and asked He Changxian, He old man, do you know why Du Gu Qing Feng is at my place? He Changxian raised his hand to respond. Ye master, with all due effort, the junior understands. Yi Changqing felt confused. What do you understand? He Changxian said, just now, the demon emperor made it clear to me everything. He recalled and narrated, the demon emperor said you have awakened her, saved her from the seal. The relationship between you and her is something outsiders cannot comprehend or experience. Yi Changqing felt embarrassed, blushing, and shouted, please forget all these rumors, will you? He Changxian sighed, and continued, the demon emperor also said he is ready to take action on your behalf, immediately ordering the magic clan to cease fighting. Yi Changqing gasped in surprise. He Changxian raised his hand again, appearing to understand, Ye master, the junior understands everything. It turns out that the beloved demon, the desires that lead to the abyss in legends, and the act of sacrificing oneself to preserve the world are indeed real. Returning to the Bei Ling fortress, the magic clan's faction. The brown-skinned elder of the magic clan stood before the others and said, gentlemen, during the campaign into Zhongzhou, our tribe suffered nearly 300,000 casualties. The elder with the fringe of the magic clan angrily said, this debt must be settled with the Tao sect and the human clan, otherwise, how can we speak to our tribesmen? We should exile the human clan to outside Bei Ling, to let them taste the bitterness of the cold winds for 10,000 years. The frail elder of the magic clan added, destroy the foundation of the Tao sect in Zhongzhou. The brown-skinned elder of the magic clan furrowed his brows, even more fierce than the others. The slaughtering along the way has not been enough, let the human clan pay blood for blood. On this side, Du Gu Qing Feng descended from the sky. She emitted a dense magical power and said, it seems you venerable ones have decided for me. The four elders knelt down, we pay our respects to the Emperor Sovereign Lord. Du Gu Qing Feng solemnly said, I have heard everything you just said. The hardships that the clan has endured for countless years are indeed related to the human clan and the Tao sect. But surely you all know that my maternal family comes from the human clan, and there is still the blood of the human clan in my veins. Hearing this, two of the elders looked at each other in doubt. Really? I thought it was just a rumor. He lowered his head and said, it's just rarely mentioned. Du Gu Qing Feng above did not hesitate to inform them. Recently, I transformed into human form and infiltrated Zhongzhou, and I have discovered that there is an emperor sovereign in the human clan. That person's power surpasses mine. The subordinates of this emperor sovereign are cultivators from the Tao sect practicing various paths. Their realm is on par with the supreme realm, demon emperor. The bearded elder from the magic clan was taken aback. He turned to the thin elder from the magic clan and said, we had no idea about this at all. The thin elder also shook his head and said, I have never heard of it. Du Gu Qing Feng raised his hand to summon his magic power and established a contract. From today onwards, the two clans of humans and demons will establish a pact, never to invade each other again. To protect our clan and avoid the wrath of the Emperor Sovereign, ensuring 100 years of peace. A few days ago, I had already made an agreement to cease hostilities with the human clan. She waved her hand, holding the treaty high, and also issued an order. Our clan will return to guard the Holy Land at the Bei Ling border, and from now on, the two clans shall not infringe upon each other. The three old men of the magic clan clasped their hands without objection and even agreed. The Emperor Sovereign Lord speaks rightly. Indeed, if there are experts of that caliber, it is better not to compete. Planning for the long term will be more stable. Du Gu Qing Feng nodded, you venerable ones think for the greater good, I am very reassured. She turned her head to declare, starting today, you shall lead your clansmen back to the Holy Land and must not go outside. I will continue to infiltrate Zhongzhou to scout the enemy's situation. The bearded elder of the magic clan eagerly said, we can also follow the Emperor Sovereign Lord into life and death. Du Gu Qing Feng did not respond, but turned around to remind, remember, the human clan has risen up, the situation of the Tao sect is not as simple as you imagine. She smiled lightly, and the three old men replied with doubt about existence, yes, yes, yes. If it is the Emperor Sovereign, then we naturally believe, the human clan is indeed not simple. Before Du Gu Qing Feng left, he emphasized, you must remember my instructions, carry them out immediately, and do not make any mistakes." The 4 old men replied in unison, "We obey the order." The thin old man of the magic clan worriedly asked, "Will the Emperor Sovereign of the human clan fiercely battle with the Emperor Sovereign Lord for many days?" The bald old man of the magic clan analyzed, "That swordsman can be considered a rival to the Emperor Sovereign Lord, but he certainly cannot surpass the Emperor Sovereign Lord." The brown-haired old man of the magic clan scoffed coldly, "Even if pressed by the authority of the human clan, the Emperor Sovereign Lord only agreed to stop fighting. However, the enmity of the magic clan will definitely not end here." The thin old man of the magic clan proposed a plan, "I think it is better to borrow a knife to kill someone." He frowned and said, "Act quietly, so that neither the Emperor Sovereign Lord nor the human clan in Zhongzhou can detect us." The magic clan elder beside him asked, "Scarlet-eyed, do you have a plan?" The bald old man of the magic clan impatiently shouted, "Stop beating around the bush, just say it directly." Scarlet-eyed clasped his hands and asked, "Have you all forgotten? There are still some secret ancient myths in Zhongzhou." The black old man of the magic clan raised his eyes in recollection, "Are you suggesting to break the seal of the ancient myths and release the primal ancient creatures?" The old brown man snorted and said, "Even if the person who surpasses the Emperor Sovereign Lord takes action, he must first deal with the fierce beasts. By the time he regains his senses, we will have escaped and washed our hands of this matter." The bald old man and the other one excitedly replied, "Great, this idea is wonderful. Ha, as long as the Tao sect is destroyed, we are willing to let the world return to the chaotic times like in ancient times once again." Scarlet-eyed spoke frankly, outwardly compliant but inwardly dissenting to the orders of the Emperor Sovereign Lord, all because of personal grudges. He lowered his head and pondered, what if in the future this matter is exposed and the Emperor Sovereign Lord stands by and watches? Is it worth it for us to act this way? He stepped forward, gazing into the void, contemplating, "We have held the ice realm for thousands of years. While we may not have achievements, we have endured hardships. Furthermore, this action relates to the prosperity and decline of the magic clan. I firmly believe she will not stand idly by." Turning back to Nan Ling's side, laughter and voices echoed outside the tent. "Very good," Qiu Long Lord cheerfully remarked. "Not only did he kill a holy master, but he also repelled the entire army of the 4 great ancient clans that had come here." The horned man spoke up, "Congratulations to the 2 elders for breaking through to the Demon Emperor realm. With this, our demon clan now has 2 demon kings. Let's see if Tao sect Zhongzhou dares to stop us." Qiu Long Lord touched his chin and said sternly, "Don't speak carelessly. Have you forgotten what 2C Demon Supreme said when he was in seclusion at Qingqiu? The one who reigns over Emperor Sovereign is the one we fear the most," Ming Ju Shan said with an inscrutable smile, then raised his hand and added, "Qiu Long Lord, you are being too cautious. Now that we are cooperating, should we really be afraid of opposing an Emperor Sovereign of the human clan?" The horned man chimed in, "That's right. The 2 demon king lords have extraordinary cultivation and will undoubtedly lead our clan back to Zhongzhou." Qiu Long Lord lowered his eyes and said bluntly, "If risking the annihilation of our clan is the only way to return to Zhongzhou, I would rather retreat to Nanling immediately." The horned man, hearing this, became increasingly anxious and asked, "Annihilation of the clan? Is it really that serious?" The blue-haired man also looked taken aback and remarked, "Ju Shan Lord, perhaps we should discuss this further." Ming Ju Shan's expression darkened, thinking to himself, "This old fool Qiu Long is becoming increasingly cowardly." He stood up and said that the concerns of Lord Qiu Long were not without reason. He waved his hand and suggested that tomorrow we send tribes to infiltrate Zhongzhou to search for the supreme treasure of our ancestors before that expert takes action. He frowned and said, "Even if he suddenly takes action, it won't concern us." Lord Qiu Long agreed, saying it was great, very good, and reminded everyone to retreat to Nanling immediately after finding it, to avoid provoking the Emperor Sovereign. Everyone replied in unison, "Understood." Ming Ju Shan glanced at him, feeling annoyed and thinking, "That old man, wait until I find the supreme treasure of the Black Tiger clan first, and we'll see who still listens to you." Outside the tent, there was a noise. Ming Ju Shan turned and asked who it was. The others also came out of the tent, looking around but not finding anyone else. "Why can't I feel any demon energy? Why is there a stream of essence from the Tao sect? Is there a remnant of the Tao sect chasing us here?" A figure appeared high above and descended, He Huang clenched his fist, thinking, "You old bastard, just die already." He delivered a powerful punch. Ming Ju Shan jumped up disdainfully, "With your little skills, you dream of ambushing me." Tu Shunyan then landed and said, "It's all because your range of action is too large." The girl frowned and said, "Well now, you've lost the chance for the ideal ambush, haven't you?" He Huang shook his shoulders and spoke loudly, "Listen clearly, I am ordered by my master to command you to immediately leave Zhongzhou." The demon clan members were taken aback. "Leave? Based on what? What is your master? Why should I listen to your commands?" "He Huang, you are of the demon clan yet serve as a servant for the human clan, truly shameless." He Huang clasped his hands behind his back, unfazed by their words, and continued to relay the command, "My master also said that if you do not retreat, this world will no longer have the demon clan." Ming Ju Shan activated his dark powers in anger, "Dare you curse my clan?" Xiao Lu appeared beside He Huang and coldly asked, "Who just spoke disrespectfully to my master?" She glared with a pressure that caused the demon clan members to collapse in pain. "Help. The pressure is suffocating, I'm about to be crushed." Lord Qiulong looked at Xiao Lu with an expressionless face, unable to help but think, a person who surpasses the emperor realm can accompany He Huang to act as an envoy. Could it be that the master He Huang mentioned is indeed an extraordinary expert far beyond the emperor sovereign? He waved his hand to stop Ming Ju Shan from doing something foolish and said, "He Huang, we entered Zhongzhou solely to seek the inheritance left by the senior demon clan." He raised his hand in agreement, "As long as we find it, we will leave Zhongzhou immediately." Ming Ju Shan, filled with rage, asked Qiulong, "How can you cower like a turtle? We are both demon kings, yet you wish to submit to a mere demon supreme." Lord Qiulong scowled and shouted, "Ju Shan brother, don't be unreasonable." Ming Ju Shan could no longer hold back, gathering his demonic power to threaten He Huang, "You insult my ancestors and deceive me of my treasures. Today, I will ensure you will go back empty-handed." Suddenly, his demonic power vanished. Ming Ju Shan asked in surprise, "What is this?" He Huang saw Xiao Lu walking forward and called out, "Shu brother." She turned her head to look at He Huang. He immediately stiffened and stammered, "Shu brother, he is not so cold-hearted, so I ask you to take it easy, just kill the chicken to scare the monkey." Xiao Lu remained as cold as ice and commanded, "You all step back." She approached Ming Ju Shan, then raised her hand to point at him and said, "If you wish to settle the grudges, then let's start from the secret realm no return." Ming Ju Shan asked, "What?" The image of Xiao Lu appeared in his eyes, and he then realized, she is the demon tree ancient from back then. Xiao Lu flew up and recounted, "Back then in the secret realm no return, you freely treaded across all the training colonies of this seat. Now you dare to repeatedly insult my master." She unleashed her power and declared, "Then this seat will take this opportunity to destroy your Black Tiger clan." Ming Ju Shan panicked and retorted, "To enter Zhongzhou, the demon clan has labored to hide for hundreds of thousands of years. No matter how profound your cultivation is, you shouldn't act so ruthlessly." Xiao Lu glared down, and he asked, "Ruthless?" Ming Ju Shan swiftly invited the Black Tiger ancient god. The Black Tiger ancient god appeared, imposing and powerful. He Huang exclaimed in astonishment, "Damn, using this move again." The Black Tiger ancient god shouted, "Return to my body." Then he let out a roar to assert his dominance. He Huang loudly called, "Shu brother, his younger brother used this move before he died, do you remember?" Xiao Lu raised his hand to condense spiritual energy and shouted, "Stop." Several vines reached the ground and controlled the Black Tiger ancient god of Ming Ju Shan, exerting pressure once again on all the demon clan. "Oh my, quickly use your protective energy." Ming Ju Shan grasped the vine, causing her body to momentarily halt. He fiercely whipped the vine, saying, "Return it fully." Unexpectedly, the vines vanished, and she waved her hand at Ming Ju Shan, "I advise you to be cautious." Ming Ju Shan flew up disdainfully, "Ancient demon tree, it seems you can only control these vines to break me." He laughed and asked, "Do you dare to fight against the ancient power of the Black Tiger?" Xiao Lu unleashed powerful strength, saying, "Do you know the consequences of provoking me?" Ming Ju Shan gathered strength beneath his feet and then rushed towards Xiao Lu. He raised his fist in front and said, "Stop the nonsense, today I will definitely protect the deity's path to enlightenment." The punch suddenly halted. Ming Ju Shan asked in surprise, "So you also know the ancient domain spell?" Xiao Lu did not respond but raised her hand forward to unleash spiritual energy. Her power infiltrated into his hands, body, then locked him down and wrapped around him. Ming Ju Shan, caught off guard, suddenly yelled out. The demonic objects below were also astonished, saying, "So it really is the ancient domain spell, sealed with the divine consciousness of the Pentagon, and the power of the demons will not be able to manifest. Brother Ju Shan will surely die because of this explosive situation." The demonic cultivators behind begged, "Lord Chiu Long, please lend a helping hand." The demonic cultivators in front also spoke, "If we lose a Demon King level member, our clan may collapse." He waved his hand, saying that by then, even if the main army retreated to the Nanling borders, the Black Tiger clan would still find a way to take revenge for the wrongdoing, which endangered other clans. Lord Chiu Long looked up, knowing he could not ignore the overall situation. At this point, he could only intervene to help. He performed a technique, scales grew on his face, his hands and feet turned into dragon limbs, and he waved his tail to fly away. He flew to Xiao Lu and begged, "Senior, please show mercy." He bowed his head and said, "Senior, please strike lightly and spare brother Ju Shan." Xiao Lu's face darkened as he threatened back, "You better not meddle, or don't blame me for extending my anger towards you." At this moment, Ming Ju Shan's eyes were glaring white with many black patterns on his face, his hands clenched as he unleashed tremendous power. Xiao Lu turned and Lord Chiu Long urgently called out, "Brother Ju Shan, quickly suppress the forbidden technique. Right now, your body is the divine strength of a black tiger. If you deploy the forbidden technique against the heavenly Tao, you will suffer a fate many times worse." Ming Ju Shan disregarded the consequences and executed the forbidden technique, while Lord Chiu Long continuously urged, "Once you've swallowed the heavens and earth, this area will also be shattered by you." Ming Ju Shan gritted his teeth and growled, "Then you all can be buried together with me." He channeled his energy and madly charged at Xiao Lu, but she remained calm and stated, "Without entering the divine realm, you are all just ants." After saying this, she waved her hand and declared, "It took me thousands of years to fully comprehend the path of destiny." She pointed her hand towards Ming Ju Shan and continued, "So before you fall, I will give you a chance to perceive the true meaning within it." A powerful force swept over, striking Ming Ju Shan, causing him to spit blood immediately. Xiao Lu's power surged forth, and she exerted force to completely suppress Ming Ju Shan. She smiled faintly, lamenting, "No wonder you are the Demon King at the top of the Demon Clan, this essence of love I will accept." The power of Ming Ju Shan was gradually drained away, and he cried out in pain. Exhausted, he fell to the ground, leaving Chiu Long Lord in shock. In just an instant, you have resolved the forbidden technique of the Black Tiger clan and absorbed all the magical power of the Demon King. Xiao Lu's gaze was icy as she emphasized, "What will happen to those who disrespect their master and rebel against me?" Chiu Long Lord descended, transforming back into a human to pay his respects. "Dear Emperor Sovereign Lord, we will definitely arrange everything properly." Xiao Lu ordered as she descended, "You have 2 days to find the inheritance you desire, then return to Nanling. Following the master's command, we are permitted to leave Nanling." Chiu Long and the demon clan behind him echoed, "We will obey the orders of the Emperor Sovereign Lord." Xiao Lu glanced at Tu Shinian and He Huang, saying, "We should leave now." He Huang pointed at Ming Ju Shan and asked, "Shu brother, aren't we bringing this old man back for the master as a prize?" Xiao Lu sighed, "The master is not someone who eats fake demons." On this side, Yi Changqing was bored, resting his chin on his hand. "Although I was once the Chongqing saint and Tai Xian master, the visitors were all from the great elder of the immortal realm. Though I couldn't adjust immediately, over time, I have gradually accepted it." He covered his face, trembling with embarrassment, and continued, "But how can I adjust to being in love with a female demon emperor?" His face darkened, feeling uneasy. "Moreover, it seems she treats me as someone else. If one day she wakes up, if all I'm left with is my original body intact, then I would consider that a win for her." At this moment, Du Gu Qingfeng entered. "Chongqing, I'm back now." Yi Changqing was a bit startled and thought, aren't you supposed to be away for a few days? How come you're back so soon? He stood up and reminded himself, before I figure out a safe way to convince her to back off, I must perform well and absolutely cannot show any flaws. He approached Dugu Qingfeng and asked, Qingfeng, why did you return so late? He thought to himself, that's right, it's just like having a casual conversation with an ordinary girl, just fool her. Dugu Qingfeng blushed happily, leaned against Yi Changqing and said, Changqing, I won't leave you again, I will always be with you. Yi Changqing's face turned red, feeling embarrassed, but I don't want to be in a serious relationship with you. He looked at her, trying to adjust his emotions and asked, Qingfeng, did you encounter any troubles while you were out? Dugu Qingfeng replied, nothing at all, I just left the tribe. She touched Yi Changqing's cheek and continued, I've already told them that they don't need to contact me anymore. Don't worry, no one will disturb us again. Yi Changqing felt even more shy as she caressed his face. His eyes widened in shock as he thought, oh no, she really. At this moment, the door opened, and Tu Shernyan and He Huang ran in. Mr. Yi, we are back. Hearing the call, Dugu Qingfeng and Yi Changqing quickly separated. Yi Changqing sighed in relief, thinking, luckily they are back, otherwise, who knows how long I would be held. He approached the three of them. Dugu Qingfeng looked at them and asked, Changqing, who are they? Yi Changqing replied, they are all pets that I raised myself. He lowered his eyes and asked Xiao Lu, is the matter with the demon clan resolved? Xiao Lu nodded in response. Yi Changqing gave a thumbs up in praise, well done. Tu Shernyan reported, Mr. Yi, this time the entire Linghu clan has retreated to Nanling and did not enter Zhongzhou. Yi Changqing smiled brightly and exclaimed, the Linghu clan is indeed quite large. He Huang wagged his tail and said, Ming Ju Shan has also been taken care of by Shu brother. It seems that the Black Tiger tribe, the strongest in the demon clan, has lost its leader this time. Master, this is the time to conquer and establish dominance. Yi Changqing touched his chin and said, that's right, it's better to take advantage of it myself than to let others benefit. It seems that He Huang is quite eager to go. He Huang raised his face and responded, yes, Master, He Huang will definitely lead the Black Tiger clan well and remain loyal to you. Yi Changqing happily exclaimed, go, take Miss Tu along with you. You don't need to become powerful, just have fun outside. In his heart, he prayed, don't come back if there's nothing going on. The Demon King and Demon Supreme are constantly on my case, it's really scary. He Huang picked up Tu Shernyan and took off in a flash. Tu Shernyan, in panic, yelled, run slower, I get motion sickness. Dugu Qingfeng had just arrived and was surprised by Xiao Lu's aura. This aura? She asked. Do you know Wangyu Mountain? Xiao Lu didn't turn around but replied, 10,000 years ago, I meditated quietly in the mountains. Dugu Qingfeng stepped closer. Hearing this, she paused in further surprise. I find your aura extremely familiar, it turns out you are the one who saved my life. Xiao Lu turned to her and asked, Wangyu Mountain is an ancient mountain, why have you encountered me in the mountains before? Dugu Qingfeng replied, there have long been rumors that Wangyu Mountain holds countless magical opportunities, but it is also filled with danger. Dugu Qingfeng recalled some memories from her previous life and recounted, we found opportunities, but we were also hunted, most of my teammates were killed, and I managed to escape by hiding under a willow tree. She clasped her hands in front of Xiao Lu and spoke with great respect, your actions back then were unintentional, but for me, it was a life-saving grace. Over here, Yi Changqing thought to himself, if that's the case, then Xiao Lu's cultivation must be higher than that of this demoness, and they also know each other. He felt somewhat reassured and thought, if one day she suddenly turns her back on him, Xiao Lu will definitely come to help. After he had finished thinking, he spoke to both of them, since you two are old friends, you can reminisce here, and I will go prepare dinner. He then turned and walked inside. Xiao Lu asked Dugu Qingfeng, are you the one who carries the mixed veins of the Wu clan? How do you know our master? Dugu Qingfeng asked suddenly. Wu clan. Xiao Lu's face darkened as she pressed further. First tell me how you know our master, the leader of the magic clan. Du Gu Qing Feng smiled and said, "It seems you have already guessed my identity. Since ancient times, we have defied heaven together and formed a Tao partner. Then, during the Great War between the two demon races at Zhongzhou Beiling, I was accidentally captured by the Tao sect. At the moment when my life was hanging by a thread, he drew his sword against his teammates, allowing me to escape annihilation. I did not want him to bear the blame, so I was willing to sacrifice myself, giving up my cultivation. He paid with his life as the price, sealing me in an indestructible bronze coffin. At that time, no magic in the world could harm me anymore. Before sealing me, he promised that after he reincarnated 9 times, he would use the Hua Fan melody that we played together as a signal to awaken me." At this point, she couldn't help but shed tears. "I have lived through 9 lifetimes in a copper coffin, and my cultivation has reached great ascension. If I hadn't always held back since my birth, I would have triggered a heavenly tribulation that destroys. If one day Chang Qing gets tired of this peaceful life, I will cause a heavenly tribulation, and together we will ascend to the heavenly realm. Then we will never have to part ways." Yi Chang Qing outside had overheard the entire conversation between the two, his eyes darkening with feeling. "Sister Qing Feng, you really have mistaken the person." He returned to the kitchen, opened the cupboard to take out food, holding a piece of meat, tears streaming down his face as he thought to himself, "I have consumed millions of soul essence stones, yet I am still just an ordinary golden elixir cultivator. Why do you all see me as a peerless expert?" Du Gu Qing Feng asked, "Can you explain to me now why you called me a member of the Wu clan?" Xiao Lu recounted, "During the time I awakened spiritual intelligence, there was only the Wu clan, not the magic clan. Because the ancestors of the Wu clan were inherently lacking in intelligence, the descendants became cruel, brutal, and fond of slaughter. Thus, they gradually came to be called ghosts. At that time, she was in a dead end at Wangyu Mountain. The reason I saved her was because she bore the veins of the Wu clan. When I was born, I received a favor from the Wu clan, and thanks to the mixed veins in her body, I saw a way to resolve the Wu clan's difficulties." Du Gu Qing Feng happily said, "For me, being able to heal the flaws of your entire clan is a way to repay the favor. If I could thus reach the upper world, and from there fall into the treasures of merit, my ascension would be even more perfect and fulfilling." Xiao Lu recounted, "But at that time, I was just a fleeting spark of spirit, so I marked her with a seal to find her again later." She extended her hand to send a ball of spiritual energy flying towards Du Gu Qing Feng. Seeing the bubble, she excitedly asked, "You were tracking me?" The bubble burst. Xiao Lu then continued, "But the mark I left was forcibly erased by someone else. I couldn't find you, so I had to give up on this thought." She raised her hand and said, "Now looking back, after she left the mountain and befriended the master, it is no surprise that my mark has been erased." Du Gu Qing Feng exclaimed, "So it was because of Chang Qing." At that moment, the sound of Yi Chang Qing's shouting echoed from the kitchen. He held his head and looked at the pot emitting black smoke in panic, having been so focused on eavesdropping that the pot was burnt at the bottom. He frowned and quickly took the ladle to stir the soup. How embarrassing, being so engrossed in listening that he forgot to stir the bottom of the pot. It's still not a big issue. He touched his chin and began to sink into thought. But I must say, does this world really have the Wu clan? I only encountered the Wu clan when writing a thesis in college, mentioned in an obscure ancient mythical book. Thinking back carefully, the Wu clan in that mythology seems to have a flaw similar to celestial beings, right? I remember the book mentioned that one must rely on the original spirit seal of the ancestral god to resolve this difficult situation. He ladled the soup into a bowl while thinking, if this world also has the Wu clan, and has such flaws, do they also need the original spirit seal of an ancestral god to solve that difficulty? Regarding the merit of the supreme treasure mentioned by Xiao Lu, the profound sovereign skill, the merit of the Tuong Van, and the chaos blue lotus, we happen to have all 3 of these. He brought the meal to the courtyard and approached both of them. But in terms of practicality, it's quite ordinary. Personally, I don't encourage it much. Xiao Lu continued to speak passionately. One cannot deny that you are a successfully transformed member of the Wu clan, but if you continue on the old path, it won't help your clansmen change their fate. Du Gu Qing Feng raised a hand and did not deny it. Indeed, to this day, the blood feud between the magic clan and the human clan still exists. Xiao Lu turned around, then there is only one path left. Yi Changqing called out as he approached, let's eat. Xiao Lu added, that is to ask the master for assistance. Yi Changqing placed the dish down and said, this is Qing Feng's favorite dish. Coincidentally, today with Xiao Lu's return, there's an additional dish. Xiao Lu looked at the food he cooked and added, after 10 years of being friends with the master, I have witnessed countless miracles born from his hands. Nowadays, the master still possesses 3 supreme treasures, holding in hand the great treasure of 10,000 heavens. Yi Changqing shouted loudly against the cold, what are you whispering about over there? Come here and eat. Both of them approached upon hearing this. Xiao Lu turned around and reiterated, in this universe, the only one who can help you is the master. Yi Changqing picked her up and placed her on a chair. Yi Changqing instructed Xiao Lu, although you are several tens of thousands of years old, after transforming into such a small form, you must eat more to replenish, understand? Xiao Lu looked at him and chuckled softly, this is the master's realm, which has long overwhelmed all living beings. Yi Changqing offered a spoon, saying, try this and see if it suits your taste. Xiao Lu opened her mouth obediently, still being simple and approachable. After taking a bite, her taste buds awakened and she praised, wow, delicious, wow, delicious. Du Guqing Feng watched as he fed Xiao Lu and involuntarily trembled, then called out loudly, Changqing. Yi Changqing turned to ask, what is it? Du Guqing Feng hesitated. I want to ask you, please save my clansmen. Yi Changqing was taken aback and exclaimed, what? His face darkened as he thought, but I'm just Saint Changqing recognized by the Deyan Kingdom, master of the Tai Xian Holy Land, a revered elder by Yuji Bo. I'm just your mistaken love substitute and an ordinary useless person at the golden elixir stage, how could I possibly save your clansmen? Isn't it the ancestral god instead? He suddenly recalled something, which made him even more confused. Wait, you don't think I'm the ancestral god, do you? Seeing Du Guqing Feng's face darken made him break out in a cold sweat. One side kept chewing while the other emitted a thick evil energy, leaving Yi Changqing distressed and biting his lip. What do I have to fight against over 100,000 magic clans? Do you think I'm the Buddha? Just reciting a few sutras would let me save them all. He swallowed hard, watching Du Guqing Feng make a decision. If I've been careless up to now, I won't die at the hands of the demoness here. Ancestral god, right? I accept it. He cautiously admitted to Du Guqing Feng, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I am currently well-intentioned but powerless. Du Guqing Feng asked in surprise, so, do you really have a way to change the fate of my clan? Yi Changqing raised his hand and replied, that's right. To compensate for the Wu clan's poor foundation, we need to use the ancestral god's divine seal. He worriedly scratched his head, but right now, my divine spirit is a bit unwell, so. Du Guqing Feng was delighted. Changqing, I am already very grateful that you are willing to lend a hand to help me. Yi Changqing took her hand, stood up, and reassured her, there's no need to worry, restoring my divine spirit is just a matter of time. He chuckled to himself, thinking, rest assured, I will do my best to live long and die at home on that day. He promised her, once I recover, I will take action immediately. Du Guqing Feng happily smiled, thinking, although I don't know how powerful the ancestral god mentioned by Changqing really is, just hearing him say it makes one feel strangely reassured. Xiao Lu wickedly chuckled as he looked over at Yi Changqing. Finally, the master agreed to reveal his true identity, ancestral god. The two girls kept giggling. Yi Changqing also chuckled to himself. Success in deception, let the treatment of the primordial spirit drag on. Each delay costs hundreds of thousands of years until Yi, think of another solution. Over here, Yi Changxian was still talking to the others. Oh, my old friends. The 3 birds transformed into power and entered the mind of Yi Changxian. He unexpectedly exclaimed, hey, the other 3 appeared. Yi Changxian said, this is a trick I just learned from the old wizard of the West. So, what do you think? Admiring? Jealous? Su Ji Tian shouted, he old man, come on, get to the point. Yi Changxian recounted, the patrolling disciple of our sect has been observing for several months. The army of the magic clan that attacked Zhongzhou has retreated to the border. Su Ji Tian was shocked and asked himself, could it be that Yi Senior has intervened in this matter? Surely Yi Senior single-handedly intimidated hundreds of thousands of the demon sect's army. Luo Wanfeng sighed and said, Su brother, you are underestimating Yi Senior's realm. With the nobility of Yi Senior, sitting in the tent devising strategies, it is possible to decisively win a battle thousands of miles away. I am honored to witness Yi Senior commanding troops to suppress the chaos in Nanling. I even saw Yi Senior's loyal servant personally slay Ming Ju Shan, who had reached the realm of Demon King. I clasp my hands in admiration, so powerful, powerful to the point of being unreasonable. Duan Changde waved his hand and said, Ladies and gentlemen, I know Yi Senior is very strong, but we cannot always rely on him. He Changxian stroked his beard, also thinking the same. After thinking it over, I still believe Yi Senior, being in a high position, should not be disturbed too much. Duan Changde continued, after experiencing two major battles in Nanling and Beiling, the losses of Dao sect Zhongzhou can be said to be unprecedented. Although both clans tend to cease their military actions, we absolutely cannot be negligent. He Changxian agreed, saying, exactly, the entire Dao sect should unite more than ever. We must hold hands and overcome this difficult hurdle together. Duan Changde added, if not, we will truly be ashamed of the expectations that Yi Senior has placed on us. He Changxian clicked his tongue and thought to himself, it's all because of Yi Senior. He spoke up, everyone, there are some things that if they have happened, there's no need to continue hiding them. He scratched his face, hesitating, actually. The three of them urged him impatiently, just say it already. Hesitating and anxious, what could we not hear? He Changxian could no longer hold back and spoke up. Actually, the demon sect the Empress was personally released by Yi Master. Right now, that Empress is in Yi Master's small house in Shaoqi town. The three of them, Duan Changde, were shocked and taken aback. Luo Wanfeng excitedly said, this means not only the Great War in Beiling, but even the Great War in Nanling was fueled by Yi Master from behind the scenes. Duan Changde angrily said, my brother died in battle at Nanling, before dying he still hoped Yi Master could come out and save the world. I want to ask him why he is involved with the magic clan. Su Ji Tian suppressed his anger and asked, he brother, where did you get this information? He Changxian held his face and recounted. The last time the old man went to plead with Master Yi to take action to quell the demon sect disaster in Zhongzhou, he accidentally stumbled upon. He raised his hand and said it was the demoness who promised the old man that there would be a situation where the demons would withdraw from Zhongzhou, and the two clans would reconcile. Su Ji Tian asked in astonishment, what? Duan Changde questioned, why did she do that? At this point, He Changxian became even more embarrassed. She said it was because of Master Yi. The two old men, Duan Changde and Su Ji Tian, looked at each other. Even the empress of the demon sect was conquered by Master Yi. Luo Wanfeng asked, is that so? He Changxian sighed, it's just that I don't know if this is a blessing or a disaster for the Dao sect. At this moment, another old man entered. He Changxian turned and called out, Senior Shimen has arrived. Shimen Lei, who knelt down with a serious face and asked, surely all of you are aware of the demon sect retreating from Zhongzhou and establishing a base near the Beiling border. But recently, the four ancient clans have discovered that this matter is not simple at all. He Changxian anxiously asked, what has happened again? Shimen Lei, who bowed his head and replied, on the surface, the demon sect has ended the war, but a few supreme elders are secretly causing trouble. He recalled the information he had gathered. They are stealthily approaching several ancient demon sealing relics from thousands of years ago in Zhongzhou, plotting to undermine the demon sealing seal. Fortunately, it was discovered in time by the patrolling disciples of the four ancient clans, which thwarted their scheme. He Changxian asked in astonishment, the demon sealing seal on the ancient demon sealing relic was created by the generals of the ancestral god. It is indeed fortunate that it has not been destroyed. Duan Changde said, if the extremely ferocious ancient relic species were to be released, there would be no one in this world who could subdue it anymore. Shimen Lei, who raised his hand and counted, the madmen of the demon sect, on the surface they seem to submit, but in reality, they are extremely unhinged. You all still don't know, do you? Since the demon sex empress fought with Si Xiu junior brother, there has been no news for over half a year now. He Changxian turned to everyone and asked, do you know? Luo Wanfeng replied ambiguously, how would I know? Duan Changde also shook his head, I have never heard of it. Shi Men Lei who stated, even holy masters like you do not know. His face was heavy as he continued, it seems that everything is a scheme of the female demon leader. Su Ji Tian suddenly thought of something, his expression darkening, wait, if it really is the female demon leader hearing the subordinate talking about releasing ancient relic species, what does the female demon leader, ye master, want to achieve? Shi Men Lei who said, after telling you all, I and the patriarch of the 4 ancient clans, Si Xiu junior brother, have fought with that female demon leader. She possesses the #1 immortal weapon, making her truly difficult to handle. He concluded, the current plan is only to invite Yi Senior to make an appearance. The other 4 listened and became serious. Shi Men Lei who was a bit surprised and asked them, why do you all have this expression? He Changxian's face darkened as he exclaimed, Shi Men Senior, hear us out. After a while, once he clarified, Shi Men Lei who loudly said, that is indeed nonsense. This is your wild speculation, I do not believe it. With that attitude, He Changxian could only respond helplessly, Shi Men Senior, this is what the junior personally witnessed. Shi Men Lei who glared fiercely and said, all right, all right, all right. Tai Xian Holy Master, have you ever thought about this? He seriously speculated, if Yi Senior is the mastermind behind everything, then why did they bestow magical powers disobedient to heaven on the Dao sect before the magic clan revolted? He Changxian was stunned and stammered, this. Shi Men Lei who pointed with conviction in Yi Changqing's character, so what if Du Gu Qing Feng is with Yi Senior? Yi Senior has a steadfast mind, even the eminent monk of the Buddhist country, Shi Mo, is not his opponent. Perhaps Yi Senior released him and kept him by his side to try to persuade her, thereby resolving the disputes between the 2 clans. You all misunderstand that Yi Senior and the female demon leader are from the same faction. If I leave Tai Xian Holy Land, I will definitely expel you from the sect. The 4 of them, including He Changxian, simultaneously held their faces in despair. Duan Changde pouted and said, but those supremes secretly went to the ancient demon sealing relic after the ceasefire, it's hard not to raise suspicion. Could it be that they decided that on their own? Shi Men Lei whose head wanted to explode as he alternately rebutted, stuffing words into their mouths, their treachery only further confirms the truth that Du Gu Qing Feng was conquered by Yi Senior. The 4 of them once again covered their faces. He Changxian replied casually, so that's how it is. He bowed respectfully, thank you, Senior Shi Men, for your guidance. If it weren't for you, we 4 would have offended Master Yi, which would surely have harmed him. Su Ji Tian and Luo Wanfeng still felt embarrassed and said, how shameful, how shameful. This old man dares not make wild guesses anymore, we should not misunderstand Master Yi like that. Shi Men Lei who lightly closed his eyes and did not blame them, now the Zhongzhou Dao sect is spreading rumors, the herbs are all soldiers, it can be understood that there might be some confusion at times. He asked, is junior brother Si Xiu in seclusion at Tai Xian Holy Land? How has he been lately? He Changxian replied, a few days ago, I just looked through the closed door. The residence was filled with abundant spiritual energy from heaven and earth, perhaps the battle with Du Gu Qing Feng exhausted too much of Senior Si Xiu's energy. Senior Si Xiu is at the Great Ascension realm, close to ascension, and to recover to his original state, it will likely take longer than us. At this moment, a strong sword chi flew into the room. He Changxian turned and asked, where does the sword chi come from? Shi Men Lei who raised his hand to create a shield to block the sword chi, Si Xiu Jinping is too hasty. He stepped out the door and said, leading the heavenly tribulation to destruction here again. He Changxian was astonished and turned to say, the heavenly tribulation to destruction, could it be that today Si Xiu Senior wants to ascend? Shi Men Lei who gasped in shock, successfully ascending requires the right timing, geographical advantages, and harmony among people, missing one is not acceptable. Now Zhongzhou is in turmoil, with lives devastated, how can success be possible? He Changxian observed the increasingly formidable strength and, with the passing of time, deduced that Si Xiu Sr. had reached great mastery in the sword Tao and, if he carelessly encountered some breakthrough during recovery, it might lead to the heavenly tribulation. He flew up with Shimen Leihu toward Si Xiu Jinping. Surely Si Xiu Sr. was still unaware while in the formation. If they could stop him now, perhaps they could still escape this calamity. The two of them gathered their energy and quickly flew forward but were blocked by heavenly thunder crashing down. The heavenly thunder had locked this place already. They must quickly find a way to reach Si Xiu Jinping. Both rushed through the heavenly thunder and saw. He Changxian pointed and called out, Si Xiu Sr., over there. Si Xiu Jinping stood in the midst of heaven and earth, with the heavenly thunder gathering. Shimen Leihu flew over and said, Si Xiu Sr., we are here to rescue you right away. Si Xiu Jinping replied, no need. He opened his eyes wide and said, it's about to come. A butterfly flew over and asked, do you want to fly higher? Dugu Qingfeng said, yes, there is still some distance to the ascended place. Yi Changqing, feeling uncomfortable, asked Xiao Lu, can you sit a bit farther away? Xiao Lu turned his head in confusion. Yi Changqing turned his face away, stamping his foot and thinking, the tree is a conduit. What if the heavenly thunder passes through you and strikes me? At this moment, Dugu Qingfeng said, I see it, over there. Yi Changqing looked at the dark clouds swirling around that sword intent and asked, that place seems to be the direction of the Tai Xian Holy Land. He flew down closer, and several disciples immediately bowed. Disciple pays respect to Yi Master. Yi Changqing sat, crossing his legs and responding, hello, 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 hello. Dugu Qingfeng turned to ask, Changqing, is this the first time you've seen the heavenly thunder ascended? Just after he finished speaking, a thunderbolt struck them. Yi Changqing turned around in confusion. The thunderbolt struck the mountain on the other side, causing him to startle and shout. Dugu Qingfeng said, then we can enjoy the view a little longer. Yi Changqing forced a smile and thought, this thunderbolt must only target high-level cultivators, right? It won't pay any attention to lowly ones like me. On this side, He Changxian was observing the thunderbolt when he was called by his brother, He Oldman, you. Together with Lei Hu, he quickly turned around in surprise, it's Mr. Yi, Lord of the ancient divine tree, Dugu Qingfeng. He Changxian looked at Lei Hu, feeling awkward, and asked, Shimen Sr., what should we do? Lei Hu replied, act based on Mr. Ye's expression. He performed a bow and said, we pay our respects to Mr. Yi. He Changxian continued, today, Mr. Si Xiu inadvertently triggered the heavenly tribulation, disturbing Mr. Yi. Yi Changqing stepped down and replied, no need for formality, let's just stand here and watch. He frowned, thinking to himself, if I had known, I wouldn't have come to join the fun. He looked at He Changxian's expression, feeling a weight in his heart, what a vast place this is. There is a master, a patriarch of the four ancient clans standing here. Originally, they and Sister Xingfeng were like oil and water. He looked up at the dark clouds and thunder tribulation, feeling a bit gloomy. What if they fight outside and the thunder rolls? Where can I hide now? He chuckled softly but was thinking, so annoying, I can only maintain a smile. Lei Hu turned to nod at He Changxian. If Mr. Yi is acting as if nothing happened, then let's focus on junior brother Si Xiu. He Changxian nodded in response, at your command. Next to him, two messenger birds appeared urgently asking, He brother, this is already the seventh lightning bolt. Which elder from Tai Xian Holy Land is saving lives and ascending? The might of the thunder is so great that even my place is shaken. He Changxian waved his hand, oh come on, you all are truly nosy. One bird flew over, greetings, senior. Xiao Lu replied with a hum. She stroked and said, the first 7 bolts of heavenly thunder are not difficult. A peak great ascension realm is enough to handle them, it's the last 2 that are the most lethal. She looked up at the heavenly Tao and continued, the 8th path is the trial of enlightenment of the great Tao, and the 9th path trials the Tao heart. Her complexion darkened as she said, this is the true heavenly tribulation that can destroy cultivators. He Changxian suddenly asked, how does she understand heavenly tribulation so well? Lei Hu raised his hand to explain, after the ancient divine tree lord transformed, he just appears a bit young, but he has quite a rich experience with unsuccessful ascensions. Xiao Lu frowned and glared at the two men. Dugu Qingfeng tilted his head and asked Chang Qing, "What do you think the chances are for this person to successfully save lives?" Yi Changqing laughed and replied, "Si Xiu Senior once asked me what the sword Dao is." He raised his head and wondered, "I wonder if he understands my answer." I once said a blade of grass can cut through the sun and moon spirit. Si Xiu Jinping swung a sword chi loudly. If the sun and moon spirit can be cut, then what is the mere 9 paths of heavenly tribulation? The heavenly thunder struck down once more. Si Xiu Jinping used his sword to block the blow from below. He Changxian shouted, "Si Xiu Senior, the 8th path of heavenly tribulation enlightenment of the great Tao is coming. Be careful." Si Xiu Jinping hesitated, looking at the imposing sword image before him as if realizing something. He exclaimed, "That is the thunderstorm sword formation transformed from the true intent of sword Tao, more powerful than the combined 7 heavenly thunders." He thrust a sword downwards, accompanied by a swirling vortex. With his hands clasped, he recited, "Wind restraint cloud heavenly Tao technique." At that moment, the sword images all descended simultaneously. They violently plunged down towards the wind restraint cloud heaven, making their power even more formidable. Lei Hu gazed at the cracked great formation, exclaiming, "No wonder it's the thunder enlightenment of swordsmen, even if Si Xiu Junior brother destroys it, its residual power remains." He Changxian observed intently, without blinking, saying, "Right now, all Si Xiu Senior needs to do is withstand the 9th heavenly thunder to step into the heavenly gate." Xiao Lu turned and cried out, "Don't rejoice too soon." She looked up at Si Xiu Jinping, saying, "Whether that kid Si Xiu succeeds in ascending or not, the Tai Xian Holy Land will still have to go through a calamity." He Changxian's expression darkened as he swiftly asked, "What do you mean by that?" Lei Hu, with a grave expression, also inquired, "Could it be that if Si Xiu Junior brother cannot withstand the 9th heavenly thunder? At best, the pill will be destroyed and started again, at worst, it could lead to annihilation." Xiao Lu nodded slightly, it was the best result. He Changxian looked over at Yi Changqing with a confused expression. Could it be that, ascended, was the worst outcome? Xiao Lu, observing the ever-increasing power, said that if the ascension succeeded, the heavenly gate would open, and the chaos energy would take advantage of the opportunity to emerge. She turned to He Changxian and said, "As far as I know, there is a demon sealing relic near the Tai Xian Holy Land, right?" He Changxian touched his chin, recalling, "Yes, there is a Qi Yuan, 300 miles from the sect." Xiao Lu's vacant gaze continued, "By then the dense chaos energy would render the demon sealing seal around Qi Yuan ineffective. Those ancient relic species, which slaughter indiscriminately, are extremely sensitive to the changes in the environment." She looked up at Si Xiu Jinping and said that the defensive technique from earlier had consumed too much of his mental energy. This Tao Heart Heavenly Thunder would only be harder to break. Suddenly, spiritual energy appeared in Yi Changqing's hand. He raised his hand and looked at it in confusion, as the surrounding power grew denser, illuminating the place. He quickly pressed his hands together and said, "It is the aura of the heavenly gate." Lei Hu asked in surprise, "Heavenly gate? Yi Senior is?" The dark clouds in the sky had also begun to radiate bright light. Si Xiu Jinping, holding his sword, looked up at the powerful force swirling with great might. He squinted slightly and then laughed joyfully, "Seeing the Ji Mei Sword Mountain today, I have no regrets in this lifetime." Xiao Lu exclaimed in surprise, "The Ji Mei Sword Mountain has materialized." Saying this, she flew up, causing He Changxian and Lei Hu to be puzzled. "Divine Tree Lord, Senior." At this moment, Yi Changqing also stomped his foot and flew up. Dugu Qingfeng called out loudly, "Changqing." He Changxian also shouted, "Yi Senior, be careful." Xiao Lu turned to say, "Master." Yi Changqing activated his spiritual energy and said, "If I remember correctly, the last time Ji Mei Sword Mountain appeared was 10,000 years ago." He paused to think, that strange feeling is coming back again. There are suddenly many memories surfacing, gradually becoming clearer in my mind. He gently closed his eyes and murmured, "Ji Mei Sword Mountain, the place where the army led by the Creator God gathers." Xiao Lu turned to ask, "Master, what do you remember?" Yi Changqing said that to remember history, the gods of the upper world commanded the martial artists to gather the weapons once held by his former subordinate in this mountain. This sword mountain then became the gathering place for the true essence of sword Tao. For 10,000 years, countless swordsmen have ascended, yet there has never been a rare occurrence like Ji Mei Sword Mountain appearing alongside the heavenly tribulation. It seems that the sword qi emitted by Si Xiu Jinping has reached the true essence of sword Tao, which is why Ji Mei Sword Mountain answered the call and came here. Xiao Lu intended to fly ahead, but Yi Changqing raised his hand to create a shield. She turned to ask, Master, does this mean the kid Si Xiu has no more chances? Yi Changqing looked at Si Xiu Jinping and calmly said, Don't speak recklessly. To ascend is the greatest chance for those who are disobedient to heaven under the magnificent heavenly might. For cultivators, that chance of being disobedient to heaven is the most steadfast belief in their hearts. Si Xiu Jinping took out a scroll and released it into the air, saying, Today, if I dare to provoke heavenly tribulation, I already have a complete plan. He clasped his hands and began to read. By the side of the boat, thousands of boats passed by the decayed tree, the young tree blossomed. Now, listening to the soldiers sing a tune, I temporarily rely on a cup of wine to uplift my spirits. The power he concentrated became mighty, swirling within the sword, rushing with him as he said, I shall never forget the words of instruction from Master Yi for countless lifetimes. Xiao Lu covered his face from the strong wind and asked, Is that brat Si Xiu's faith in the Master? Yi Changqing scratched his face with concern, I am ashamed, very ashamed. The thunder grew violent with every moment, but Si Xiu Jinping still read with a calm heart, the thick willow branches, the Amur honeysuckle blooms fall into despair, finding the road to survival. He raised his sword high, gathering thunder and transforming into a dragon, everything that besieges me becomes my source of strength. The power from sword qi and thunder became fierce, dissipating the thunder tribulation. Lei Hu asked in confusion, how did he manage to dispel the ninth heavenly thunder? He Changxian said, has he achieved enlightenment already? Xiao Lu, still with a heavy expression, said, but Ji Mei Sword Mountain has shown no signs of movement. It feels a bit strange. Yi Changqing calmly asked, do you think so too? He pointed to the forbidden mountain Ji Mei Sword Mountain, adding, in my opinion, Ji Mei Sword Mountain must have sensed the existence of someone who can truly grasp the essence of Sword Tao. He looked at Si Xiu Jinping who was resisting the thunder tribulation and made his judgment, Senior Si Xiu just used the sword against the heavenly Tao, so this Ji Mei Sword Mountain is for Senior to prove Sword Tao with your own body. As Si Xiu Jinping smiled lightly, he hurriedly turned to look at Ji Mei Sword Mountain descending towards him. Lei Hu exclaimed, 9 bolts of heavenly thunder have passed, how can young Si Xiu have any strength left? He Changxian opened his eyes wide and said, is this to suppress Senior Si Xiu here? He anxiously called out, Yi Senior, think of a way. Yi Changqing shook his head, the test of Ji Mei Sword Mountain must have been granted by the upper world. He looked up and continued, I cannot go against it. Ji Mei Sword Mountain fell in unison, and Si Xiu Jinping struggled to block it with his sword, but it was still very difficult, just one touch of his sword was enough to break it completely. The elder Si Xiu Jinping trembled. Indeed, I no longer have the strength to withstand the trials of Ji Mei Sword Mountain. He calmly sat down and said, but until the last moment before my death, I will wholeheartedly aspire to the Sword Tao Supreme. He gritted his teeth and pressed his hands together, condensing spiritual energy. Previously, what Yi Xianqing imparted, I could never comprehend. He gently closed his eyes and sighed, today, if I can borrow this opportunity to attain enlightenment, everything depends on fate, a grain of dust can fill mountains and seas. Another scroll appeared, and Si Xiu Jinping waved his hand, drawing in the spiritual energy. A blade of grass can cut through the sun, moon, and stars. Yi Changqing squinted and asked, do you know that among all paths, the heavenly tribulation Sword Tao is the hardest to surpass? Si Xiu Jinping stamped his foot and soared towards Ji Mei Sword Mountain, determined to die trying. I do not know, I only know that the Sword Tao has chosen me, and I have chosen the Sword Tao. I may perish in body, but my heart for the sword is immortal and indestructible. He gathered all his strength and charged towards Ji Mei Sword Mountain, then exploded with a loud bang. Lei Hu stepped back in fear, shouting, "Everyone be careful." After a moment, everything became quiet. He Chang Xian, feeling heavy-hearted, said, "It's a failure." Lei Hu replied, "I don't know." Dugu Qing Feng looked intently and said, "It must be a failure." Xiao Lu, with an expressionless face, spoke up, "Using one's body as a sacrifice is the most devout way to face fate, and also the quickest way to die." Yi Chang Qing excitedly pointed and said, "No, look there." He Chang Xian and Lei Hu froze and looked, as a glowing circle appeared in the clear yet dark sky. It gradually radiated its golden light in all directions, then revealed a figure. "There's someone there." Si Xiu, in a new appearance, stood before the dazzling golden light, waved his hand, and loudly recited, "A blade of grass can cleave the sun, moon, and stars." He placed his hand on his chest and joyfully said, "Disciple Si Xiu Jinping, have successfully saved lives today. I will certainly regard the supreme treasure bestowed by Mr. Yi as a divine object, and will remember it for life." He Chang Xian bowed and said, "Congratulations, Senior Si Xiu." Lei Hu also clasped his hands in welcome, "Junior brother Si Xiu." Si Xiu Jinping replied, "Brother He, Senior Shi Men, I will quietly await good news from you both in the upper world." He approached to pay his respects to Yi Chang Qing, "Mr. Yi." Yi Chang Qing raised his hand and said, "Si Xiu Senior, now you are a person of the upper world, I still have a few questions." Before he could finish, Si Xiu Jinping turned to say, "The time has come, the student must leave." He, along with the two elders He Chang Xian, looked up, "The heavenly gate is open." Yi Chang Qing raised his hand to call out, "Mr. Si Xiu." Si Xiu Jinping turned his head and said, "Mr. Yi, I understand your concerns." He pointed at his head and said, "Because of your identity, I cannot reveal a word." Yi Chang Qing's face darkened as he began to realize, "It seems that the fragments of memory that flash in my mind, along with the previous resonances with the celestial and earthly anomalies, are not coincidences after all, right?" Si Xiu Jinping replied, "Indeed, the self-sealing of memory is your choice, but the power of you still exists between heaven and earth and cannot be violated." Xiao Lu, upon hearing this, couldn't help but look at him and think, "The owner's identity is truly not simple. It seems my speculation is not wrong." He Chang Xian looked over at Lei Hu with a confused expression. When Si Xiu Senior said those words, I could not possibly imagine the true identity of Yi Master. Lei Hu said, "Those who can choose to seal their memories have surpassed our understanding, let alone the reason for their actions." Dugu Qing Feng looked back at him and wondered, sealing memories, but before his 9th life, he was clearly a cultivator of the human clan. She lowered her eyes and questioned herself, could it really be that I have mistakenly fallen for someone in my own sentimental delusions? Si Xiu Jinping performed a farewell ceremony for them. "Mr. Yi, see you again." Yi Chang Qing hurriedly asked, "Mr. Si Xiu, may I ask if you could clarify a few doubts for me?" A surprised voice spoke up, "Is it you?" Yi Chang Qing also paused. Could it be the true Chang Qing saint? A person with a face resembling Yi Chang Qing asked the question. He looked at him and thought, that chaotic energy is like a flower, just like the blue lotus chaos, and also has a magic weapon that resembles the Xianhuang Tower. Yi Chang Qing teared up and asked sadly, "Although we look exactly the same on the outside, you are the true saint. So what am I? A low-quality imitation?" He stood opposite that person and asked, "Earlier, you appeared before the heavenly gate, were you there to welcome Mr. Si Xiu who has successfully ascended?" Dugu Qing Feng called out loudly, "Chang Qing, are you planning to leave?" Xiao Lu suddenly waved her hand to stop her, shouting, "Shut up." She frowned and said, "Since the master has chosen to seal the memories and come to Shaoqi town to experience a life, there must be personal calculations behind it. We have already seen through the true nature of the master, and if we involve the master in trouble because of personal feelings, we will surely be punished by heaven." Dugu Qing Feng did not approach further but replied, "I understand now." She frowned, thinking to herself, "Chang Qing, no matter where you go, I will definitely follow you." She looked at him and affirmed, "We can never be separated." Yi Chang Qing here folded his hands and sincerely pleaded, "Remember, I have done many good deeds in the identity of Chongqing the saint. May I ask if you can take me through the heavenly gate? He rubbed his head in confusion and honestly said, in this world, I don't know how to enhance my cultivation, and there are far too many people misidentifying my identity. He frowned and said, now, unexpectedly, fragmented memories are surfacing without any clues to follow. He raised his hand to express the invisible pressure he was bearing. It makes me feel as if there is a mountain of pressure upon me. The man named Chongqing chuckled lightly and asked, why are you so concerned about realm cultivation? Is it really more important than the experiences and circumstances of this life? I was born with talent, and surely one day I will flourish. Even if wealth fades, it will return. Didn't you say these words when you were still in the Yen kingdom? How did you end up in such a dire situation now? Yi Chongqing crossed his arms in annoyance and said, do you think I am like you, having reached the invincible realm as in the comics? He exhaled heavily, complaining, even my spiritual roots were a gift from you as a friend. He stroked his chin in agreement. It seems your memories are truly chaotic and fragmented. Yi Chongqing anxiously exclaimed, then please explain clearly. Chongqing shrugged and replied, as Si Xiu Jinping mentioned, your choice to seal your memories must have its own reasons. If I were to hastily reveal them now, it would be an act of betrayal against the heavenly Tao, subjecting me to its punishment. Yi Chongqing said, having said so much, please provide a solution to this difficult situation for me. Chongqing's eyes emitted spiritual energy and suggested, then enter a dream. In the dream, you will find answers to everything. He smiled and said, before long, we will meet again in the Shen Tian realm. He then turned and spoke a few cryptic words. The journey of the sun and moon begins from there, the galaxy shining as if it emerged from that place. Yi Chongqing looked around in surprise. Is this the scenery of the celestial realm? Lei Hu and He Chongxian bowed. We respectfully bid farewell to Master Si Xiu. Yi Chongqing stood there watching them disappear, a faint glimmer of light remaining in the sky. Yi Chongqing placed a hand on his face, pondering, did Chongqing Saint just mention the Shen Tian realm? Yi Chongqing emitted spiritual energy. He Chongxian respectfully clasped his hands and said, Mr. Yi, I have matters to discuss, so I kindly invite you to the holy land of Tai Xian to talk. Yi Chongqing replied irritably, let's do it another day. He thought to himself, if you are all certain that Yi is a peerless expert, then today I will display my majesty a bit. He stepped onto the lotus and then snorted coldly as he flew away, leaving He Chongxian startled, exclaiming, oh, Mr. Yi. Yi Chongqing disappeared. Xiao Lu crossed her arms and called out, Tai Xian Holy Master, the guest elder of the sect, you have successfully ascended today. She said coldly, next, we should focus more on planning for the Tai Xian Holy Land and not disturb the master any longer. He Chongxian inquired, Mr. Si Xiu has ascended, so why do I still have to make plans? Xiao Lu replied, wherever there is ascension, there will be legendary Tao fruit left behind. She smiled faintly and said, in that case, the demon sealing seal around Qi Yuan will certainly be subjected to the impact of the spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Those ancient beings, when they break the seal, are likely to turn towards the Tai Xian Holy Land first, as they come to seize this once-in-a-lifetime Tao fruit. He Chongxian was startled and opened his eyes wide. By then, the Tai Xian Holy Land will definitely not be able to withstand such an attack, he said anxiously. I still hope the senior can show me a bright path. Xiao Lu said, therefore, I advise you to take good care of yourself. If you anger the master, by then he will just stand by with his arms crossed, watching the Tai Xian Holy Land being slaughtered, while you, the Holy Master, will become a timeless sinner. He Chongxian clasped his hands sadly and replied, Junior understands the mistake now. Yi Chongqing flew back to the town, landing and pondering. It appears that beyond the heavenly gate is the upper world, right? He entered, still in thought. Indeed, there are some differences in this world. He picked up a brush and began to write. Just a glance and I can see such a magnificent scene. When will I be able to witness it with my own eyes? He furrowed his brow, wondering, what will the Shen Tian realm behind the heavenly gate be like? He set the brush down and vividly the heavenly gate, the golden light illuminating the entire house. Just as Du Gu Qingfeng and Xiao Lu returned, they saw. Du Gu Qingfeng asked in surprise, what is Chongqing doing alone? Xiao Lu replied, the chaos above is too thick to get close. We should go underground. Du Gu Qing Feng pushed the door open and stared in shock. Xiao Lu also exclaimed, the courtyard is filled with the essence of spirit. Du Gu Qing Feng looked at the heavenly gate behind him in astonishment. Quick, look behind Chongqing, that's the heavenly gate we saw earlier, she said. Just now at the Tai Xian Holy Land, I didn't even have time to see the true scenery behind the heavenly gate. Xiao Lu added, but after the heavenly gate was drawn by the master, the scenery inside the gate appeared right before our eyes. Du Gu Qing Feng responded, Senior, we haven't thought about ascension at all, yet we are witnessing the scenery of the upper world. She gasped and looked at Xiao Lu, continuing, then aren't we spying on the heavenly secret? If so, we will surely face divine punishment. The power behind Yi Chongqing grew stronger and stronger. Xiao Lu turned away, closed his eyes tightly, and exclaimed, don't spy too much, or it will lead to great disaster. Du Gu Qing Feng frowned and conjectured, Senior, Chongqing is able to easily depict the scene behind Heavenly Gate, which means he must have been able to move freely between the two realms before. She stroked her chin, having an idea. If we are willing to ask Chongqing to help us avoid the heavenly tribulation, then can't we directly enter Heavenly Gate? Xiao Lu sternly reminded, Heavenly tribulation is the will of Heavenly Tao, the rules of the two realms. The status of the Master is indeed very special, but it cannot be used as an excuse to go against Heavenly Tao. Du Gu Qing Feng bowed her head and replied, understood. She turned around, exclaiming. Xiao Lu also looked and said, it seems the painting is finished. Yi Chongqing stroked his chin, pondering. What should this painting be named? He dipped his brush and began to write the name. The way of nature and man is originally within me, why should I seek Chongqing from the immortals and Buddhas? Thus, let's name this painting Flying Beyond the Heavens. Flying beyond the heavens means soaring past the celestial void. Du Gu Qing Feng and Xiao Lu exchanged glances. Yi Chongqing calculated again, resting his chin in his hand. If we call it flying to heaven, then someone must fly through the heavenly gate towards the celestial realm, but who would be the best choice? He spoke to Xiao Lu. Qing Feng, considering the cultivation of the two of you, both can certainly attract the heavenly tribulation and ascend at any time. Drawing you both in clearly isn't quite suitable. He gazed into the distance, beginning to think. He Huang and Miss Tu are so young yet have already entered the demon supreme realm, they can still accomplish many great things, so it also isn't appropriate to include them in the painting. He thought again and came up with an idea. If I have to choose someone in the painting to ascend, why not it be myself? Once more, he put pen to paper, deciding on himself. The power in the painting was dense and radiated out. Xiao Lu exclaimed in surprise, that is, she thought, could it be that the master is channeling the vital energy into his body? Yi Chongqing opened his eyes wide and said, it's done. Yi Chongqing set down the pen, resting his chin in amazement. This painting makes my whole body feel relaxed. The painting depicted him flying towards the heavenly gate. Yi Chongqing waved and called out, everyone come here and see how I painted this flying immortal scroll. He stretched his body. Du Gu Qing Feng approached to take a look and praised him endlessly. Chongqing, this flying immortal scroll is vast and magnificent. Xiao Lu also looked at it, her hand touching the drawing before she looked up at Yi Chongqing. He also looked at Xiao Lu and said, aha, Xiao Lu has discovered it. He raised his hand to explain, I painted myself flying through the heavenly palace in the picture. This can also be considered a kind of beautiful encounter. Du Gu Qing Feng understood upon seeing him, so that's how it is. No wonder there were strange phenomena surrounding Chongqing earlier. Xiao Lu misunderstood and thought to herself, it seems that the master plans to leave this world at any moment. In the evening, the sound of Du Gu Qing Feng's flute echoed throughout the courtyard. Yi Chongqing approached to inform Qing Feng, I'm going to my room now, you should also rest early. After saying that, he returned to his own room. Du Gu Qing Feng sadly looked after him and thought, Chongqing, are you really planning to leave this world? Why didn't you say anything to me? Back in his room, Yi Chongqing flipped through the celestial painting again. He admired the artwork inside. Chongqing Saint told me that entering dreams would allow me to realize my desires, yet I firmly believe these are just fanciful words. He raised his head and wondered, could I really still find the tower gate to enter the Xian Tian realm in my dreams? He decided not to think any further, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. I'll sleep first. After a while, a wave of power emanated from the celestial painting, illuminating the entire room. My Tao, in tune with heaven and man, why seek gods and Buddhas for immortality? Tomorrow, ancient will face disaster, decades of soul-consuming spiritual travel. If I have asked you to enter dreams, then you shall receive the answer in dreams. Yi Changqing broke into a sweat, and his divine soul quickly slipped into slumber. Unconsciously, he arrived at a place filled with paintings and asked, Is this the scene where I taught the lords in the Yen? Is this on the way to Tai Xian Holy Land? Huh? Why is there even a scene where I buy vegetables? He looked toward where the powerful forces gathered and unexpectedly saw a majestic avatar, calling out, Changqing Saint. He flew over and asked, Do you remember the words from the Buddhist scriptures that I left for you while in the imperial capital Dayen? He repeated the scripture, the tide of the Qian Tang River arrives on time. Then, he stepped into the ground and flew into Yi Changqing's body. When you entered the mortal transformation stage, I ordered you to guard the ancient immortal region, Yi Changqing realized. Today, I comprehend my true self, Changqing said. Now, your journey in the human realm has reached its peak. I have specially come to escort you to the next journey. You were born destined to be an unparalleled genius, just a little more and you could touch the ancient Tao of immortals. At that time, you will only have the final shackles left. After the breakthrough, you could become one of the strongest in the celestial realm of myriad worlds. The Xian Huang Tower flew out, and a lotus appeared on Yi Changqing's forehead. But the higher the realm, the harder it is to overcome those shackles. Therefore, you resolutely stepped into the mortal transformation stage, sealing all cultivation, choosing to take on a mortal body, and experience a few worlds. Yi Changqing fell in the painting. He unexpectedly asked, What? Changqing continued, conquering countless people, shaking countless lives. Experiencing love and hatred, tasting hundreds of emotions of mortals. The paintings flew around Yi Changqing's body. He emitted powerful spiritual energy, tears streaming down his face as he said, I remember everything now. With a smile, he added, Forget it, past cultivation can easily cause one to lose their mind, gradually discarding everything precious behind. He closed his lips in realization. Each world returning to its original state is the true meaning when we choose to undergo mortal transformation. He took a step forward, looking at a painting and asking, But why are these pieces still blank? Changqing replied, Others comprehend the Tao of mortals, that is mortal transformation. But for you, the ancient immortal region is all mundane. Yi Changqing raised his head and asked, So I must continue to move forward with this mortal body until I reach the ancient immortal region? How far is this path, after all? The blank painting began to fade. Changqing also stated, I cannot answer you, but when your memories have returned, then your journey in the mortal realm has also come to an end. After saying this, Yi Changqing flew up but suddenly fell down, startled and exclaiming. Changqing called out, Go on, it is time to say goodbye. Yi Changqing fell from his dream and woke up. He opened his eyes wide, sweating profusely and let out a shout. He sat up, wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, It seems like I just dreamed of Changqing Saint. He told me I am a part of the divine consciousness of, and wants me to continue the journey. Only stop at the ancient immortal region. He scratched his head in confusion and wondered, What is the ancient immortal region? I've never heard of it, let alone go there. He bit his hand, sweat dripping down, bowed his head and murmured, and he said that due to my hardships in the mortal world, I should seal my cultivation. Isn't this just to give up Tsinghua for a vocational school? How reckless. He stepped down from the bed and looked up to see a faint power before him, pausing in surprise. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he was still dreaming, and said, Why is there a mist of golden color in the room? Could it be that my astigmatism has worsened? Yi Changqing kept rubbing his eyes for a while and found himself somehow transported outside. He exclaimed happily, Mom, I can teleport. Could it be that everything Changqing Saint said is true? After the cultivation of the mortal realm was completed, the seal on the cultivation was also partially lifted. Yi Changqing raised his hand, and the power responded, what I see right now must be the scene that those cultivating immortals can witness. He touched the zither, looked at the surrounding scenery, and realized, so these things are all high-level immortal weapons. No wonder just playing the zither and ordinary chess can draw the admiration of the great elders of the cultivating immortals. He sighed sadly. It turns out that there's no one who knows about the power that only I possess. He gazed longingly at the immortal weapon, affirming, at this moment, this little courtyard is enough to compare with a fairy cave. Yi Changqing once again closed his eyes and focused. He waved his hand, creating a chaos that shook the heavens, transforming into a divine soul, and clenched his hand joyfully. I have wanted to create this form for a long time. The power within the celestial courtyard spread throughout the town. On the blacksmith's side, the immortal weapon was also faintly present in the room. Song Tai Zhang sat on the bed, drenched in sweat with a look of bewilderment. Finally, I'm awake. He hit his forehead and asked, what era is it now? He opened his eyes and called out loudly, May Er, are you still here? The elder sister raised her hand in response, I am here. Song Tai Zhang, feeling tired, said, after sleeping for thousands of years, I have no idea what the current age of creation is like now. The elder sister leaned against him and speculated, it must be that the chaos energy earlier has lifted the seal on our past lives' memories. Look, the holy body of the dragon tortoise demon subduing that you have been cultivating is gradually recovering. Song Tai Zhang clenched his fist and felt it along with the immortal weapon. Both of them left the room, and Song Tai Zhang turned to call out, wife, you have changed as well. The elder sister's body radiated a sparkling light. She raised her hand to her mouth joyfully and replied, previously, in pursuing the martial lord supreme realm like you, I have exerted quite a bit of effort. Both looked ahead and saw the immortal king and the holy sovereign, which made Song Tai Zhang unable to hide his astonishment. Could it be that the neighbors in the town are all from the ancient immortal region? Were they sealed along with me back then? A knocking sound echoed as Yi Changqing was about to enter. Hearing the knocking, he turned and paused. Oh, who could be coming at this hour? He walked while making guesses in his mind. It can't be because my chaos blast earlier was too loud, causing the neighbors to come and complain about disturbing the residents, can it? He opened the door. Seeing Song Tai Zhang, he was surprised and called out, Song uncle. He stepped out, smiling amiably while apologizing. I'm really sorry, I was careless earlier. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and exclaimed, wow, what's going on here? Yi Changqing saw several magic weapons in the hands of the people in the town, along with the golden light they emitted, which made him ponder life. No one told me that the village was preparing to hold an anime fair. Song Tai Zhang suddenly knelt down strongly, with everyone in the town performing the ceremony. Subordinate greets the Emperor Sovereign. Yi Changqing was shocked and stood frozen. Emperor Sovereign? Are you referring to me? He hurriedly approached to help Song Tai Zhang, feeling a confused state of mind. Emperor Sovereign? Subordinate, can you explain a bit to me? Song Tai Zhang didn't know either. He raised his hand and replied, Subordinate only remembers, following you from the ancient immortal region to here. As for why the one is called the Emperor Sovereign, and why he descends to the lower world, the subordinate truly does not know. Yi Changqing waved his hand and replied, it's fine, it's really fine. Meanwhile, he was secretly judging, it must be that Changqing saint, not only did he not say a word to me, but he also erased all their memories. From his body, the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy began to manifest from head to toe. He raised his hand and asked, it seems you all really need the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy to recover your magical power, right? Song Tai Zhang and several others clasped their hands and responded, that's correct. The immortal king laughed and said, over these years, the Emperor's sovereign lord has been growing various kinds of spiritual plants in the courtyard. Occasionally, he plays the lute and paints, using these things to convey domineering intent. The saint stroked his beard and continued, everything relies on the essence of the Tao that resides in this town, which is why I can maintain my divine soul in this state. Yi Changqing touched his chin and understood, so it turns out everything follows the trail to find it. He sighed, no wonder Xiao Lu acts like a 3-year-old in front of the blacksmith couple, Song Tai Zi. Song Tai Zhang patted his head and said, Emperor Sovereign Lord, now our mission to protect you in this life has been completed. He raised his hand to explain, if the people from the immortal region stay in the mortal world for too long, it will ultimately disrupt the order of the three realms, so I need to return to the heavenly realm soon. Yi Changqing reassured him, you just need to focus on restoring yourself, leave the task of restarting the heavenly gate to me. Song Tai Zhang absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, still finding it insufficient, and replied, Emperor Sovereign Lord, although the true path's essence in this town is dense, it is still not enough for us to fully restore our cultivation as in the ancient immortal region. To completely restore, we need the purest source of Tao. He was not afraid when thinking about the scenes that might occur. If we continue to absorb the thin spiritual energy in this world, even if we drain the spiritual mine, it will not satisfy my needs. Yi Changqing stroked his chin, deep in thought. Where do we find enough ancient relics to supply them with such a strong absorption rate? He raised his finger and suddenly had an idea. Ah, got it. He called out, Old Song, 300 miles from Shaoqi town is Tai Xian Holy Land. 200 miles from Tai Xian Holy Land is a place called Qi Yuan, which is an ancient demon sealing site. He said, a few days ago, Holy Master Tai Xian informed me that what is sealed in Qi Yuan is an ancient relic. Song Tai Zhang was surprised and said, that is indeed a high-grade cultivation item. Yi Changqing stroked his chin, calculating the time, if you leave immediately, you might still make it. He emphasized with a stern face, if you delay, the people from Tai Xian Holy Land might have taken it already. Song Tai Zhang immediately turned around and waved his hand. Everyone, follow me to hunt the ancient relic. He clenched his fist and said, I have been in deep slumber for thousands of years, so we must rely on this high-grade cultivation item to replenish ourselves. Everyone soared towards Qi Yuan. Yi Changqing raised his hand to his forehead, watching them and silently praying. Old man, I hope this matter can keep Tai Xian Holy Land safe. Dugu Qingfeng stepped forward and asked, Changqing. I just heard them call you Emperor Sovereign Lord. Yi Changqing was startled, turned around and said, Qingfeng's sister. He scratched his head, flustered, I didn't expect you to hear everything. Dugu Qingfeng had tears streaming down her face. She heartbrokenly said, I really didn't expect that you are truly not him. Yi Changqing looked down at her, his mind divided in two directions. She finally realized she mistook someone. But why do I feel a bit sad when she cries? He spoke to comfort Qingfeng. No matter if I am the reincarnation of the person in your heart or not, I still have you in my heart. Dugu Qingfeng continued to cry and said, no, you cannot replace him. After saying that, she flew away, leaving Yi Changqing stunned, calling out, Qingfeng. He sat down feeling a bit aggrieved and drew circles in the sand. At that moment, Xiao Lu stepped out and called, Master. Yi Changqing turned his head and asked sadly, Xiao Lu, should I have told Qingfeng the truth from the beginning? That way she wouldn't be like this now, deeply in love but unable to escape. He looked up at the sky and said, but the enemy will always be the enemy, there will be no good outcome between us. Xiao Lu showed no emotion and asked him in return, looking back, when the master completed that celestial painting, there must have been a plan to leave, right? She looked up and smiled comfortingly, then don't leave any regrets behind. Yi Changqing smiled and nodded. All right, he replied. Then he flew up, releasing spiritual energy and instructed, Xiao Lu, you quickly go find the ancient celestial generals and help them completely eliminate the ancient relics. Only then can they restore their full celestial power and protect the Tai Xian Holy Land. Xiao Lu replied seriously, understood. Then she looked up and asked, Master, where do you want to go? Yi Changqing said, do you remember the promise I made at the beginning to Qingfeng? He replied, now that I have restored my celestial power, it is time to help Qingfeng make up for the innate deficiencies of her kin. On Dugu Qingfeng's side, she kept flying aimlessly with tear-filled eyes. Yi Fan, it was you who sacrificed your life to protect me, sealing me within the 9 generations purgatory. Qingfeng, there are only 9 lifetimes, I will definitely wait for you in the mortal realm. She pursed her lips and thought, I originally believed that Changqing had a divine quality similar to yours, that he was your reincarnation. As she remembered all the moments spent with Yi Changqing, she felt even sadder. But now I finally know his true identity. He doesn't belong to this world, so how could he be your reincarnation? She thought, then gathered her strength and flew away, wondering, Yi Fan, the vast mortal realm. Where should I go to find you? At that moment, Yi Changqing flew up from behind and called, Qing Feng. She hesitated and turned around. You, why are you here? Yi Changqing wiped away her tears and apologized. From the very beginning, I couldn't explain the whole truth to you. He raised his hand sincerely and continued, perhaps I truly am not his reincarnation, but I assure you, in this lifetime my feelings for you remain unwavering. Dugu Qing Feng still asked sadly, but aren't you about to leave this world? Yi Changqing smiled and said, Qing Feng, do you still remember I promised to help you make up for the shortcomings of your clan members? Dugu Qing Feng was surprised. Changqing, are you really going to do that now? Yi Changqing replied, come with me. On the border of the Bei Ling magic clan's holy land, a one-horned elder looked at the two streams of power above and asked in surprise, what is this? Is it the demon energy of the Emperor's sovereign lord? He raised his hand to his forehead and looked closer, and it even comes with 7 colors. Could it be that the Emperor's sovereign lord has descended along with some elder? Yi Changqing and Du Gu Qing Feng flew down closer. He knelt down to pay his respects, I bow to the Emperor's sovereign lord. He wondered, hasn't the Emperor's sovereign lord sneaked into Zhongzhou to continue investigating the Emperor's sovereign human clan's news? He turned his head and shouted at his subordinates, what are you all staring at? Why aren't you quickly going to pay your respects to the Emperor's sovereign lord and this esteemed elder? A few demon cultivators protested loudly, don't joke like that. Even the Supremes have abandoned us for so many years, how could the Emperor's sovereign lord possibly return? We are being exiled to the Holy Land, and the magic clan has long been annihilated. Dugu Qing Feng asked in surprise, where have the Supremes gone? Why didn't they lead you to rebuild the Holy Land but left you all behind? The one-horned elder hesitantly replied, I don't know. Yi Changqing coldly stated, you know very well. He spoke himself, the Supremes are attacking some relics of demon sealing, and they have already stormed into Qi Yuan. They intend to destroy the demon sealing seal to unleash the relic species ancient to wreak havoc in Zhongzhou. Am I right? The one-horned elder broke into a sweat and stammered, this. I truly don't know. He looked curious, his face darkened with confusion. Who is this person? How does he understand the plans of the Supreme Lord so well? Dugu Qing Feng angrily demanded, what instructions did you give before leaving? How dare they act so arrogantly? The one-horned elder advised, I hope the Emperor's sovereign lord will calm down. The Supreme only brought up this desperate measure because the great Emperor seeks revenge for our sacred clan. Dugu Qing Feng directly controlled the powerful weapon aimed at him. She darkened her face and said in a harsh tone, you must have suffered greatly to exchange for the opportunity to atone for the sacred clan. Who would have thought that you would be deceived by foolish people like you? The one-horned elder, terrified, quickly knelt down and begged for mercy, Emperor Sovereign Lord, spare my life. Dugu Qing Feng turned her head and called out, Changqing, I'm going to find those foolish ones, you stay here and wait for my news, okay? Yi Changqing grasped her hand, which was radiating magical power, and gently advised her. Dugu Qing Feng paused as he calmly explained, the sealing magic surrounding Qi Yuan has become noticeably loose due to the ascended Si Xiu Jinping. By the time they arrive, the ancient relic species would have broken the seal long ago. Moreover, the ancient celestial generals, which have formed over 100 years, are also waiting for a full meal, so they won't gain any benefits at all. He raised his hand and said, if you're still not satisfied, then just replace these Supremes directly, right? Elder Singlehorned was in shock, standing dazed. Those Supreme beings were all experts of our clan, and the esteemed Lord mentioned erasing the Supremes as lightly as if it were a mere breeze. This power cannot be underestimated. He bowed his head and pleaded, Emperor Sovereign Lord, esteemed Lord, the Supremes only hold genuine intentions for the Holy Clan, please do not hold grudges against these petty individuals. Dugu Qing Feng was filled with rage and unleashed her magical power. I have exhausted all my strength to find a glimmer of vitality for our people, yet they repay my kindness with resentment, pushing me into a perilous situation. What more can they do to me? Yi Changqing raised his hand, using spiritual energy to gather all of Du Gu Qingfeng's magical power, advising her. Qingfeng, the Wu clan originally has a violent and aggressive nature, which is born out of their inherent shortcomings. He stood opposite her and said, furthermore, the magic clan was forced to move to a harsh land, so it is understandable that they harbor resentment. Du Gu Qingfeng still hesitated, but Yi Changqing laughed and continued to persuade her, they have already paid a price, haven't they? He raised his hand to cast something, his expression serious as he called Qingfeng. Before I help your clan members overcome their innate flaws, I need to clarify a few things with you. Although I am using the original spirit seal to compensate for the shortcomings of your clan, I cannot change their inherently violent nature completely in a short time. He took Du Gu Qingfeng's hand to reassure him. But there is no need to worry too much. If they can find a tranquil place to seclude themselves for cultivation, after tens of thousands of years, they will certainly be able to comprehend the heavenly Tao. He smiled and said, once someone in the clan reaches the true cultivation realm, at that time the Wu clan will have hope of escaping the suffering of weak divine souls and there will be more ascended cultivators. Du Gu Qingfeng happily said, Changqing, please start now. Yi Changqing raised both hands to perform the sealing technique. I can harmonize, the divine can guide. He raised his hands to unleash power upon the magic clan. Not yet perfect, the seal descends. As it landed in their hands, they joyfully embraced it. What a wonderful mystical aura. The elder with white hair said, it feels as if a mysterious power has taken root in my body. Yi Changqing raised his hand with the flow of spiritual energy and said, this force will circulate through your meridians, flowing throughout your limbs and nourishing your entire body, ultimately converging on your primordial spirit, repairing the damages and deficiencies in your divine soul. Thus, you will progress much further on your cultivation path in the future. A glowing lotus appeared on his forehead. He opened his eyes and said, I believe that this action will not only change the fate of your clan but also hold great significance for all beings in Zhongzhou. Golden lotuses appeared around Yi Changqing's body, and the dazzling brilliance behind him made him appear even more imposing. Du Gu Qingfeng was overjoyed. Thank you, Changqing. The horned elder knelt down. Thank you, esteemed one. Along with others, they knelt down to express their gratitude to Yi Changqing. From now on, my clan will forever remember this kindness from the esteemed one. Yi Changqing paused as he saw the merits gathering. The flow of merits soared high. Is the auspicious cloud of merit appearing again? When we preached at Diyan, or when we battled in Dragon in Tai Xian Holy Land, the auspicious cloud of merit that appeared then was not even half as intense as it is now. The sky opened up with a brilliant phenomenon, and the immortal weapon condensed from above and shot straight down. A sword also appeared, an ancient bronze sword. Its body was extraordinary and ancient, surrounded by a divine aura, one side showcasing a vivid spirit of the moon and sun, while the other depicted the mountains and rivers of the world. The one-horned elder was surprised and said, auspicious cloud of merit. When the wall of clouds manifests, there must be a character above the level of Emperor Sovereign descending upon us. Du Gu Qingfeng exclaimed in astonishment, no wonder it's the legendary supreme treasure of merit. Yi Changqing looked at her in surprise, the magic clan can actually recognize a supreme treasure. Du Gu Qingfeng raised her hand to explain. In ancient times, the human clan rose rapidly, forcing the magic clan to withdraw to endure hardship in desolate places. Before leaving, they sent people to stealthily steal a large number of skill instruction books from the human clan. She smiled and said, but as you know, the spiritual intelligence of the magic clan was not yet awakened, so the written language of the human clan was completely incomprehensible to them. Despite reading for so many years, I still can't understand a single word as before. She turned to say, they only know that the auspicious cloud of merit appearing signifies someone with extremely high cultivation bestowing grace. She flew away and then landed near the group of elders, saying, just like today. She clasped her hands and bowed respectfully, saying, Du Gu Qingfeng brings the magic clan together, thanking Yi Senior for the gift of rebirth. Yi Changqing felt emotional, frowning as the sword flew down with formidable power. Yi Changqing grabbed the sword and raised it high with an overwhelming aura. The waves of energy surrounding this sword were incredibly powerful, capable of breaking the starry veil of the auspicious cloud of merit. He unleashed a powerful sword chi, stating, "The supreme energy of righteousness, the swift wind of heaven, unleashes extraordinary strength." Du Gu Qing Feng placed a hand on her chest, thinking to herself, "No wonder it is the legendary supreme treasure of merit. If one wields this sword, even a demon sect or clan could be defeated in a single strike, taking countless lives." She raised her eyes and thought. The might of this sword extends across vast oceans, yet Changqing can retain the essence of attack within it. Yi Changqing gazed at the bronze sword, then raised it and said, "One side addresses heaven. The other side addresses earth." He pressed a seal onto the bronze sword and read, "Sword of the Human Emperor." His eyes brightened and he declared, "This sword is called the Human Emperor." He flew to Du Gu Qing Feng and said, "The Human Emperor sword, also known as the Holy Sword of the Path, contains an unshakable power of belief in the world. A true sword of gods." Du Gu Qing Feng looked at the Human Emperor sword, then at Yi Changqing and asked, "The power of belief?" Yi Changqing smiled and said, "Qing Feng, I want to give this Human Emperor sword to you." Du Gu Qing Feng gasped in surprise, pointed at herself and asked, "The Human Emperor sword, the legendary supreme treasure of virtue, is being given to me?" Yi Changqing looked at the Human Emperor sword and replied, "Indeed, all worldly beliefs from now on will turn towards you." The one-horned elder could not help but be astonished. Such a supreme treasure of virtue, yet it is given to the Emperor Sovereign Lord so lightly. Yi Changqing felt a bit annoyed and thought, "What are you talking about? There's no swordsman who would refuse the Human Emperor sword." He handed the Human Emperor sword back to Du Gu Qing Feng. She looked at it in amazement. Yi Changqing called out, "Du Gu Qing Feng. The faith of all beings in the world lies upon this sword." Du Gu Qing Feng looked at him and said, "Changqing." Yi Changqing said seriously, "If today you accept the sword, then the Wu clan will no longer have to suffer from mutual destruction. I believe you already know what you should do from now on." Du Gu Qing Feng closed her eyes and replied, "Qing Feng understands." She looked at Yi Changqing and said, "I understand your hardships." Yi Changqing nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, very good." Du Gu Qing Feng turned around and called out, "People of the demon sect, if today I accept the grace of the Master, I must not disappoint." She tightly held the Human Emperor sword and proclaimed loudly, "Today, I swear by the Human Emperor sword. The Magic Clan vows to live harmoniously with the Human Clan for all eternity, and from today onwards, we will retreat to guard the Holy Land at the borders, sealing it for 10,000 years. If we go against this oath, may heaven and earth punish us." She thrust the Human Emperor sword into the icy ground, a terrifying power emanating from it, causing the one-horned elder to tremble in fear. "Has it really been 10,000 years?" the white-haired man beside her asked. "But Zhong Zhou hasn't finished fighting yet." "Aren't we going to continue?" the one-horned elder hissed. "Don't let those words escape. If the Emperor Sovereign Lord hears, you might just be used as a sacrificial offering for the sword." They bowed in unison before that formidable power, saying, "We shall diligently obey the sacred decree of the esteemed one and the Emperor Sovereign Lord." Yi Changqing stepped forward and called, "Qing Feng." Du Gu Qing Feng bowed her head and replied, "Changqing, Lu God Sr. and I were not wrong." She lifted her head, a wistful sadness in her gaze as she continued, "Indeed, you truly want to leave this world." Yi Changqing raised his hand to Du Gu Qing Feng's face, saying, "I, who have been a mere white-robed cultivator for 10 years, have long awaited this moment." He gently stroked a strand of Du Gu Qing Feng's hair and looked at her with reluctance, "But when the moment to truly leave comes, why does it hurt so much?" Du Gu Qing Feng took his hand and placed it on her cheek, softly saying, "I know you are not like us, you don't need to cling too much. I won't involve you either." She flew up with the power of the Human Emperor sword and said, "Wait for me to complete the mission of protecting our kin, we will definitely reunite." The power of the Human Emperor sword vanished. Yi Changqing lowered her head sadly. "You promised, we must meet again." A communication orb called, "Master, the ancient descendants of Qi Yuan have been completely exterminated." Yi Changqing replied, "Okay, I will quickly return to Shaoqi town." Xiao Lu urged, "Master, there's no need to rush." She helplessly said, "The celestial general said the ancient remains here are not sufficient to eat." Yi Changqing was dumbfounded with confusion. Xiao Lu turned to the others behind her and continued, the celestial generals have decided to wipe out the ancient ruins. Exterminating all the ancient descendants will allow them to have a feast while also protecting the human realm. Yi Changqing forced a smile, haha, it really is a meal full of bitter vinegar. Xiao Lu raised 3 fingers to convey the message. The Supreme Martial Sovereign said they only need 3 days to return. Yi Changqing raised his thumb and said, well, I wish everyone a hearty meal. The communication technique disappeared. Yi Changqing looked up, remembering Tu Shernyen and the others. With the extra time, perhaps I can go say goodbye to them. Returning to Nanling, the Black Tiger clan's hideout. A member of the Black Tiger clan led the way, saying, Lord He Huang, the Lihua demon cats have recently been appearing around here quite often. He Huang raised his hand and said, the scent of the Lihua demon cats cannot be hidden. Tu Shernyen turned his head and instructed, do not scatter while tracking. Move together as one. The Black Tiger clan members clasped their hands in response, yes. Yi Changqing observed and said with satisfaction, very good, very good. He touched his chin, feeling somewhat relieved. It seems that He Huang and Shernyen have established a reputation within the Black Tiger clan. Tu Shernyen and He Huang paused to look at the spiritual energy above, which then transformed back into its original form beside the spiritual energy. He Huang looked up and said, it is the aura of the master. Yi Changqing flew down and called, He Huang. He stood on his 2 feet and said, Master, why do you have time to come here today? Tu Shernyen looked up at Yi Changqing. He landed, and He Huang ran over, eagerly staying by his side. Yi Changqing laughed happily, I came to visit you all. He Huang proudly declared, the Black Tiger clan has been subdued by me and Shernyen already. Yi Changqing set him down and praised, well done, He Huang. He Huang, thrilled by the praise, ran around his brother. I was planning to return with Shernyen and the subordinates to visit you in a few days, but unexpectedly, you came first. Tu Shernyen hesitantly looked at him and asked, Master, why have you changed? He Huang asked in confusion, changed in what way? Aren't you still just 2 eyes and a mouth? Yi Changqing sat down, stroked her head, and laughed. Shernyen caught on to it. Tu Shernyen asked suspiciously, could it be that the master remembers everything now? She looked up sadly and asked, does the master want to leave us? He Huang cried with tears, not wanting to plead. Master, please don't go. Yi Changqing scratched his head and said, I only remember part of it. But I know there is still a long way to go. He raised his hand to pat their heads in comfort. I can see that Nanling is vast, the 2 of you will be happier here and more freely. He Huang, with tears streaming down, said, I don't want to dominate Nanling anymore, I just want to be by my master's side. Tu Shernyen also called out affectionately, Master, Shernyen has not found any other clan members. You are the only one I have. Yi Changqing gently raised a finger and advised, don't be stubborn. You both must continue to cultivate diligently so that you can reunite with me in the upper world as soon as possible. He Huang grasped his brother's robe and said, Master, He Huang's talent is poor, it is thanks to your careful guidance that I have achieved what I have today. He looked at him resolutely and promised. Although He Huang has only reached the demon supreme realm until now and doesn't know when he will ascend, Master, please rest assured, He Huang swears to cultivate diligently. He smiled and said, as long as I keep digging graves and gain more opportunities for magical powers, I will surely meet you again in the upper world sooner or later. Yi Changqing nodded and said, good, good. He sweat and thought to himself, after all, the suffering master cannot sue in the upper world. Just let him be. Tu Shernyen leaned his head against him and reminded, Master, please don't forget us. Yi Changqing clasped his hands behind his back and replied, no matter where I am, you 2 are my only favorites. Your cultivation has increased significantly until now, although the demon energy is quite thin, you haven't yet reached the supreme realm. I bestow upon you both chaos energy, which can nurture the demon pill and purify the bloodline. He soared into the sky and said, even after hundreds of thousands of years, as long as we remember each other, we will surely meet again. They looked after him, sorrowfully calling out, Master, please rest assured. Yi Changqing flew to Ziqing Holy Land, where the melodious sound of the lute played by Qing Shui resonated. I never expected that Miss Qing Shui's cultivation has reached the next level now. After parting ways in Shaoqi town, we haven't met again since. He stroked his chin and wondered, I wonder if Miss Qing Shui still anticipates being defeated by me. After finishing her piece, the disciples gathered around to praise her. Senior sister Qing Shui is amazing. This piece, Mortal Transformation, is truly transcendent. Looking across Dao Sect Zhongzhou, there is no competitor on the path of musical harmony. Qing Shui landed and said seriously, there is, but you just haven't encountered them yet. The confused disciples asked, who is that? Who else could it be? One of them raised his hand and asked her, please don't defeat senior sister Qing Shui, where is she now? Qing Shui turned around to answer him, the Holy Master once told me that he is prepared to leave this world. Qing Shui reminisced about Yi Changqing and sighed, I will never meet someone as powerful as him again. The disciple, amazed to see the spiritual energy surrounding her lute, exclaimed, Senior sister Qing Shui, your lute. Qing Shui looked at her lute in astonishment. What? She widened her eyes and realized, this is the heavenly secret of Yi Xiansheng. She turned her head upward and said, Yi Xiansheng, have you returned? She called out loudly, if you are nearby, please appear and talk with me. Yi Changqing pointed with a finger and called out with the spiritual energy, Qing Shui, you no longer need to pursue experts, for you are already recognized as one in my heart. Qing Shui's tears flowed uncontrollably, then she smiled and replied, Qing Shui understands now, thank you, Yi Xiansheng, for your guidance. Everyone below the statue also paid their respects in unison, may Saint Changqing protect us. A blue-clad figure stepped forward and waved. Changqing has recorded every word and gesture of Changqing Saint who has completed his task. He raised his hand forward, saying, His Majesty has ordered Donglan Academy to distribute nationwide, each citizen of Deyan gets a copy. Yi Changqing scratched his face awkwardly, is it really that formal? I feel embarrassed to show my face. The people bowed in gratitude for the grace of the sovereign, thank you, Zhang Grand Tutor, for writing the book. Yi Changqing flew over to touch the statue's head and sent a message, then please help me protect Deyan. One person looked up at the statue and shouted, everyone, quickly look at the statue of Changqing Saint. It is manifesting in the sky, surely hearing the sincere prayers of Deyan's citizens. Thank you, Changqing Saint, for blessing Deyan with eternal fortune. Yi Changqing gathered his energy and flew away, to the last place, the demon ceiling ruins, Despair Cliff, inside a small cave.